Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A huge monster stood in the middle of a metropolis street, holding a car above his head. People fled in panic from the scene, shouting that a monster had appeared here and asking for help. The girl ran with all her might, looking back at the monster in fear. The monster opened its mouth wide, full of sharp fangs, and roared. People like him suddenly began to appear all over the world. Clouds of smoke from numerous fires rose above the skyscrapers. Along with the monsters, something soon appeared. A helicopter was circling in the air above the fires. The reporter said that a mysterious monster was filmed near Changadong. The man, sitting at the door of the helicopter, continued to speak into the microphone that the incredible structure had not shown any activity, but the government and army had notified of the possible appearance of new monsters. The helicopter flew up to a high tower with lights burning in the windows. The correspondent said that people began to pay more and more attention to this and worry about it. Given the chain of supernatural events, no one knows how the fate of humanity will change. After these words, the MKT reporter, Aha, said goodbye to the audience. A stone tower appeared in the center of the city, towering over the houses and piercing the skies. This was the first conflict between the Tower of Learning and the people. This place was forcefully drawing inward at constant intervals. The inhabitants of the city suddenly found themselves in the center of a magic circle. A bright flash flashed. Shocked people of completely different age categories appeared in the tower. This happened to people from all over the world. The upset girl crossed her arms over her chest, while the others looked ahead with their mouths agape. For years, people had been taken by force for merciless trials. No one cared about the physical condition of the participants. A bright purple portal opened before the townspeople. Among ordinary people, the survival rate was only 20%. The girl resolutely put her hands on her belt. Behind her stood a confident guy in knightly armor. These people became hunters who mastered unusual abilities and became the hope of humanity. The sun was setting behind the horizon, illuminating the tower from only one side. 12 years after the tower was first discovered, terrible monsters with forked tongues roamed the streets. Seeing something in front of them, they rushed forward at once. A powerful blow decapitated one of the monsters. Someone shouted that a hunter had appeared. Purple lightning came from the guy's hand. He stood on a pile of rubble as people passing by filmed him on their phones, admiring him and asking him to look into the camera just once. Hunters became an ideal for people, and an ordinary hunter could become popular, like a real celebrity. The young hunter smiled and showed a peace sign as people took pictures of him on their phones. The country also did not neglect their powerful force. A new era came when some hunters separated from the state. Residents watched the news about a special law to control hunters. The girl said that she would also like to become a hunter. A man in a formal suit shook hands with a scarred man, so the hunters were able to raise their price and protect themselves from the government, which led to the Union of Guilds. The camera was pointed at the stage, and someone started counting down. The director, wearing headphones, pointed forward and announced the start of filming. The presenter of the TV show, standing in front of the cameras, greeted the audience and marked the beginning of the program Find Out the Hunter. Smiling, Hyung reminded them that this week they would talk about hunter news, which was of great interest to viewers. Looking at the guests invited to the studio, the presenter said that today's program was attended by the leaders of the best guilds in Korea. The Goguryeo Guild leader, Seokwon, smiled at the camera and greeted the audience. The leader of the Aaron Guild, Soyeon, smiled and asked him to take care of her. Seoul Guild leader Shihan, keeping an indifferent expression on his face, said that he was very pleased to meet you. Find Out the Hunter is based on the popularity achieved last week. Thanks to the viewer vote, there was a list of S-rank hunters on the screen with their names taped over. People sat in front of the TV and watched the program. It was quite a popular program thanks to the rating of 35.7%. Residents of the city watched Find Out the Hunter even in the subway. The presenter said that it was time for the last question. Smiling at the camera, the girl said that this was a question from the internet, which said that an experienced player lived in the training tower. The question of who he was made the guests open their mouths in amazement. Hyung looked at them, saying that she had heard random stories about an experienced player on the internet and asked if they knew him. Seokwon smiled broadly and replied that, judging by the recent stories about the experienced player, he did not die and was living a good life. Someone was surprised that the hunter knew something about him. Soyeon waved her hand and said that now there is no one who does not know about the experienced player who is the first hunter diving into the training tower with the others. The presenter was surprised that after 12 years the first hunter is still in the tower. Shihan looked at her, explained that it might not be a curse, and an experienced player actually went down the tower when it was cleared and everyone else left. So the guild heads know his identity because he did not leave the tower for 12 years, continuing to clear it. Hyun, turning to the guests, asked if they considered an experienced player to be the first hunter. The guild leaders answered in the affirmative. A guy in a tracksuit walked through the dungeon. One of the guild leaders said that during the entire existence of the tower, Every hunter came out of it after training basic abilities, with the exception of magic. The young man stopped, holding his hands in his pockets. The hunter suggested that there was a huge possibility that the first player was incredibly strong because he had cleared the tower again and again for 12 years. The experienced player looked up. The guild leader said that, according to the words of the guild members who had recently left the dungeon, this guy cleared the tower from the 1st to the 100th floor in just one day. The leader was very surprised by this news. The inscription 100th floor was carved on the stone. The hunter assumed that an experienced player was better than any other warrior in basic abilities, excluding magic. The guy in the knight's armor screamed for help. The guild leader said that an experienced player continues to clear the tower over and over again, even if everyone else leaves it. The party of adventurers ran away from danger, not understanding how they should face such a terrible enemy. Someone said that they were dragged here by force and asked to get him out of here. Another hunter shouted that this was not at all like training and that they just want to kill them. Because of the monster's blow, the fighters flew into the air. The powerful impact raised clouds of dust. Among them stood an experienced player wearing only flip-flops. He looked down. His eyes expressed nothing but calmness and confidence. The final boss of the training tower, who lives on the 100th floor, opened his fanged mouth in front of him. A monster named Balok stood close to the experienced player. He grinned maliciously, revealing his fangs. The guy smiled back. The huntress suggested that if he managed to get out of the tower, he would definitely reach a minimum of rank, as someone left a question on the forum whether it was an experienced player or someone else who appeared at the end of last week. The man tapped the keyboard keys, typing that, according to Soyan, an experienced player has at least an S rank, which means he can easily blow up a mountain, but the user did not understand what he had to do in the towers to achieve this rank. The young man looked at the screen, typing that he himself was a B-rank hunter who 2 years ago saw a player clearing the dungeon and was B-Bayon. On the 72nd floor, 3 werewolves emerged, whom he dealt with alone. A dead body of a wolf lay on the ground. Another user wrote on the forum using her phone that she also saw an experienced player who did not look human at all. The guy swung his leg. The girl told how she got into the dungeon a year ago and realized that he was really an experienced player. When the young man with one blow made the monster fly from the 1st floor to the 10th, the user asked if this was possible and said that he was more like Hero from Legend. An experienced player performed a jumping kick. Balok fell due to a blow to the head. His chin slammed into the ground and the monster growled. The guy put his foot on the bridge of the monster's nose. Raising his hands victoriously, he asked several times who the real man was, and he himself answered his own question. Smiling madly, the young man declared that he was a 12 out of 10 on the courage scale. The stopwatch counted down the time spent on conquering the boss. Bright blood splashed. The time stopped at the 3-second mark, marking the successful conquest of Balok. The monster's body began to evaporate. The experienced player sighed tensely, thinking about what he would do next time. The setting sun painted the sky above the dungeon yellow. Over the past 12 years, the time it took for future hunters to pass the training tower was slowly decreasing. Training towers around the world were similar. No changes to the contents of the towers were reported, and the hunting party laid out their weapons, preparing for battle. They rushed at the huge snake. With each new group of hunters clearing the tower, knowledge about the clearing accumulated and was then transmitted to the whole world. The newspaper clipping contained news of how a new group had discovered the possibility of speedrunning, setting a new world record. The man showed a presentation to the assembled people. In many countries, hunters share their experiences with ordinary people in order to improve their survival skills and find and capture superior hunters. There was a huge explosion, no matter how advanced the participant was or how widespread the information was. A squad of hunters was lifted into the air due to a blast wave. In the entire history, only a few people were able to conquer the training tower. The sword was stuck in the ground. The young knight opened his mouth in annoyance. Balok's red eyes glowed in front of him. Countless numbers of well-trained future hunters had given their lives after passing the 99th floor, the final test. The monster bared its sharp teeth. It was the owner of the tower who caused the death of 70 out of 95 people. The monster's burning eyes looked at its victim. The knight clenched his teeth in fear when he saw in front of him a terrifying creature that had stolen more than half the lives of future hunters. Suddenly, someone dealt a crushing blow to the boss. Balok's head was torn away from his body and flew several meters away. The guy in flip-flops landed on the floor. The knight lying on the ground looked at him in surprise. An experienced player, standing next to the evaporating body of the monster, said that this was his 1349th cleanup. A purple glow appeared before his eyes. A portal from the dungeon opened in front of him. The young man closed his eyes before entering the portal. The next moment he looked up. A notification greeted the player. The inscription above the entrance to the dungeon invited the hunter to enter the training tower to clear it once again. He grinned and started laughing madly. The guy fell to the floor in front of the burning notice. It was a dark night outside, and screams were heard from the tower, begging to be sent home. The experienced player lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread wide. Lowering the corners of his lips, he brought up the status window. A blue window popped up in front of his eyes. All his characteristics were at the maximum level, and there was not a single ability that the hunter could improve after the next cleanup. 12 years ago, Balak bowed his head to the adventure party. The training tower was successfully cleared. No one could believe it. The hunters clenched their fists victoriously, declaring that they could finally go home. Standing in front of the portal, the guy in the cloak said that if it weren't for Hyunwoo, they wouldn't have survived. The girl asked her comrade not to pretend that he didn't know her when they were outside. The knight, smiling, suggested that they had gone too far and asked to be sure to contact everyone, even those on the other side. The inscription at the entrance to the training tower welcomed the hunter. The young man in a tracksuit looked at her questioningly, not understanding what was happening. He looked ahead, wondering where his friends were and why the first floor of the tower was in front of him. The main character stood in front of a notice saying that he had received the curse of the tower, becoming a training player who would have to clear the tower with the people who would come there next time. Hyunwoo looked through the status window dumbfounded. After a small attack of anger and denial of reality, he began searching for a cure to lift the curse. Once again finding himself in front of Balak's corpse, the hunter felt like he was going crazy, clearing the tower from beginning to end alone. Notches were scratched on the wall, indicating the 10th passage of the dungeon. An experienced player destroyed a stone pillar with his fist, noting that it became very easy thanks to his physical strength increased to the limit. He again found himself on the first floor of the tower. Nothing helped lift the curse. The guy laughed madly, thinking and trying various methods for 5 years. He never found a way to get rid of the curse and get out. At some point, he simply decided to enjoy this situation in his own way. The young man, standing in front of the next detachment, said that wandering souls had come to him. One of the adventurers thought that this was a new monster, the passage of which he had not seen. During the 433rd playthrough, the main character, wearing a monster skull, played the role of an NPC who guides newcomers and invites them to complete the task. For his 512th time, he played the role of a military instructor who helps with the training of hunters. Hyunwoo put on a red cap and said that it was his duty to find the weaknesses rotting inside the hunters, destroy them and help them survive. Seeing off another group of hunters heading into the portal, the guy decided not to use this approach anymore and not to contact people, because he could not stand the company of people who would leave the tower and listen to their stories about the world outside, so he began to re-clear the tower for nothing due. 12 years passed. The young man lay on the ground, looking at the status window again and again. It said that the experienced player had reached the training limit. Nothing changed. Suddenly, the hunter noticed a message at the bottom of the status window, which stated that the loop was broken. He jumped up from the ground, not understanding what this meant. The main character put his finger on the inscription, which said that he had only one passage left before leaving the tower. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in amazement as he looked at the status window. A malicious smile appeared on his face. A joyful cry was heard from the tower rising above the clouds. The guy enthusiastically placed his fist on the ground, declaring that it had finally happened. He pushed off the ground with force. Ahead was a portal to the dungeon. Smiling joyfully, the young man shouted that he was finally returning home. On the screen was the logo of the program Find Out the Hunter. The presenter said that the record for completing the training tower was 10 months. Hyung turned to the guests and asked if the 18th group of hunters could break this record. Soyeon closed her eyes and answered that it was still difficult to answer this question. Smiling, the guild leader said that the number of hunters varies in different groups and that there are many more factors based on the cohesion of the team. Shihan closed his eyes and noted the fact that it was necessary to understand which techniques were more effective given the abilities of each member of the group. Seokwon looked at the presenter and stated that the biggest obstacles appear after passing half of the tower. He said that starting from the 51st floor, a high-level boss appears every 10 floors, and that from that moment on, luck alone is no longer enough. A Cyclops walked along the 60th floor of the training tower with a club in his hand. Seeing something in front of him, the monster opened his mouth. The monster looked up with its only eye. The angry protagonist jumped out in front of him. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted that he was tired of everything. Strong explosions were heard on the 70th and 80th floors of the tower. A bright light illuminated the 90th floor. Hyunwoo wished death to all his enemies. The fire burned near the destroyed staircase of the new floor. There was another explosion. The guy landed on the 99th floor. Balak stood in front of him. Frowning furiously, the young man shouted that he wanted to return home. The blow to the solar plexus forced the monster to open its mouth. An explosion occurred at the very top of the training tower, engulfed in flames. Gyeonghadong, Gangdong District. In front of the dungeon stood the training tower access control center, which housed the Korea Hunters Association's surveillance office. The man looked out the window, noticing a purple glow on the street. Seeing the portal opening, a center employee said that this was a new record. A bright purple portal sparkled. An employee in a formal suit asked his colleague to prepare a list with the names of the participants. The experienced player emerged from the portal with his hands in his pants pockets. He looked ahead. Seeing multi-story buildings in front of him, the guy laughed. A center employee approached him and congratulated him on successfully completing the training tower. Approaching the hunter, the man said that he had really done a good job. The main character turned around in surprise. He asked if he really managed to get out of the tower. The employee, thinking that he was being addressed too informally, answered in the affirmative and asked for his name. Hyunwoo's eyes sparkled with joy. He raised his hands in excitement and shouted that he had finally returned home. Looking at the list of members of the group of 2018, the woman noticed that the guy's name was not among the 18th group. After flipping through a few pages, the employee looked puzzled at the lists of groups. Having reached the very first group, he could not believe his eyes. Among other names, there was the name Hyunwoo. The center employee clarified whether this was his name, to which the young man replied that everything was correct. Raising his eyebrows, the man said in surprise that the same experienced player was really standing in front of him. The training tower hunter from the first group officially emerged from the dungeon after 12 years, victoriously raising his clenched fists to the sun. A week later, city residents gathered outside the training center. A girl with a microphone, standing in front of a crowd of fans, greeted the audience of the Find Out the Hunter program and said that right now she was in the training center of Korea, where the 18th group of hunters would be tested. A group of people were sitting at a table. The reporter said that they had beaten the world record for clearing the tower by 2 weeks and were now basking in the glow of world fame. The girl smiled and added that there is one more piece of news that everyone is talking about. She, standing on the wooden floor in brown shoes, said that the same experienced player was also here and promised to inform him as soon as any details appeared. The guild leaders gathered in the VIP reception of the training center. Soyeon, entering inside, asked if she was late. Shihun replied that there had not been a single day when his girlfriend was not late. The girl thoughtfully put her hand to her chin and asked if the experienced player had really returned. Shihun replied that, judging by the documents, this is true because the only Hyunwoo who entered the tower went there exactly in 2006. Soyeon continued to look ahead thoughtfully, thinking that her friend would look the same as he did 12 years ago, because hunger and sleep do not exist in the tower and the body stops growing and aging. Seokwon looked out the window in admiration, in anticipation and imagining what kind of monster their old friend could become. The digital clock read 14:55, and the loudspeaker announced that testing of new hunters would begin in 5 minutes. In the testing waiting room, fighters in protective suits gathered. A voice from the loudspeaker asked them to keep with them the basic equipment they were given and calmly prepare for testing. Behind the newcomers stood the main character, greedily eating chips. Turning over the empty packet, he was surprised that he had already eaten everything. The other newcomers looked at him in confusion when Hyunwoo said that he now at least felt a little alive. The guy pointed his finger at one of the newcomers and asked what kind of equipment it was. The future hunter replied that the equipment was distributed this morning and that it would be difficult for him if he failed the test. The young man scratched his head, assuming that he had slept through everything. He put his hand on his neck and the training center alert sounded. The door opened for the newcomers, and a voice from the loudspeaker asked everyone to leave the waiting room and go to the testing area. Blinded by the light coming from behind the door, the experienced player thought about what he would have to see this time. Newcomers walked out to the gates of a huge labyrinth for testing at the Seoul Training Center. The man standing in front of the gate greeted his future colleagues. With his hands behind his back, David, a rank hunter, introduced himself as their examiner and announced that the testing would begin right away. The newcomers stood in protective suits with weapons in their hands. The man said that the whole world was now watching them. One of the future hunters swallowed nervously. David smiled contentedly. Putting his hands on his belt, he asked the guys not to worry because, compared to the tower, testing is a very simple test. The main character, standing behind everyone, yawned. The examiner hoped that all the students would fully demonstrate their skills and abilities that they had acquired in the training tower. Saliva flowed from the bored Hyunwoo's mouth. David picked up his phone and presented the first challenge. He pressed the start button. The newcomers tensed when they heard a loud noise. The man said that there were many different obstacles that they would have to overcome as hunters. The gate behind him began to open. There were a lot of stone blocks outside the gate. David announced that this was one of the tests. Stone blocks fell to the ground with a roar. Stone rings fell from above. Pointing to the entrance, the examiner announced that beginners would have to go through a maze. Frowning his brows, he explained that there were many different traps in the maze and the students would have to give it their all and use all their skills and abilities to pass this test. The timer counted down 30 seconds until testing began. Listening to the countdown, the would-be hunters grabbed their weapons tightly. The young fighter's face expressed determination. He grabbed his sword tightly with only 5 seconds remaining. The countdown ended, signaling the start of testing, and the students rushed forward to the entrance to the maze. David, looking after them, noted the fact that this group was extremely disciplined. Smiling, the man asked himself whether he should expect good results, and thought that every time he looked at the students, he was reminded of his first test. Having adjusted his glasses, the examiner decided that the most important thing for him was to monitor the safety of the hunters. The main character turned to him. David turned around with displeasure. Looking into his eyes, Hyunwoo asked if the goal of the test was to get out of the maze. The man lowered his sunglasses. Looking at him from behind his glasses, he asked himself who this guy was. Noticing that in front of him was a man in a tracksuit and flip-flops, the examiner wondered why this newcomer came to the test in such a manner and without equipment. The young man yawned. David mentally condemned him for his self-confidence, being sure that in this form the newcomer would not be able to pass the test. Putting his hands in his trouser pockets, the man answered the question in the affirmative. When he turned to the experienced player, he raised his eyebrows questioningly. Frowning menacingly, the examiner asked whether the newcomer thought this test was just a joke. The main character grinned and said that the hunter should take care of others. Looking down on him, David called the guy very arrogant, to which Hyunwoo replied that the man was too bold. Smiling, the young man offered to bet 1,000,000 that he could complete the maze in 20 seconds. The examiner frowned, asking him not to talk nonsense. They continued to stand in front of the entrance to the maze. The experienced player asked if his colleague had chickened out. The guy smiled, saying that they shouldn't argue if the man was afraid of losing. David accepted the challenge, adding that 10,000,000 won was the sum of his regular income and additional income from testing. The experienced player headed to the entrance to the maze, asking the examiner not to say later that he had changed his mind. The main character approached the wall of the labyrinth. Putting his hand on it, he thought that hunters, despite the fact that they are government employees, receive huge bonuses to their salaries. Hyunwoo decided that being a hunter was incredibly cool and raised his fist. His legs were very tense. From the force exerted, his foot broke the ground. David lowered his glasses, wondering what this newcomer was doing. The audience closely watched what was happening on the screen. Soyeon asked what her friend was doing with the wall. Seokwon crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. The experienced player sighed before striking. His fist caught fire from the force put into it. The guy hit the wall. His fist smashed through the stone wall of the labyrinth. The hand continued to exert enormous pressure on the stone. The impact site began to sparkle. The labyrinth was completely destroyed from beginning to end. The young man stood in the resulting cloud of dust. Turning to face the examiner, he declared that he had completed the maze. Looking back, he added that he did it by force. People watching him through the screen called it incredible that a newcomer was able to break through the wall of the maze. Someone called him crazy. One of the spectators asked if it could be given any rating. Looking at the TV, Seokwon asked if their friend had always been so stubborn. Soyeon didn't know what to answer. The main character, smiling, hummed a tune about 10,000,000 won. Suddenly, he realized something and his mouth opened in amazement. Looking at the huge hole that ran right through the labyrinth, Hyunwoo wondered if he would be forced to pay for the damage. 24 hours before testing the hunters, the sign Live Hunter magazine was posted on the building. In one of the offices, next to which the same sign hung, a conversation was taking place. Someone asked whether a colleague had checked the list of test participants. The answer was in the affirmative. A man with a mug in his hands asked if they were expecting good sales this month. The girl at the computer clarified whether he was asking about this because of rumors about an experienced player. The employee looked at the computer screen and said that it was extremely difficult to find information about an experienced player due to the fact that he had entered the training tower a long time ago. His colleague, typing something on the keyboard, asked if there was a similar newcomer among the participants, like which might be worth paying attention to. The man replied that there was, and pointed his finger at the monitor. After looking at the computer, he said that this newcomer was strong in traditional martial arts and physical training. The girl, continuing to press buttons on the keyboard, added that they should be prepared for the fact that an experienced player could lose popularity tomorrow. On the monitor was a photo of a blonde man named Kanghyun. The guy held a katana in his hand, thinking about how he wanted to become a star. His brows were furrowed. He looked at his raised katana, reflecting on the fact that he had enough of everything. Talent, skill, and even luck followed him. Frightened warriors fled in all directions from the huge fanged monster. Only Kanghyun remained in place, holding the sword in front of him. The monster let out a furious roar. The guy dealt a crushing blow without fear of death. The monster's body was cut in half. The young man was the best hunter of his group, having won many victories in the International Kendo Convention and mastered the 4th level of Kendo. Smiling, he then thought that he would attract attention to his debut and that then only success would await him. Balak opened his mouth when he was hit in the chest. Someone took his head off with just one blow. Explosions were heard on different floors of the tower. The main character opened his mouth wide, calling for people to move and shouting that he was finally going home. He ran forward, not paying attention to the squad of hunters. Kang-hyun realized that his dreams were not destined to come true because of the meeting with Hyunwoo. Lying on the ground, the guy asked in bewilderment who he was. He looked at the back of the experienced player, who stood joyfully in front of the portal. Kang-hyun opened his mouth in amazement, thinking that after everything he had been through, an experienced player had taken all his glory. Present day, testing day, the blonde stood in a protective suit in front of the maze. As he looked at the ruins left behind by the protagonist's strike, a voice from the loudspeaker announced that due to security issues, the first test trial had been cancelled, and asked the participants to return to the waiting room for a new testing time to be announced. A cloud of smoke rose from the maze. There was a commotion in the press room at the testing site, with one of the reporters asking what just happened and if they had a proper camera. The man with glasses shouted that MTC screwed up because everything happened too quickly and asked to find at least one clear image. The cameraman replied that the only normal footage was footage of Kang-hyun. An MTC employee wearing headphones was looking at a tablet. Someone said that no one paid attention to the guy who came in slippers. The screen showed a close-up of the main character's face. A man wearing headphones declared that a new star had been born before their eyes. There was a sign on the wall that said waiting room. Kang-hyun looked very unhappy. The main character, who had fallen asleep, was snoring loudly. One of the newcomers standing nearby asked who caused the strong explosion. The girl replied that she didn't really see anything, because of the testing she forgot even about herself. She waved her hand, asking if the others had heard how the journalists called the guy in the tracksuit an experienced player. Her interlocutor asked if this was the same person everyone was talking about. Kang-hyun frowned, thinking that it was not too late to carry out his plan to gain fame. The newcomers looked over as a voice over the loudspeaker announced that the steering committee had changed the order of today's testing and that it would begin in 15 minutes. Hyunwoo woke up hearing that they were advised to take the circumstances into account and prepare for the test. Kang-hyun furrowed his eyebrows even more, convincing himself that he would never lose to an experienced player and that everyone was yet to see his strength. The test of the flood of monsters began. The fanged orc let out a deafening roar. Kang-hyun held his katana in his hands. In front of him were hologram monsters created by combining the latest technology and monster combinations. The guy screamed with rage. He pulled out his shining sword from its sheath. In this discipline, beginners compete in the number of monsters killed in a certain time. The tip of the sword glowed with purple flame. A bright flash emanating from the katana blade illuminated the crowd of monsters. One of the reporters grabbed his head when he saw the lightning. The man with the headphones was surprised that the hunter after the training tower had just used magic. Soyeon opened her mouth in surprise and Seokwon grinned. Seeing how Kang-hyun swung his sparkling sword, the journalist declared that a genius had appeared. Lightning attacks pierced the bodies of the advancing orcs. The remaining time counter announced that his time was up. Kang-hyun stood surrounded by steaming corpses. The voice said that he had killed 78 monsters. Hearing that this was the best result so far, the guy smiled, proclaiming his victory. Watching him through the screen, the audience was sure that the unique hunter was a strong candidate for the title of leader of the group because he had a fighting spirit and magical abilities. Passing by the main character, the young man thought that he could have taken first place earlier if not for an experienced player. The voice announced the name of the next participant, Hyunwoo yawned, saying that he was tired of everything. Kang-hyun shot him a disapproving glance. The man in the center of the reporters smiled, saying that right after the genius comes an experienced player. Crossing his arms over his chest, Seokwon invited his friends to watch how their old friend's fighting technique had changed. The trio carefully looked at the screen. Monsters began to appear in the room. A voice from the loudspeaker announced that he had 2 minutes to complete the test and announced the start of testing. The monsters' bodies were formed from small electron particles. An orc appeared in the room. The emerging monsters bared their teeth and growled. The main character found himself surrounded by monsters. A voice announced that testing would begin in 10 seconds. The countdown began. The audience tensely watched what was happening on the screen. Seokwon, Soyeon, and Shihyun did not take their eyes off their old friend. The monster with burning eyes bared its teeth. The monsters stood in anticipation, waiting for the countdown to end. Hyunwoo closed his eyes in dissatisfaction and exhaled. When there was a second left before the test began, he opened his eyes. As soon as the testing began, one of the orcs swung a huge club. The guy tensed his legs, pressing them into the floor. The next second he jumped. With one powerful blow, the hunter tore the monster's head off his shoulders. The journalist opened his mouth in amazement, asking his colleagues if they saw what happened. A man with red hair asked on the phone if filming was being carried out. The orcs bared their teeth and roared loudly. Immediately after this, a fist hit one of them in the head. The hunter easily dealt with all the monsters that stood in his way. The time counter showed that only 4 seconds had passed. The reporters widened their eyes in surprise. One of them asked where the hunter had disappeared to. The test subject's movements were not visible on the screen. It seemed that the heads of the monsters were exploding on their own. Someone asked if he had really used magic and some new spell. Xiaoquan furrowed his eyebrows, denying this possibility. Putting his hand to his forehead, the hunter said that it didn't look like magic and asked if his comrades saw how the test subject moved. Soyeon replied that she only saw something briefly. Shihyun agreed with her. The main character simply ran up to one of the monsters. The crushing blow took off the orc's head. Seeing the next target, Hyunwoo did the same. Xiaoquan explained that this was not some incredible technique. The experienced player grinned as he stood against the backdrop of the dead monsters, the hunter noticing that his movements were so fast that it seemed as if the orcs' heads were exploding on their own. Without taking her eyes off the screen, Soyeon asked if these were accurate movements of a person who did not use magic. Shihyun asked what a person left alone in the tower could learn. The guy blew off the head of another monster, thinking that he had become an experienced player thanks to doing what the rumors said. There is 1 second left until the end of the test. Time is up. The voice said that time was up. The guy pulled his hand back. With his hands in his pockets, he stood among the corpses of his enemies. The loudspeaker announced that the 34th member had killed 248 monsters. The main character chuckled. The video of the test received almost 2 million views and 20,000 likes. Under the video there were many admiring comments from users who did not believe that this actually happened without the use of magic. More and more enthusiastic messages appeared on the phone screen. Kang Hyun frowned with displeasure. His fingers holding the phone trembled. He squeezed the phone so hard that the screen cracked. A handful of ashes fell from his hand. The noise coming from the office scared a man passing by. The disappointed guy left a lot of dents on the wall, thinking about how long his preparation took. Clenching his fist against the wall, the young man said that he went hunting time after time, trying to kill as many monsters as possible while the others rested, and was ready to be hit with a fatal blow. He worked hard to increase his rank, and at the same time I tried everything to gain fame. Clutching his head, Kang Hyun asked if this was considered fair and called the main character a crazy, impudent person, urging him to stop being a deceiver. A list of hunters from Korea was placed on the table. The main character, looking at a piece of paper, asked what it was. The girl sitting across from him on the couch replied that it was a list of guilds that wanted to meet with him. Alice handed over her business card and said that she was the head of the information department at the Korean Hunters Association. Hyunwoo looked at the business card in surprise. The girl congratulated him on his return after 12 years. She waved her hand and said that a lot had changed since the tower appeared, since now compensation was due for dungeons, labyrinths, and other dangers associated with monsters. Alice said that hunter guilds are interested in hiring the best members to overcome dangers together and receive huge rewards for this. The guy, leafing through the lists of guilds, thought only about his hunger and what he should eat today. The head of the information department called to him to look up from the lists, and noted that everything looked like the hunter was confused. The experienced player looked up, thinking about how to respond. Looking into the girl's eyes, he asked if she was telling all this only because it was the work of the association's information department. Alice smiled, declaring that she had come to see him on a personal matter. She placed a folder labeled Aries on the table and said that she wanted to personally meet with the experienced player who had excited the whole world and convey this to him. The folder contained a copy of the contract with the Aries Guild with data on the rights and responsibilities of a member of the association, which the main character immediately picked up. Alice asked him to first look at the first clause about payment. The guy read that immediately after successfully signing the contract, the participant will receive a lump sum payment. He was dumbfoundedly holding the contract in his hands, trying to count the number of zeros in the payment amount. The girl closed her eyes and asked how he liked this proposal. The young man looked up from the folder, asking whether the one-time payment for signing the contract was really 10 billion won. Alice closed her eyes and asked again if he agreed to sign the contract. Looking at her questioningly, the main character asked for forgiveness. Tensely holding a folder in his hands, Hyunwoo asked if the Korean currency had fallen in value and if the same thing had happened to it as with dollars in Zimbabwe. The manager replied that because of the monsters, prices had changed a little. She tried to find something on her phone, explaining that there was no economic crisis, but land prices had risen noticeably. The girl handed over the phone, showing how the price of land had changed. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. He opened his mouth in shock when he saw that the price had increased by a whole billion. With sweat running down his tense face, Alice told him he shouldn't worry about high housing prices because he'd be paid 10 billion for the contract right away. The girl smiled, clarifying that it was possible to re-enter into an agreement with the Aries Guild after the contract expired and receive twice the amount indicated. The guy smiled in shock, calculating that then it would be 20 billion. The leader confirmed this and clarified that he would have to give the guild a certain part of the magic stones and loot from the labyrinth and dungeon. Smiling, she bowed her head and said that even in this situation he would get more. The young man grinned, asking if this was part of the work of the information department. Alice replied that she came to you on a personal matter because the hunters of the Ares Guild asked her to hand over the folder. Her gaze was absolutely calm. Knitting his eyebrows, the experienced player remembered that they were not allowed to sign contracts with hunters before they left the dorm. Clasping her hands, the girl asked him not to rush into making a decision if he was worried, but the hunter replied that he had already made a decision. Carelessly throwing the folder on the table, the main character said that from the very beginning he had not intended to join the guild, thereby causing misunderstanding on the part of the leader. Smirking, he added that he had no interest in joining any guild, despite the terms of the contract. Alice smiled nervously, saying that the guy scared her with his joke, but Hyunwoo replied that he was not joking. The girl widened her eyes in amazement. Knitting his eyebrows decisively, the young man repeated that he was not going to be a member of any guild. On the door of the room there was a sign with the name of the hunter, reflecting on the fact that the world works on the principle of give and take. Lying on the bed and putting his hands under the pillow, the guy decided that he was being offered 10 billion for a reason and that if he took it, he would, in any case, drown in things he didn't want to do. The floor was littered with empty bags of chips, candy bar packaging, and other snacks. Placing his head on a soft pillow, the experienced hero declared that he did not need all this because he wanted to live calmly without rushing anywhere. Suddenly his face became more tense, and the thought flashed through his mind that from now on he would only do what he wanted. When the main character was heading out of the office, Alice asked again if he was definitely not impressed by the opportunity to become hunters. Looking around, Hyunwoo replied that this is not so because, as people say, you can become a hunter alone without a guild. The girl frowned tensely, asking if we were talking about free hunters, and explaining that these were hunters who had already been in guilds and gained enough experience there, and an ordinary inexperienced hunter would not be able to explore the labyrinth alone. Throwing a confident look at her, the young man replied that he could do this without the guild. Standing up and putting her hand on his hip, the manager called him arrogant and said that in reality everything is not so simple. Before he left, Alice reminded him that he could call the number on the business card at any time if he suddenly changed his mind. The experienced player agreed and waved his hand without turning around. While in bed, the guy turned over on his back and thought that he was very sorry. Knitting his eyebrows together angrily, the protagonist was dissatisfied with the fact that he would have had the opportunity to leave the training area and sleep longer if he had learned about the existence of free hunters earlier. Closing his eyes, Hyunwoo couldn't think about it anymore because such thoughts made him angry and kept him from falling asleep. Taking into his hands the sheets of paper lying by the pillow, he, trying to escape boredom, decided to read the list of guilds wishing to meet with the hunter and thought that they were trying in vain. The guy mentally cursed the annoying guilds, but then he saw familiar names on the list, the names of the squad members who cleared the training tower for the first time. 5 days passed. On this day the hunters were released from the hostel. The sun illuminated the wooden building of the best Japanese restaurant in Mokdong. There were several sets of sushi and sauces on the table. The young man thought that he could not get used to ordinary life. Raising his hand in front of him, the main character asked if Seokwan, Soyeon, and Shihyun were really sitting in front of him. The trio sat at the table, turning their gaze to their old friend. Seokwan confirmed his words and asked how many more times he would need to ask this question. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Looking at the smiling Seokwan, he thought that his friend was his age, but now looks like a grown man. Remembering young Shihyun, the guy asked himself how an always crying high school student became such a handsome man. And imagining little Soyeon in his head, the young man remembered that she was very little and studied in high school. The experienced player pointed his finger at Shihyun and asked if it was really him. The young man reminded everyone present how his friend always cried before the battle with the 50th level boss. Shihyun jumped up from his seat, indignantly asking why he still remembered this. The girl's eyes lit up when her friend wanted to remind him of what happened when they met the spirit on the 14th floor. She threatened that she would not forgive him if he continued to talk about it. The main character believed that it was definitely Soyeon in front of him. Holding sushi chopsticks in his hands, Hyunwoo concluded that his friends had changed a lot and that this sushi was incredibly tasty. He did not understand how he could live without them for 12 whole years. Shihyun smiled and recalled how his friend sang a song every day about how he wanted sushi when they caught a merman on the 70th floor. The fish-like monster bared its teeth. Smiling contentedly, the guy grabbed him by the tail, swinging his sword. Soyeon said that after the victory, the main character borrowed a knife and prepared HWE. Cutting off the merman's tail, Seokwan laughed, remembering this story and how his friend beautifully cut the tail with a sword and then he went crazy. They continued to sit at the dining table. Seokwan said that even then they came to the idea that legends would be told about Hyunwoo outside the tower. The girl smiled, noting that according to the legends one would think that the guy lives well. Holding sushi and chopsticks, the young man asked what kind of legends they tell about him. Smiling, Soyeon stated that her friend was famous. Shihyun added that his passages of the tower were even shown on TV. A drop of sweat ran down the face of the experienced player. His gaze was very intense as he realized that he didn't know which of his concept games was shown on TV. His pupils trembled nervously. There were too many concept games. One day he defeated a boss and cleared a dungeon completely naked. Another time, the main character scared a group of hunters with his golem cosplay. His look seemed completely empty, but his comrade said that the most popular legends are the one where Hyunwoo cleared floors and caught bosses by dancing strangely, and the one where he destroyed the ceiling with his foot and jumped from the first floor to the 10th. Smiling smugly, the guy replied that in all cases it was him. Shihyun asked what else the training tower taught him. Hyunwoo began to perform unusual movements that looked like a dance, actively using his facial expressions. The monster with 2 axes was in a stupor, looking at the guy approaching him. It was clearing the tower while dancing. Shihyun looked at the hero in disbelief, and Soyeon opened her eyes wide in surprise. Hyunwoo brought the sushi to his mouth, about to take a bite. He began to chew his food, arching his eyebrows with pleasure. The guy smiled sweetly and closed his eyes, saying that he just wanted to try. He happily talked about how, suddenly, he would be able to get out of the tower by doing this. Hyunwoo held the sushi chopsticks in his hands, about to try something else, while the heroes sitting opposite him were amazed at his story. His eyebrows frowned. He brought the sticks closer to his face, remembering how he destroyed the ceiling up to the 10th floor. He was very sad and he jumped with all his might. Shihyun frowned displeasedly as he listened to his stories, and Soyeon smiled sweetly. Seokwon, who was sitting next to them, held chopsticks in his hands and smiled, saying that even during testing he thought that the hero had become a monster, but after hearing it in person, he was only convinced of it. Hyunwoo grimaced with displeasure and knitted his eyebrows, saying that if the heroes themselves tried to get stuck there, then they too would be able to cope with anything. The protagonist's eyes widened. He suddenly remembered that his follower had also already left. The girl asked in surprise who it was, looking at the guy with wide eyes. The hero plunged into memories, saying that he did not remember what group it was. He remembered how a young man was kneeling among the ruins of the city. Hyunwoo talked about how when he lived somewhere between the 50th and 60th floors for a while, there was one guy who fell behind the rest. He was trembling with horror, bowing before the hero. His clothes were torn, and abrasions were visible on his hands. The main character addressed him, saying that he felt his lost soul. The young man looked at Hyunwoo sitting on top of the column, wearing a robe and a mask in the form of a skull with horns and giant teeth. He thought it was a monster. The guy raised his head. His face was not visible in the shadow of the hood. The main character turned to him, asking if he wanted to survive. The guy frantically folded his hands in front of him on the ground. Clenching his hand into a fist and raising it in front of him, Hyunwoo shouted loudly, his eyes flashing, that he would now guide the young man. Remembering everything, the guy smiled, saying that at that time he was still toiling around with stupidity, saying that he was creating his own martial art and developed it, dedicating it to his students. Seokwon smiled, looking at the guy. He didn't expect this from him. Hyunwoo's eyebrows rose slightly. He was talking about what happens in manhwa or novels, that when the main character is imprisoned somewhere, the truth is revealed to him and this helps him escape, so he thought that he should try the same most. The girl laughed loudly, and Shihyun, grinning, looked away. Seokwon continued to look at the guy. The main character recalled how he trained a guy, forcing him to walk up the stairs without dropping a stone from his head, telling the trembling guy in the back that if he dropped it, he would become dead to the hero. The young man was trying to lift a heavy barbell, twice his size. The hero shouted to him that he needed to concentrate harder. He stood at a stone column, leaning on it. The hero, challenging the guy, mockingly said that he was not able to destroy even this pillar. He talked about focusing even more on his stomach to open his chakras, but all Hyunwoo could do was catch him when he ran away and scold him, so he feels guilty towards him. The hero recalled how he stood menacingly over the young man who had fallen to his knees and scolded him. The guy, frowning, said that his conscience was gnawing at him because of his unbearable character. He remembered what he was like, wearing this mask. He wondered if this was considered violence. His gaze darkened. He thought about how good it was that he was wearing a mask then, because under no circumstances should they meet. He turned to the heroes sitting at the table, who were listening to his stories, asking what had happened in the world in 12 years. Soyeon put her hand forward, starting to tell the guy something. There was a sign on the door with Hyunwoo's name on it. The hero was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, looking at the status window. The phrase that he had reached the limit was no longer next to his abilities. Now his muscle strength had the characteristic a ++, agility a +, physical strength a +, endurance S+, luck B, and there were dashes in the magic characteristic. The hero looked at this with interest, thinking that even the number 36, which was next to the age, disappeared. 24 remained in place. 12 years seemed to have evaporated. He smiled, saying that from now on he could earn enough and do whatever his heart desired until the day he died. The guy touched his finger to the notification that the loop had been broken, not understanding why it was still there. He pressed it. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. The window screen informed him that he had successfully completed the training tower. In order to move on to the next stage, he needed to at least clear 3 dungeons and kill their bosses. The hero repeated the last phrase questioningly. The dungeons that need to be completed were presented: Adoron Research Center, Forest Village, Visible Swamp. He was distracted by a knock on the door. The hero turned when he heard his name. He opened the door. The manager stood in front of him. Hyunwoo asked what happened, to which the man replied that someone wanted to see him. He raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes, saying that this person was from the Ares Guild. The guy raised his hand, asking them to tell them that he would not come, but the man, raising his eyebrows in confusion, told them that he would call the hero. He looked pitifully at the guy, saying that it was not about the guild, asking him to put himself into his position. Hyunwoo's brows furrowed as he thought that it seemed like they wouldn't continue to bother him unless he explained everything to them. The guy walked out of the doorway, closing the door. He said that he would meet with them once, asking where to go. The man said that they were waiting for him in the reception area on the first floor. There was a chandelier on the ceiling with a fan that cooled the room, and a TV hung on the wall. A man was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, asking if this was the same Hyunwoo. A large man was standing behind him. The main character sat opposite, with his hands folded on his knees. He reminded that he was not going to join the guild. The man handed him a business card, introducing himself as the head of the personnel department of the Ares Guild, Byung-ho. The hero picked up the business card. The man asked if he had thought of everything exactly. Hyunwoo looked up at him in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Byung-ho leaned his elbow on the back of the sofa, saying that if the hero does not join their guild, then he will not be able to develop properly. His eyebrows frowned. He looked at the guy from under his brows, smiling slyly. Hyunwoo's eyebrows furrowed and his gaze became more serious. Byung-ho, without hiding his smile, said that if he joined their guild, he would not have to overcome possible unnecessary difficulties. The main character, sitting opposite, turned to him. He arched his eyebrows, looking slyly at his interlocutor and, smiling, said displeasedly that the man had crawled here at such an hour to threaten him. The man behind Byung-ho immediately moved forward furiously, but the squad leader put his hand in front of him, telling him to calm down. His eyebrows arched pitifully. The man said that they only wanted to know the guy's final decision. He continued to say that their guild was Ares, but Hyunwoo's words interrupted him. Smiling, the hero said that he knows everything. This guild is a garbage dump, which uses more than half of the dungeons and abuses its power while calling itself a company. He recalled a conversation with friends sitting at the table. He asked about tickets to the dungeon. The hero turned to them incomprehensibly, asking if the dungeons were an amusement park. Shehan frowned and said that the Ares Guild owns 66% of the country's dungeons. Soyeon, her eyes wide open, said that they mostly captured D-rank dungeons for beginners and A-rank dungeons, which are good for farming. Even though this is foreign capital, they waste money left and right. Hyunwoo frowned as he heard that some newcomers gain experience, earn a living, and then buy expensive tickets from Ares and join them. They push you to choose one of the two. The large man hit with his strength. A bright flash illuminated the room. Byung-ho, who was sitting on the sofa with a smile behind the security guard who had broken the table, said that it would be better for the hero if he watched his language in the association, because there were their people there too. Sitting up straight, the man turned to the guy sitting opposite him, saying that he would have to take this proposal seriously. The hero watched them silently. The man's fist clenched tighter, and Byung-ho noticed that, apparently, the guy did not understand the current situation. The table flew next to Hyunwoo's face. He looked at it in surprise. Hitting the wall, he shattered into small pieces. The tall man with an intimidating smile turned out to be an A-rank hunter, which he received for basic skills. The man asked if the hero could defeat him. Hyunwoo smiled looking at him. He crossed his legs and lowered his head, saying that he knew they were trash. Byung-ho's eyebrows knitted together. The hunter frowned, showing a furious grin on his face. The hero took off the slipper from his foot, calling the man to him. He stood up from the sofa, raising his hand above his head with a slipper in his palm, saying that it was disgusting to hit people like them with your hands, so he was going to do it with the help of a slipper. The hunter gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. The tall man rushed towards him, raising his arm to strike. He furrowed his brows and shouted furiously that he would kill him. Hyunwoo squeezed the slipper in his hands. He smashed it into the man's face, causing a bright blue flash. The guy's gaze was serious. The man, rolling his eyes in pain, began to lose his balance. The hunter flew into the wall, breaking through it and thereby raising dust into the air. Byung-seo put his hand in front of him, shielding himself from the debris. He frowned, his mouth parted in surprise. The motionless body of a man was sticking out of the wall. The head of the department jumped up from his seat. Hyunwoo stood in front of him, putting one hand in his pocket and holding a slipper in the other. He turned to the man, saying that if only he would try to blurt out something. Memories popped up in the man's head. He saw the guy fight with giant monsters, then everyone was discussing the appearance of that very experienced player from the rumors. Byung-ho, thoughtful, raised his palm to his face. He realized that the hero was stronger than he thought. But nevertheless, he remained just a frog at the bottom of the well. Hyunwoo knitted his eyebrows and smiled. The man recalled how the hero casually threw a book with the inscription Aries on the table. He thought that even if now the guy thinks that he is the strongest, but what will happen if he sees real power? A bright flash illuminated the room. The muscles tensed on the hunter's body, showing bulging veins. The power and influence gathered by the Aries Guild should have forced him to kneel. The hunter, smiling broadly and sparkling his eyes, raised his hand with a spiked shield in order to attack. There was a furious grin on his face. Thinking about these images, Byung-ho realized that his expectations were not met. Looking at the man sticking out of the wall, he was once again convinced of this. He looked dumbfounded at Hyunwoo standing in front of him, not understanding when and how everything went wrong. The man's eyebrows frowned. He looked at the guy with caution, realizing that, even without knowing how to use magic, he would do such a thing. It was simply impossible. The hero, in one slipper, was approaching him. He moved forward with a calm step, causing the man to raise his fist. He asked if he knew what the guy hated most. Byung-seo backed away, but found the wall with his foot. He leaned his back against it, frantically holding on with his hands and looking in fear at the hero standing in front of him with a slipper in his hand. The man cried out loudly, eyebrows arching as the guy began to speak. Hyunwoo swung his slipper, which was already missing half of the previous blow, saying that what he hates most is when he is threatened. He glared down at the man, smiling slyly and calling him a fool. Swinging, he smiled and struck again, causing a bright flash. The city plunged into the darkness of the night sky. A conversation was heard from an apartment in a multi-story building in which the hero was asked the reason why he destroyed everything there, to which he replied that they were the first to start. Shihan came closer to Hyunwoo sitting on the sofa. He said displeasedly that the guy does not know when to stop because the people from Aries are very cruel. The hero, taking strawberries from the table, joyfully thought that they were very tasty. He asked what was so special about these people. Putting his hand in front of him, Shihan, knitting his eyebrows, said that no one touches them because they take terribly revenge. Hyunwoo continued to eat the strawberries and asked how they did it. The guy frowned, fixing a serious look on the hero. He said that these people might not allow him to join another guild, or they might capture him in the labyrinth and quietly. Trying to chew the berry, he asked what that meant. Shihan, presenting a bloody corpse on the ground, said that they were capable of murder because there were no witnesses in the labyrinth. Hyunwoo threw a strawberry, trying to catch it in his mouth, and said that the world had become cruel. The guy looking at this covered his eyes with his hand, saying that, judging by what he now saw, the hero had also become more cruel. The main character's eyes opened wider after the guy offered to join his guild. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he had already said that he didn't want to join any guild. Leaning his arms on the back of the sofa, Shihan asked if he wanted to live freely. The guy exhaled tiredly, bringing another strawberry to his mouth, saying that this idea would have to be put off for now. His friend, smiling slyly, asked what happened this time. Looking at him, Hyunwoo smiled, saying that some things had come up. He asked if the guy had heard of the Adoron Research Center. The hero's memory recalled the moments when he opened the status window. He thought that all these 12 years he was wondering why he alone could not get out. He recalled how he was greeted upon entering the training tower. He raised his eyebrows in thought. The hero thought that so much doubt and anger had accumulated in him. He did not understand who created this tower and why he was imprisoned there for 12 years. An image of a tower appeared in his memories. Hyunwoo thought that if he found out her secret and found her creators, he would do the same to them. Shihan furrowed his eyebrows, asking why he was asking this. The hero, smiling and looking at him, asked him if he really didn't know. The room with shelves was illuminated by the light of the moon. Adoron's research center is located in Uijeongbu, which is a C-rank dungeon. Shihan, speaking of hearing that this dungeon was suitable for developing beginners, imagined a giant creature with glowing eyes and weapons built into mechanical defenses. He, sitting next to the hero and crossing his legs, asked why he needed this. Hyunwoo continued to eat strawberries, saying that he needed to do something there. Shihan looked at him, saying that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to go there. Distracted from eating, the guy looked at him displeased, asking why that was. Looking at him with a calm gaze, the guy said that the Aries Guild appropriates dungeons for itself, and Adoron is one of them. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in surprise and frowned, crying out loudly, not understanding why they were doing this and where the government was looking. He raised his hands, indignant at why there was no law on partial monopoly. The guy sitting next to him calmly said that the government and politicians are not interested in hunters because it does not affect elections. Hyunwoo, looking at him, asked worriedly whether they even kill people in the dungeon. because this is a crime, but Shihyun raised his hand and closed his eyes, saying that many people went to the tower in order to become hunters. He turned his concentrated gaze to the hero, saying that the police do not investigate because it is dangerous there, but simply write off everything as an accident. The protagonist's eyebrows furrowed and he called it lawlessness. Hyunwoo introduced the guild building, saying that, from the outside, Ares is a new company with highly profitable shares that regularly pays taxes, and the affairs of hunters are a difficult topic to get into from the outside. The hero jumped up from his seat, hiding his hands in his pockets, thinking about what would happen if he got there secretly. The guy was surprised by his friend's words. Looking at him in shock, he said that people from the guild were guarding the entrance around the clock. The hero smiled slyly, looking at him, saying that he would get there in another way. Shihyun looked at him in surprise, asking if he was really going to do this. Without hiding his smile, the guy said that he was going to break through the entrance. A drop of sweat fell from his friend's face. He said that then the hero would definitely become their enemy. Hyunwoo looked up. He remembered what he had done with those people when he met, thinking that he had already become one. Important conversations were taking place in the Ares organization's skyscraper. At the meeting, it was stipulated that the restrictions of the Pado Guild turned out to be stronger than expected, and therefore the advance of the Ares Guild in China would have to be briefly delayed. The man sitting at the head of the table asked how long he thought this would delay them. The man standing by the map put his hand on his belt, saying that this would delay them for at least 5 months, to which he received a question about how things were going with Russia and Japan. Referring to the map, he explained that Russia would take at least 8 months, and Japan 7 months. Resting his head on his hand, the man smiled, saying that this was not bad. It was an S-rank hunter, Sunwoo, the head of the Korean branch of the guild. All the meeting participants listened carefully to his words that it didn't matter how much time it took, because the most important thing was that they had to do it before everyone else. He raised his hand, pointing out his index finger, saying that it was like when farming is dangerous. There is no need to run faster than the boss, you just need to be faster than the person running next to you. He waved his hand, saying that everyone had done a good job. The man standing by the map bowed. One of the people handed the papers to Sun. He asked what they were. Taking the documents in his hands, the man, frowning, began to study them. He was informed that this was the table of Henwoo's skills, which he asked for last time. He lowered his gaze in interest. He was told that based on the video from the training area, they created a table using the analytical technologies they presented this time and the skill analysis developed on the prototype. Footage of the hero's battle was captured. The people behind the monitors were paying attention but watching him. The table presented the hero's indicators. The most developed were muscles, agility and physical strength, but luck, magic and endurance were not pumped up at all. Sunwoo smirked, saying that the department had made a mistake. Byung-guk agreed with his words, saying that he himself had doubts, but based on the analysis, any mistake could only be within the first rank. He squeezed the piece of paper tighter. The hunter looked up at him, raised his eyebrows, and asked if he had been hired. Byung-wook frowned and started talking about what Chief Byung-ho was trying to do. He was interrupted by Sunwoo raising his hand and asking if he was hired, to which the answer was yes. The head of the branch smiled slyly, raising his eyebrows, saying that there was nothing wrong with this. It was even good that he was not hired. Byung-guk was surprised by this answer. Sunwoo looked at the photo in Hyunwoo's documents, saying that he knows that the man is not a fool, so there is no need to pretend. The man imagined how the hero dealt with monsters, saying that if they hired him, then the guild's affairs would become better. With such skills he could definitely develop well, sweeping away labyrinths and dungeons, while receiving a lot of support. Sunwoo tapped his finger on the paper, saying that it would be beneficial for them too. However, the man's eyebrows furrowed and he said displeasedly that this could become a threat to his position. He pointed his finger at Byung-guk standing next to him, saying that this is called a poisoned apple. It is delicious, but you will be poisoned if you eat it. Sunwoo put his hands behind his head, saying that if they accepted him, he would be poisoned. The man understood what the hunter was talking about. The head of the branch said that he would pass this on to the guys from the department, so the man needs to try. Byung-guk was standing at the exit when suddenly a girl ran up to him and loudly called out to him. He turned around, asking what happened. She leaned over, saying that things were bad. The man's eyebrows furrowed when the girl started talking about Adoran's research center. Sunlight fell on the rocks, revealing a view of Mount Jeongbasan, Uijeongbu. Words were heard about why it was impossible to go further. At the entrance to the C-rank dungeon Adoran Research Center, at the checkpoint of the Ares Guild, there were 2 men who did not allow a girl who did not have a ticket to pass further. A girl with long red hair and a bow behind her back appeared at the entrance. She raised her eyebrows pitifully, saying that she had nowhere else to hunt. One of the men came closer to her and, raising his eyebrows, said that then she should go into the labyrinth. There you can catch low-level monsters and it's free. but the partner standing behind him frowned rather, saying that she would die. The man leaned closer to her, saying that if she wants to live in peace without money and skills, then this will not work. The girl looked at him upset, asking him to show him at least once. His eyebrows knitted together, saying that Appa was a bit of a principled person. He bent over the girl, saying that at the sight of her his heart weakened. The girl put her hand in front of her, narrowing her eyes with displeasure. The man grabbed her hand, saying that he would let her through if she gave him her number. The girl nervously backed away. Hyunwoo watched this. The man looked displeased at the arriving guy. The girl also turned around. The main character stood in front of them, dressed in a tracksuit and sneakers. The guard cried out in displeasure, calling the hero an uncle. He told him that there was no toilet here and he could do his business in the forest. Hyunwoo tilted his head in surprise, saying that he didn't need the toilet. He came to the dungeon. The man's eyebrows furrowed further. He said that this is not a place for games, this is a dungeon and there are monsters there. The hero approached them, saying that he knew this very well. Lowering his head, he said that he needed to do something here. Why didn't the man understand him? The guy looked up, arching his eyebrows and smiling. He called him a fool. The protagonist approached the man with a spear near whom the girl was standing. With disgust on his face, the brown-haired man said that the main character was definitely a sick idiot and asked what he was doing here. Hyunwoo, looking emotionlessly into his eyes, ignored his words. He bent the front of his body and took off his slipper, raising black and white shoes above his head. The protagonist stated that they do not understand in a good way. Several men looked at him blankly. The main character, with a smile on his face, putting his slipper forward, called the man to him. Veins appeared on the man's face from anger. He stated that the protagonist is really sick. His next sentence was interrupted. A stream of blue light emanating from the protagonist's hand struck the body of the attacking man. Without having time to react, the man flew into the air. The second guy turned towards the place where the man fell. The man was slammed into iron bars. Looking at the smoke from the attack, the guy felt the main character behind him. He turned in fear towards the main character. The protagonist stated that he needed to calculate the force. He approached the guy, who lowered his head slightly in fear. The protagonist, looking at him, told the guy to give him his shoes. Looking at Hyunwoo incomprehensibly, he, stuttering slightly, asked what he meant. Making a crazy face, the protagonist asked if the guy wanted him to do to him what he did to that man. The guy scaredly asked the main character not to do this. Looking at his new gray shoes, Hyunwoo stated that they were quite good. Moving his legs chaotically, the main character said that although they look like a piece of iron, they are very light. Tears started running down the upset guy's eyes. He thought about grabbing them for 5 million won and casting a lightweight spell on them. Looking at the guy in only white socks, the protagonist said that he was not such a bad person. Throwing 2 of his slippers, one of which was torn in half, he said that the guy could take them. A brown-haired guy walked up to them with his head down. The red-haired girl with the bow, having assessed the situation, said that she would already go. The guy lowered his head in frustration and looked at the black and white slippers. Seongnidong, Seoul Guild Headquarters. An image of several skyscrapers appeared, one of which had the name of the guild on it. Soyeon angrily asked the guy in front of her about how he could just send him there. Walking forward and holding 2 cups of tea in his hands, Shin stated that he did not send it, but he himself took it and went. The blue-haired girl emotionally asked what they should do now. Covering his eyes, guild leader Sol declared that his eardrums would burst from her scream. Looking at him, guild leader Aaron asked if he thought she would calm down so easily. The guy asked why the girl was so angry. He also asked if Hyunwoo is her boyfriend. With a little anger on her face, the girl shouted that that was not the case. The problem is the Crazy Aries Guild. Turning towards the blue-haired girl, the guy stated that he could not do anything because he stubbornly told him not to worry. Shihyun asked if she thought Hyun-na could be stopped. She silently looked forward with regret. The guy said that she herself was not sure about this. The girl, without saying anything, lowered her head. The purple-haired girl, eyes wide, stated that he had now become an enemy of their guild anyway. The guy replied that judging by what he said, it is so. Raising his cup of tea, he stated that he himself did not know the details. Guild leader Sol thought that when he is calm, he does not create any problems. 4 people stood near a cliff in a cave. The man looked at the guy in white armor standing in front of him. Clenching his fist, he mentally stated that when he was at enmity with someone, his terrible character was fully revealed. The guy narrowed his eyes. He mentally stated that this was taking its toll on his enemy. Shihyun and Soyeon turned in different directions. The guy mentally said that he understands why he is like this. The protagonist walked through a dark building. Stopping, he looked down. Guild leader Sol stated that he thought they really shouldn't worry. The main character looked at his new silver shoes. The guy said again that they really shouldn't worry about him. Hyunwoo, raising his feet one by one, inspected his shoes. Shihyun stated that if what he said is true, the protagonist continued to inspect his sparkling shoe. A smile appeared on his face. After a short pause, the girl asked what he meant. An image appeared of a guy talking to a member of a famous guild. He stated that yesterday they had a conversation with the Aries Guild. They talked about completely different things. Then Hyunwoo spoke about his abilities. The purple-haired guy looked at the girl seriously. He continued to look at her and quietly said something to her. The shocked blue-haired girl asked if it was true. In a dark laboratory with a lot of equipment, an eerie laugh was heard. The orange monster with glasses asked where his study material was. He noted that without it he would not be able to continue his research. Raising the scalpel upward, the boss with burning eyes declared that he needed more samples, more material. It was a C-rank dungeon boss, Adoron Research Center, Adoron. He opened his mouth wide, containing a dozen sharp fangs. A man, whose entire face except his eyes was shrouded in an iron helmet, peeking around the corner declared that the boss was appearing here. A girl in a dark mask, hiding behind him, noted that it seems to be true that Ares does not touch Adoron because he does not bring money. The blue-haired guy with the spear asked what they should do if they needed to catch him. Putting the weapons on the ground, the man asked the girl if they could do it. Continuing to squat, the blue-haired guy said that they even paid a bribe to come here, so they need to catch him anyway. The girl, lowering her gaze, asked if their skills were good enough, because usually only guilds are engaged in catching bosses. The armored man, looking forward seriously, stated that before coming here, he saw that Adoron had strong defense but weak attack. So if they take their time a little, they can do it. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl wondered if they could really do this. The command to start sounded. The 3 team members got into fighting stances with various weapons in their hands. The squad leader stated that they would catch the boss and improve their fighting skills. The guy in the iron helmet, peeking around the corner, noted that if it was dangerous, they would immediately retreat. Before he could finish his sentence, he drew attention to the protagonist standing 10 meters away from them. The girl, looking forward in surprise, asked who it was. The second team member replied that he most likely was not a hunter. The main character, with both hands in his pockets, looked coldly at the huge monster in front of him. Looking at his face, the monster boss laughed lightly and happily announced that new material had arrived. Laughing madly, the monster with a capsule of green liquid instead of a right hand asked where he should start. Adoron listed Hyunwoo's body parts with anticipation: eyes, heart, spine. The monster boss asked what the protagonist wanted him to start with. 12 years ago we learned about what little Manhwa had to experience. Borem Orphanage. An image of an institution sign on a brick pole appeared. The man, looking at the little protagonist, told him not to be nervous and not to show that he was an orphan. With a small smile, the unknown man added that he should listen to the teachers. Looking into the boy's indifferent, dark red eyes, he told him not to say anything unnecessary. Finally, the man wished him good luck. The little protagonist silently looked towards the departing white car. His parents died in a car accident, and his cousin took away his inheritance and sent him to an orphanage. At that moment, he became disappointed in people. He continued to watch the car drive away. Usually, the protagonist is normal, but when someone tries to manipulate him or becomes his enemy, the protagonist looked ahead coldly. He unleashes the remnants of his problematic character without limiting himself to one opponent. Smiling inappropriately, Adoron leaned an object against his left hand. He asked again where he should start. Light emanated from the object that touched the end of the balcony with the liquid. He again madly began listing the main character's body parts. He noted that in any case he would give it a good feel. Calmly looking at the monster, the protagonist told him to stop. Opening his mouth and sticking out his long tongue, the monster boss continued to chuckle. His next sentence was interrupted. The main character began attacking with knives towards the light. The 3 team members, not daring to move closer, looked at the battle in shock. The main character began to walk forward. The upper body of the huge monster behind Hyunwoo was destroyed in an instant. The protagonist said that he shouldn't have flashed the knives. The eyes of the 2 men and the girl showed sincere surprise. The main character raised his finger to the information window, which showed information about the loop breaking. It also said that in order to move to the next stage, he needed to clear 3 dungeons and kill their bosses. Clicking on the system window, Hyunwoo stated that 1 dungeon had already been completed. The next dungeon is Forest Village. The body of the monster boss behind the protagonist began to slowly disappear. The girl asked who this man was. Pointing her finger at him, she asked if he wasn't trending first in HUNTRKILL. The guy claimed that he was an experienced player. Coming out from behind the stone wall and looking at the protagonist, the girl, after analyzing his appearance, stated that both the suit and hairstyle matched. She said she didn't expect to see him in person. Basement, 5th floor of the Aries Guild. Administrative Department. The brown-haired guy turned towards the approaching man. He asked with a grin what reason he came here for. It was Jeongmyeon, the head of the administrative department of the Aries Korean branch. Binuk, holding out a folder with documents, stated that the head said that he would personally tell him, but apparently he had not heard yet. Chongmyeon stated that he had heard, but had not yet received the information. Reading the information in the document, the head of the administrative department was surprised by the 2 rank skills. He asked how a newcomer who had just left the tower had such characteristics. The man clarified whether this information was accurate. He looked at the document, which contained several photographs of the main character, as well as 2 rank abilities and 1 B+ rank. The rest were listed as unknown. Bangkok said that this is not 100% data because it is only a temporary analysis. With a surprised smile, looking at the supposed stats of the protagonist, Jeongnyeon stated that even so, he is strong. He noted that if he has such skills, then he must be a monster. Closing the dark folder, the head of the administrative department asked if it would be okay if they killed him. The dark-haired man stated that the head said just to harm him. Looking at the guy seriously and slightly indifferently, Banuk stated that if he did this, then he would not have any problems in any case. Smirking evilly, Jeongnyeon asked if the man wanted this. He also stated that the protagonist, from what he heard, brazenly entered their dungeon without permission, and because of him, their hunters guarding the dungeon died. The man said that he already knew everything. Jeongnyeon, looking down, stated that their reputation might suffer because of this. Looking ahead seriously, the dark-haired man agreed with his statement. Making a slightly mad expression on his face, the head of the administrative department of the Korean branch of Ares said that if he had such skills, then it would be difficult for them to harm him. In a fit of thought, throwing a folder with documents in his hands, the guy said that it would be good if the head did not interfere with them, and they would quietly cope with this because he already had a lot of worries due to promotion in China. Moving towards the elevator, the Banuk asked about the fact that they allocate personnel there as well. Putting his hand in his pocket, Jeongnyeon said yes and clarified that they were using the Pedo Guild for this. This is a new Chinese guild. The silhouettes of 3 guys and 2 girls stood under a neon sign with the name of their guild. This guild was only created 2 years ago and has already consumed 52% of China's dungeons. Although the head of the guild left the tower only 4 years ago, she made a monster out of her. Several classical Chinese houses stood under the red sunset. Absolutely all of her followers have incredibly high skills. A dozen members of the Chinese guild stood in the same pose, standing in front of a luxurious chair towering above them. But what is most surprising is that the guild leader was ranked 5th among S-rank hunters worldwide. Streams of white smoke rose upward. The identity of the head of the guild still remains anonymous. On the back of the long-haired girl, wrapped in a dark robe, was a tattoo of a skull. Approaching Banuk, Jeongnyeon told him not to worry about him. Since they are enemies of this guild, they cannot waste their resources just to harm him. He confirmed that they would send a special specialist and do it carefully. Shiken pointed the phone camera at the surprised protagonist. Leaning over and starting to poke at the phone, the main character declared that the endless progress of the world had really gone beyond all limits. While drinking tea, the guy asked if it was so good that Hyunwoo was so delighted. Picking up the phone, the protagonist told the guy to smile. Guild leader Sol asked why he was taking photos of him. Looking at Shiken's photo, the protagonist noted the surprisingly good quality. Continuing to browse the smartphone, the main character was surprised by the availability of games for him. Rubbing the back of his head, guild leader Sol mentally noted that he bought him a phone to keep him in touch, but he had been stuck on it for 3 hours already. Leaning closer to the guy, Shihan said something about the dungeon, Forest Village, that he was talking about belongs to their guild, Sol. The protagonist, not interested in the conversation, confirmed. Shihan stated that the boss probably wouldn't be there. The main character was enthusiastically playing the game on his new phone. His face changed dramatically. Turning towards the guy, he clarified why the boss wouldn't be there. The Seoul guild leader claimed that he was caught a few weeks ago. The protagonist impulsively asked what this meant. The guy replied that it was a little different from what was in the tower. Shihan, introducing a blue boss that could respawn, stated that there were monsters appearing every day, both regular and boss. An image of a hunter appeared, destroying monsters with a sword. The guy added that the dungeons in their world are different, ordinary monsters appear again and again endlessly, and bosses, after being killed, need some time to recover. An image of a monster appears, telling the hunter that he is currently on vacation. The protagonist asked how long it would take. Shiken said that it all depends on the dungeon, but in the forest village it takes about a month. The protagonist raised his hands in shock and asked that he would really have to wait a month. Making a hand gesture, the Seoul guild leader said with a smile that he would not have to wait a month, because he was caught about 4 weeks ago, so in just 2 or 3 days, the recovery period in the forest village would end. Exhaling, the main character asked what about the visible swamp, which he also asked about. The guy replied that since it is under the control of the Ares guild, he knows nothing about it. Walking through the kitchen, Shihan noted that if you search hard enough, you can probably find information about him. Angrily spreading his hands, Hyunwoo declared that he wouldn't worry so much about just catching one monster. Guild leader Sol asked when his rank would be registered in the association. Lying down on the sofa, the protagonist asked what it was and clarified whether he really needed to do this. The guy said that it would be nice because he could cooperate with the association and receive equipment as well as money. The main character's eyes widened when he heard about the money. Rising from the couch, he asked that he could get money just for his rank. Shihan, putting on kitchen gloves, replied that not entirely true, and he needed to be tested every 2 to 3 months. As he started washing the dishes, the guy stated that B rank gets 130,000 won, A rank gets 250,000 won, and S rank gets the most. The leader of the Seoul Guild clarified that he received 700,000. The protagonist asked him in shock about the amount of his earnings. The multi-story buildings of the South Korean capital illuminated the cloudy night. He shouted that they needed to go now. Shihan stated that they are closed at this time. The main character said that, in that case, they would go tomorrow. A place to measure Hunter's abilities. A small multi-story white building stood in the center of the city. The protagonist, wearing his favorite black and white slippers, walked inside the building. He, walking along with Shihan, examined the room. The brown-haired man clasped his hands and reacted to the visitors. Sitting at a table with a laptop, he, looking at the main character, asked his name and asked if he had come to register. The protagonist introduced himself. Fingering his hands, the man asked in surprise if he was the same Hyunwoo who returned 12 years later. Looking at him, the protagonist confirmed his words. Continuing to move his fingers and look at the guy menacingly, the man thought that he was the same one about whom the people who came to register today asked a lot. The man recalled the situation when Kang Hyun ran up to his table and asked if Hyunwoo had come today. Continuing to evaluate him, the man came to the conclusion that he was, in any case, just a chick with nothing special about him. He mentally confirmed that rumors had spread about him only because he had passed the test with flying colors. The man, handing the guy a small object and pointing to the blue light cone, stated that he had checked the information about it and now he needed to take it. A stone shrouded in red shoots from a small eye. It was the Seeker's Eye. The man said that a hologram would appear next to the status window, which would show his rank. The main character took the Seeker's Eye from the man's hands. An information window appeared above the steel cone, which contained information about the measurement process. Keeping his hand on the laptop keyboard and looking at the protagonist, the man assumed that he would be a B rank. He thought that if he was so famous, then his rank would be somewhere around B+. His face showed genuine surprise when he saw the results of the analysis. The protagonist looked at the diagram with his stats. Turning to the man, he asked if that was all. His face showed confusion at the man's reaction. Opening his mouth wide, the brown-haired man screamed in surprise. Throughout all the offices of the large building for measuring the abilities of hunters, a surprised cry was heard about the impossibility of this. An image of news articles appeared, with articles about Hyunwoo being the main ones. The protagonist read comments from shocked people on forums. Looking at the phone, he read comments about how the employee who checked on him was completely blown away because he was screaming. Commentators speculated about the high-class heroes and the level of the protagonist. The protagonist stares blankly at the smartphone screen. Sitting in the car, the main character asked how they knew everything if the test had just passed. Shihan, driving the car, said that this was nothing special because he was currently a celebrity. Recalling the death of the monster boss, the guy said that because he went into the Ares dungeon and turned everything around there, various people would be closely watching him. Turning sharply towards Hyunwoo, Shihan stated that although the protagonist does not care about this, it is dangerous. Looking at the guy seriously, guild leader Sol said that the Ares guild had probably already collected all the information about him. And of course about today's inspection too, because they will not leave alone a person who enters their territory. The main character, not really listening to the guy's advice, was actively playing on the phone. Shihan advised him to be careful in the future because Ares really are dangerous people. Worried about the guy, the Seoul Guild leader, looking at him, asked if he was listening to him at all. Continuing to play, the main character laughed loudly. Angrily turning towards the road, Shihan asked what happened. Laughing, the protagonist held out the smartphone to the guy's face. Shihan thought that he definitely had 8th grader syndrome. Showing a colorful still from the game, Hyunwoo stated that it was a download from the game, and since yesterday it appears every time he completes a dungeon. He assessed the footage of the red-robed warrior taking his blade out of its sheath. Continuing to laugh, the main character stated that he had a stupid pose and a strange effect of the aura surrounding him. Continuing to look at the phone, the protagonist stated that hunters are truly versatile. Looking at the road, Shihan declared that this warrior was him. Moving his head away in confusion, the main character asked again. Turning to the guy with a serious face, the leader of the Seoul Guild repeated that he was on the screensaver. The phone fell out of the guy's hands. He, frozen in one position, awkwardly looked at the guy. The protagonist turned away and put his hand to his chin. Turning towards Shihan, he called out to him. The protagist, putting his fist to his head, asked if the guy was busy with anything at all. With a little anger on his face, the guy, continuing to drive the car, asked why he even got this idea. Leaning on his hand, the protagonist stated that Seokwan and Soyeon seemed like commas, but he seemed to have plenty of time. Closing his eyes and clenching his fist in anger, Shihan declared that he was the leader of the guild and could not help but be busy. He noted that even now he had difficulty finding time to spend with the main character. Hyunwoo listened to the guy with a small smile. Aries Guild Administration Office. At the end of the bright corridor stood a dark double door. Banuk looked down, experiencing a range of emotions on his face. Looking at the card with the protagonist's stats, he stated that all of his indicators corresponded to rank a Jeongyeon. Standing near the world map and folding his hands together, stated that he was a monster, and now it is clear why the head wants to deal with him. The dark-haired man, putting his hand to his mouth, continued to look at the protagonist's indicators. Chongmyeon, putting his hands in his pockets, asked what he was thinking about. The head of the administrative department of the Korean branch of Aries, smiling angrily, said that the man should not worry because they would remove him without any problems. Raising his head, he stated that he called Jeonggeon. Clenching his fist and raising his head in surprise, Banuk asked the guy if he meant that same S-rank hunter. Approaching the table, the brown-haired guy stated that he was the same as Henwoo. The black-haired man looked ahead blankly. An evil grin appeared on his face. The full moon illuminated the dense crowds of trees. The main character asked if there were any guards here. Shihan replied that this was his guild's dungeon. They came to a forest village. Looking at the clock on his phone, which showed 1 minute to 12 at night, the leader of the Soul Guild announced that the boss would appear now. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist with an anticipatory smile said that it was time for them to go. 3 members of their team walked along the path of the night forest. A guy in a red jacket, standing 10 meters away from them, was watching them. He instantly bared his teeth. Hyunwoo points and asks who it is. Smiling, the guy says that his name is Gammon. The person standing nearby claims that he is a follower and has come to collect additional items. Shihan calmly states that they can get money here if they catch the boss. The young man is amazed when he claims that it all depends on the situation and he can get about 20 to 35 million won and asks why they should spend so much. Seon looks back awkwardly. He turns away, claiming that no one walks around dressed like a youth. Additional items are reported to be used to craft weapons or equipment. Taking out his phone, Gammon offers to take a video of them. Hyunwoo looks at him questioningly. He just notices that he doesn't care and asks why he needs it. They look at their phone when it turns out they can make money from advertising and views on YouTube. The young man smiles, declaring that he agrees to share the profits 8-2. Young people are moving forward. Shihan hands something to the young man, telling him to take it. Looking at the paper, Hyunwoo asks what it is. Turning his head, the guy reports that the forest village is like a labyrinth, a little annoying to wander around. The young man looks at the paper with interest. A map of the area is displayed. He starts to get irritated. He immediately throws the paper away as he leaves. He approaches a large tree. He turns, calling his friends. Gammon, holding the phone, wonders what it is. Smiling, Hyunwoo tells him to film everything well. They look at him questioningly. Suddenly he clenches his hand into a fist, swinging. His hand is shrouded in magic. She beams and he has a determined face. Gammon closes his eyes from the blinding light. A glow shoots up the tree. The young people look dumbfounded at what is happening. A monster appears, looking at the young man. It opens its mouth, growling, when it reveals itself to be the boss of the forest village, a 2-headed ogre. Gammon is dumbfounded and realizes who it is. His hands shake as he is amazed by this man. He decides that he is simply perfect. Turning his head, the young man tells them to go. The question is whether he cleared the way to the boss at once. Gammon follows him admiringly, calling him a true expert player. The monster extends his hand towards the young man. He, in turn, pushes off the ground with his foot. He jumps when the creature swings at him. He smiles decisively. He lands on the monster, surprising it. He swings his leg, spreading magic. The monster falls, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Hyunwoo jumps on him, squatting down. Gammon continues filming, dumbfounded. The young man, smiling, stands on the defeated monster. The guy cries with admiration, declaring that this is incredible. He thinks it's very cool. A man is watching them from a tree. The office of the administrative department of the Aries Guild is depicted. Smirking, the man asks if his partner has checked everything. A satisfied Chongin appears. He sits with his feet on the table and reports that he looked at everything well. Smirking, he declares that the person they need is truly such a monster as they said about him. A young man is portrayed and it is reported that he has pure abilities without magic, only physical strength. This surprised Jeonggeon. He smiles, hastening to add one more thing. His face darkens as he talks about something Hyunwoo can't handle. It turns out that this is extremely easy to find out. The man looks away, grinning. The name of the guild is displayed, and it is announced that this guy will come to their dungeon tomorrow, called the Visible Swamp. Jeongin slams his hand on the table, happy about it. He tells the man to go there early and get ready. The entrance to the Visible Swamp is shown. Hyunwoo stands with his hands in his pockets. He looks away when the wind blows. He awkwardly wonders if it's because of the atmosphere, because he somehow has a bad feeling about it. Suddenly his phone starts vibrating in his pocket. He takes it out of his pocket. A question comes from Soyeon about whether he is going to the Visible Swamp today. She tells him not to forget their conversation yesterday. Closing his eyes, the young man sighs, asking why everyone is so worried about him. He puts his phone in his pocket as he begins to walk. His thought about Aries sounds. He smiles decisively. He states that he doesn't care. Soyeon is concerned about why Hyunwoo is going to the dungeon, which belongs to the Aries Guild. He looks at her questioningly. He smiles, reminding you that he said he had business there. The girl, raising the corners of her eyebrows, asks what exactly is the matter. The young man hesitates, saying that he will tell her when the time comes, and she believes that he is going there to annoy them. Smiling awkwardly, Hyunwoo replies that he's only going to annoy them a little. Soyeon looks back with concern. She closes her eyes, sighing. Looking at him sadly, she claims that she knows she doesn't need to worry. She remembers Shihun and what he said about the young man's abilities. A video of its passage is shown on YouTube. The girl folds her hands, thinking that she knows he is strong. Opening her eyes, she tells Hyunwoo to be sure to act quickly in order not to get caught by the Aries people. The Visible Swamp is depicted, and it is reported that it is in a ranked dungeon, and is quite good. There is a phrase about what will happen if a young man goes there on the day when the boss appears there. Aries men show up, and the girl believes they will conduct a raid there. Hyunwoo looks at her thoughtfully. Smiling, he thanks her and asks her not to worry. He said so, but something confuses Soyeon. The young man stands, silently smiling. The man, frowning, asks if he knows what he is doing now. He aggressively declares that he is becoming an enemy of the Aries Guild. The young man remembers Soyeon telling him not to get seen by the Aries people. Hyunwoo laughs, claiming that this is so exhausting for him. Standing confidently opposite the man, he asks if they still haven't changed their repertoire. He points at the man lying down, stating that they neglect everything every time. He believes that they are trying to beat him. Smirking, he says that when they have problems, they try to hide behind the guild's name. Extending his hand, he asks if they are all the same. This makes the man angry. He puts his sword forward, walking towards the young man. Suddenly magic sparkles. An entrance is visible, from which some smoke appears. Hyunwoo comes out from there. He just sighs, closing his eyes. His feet are dirty from the ground. He stops near the water. The monster's eye is shown. He watches the young man from the side. Suddenly it moves. He hits the ground with his paw. He's going to move forward. Hyunwoo looks up questioningly. A snarling creature appears before him. It turns out that this is the boss of the Visible Swamp, a mega alligator. The young man looks at him in surprise. He remembers Soyeon saying that his skin is tough and strong, plus there is a resistance spell, so it is very expensive, and so are his teeth. Hyunwoo smiles, looking up. Suddenly his smile widens. He jumps on the alligator. The beast opens its mouth, looking at him. Hyunwoo gleefully decides to quickly kill him and rip off all his skin. The alligator looks at him, dumbfounded. He flicks his tail. The young man lands on the ground. He ends up behind the alligator. He grabs him by the tail, asking where he is going. He laughs, offering to build him a giant carousel. The alligator looks at him nervously. Hyunwoo, as promised, arranges a giant carousel for him. He throws the beast into the air. The alligator lands on the ground with a crash. He is stunned silent, opening his eyes. Tears appear in his eyes. He hits the ground with his paw. Suddenly he looks at the young man angrily, and his eyes sparkle. This is observed by Jeongin as Hyunwoo asks the alligator if it wants to attack him. The man chuckles evilly. The beast approached the young man, opening its mouth. Hyunwoo just smiles at this, announcing the last round. He notices something. It turns out that his legs were chained. The alligator's mouth is right in front of him, and he is amazed. Jeongin just grins contentedly, claiming that he is a corpse. The young man rests his hand on the ground. He falls while dodging the alligator. The animal falls into the water. Hyunwoo breathes heavily with a dirty face. Suddenly he looks down. His legs are shown in chains and he wonders what they are. Holding these chains, Jeongin reveals that these are called magic chains. The young man turns his head in his direction. Smirking, the man claims that the chains fit Hyunwoo just right. Looking at him questioningly, the young man asks who he is. Jumping down, the man asks to be allowed to introduce himself. Smiling evilly, he reveals that he is a magnificent man whom Aries personally sent to him. Hyunwoo calmly wonders if he is the killer sent by Aries. Walking towards him, Jeongin states that he is a quick thinker. He laughs, noticing that the young man is quite strong. He remembers how he just circled the mega alligator and admits that it shocked him. He is also shown and reported to have killed a two-headed ogre with one blow. The phrase says that the man understands that Hyunwoo is very strong. He smirks, asking if he can be so calm while bound in chains. Looking at the chains, the young man wonders if he means them and what's wrong with them. Suddenly, he looks at his hands in surprise when he realizes that the chains are not breaking. His hands are tied, and it is reported that these are not simple chains, but magical ones. Throwing up his hands, the man states that he needs magic to get out of them. That's what it means, and it must be higher than his rank. A diagram is depicted, and the phrase is heard that Hyunwoo only recently left the tower and does not have magic, and the question of whether he now understands that he will not get out. The young man looks at Jeongin in amazement. Frowning, the man is indignant. It seems that Hyunwoo is starting to realize that he can't get out of this situation. Jeongin just clenches his jaw, looking at him. He trembles with anger when talking about those with whom he has to work. It turns out they are all the same. He states that they are pretending to be calm, but in reality they are racking their brains. A man is shown holding chains. He claims that they are trying to escape using primitive means. The young man just looks at him questioningly. This makes him even more angry. Suddenly Jeongin takes out his sword from behind his back. Swinging, he claims to have killed guys like Hyunwoo. The sword comes closer to the young man's face, which surprises him. He closes himself from a blow with his hands. Frowning, the man activates the deadly poison. He uses an explosion. A blinding light is visible. Smirking, Jeongin insults the young man. Suddenly he raises his head. A silhouette appears in the smoke. The man notices this, frowning. Hyunwoo sits calmly among the smoke. He looks at Jeongin questioningly. He asks what he did. The man looks at him in shock. He lowers his hands, thinking about his attack. He realizes that she didn't hurt him at all. He takes a step forward, wondering why this happened. He continues to take steps. Holding the chain in his hands, he rushes forward. Jeongin also holds a sword in his hands, rushing towards the young man. A fist appears in front of his face. It turns out that Hyunwoo hit him and he flies to the side. While covered in mud, the man coughs. The chains fall off the young man's feet. He approaches the trembling Jeongin. Smiling, he reveals that if he wanted to catch him, he had to tie his entire body. He claims that this is so that he will not be able to move at all. The man looks at him in fear and confusion. Standing opposite him, Hyunwoo notices that he was quite scared that he was normal. He smiles, closing his eyes, and reports that the chains suddenly weakened and could not do their job. Suddenly he looks up. The tree falls along with Jeongin. The young man holds it by the trunk. He picks it up as the man screams in surprise. He calmly tells him what if he came to kill someone. He reports that in this case he must be prepared for the fact that they could kill him too. The man looks at him in fear. An alligator is visible in the water. Tears appear in his eyes. Suddenly he notices something. He becomes somewhat scared. Suddenly a tree with a man falls on him. The main character watched with stunned attention the death of his enemy. Hyunwoo stood on the riverbank and watched a crocodile emerge from the water, chest up. The upside-down reptile stuck its tongue out of its mouth, emitting a faint growl as its relatives swam towards it. The brunette looked calm, keeping his hand in his pocket. Suddenly the guy turned towards the sound behind him, discovering a pop-up window of the system. The blue screen congratulated on the successful completion of the task to confirm abilities and update the status. Hyunwoo looked at the notification from the system with bewilderment, familiarizing himself with its contents. The action moves to the administrative center of the Aries Guild, to a bright corridor leading to the doors. The head of the organization sat at the beginning of the long table, asking his assistant if his subordinate Jeongin had really died. An employee in a formal suit lowered her head with a sad look, confirming the news. The girl sadly informed the boss that the tree in which the body of the deceased guild member was located had already gone deep into the swamp, but this was not the case when it was possible to check the corpse. The man closed his eyes tightly from unpleasant thoughts, deciding that his employee had been eaten by swamp monsters. After that, the guild leader smirked, glancing at the table. There was a file of the deceased Jeongin, who had 2 S-rank abilities. The man stopped at the chapter of achievements, counting as many as 7 from the former guild member. The head of the organization angrily slammed his fists on the table, outraged that the guy was killed by Hyunwoo. Lowering his head, the man began to chuckle madly. After that, he clenched his teeth angrily and furrowed his eyebrows, and veins popped out on his cheek. The guild leader, Aries, sat at the table in despair, clutching his head and cursing roughly while his assistant stood nearby, waiting. Night fell, and the windows of the houses and city lights began to light up. Hyunwoo stretched out on the long sofa in his apartment. With his hands on his stomach, the brunette looked intently at the ceiling. The main character frowned and tried to close his eyes. Suddenly, the guy looked dumbfounded and exploded, shouting about the status window. A large blue screen appeared in the air above Hyunwoo's head, which contained all the information about the guy. The very first thing in the status was the name of the main character along with his position. Below on the blue screen was a list of Hyunwoo's achievements with an explanation that the guy had the right to information. The brunette looked at this line in puzzlement, his eyes wide. Also on this list was an invitation valid for a temporary guard only for a certain period. Hyunwoo opened his mouth, looking questioningly at this text. Waving his raised hand in front of the screen, the main character concluded that something had changed and an abundance of data had appeared in his status window. Continuing to look at the pop-up screen, Hyunwoo wondered if he could find out information about the tower this way. However, the guy was perplexed, looking at the invitation from the system, and tried to understand what it meant. After checking the time on his phone, Hyunwoo, who was lounging on the sofa, read that the offer was valid until 12 o'clock. The main character sharply turned his gaze to the direction from which came the perplexed question: had the Hyung really come earlier today? The brunette's neighbor walked past the brunette lying on his stomach, asking if he had eaten dinner. Grabbing the armrest, Hyunwoo looked inspired and asked Cheyenne to stand still for a moment. Guild leader Sol cast a perplexed glance at his interlocutor, not understanding why he needed this. Looking up, the main character remembered receiving a new achievement that allows him to view information. The brunette began to look intently at Shihyun, frowning tensely. While the guy sat against the wall with a perplexed look, holding a bag in his hand, a system screen containing the right to information appeared above his head. Shihyun continued to stand in shock as a large status window appeared in the air in front of him, but everything except his name, gender, and age was hidden. The main character looked intently at his friend, frowning and opening his mouth in indignation. The achievements column contained an explanation about the impossibility of testing skills in accordance with a lower title. Shihyun watched in shock as his angry neighbor began to shout furiously, asking how he could use his useless ability. Guild leader Sol darkened as he repeated what he had heard. Taking the angry screams personally, Shihyun grabbed his chest and began to tremble while the panicked Hyunwoo extended his hand, furiously trying to calm his friend. The main character looked at the phone screen, and it was already 2 minutes to 12 o'clock. Hyunwoo sat at the table, looking at his mobile phone, which was resting on a box of tissues. The guy, with a concentrated look, concluded that although his new achievement was useless, something had definitely changed. He remembered the invitation from the system, coming to the conclusion that if he accepted it, he could get more information. The brunette sat on the sofa, thinking hard about the fact that he could find out something about the tower. On the black screen of the phone was the percentage number on the phone and the time, which showed exactly 12 o'clock. Hanging his head, Hyunwoo looked intently at his mobile phone. A moment later, he was greatly taken aback, finding himself in complete darkness. The brunette raised his head in bewilderment, finding himself on a chair in a light stone room. The main character looked up in shock, not understanding what kind of place he found himself in. Hanging his head slightly, Hyunwoo cast a questioning glance in front of him. Opposite him in the room there was a white table, behind which sat a blonde man in the rays of light. With her hands folded, the girl greeted the guest with a stony expression on her face. Looking straight at her interlocutor, she introduced herself as an assistant to a temporary guard named Av. Hyunwoo looked at the girl in bewilderment, asking her again. Av said that it was okay to call her that, because now they would see each other often. Then the brunette broke into a smile, taking this information for granted. The main character was glad that he had finally found a person who could explain everything to him. Hyunwoo clenched his fist, concluding that he would now know the reason why he had been imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Assistant Av looked attentively at the temporary guard without saying anything. The guy was sitting opposite on a chair, waiting for some explanation from the girl at the table. Hyunwoo gave her an expectant look in response, without saying anything. Av was very surprised when the brunette, raising his hand from his knee, asked in bewilderment if they were not going to explain anything to him. The blonde girl was confused, not understanding what the temporary guard was talking about. Then the enraged Hyunwoo jumped out of his chair, furiously asking if he had really been called to this place not to explain something. Bowing her head and looking down, the taken aback assistant Av said that she could answer him. The main character looked at his interlocutor in shock, asking whether this meant that he needed to ask a question. The brunette looked at Assistant Av in bewilderment when she confirmed his guess. Covered in sweat, Hyunwoo opened his mouth indignantly, trying to understand what was going on. Tucking his hair behind his ear, the main character with his eyes closed dissatisfiedly decided that he had asked. Raising a frowning glance at the girl, the brunette pressed the question of who imprisoned him in the training tower. Assistant Av was taken aback and raised her eyebrows in confusion when she heard this. The disheartened temporary guard stood in disbelief while the girl stated that this information was not available to a low rank. Perspiration appeared on Hyunwoo's face from intense shock and incomprehension. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character clarified whether in this case he should raise his rank in order to be able to find out, which the girl fully confirmed. The brunette frowned with displeasure, mentally swearing at the status window in this place. He was greatly annoyed by the fact that both of them used low rank as an argument for the incomplete functioning of the ability. Hyunwoo irritably asked if he could find out who imprisoned him in the training tower if he raised his level. With her hands folded on the surface of the table, Assistant Av again reported that this information was not available to a low rank. The guy fell silent, looking sideways at his interlocutor with displeasure. A chair on wheels stood in the middle of the room when the main character decided to clarify what the training tower was, but once again received an answer that this information was not available to low ranks. Standing over the table opposite Av's assistant, Hyunwoo asked why she was created, but this information was also inaccessible to him. The next thing the guy was interested in was the reason for the appearance of monsters, to which the girl again received an answer about the impossibility of obtaining this information due to her low rank, and this dialogue was repeated several more times. Suddenly, a powerful blow from a fist landed on Av's assistant's head, causing her to scream. The main character trembled and pointed at the girl with an angry look, indignantly asking if she was really mocking him. The stunned assistant held her painful head with both hands while Hyunwoo continued to vent his angry screams at her due to the inability to find out anything. The brunette, towering over the frightened Av, laughed evilly and clarified that they had not called him here for the sake of some nonsense. Continuing to hold her forehead, the assistant angrily slammed her free hand on the table, shouting that nothing could be done about the fact that she could not give answers to his questions. Then Hyunwoo began to twirl his hands and angrily tease Av, who covered herself and turned away from fear. Putting up her fist in defense, the blonde girl firmly stated that she could still share some information. The brunette grimaced with displeasure and crossed his arms over his chest when Assistant Av, clenching her fist, explained that the guard was supposed to protect. The angry guy with a menacing look again rose above his interlocutor, frightening her and asking what it gave him. Hyunwoo slumped, lowering his head and sighing heavily as the girl returned to normal. Closing his eyes, the disappointed temporary guard sadly concluded that Av could not give answers to the questions that interested him. After these words, the girl cast a piercing glance at her interlocutor. Raising her index finger, she said with a thoughtful look that she could tell what the guardian should do next. Hyunwoo chuckled nervously, not receiving the information he was interested in, to which Av shouted that she was going to share just that. Gesturing with her hands, the blonde assistant explained that at the moment the guy was a temporary guard, but if he took this position officially, he would be able to obtain any important data. The brunette with a puzzled face tried to comprehend what he had heard. While Hyunwoo stood with his hands in his pockets and asked what he should do, Ah rose from her chair and began to talk about what would happen in 5 days. The girl said that at this time a glacial crack would appear in the place where the main character lives. She explained that in the deepest part of the rift there will be a key that can raise the rank of the temporary guard. Continuing to explain, Av glanced at her interlocutor from under her brows. Hyunwoo looked inspired when the girl said that the guy would become a real guard if he could find the key. Returning back to the apartment, the main character stood at the panoramic window, admiring the opening view of the city at night. Looking at the buildings sparkling in the darkness, the brunette replayed his assistant's words in his head. Now Hyunwoo carefully examined the huge window of the system located in front of the wall, remembering the girl's phrase that he should increase his level. Reading the evidence column in the status window, the guy concluded that he could find out about everything by becoming a real guard. Frowning, Hyunwoo menacingly declared that he was deciding to go all the way. On one of the streets of the city there was an establishment specializing in steaks, and from there came a questioning cry outside about a glacial crevasse. 4 friends were sitting at the table, choosing dishes from me, and one of the guys looked at Manhwa menacingly. The brunette pressed the question in bewilderment, wanting to know what the glacial crack was. The leader of the Aaron Guild named Soyeon and the head of Goguryeo Seokwan next to her were taken aback, starting to look at each other in panic. The leader of the guild, Sol Shihyun, cast a worried look at his neighbor and, covered in sweat, struggled to answer something, after which he clarified why he was even asking this. Hyunwoo, not understanding anything, looked at his interlocutor with alarm. His neighbor frowned, deciding to explain. He stated that the glacial rift is a disaster where a deep, long rift appears in an area, with fierce red eyes shining from the darkness. The action moves to the office of the Ares Guild, the building of which towered above the city. An enraged Sunwoo stood in the office over a broken long table while smoke emanated from his fist, and 2 other men were on opposite sides. The guild leader opened his palm, asking with a frown what to do. Addressing one of his subordinates with his head down, Sunwoo spread his arms and began to shame him, reporting that Hyunwoo had killed Hyunwoo, who had been sent on a mission. The angry boss, smiling sarcastically, said that he did not blame the man for anything, because their opponent turned out to be very strong. The subordinate lowered his head, saying that he was very ashamed. Sunwoo then turned in the other direction, pointing his hand at Byung-wook and calling out to him. Guild leader Ares remained angrily, demanding that their enemy Manhwa be killed immediately once his weak point was discovered. The man pointed his finger at Byung-wook, stating with a frown that he would pay for everything, and the subordinate would need to find several people stronger than the one hired earlier. Sunwoo looked at the photo in Hyunwoo's file, wanting the guild members to bury the young man. The angry man gave Byanuck a menacing look, asking whether he understood his order. The obedient subordinate nodded his head, indicating that this was the case. Sitting down on the chair, Sonu sighed heavily and remembered something else. Closing his eyes, guild leader Ares demanded to organize Pedu. The man suggested that the mentioned guild was gathering an army-like unit in the area to oppose Ares. Byanuck nodded again obediently, expressing his readiness. While the two subordinates stood waiting with their heads bowed, Sunwoo grabbed his hair, cursing. The guild leader Ares, holding his head, tiredly repeating that everything was under his control. Opening his eyes slightly, Sonu bared his teeth menacingly. The action moves to a steakhouse in daylight. The main character was illuminated by a bright glow while he was looking at something with complete delight. Hyunwoo, with an admiring look, stretched his hands towards the gold ring with the stone, asking if it was really worth 2 billion. A member of the Soul Guild, holding the artifact, joyfully announced that the interlocutor could get the same if he went into the labyrinth. Looking at the sparkling decorations up close, Hyunwoo asked what the difference was between a labyrinth and a dungeon, to which the man replied that there were different artifacts in these places. The blue-haired girl enthusiastically explained to the new guild member that the ring was also considered an artifact. Leader Shahan said that there are special resources in dungeons, such as magic stones and ingredients from monsters. Pointing to the sparkling ring, the guy explained that in the labyrinths you can get artifacts from the treasury, which will initially have good abilities. A guild member with brown hair said with a smile that this decoration was enchanted. Hyunwoo continued to look at the artifact with curiosity when he was right that the ability was similar to those in the games. Pulling the ring to his face, the main character responded admiringly that enchanted objects are better than ordinary ones. As the fingers gripped the artifact, the gem within it emitted a bright glow. A notification from the system appeared containing information about Edamel's ring. Hyunwoo froze in bewilderment, realizing that he could see data about the item. The ring sparkled dazzlingly while the guy activated the right to information ability. When the blue status window appeared, all important information was hidden again due to not being a high enough rank. Then the main character began to laugh in a fit of rage, concluding that his new ability was absolutely useless. Closing his eyes, he painfully decided that he had to go into the labyrinth when he was done with all this. When Hyunwoo extended his hand to his interlocutor's exposed palm to give the ring, he again joyfully confirmed that it was worth 2 billion. After that, the guy furiously opened the menu on the table. Poking at the dishes, Hyunwoo enthusiastically asked for 1 serving of each item. All 3 friends turned to the main character with shock, deciding that he was not able to eat the entire menu, but he stated the opposite. Then the owner of the ring broke into a smile, allowing the new guild member to eat without embarrassment. Suddenly the brunette froze, remembering something important while Shahyun looked at him questioningly. After thinking, the main character asked the company if they had heard anything about the glacial crack. The guys, hearing the question, stared at Henwa with surprised faces, asking him again. The cafe had a round chandelier hanging from the ceiling, and the openings were trimmed with wood. There were many different dishes on the table, among which delicious steaks stood out. Picking up the cut piece of meat with a knife and fork, Hyunwoo clarified whether it really suddenly appears in the ground and monsters come out of it non-stop. Picking up the cutlery, the blue-haired girl with a thoughtful look added that China and Germany, where the glacial cracks appeared, are called the gates of hell. Taking a bite of steak, the main character chuckled thoughtfully. The brunette closed his eyes and began to remember the words of Assistant Av, deciding that for her this was some kind of trifle. All 3 of them looked at Henwa in shock when he asked what would happen if the ice crack appeared in their country. Shahyun thought silently, and the blue-haired girl looked down in bewilderment. The fair-haired guild member lowered his head, clutching his chin. After a moment of silence, the leader, raising his mug to his mouth, explained that even if the crack was of the lowest rank and could not be stopped, everything around would be destroyed. The guy and girl reported that all guilds would unite to prevent a disaster, except for the Ares organization, which would come to the weakest people and take all the glory for itself. Sticking his fork into the steak, the brunette rudely swore at the dishonest organization of his rivals. Continuing to tinker with the fried meat, the main character fell silent. Raising his head to his teammates, Hyunwoo asked them with a worried look to eat and rest during these 4 days. When the trio again turned their indignant glances at the brunette, he declared that they would soon find out everything themselves. The action moves to an international airport, over the building of which a plane was flying. Some of the people turned around in panic, opening their mouths. The arriving people with suitcases felt as if the earth was shaking and decided that an earthquake had begun. The airport building was shaking violently from tectonic processes. At one point, a small crack began to creep along the asphalt. A moment later it opened up, forming a deep, long rift. People at the airport began to scream in panic. The action is transferred to a gloomy building with arches and torches on the walls, along which a man dressed in a dark robe walked. A subordinate approached a round table with a pattern, standing in the twilight, while someone was already sitting there. A man dressed in a strange suit bowed respectfully and announced that the 9th level had come to its senses. A man sitting at the table from the darkness asked if he had really awakened, to which a negative answer followed. The uniformed subordinate bowed, suggesting that the 9th level would definitely be ready soon. The man in armor, emitting a purple glow, concluded that this was not bad. An image of Hyunwoo appeared with a puzzled face. With his eyes sparkling in the darkness, the mysterious warrior in armor with a thoughtful look wondered what the brunette was capable of. Meanwhile, the airport building continued to shake more and more. The people inside collapsed in horror on the tiled floor and screamed in fear. A helicopter flew high in the air while breaking news was broadcast. The appearance of a glacial crack has been reported, and therefore an emergency evacuation of citizens is being carried out from collapsing houses in the area of Kimpo Airport. The airport itself, which suffered the most, was temporarily closed, and now there are hunters from the association in it. But monsters continue to crawl out of the crack, but from the helicopter one could see that the situation is only getting worse. Signs appeared warning of disturbances at airline parking lots. Armed hunters battled furious beast-like monsters in a parking lot as cars burned in the background. The young guy, tightly gripping the hilt of the blade, trembled and hiccuped with fear. The goblins, ogres, and monster beasts grinned wickedly as they prepared to attack the humans. The crowd of monsters was confronted by 4 armed hunters, waving their swords. The young man screamed in horror, covered in cold sweat. Another hunter extended his hand to him, asking him not to be afraid. After that, the man released a blue ball from his palm, activating the oppression skill. The beast-like monster furiously tried to resist while the tentacles squeezed it. While the monster could not move, the hunter flew by, cutting off its head with his sword. After that, the jock, sliding his legs back, began to slow down. While the fight was in full swing, the frightened young hunter thanked the leader who approached him. The man stood up with a menacing look, grinning angrily and holding out his blade in front of him. Waving his sword, the guild leader tried to hold off the crowd of monsters and cursed. The man looked at the opponents with concern, asking when reinforcements would arrive. The head of the guild began to fight the approaching monsters with a furious cry, stabbing them with a blade and realizing that things were bad. The jock was swinging his blade, striking, and there were bright traces of the blade in the air. The head of the guild tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, holding the weapon in front of him and becoming covered in sweat. The man glanced sideways with displeasure, concluding that no matter how much you kill the monsters, they continue to appear at the airport non-stop. While the ferocious monsters came out in droves, the hunter was pondering what to do with the place where the crack appeared. The guild leader, gritting his teeth from tension, turned around sharply when a loud scream was heard behind him. The man looked up in shock and ducked down. While the huge bone leg walked along the ground, everyone screamed and asked in panic what it was. A giant skeleton with 4 pairs of spider limbs on its back approached the hunters, its eyes glaring fiercely. The men holding their weapons trembled in fear at the sight of the rank monster. The bald hunter drooped, looking down and concluding that they would not be able to fight such a powerful creature. The guild leader furrowed his brows as he carefully watched the approaching skeleton. The giant bony monster swung his club with a creepy look. At this moment, one of the hunters screamed furiously, demanding that everyone else run away. The leader himself, covering himself with a shield, rushed to attack the huge skeleton. The man grinned angrily, watching a huge club flying at him. The monster's weapon hit the shield, creating sparks from the impact. After a powerful attack from the skeleton, the hunter flew far back, falling on his back. The guild leader, watching what was happening, shouted in panic due to worry for the team member. Hachan slammed into the car behind him with all his might. The hunter, raising his head, let out a cry of pain. The skeleton walked along the asphalt, raising sparks with its bony foot. The giant monster was approaching the crippled Hachan, who was leaning on the car, swinging his club. The skeleton raised a bony hand with a wooden weapon, raising it to strike. The head of the guild ran to his teammate in a panic, loudly asking him to wake up. The club was already near Hachan, who was sitting by the car, passed out, while the man yelled at him to get up. The head of the guild opened his mouth in shock, very worried for the guy's life. Suddenly, Hyunwoo appeared in front of the skeleton with a calm look in a tracksuit, which prevented the monster from attacking and broke his skull. The fragments of the monster's bones rose into the air in large pieces. The head of the guild watched what was happening in bewilderment, in shock. The main character braked with his slippers on the ground, creating sparks under his feet. The other hunters, noticing the distinctive features of the famous hero, froze in shock. The shaggy, dark-haired guy was turned away from the spectators of the battle, and his face was not yet visible. One of the hunters screamed furiously, realizing who had come to their aid. People recognized the focused and calm guy with his hands in his pockets as an experienced player, Hyunwoo. Smoke was rising above the airport building. He stood next to the remains of a skeleton lying on the ground. He looked thoughtfully at the defeated enemy. A system window appeared nearby. The system announced that he would have to test his abilities in the deepest place of the glacial crack, where the key was stored, and the countdown began. He looked at the notification in surprise, opened his mouth and asked if he should also go to the airport. He turned around and looked questioningly at the approaching man. The other hunters stood with their mouths open. They could not believe that the main character killed the skeleton with one blow because even experienced players could not do it. Sweat appeared on his face. He cast a wary sidelong glance at them, trying to understand what these people were doing. He smiled awkwardly and asked them what they were doing. Monsters appeared behind the hunters. Hyunwoo reminded them that the battle was ongoing. He watched the battle with a bored expression on his face. He smiled contentedly. In front of him, in clouds of smoke, hunters fought with monsters. Hyunwoo noted with pleasure that there were indeed a lot of monsters. He took a step forward because he wanted to help the hunters. He picked up the club that the skeleton monster was armed with. The hunters looked at him with displeasure because they did not understand what he was going to do. He was sweating a lot, watching the main character tensely. He could not understand how he managed to lift the skeleton's weapon. He jumped up, preparing to strike with his new weapon. He carefully watched what was happening with his mouth open in surprise. He grabbed the log with both hands. He swung the log and smiled wickedly. He threw the weapon at the enemy. The log fell into several pieces. When they hit the monsters, a flash appeared. With a growl, the werewolf baring his teeth rushed at him. A huge stone fell on him. The hunters continued to watch what was happening with their mouths open. He casually shook off the dust from his palms. A drop of sweat rolled down the leader's face as he watched Hyunwoo intently and was forced to recognize him as an experienced player. He smiled with relief and said that thanks to the main character, they would be able to hold out until help arrived. The smile became even wider. He looked at the main character with delight and ordered the team to gather around him. He watched in confusion as Hyunwoo ran away. He pressed his hand to his head, as if saluting, opened his mouth and said that the hunters would handle the rest themselves. He ran on. Hyunwoo disappeared from sight. The leader looked after him with incomprehension. His subordinate said sadly that he had left. There was a green flash. The leader who was fighting the monster turned to his squad, said that there was nothing to be done and ordered them to deal with the remaining monsters. He clenched his teeth and thought irritably that an experienced player had abandoned them at the most inopportune moment. The hunters continued to fight the monsters. He frowned, clenched his teeth in irritation, and said that he said to fight the remaining monsters. The sweaty dark-haired girl picked up his thought and said that there was no end to them. He looked at his subordinates in confusion, clenched his teeth in frustration and thought that they were all tired. Continuing to clutch his sword, he lowered his head, acknowledging that the number of monsters had long since outnumbered the number of humans. He closed his eyes and winced. He opened his mouth wide and shouted that they couldn't give up. If they wanted to live, they had to hold on a little longer. A snarling orc appeared behind him, raising his club to attack. A man pulled a sword from its sheath. He opened his mouth slightly and activated the cut. The orc's head was cut off. He turned around, his mouth open in surprise. He recognized someone and smiled. He sheathed his sword. The unexpected savior looked at him intently. It was Shiken. Other hunters appeared behind him. The fighters were glad that the Soul Guild had come to their aid. They looked at the guild members with delight. Several lightning flashes. People turned around and looked in bewilderment at the lightning flashes. Lightning attacked the goblin. He rose into the air. The monster's body fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Surrounded by black luminous balls, the girl displeasedly asked Shiken if he was calling this at the right time. Members of her guild stood behind Soyeon, and she mockingly asked the guy if he didn't see what was happening. The guy in the green sweatshirt looked at her with undisguised adoration. He opened his mouth wide and said that it was Soyeon and the Aaron Guild. The leader looked around in confusion, unable to believe that two strong guilds had come to their aid. Another man pointed at something and told everyone to look there. Knights in armor stood there, and Seokwan from the Goguryeo Guild arrived. He shuddered with relief and smiled slightly, realizing that they were all saved. He closed his eyes, repeating these words to himself. Put his hand to his forehead. She could not find Hyunwoo, who was asked to come early. He looked at the girl carefully and opened his mouth slightly. He pointed to the side and said that if she was talking about an experienced player, then he had entered the center of the crack. She laughed. Shiken, standing next to him, sighed and said that in any case they came quickly. Sparks flew from the shield. The inspired hunters gathered together and prepared to continue the fight. He frowned, opened his mouth wide and screamed, activating his acceleration. A magical field appeared next to his shield. He opened his mouth wide and let out a war cry. A shockwave separated from his shield and flew towards the monsters. The werewolf screamed in pain when he came into contact with the blue stream of power. He hit the enemy with his shield. A goblin brandishing a dagger rushed at Shiken. The scarlet flashes of his sword flashed. He tilted his head and looked expectantly at his opponent. He swung his sword, the blade leaving a fiery streak. She tossed the dark, shining ball into her palm. Soyeon was surrounded by ball lightning. Obeying her, lightning rushed towards the airport building. The monsters, attacked by electric discharges, screamed. The body of a monster lay on the ground. He stepped on his back. He hoped that the hunters outside would deal with the enemy. He tilted his head, thinking about what he had to do. There was a black crack running along the ground. Henmu had to go down. He stood among the corpses of the monster at the edge of the cliff, thinking about how he could do this. He looked in surprise at the path along which the monsters were climbing. He pressed his hand to his face and thought deeply about something. He shook his head and looked around. He smiled contentedly when he noticed something suitable. There was a car standing on the edge of the cliff. The main character thought about whether he should use it. With a wicked smile, he walked up to the car and tore off one door. Then he tore off the door on the other side. With a victorious smile, he squeezed the two doors in his hands. He ran forward. He jumped. Hyunwoo smiled insidiously, intending to clean up the place. A trail of monsters was dimly visible below. The goblin pointed upward and screamed. Something sparkled. The monsters watched what was happening with confusion. The silhouette of a man appeared in the clouds of dust. He put one door in front of him like a shield and, screaming, rushed to attack the monsters. They opened their mouths in surprise, looking at him questioningly. A bead of sweat rolled down his face and he smiled slightly, recognizing the monsters he had thrown off. He looked back and realized that he was at the bottom of the crack. Something caught his attention. Another monster was emerging from the rift. His eyes sparkled unkindly in the darkness. He opened his mouth and growled. There were glowing spikes on his head. The system window said that he was a climber, the Crimson Devil Archeer. He had a key on his belt. He tilted his head, grinned, remembered the system message and realized that he needed to get this key. He decided that the key was hanging on the devil's belt so that it would be easier for him to get it. He took a fighting stance and thought that he could easily cope with this test. He punched the monster in the face. He dodged his blow and bared his mouth. The main character's eyes widened in confusion. He struck again, knocking the monster down. Something flashed. The next moment, the main character himself flew back from the blow. He looked at the enemy in confusion. His mouth slightly open in surprise. He could not believe that the enemy hit him back. His eyes widened in fear as he noticed something else. Raising his hand to strike, the monster quickly rushed towards him. He turned his head, avoiding the blow. The monster's hand crashed into the walls. He smiled ominously. He kicked him in the head. The main character dealt him another blow. The monster hit the ground with force. He frowned, looked displeasedly at his opponent and growled. He sat down, pointed his finger at the main character and said something unintelligible. The main character looked at him intently. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Hyunwoo did not understand the monster's speech. He swung for the next blow, but the monster again pointed his finger at something. The main character thought that it was most likely some kind of nonsense. He jumped up, aiming his fist at his opponent's face. The monster's scarlet fingers curled around his fist, stopping the blow. His hand trembled from tension. He tried to overcome his opponent and cursed. Sparks flew from their hands in different directions. His eyes widened in surprise. His mouth parted. The monster extended his hand and was thrown back by a wave of force. He started to move. The main character was sitting on the ground, and the monster was running towards him. He winced in pain and groaned. He opened his eyes, saw the enemy running towards him and cursed. He stopped, a devious grin on his face. Hyunwoo thought that the enemy was stronger than he expected and different from the monsters from the tower. His own jacket caught his attention. He looked down, hesitant. He lowered his hand and touched his side, wondering if it was time to use it after a long time. He continued to look down. He stood up, resting his hands on his knees, and called out to the monster. He bared his teeth and growled. He pointed his finger at him and said he was finished. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked at him questioningly. Hyunwoo moved his leg to the side. He raised his hands, looking over his shoulder at his opponent. He took a fighting stance opposite the monster. He tilted his head, stared at it, and thought that he didn't want to use this technique again. He remembered the tower in which he was locked. He lay on the ground with his legs and arms outstretched. He looked up, thinking about the plot of the novel, in which the hero was able to free himself after creating his martial arts and realizing the truth. He continued to look up. There were dark circles under his eyes. He frowned at the sudden realization that this was the only way he could free himself. He rose to his feet, wishing he had realized this sooner. He ran, laughing like crazy at the thought that now he would definitely be able to get out. The monsters retreated in panic when he raised his hands with a laugh. Hyunwoo thought that at that moment he was stubbornly pursuing his goal. He took off his jacket. His eyes lit up. The main character remembered that he had tried all possible options and began to create his own martial art. He fought with the wooden mechanism, teeth clenched from tension. Hyunwoo thought that his knowledge of martial arts was limited to films and comics. He swung his leg, striking an invisible enemy. The limitations of his own knowledge then did not bother him at all. He clenched his hand into a fist and screamed, thinking that back then he only had hope that if he became a master, he would succeed. He lunged and laughed, then he used the fake moves that came to mind first. The monster watched as he swung his attack and activated the killing blow and right to kill technique. He gritted his teeth as the guy's fist slammed into his chest. All of Hyunwoo's efforts were in vain. The monster swung his baton, sending the protagonist flying. He screamed and charged again. He sighed heavily, looking at the fist aimed at his face. The guy activated the technique of a magical ritual and instant killing. He froze in shock, the dark blood of the monster splashing onto his face. He looked in disbelief at the head that had separated from the body. He remembered another monster with a fiery mane and thought that he had improved his skills significantly by clearing the tower. He raised his fist in the air and shouted, thinking that the skills he had learned had helped him make his fake moves look real. He looked at his hand, thinking that he would not like to remember his dark past. He extended his arm forward and stood in a fighting pose. He looked intently at the enemy. The monster growled and rushed forward, but the main character did not move. He clenched his fist, preparing to strike. He indifferently watched the monster's hand rushing towards him. He reached out with his hand to the enemy's eyes. Archer opened his mouth in surprise. He suspected something was wrong when the guy clenched his fingers into a fist. Continuing to clench his fist, he activated a technique called the Defeated King. When he hit the monster, there was an explosion. Stones flew in different directions. The flash gradually faded. Smoke was coming from a large hole in the ground. He scratched the back of his head in confusion and decided that he had been careless. He turned around and was glad that no one was nearby, which means no one heard him shout the names of secret combat techniques. He lowered his hands to his waist and shook his head disapprovingly, thinking that it was better not to show awkward habits from the past. He clutched the chain with the key in his hand. He looked in surprise at the system window that appeared. It said that for defeating the enemy he would be awarded the rank of guard and that he would be summoned in 3 days. Hyunwoo tilted his head, looking at the system message, opened his mouth and was glad that he could now receive normal answers from the app. A red light came on at the top. He raised his head and looked at her in bewilderment. A drone flew overhead. There was a camera on board the drone. There was an image of Hyunwoo on the screen. He asked what it was. There were 4 people sitting at the table in the Aries Guild. Changmyeon looked displeasedly at his subordinates. Bayanuk and Alice looked at him worriedly. He looked at the screen again and displeasedly asked if this was rank of the woman. Sweating with excitement, tried to explain that this time she had not brought an analysis from the analytics department. There was a document on the table with information about Hyunwoo. It was the result of an official skill test from the association. He slammed his fist angrily on the document. He gritted his teeth in irritation, pointed his finger at the papers and asked if she really didn't understand from the video that the guy had skills above rank as she bowed her head and lowered her eyes guiltily. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists in anger and said that Hyunwoo managed to defeat the monster without magic or any objects, wearing an ordinary tracksuit. He looked again intently at the document. Jeonmyeon closed his eyes tiredly, thinking that the main character has incredible strength. He turned to Bayanuk, who was sitting next to him. He tilted his head slightly and asked if he had collected the material. He frowned and said he did everything he could. He smiled insidiously, thinking that there was something that could interfere with even such incredible power. He raised his hand and, still smiling, told his subordinates to begin acting as soon as they were ready. The blue sky was visible above the multi-story building of the Korea Hunters Association the next day. There were many journalists there. Camera flashes flashed. There were several people on stage. Paparazzi were filming the ceremony of awarding hunters for their achievements in stopping a glacial crevasse. Seoyeon looked at Hyunwoo with displeasure. Someone's hands were shaking, clutching the phone. He burst into tears looking at the screen. The award ceremony was broadcast over the phone. The chat was about Hyunwoo's appearance. The minister winced with displeasure from the bright flashes and stepped towards the main character. One of the users watching the broadcast online called him a daring A-rank newcomer. Another user asked if he didn't have an S rank. With a dissatisfied expression on his face, he opened the black box in front of him. The minister bowed his head and looked down. He looked at the hunter again, irritated. The guy dressed in a tracksuit watched him with a bored look. The other hunters looked at the minister in confusion when he said that he had to buy Hyunwoo some other clothes. He tilted his head and looked down, not knowing what to say. He smiled cheekily and asked him not to pay attention to his appearance. He looked at the guy irritably, unable to believe what he heard. People in the comments were delighted with his action. Trembling with irritation, he handed him the award. He closed the box, took the flowers and asked if he could leave already. He turned around and skipped towards the exit. The evil minister shouted after him, trying to stop him. He threw the bouquet over his shoulder, and a man from the stage asked where he was going. He frowned in irritation, opened his mouth wide and thought about what this guy was allowing himself to do. Soyeon smiled embarrassedly. Shihan looked unhappy. They were ashamed of their friend's behavior. Against the backdrop of the sunset sky, a traditional style building could be seen. It was the headquarters of the Pedo Guild, located in Beijing. A girl watched what was happening from the water in the pool. A tattoo of a skull was visible on her back from under her wet clothes. Water was running down her face. She watched the recording of the fight between Hyunwoo and Arkir. Her attention was drawn to the pose in which the guy stood. She looked at the screen with red eyes in fascination. He hit the monster. The girl thought that his appearance seemed familiar to her. She stood up abruptly, raising a fountain of spray. Blushing with excitement, she pointed at the screen and asked what the man's name was. A woman was kneeling by the pool. Without raising her head, she said that this was the hunter who had recently left the tower, Kim Hyunwoo. She continued to look at the screen in fascination and repeated his name. The guy on the screen raised his head up. Noticing the drone, the girl asked the servant to find out about it. The woman raised her head, looked at her and asked what she meant. Continuing to look at the screen, she said that she wanted to know everything about him, starting with the past. A man walked into the steamy bathroom. He sat down on one knee, folded his hands in a welcoming gesture and said that he had come to tell about the seizure of the YEN Guild. The woman seemed unconcerned as she continued to stare at the TV screen. The man bowed even more, saying that we managed to capture all the dungeons located in the south. This time the woman showed interest in his words. He said that during the conflict with Ares, one of their representatives was kidnapped. The woman again ignored his words and left the bathroom. The maid threw a golden robe over her, and at that moment the woman arrogantly declared that the representative was weak if he could be beaten by people like Ares. Her eyes sparkled evilly as she called that representative pathetic. She decided that if he could not return alive, then he had no place in her company. The man was forced to obey. She extended her graceful hand. Then she touched her hair, squeezing out the remaining water. Then, in one motion, she threw her long tail back. The woman turned to her subordinate and ordered to increase the speed of capturing guilds. She also ordered not to leave a single dungeon when seizing territories. She looked at the screen again and thought that this was all for the sake of her oath. Her cheeks turned a little pink. She touched the screen, which still showed Hyunwoo, and everything she did was for the sake of her promise. Soyeon exhaled tiredly and asked Hyunwoo if he knew that he was very popular. The guy was very surprised by this. Seokwan laughed mockingly, to which Shihyun said that it was not funny at all. Hyunwoo didn't understand their reaction. News broke that Hunter Kim Hyunwoo had been trying to get out of the training tower for 12 years and came out an experienced player. Other news headlines were quite flashy about Hyunwoo single-handedly stopping a glacier crevasse or about him being friends with the group leaders and being under their protection. The bar where the group was sitting was quiet, only the phrase was heard that he was so famous that all the headlines were only about him. Hyunwoo didn't understand why journalists were doing the same thing 12 years ago and now. Soyeon looked emotional and said that he couldn't just leave after receiving the award since the reporters had seen everything and they wouldn't keep quiet about it. Shihyun frowned, since Hyunwoo was also wearing sweatpants and striped sneakers. Only Seokwan thought it was funny. However, Hyunwoo was too arrogant, because he believed that he would not even meet these people again, so why worry about such things day after day, so he would live the way he wanted. Seokwan continued to laugh at his naivety, while Soyeon and Shihyun felt shame for their comrade's actions. Hyunwoo stood up from the table and said that he would come out for a minute. Shihyun immediately tensed up and asked where the guy was going. Hyunwoo turned around and with a sly smile replied that he was going to a meeting. Soyeon also started to feel nervous about this meeting. The three leaders were all dismayed that Hyunwoo might have friends. The girl rubbed her temples because she was worried about the hunter. Seokwan calmly drank his tea because he didn't understand why he should worry about a person who has such abilities. Perspiration appeared on Shihyun's forehead since Hyunwoo not only became an enemy of Ares, but also drove the press crazy. The lamps on the ceiling filled the hall with a yellow haze when the phrase was heard that Hyunwoo had just recently left the tower, but had already done so many things. Seoyeon's mood was getting worse, since she did not understand why the ward was doing this. Seokwan tried to calm them down and asked them not to worry since he clearly had something on his mind. Night fell over the back streets of the city. Hyunwoo's face was illuminated by the screen. He received a message in which he was invited to officially receive the title of Guardian. They also promised to call him after the time indicated below had expired, and there were now 14 seconds left. A bright blue light flickered around the guy. Light filled the entire space. Suddenly a brick room and a table appeared in front of him, at which Av was sitting, who greeted him. Hyunwoo was also happy to meet. He took a step forward, asking if his status had risen, to which Av replied in the affirmative. She closed her eyes, saying that by killing Arkir, his right to information skill rose from the lowest rank to the low one. Hyunwoo froze in bewilderment. Then he got angry and decided to ask again. A fire of rage burned around him as he considered the promotion to a low rank to be a mockery of him. Av jumped up from her seat and raised her hand in a conciliatory gesture, since she speaks the way she was taught, and asked the guy to calm down. Hyunwoo still continued to be angry, because she did not understand what kind of bad person taught her this, to which Av replied that it was all the system. The guy was so angry that he didn't understand what difference it made. The girl folded her hands in fear and tried to justify herself by saying that now she could hardly tell him anything. However, she promised that everything would be done soon because now he had become a guardian. Now she could tell him what he should do next. Av put her finger to her chin and said that if the guy could handle it, he could find out whatever he wanted. Hyunwoo, although very angry, still began to listen. Av said that since he was appointed guardian, now he must fight the Ascenders. Hyunwoo's anger turned to curiosity as he didn't know who they were. The girl explained that these are the ones who climbed the tower. Hyunwoo frowned and put his hands in his pockets since he had lived in the tower for a long time, but this was the first time he had heard of such things. However, Ev was not talking about the training tower. Hyunwoo prepared to listen. The girl talked about that tower, which consists of 12 floors, including the earth, and promised to tell about it. Hyunwoo had to quickly grasp the information. Av decided to repeat it. She stood in a pathetic pose and solemnly said that Guardian Henwoo must henceforth guard the 9th floor out of 12, that is, the earth. The guy was perplexed. Dark spirits with a terrifying aura who want to get to the 9th floor are called Ascenders, which Henwoo will have to stop. However, the guy was not happy about this turn of events because he just wanted to find out who got him stuck in the tower. He didn't understand why everything was so complicated. The guy grabbed his head and screamed about why everything was so confusing and why there were more and more tasks each time. To which Av answered him, if he doesn't stop them, then the 9th floor will be destroyed. She became worried because in this case Hyunwoo would disappear along with the planet on which she lives. The guy hit the table. He was angry because he was simply told to shut up because he would have to do it anyway. Av asked again in fear. She waved her hands, saying that everything was wrong, and that was not what she wanted to say. Hyunwoo tried to calm down and ask what she meant then. Av froze in tension. She didn't understand how to get out of the situation because she didn't tell her to shut up. Hyunwoo began to give off a threatening aura when he said to tell it like it is and not mumble. Av lowered her head. The girl clenched her hands into fists and remembered that she was one of the management of the 9th floor system and should not be so depressed. She looked up at Hyunwoo with an angry look. He answered her with the same evil look. Av gave up, began to cry and asked the guy not to be angry because it's impossible to do the same. Hyunwoo crossed his arms over his chest and listened that he was chosen as the guardian of the earth for his own good because they wanted to help. The girl found good news that there would be a reward and it would be with each new feat in the defeated ascendant. Hyunwoo thought about it. Oh was still tense but decided to ask something. He was worried about how high his rank must be so that he could find out information about who created the training tower and about the cat who locked him in it. Av replied that this requires at least the highest rank. Hyunwoo realized that his rank would rise if he caught those rising. He asked how many monsters he would need to catch. Av rubbed her chin thoughtfully as it was difficult for her to say, and Hyunwoo immediately asked why. The girl created a hologram of a triangle, divided into levels, and ascending levels are also divided into levels. 5 top-level ascending figures appeared on the hologram, approximately the same number that would need to be caught for the highest rank. Hyunwoo immediately asked what level the red goblin he caught was at. It was about the Crimson Horse Akira. As far as Av knew, he was a lower level. The guy didn't know what to say. He smiled and said that he seemed to understand everything. The night city shone with 1,000 lanterns. Hyunwoo sat in the library and looked at the system screen. He studied his abilities. The sign stated his right to only low-rank information and that when an ascender appeared, a notification would come. The guy tried to calm down and stop thinking about this nonsense and whether the land was included in the tower. He turned around. There was a globe on the table, which made Henhwa think about whether the earth was worth saving. He looked carefully at the globe and thought that he could not live with a headache. However, he needs to find out who locked him in the tower, so he will destroy the Ascenders. His face looked focused as he could only think about it. The phone rang. Soyeon called. Hyunwoo answered and asked why she was suddenly calling him. The girl's nervous voice was heard, as it was urgent, and she asked if the guy had seen the news. Hyunwoo asked what happened, but Soyeon sent him to watch the news. The guy turned on the TV and began to listen to the announcers. They discussed the shocking news that Henwoo had killed a hunter from the Ares Guild. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The announcers continued to say that information had emerged that Henwoo, who took an active part in suppressing the glacial crack, killed one of the hunters of the Ares Guild, and it also happened in their dungeon. The guy put down the phone. Then he grinned sarcastically. Mokdong, Han Sung-kwon's house. The phones lying on the table were ringing off the hook. Hyunwoo was lying on the sofa. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that the phones were on fire. Soyeon slammed her fist on the table and said sarcastically that she was wondering who all this was happening about. She was worried because the guy left the tower after 12 years, and does not understand that because of this he is now a famous person. She remembered that a few days ago, he single-handedly dealt with the glacial crack, and because of this, even other countries were watching him. She was ready to burst into tears, because now everyone is talking about murder, and it was not for nothing that she was worried from the very beginning about his clashes with Ares. Hyunwoo raised his head and asked her not to worry, because what was wrong with that? Seo-yeon got angry because she couldn't help but worry, and did Hyunwoo really think that everything here was like in the tower? The guy put his head on his hand and thought. His eyes became glassy as he felt as if his wife was dripping on his brains. However, the next moment his look changed, because what kind of wife can we talk about when he has never even had a girlfriend? He pointed at himself and asked why Seo Yeon was so worried about him. The girl slammed the table again, because isn't it obvious? Hyunwoo put his fingers to his face thoughtfully. Then he had the unexpected thought that Soyeon liked him. From such an assumption, the girl even stopped getting angry. She froze in bewilderment. Then she chuckled haughtily, and then she began to laugh awkwardly, asking why this guy was joking like that. Balls of light appeared in her hands and Soyeon warned that one more word and she would fry him with lightning. Hyunwoo had to agree, since she really is capable of this, so he won't continue to talk about it. Shihan approached the nervous Soyeon. He held out his phone, offering to look at the number of missed calls. There were so many of them that the guy admitted that he had never had so many missed ones. He then showed popular searches related to murder, where Hyunwoo was again in first place. However, Hyunwoo countered that it was his first time in first place, to which Seokwon replied that he had been there before. Shinhan read out the news that the murder suspect Hyunwoo and his friends, the leaders of the three main guilds, are similar in character, and this is further evidence. Shinhan looked like he was just a minute away from personally killing Hyunwoo. The guy got nervous and asked why Shinchan was looking at him like that. He, in turn, was ready to fall into despondency since they had gotten into trouble and society would now trample them, and he hoped that Hyunwoo had at least a drop of decency. To this, Seokwon suggested simply turning off the phone, as he did. Hyunwoo smiled nervously and asked, "When will the conference start?" Seokwon looked relaxed and replied that it would start in 30 minutes, then asked if Hyunwoo was ready. Shinchan was the first to perk up and asked if they had called the journalists together, and Soyeon asked what they were going to do now. Hyunwoo didn't understand this reaction, because they could really think that he called the journalists without preparing. However, both Son and Shinhyun thought that this was not like him. They were worried that he was not going to beat up the journalists and announced that he would destroy Ares. Seokwon laughed loudly. Hyunwoo's face froze with an awkward smile on his lips. He asked who they even took him for. Ares' headquarters fingers tapped on the table and a voice said that everything was going according to plan. Banuk said they created a buzz as soon as they made it public. He looked at the phone screen and said that last night, almost every news channel was talking about this, and even special meetings were scheduled to discuss this topic. Plus, as expected, social media is abuzz with criticism towards Hyunwoo. His boss was pleased. He leaned on the table and asked how they were doing now. The name Ares was illuminated from all sides by lamps when it was announced that they were holding a press conference today at 2 o'clock. Banuk said that judging by the mood of the public, Hyunwoo will not have an easy time. His boss laughed quietly, pleased with what was happening. He was pleased with the thought that Hyunwoo would have a hard time. In order to defeat this guy, he needs to attack first. If you imagine them standing on two platforms in the middle of the water, then it's too late for Hyunwoo to resist. The man understood that in the fight against Hyunwoo he always needed to be one step ahead of him. He remembered the incident at the award ceremony, and his thoughts were directed at the fact that this was the only way to defeat him. Sunwoo imagined two crossed blades and thought that Hyunwoo's absurd actions played into their hands. He asked his subordinate whether the conference would be live. Banku confirmed this, but said that they sent several people there just in case. Fingers tapped on the tabletop again as the situation was going well. Sunwoo thought that that's why they shouldn't have messed with him. Mokdong, the press conference, the spotlights illuminated the hall with all the brightness. Hyunwoo sat at the table with his hands on his spread knees, listening to the question of whether what was being said about him was true. Many journalists crowded into the hall, and everyone was interested in why he attacked Ares and how he felt about them. There were many cameras installed in the hall. People even filmed on their phones and broadcast live from them. Hyunwoo paused to silence the reporters. He decided where to start. Hyunwoo looked at the reporters and said that he didn't know how the conference was held, so he would just be himself. He turned to one of the reporters and asked to repeat his question. The reporter asked about the guy's well-being. Hyunwoo answered honestly that his condition was very bad. The reporter did not know how to react to such a frank confession. People wrote in the comments that Hyunwoo was crazy. The guy pointed to the next reporter who stood up from his seat. The guy asked if it was true that he killed the hunter Ares. Hyunwoo simply agreed. There was another uproar among the journalists due to surprise. They began to whisper to each other when Hyunwoo turned his attention back to himself. He said that he would be grateful to all of them if they listened to him first and only then draw their own conclusions, and put the phone on the table. The journalists froze, waiting for further words. Hyunwoo admitted that he did not know why the Ares Guild did this to him. He said, as if remembering, that there was a case when he once refused their touts, but then he did not know that they were so rude. Hyunwoo turned on the audio recording on his phone. The voice of the thug sounded, who introduced himself as a magnificent man whom Ares personally sent to him, to which Hyunwoo asked if this man was a killer, to which the thug confirmed this idea. The journalists were surprised by this recording from the voice recorder. One of the girls broadcasting live was amazed when she heard about the killer. The reporters listened longer as Hyunwoo asked if a man could be calm while tied with chains, to which the killer did not understand what was wrong with the chains. The cameras filmed the dialogue further when the thug's voice said that everyone he had to work with was all the same, pretending to be calm, but in fact they were racking their brains and trying to escape in primitive ways. Hyunwoo listened calmly as the voice on the recording continued to admit that he killed people like him. A bad word and sounds of attack were heard. Hyunwoo continued to listen to the battle progress. Then, at the most interesting point, he turned off the recording. There was another buzz in the room among the reporters. The reporter who was asked last asked where it was recorded. Hyunwoo grinned and replied that Aries must have already told them about this place, because this is the same swamp where he killed this hunter named Shin Jeong-gip. The guy showed the phone screen with the recording and said that he went there in order to catch the boss, but something happened that he did not expect at all, and now it is very interestingly told in the news. Hyunwoo grinned and said that it was as if it were the victim's Aries. The reporter jumped up from his seat again and asked what Hyunwoo means that the accusations from the Aries Guild are false. The guy could only push them to think with the question of whether this is not so, in their opinion. The reporter wanted to know how he was going to prove the authenticity of this recording, since he thought that it would not be difficult to fake it. Hyunwoo responded calmly to this question. Then he grinned contentedly. He put his hands on his feet and said that he would actually be upset if I hadn't asked him this question. Hyunwoo looked at the cameras and said that he thought it would be enough if he just showed them when this recording was made, but he has other proof since they insist. Hyunwoo held up another phone. He asked the journalists if they knew what it was. The reporter, who still didn't trust him, tensed. Hyunwoo smiled and said that this was the phone number of the one who was going to kill him. The reporter was excited. The journalists were typing, trying not to miss a word about what was happening, when Hyunwoo said that since the phone was locked, he would not be able to confirm his words, but if the police or security guards took it, it would become possible. He brought the phone just to prove it to them. As for what happened to this murderer in chains, it's hard to say, because at that time he was just a newcomer who came out of the tower. Therefore, I could only resist. The cameras seemed to get closer so as not to miss a single frame. Hyunwoo put the phone on the table and said that he was just fighting to stay alive. The reporters began to whisper again, and the streamers raised their phones even higher when it was announced that, unfortunately for this man, something had happened during their battle. Hyunwoo said that the killer fell into the mouth of the dungeon boss, Mega Alligator, and he killed him. The reporter seized on this phrase because Hyunwoo had previously said that he killed the killer. Hyunwoo agreed with this since it could be said that way. He became serious because in any case, while fighting him, you cannot relax. The noise of typing fingers became even louder as Hyunwoo's voice continued to sound and said that he had heard many times how amazing Aries was and therefore wanted to leave everything as it was and remain silent. Journalists tried to remember everything that happened. Someone was recording on their phone when the last phrase was said about how he didn't think it would go this far. After the conference, Hyunwoo walked down the steps and thought that this was not the first time they had bothered him. He looked at the screen and, as if speaking to Aries, asked if they thought they could get away with anything and called them bad people. The phone screen flashed breaking news about how the Arrest Guild staged a performance and made false accusations. There was the sound of a falling chair. Binuk rested his hands on the table and leaned over the laptop. He was angry that everything had been turned upside down because of something as small as a recording. His boss was angry since this is a chance for journalists to grab hold of Arrest and they will never miss it, especially since it is much more interesting than one dead hunter. Binuk slammed his fist on the table. He stopped abruptly and exhaled. Then he began to laugh hysterically. He smiled sinisterly because he thought Hyunwoo was a naive simpleton who only had power. His face suddenly darkened, as now they must be vigilant. One of the brick houses on the street at night. Shinhyun asked how Hyunwoo thought of recording the conversation, as if he knew something would happen. Seokwan was also surprised when he watched the broadcast, and Soyeon was glad that he even took Shin Chung-gun's phone with him and didn't know that he was so prudent. Hyunwoo smirked and said that was a lie. When everyone turned to look at him, he explained that he was only talking about the phone. Shinchin asked for an explanation. There were questions in the house that everything that happened at the press conference and what he said was a lie. They remembered how pretentiously he showed the phone, and that he lied, that this was the killer's phone and that the real recording was there. There were beautiful chandeliers hanging on the ceiling, and it sounded in the room that Hyunwoo had been told so much about how Arrest was dangerous that it occurred to him to record their conversation. But he also didn't think that he would need this recording. He took this phone from the pile of phones that were lying around in Shinhyun's room, who often changes phones. Seo-yeon was worried that Hyunwoo would get in trouble if the phone was checked, because then they would all know that he lied. However, Hyunwoo was sure that no one would find out. The guy twirled his fork and said that everything was simple since the police would not have time to take him away since arrest would find him faster. Seo Yeon was depressed about this conclusion. Hyunwoo said that the guild would try to negotiate with him, and that was that. Soyeon was amazed by this conclusion. The girl, having calmed down, smiled. When everyone laughed, she couldn't stand it and asked why everyone was laughing. Did they really think she wasn't very smart if she was angry? Hyunwoo cut the meat and suggested eating instead of worrying. He swallowed a bite and thought that the Aries Guild was called a large guild because their main headquarters is located in America and they have dungeons in different parts of the world. In addition, among them, they took the most dungeons to Korea. Hyunwoo looked at the neatly cut piece of meat and thought about what would happen next because he didn't care whether they slandered him or wanted to reach an agreement. He started eating again because they have something to lose and Hyunwoo doesn't. There was only one car in the parking lot with its headlights on. Hyunwoo called Shinhyun. He suggested that he go home alone while he took a short walk. Shinhyun did not understand why he should go alone. However, Hyunwoo had already turned around and asked not to follow him. Shinhyun looked carefully after his departing comrade. He shook his head and thought that Hyunwoo should be fine. Later, in the dark corners of the city, Hyunwoo walked with his hands in his pockets. He grinned contentedly and called someone. The guy stopped. At the same moment, those who were watching him appeared on the roof, balconies, and windows surrounding the brownie, to which the guy said that they came faster than he expected. He looked around and said that he was wondering what would happen if he was left alone, and they were already here. Hanwha was surrounded by hunters. The leader's face was hidden behind a mask, and he said that there was a person who wanted to see him and ordered to follow him. Hyunwoo laughed at their appearance, asking why they were so fashionable, like assassins from the Middle Ages. The leader only remained silent, offended. Hyunwoo asked who the big shot from Aries wanted to see him. The leader replied that he would find out when he went with them. The guy asked what would happen if he didn't go. The answer was simple, then the hunters would get angry and force him. Hyunwoo folded his arms across his chest, making a sound of disbelief. He looked at the sky among the roofs and said that he became quite popular after the glacial crack. He said that the hunters must be very self-confident to say such things, knowing him. He took a step forward. The hunter tensed. They didn't understand what to expect from this guy. Hyunwoo pointed at the leader. Hyunwoo held a bow in his hands and asked the man to come over. The onions were just pulled out and the beds were freshly harvested. The hunter was still perplexed. Then a strange trembling completely seized him. He ran and pushed off the ground. The leader of the hunters summoned force, shouting not to underestimate them. The hunter decided to attack Hyunwoo so that he would not think of comparing them to Shin Chongan. The leader was very angry because he considered himself stronger. However, Hyunwoo repelled the leader's attack with one wave of his hand. The others ran to help their leader. They swore and took out their weapons as they walked, preparing to attack. Some hunters had the skills to harass and stop. Others have a strengthening skill. They surrounded Hyunwoo in a crowd, while the guy himself continued to keep his hands in his pockets. A sound was heard in the silence of the night. The hunters did not understand what happened. Their blows did not pass through Hanwha. They didn't understand what was happening. Hanwoo angrily asked if they were thinking of committing arbitrariness. Strange rustling noises were heard in the alley. A moment later, the defeated hunters lay on the ground. One of them, barely moving his steps, approached Hanwoo. He grabbed the hunter by the clothes. The hunter clasped his hands in a praying gesture and asked for mercy. Hyunwoo said that so be it, there will be special treatment towards him. He continued to hold the hunter by the collar and asked for this to introduce him to that bad person who wanted to chat. Night fell over Gyeonggi-do, the outskirts of Gwangju, shining with bright stars. There was a guard stationed near the underground bunker. They were talking about how crazy it was that their guild had spent all their money on building this place. The second replied that it was better to think that thanks to this design, they, the hunter-killers, could have fun. The first hunter agreed with him and reminded him that a celebrity would be brought to them today. It was about Hyunwoo. The hunter replied that lately he had been showing up on TV as if he weren't afraid of anything at all, and he was thinking about what condition this kid would be in after the first team painted him. The second hunter said that he was going to have a lot of fun with him, but hard so that they wouldn't get angry from above. An explosion immediately occurred. The hunters began to look around, looking for the source of the disorder. Hyunwoo emerged from the column of dust, dragging one of the hunters with him like a trophy. He rudely asked if they were there. The wounded hunter, with his mask removed and bruises, replied that everything was correct. The hunters could not believe that they were seeing the head of the first team in such a deplorable state. Hyunwoo stood in front of the surprised guards in a completely relaxed manner. The dim light of the lamps illuminated the space. Binek asked what the sound was, and one of the hunters replied that there was a problem on the surface. The noise was coming from the direction of the elevator, something was descending, so everyone needed to get ready. There was an explosion, throwing the hunter back. The people in the bunker prepared for a fight. A calm Hyunwoo came out of the elevator. He looked around and admired what they had come up with. He imposingly asked how much money they had since such a colossus was buried underground. The main one asked who he was and how he got here. Hyunwoo chuckled and asked what does that mean, who is he? An evil aura emanated around him as he introduced himself as the Angel of Death who had come for their souls. Bloody instruments lay around. The man's legs were also covered in blood. A tied and crippled girl sat on a chair. The man opposite asked her to finally speak. He told her that her guild had abandoned her. Didn't she still understand that? Sunwoo said that if the girl continues to remain silent, she will definitely die. He looked at her tied hands and said that if she gave them inside information and the weaknesses of the leaders, they would do as she wanted. However, the girl remained stubbornly silent. Sunwoo got angry. He ordered the mechanism to be pulled again so that the prisoner would feel the proximity of death. The hunter-killer warned that she might actually die. Is this really necessary? However, Sunwoo was angry and said that it doesn't matter, you won't get anything from her anyway, so you need to break her well. The hunter said that he understood everything. The mechanism was again tied to the girl. However, the process was interrupted by some noise, and at that very moment there was an explosion. Sunwoo turned around at the noise. He noticed familiar striped slippers. Hyunwoo, grinning, asked if it was he who was looking for him. Then the guy noticed the captive. She just exhaled tiredly. Hyunwoo pretended to be offended because Sunwoo invited him here and he was chatting with another person. What manners? The man asked tensely what was wrong with the first team. Hyunwoo cheerfully replied that the guys he sent were sleeping on the road. He was touched by them like babies, so now it's the head's turn to choose to be beaten and buried in the bowels of the earth, or can they chat? The Nuk lay defeated. Sunwoo couldn't believe that his warriors had failed. The sword flashed, aimed at Hyunwoo. The hunter-killer offered him to die while attacking. Hyunwoo barely moved. However, just one blow sent the hunter-killer flying several meters away. Hyunwoo looked at the defeated hunter indifferently. He asked why they were rowdy since he was here by invitation. Then he turned to the others and asked if they wanted to fight. Sunwoo wrinkled his brow. He was sure that Hyunwoo was not a rank when he sent mercenaries to him. The weakest guys in this gang were B rank, and the hunter-killers were a rank and above. He even sent out guys whose skills were almost S rank. But now, when he examined the bodies on the floor, they had nothing to oppose him. He really wanted to believe that clearing the crevice alone and defeating its boss was an accident. He clenched his fists and thought that Hyunwoo was not simple. The guy blew the hair off his forehead and was the best of the S ranks. Sunwoo thought that even if he, with his average S rank, equipped himself and went against him. However, Hyunwoo did not let him finish the thought, asking if he was deaf. Sunwoo asked again, not understanding the question. Hyunwoo looked bored and asked him to think quickly, otherwise he would roll them all into the ground or they would still chat. Sunwoo called him a puppy, and only then did he realize what he was threatening to do. He had to grit his teeth and shut up. He decided to talk. They sat opposite each other, and Sunwoo didn't understand Hyunwoo's true level. Therefore, he needs to postpone hasty decisions, and first he needs to find out everything. Hyunwoo decided to discuss compensation. He smiled. Sunwoo frowned, not understanding what kind of compensation we were talking about. Hyunwoo replied that he was indeed deaf since he was talking about the compensation he was entitled to from Ares as a victim. He remembered the killer with chains, and this was not enough because they sent hunters to kill him. And not only did they do the wrong thing, but they also wanted to pin everything on him, leaving him to be torn to pieces by the media. Hyunwoo folded his arms across his chest, asking that they didn't think he would just turn a blind eye. Sunwoo asked what he wanted. Hyunwoo submitted a huge number of reports and demanded 10 billion in damages, and a couple of low-level dungeons they had. Sunwoo sat stone-faced. Then he hit the table. He started shouting that Hyunwoo considers such demands normal. Hyunwoo didn't understand what was wrong with this because he thought that this was enough because for Ares this is nothing. Sunwoo thought this guy was crazy. He knew his capabilities and such an amount was not a problem for him. A little time and they would be able to organize it, but he did not want to give up the rights to the dungeons. Hyunwoo said that since he was slowing down, he should throw another 5 billion on top. Sunwoo asked him to wait. He asked why Hunter Hyunwoo would have bad relations with them. He remembered the last conversation and asked, since he wanted money so much, why he refused their quite good offer or whether he was planning to gain influence with the help of the rights to the dungeon. He said that no matter what Hyunwoo demands, if he joins, then it will become his. Hyunwoo was surprised for a minute. His gaze fell on the instruments of torture, and Sunwoo continued to say that instead of suffering, having such an influential guild as enemies, wouldn't it be better to cooperate for mutual benefit? Hyunwoo called him a bore. He said that they were talking about compensation here, and Sunwoo switched to this. He pointed to the tied-up girl and said that he would take her too. Sunwoo sat there confused. Hyunwoo couldn't understand why everyone, one and all, thinks they're cool, always shows off, and how the stung ones insist that Ares is a wonderful guild. He grinned and asked what they would do if it didn't work on him. Sunwoo said angrily that he really has a lot of self-confidence. Hyunwoo said stop wasting time and let Sunwoo answer the question. He stood up and asked if they accepted his terms or would fight until they lost their pulse. Sunwoo was thinking hard about how to get out of the situation. The city was illuminated by lanterns. Shinhyun heard Hyunwoo come in. He was surprised when he saw the state in which his neighbor returned. Moreover, Hyunwoo was carrying an injured girl, so he immediately asked who he brought. Events are transferred to the territory of an abandoned castle. A guy with long black hair walked through the ruins of a castle. Suddenly, he stopped and began to look at the space in front of him. The guy's hair fluttered in the wind as he looked at the huge tower in front of him. Looking at the tower, the guy said that he had finally reached the 9th floor. Events returned to the protagonist's house. Looking at the red-haired girl who was lying on the bed, Shihyun asked the protagonist if he received the girl in addition to 11 billion won in monopoly rights to low-rank dungeons. Looking at Hyunwoo, who was standing next to him, Shihyun asked him how he was able to take so much for himself, to which Hyunwoo answered him by saying that they simply did not want to be buried alive. Looking at the girl again and a little nervously, Shihyun asked why he brought her here. The protagonist, looking at the girl, said that he brought her as a hostage and also to find out something. Looking at his raised hand, Hyunwoo said that it was personal and Shihyun didn't have to worry. Lights flashed near Shihyun's head as he thought about his neighbor's words. Next, Shihyun turned around and said goodbye to the protagonist, saying that all the heads were being collected, which is why he also needed to go. The girl with red hair slept peacefully while the protagonist watched her. He paid close attention to her tattoo on her shoulder. Hyunwoo thought, stroking his chin, this tattoo very much reminded him of something. Hyunwoo began to remember how he created the bone mask, all the while saying that true non-existence begins with detachment from one's own personality. Comparing the mask he created and the girl's tattoo, Hyunwoo found many similarities. Hyunwoo crossed his arms over his chest and used the information gathering skill, after which a system window appeared with a complete list of her abilities and characteristics. With his hands in his pockets and looking at the system window, the protagonist called the girl's abilities quite ordinary. Then he looked at the girl's face again, mentally saying that he didn't remember her at all, so he would need to question her when he woke up. The protagonist turned his head and looked puzzled at the forming system window. The system notified Manhwa that the ascent to the 9th floor had begun. A moment later, another system window began to form. The system notified the system invitation as the one who officially became the custodian, so he will be moved to the system after 5 seconds. Hyunwoo stared at the system window in shock, asking him to stop. A moment later, the protagonist's body dissolved and turned into a white stream of light. Appearing in front of Av, who was sitting at the table, the protagonist asked her why she was in such a hurry. Sitting with her eyes closed, the girl turned to Hyunwoo. A moment later, she opened her eyes and shouted, announcing the arrival of a person. The protagonist looked at the girl, puzzled, asking who she was talking about. Hunched, Av said that she was talking about the next climber. The protagonist frowned a little, asking who it was and when he would arrive. Av pulled out, starting to form a system window. Then she pointed at him with her hands and opened her eyes and wanted to say something to Hyunwoo. But Hyunwoo's blow to the girl's head made her scream in pain. An angry Hyunwoo pointed his finger at the crying girl and began to scold her for again starting to tell him what he already knew. Holding the top of her head, Av, crying, shouted to the protagonist that she had already said everything, it was all about his low level. Looking at the system window, Hyunwoo began to swear because it did not show either who would come or when he would do it, after which he began to scold the girl, asking why they dragged him here, and whether they just wanted to retell everything. The excited Av stopped crying and screamed saying that she had an errand for him. The protagonist suddenly stopped screaming, looking at Av in surprise. Imagining the figure of a walking guy, Av told Hyunwoo that he urgently needed to get ready. Hyunwoo narrowed his eyes and asked what she meant by that. Av released her mana from her body, saying that he needed to awaken his magic as quickly as possible. Hyunwoo smiled, asking if the opponent was high-ranking this time. Av, looking at the protagonist, began to deny this, saying that if someone like that came, even magic might not help. Sitting in front of Hyunwoo, the girl told him that he couldn't cope without magic now. Looking at the walls of the room, the protagonist asked Av if she even knew where the newcomer would appear and whether a crevice would appear this time. Av looked away, saying that she didn't know anything at all. She then looked at Hyunwoo, saying that the crevice could have formed depending on the abilities of the climber himself. Hearing her words, the protagonist closed his eyes and smiled. With his eyes widening, the slightly angry protagonist asked if he understood correctly that due to the arrival of a mid-level climber, she had only called him to provide a negligible amount of information. Ah covered her head with her hands after Hyunwoo raised his hand and started getting angry. Covering her head with her hands, Av asked Hyunwoo why he continued to beat her and get angry. Pointing her finger at the guy, she reminded him that it was forbidden to hit girls, and if he hit it, it meant that he had problems with his upbringing and parents. Hyunwoo, shocked by the girl's words, stared at her without saying anything. Av stopped screaming and looked at Hyunwoo in surprise when he told her that he had no parents. Av suddenly jumped up from her seat and bowed, asking forgiveness for her words. The protagonist smiled, telling the girl to just forget everything because he himself didn't care. Av opened her mouth in amazement looking at the protagonist. A moment later, the embittered and offended girl looked at the protagonist with admiration, mentally saying that he was not as bad as she thought. Events are transferred to the Aaron Guild in the upper villa. A formation was burning brightly on the floor of one of the rooms, and a person's swearing could be heard from the room itself. Seo-yeon became nervous when she saw how Hyunwoo began to rise and then warned him not to break anything here, because this magical artifact cost her 5 billion. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, asking if he really had no predisposition to magic at all. Soyeon sighed and closed her eyes and said that she had never heard of such a phenomenon among hunters before. The girl opened her eyes and began to think about a solution to the problem. She had never encountered anything like this, so that even with the help of a magic concentrate and her abilities did not awaken. While Soyeon and the protagonist were discussing the problem, Shihyun entered their room. Looking at them, Shihyun asked them why they were stuck here. Approaching the couple and standing opposite the protagonist Shihyun, he asked if things had not worked out for them so far, and Hyunwoo, hearing him, began to scold him for his bullying. Raising his hand in which there was a letter, Shihyun announced it. While the protagonist held a piece of paper in his hand confirming the creation of the guild, Soyeon and Shihyun screamed in disbelief and shock. Shocked, Soyeon asked the protagonist when he had time. All three carefully read the documents while the protagonist said that he was able to take the dungeons for himself, and now this, giving the name to the Guardian Guild. Next, the protagonist looked irritably at Shihyun and asked if his guest had woken up. Remembering the girl with red hair who was lying unconscious, Shihyun answered the protagonist by saying that there had been no changes. A little depressed and grimacing, the protagonist asked Shihyun if she was in a coma, to which he answered him by saying that the doctor said that it was because of the shock she had experienced. Closing his eyes, the protagonist decided to wait a little. Suddenly, Hyunwoo raised his head and screamed due to not understanding how to awaken magic, because he didn't even know what he was supposed to feel. Soyeon scratched her head, suggesting that they find a person capable of filling it with mana. Shihyun glanced at Soyeon and asked if she was talking about Nakagawa Yasumi. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise what to do and how it happened. Imagining the figure of a girl using needles, Shihyun said that such a skill was characteristic of the Japanese, and Yasumi was one of those who could help improve the level of hunters who were unable to cope with mana on their own. Looking at the phone screen, the protagonist smiled, having found a way. Reading information about Yasumi Henwoo, he suddenly realized that he would have to go to Japan. Looking at the phone screen, he began to get very angry from this. The protagonist turned his head when he felt his hand erase the edge of the formation. The protagonist's hand erased part of the formation, ruining it. Shihyun glanced at Soyeon, who had fallen into a stupor. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and looked at the girl. Throughout the entire guild building, lightning began to strike and cries of prayer and mercy from the two guys could be heard. At this time, huge clouds of smoke rose in Japan, from which cries for help could be heard. The events moved to Japan, to the Sujinami district of Tokyo. The space inside the gazebo glowed brightly. Yasumi, standing in the middle of the destroyed houses, gritted her teeth while her comrades called for her. The head of the Izanami clan frowned at her opponent. A crescent-shaped wave of energy suddenly appeared. Yasumi watched as the wave of energy approached her. She turned her head sharply and shouted, ordering everyone to retreat. The hunters standing behind her glared at Yasumi and continued to stand there. Their delay was their undoing. The wave of energy struck them both and killed them. Yasumi jumped up and looked at the explosion of energy below. She soon landed on one knee. Then she turned around and looked at the bodies of her comrades who had fallen to the ground. Yasumi bit her lower lip, calling everyone idiots. The terrifying pressure made the girl open her eyes wide in fear. Someone walked across the battlefield with a calm step. In his hand he held the ancient sword of Muram. A guy with long hair and a sword in his hand stood in front of Yasumi. The girl clicked and felt the strength of her opponent. Next, the frightened Yasumi asked who the newcomer was. The guy, looking at her, answered her by saying that since she was able to dodge his sword thanks to luck, he would answer her. Yasumi grimaced as the guy in front asked her what name to give her, because he had many of them. Raising the sword above his head, the long-haired guy said that beings of different floors gave him different names. A grin appeared on the guy's face when he said that he was in fact a great demon king. A moment later, blood sprayed onto the battlefield. The system notified the protagonist about the appearance of the climber in Japan. Hyunwoo looked at the system window with a puzzled expression. Ignoring the fact that Seo-yeon was attacking Shihyun by controlling lightning, Hyunwoo asked him to take him somewhere. A black car was driving along the highway. Inside the car, Hyunwoo kept looking at the phone worriedly. On the phone, the protagonist read news messages about the incident in Japan, realizing that it all happened because of the climber. Remembering how Av raised her finger to remind him of the danger, the protagonist wondered whether he could cope without magic. Shihan, who was sitting behind the wheel, asked Hyunwoo and called out to the protagonist. Next, he looked at Manhwa and asked why he needed to go to Japan, because he himself said that he was not happy about it. Hyunwoo, looking at Shihan, told him that he just had business there. Nervous, Shihan asked Hyunwoo if he even had a passport. The protagonist looked puzzled at his neighbor who was sitting behind the wheel. A moment later, looking at Shihan, the protagonist shouted and asked him what he should do now. In the meeting room of the Japanese Association of Hunters, 4 people were sitting at a large table. A man with a scar on his face, looking away, turned to the girl, asking why she was still alive, because he heard that she died in yesterday's battle with Chanma. Nakazawa closed her eyes and furrowed her brows, announcing that she had resurrected herself using the artifact. She was asked whether he was really that strong. Her gaze became angrier. She immediately answered that it was true. The man, folding his hands in front of him, said displeasedly that due to the fact that her death, as the main S-rank hunter, was shown live all over the world, now none of the hunters are helping. The guy with glasses noticed that this is the end. The man's gaze became sadder. He lowered his head a little, saying that even if Nakazawa died there without being able to do anything, they would still be in the same position as now. Even if the 3 of them attacked, and besides, there are no willing ones, because not one of the hunters who set off could cope. They could only look at Chanma's back. Behind him there was a trail of rubble of buildings and corpses of people. The man said that there were also a lot of casualties among the civilian population, which meant that they would not be able to do anything but observe. Hyunwoo appeared on the TV screen in the room, and the girl screamed in surprise. Her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it was him. The main character imposingly walked closer to the man with long hair. His gaze was serious. Chanma looked at him menacingly, clutching a sword in his hand. The guy tilted his head, saying he couldn't believe it. A system notification indicated that confirmation was not possible. The hero thought that, apparently, this does not work on the ascending one. The main character looked at the man standing in front of him and the ruins around him. He, leaning on one leg, asked whether the principle of the ascendant is now outdated. The guy didn't understand who was in front of him. Chanma swung his sword, gripping it tighter. The man waved it, leaving a blue trail in space. Hyunwoo's eyebrows furrowed. Because of the swing of the sword, a shock wave rose, gradually reaching the guy. There was an explosion that lifted the earth and debris of buildings into the air. At the same second, Hyunwoo appeared behind Chanma. The man dodged his unexpected punch. He put his sword in front of him to block the attack, and when they collided, the battlefield was illuminated with bright light. The hero smiled slyly, not taking his eyes off him. He talked about how he shouldn't wave his sword just like that and answered his question. The guy called him crazy. The man's eyebrows furrowed as he held the sword tightly in front of him, saying that he would answer the hero because he was able to dodge his attack. Swinging his sword over his head, he frowned and looked at the guy, saying his name. Another swing of the sword left a blue mark. Henry prepared to attack. The hero groaned and managed to dodge. He turned around, looking at the bright explosion behind him. The guy realized that the man was very fast. A smile appeared on Hyunwoo's face because Youngma was not so fast that the guy could not dodge the blow. The main character carefully observed his movements, which allowed him to understand that what at first glance looks like one blow is actually dozens of swings in one. He saw the man cutting through the air in front of him with sharp movements, leaving a blue light. The hero understood that if he was hit, he would be cut into 1,000 pieces. With a sharp movement, the guy headed straight towards him because a super close fight was most beneficial for him. Hyunwoo found himself very close to Chanma. I brought one of the broken boards to him. He decided that this way he would not be able to swing the swords. As expected, the man put out his hand in defense. The protagonist's fist rested on it. With a sharp movement, Hyunwoo broke the board, after which his blow reached the man's stomach, lifting him into the air. Due to the force of the impact, Jongma found himself slammed into the wall, sending debris flying into the air. The main character immediately rushed towards him, raising his hand to strike. He thought that he should not allow the man to increase the distance. Chanma lowered his head, opening his mouth slightly. He closed his eyes and smiled. There were traces of blood on his lips. He thought it was interesting. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared on the battlefield. The man stood up and drew his sword, approaching the guy. He was interested because on the previous floor and on the floor before him, no one could stop him. Chanma slowly approached the hero. The sword in his hand sparkled brightly, like lightning. His head was bowed. He looked at the guy from under his brows. Hyunwoo's eyes widened. Another person appeared in the meeting room, watching this battle with everyone through the screen. Shihan knitted his eyebrows in surprise. He was informed that the rift had formed at 2 in the morning. Nakazawa sadly knitted her eyebrows. Looking at the guy, she said that they were waiting for reinforcements, but everything changed so quickly they still don't know how to measure these forces. A moment appeared in the guy's memory in which Hyunwoo was rapidly running away from the plane. He thought that then the hero disappeared as soon as the plane landed. Shihun's eyes widened, a drop of sweat appeared on his face. He did not understand why the hero was standing there. The guy's eyebrows furrowed further and his gaze darkened. He didn't want to believe that Hyunwoo knew where the rift would appear. At this time, the hero was running away from Chanma's attack, which left bright flashes. With sharp movements, the guy tried to change the trajectory of his run so as not to get hit. His eyebrows were furrowed. He smiled in confusion. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He did not understand what kind of skills these were. The man watching him raised his eyebrows, surprised that this was called a skill for him. Chanma put his hand forward, holding his sword in it, which did not stop emitting energy. He said that the combined blows that he launched at the hero were an aura of lightning surrounding him, and in his hands was a divinely demonic sword with which he would cut the guy. Hyunwoo's brows furrowed as he focused his gaze. The man began swinging his sword over his head, his stern eyes shining in the shadows as he spoke of how nothing he used came from the power of an uncivilized system called skills. The hero opened his eyes, realizing that he needed to dodge again. He backed away with a sharp movement, not lowering his gaze, thinking that maybe he should retreat, thereby increasing the distance. But suddenly, he took off. With a scream, the guy grabbed Chanma's collar with both hands. Hyunwoo slammed his head against his forehead with all his might. The man covered his face with his palm, frowning. The main character immediately realized that he needed to attack and raised his hand to strike. He was going to strike with his palm first, but then he sharply clenched it into a fist. Hyunwoo used the skill Lord's Strength. A bright stream of energy hit Jongma directly in the body, throwing him back. The guy looked up, watching the man, trying to see if his plan had worked, but his eyebrows immediately frowned. Chanma was approaching him, his robe fluttering in the wind and energy shining brightly above his head. He said that he was taking back his words. The man called the hero not just interesting, but outstanding. A portal appeared behind him, lightning came out of it, and the wind lifted the man's hair into the air. Tongues of blue flame could be seen along the edge of the portal. Chanma said that the guy forced him to use all the techniques that he had not had the opportunity to use since he became an ascendant. The fire around began to give way to a stream of energy moving in a circle. A bright flash illuminated the battlefield. The man raised his hand up, his sword shone very brightly, filling with the energy of their portal. He invited the hero to dodge it. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and his eyes widened. He immediately rushed forward, thinking that he should not increase the distance. Chanma said that this is why he is called God of Lightning and Sky. The man knitted his eyebrows and pulled the sword in front of him, its blue color almost transparent. A bright and loud explosion thundered across the battlefield. Chanma used the ability Lightning Sword, Raiden Divine Blade. The light on the screen illuminated the entire room and those present. Shihun watched this with concern, thinking that this man was a monster. At a great distance from the place where Chanma stood and the portal was called, everything was leveled to the ground. The objects that the sword touched disappeared without a trace. The man, standing under the bright flashes of the portal, noticed that the hero had a keen eye. He looked with disdain at Manhwa, who was holding onto his cloak, saying that he managed to grab it, and while he was swinging, the hero managed to turn his body around. However, he continued. Apparently he was not able to completely dodge. Several lightning bolts appeared right in front of the guy's face. His eyes opened wide. He held tightly to the man's cloak, trembling running through his body. Electricity flowed through his body. In a stream of bright light, Hyunwoo furrowed his brows and opened his eyes wide. They reflected the hero's characteristics window. The notification in it reported that the guy had unlocked mana. His level was E1 after another. The notifications overlapped each other, notifying Manhwa that external sources of mana were passing through his body, therefore its amount was increasing. The guy released his hand from the cloak, not understanding what it was. He was thrown back and managed to stop by breaking with his foot. Jongma's eyebrows furrowed as he glared at the hero, asking if he could dodge this time. The portal behind him glowed even brighter, the sword in his hands emitting an incredible stream of energy, causing his cloak to flutter in the air. A smile appeared on Hyunwoo's face. He was amazed, because for abilities that were honed independently, without the help of a skill system, the man was amazing. In the hero's head there was an image of a fighter surrounded by a mountain of defeated opponents, in whose hands there was an unusual sword. The main character thought that if this is the same Chanma who was mentioned in countless books on martial arts that he had read, then he was the one who rose to the top of martial arts. This was truly the strongest fighter. The man swung again, mockingly addressing the hero standing opposite him, saying that he still wanted to confront him. After seeing Raiden's blade, he called the guy amazing. Hyunwoo looked at the man from under his brows. He smiled, saying whether he really thought that this could scare him. Chanma frowned, calling the guy proud, because he still doesn't understand that he won't be able to defeat him. The hero smiled slyly, noting that with the powers he has now, this is truly impossible. However, he rested his hands on his belt, looking confidently at the man. He spoke of his lightning piercing his mana paths. Red lightning shone brightly behind him. Chanma's eyes widened. Hyunwoo talked about how he trained in all types of martial arts while he was locked in the tower. Among all of them, there was one technique that eluded him no matter how hard he tried. This was demonic magic, a divinely demonic art of combat. Images of warriors were drawn in his head. Among them was an adult man with long gray hair, a girl with 2 buns, and a guy in a combat suit. A technique that helped those who studied it as a special art of combat to find their own one and only technique. Back then, he was inexperienced and did not know how mana flowed to create a certain technique. In the hero's memories, there was himself, with wrapped fists and a furious grin. All he did was follow the path of Chanma from the many books he read, blindly copying the movements. So he was going to put aside his regrets. A portal appeared behind Hyunwoo's back, similar to the ones created by the man earlier. It emitted a red glow, and bright wings grew on the guy's back. The hero looked at the man with a smile, saying that for exactly 10 seconds he was a master for him. Chanma was surprised by these words. He froze in place, knitting his eyebrows. The man was illuminated by a bright light and lightning emanating from the hero. His eyes widened in surprise. With a sharp movement, the guy found himself on the ground, landing in a crouch, wings shining brightly around him, and red tongues of energy coming out of the portal behind him. He smiled fiercely, saying that since he had learned something from him, he would show his cards. He collected all the mana at one point. The tongues of energy along the edge of the portal became like fire. He then blew it up in one blow, the flames turning into a spinning stream of energy. The hero stood with his back to the portal, his hands in his pockets. He was enveloped in red energy emanating from the created portal. Chanma, looking at the guy with displeasure, swung, his sword shining brightly again. Hyunwoo waved his hand, frowning and smiling, and said that this was a man's skill. He ended up in the air above him, swinging his leg over his head. The hero used the Overlord Divine Kick ability. A bright flash lit up the battlefield. The drone broadcasting their battle was thrown back by the shock wave. He fell to the ground and broke. Hyunwoo was surrounded on all sides by the ruins of the city. The man was not visible. Suddenly, bright sparks appeared. A notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that he had managed to defeat the rising Chanma. Now the hero had access to performance points to gain access to information. The system notified the hero of the invitation. The remaining time was 10 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes and 11 seconds. In the light of the scarlet sunset, the building looked even more incredible. It was an imperial palace. A girl with a long ponytail sat on a chair in the center of an expensively decorated room. On the screen, she watched as Hyunwoo performed the Divine Overlord Kick. The girl with a tattoo of a skull with horns on her back looked at him in fascination, thinking that this man was her teacher. Her eyes opened even wider and her eyebrows arched. She was lost in memories. The girl remembered the tower where she met the hero. A thin hand hit her in the face. She closed her eyes and screamed loudly. The girl knelt down and put her hands on the ground in front of her. 3 monsters approached her at once, but she said that she couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to give up. She bowed her head, her body trembling. She realized that at this rate, she would soon die. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide in surprise. A man in a skull mask with horns was able to deal with all the creatures surrounding her with one blow. The girl looked at him without looking away with admiration. This was the man who taught her to fight. He was the first one she served, as the one who was above her. She raised her hand to her face, mulling over her thoughts that this was definitely her teacher. The girl rose sharply from her seat, asking the people sitting on their knees which zones remained. The guy sitting in front leaned on one knee and put out his hands, saying that only the eastern dungeon remained, belonging to the Vaillant Guild. The young man in the white suit bowed his head, saying that if they occupied it, then all the zones would belong to the Imperial Guild. They will be able to resolve this issue in a month. The girl went down the steps closer to them, saying that this time she would go with them. The guy cried out in surprise. She covered her mouth with her hand and pressed her other hand to her chest, excitedly saying that she had promised her teacher that when he went out into the world, she would prepare a place that would be suitable for him. A blush appeared on her cheeks and she smiled awkwardly, thinking about the need to hurry to meet her master. The clear sky above the airport was obscured by a departing plane. Seeing the hero approaching, everyone shouted loudly that it was really him. Everyone tried to see him closer. Appearing in the corridor with Shihyun, Hyunwoo smiled displeasedly, frowning, asking his friends what was going on here. There was a crowd of reporters around. Camera flashes blinded the guys. They all vied with each other, asking questions about what the hero's technique was called. People wanted to know why he was hiding his mana all this time. People became more and more insistent. Bright flashes were all over the room. They wanted answers to their questions about whether Hyunwoo really knew that the rift would be in Japan. How he managed to get there so quickly. The hero came closer to the cameras, loudly shouting for them to shut up. Shihyun, who was watching this, involuntarily thought that he himself would not mind knowing the answers to these questions. The main character pointed his thumb at his friend, saying that he would answer all their questions since he had been with him all this time. The guy's eyes widened and his eyebrows raised in surprise. He looked nervously at the approaching reporters, a bead of sweat appearing on his face. While he was surrounded by people, Hyunwoo managed to quickly run away from the scene. The guy shouted after him, not understanding whether he really did this seriously. It was quiet and calm in the multi-story building. The hero entered the apartment, hiding his hands in his pockets. He quickly took off his shoes, thinking that there were so many curious people at the moment. He bared his teeth in displeasure and furrowed his brows, thinking about whether Shihyun would be able to deal with them. In the apartment, he saw Hanrin in a long black dress. She looked at the hero in surprise. When the guy sat down at the table, the girl bowed to him. She pressed her hand to her chest and bowed her head, saying that she would like to thank him again because he is her savior. Hyunwoo, who was watching this, remained silent awkwardly. In front of him sat a girl with shoulder-length red hair. Her green eyes were wide open and her eyebrows knitted together. He saved Hanrin from the Aries Guild. She is an envoy of the Pado Guild. She was kidnapped by the Aries people after they tried to appropriate the dungeon owned by the Pado Guild, and the girl defended him, so she was tortured. But this did not interest the hero. He extended his hand, pointing to the girl's shoulder, asking what her tattoo meant. She was surprised by such a question. Hanrin stuck out her shoulder and, looking at him, said that this tattoo signifies the envoy of the Pado Guild. The head of the guild said that this symbolizes the fact that they are under heaven. Hyunwoo grimaced and frowned with displeasure, not understanding what this meant. She touched her shoulder with her other hand, saying that these were the words that the head told her when she personally got the tattoo. In her memories, a girl with a long ponytail appeared, holding a tattoo machine at her shoulder. She lowered her gaze and said that nothing in the world can be higher than yourself. There is only one. This is sky. Everything else should remain lower. Having interrupted her, the guy furiously hit the table with his fist, asking her to stop. Hanrin opened her eyes in surprise, her mouth parted. She jumped up from her seat, leaning her hands on the table, and worriedly asked if she had made a mistake somewhere, but Hyunwoo, hitting his forehead with his palm, said that it was not her fault. He lowered his head and frowned, thinking that he was the one who had made a mistake in the past. A lean grin appeared on his face. He did not understand what had happened, why the nonsense that he was talking at that time in the tower, which he was desperately trying to forget, was coming out of this girl's lips. The guy recalled how he trained well in the tower. A long time ago, he was sure that he would be able to leave her if he managed to achieve enlightenment in martial arts, and also, then the hero suffered from 8th grader syndrome. Hyunwoo, covering part of his face with his palm, smiled slyly and sparkled his eyes, thinking that he was created by darkness and loneliness. He was forever locked in an endless abyss. He believed and followed things that were described in comics and anime. The guy sat at the table with his head down. A trembling ran through his hand, bent into a fist. He did not understand what kind of person did this, what kind of fool was spreading his dark story through the meaning of the tattoo. In his thoughts, a bright light fell on his disciple that he met in the tower. His face was hidden by a hood. He rubbed his fist, smiling widely and calling the hero a teacher. Hyunwoo was sure that it was this person. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. A drop of sweat appeared on the hero's face. He remembered the one he accidentally saved, and now this student became a member of the guild. Hyunwoo put out his hand, addressing the girl sitting opposite him. He asked him to tell the head after she returns back to the guild so that he would never look for him. His gaze was stern. He clasped his hands in front of him and frowned. A few days later, after Hanrin was sent to China, the hero found himself in the Pick building. The TV show host enthusiastically greeted the audience, introducing herself as Hyung from No the Hunter. She smiled widely, pointing her hand at Hyunwoo sitting on the sofa. The girl addressed the camera, saying that everyone should know who their guest is today. She called the guy the center of everyone's attention, introducing him by name. The characters who watched this show on TV were shocked. Soyeon choked on her drink in surprise. Shihyun, who was sitting next to him, became gloomy, and Seokwon watched with interest. The girl screamed in surprise, looking at the TV screen, not understanding why Appa decided to go to this show. A frightening aura emanated from Shihyun. His gaze was empty. He said that Hyunwoo notified him that he had something to say, and everything he said did not concern the guy. The girl looked at him worriedly, not understanding what had happened to him. The main character looked down, thinking a little. He raised his head, looking at the TV presenter, saying that he came to the show to advertise something. The girl was surprised at his words. The guy pointed his finger at the camera and, frowning, announced that he had created a new guild and was looking for participants, so if someone wants to enter their name, then they need to act. The heroes were amazed by Hyunwoo's words. The aura around Shihyun became more and more eerie. Looking at the box, he asked the guy if he really needed to come to TV to find new guild members. The heroes were surrounded by a large number of boxes. The main character raised his head. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He turned to Shihyun, who was frozen in place, saying that he did not know that so many requests would come. Mountains of boxes did not allow one to see the end of the room. The guy, looking at all this, told the hero that he was not going to help him with this, which he himself knew. Hyunwoo tiredly agreed with his words. While sorting out the applications, the question was asked, if they help, will he give them permission to use his dungeons? Of course, there was an answer. Sitting on a chair and looking sarcastically at Hyunwoo, Seokwan said that only he could plow the heads of the strongest guilds in this way. And I mean the same thing. Soyeon agreed with him, exhaling. Seokwan's face changed to a more serious one and he asked Hyunwoo why he should create a guild, since it is not that easy. Hyunwoo looked at him and nonchalantly replied that it was just to make money. Waiving one of the statements, he added that it was also in order to grab the labyrinths. Everyone present was shocked by this answer. Shihan, a bead of sweat dripping down his face, held the box and asked if it was all about the money, since he had plenty of it. On Hyunwoo's desk was an application from one of the hunters. Refusal, said Hyunwoo's verdict. The hunter was shocked by this decision, screaming, trying to find out the reason. Looking angrily at Hyunwoo, he shouted that he had a lot of experience among C-rank hunters. Hitting the table and waving the application in his hand, Hyunwoo shouted that he didn't like it. The hunters sitting outside the office door heard Hyunwoo loudly and rudely drive the hunter away. He left with his head hanging desperately. Everyone present looked at his departing silhouette, asking each other in surprise, is this not the best hunter among the C-rank? Has he really failed? Having driven the candidate away, Hyunwoo opened the system window with displeasure. He looked at the stats of the hunter he had just chased away, saying that it didn't matter that he had all his stats at D level. The character in the line was selfish. Then Hyunwoo said that he couldn't choose someone with such a character, after which he said that there is still some benefit from this skill. The main character is immersed in memories. Av sat at the table, bowing her head and congratulating Hyunwoo on her victory over the Ascendant. With a thumbs up, Av quickly said that she had called him here to update his skill. Laughing, Hyunwoo asked if he could just be promoted. Without lowering her finger, Av explained that she would add a new option to it and also update the alert window. Shocked, Hyunwoo opened the system window and saw a character test there. Where should I use this? He shouted aggressively. Leaving the memories, on his desk lay the application of a girl with pink hair. Hyunwoo looked at her thoughtfully. The girl, sitting on a chair, was very worried. Drops of sweat were running down her face, and her hands were shaking nervously. A system screen appeared behind her, which was brought up by Hyunwoo's information gathering technique. The screen said quick adaptation. Is this good or bad? Hyunwoo wondered. He was confused because he didn't understand it. He looked away. There were two other candidates sitting there whose characteristics and skills he could easily see. The character of the first was self-sacrificing, and the second was devoted. Seeing this, Hyunwoo said contentedly in his head that this is what he needed. Closing his eyes, lowering his head and smiling maliciously, Hyunwoo said, okay. Jumping up from his chair, he shouted that all three had been accepted. They immediately jumped up from their seats, very joyfully and surprisedly asking if it was true, after which they thanked Hyunwoo no less quietly. There was a piece of paper with calculations on the main character's desk, and in his head he was telling them, most importantly, to do their job. That's it, I've had enough, that's enough, Hyunwoo shouted. I'm sure I heard a voice from the car. But is it possible to choose guild members in 1 hour? A question was heard from there. Hyunwoo and Shihyun were in the car. Hyunwoo immediately answered his question that he took those who would not steal money, but bring it to the guild, and that was enough. A drop of sweat ran down Shihyun's face, after which he doubtfully asked if Hyunwoo had checked their characteristics accurately. Then the main character answered without an iota of hesitation that it was possible even without high performance, he would still fight himself. After thinking for a while, Hyunwoo looked at Shihyun and said in surprise that there was not a single S rank among the applications. Shihyun looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and said that about 5,000 S ranks would gather around the world. Surprised, Hyunwoo asked if that wasn't a lot, and then asked where Shihyun ranks in the rankings. The car drove smoothly along the road, not in a hurry, and Shihyun answered that it was about 163. Somehow low, Hyunwoo answered with disappointment. Shihyun answered with some confusion that everyone above the 200th place will confess no matter where they go, adding that many are ready to kill for a place in the 200. Leaning on the door, Hyunwoo asked himself in surprise whether these guys were really at that level. On his phone, Hyunwoo opened a video on YouTube where there was a list of all S ranks, after which he said that he had already watched it, and names often disappear from this list. They are dying, Shihyun answered coldly and sharply, looking at the road. Hanging his head in disappointment, Hyunwoo asked why they were dying, weren't they supposed to be strong? Looking at him, Shihyun replied that most people die trying to find St+ level artifacts. Imagining a labyrinth in his head, Shihyun explained that each hunter has a certain ceiling for the growth of indicators. After presenting the classification of indicators, he said that if, for example, his strength when leaving the tower is C, then it will not increase above A, and usually one can only increase his indicators by 3 levels. At the very end of the labyrinth there were some plus level artifacts, which were exactly what was needed to raise the indicators higher. After listening carefully to Shin, Hyunwoo concluded that the labyrinth was becoming the grave of S-rank hunters. Yes, confirmed Shikin, but stopping a little, he thought. Continuing to look at the road, the serious Shikin explained that there are other hunters who do not look for artifacts in labyrinths, but take them from those who already have them. A ranking table appeared in his head, and in front of it was a hunter being killed by another hunter with a blow to the stomach. Such hunters become hunter killers, and this is quite common among S ranks, Shin explained. But if you do this, you will be excluded from the list. Remembering the mercenaries that were sent by Ares, Hyunwoo asked if they were like that. That's right, Shikin confirmed his guesses. Looking at the ceiling and the cars, Hyunwoo said displeasedly that they were only stirring up dirt. Hyunwoo stood in front of the entrance to one of the 4 dungeons that he had taken from Ares. Visible swamp. It was a bright and clear day, the sun illuminated everything around. Smiling, Hyunwoo said that this is now his dungeon. Behind him was Shihin's car. Without turning around, Hyunwoo shouted, so that he leaves, and while he waits for the boss to be restored, he will walk around the territory. Smiling maliciously, Hyunwoo impatiently said to quickly shake the money out of him. The door to the booth at the Rizka gate opened. The workers, sitting on chairs, were leisurely drinking tea, when suddenly they noticed Manhwa and got scared. With a malicious smile on his face, the main character asked if this is how guests are greeted. After which, closing his eyes and laughing, he asked jokingly whether they really didn't get enough of a slipper in the face. Remembering what happened the last time, the workers shouted in fear that this was not so. Pointing his finger at the dungeon, Hyunwoo said that he went there because it was now his. Frightened and shocked workers tried to say that the transfer of rights would not happen yet. Before they could finish speaking, under pressure from Hyunwoo, they said that there was no problem. The main character slowly walked along the ground, slowly looking around and saying that he had not been here for a long time. When suddenly he looked forward in surprise. There was a man in a long cloak standing on the path who was also looking at Manhwa. Smiling, he said, "Nice to meet you." Angry, Manhwa shouted asking who he was, again from Ares. Suddenly more hunters jumped behind him. "That's right," he said, adding that he was not their employee. With his hands on his hips, he asked with a malicious smile on his face if Hyunwoo knew about Pandemonium. After a short silence, he clarified to the group that he was killing hunters. Pandemonium. The aura of these guys was colossally strong compared to others. Those who know about them are reported to shake in fear. All members of this group were once among the 100 strongest hunters in the world. I remembered the moment when they easily entered the Count's house and, holding a gun to their head, mocked him before carrying out the order. It was reported that if you pay them, they will fulfill your order 100%. They are true legends even in hunter-killer circles. Jack Gosling. He always had a sinister smile on his face and pistols in his hands. He was 72nd on the S-rank list. Asuo Fibaram, always calm and not losing his temper. Holding a sword, he was 86th on the S-rank list. Aslan Master is a very strong guy, in whose eyes there is almost always hatred and a malicious smile on his face. He was 91st on the list of S-ranks. And the last one is Anya Soklo, a magician girl with a staff in her hand. She was 52nd on the list of S-ranks. Together they were Pandemonium, an invincible group. It was reported that if you become their target, you won't be able to survive. Hyunwoo suddenly pointed his finger at Anya and asked if she was good at magic, since she was in 52nd place. Hearing this, Anya grinned, pointed her staff, the end of which began to glow, and asked if he really didn't know her, the best magician. Standing with his hands in his pockets, he said casually that that was why he was asking. Anya was shocked. She slammed her staff down hard on the ground. Her face changed into an ominous smile. She placed her hands on the staff, around which a strong and ominous energy began to gather. She looked at Manhwa and said that even hunters above the 50th place died at the hands of Pandemonium, all thanks to the weakening debuff. A magic circle appeared under Hyunwoo's feet. Suddenly, tentacles burst out of the circle and grabbed him, tying him up and forbidding him to move. The main character, surprised, asked if she really knew how to draw magic circles. Pointing her finger at him and laughing loudly, she asked if he really couldn't read the situation. Closing his eyes and lowering his head, Hyunwoo said that this is what he is doing now. With his eyes filled with anger and hatred, he said he was trying to figure out whether to kill them all. He was enveloped in an aura stronger and angrier than others. Anya was very scared. "Kill him," Anya shouted, and everyone rushed to the attack. "Make sure he can no longer speak," she yelled. China, Zun, evening. Yan Guild Underground City. All residents are dead. "They say this is the main point of the Yan Guild," a voice said. Standing among the rubble, leaning on his sword, was Dojin, the 82nd S rank. A girl walked towards him and said that she therefore expected something more. It was a red-haired girl with long hair who, with her hands folded behind her back, said that it was a complete disappointment. Dachan smiled sarcastically, sweat dripping down his face. He was badly injured. Looking at his opponent, he said that even if he loses, there will soon be chapters here. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl smiled innocently, giggling a little. Dojin's face changed with anger, veins appeared all over his face, and his eyes were filled with rage and hatred. He swung his sword with the last of his strength, but the red-haired girl gracefully dodged. Shocked, Dachon did not understand what happened. While bending over, the girl's eyes filled with anger, after which she said that she did not want to use this technique on him, but she wanted to see the master quickly. Her hand was in its usual state, directed towards Dojin. Suddenly she clenched into a fist. There was no emotion on the girl's face. She used the royal power technique, pointing her fist at Dojin. The blow hit the target. From such enormous power, he flew away an impressive distance, and the girl was enveloped in a strong aura. Walking among the corpses and debris, she said that this day was simply wonderful. Standing on her knee in front of her, her head bowed, was Hanrin, who said that he had told her not to look for him. The girl had thoughts in her head that Hanrin met him first and conveyed his words. Looking at the student, she said in her head that she was a little angry, but still happy because he was waiting for her. Sadly lowering her head, she thought that the words, "Don't look for me," actually mean, "Until you keep your promise, don't look for me." Standing among the flames, debris and corpses, her hands clasped behind her back, she continued to say in her head that she must prepare a place worthy of him as soon as possible. Aaron Guild, head office. It's a clear day, the sun is shining. Shocked, Soyeon looked at what she saw with her mouth open. Hyunwoo held the tearful Anya in his hand, and then said that he had brought Soyeon someone who could draw a circle. Looking at Anya with disgust, he asked if she really could. Frightened, Anya screamed that of course she could do anything. Tears flowing from her eyes, holding her hands to her face, she asked if she did this, would he let her live, to which Hyunwoo said that it all depended on her success. Anya was drawing a magic circle in despair, and at this time Soyeon asked if this was Anya Soklo, the one who ranks 52nd on the S rank list. It looks like she really is a famous magician, Hyunwoo said. Soyeon was surprised and then asked how he could bring the criminal, to which Hyunwoo sighed and rolled his eyes and said that Ares sent them to him again, after which he added that he dealt with the others and brought her here. Shocked by his words, Soyeon screamed if he had really done away with all of Pandemonium. Hyunwoo confirmed her words. Scratching her head in confusion, she said that his abilities would not be enough to defeat Pandemonium. Extending his arms and shrugging his shoulders in surprise, Hyunwoo said that he also thought that his indicators were strange, but the results came out like this. Looking away, he said in his head that even if he asked Dav about it, she would say that this information was not yet available to him. Pointing his finger at Anya, he told Soyeon not to worry, because she will do anything if you scare her, because she is one of those who is very afraid for her life. Kneeling and crying, she begged for mercy, saying that she had made a mistake when she said that she could create objects and magic circles. She said that she could do anything as long as they didn't kill her. Looking at her characteristics, in the character paragraph it was written that she is a fighter for existence. They were in some kind of hangar. Hyunwoo said that Anya said that all this can be done without a staff and even without skills. Handing her things to Soyeon, he told her to take her S+ level staff and robe. Turning around, Hyunwoo said with a smile on his face that he needed to run errands, asking her to keep an eye on Anya. "Where are you going?" Soyeon asked. "I received a gift, I need to repay it," Hyunwoo answered her. Toy store. Hyunwoo came out with a package in his hand. Picking up the package and looking at it closely, he smiled sarcastically. Looking at the Ares building, he asked himself how he could manage without a return gift. The door to the building opened. The secretary immediately drew attention to the visitor. Suddenly she realized that the person who came was Hyunwoo. Immediately, security guards came running to her screams, shouting at him to get out of the Ares main office. "The boss is here," Hyunwoo asked, reaching into the bag. Holding the handle of the weapon, he said that he had come to give him a gift. It turned out to be a toy squeaky sledgehammer. With a malicious smile on his face, he hit it against his hand, asking, "No one here wants to get this." He screamed when he was hit on the head with a rubber mallet. The hammer struck from the other side, and he screamed again. The employees watched in bewilderment as the guy beat their man with a rubber mallet. He tapped his palm with a hammer and addressed the observers, saying that they had little courage left as they continued to block his passage. He slung the hammer over his shoulder, smiled and assumed that they did this because they were ready to die. The woman clenched her teeth in displeasure, and the man opened his mouth in fear. There was a silver plaque on the door indicating that this was the office of Representative Ares. His phone rang and the employee said in a trembling voice that Hyunwoo had burst into the building armed with a toy hammer. He clenched his fists in irritation when screams were heard from the receiver. He frowned and looked down. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Sunwoo thought irritably that the main character's madness was beyond all bounds, because only he could attack the guild with a toy hammer. He presented articles with information about this incident and thought that if the public found out about it, then Ares would not soon be able to restore his reputation. He did not know how to deal with this situation. He clutched the phone in his hand, deciding that he couldn't call headquarters and ask for reinforcements because if he did, they would question his ability as a leader. His thoughts were interrupted by the door being kicked in. He jumped up and looked at the intruder in horror. Hyunwoo walked into the office with a toy hammer on his shoulder. He smiled and casually asked how Sunwoo was doing. He frowned, burning with anger at this guy. He swung the hammer and hit him in the face. Hyunwoo said he would start talking after he hit him. He hit his back against the bookcase and cried out pitifully. Books fell to the floor. Looking at them, he thought about the last time they discussed compensation for damages. He pressed his hand to his sore head. Hyunwoo asked if he was so tired of living that he sent pandemonium to him. He clenched his teeth in irritation and tried to say something. He closed his eyes, trying to calm down, because even pandemonium couldn't kill this guy. He raised his head, looked at him displeasedly and asked what he wanted as compensation. He leaned over, smiled contentedly and said that his willingness to cooperate pleased him. He said that he would be satisfied with money as compensation, approximately 20 billion won. He closed his eyes and said that he would pay him the required amount, mentally indignant at this crazy demand. The gavel came down. Hyunwoo wanted to say something else. Sunwoo was sweating from exertion, looking fearfully at the rubber hammer on his head. He stood with his hand outstretched and said that he didn't care how many more people he hired to kill him, but before doing that, he should think about compensation. He turned his head, smiled and said that he urgently needed to call the hospital if he did not want his subordinates to die. Sunwoo continued to sit on the carpet as Hyunwoo walked out of his office. Trembling with anger, he clenched his hand into a fist, repeating the name of the main character. His blow caused cracks to appear on the floor, and he thought he would kill Hyunwoo. He frowned in concentration, pursed his lips and thought that since pandemonium could not cope with him, then he needed to come up with something much larger to get rid of this guy. He continued to frown and stare at one point, thinking that he could not request reinforcements from the main office, but he still had a solution. He imagined a man standing on a rock and a green dragon in front of him. Sunwoo decided to go to China and bring the 5th ranked player in the world ranking S-rank hunter, known as the Imperial Dragon. There was a fire on the 8th floor. Someone walked on trembling hands and quietly moaned in pain. His eyes widened in fear when he noticed someone. A woman sat on the back of a giant monster. She told him that he, the last defender, had lost. She looked down at him, smiled slightly and said that, as promised, she would capture the last city. The man with the animal skin on his head pressed his palm to his chest and shouted that it was not over yet because he could still fight. She closed her eyes and laughed. Golden circles radiated from her feet and she began to read the steps. He raised his weapon and shouted, telling her to stop. She took the 2nd step. He opened his mouth wide and screamed in panic. A flicker of yellow light appeared on his face as she took the 3rd step. The light was destroying the burning buildings on the 8th floor. She took another step. The light reached the people. They screamed in pain. She took the 5th step and a column of light rushed upward. She stood with her eyes closed. She stood next to a destroyed building, debris falling from the sky. Looking at the dust and debris floating in the air, she thought with regret that if things continued like this, her technique would be called 5-step destruction, not 10. She turned around, smiled and told someone to follow her. There were monsters behind her dog. She invited them to have fun on the next floor. An article was opened on the mobile phone screen with the news that the leading hunter guild, Ares, had been incapacitated using a toy hammer. He had read enthusiastic comments about how Hyunwoo, with a toy hammer, had sent all 150 hunters in the building to the hospital. Some words caught his attention. People were discussing why the guild was silent. He lay on the couch with his phone in his hand and read the comments where people were discussing why Sunwoo was handing over the dungeons to Hyunwoo. With his arms crossed on his chest, Shikken approached him. He asked if he knew that 47 cars had arrived at the guild building to help the victims. He replied that he had just read about it in the news. He looked irritably at his friend with red eyes and said that if Ares presses charges, he will immediately be taken into custody. He looked at his interlocutor with a bored expression, opened his mouth and said that the guild had threatened his life, so he acted in self-defense. Lying on the sofa, Hyunwoo told his friend that he used an ordinary toy hammer, so they were unlikely to take such serious actions. Shihyun displeasedly asked how many people he had killed with this toy. The rubber hammer was lying on a black table. The main character told him that everything was fine and told him to stop worrying. He looked at the phone screen in surprise. He got up from the sofa. Shihyun asked why he was acting so strange. He replied that it was already time for his lectures, and that it would be a shame if his salary was cut because he was late. He patted his friend on the shoulder. Shihyun asked what lecture they were talking about, remembered the beginner's lecture that Japan had requested, and admitted that he thought he was too lazy for that. He smiled, gave him a thumbs up and said that he was being paid 50 million won for them, so if he was motivated properly, he would find the will to do anything. A message appeared in the system window stating that the new ascendant had begun to pass the 9th floor, and the countdown had begun. The system sent him an invitation. It said that in an hour he would be delivered to the right place. He clutched the goblin's leg in his hand and looked at the alert in confusion. He couldn't believe that another ascender had appeared. During the lecture, several people filmed him on their mobile phones, and an employee asked if he was doing well. He let go of the orc's leg, smiled, and assured her that everything was fine. He went further, saying that he would now show them how to catch the monster boss with his bare hands and ordered them not to lag behind. He pursed his lips and thought about something. There was a flash of transition. He found himself in a room with stone walls and asked Av why a new ascendant appeared so soon, because she had not yet increased his knowledge of information after defeating Chanma, and was already giving him a new task. She threw up her hands and said that her knowledge of information had not increased, but a little had been accumulated. He looked at her intently and asked if she was telling the truth. Av smiled and said that she wanted to give him information about this ascendant. She imagined a woman dressed in white and monsters and said that this time the ascendant was not walking alone, but with many comrades. He thought about one of his previous fights and asked if she meant that the new ascendant looked like the monster from the rift that he saw at the beginning. Av replied that not at all. She thought about the red monster that Hyunwoo fought for the key and said that low-level ascendants summon monsters from the rift, and the system in turn creates monsters to support the low-level ascendants and help them destroy the world. She introduced orcs, werewolves, and goblins and said that monsters that appear in this way can hardly be called comrades. There was a white table in the room. Hyunwoo asked if this meant that the new ascendant had an average or high level. Av replied that he had an average level, but it was slightly higher than the previous ascendant. He looked at his assistant in surprise, opened his mouth and asked if the new opponent was stronger than Chanma. The girl opened her mouth and confirmed it. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin, smiled, and said that if he destroyed this ascendant, he could increase his knowledge of information. Av happily supported his idea. The Aaron Guild was located in a multi-story office building. He kicked open the door and asked how things were going with the magic circle. Soyeon clenched her hands into fists in anger and said that she had already asked him many times not to open the door like that. Hyunwoo rolled his eyes and said that he did it automatically. She looked at him and asked why he came. He replied that he wanted to check how diligently Anya was working. The sweaty girl looked at him and said with a smile that she had almost finished repairing the magic circle. It would be better than before and last longer. He looked at her intently, opened his mouth and asked her to do something else. The confused girl hesitantly agreed. Continuing to look at her, he said that she had the skill of teleportation, and asked her to draw a teleportation magic circle. Soyeon opened her mouth in surprise and asked if Anya's special skill was teleportation. She looked at the girl sitting on the floor and asked why she didn't run away if she had such power. She embarrassedly replied that she couldn't activate the skill with her own mana. Sweating with embarrassment, she opened her mouth and replied that she needed the help of a magic circle to use her skill. He looked anxiously at the system window that appeared while Anya continued to run away. Soyeon did not want to escape. The system reported that the ascendant had reached the 9th floor and was in Germany. He smiled as he continued to look at the message. Soyeon asked him where he wanted to go via teleportation. He replied that he needed to go to Germany. A rift appeared in a square in the city of Leipzig. Next to it stood an ascending one, and opposite it were armed hunters and military equipment. The man with a spear in his hands was the head of the local guild. His name was Schuweser. He told her to surrender and then they would spare her. She smiled, showing sharp teeth, and said that his proposal was very confident. Drones appeared above his head. He asked her if she couldn't see how many there were. At the German Hunter Association, there was a man sitting at the table. He was watching what was happening on the screen. Schuweser said that no matter how strong the ascendant is, she cannot defeat all the S-rank hunters present. He frowned and rubbed his hands nervously. She smiled insidiously and said that she was amused by their confidence in victory, based only on numerical superiority. Her smile widened as she praised the hunters for fighting together. She raised her hand and monsters began to appear from the rift. She said that she would also fight together with her friends. The hunters' faces were distorted with horror and misunderstanding. Sparks and smoke rose into the sky. The ascendant said that she would like to introduce herself and said that she was the embodiment of their fears. Something caught fire, she said, which is the personification of the horror that consumes their courage. Her eyes glowed ominously. She said that she was the leader of the night parade of demons and the mystical god of chaos. The guild leader was sweating with excitement. He looked anxiously at the ascendant. One of the monsters rushed upward. He bent down, looking unkindly at the people below. An explosion could be seen behind the roof of the building. He was sitting on a chair and reading something on his phone. The screen showed the flight time from Korea to Germany. It was more than 11 hours. Anya, sitting on the floor, was drawing a magic circle. He displeasedly asked how much more time she would need. She replied that there were still 5 hours left. Hyunwoo asked her to hurry up. She looked at the phone screen in bewilderment. She raised her head, opened her mouth wide and told him that a rift had appeared in Germany. Without raising his head, he replied that he was aware. The girl, sweating with anxiety, was very surprised by his reaction. She said that the news said that they had sent him a request for support. An article with his photograph was open on the smartphone screen. He told her that he was reading about this right now. He did not like the title of the article, which had nothing to do with the situation. He pursed his lips in displeasure. Continuing to read the news, she asked if he was going to stop the rift this time too. Hyunwoo answered in the affirmative. She looked at him with big eyes, confused. He continued to look intently at the smartphone screen. Soyeon wondered if he always had the desire to help everyone. He sat with his head bowed. Something caught his attention. He asked out loud what it was. The top news was a video of the Ascendant. The headline said that the source of the rift made a strange proposal. She raised her hand and said that she wanted to argue with the hunters. She pressed her palm to her face, smiled insidiously, and said that the rules of the bet would be very simple. He intently watched what was happening on the video. The Ascendant said that she would stay in the city for 24 hours, and if during this time someone managed to defeat her, she would stop the hike and retreat. The monster tilted its head towards her. She waved her hand, again voiced the terms of the deal with the hunters, and said that she was not worried about how many there would be. Among the rubble lay the lifeless bodies of people. The Ascendant continued her speech. She smiled and said that if they did not stop her, she would destroy other cities, and added that she would wait. The man was sitting at a table in the headquarters of the German Guild. The image of the Ascendant was on the screen. Christian rested his head on his hand and closed his eyes, thinking about what was happening in Leipzig. Another man looked at the tablet and said that they had requested an evacuation, but despite this they had data of 20,000 dead, and this number was expected to increase. Christian interrupted him and asked what about the hunters sent. He imagined smoke and sparks rising among the rooftops and said that 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters had been eliminated, making the situation more dangerous than the Japanese rift, and added that they were trying to request support from the 5 strongest S-rank hunters of the International Association. He slammed his fist on the table in annoyance and cursed when a subordinate said that they had been unable to contact either of them. The phone rang in his trouser pocket. Christian waved his hand and allowed him to answer. He apologized to the boss and reached into his pocket. He pressed the phone to his ear, said that he was busy now and asked to get straight to the point, after which he exclaimed, unable to believe the news. He pushed the phone away, covered the microphone with his hand, and with a happy smile reported to the manager that that hunter from Korea was coming to the rescue. Christian did not understand who he was talking about. A wide smile appeared on his face when the assistant explained that Hyunwoo, who killed Chama in Japan, would help them. A column of light appeared behind the building. At its base there was a circle. A guy in a tracksuit appeared in the streams of energy. He smiled and thought that he had finally arrived. He looked up somewhere and noted with satisfaction that moving around using the teleporter was very convenient. He stood at the fence and looked at the 2 giant monsters. A monster with many arms noticed him. He climbed over the fence. The next moment he hit the monster in the face, calling him a piece of clay, and ordered him to stop creaking. He smiled widely, catching 2 magic balls by the tail, and was surprised that his opponent was so weak. He jumped down. He ran down the back of the centipede-like monster. He slapped him in the face and asked if they were the ones who called him. There was an explosion. The monster fell to the ground. Hyunwoo came up to its face. He grabbed him by the tooth and asked where the Ascendant was. The monster's eyes lit up. He was indignant at such humiliation. There was a broadcast on the screen from the scene of the battle. People in the comments discussed the arrival of Hyunwoo. The broadcast showed an Ascendant sitting on a tank, and there was a heated discussion of what was happening in the comments. A guy in a tracksuit appeared in front of her. This excited the audience even more. She pointed her finger at him and suggested that he would be her first opponent. He chuckled and teased her for using an outdated dialect. She clenched her teeth in displeasure and said that he talks a lot. He opened his mouth and said with displeasure that since she was going to appear, she could have done it more quietly. There was no need to turn the city into ruins, and then asked if she was going to take responsibility for the destruction. She frowned and looked at him displeased. She could not understand whether he was brave or stupid if he dared to talk to her like that. He looked at her mockingly and replied that it was none of her business. She frowned even deeper, looking at him angrily. She stepped on the ground and said that she usually takes her time with the first opponent, but the stupid defender crossed the line. He slightly tilted his head, continuing to look at the woman approaching him. She suggested checking how good he is, since he allows himself so much. A circle appeared at her feet. She said that the dragon lasted 5 steps, and the arrogant guy who claimed to be the strongest in the world lasted 7. He looked at her questioningly when she suggested finding out how many steps he could take. Her lips stretched into a sly smile and she began counting down. Glowing circles radiated from her feet, and she took the next step. He recoiled in fear, trying to understand what was happening with the energy in the area. He looked at her in confusion. He leaned down and noticed sparks flying around. He realized that he felt the energy of mana, which was expanding and destroying the area. She took the third step and the circles appeared again. A pillar of light appeared behind her. She spread her arms and took the fourth step. The main character realized that he had to make her stop. Under the influence of light, the space began to collapse. She took the fifth step. Red wings appeared behind him. He decided to counter with his strongest attack. He flew towards her. A black ball appeared above him. She smiled and took 2 more steps. He frowned, clenched his teeth and thought in confusion that he could not control his own mana due to the fact that the ascending one was affecting it. He winced in pain because he felt like he was going to be torn to pieces, but he was still determined to stop her. He spread his arms to the sides and continued to approach. She said that he was better than the strongest man in the world from the previous floor. She took the 8th and 9th steps. A red stream of power appeared. It was Hyunwoo who used the Overlord's Divine Strike technique. He hit her in the face using the Overlord's greatest destructive leg technique. He looked at her with displeasure. The Ascendant pressed her hand to her face and said with a smile that he almost stopped her. He clenched his teeth in anger when she said that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to prevent her next move. With a graceful wave of her arms, she took the 10th step. There was an explosion. A stream of yellow energy illuminated the location. Dozens of multi-story buildings were instantly destroyed into small pieces. The protagonist, groaning in pain, tried to contain the onslaught of energy. He thought that the magic seemed to explode inside him and smash him to smithereens. A huge amount of dense energy was under his feet. A moment later, it began to subside and the main character found himself on the ground. A girl with huge horns stood in front of the main character with her hands on her belt. She stated that he knows how to surprise. The protagonist, kneeling down, trembled with tension. She said that he was able not only to withstand 10 steps, but also to stay on his feet. Clapping the cereal, the white-haired girl said with a smile that it was amazing. Covering herself in a layer of yellow energy and extending her hand forward, the demon declared that thanks to this, she would complete the destruction of the zone. She also noted that at the last stage everything took only 5 steps. Still shaking and looking down, the protagonist said that she was crazy. He mentally noted that she was definitely stronger than the Demon King. After a pause, he thought that he was in great pain. Smiling evilly, the girl asked what he would do and stated that he, of course, withstood her technique, but it seemed that he would not be able to fight any further. Hyunwoo, leaning his hands on his legs, stood up. The demon asked if he was ready to beg for mercy or if he would simply accept death. Standing up, making great efforts to do so, he called out to the girl. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the girl, stated that there was only one option. Smiling confidently, he added that he would destroy her. The white-haired girl looked at the guy in surprise. Bursting with sincere laughter, she declared that he really was different from the others. Licking her lips, she stated with a confident grin that she would have to put in a little more strength in order to finally defeat him. The girl's cloak began to flutter in the wind. She, raising her hand up, created a powerful stream of magic. She introduced herself as the head of Haki Yako, the owner of great destructive demonic power. She stated that the protagonist will know her greatness. The main character was surprised to see the action of his opponent's technique. Streams of yellow aura enveloped the space surrounding them. Hyunwoo thought that the girl had become even stronger. A new stream of magic appeared near the protagonist, who made a quiet sound from the tension he was experiencing. He experienced a new wave of pain. Noticing something, the protagonist turned to the right. A confident smile crossed his face. A system alert appeared, indicating that he had absorbed the magic aimed at him and his durability level had increased. Recalling the repeated appearance of system windows, the protagonist mentally stated that his durability was already at level 5, which means he can now withstand heavier attacks. And since resilience has increased, all is not lost. A new system window appeared, which contained information about increasing the level of magic. While in the flow of yellow magic and looking at the information windows, the protagonist mentally noted that everything was exactly the same as it was that time with the Demon King. Smiling once again, Hyunwoo mentally declared that it was time to get ready. He also made a mental note to think about it and maybe he could do the same as last time. Remembering the different fighting stances he learned during training, the main character mentally said that while he was in the tower, he had countless teachers. Web novels, manhwa, anime, movies. Although for some this is all just fiction, for him these are personal teachers. An image of Asura appeared, moving several hands formed into various symbols against a background of yellow-orange fire patterns. And one of the techniques they gave to the protagonist is the destruction technique, the legendary Asura technique that could resist the gods. The main character looked forward seriously. A stream of red aura began to emanate from his back. Streams of dense energy began to form various patterns. 3 large pink buds formed in the center. Slightly gritting her teeth, the monster looked blankly at the guy's ability. She asked what it was. Red hands began to form around the guy who had closed his eyes. Looking at the protagonist in surprise, the girl said in fear that this was bad and she needed to end it as soon as possible. Starting to use the first step, the girl began to walk. Her leg was grabbed by the protagonist's magic. She looked down in fear. Trying to move her legs, shrouded in red energy, the girl mentally stated that he was standing behind him. Shrouded in a powerful aura, Henmu calmly walked towards her. By releasing part of her aura into her leg, she was able to get rid of the guy's grip. Starting to step a second time, she again fell into his ability. She clenched her teeth and viciously insulted him. The girl jumped and tried to throw off the protagonist's attack by spinning her leg. She cried out how dare he touch her legs. Fighting off the attack and landing on the ground, the girl thought that there were still 8 steps left. She mentally noted that this technique repeated the 10 steps of destruction. But if something goes wrong, then you can't continue. She continued to look angrily at the main character and spread her arms to the sides. She mentally stated that she needed to do it all over again. Covering her foot with magic, she stepped onto the ground again. Runs up to her, the protagonist said that this is not the case. Streams of energy began to rotate around the pedal. A moment later, the magic gathered in front of him and began to concentrate in one place. The protagonist shot red magic at the demon as she took her 3rd step. Flying away from the attack of the main character, the girl thought that Hyunwoo was holding her back with some strange trick and she could not take a step. Her eyes lit up, she clenched her teeth with all her might in sincere rage. She asked how someone like him dared to restrain her. She pointed a finger in his direction. The main character stumbled slightly when a yellow magic circle appeared below him. With a victorious smile, the girl stepped for the 4th time. A powerful stream of her magic surrounded the protagonist's body and ability. Looking at the guy with an animalistic grin, the blonde girl shouted out and asked how the main character felt about the strength of her 10 steps when she was completely focused on him. Opening her mouth wide, the monster told him to fully enjoy her. She started the 5th step. Hyunwoo, whose foot was covered in red aura, picked it up. He stepped on the blonde girl's foot. She raised her head in shock and looked at him in disbelief. She opened her mouth in surprise, unable to say anything. Looking at his opponent with a small smile, the protagonist stated that it was nothing special, even weaker than last time. Her red eyes widened. The main character moved his leg to the side. An afterimage emerged from his leg. When he put his palm forward, all the arms and buds went towards the monster. He stated that it was his turn now. He formed a red magic circle in front of his hand. Small white leaves began to emerge from the opening petals. It began to emit white light. It opened completely, creating a large white pattern. 3 open pink petals appeared behind the protagonist. He released a huge concentrated stream of energy. It was Asura's flame attack. The beam of energy released by the protagonist pierced the climber's body through and through. The girl, pierced by a beam of energy, opened her mouth wide and screamed. Her body began to tremble, and the light of energy became brighter. The protagonist continued to release energy without stopping for a moment. After a few seconds, a system window began to form in the air. The system notified the protagonist about getting rid of the climber. The next system message notified him of the system prompt. Hyunwoo suddenly turned into particles of white energy and dissolved. Av, who was sitting, congratulated the protagonist on his victory. Hyunwoo, who had his hands in his pockets, looked at the girl in surprise when he heard her words. Gesturing with her hand, Av said that as a result, his level of information collection had been changed to medium level from low. Smiling, the girl told the protagonist that she personally called him to inform him about this. Hyunwoo opened his mouth slightly in amazement looking at the girl. A moment later, the protagonist made Av nervous. He smiled, noting that she called him for the first time right after his victory over the climber. Av became very nervous, saying that she was just too happy and wanted to tell him as soon as possible. Continuing to smile, the protagonist said that it was better for him since she did everything at once. Starting to look around Hyunwoo's room, he asked Av if it had become a little larger compared to before. Smiling, the girl told Hyunwoo that every time he defeated the climbers, her location changed. Taking the remote control in her hand, Av began to talk about the many changes that had happened in his absence. Looking at the 2 on and off buttons on the remote, Av said that one of the features was the ability to decorate the system room. When the protagonist picked up the remote control, Av said that if you think about the desired interior, the remote control will make it happen. A moment later, the room transformed, turning into a room on the 1st floor of the training tower. Av opened her mouth wide in surprise, recognizing the room. A moment later, the room transformed into the protagonist's room, and Hyunwoo, seeing the girl's strong surprise, asked the reason for such strong surprise. Av extended her finger, saying that she only knew how to use the remote control, but could not use it because it was the first time she had seen the room of the person from the 9th floor. Hyunwoo, surprised, asked if she had lived here all her life. Av answered him by saying that she had been here since creation. Horrified, the protagonist asked if the girl slept here, to which she replied by saying that she slept right on the table when she felt tired. The protagonist, looking at the smiling girl, fell silent without saying a word. Raising her hand, Av called up 4 system windows when Hyunwoo asked her if she had anything to tell him, after which she began to talk about how information collection and alerts had been updated, and a pass was added that allowed once a day to come here even if she didn't call him. Stroking his chin, the protagonist said that this skill was useful if he had questions. Looking at the walls of Hyunwoo's updated room, he decided to ask something because his skill level had increased. Calling up his status window, the protagonist told Ab that it was somehow strange. Looking in surprise at the window of the system's characteristics, Hyunwoo said that after capturing the goddess, his characteristics increased greatly and he would say that it was too much compared to last time. Av, looking at the protagonist, told him that now with his collection level, she could tell him something. Delighted, the protagonist asked her to quickly tell everything. A silhouette of a tower formed behind the girl when she began to say that in order to limit the increase in strength to the level necessary for the tower and not allow the characteristics to increase beyond what was required, its creator installed a lock, but it only worked in the system, which meant that his current abilities and true ones differed. The protagonist stared in shock at the system windows. A moment later, he smiled nervously, asking the girl to tell her everything briefly. Av extended her finger saying that the information was blocked by the system, but his indicators were growing. Hyunwoo crossed his arms over his chest, asking why if there was such a simple reason, and how different they were from each other. The girl became a little depressed, saying that she couldn't say this because of her low level. Slamming his hands on the table, Hyunwoo asked why he was locked in the tower, but Av again referred to the level and refused him. Hyunwoo frowned at the girl. The guy suddenly released his aura, frightening the girl, and then asked her when the highest level ascendant would come. Events are transferred to China, the city of Shanghai, to the I territory of the Yan Guild, which was burning in flames. Myron held Henta by the throat and lifted him with one hand. Looking at Hentu, the girl said that she thought it would be much more fun since the best representatives of Yan were gathered here. With a wave of her hand, she threw Hentu aside, calling the fight boring. Next, the girl asked Jiangyeon, who was kneeling, if everything was ready. The guy picked up the tablet saying that, as she asked, he got a video of Henwu from a crevice in Germany. Myron went to the tablet and covered her mouth and looked at the screen. The screen showed Henwu using Asura's flame techniques. Myron smiled, looking at the screen, and said that she was immensely glad that the teacher exceeded all her expectations. Turning around, the girl ordered Chanjin to report the situation. The guy, sitting on his knees, said that this was the final territory because 92% of the territories belonged to the Strength Guild. Looking at the bodies of the defeated enemies, near which the flames were burning, the guy said that the remaining 8% belonged to the guilds they subordinated. Smiling, Chanjin announced the end of the occupation of the territories. Approaching the exit, Myron put her hands behind her back. Looking up at the sky, the girl smiled that she was able to keep her promise. Many years ago, as a child, she called for her teacher. Looking at Hyunwoo, who had a mask on his head, the girl shouted saying that if he gets out of the tower, she will prepare a place worthy of him. Then she closed her eyes and shouted loudly, promising to prepare the best place where he could rule. The protagonist's lips stretched into a smile when he heard her. His eyes lit up brightly as he looked at Myron and thanked her. The adult Myron looked at the sky saying that this moment has come, the time to meet her teacher. The girl stood, motionless, looking at the scenery outside the door, while the edges of her dress swayed slightly. Events take us to a shopping center. The protagonist, who was looking at the documents in his hands, answered Soyeon's question about what he was looking at by saying that in his hand were documents for compensation sent by Germany, more like an invitation to live there. Shikhin took the documents from the protagonist's hands, asking him what exactly was written there. While Shihan and Son read the documents in their hands, they were surprised by the conditions offered by Germany. She offered tax exemption, a house, a car, and an office for the guild in Germany. Seokwan, who was sitting next to the protagonist, grinned, saying that this compensation was cooler than what he received from Japan, after which he asked him what he did with the sword of the Demon King. Shihan shocked everyone by saying that Hyunwoo gave him this sword. Soyeon immediately became excited and asked the protagonist about the truthfulness of Shihan's words. The protagonist, holding his wands in his hand, looked at the girl, reminding her that she had received a new magical seal and items from the killer girl. Seokwan, who was holding a cup in his hand, closed his eyes, internally regretting because he didn't get anything. Soyeon, holding chopsticks in her hand, looked at Hyunwoo and asked why he was helping with the crevices, if not counting the objects. Shikhan glanced at the protagonist, expressing his interest. Seokwan also looked at the protagonist, saying that he even went to Japan and Germany for this. Holding a cup of tea in his hand, the protagonist said that there was no particular reason for this. Hyunwoo smiled and said that he had developed a habit of dealing with villains. Everyone sitting at the table stared at Manhwa, not believing his words. When the protagonist put his chopsticks on the table, everyone thought about the veracity of his words. Events moved forward several hours. The protagonist stood in the middle of the shopping center and looked out the window. Hyunwoo looked at the tower in the distance and thought. Looking at her, he remembered many events, how she once appeared and monsters simply began to appear there and people began to be attracted to fight them, and he was one of those who was the first to be called. It was then that he was locked in the tower for 12 years. He simply stood in front of the sign that welcomed him to the training tower. He clenched his fists looking at all the hundreds of floors. He looked at his comrades leaving, but he himself remained in the tower. Once he even accompanied his student, but even then he was returned to the first floor again and again, as if a restart was happening. Looking at the tower in the distance, the protagonist decided to find out why he was imprisoned there. Hyunwoo tilted his head forward, thinking that even after the third fissure, the collection of information had only increased to the mid-low level. Suddenly, the protagonist's comrades, passing next to him, called out to him, asking what he was so worried about. Hyunwoo smiled, saying that nothing happened. Then the protagonist turned around and followed his comrades, saying that nothing special happened. 10 minutes after capturing the goddess Hyakuyaki, the young TV presenter greeted all the viewers, while Hee-yeon stood on stage introducing her guest, who was sitting in a chair, calling him one of a kind. The protagonist sat calmly on the sofa listening to her. Looking at the protagonist who was looking at the phone, Hee-yeon imagined him. Hyunwoo looked up from his phone when the girl told him that he made a pretty big statement at the last conference. Then he looked at Hyunwoo and looked at Hee-yeon, saying that he was only telling the truth. Then the girl smiled, saying that he never ceased to amaze them. The protagonist's face appeared on the screen behind the stage while Hee-yeon invited everyone to watch this excerpt together. The screen showed Hyunwoo sitting on stage and listening to one of the journalists ask him about his skill. Then the protagonist, picking his ear, said that he had no ordinary skills and used exclusively martial arts. When the excerpt ended, Hee-yeon clenched her fists and feigned an exclamation of admiration, saying that thanks to his statement, martial arts that were no longer listed had become popular again. Suddenly, two old men in kimonos entered the stage. The presenter, seeing them, said that they had invited masters in this field for an interview. Looking at the old people, the protagonist grinned. After some time, the old men began to talk about their martial arts while simultaneously performing various movements from their techniques. The protagonist, seeing this, smiled nervously, perplexed that they were going to train him. Hyunwoo stomped his foot sharply, startling the two old men. All three people standing on the stage glanced at the protagonist while listening to him say that they had misunderstood him. Hyunwoo abruptly snatched the sword of one of the old men. Looking at the old people, the protagonist pointed to himself, saying that children who did not understand the meaning of the word combat could not become strong if they just started studying, because he became strong because he developed himself. All the cameramen and journalists began to carefully look at the protagonist, pointing their cameras while he said that it was not about the power of martial arts. Hyunwoo enveloped the sword in his mana, deciding to show people the difference between him and others. The protagonist's entire body was enveloped in red mana as he raised his sword with a grin on his face. One of the old men gritted his teeth when he saw how the protagonist used his technique. Hyunwoo smiled, telling everyone to watch carefully how exactly to use the sword. The protagonist closed his eye, remembering how he was lying on the couch reading a similar novel. He began to remember reading one of the passages from the novel and decided to try to use it. Hyunwoo spun around and swung his sword. A huge dragon appeared after the protagonist swung his sword, after which he soared upward. Cameramen and journalists began to scream in disbelief, and some even lost consciousness. Throwing away the sword, the protagonist standing on the stage decided to repeat his words. Smiling, Hyunwoo said that just because he became strong didn't mean they would become strong too, so they shouldn't act recklessly and try to anger him. Events are transferred to Anya typing on the keyboard. Hyunwoo walked into the room wearing a slipper. Anya, who was sitting at the table, called out to him and greeted him. Looking at the greatly changed Anya, the protagonist said that he did not recognize her because of the strong changes. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist scared her by asking if she liked it here. Anya began to nod and, clasping her palms, agreed with every word said by the protagonist. Looking at the ceiling, the protagonist told Anya to keep in mind that she would be treated like an ordinary hunter. Hyunwoo crossed his arms over his chest and smiled, asking if she wanted this, to which the girl immediately began to shake her head, saying that she was happy with everything. The protagonist grinned widely, pleased with her answer, after which he told her that she could safely stay here until she decided to betray him. Suddenly, Hyunwoo, standing in front of the girl, scared her, releasing his aura and saying that if she decides to run away somewhere, he will deal with her himself. Then the protagonist lightly hit the girl on the shoulder, and then he turned around and walked towards the door, saying that if she needed something, she could calmly speak. When Hyunwoo left, Anya sighed, mentally telling herself that 10 days had already passed since her appointment as the secretary of this guild, and it was pretty good. The girl's subconscious sucked her in like a whirlpool while she thought about the ease of work, where she was not forced to work overtime, and although the salary was low, she did not need to wander around the world. Suddenly, fax paper came out of the printer. At the same time, at Incheon Airport, the screams of a guy asking his master to stop were heard. Jeongmyeon, who followed his master, shouted asking if he really wanted to turn to the force for help. Coward gritted his teeth as he imagined the protagonist laughing. He was angry that he had received the rights to the dungeon and the money. Jeongmyeon stood motionless and fell silent when Coward reminded them of their position. Their monopoly collapsed like a sandhill, and even the influence of some people was lost. All they could do was end up in the trash, where Coward sent the others. Jeongmyeon became agitated when the chief's assistant walked forward saying that he would kill the protagonist anyway and he shouldn't even try to dissuade him. Looking at Coward's back, Chongmyeon realized that he had decided to go to the end. Imagining all his treasures, Coward said that his monopoly was over, the rest of the dungeons did not matter, but he had already received what he could. He ordered Chongmyeon to give away all his money, assets, and artifacts. Sitting in his chair and resting his head on his hand, Brand asked the newcomer what he had just said. Having lowered his hands and straightened up, the head of the guild Ares thought. Bowing before Brand, the secretary spoke about the transfer of some dungeons to the head of the Korean branch. All this was a consequence of Sunwoo making a mistake. Tapping his fingers on the table, Brand said that everyone makes mistakes and they were no exception. Standing with his head bowed, the guy listened as the head of the guild told him that recently, the use of this word was only permissible if he made every effort to correct the mistake. The guild leader's pupil lit up brightly as he called Sunwoo's mistake a failure for not handling the situation properly. The secretary asked for forgiveness while looking at the table of the guild heads, but Brand stopped him, saying that it was not his fault because it was Sonu who failed. Looking at the white chair and table to the side, Brand ordered everything to be taken apart. A smile appeared on Brand's face when he ordered that everything be sorted out and all the dungeons returned to him. Events are transferred to the estate of the Strength Guild. Sonu, standing in front of the building, raised his head looking up, and remembering how the letter contained a request from the head of the guild to come in person. Because she wanted to see the person who made such an order, he was interested in the reason. Clenching his fist, Sonu wondered if it was even a good idea to ask for help from the Strength Guild, who were not on the best terms with Ares. The guy shuddered and exclaimed in fear. Suddenly a guy in a mask appeared in front of him, asking him to pass since he had permission. Sunwoo smiled nervously, anticipating Hyunwoo's death. Soon, Sunwoo stood in front of the huge folding doors, near which stood the guild members in their masks. Sunwoo swallowed nervously and frowned, sensing danger. A moment later, the folding gate leading to the room of the head of the Power Clan opened. Myron, who was sitting on a huge throne, glanced at Sonu who had arrived. Standing in front of the steps leading to the throne, Sunwoo bowed and introduced himself, but mentally he was shocked that the head of the guild turned out to be a girl. Sun, bowed to the waist, felt awkward under the gaze of the guild members standing on both sides of him. The guy raised his head sharply when Myron asked him if he approached them to set them on someone. Sunwoo immediately confirmed it. But when the girl asked him about his name, he seemed to be struck by a beam of energy and insight. He clenched his teeth, feeling that he should not say anything. But a moment later he decided to go all the way. Sunwoo bowed again and said that he wanted to kill Hyunwoo. Myron started stroking her chin when Sunwoo offered her 20% of his dungeons and 80 billion. With a nervous smile on his face, Sunwoo glanced at Myeong as she surprisingly told him that he was an idiot for actually asking them to kill Hyunwoo. Myron began to envelop her body in an aura and began to stand up. Smiling and releasing the enormous pressure, Myron asked Sunwoo if he really asked her to kill her own teacher. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the palace, destroying half of the castle. Sunwoo sat on the floor in fear and trembled while Myron, who stood in front of him, exuded a powerful aura. Trembling and frightened, Sonu asked the girl what it all meant. Looking at the girl looking at him with an arrogant gaze, Sunwoo did not understand why the head of the Chinese guild attacked him. Suddenly the guy was horrified, remembering how Myron called Hyunwoo her teacher. Then the guy extended his hand, stopping the girl, saying that there was a misunderstanding. Myeong placed one hand on her side and said that she met Hyunwoo in the tower when Sunwoo began to deny the possibility of Murray and the protagonist meeting. Trembling with fear, Sunwoo understood why the girl called Hyunwoo her teacher, but thanks to this he had a way out. Looking at the ceiling, Sunwoo asked the girl if she was Korean, to which he received a negative answer, after which he immediately said that Hyunwoo was most likely not the same teacher she met in the dungeon. Myron narrowed her eyes a little, asking Sunwoo why he thought so. Bowing his head and kneeling, Sunwoo said that there were 158 towers in the world, and only citizens of the country in which the tower was located were recruited. Imagining the many towers, Sunwoo said that, Being from China, she could hardly meet Hyunwoo locked in a bathhouse for 12 years. Tilting her waist a little, the girl asked if that was all Sunwoo wanted to say. With one movement, the girl created an explosion that threw Sona into the air. The guy screamed in pain and lost consciousness, but Myron directed her lightning at him, asking who gave him permission to faint. Myron began to approach the crawling guy, asking if he thought that she was not able to recognize her own teacher if he really couldn't think of anything else. Approaching him, the girl grabbed him by the back of his suit, saying that in some ways he was right and all towers are different. Myron raised one eyebrow and grinned and said that, unfortunately, she had to undergo a training sweep in Korea. Sunwoo, frightened and horrified, looked at the girl and listened as she said that then she was in despair and her father advised her to go to Korea, and that's when she met her teacher. In the spacious room of the head of the guild, Sunwoo's screams were heard. He did not want to believe. Myron, remembering how her teacher stood in front of her while she sat on her knees, told Sun that by denying the teacher, he was going against her because her current personality was based on what he wanted to see in her. A well-fitting kipao, long hair down to her waist and a tattoo representing the teacher, and even her name Myron, all this was what her teacher wanted to see. A creepy expression appeared on Myron's face when she told Sun that he underestimated her. Approaching the trembling Sun, the girl assured him that he would not have an easy death. Sunwoo opened his mouth with fear, looking at the girl in front of him while she threatened and frightened him. Events are transferred to Av's room. The protagonist, looking at the TV, asked Av if she liked the TV. Hyunwoo smiled, looking at Av, who told him how interesting it was, and at first she didn't do anything special, but there was so much interesting stuff here. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked him if it would be difficult for him to make her a PlayStation. Looking at the tables and chairs in the other part of the room, Hyunwoo asked why she couldn't do this herself. The girl bowed her head a little and sadly said that she was created only to help him, and she did not have the authority to do such a thing. Hyunwoo looked at the girl and fell silent. A moment later, the guy delighted Av by creating a PlayStation using the remote control. Happy Av hugged Hyunwoo thanks to him, because now she could do whatever she wanted. The protagonist smiled and looked at the happy girl hugging him. He had the feeling that he already had a daughter, although he didn't even get married. Av looked at the protagonist and stopped smiling and told him that she needed to tell him something. The protagonist stopped smiling and asked the girl what she should have said. Having become serious, Av began to tell everything. Events are transferred to the future, at the moment when the protagonist was eating with everyone in the kitchen and flinched when they called him. Shihyun, who was sitting next to Soyeon, asked the protagonist why he was frozen and not eating. Hanwoo, tearing off a piece, began to remember how Av, stretching out her finger, told him about the possible climbers remaining on his floor. Then, sitting on the sofa, he asked why she thought so, to which she extended 3 fingers and said that while he was in the tower, 3 cracks had formed, and usually if the boss was eliminated, the hole would close. But out of 3 crevices, 2 disappeared, remaining on the ground. Hyunwoo, taking a bite of meat, thought about what had happened. Seokwan, who was sitting next to the protagonist, hugged him and asked when he would go to Germany, after the protagonist said that he would go there for 2 days. Seokwan said that he would also go, after which he asked Hyunwoo if he was going to return home straight away. Chewing a piece of meat, Hyunwoo said that was exactly what he was going to do. Seokwan threw his head back, saying that he thought that Hyunwoo would go to Germany and he would hang out there, but Hyunwoo objected by saying that due to the destruction, no attractions should be open. Soyeon, who was sitting opposite Hyunwoo, told him about the restoration of most of the buildings thanks to the hunter magicians. There were magicians capable of drawing magical seals, and there were also those who could restore the city in a short time using magical formations. They completed 10 years of work in a year. Soyeon raised her hand and said that everything was thanks to the hunter magicians. Hyunwoo, looking at the girl, asked why they wanted to take a walk in Germany. When Soyeon started talking about the auction, Hyunwoo couldn't understand what she was talking about, so Shihyun, who was sitting next to him, raised his hand and said that he would explain everything himself. At night, the lights were still on in the protagonist's house. The International Association of Hunters held an annual auction in Germany, and they would not have moved the deadline if there was no trace left of Leipzig. Imagining the auction, the protagonist realized that they were going to attend the auction. When Shihyun began to talk about the teleport, with the help of which they could instantly be home and in Germany, Seokwan coughed, drawing attention to himself. The protagonist smiled and said that if they wanted it that way, they would do it. Seokwan was very happy to hear him and then told him about the international association that held this auction. The protagonist tilted his head a little and thought about the crevices, which the association believed that the remainder of them depended on the level. Hanwoo involuntarily imagined a map with 2 people drawn on it. Hanwoo assumed that there were 2 climbers on the 9th floor, information about which, unlike others, was not shown to him, thanks to which he would be able to figure them out. The protagonist raised one eyebrow and became dejected, thinking that he shouldn't have worried too much about it. Looking at Hyunwoo's desk, he decided to become stronger, at least in the battle with Chonma, who used his blade, and by the goddess of chaos, he had definitely improved. But both of them were only mid-level fighters, and an attack from a top-level ascender threatened him with death. Hyunwoo's lips parted and he said that he needed to get ready. The protagonist looked nervously at Soyeon, who said that it was unexpected that he would be so interested in the auction once he started preparing for it. The protagonist felt awkward when he realized that he had said his thoughts out loud. Soyeon smiled, saying that he was thinking too much, but they really should have started preparing already. Events take us to the auction at the moment when the presenter hit his gavel. The events moved for 5 days to Germany in the auction hall of the International Association of Hunters. The protagonist in his suit, together with his dressed-up comrades, stood in the auction hall. Various documents caught fire. The fire began to spread across the paper, burning and destroying everything. Jeongmyeon looked at the burning documents, thinking about Sunwoo, who went to meet the head of the Sil Guild but never returned. Looking at his watch, Jeongmyeon frowned, realizing that Sunwoo most likely had something wrong. He imagined Sonu and assumed that he was dead. Jeongmyeon touched the doorknob, mentally telling himself that the force had dealt with Sunwoo, which meant that he needed to get out quickly. While he was thinking about money and a quiet life, a cut appeared on his palm. The killer cut off Jeongmyeon's hand with one swing of his blade. The guy fell to his knees and started screaming as blood poured from his wound. The killer covered his mouth and laughed and asked for forgiveness because he wanted to kill him right away, but something didn't work out. The killer smiled widely when Jeongmyeon recognized him. This assassin was a member of the Order of Protector Hunters belonging to the Ares Guild headquarters, all of whom were once the best of the hunters. Sitting on the floor, Jeongmyeon asked why the order was here. When the 8th of the order told Jeongmyeon that he himself knew the reason, he was horrified and fell into despair. The guy, trembling with fear, began to crawl, begging not to kill. The assassin swung his twin daggers. A moment later, the killer appeared behind Jeongmyeon, cutting his throat, saying that all traitors to Ares must be destroyed. Another killer entered the room and stood in front of the corpse. Entering the room, he was a little surprised that his partner, who was playing with his dagger, had already killed the target. The 8th stepped on Jeongmyeon's body. The 8th said that there was no point in lingering. The 5th, looking at him, suggested that he go. The 8th, looking at the door, asked the 5th if he had dealt with Sonu, to which he told him that he had entered the Strength Guild. The 5th, remembering the powerful surge of magic in the palace, told the 8th that most likely Jeongwoo was dead. Following the 5th, the 8th asked him if they needed to deal with the head of that guild. The 5th answered him by saying that the 4th, 7th, 9th and 10th were doing this. Imagining the figure of Henwoo the 8th, remembering how he dealt with the disaster, and was not very surprised that 4 were immediately sent to kill the guy. Throwing his hands behind his head, the 8th wanted to start talking about the strength of their head, but the 5th ordered him to shut up. 5's pupil lit up brightly as he was reminded that their internal rankings were top secret. The 8th spread his arms to the sides, saying that they had nothing better to do anyway. Events moved to the auction. Seongwon and Shihyun looked at the sleeping protagonist. The head of the auction slammed the gavel, shouting to start the auction. Seokwan, grinning, asked the protagonist when he would finally take off his sweatpants. Hearing him, Hyunwoo opened his eyes, asking why everyone was asking him about this and was it really necessary to change it. Shin, who was sitting next to the protagonist, said that he, of course, understands everyone's choice, but wearing something like this all the time was not very good. Leaning back in his chair, the protagonist closed his eyes, saying that sportswear is also clothing, it covers everything, and there was no problem. Looking at the screen of his phone, the protagonist read the latest news, and although he dressed as usual at the award ceremony yesterday, not a single article mentioned this. Soyeon, who was holding a flyer with items that would be auctioned, said that there are no S+ rank items here. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought about objects of this rank. Touching the crystal in Hyunwoo's pocket with his fingers, he remembered that this item was also S+ rank. As soon as he touched it, a system window with a full description of the item appeared in the air. By sliding his finger across the screen, the protagonist read all the available information. Looking at the rank, modification, and skills, the protagonist was surprised, because despite the level, there were no modifications or skills. Hyunwoo frowned, looking at the system window, because even if he put this item up for auction, he was unlikely to get much from it. Looking at the screen, the protagonist said to himself that he couldn't even fully read the description because he didn't have enough level. Throughout the auction room, the cries of the auctioneer could be heard as the bid amount was announced and the sale of this or that item was ending. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, Hyunwoo looked boredly at the stage while the auctioneer shouted about selling the Yatakagasa Magatama to participant number 32. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist decided to simply look at the description of the other items. When the workers removed the canvas from the next item, the auctioneer began to talk about a slant spear. Henwoo himself, using his skill, called up a system window with a full description of an S-rank item. Hyunwoo stood up from his seat and began to leave, telling a worried Shihyun that he was going outside, but mentally he was angry at the restriction of information. Hyunwoo left the auction house and met two security guards standing near the cars on the street. Suddenly, as Hyunwoo walked past one of the guards, a cut appeared on his face and he began to fall. Hyunwoo turned around sharply, looking at the white plume of energy approaching him. A moment later, the protagonist glanced at the attacker. He jumped back sharply, dodging the attack, but another enemy had already appeared behind him. Hyunwoo blocked the enemy's claws with his hand. Suddenly, ripples spread from the tips of the enemy's claws. The protagonist was thrown back, the ground began to crumble due to Hyunwoo's attempt to stop. Stopping, the protagonist looked up asking who it was. 4 members of the Order of Assassins stood opposite the protagonist, asking his identity. The girl's claws flashed when she said that they were from the Order. The magician grabbed his staff and began to concentrate mana in the crystal, and the spearman waved his spear in preparation for battle. The swordsman unsheathed his sword and said that they had come to destroy Manhwa. The 10th smiled creepily, saying that each of them was among the top 30s ranks. Suddenly calling the girl boring, the protagonist threw a stone at her and hit her right in the forehead. Taking a piece of stone in his hand, the protagonist scared the killers by saying that the same thing awaits them. Looking at the night sky, the protagonist became angry because many began to think that he could not fight. Hyunwoo smiled broadly and decided to show by their example that this was not so. All 4 assassins screamed in fear. The stars in the night sky decorated it while the protagonist tortured the killers. At this time, Brand's subordinate bowed to him, saying that the killers could not kill Sona. Brand, hearing him, ordered him to convey that he would not tolerate mistakes. While Brand and his subordinate assumed that Hyunwoo was now winning the order, he, with a smile on his face, beat the killers like children. Looking at Brand's hand, which had rings on each finger, the subordinate asked if they could really defeat the protagonist because he was able to prevent 2 disasters. The subordinate closed his eyes when Brand asked him if he doubted the Order's abilities. Leaning back in his chair, Brand asked his subordinate who was sent to capture Hyunwoo. The subordinate immediately listed everyone. Brand turned away and picked up a glass of wine, saying that it was all over. Looking out the window, Brand said that 4 of the Order would not be able to defeat him. While ripples were spreading on the glass of wine, Brand said that initially it was just an experiment. He was interested in how much Hyunwoo would understand the essence of his artifact. At this time, the protagonist stood in front of the bodies of defeated enemies under whose bodies the earth was crushed. The tip of the girl's claw touched the protagonist's leg. He, taking the girl's claws in his hand, smiled and called up the system window. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes opened wide in surprise when he saw the system window. At this time, Brand, looking at his subordinate, grinned and said that he wanted to check something. In the dark room there was a huge table with 5 chairs. The dark-haired man, shrouded in a purple aura, looked forward with eyes emitting light. Turning towards the other end of the room, he asked how it went. A guy dressed in a dark cloak stated that the 2 superiors had been stopped. An image of a dark-haired guy and a blonde girl appeared. The man asked who went up to the 9th floor. The guy replied that it was the Demon King and the goddess Hyaki Yanu. The man began to applaud. Starting to smile, he said that he thought that it was definitely easy for climbers, but it seems that this is not the case. He also asked about who would go there next. The guy, sitting opposite the dark-haired man, reported that it had not yet been decided. The man's eyes lit up. He stated that an unexpected obstacle had arisen. He also said that the taste of anticipation is truly sweet. The morning sky was cloudy over Seoul. Shihyun asked the protagonist what was lying next to him. Placing his hand on a huge brown bag, the main character declared that these were trophies. An image of a recording appeared in which the protagonist with a bag passes through mountains of corpses. The leader of the Soul Guild said that yesterday at the auction they were incredibly scared when they found the guy among the corpses. But, fortunately, the video surveillance systems captured everything. Putting the bag on his shoulder, Shihyun asked if he found out who those people were. Raising his hand, Hyunwoo declared that he didn't need it. He noted that they died immediately after he began interrogating them. Recalling a still from the video in which a guy attacks the protagonist in the back, the main character asked whether hidden cameras could film like that. He suggested that they use some kind of magic that allows them to adapt to the situation. Folding his hands, Guild Leader Sol asked why the guy was ripping off their heads. Turning away awkwardly, Hyunwoo stated that he couldn't control his strength in the fight. Although in fact, the reason was that he was unable to verify their information. Approaching the protagonist's head, Shihyun stated that if you think about it like that, it looks like he just killed those people. Confidently raising his head up and remembering the frame of the enthusiastic battle, the main character mentally stated that he was really a little embarrassed by their skirmish, but this allowed him to experiment a little. He also mentally stated that he had dealt with them quickly. The guy said that, in any case, he thought it would be difficult to identify them. They used magic to hide faces, so even viewing from cameras will not reveal anything. An image appeared of several indoor plants standing near the window. Looking at the guy walking away from the sofa, the protagonist asked where he was going. Pointing his finger towards the exit, Shiken said that he wanted to buy some souvenirs before answering. The main character asked who he wanted to buy them for. Looking forward, the guy, after a slight hesitation, said that there was someone. Hyunwoo looked at the brown bag silently. Turning it over, he poured out a large amount of things. The moment he picked up the iron weapon, a system alert appeared indicating that information about the skill was being collected. On the information window it was written that this item was the Deadly Spear of Beorg, S+ level. The modifications were unknown, and the skills were acceleration and extreme speed. The new window contained information that the protagonist has rights to reveal hidden information. In a new window, the system appeared information about a weapon called Faker F-173 with similar indicators and classified information. It was also written that this is a copy of Beorg. Folding his hands, the main character mentally listed similar names of weapons. He mentally noted that all the objects of those unidentified ones had similar names. An image of various magical weapons appeared. The protagonist thought that it was strange to call magical artifacts that way. Plus, these descriptions and names don't make sense. Hyunwoo thought that they might be artificially created. He rested his head on his hand, deep in thought. He mentally stated that even if this was possible, no matter what, he couldn't find information about their origin. He assumed that there was something hidden behind these. Closing his eyes and continuing to think hard, he mentally stated that he would try to figure it out. He introduced several soldiers with spears and gloves with iron claws. The skills of yesterday's unidentified people are much higher than those of other hunters they met before. They also knew in advance where he would be and prepared. An image of 3 hunters wearing masks and dark cloaks appeared. The protagonist has come to the conclusion that there are only 2 possible options. They either work for Ares or are mercenaries. He introduced several warriors, with a blonde man standing in front of them. The main character mentally stated that he has no conflicts with anyone, so you don't have to worry about the second one. Looking at the information window with a description of another incomprehensible weapon, the protagonist asked what it was. Taking out another weapon, he thought that he didn't care about this and that's not the main thing now. What's more important is who sent those unidentified people. Hitting his hand with an unusual red weapon, the protagonist mentally stated that Haksanu did not seem to understand the first time. He mentally noted that now he would not get away so easily. An image of the main character appeared, swinging a stone with a crazy look. He punched the dark-haired boy in the face. The guy who fell to the floor was trembling with fear. Stuttering, he said that the man was currently away. An image appeared of an office in which the lights were turned off. Hyunwoo said that he himself understood from the office and ordered the guy to name a specific place. The guy said that even he doesn't know anything. The main character, with a fearful expression on his face, approached the guy, fingering the stone in his hand. The frightened guy said that he would tell everything. Bowing and putting his palms together, the guy said that Hyuksin left for 4 days, but did not say where exactly he went. The guy, through fear, asked for mercy. Squatting down, Hyunwoo said that he was not going to kill him, but he needed space. Raising his head, the guy said that he didn't know for sure, but he mentioned that he would go to China, specifically to Beijing. The blue-haired guy said that Mr. Hyuksin was going to meet with the head of the force. That evening at Shiken's house, the protagonist was lying on the couch and watching TV with the head of the Soul Guild. The main character asked the guy if he knew about the Strength Guild. Turning his gaze to the protagonist, Shiken replied that only in general terms. Closing his eyes and raising his head, the guy said that there are rumors that they have taken over all the dungeons of China. The protagonist said in surprise that he had only heard about 50%. The guy said they recently captured the rest. The main character asked if it was easy. An image appeared of a silhouette of a girl with a flag against the backdrop of a city on fire. Shihen replied that this is not easy because he must go through all the procedures and also a mutual agreement is needed, but in China this can be done by force. Looking forward, the protagonist said that, roughly speaking, the law of the jungle applies there. Throwing his head back on the sofa, Shihen said that in fact, it was not always like this in China. Shifting his gaze to the left, the guy said that the dungeon had once belonged to the state and the transfer procedure seemed much more complicated. It began to snow outside the window of the house. The main character asked at what moment everything changed. Guild leader Sol stated that the changes happened 3 or 4 years ago, unexpectedly. An image of a long-haired girl in a cloak with a skull appeared. The guy said that there are rumors that the person behind all this is the head of the Strength Guild. Hyunwoo asked why. The guy said that the time was coming, only the law had changed, the Strength Guild appeared and began to spread its influence. The protagonist concluded that their leader is a very influential person in China. Shihan confirmed his statement. The main character looked down thoughtfully. Remembering the girl whose face was partly hidden by her hair and hood, Hyunwoo mentally asked himself if he had ever talked to her about the outside world. He began to remember their old conversation. The The girl was lying on the edge of a cliff in front of an unknown man in a cloak. Trembling slightly, the girl with red eyes asked who he took her for. He throws the girl away with a blow. The masked man told her to shut up. Moving his hand to the side, the unknown person said that the girl was now his student, so she should make 3 bows in honor of the teacher. Sitting on the ground, the girl asked what he was talking about because she just needed to get out of here. The protagonist stated that the girl is very noisy. Spreading her arms to the sides at the sight of the monsters, the girl shouted out that she did not want to die. The main character said that she would not die. He said that his precious student, his pride, could not go to the next world. The touched girl, with tears in her eyes, turned towards her teacher. The girl looked at his actions in surprise. The masked man asked her not to be offended. Creating a purple portal behind the girl, he told her to leave and stated that he had already taught her everything. Making a gesture with both hands, the girl exclaimed indignantly that there was still a lot left. Looking at the dark-haired girl and remembering her past, the protagonist stated that she had nothing more to learn from her because she was no longer that meek girl. Patting her on the head, he affirmed that now she would not allow anyone to push her around. The girl who was at her side sincerely confirmed his words. The man, whose dark cloak developed from the powerful energy of the portal, looking at the girl, told her to go and not forget his words there in the outside world. He declared that no one could be higher than her, with the exception of God, him, her teacher. Finally, he said that everything else should be under you. Hyunwoo said that remembering it now, he understands what nonsense he was talking about. Remembering the girl who put her fist to her chest and gave a speech before going through the portal, he assumed that back then she was making those pretentious speeches. He mentally assumed that he was just too lazy to listen. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist thought that he didn't remember anything at all. Shihan asked what he was thinking about again. An image appeared of a room with white walls and fairly empty shelves. The main character stated that it was nothing important and asked if there was anything else. Guild leader Sol said that they are said to be quite an unusual guild, like some kind of empire. Hyunwoo put his hand on the guy's hair with a smile. Shihan added that he himself knew nothing more because he was not that interested in foreign associations. The protagonist said that if that was the case, he would go. The guy, who did not expect this, asked where he would go. The main character answered that he was going to China. An image of a skull with horns appeared, emitting a red aura. Hyunwoo clarified that he would go to Beijing, the main palace of the Strength Guild. The 2-story classical building stood under the night sky. The dark-haired girl was sleeping on her large bed. Opening her eyes, she stated that even though 3 whole years had passed, she remembered everything clearly. An image of an unusual rock formation appeared. The girl mentally said that her trip to that tower was a turning point for her. She knew that nothing could be solved there with money. She mentally stated that she was fully aware of her hopeless state. An image of a guy in a mask and cloak appeared in the girl's head. She made a mental note that when she was completely in despair, she met the master. An image appeared of a small dark-haired girl hugging a stuffed animal. She recalled the words of her father, who stated that for her, a spoiled child accustomed to the life of a gentle doll, the master showed what the true path was. An image of the masked protagonist appeared, bandaging the hand of a confused girl. An image of a girl appeared sitting in a huge egg. She thought that the master, unlike the too soft parent, did not care about her as a daughter. He taught her the rules by which he himself lived in this world. An image appeared in which the protagonist was pulling a girl, who had a skull on her back, by the arm. She mentally stated that he saved her then. Placing her hands together, she thought now was the time to give back. She stated that there was no one left in China who would dare to resist the Strength Guild. Opening the window and looking at the night sky, the girl declared that she could bring him here. Shyly and dreamily looking up, the dark-haired girl said that there was very little left. She asked him to wait a little longer. Hotel, Beijing, China. The man, having read the mission information on his phone, indignantly asked why they wanted them to deal with the guy who killed 4. Putting his fingers together, the second man told him not to worry. Approaching him, the man asked how he remained so calm. The guy in the red hat said that he himself was worried, but there was probably some way out. He noted that the most important thing for the detachment is the fulfillment of their duties. Raising his finger, the man said that this meant that as long as they didn't kill Hyuksong, they could be in Beijing. Raising his hands joyfully, the guy said that he was right. The silhouette of a man in a suit appeared. The guy asked why they were ordered to eliminate him. He added that he does not have a single flaw. The second man, looking ahead thoughtfully, said that this was really strange. He said that it was possible to initially send the first or third issues. An image of numbers from 1 to 10 appeared. The guy thought that in Aries their squad is divided by numbers depending on their strength rating. But this does not mean that the higher the number, the weaker the knight. Rather, it means an increase in the number of available artifacts. Remembering the recording from the camera in which the protagonist stood over the corpses of their guildmates, the guy mentally stated that that guy was able to kill 4. Turning around, the man said that it was necessary to avoid a direct collision with him. Sensing something, the second guy asked what was going on. The man with the number 5 shouted that it was an earthquake. The guy with the 8th number stopped in fear when he felt the approach of the main character. The guy, taking out his weapon, tried to block the attack of Hyunwoo, who appeared from behind. The masked protagonist performed an attack with a blade. Looking down at the guy, he asked if they killed Chongmyeon. The frightened guy's sword shattered from the attack. Jumping away, he asked who he was. Several blades instantly overtook him. Appearing behind him, the protagonist slammed his head into the floor. The guy standing on his knees asked why he suddenly. The main character told him not to whine. An image of the guild master appeared, shrouded in an aura. Hyunwoo stated that they eliminated the person who was supposed to be killed by their leader, so he'll have to drag them to her. Gritting his teeth, the guy pinned to the floor made angry sounds. The next day, Aaron Guild, ground floor. 2 girls and a guy stood near a white magic circle. The protagonist, rubbing the back of his head, exhaled. Approaching him, the blue-haired girl said that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to go. The main character said that he would be happy to. He mentally stated that everyone had a dark past. An image appeared of a young protagonist in a dark coat, putting his hand to his face and asking, a little madly, if his opponent wanted to let in a little death. An image appeared of the protagonist admiring himself at a construction site. His parents died when he was still a teenager, so he had to work hard, and he didn't have anything like that. An image of the masked protagonist appeared, chucklingly declaring that he would destroy them all with his power. He asked if they wanted to taste death. He mentally stated that he had also become like this in the tower. He thought that everything would be fine if his dark past remained within the confines of the tower. He recalled flipping through Chinese news with headlines like how they would obey only God. He added that one of his students is spreading it throughout China. Closing his eyes, he mentally declared that he should stop thinking about it. He thought that he needed to find Hyuksung and return home. The blue-haired girl, looking at the protagonist, said that he would have to cross the border. She noted that it seemed to her that last time everything went smoothly only because of the emergency in Europe. An image of the unfinished ceiling of the room appeared. The girl asked if they would break the law. The protagonist replied that there was nothing to be done. He wasn't going as a tourist, he was just going to pick up Hyuksung. The girl said that this was not the problem. Without listening to the girl, the main character entered the magic circle. Looking down, the girl thought that everything had worked out for him so far, but for some reason she now had a bad feeling. A dark-haired girl passing next to her tiredly declared that she was going to die and no longer wanted to work at night. The blue-haired girl thought that she had to work all night because Hyunwoo decided to go to Beijing. Approaching the tired girl, she said with a smile that she wanted to ask something. The protagonist's hair gave off a purple aura. He spread his arms to the sides in surprise and looked up. A huge wooden Chinese building stood in front of them. This was the place in front of the Silla Guild Palace, Beijing, China. He looked in shock at the large doors with the symbols of the guild. Above them was a sign that said there was only the sky above them. Remembering how, approaching the portal, he said his last words to the student, that no one can be higher than her. With the exception of God, the protagonist grabbed his head. Several guards with masks on their heads, holding out their blades, asked where he came from. Clenching his fist, the main character thought that this was impossible. He put his right hand to his chest. The guard shouted at him to identify himself. The main character instantly took off and found himself on the roof of the building. Looking down, he mentally stated that he would deal with them later and first he would kill Hyuksung. His eyes lit up when he saw the enemy attack. A stream of dark energy hit the building next to him. It was the blow of a black cloud. Someone shouted for security to be raised quickly. The man put a pipe to his mouth. Hyunwoo rushed towards several hunters. Approaching them and examining their masks, he thought that, although slightly different, this was his mask and even his techniques. He dodges several sword attacks. The protagonist, fighting off attacks, calmly analyzed the enemy. Enveloping the location in a red aura and running through his opponents, the main character mentally said that after all, this was real martial arts. Remembering his joyful student, the main character noted that she taught them. He slowed down and thought that this was impossible. He smoothly moved his magic-coated hands through the air. The security team was surprised when the protagonist disappeared in an instant. He appeared in front of one of them with a wild look. He mentally stated that he needed to use this technique. Spreading his arms and surrounding himself with a sphere of energy, he released it, throwing back his opponents. It was a blow from a supreme overlord. Shaking off his clothes and looking around, the protagonist stated that no one should have died from such force. A girl in a dark robe came out of the building and called out questioningly to her teacher. She looked at him embarrassed. Analyzing the guy who stood with his hands in his pockets, the girl mentally said that she could immediately recognize this by his strength, technique, and posture. Looking into his eyes, she mentally noted that the most important thing was the look turned to her. Joyfully looking at him, the girl asked hopefully if this was so. He looked at her coldly. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Continuing to examine the guy with her red eyes, the girl blushed even more. An image appeared of a girl who was changing under the force of her efforts. She thought that she did everything to give the master his worthy place. I formed a guild, changed laws and people. An image of a huge dragon appeared. The girl mentally said that it didn't matter what nicknames she received during all this because everything was only for the master. An image of Hyunwoo popped into her head. Getting down on one knee and butting her head, the girl declared that she, an unworthy student, was constantly waiting for him. Putting her fist to her palm, she added that she had waited a full 1,532 days, 2 hours, 21 minutes and 30 seconds. She placed her hands on the ground. The protagonist put his hand to his head. Continuing to kneel with her head bowed, the girl declared that she could now finally bow to her master. Behind the protagonist, a dozen of her employees also bowed to him. This was the head of the greatest Chinese guild, Strength, ranked 5th in the world rankings of the Dragon Monarch. Finally, she bowed to her teacher, leading him into the hall of the building. The girl, pointing to a huge golden throne, declared that this was a throne for her master. The main character asked if this was not a cultural property. Pointing her hand at the throne, the girl told him to sit down. Pointing at himself in surprise, the protagonist asked if he should sit down. Looking at the guy with a smile, the head of the Strength Guild asked if he liked the throne. She stated that if this was the case, then she would execute those who did it. Looking at her in shock, the main character mentally asked himself what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Placing her hand on the body, the girl once again stated that she would kill everyone involved in its creation. Hyunwoo told her to stop saying nonsense and calm down. She agreed. She seated the main character on the throne. He thought about how much money had been spent on all this. Continuing to sit on the throne, he asked why he was sitting there at all. He succumbed to Marion's mood. Turning towards the head of the guild, he thought that people usually don't fall for something like this. Turning to the girl burning with happiness, the protagonist could not utter a word. He mentally declared that now he could not resist this pressure. He didn't understand why she behaved this way, even though their relationship couldn't be called bad. An image of a girl training appeared with Hyunwoo behind her. The protagonist mentally noted that he saved her in the tower and then taught her his martial arts. This is all just martial arts novel cliché. An image of the angry main character appeared, in front of whom the girl had an accident. He mentally declared that the training was only one-sided. That's why he didn't look for his student even after he left the tower. Turning towards the girl standing on one knee, he addressed her. Turning away and exhaling, he said that it was nothing. The girl agreed with everything with undiminished enthusiasm. Sweating profusely, he mentally asked himself in complete confusion what he should do and why she was so supportive, although he had harassed her several times. An image of a red wall of a classical building appeared. Hyunwoo thought that it was better not to complicate things further. The main thing was to stop the spread of his dark story throughout the world. He thought that it was time for him to get acquainted with the characteristics of Myron. A system window appeared in front of the girl standing on one knee, on which almost all stats were S+. She was 21 years old, and her fortune listed as very happy. Examining them, the main character was indignant at the fact that the girl's stats said she was an extremely devoted person. The protagonist stated that he needed to tell her something, but first he needed to do one thing. With sparkling eyes, the happy girl asked to tell him what he was talking about. Hyunwoo asked if there was a person named Hyuksan here. The expelled brown-haired guy asked for help. Having fallen out of the picture before him, the protagonist asked the girl what was wrong with him. Meyer said that he pulled a hint about killing her master, and she dealt with him. Looking at him with an evil smile, the protagonist, placing his hand on his shoulder, said that she was doing well. She thanked her master. The main character stepped on the guy's head, telling him to wake up. Frightened by seeing Hyunwoo in front of him, he exclaimed his name. The protagonist with a smile asked how he was feeling, and what it was like to experience something like this on himself. The guy, grabbing the main character by the shoulders, with a pleading smile asked him to save him. He apologized and stated that he humbly asks for forgiveness. He shouted in fear that his student was crazy. Auras quickly covered the body of the girl, who looked at the guy madly. The guy, trembling, hid behind Hyunwoo's body. When the protagonist turned around, the head of the guild, instantly removing her aura, bowed her head. The main character said that he would save his life if he answered his questions. Hyuksung, looking hopefully at the protagonist, asked if this was true. Moving closer to him with a smile, Hyunwoo said that this would allow him to live. He told him, firstly, to tell him everything, starting with what happened in Germany, an underground bunker on the outskirts of New York. A dark-haired man stood in front of a wooden table. One of the guys in front of him asked how many times he already gives them work. The second guy folded his arms and turned away. The third one was reading a book. Sitting down in a chair, the man said that now the matter is quite complicated. He stated that if they successfully completed this task, he would supply them with SST plus level artifacts. The three guys instantly turned in his direction. This means that N1, who is rank 6, will be able to target the top. The surprised blonde guy asked if this was really possible, since he would increase the statistics by 2 levels. Improving performance is quite a difficult task, and for this reason, many hunters go down into the labyrinths just to find artifacts. But do they really go up 2 levels? Clenching a fist with a lot of jewelry on his fingers, the man asked if they thought he was lying. A bright light appeared in the man's hand. He stated that the SST Plus artifact had not been revealed yet, so it was only fair to show it to them. Korea, Kaguryo Guild, Head Office. While going through the documents, the guy in the suit asked when he was going to go on another raid through the labyrinth. The man replied that he didn't know, he was still deciding whether the artifacts found there last time were useful. Reading the document, Sheehan said that was the point. The blue-haired girl, pushing the guy in the side, asked why he was in such a hurry because he had not yet sold the artifacts collected earlier. Looking down, guild leader Sol stated that he already felt the need to improve his stats. An image of a newspaper appeared, which spoke of 3 people who managed to get out. It was Soyeon, Seokwan, and Shihyun. The guy said that their rank remained because the increase in characteristics had stalled, although they were the first to leave the tower. Turning his head with a smile, the man said that it was because they were focused on maintaining the guild. A mental image of the protagonist appeared above them. Sheehan stated that in comparison with the main character, he looked somehow insignificant. Soyeon looked down silently. In the same time, guild strength. Several bound and gagged guys were trembling. Hyunwoo asked if Guildmaster Ares sent them. Touching one of them, the protagonist asked if they were even alive. The girl answered yes. Grabbing the protagonist's leg, Hyuksung-woo asked hopefully if the protagonist would let him live. An image of a dark artificial cave with huge gray rats appeared. Hyunwoo asked what kind of prison they have here. The girl replied that this was a modified D-rank rat dungeon, a labyrinth of rats with endless swarms of rats running around it, devouring people. The main character nervously asked if they would kill anyone. Myron replied that those with durability above C+ are immune to their attacks. She also noted that there will likely still be pain. With an innocent smile, the head of the clan stated that therefore, if there is no way to get out, the person will continue to end up from endless streams of pain. The main character mentally stated that his student was insane. The protagonist said that this guy needs to be sent there for 30 days. The shocked guy, crawling up to the main character, asked why. Interrupting Hyuksung's words, the girl slammed his head into the floor with her foot. The protagonist made a hand gesture, looking at several men lying on the floor. He picked up a blue diamond ring from the floor. The system showed that the usurper ring is St+ level, with fairly high stats and several hidden due to lack of rights. Looking at the word faker, the protagonist thought that it was the same as those from the auction. Clenching the ring in his fist, with anger on his face, the main character thought about what they said. It was the head of the Ares Guild. He mentally stated that since he demanded it, now he won't just let it go. Gesturing with his hand, Hyunwoo stated that he would now go. An image of an empty golden throne at the end of the room appeared. Myron asked that he was going somewhere. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl sadly asked that the master would not guide her. The protagonist thought that she really wanted him to lead her. Making a hand gesture, he said that they would talk about it next time. The girl wanted to ask why. Interrupting her, the main character told her not to force him to repeat it twice because he didn't like it. Looking at the girl, he said that he would first deal with the Ares Guild and then they would continue their conversation. Myron stood in front of the huge doors. Several guards bowed their heads before her. She told them to kill themselves if they spotted members of the Ares Guild on the outskirts of the territory. Her difference reflected genuine rage. She added that they should kill every single one. The AV system room is displayed. The girl examines the ring, believing that it is not an artifact. Hyunwoo looks surprised. A large stone is revealed, and is told that it consists of objects created on the floors of the labyrinths, and is enhanced using various methods, such as legends or stories of the past, giving the artifact skills and settings based on these objects. Various objects are seen, and it becomes known that this is how artifacts are obtained. Leaning on his hand, the young man wonders what then happens to the floors from which the objects were taken, to which the girl replies that it is difficult for her to tell him more. However, raising her eyebrows, she reports that they are being removed from existence. It turns out that the climbers need to completely destroy the floor in order to climb the tower. Hyunwoo is silent thoughtfully, looking down. Holding the ring in his hands, he asks what it is, and the assumption is that it is a well-made copy. He is surprised when Av believes that this could have been done by an ascendant, and wonders if the Ares Guild did something to him. He remembers a conversation with Av about the likelihood of 2 climbers being on that floor, which means that everything could end with the young man being defeated in the battle with the Ares Guild. But this is a great chance for him to get some clues about the climber. All looks around when Hyunwoo advises her to tidy up her room. He looks away awkwardly. He presses a button on the remote control and the girl thanks him. Suddenly a phrase is heard that the PlayStation has disappeared. Hyunwoo reveals that he will confiscate it until his next visit. At this, Av exclaims in amazement. She grabs his hand, claiming that she will carefully clean everything and wash the room, not leave any ice cream wrappers, throw out the leftover food, if only he would return her PlayStation. She tearfully asks him to return it. Depicts the Strength Guild in China. A man sits on the roof. Suddenly a branch shakes. There is a hole in the roof. The guy lands on the floor, supporting himself with his hand. He smiles, realizing that he needs to save the 2 captured knights and get rid of Sunwoo, and thinks about what will happen if he completes this mission. Suddenly a girl comes up from behind, noticing that a rat has made its way towards them. She grins, believing that the guy is from the Ares Guild. He recoils, realizing that he doesn't feel her presence at all, and she claims that she doesn't care if he doesn't. She instantly approaches him, swinging her arms, and tells him to try to endure it, so his anger, maybe, will splash out at least a little. The guy looks down in shock. Light spills out from the roof of the house. Sighing, Hyunwoo states that he did not expect that all the saved data would be deleted. It was very tiring to reassure the girl. Suddenly he looks questioningly at something. He notices people in his room who are waiting for him. The young man looks away in surprise. He thinks about Shihyun. The clock is shown and he remembers that his friend said he would be back at dawn. Smiling, the man tells Hyunwoo not to worry about his acquaintances, because when they arrived, there was no one here and the question arises as to why they came all this way. Hyunwoo smirks, stating that he himself was planning to visit them to fight them. The young man jumps out of the window, breaking the glass. He looks down on men. One of them puts his spear point forward. He throws it. Grabbing the spear, Hyunwoo just laughs. It disappears when he wants to say something. There is nothing left in his hand. A man jumps at him from behind, swinging. He hits and a cloud of dust is visible. Hyunwoo lands on his feet as the information gathering skill is reported. He looks up when the required information is provided. Papers are shown flying in the air. The young man looks up at the sky. Sheets are flying everywhere. They form a spherical sphere. Hyunwoo looks up, frowning. A man floats in the air with books flying around him. Sharp objects are pointed at the young man. He smiles, which the man notices, and asks if he thought he would be scared. The man charges at him with a spear, declaring that he is going to see how long his bravado can last. The spear passes near the young man's face, and he notices that they are faster than the guys who were last time. Hyunwoo swings at the man when he thinks about him being slower than him. Suddenly the man flies to the side. Prickly objects stick into the ground, and the question arises about what will happen now. The young man covers himself with his hand. He closes one eye, not enjoying the clouds of dust. There is a man behind him, thrusting his spear forward. Hyunwoo notices him immediately. He shields himself from the blow with his hands. The flying man raises his hand. A cliff is visible. A young man climbs up the rocks. He just sighs. He decides to try something, even though the battle is not over yet. The men look dumbfounded, noticing that he has disappeared. Smirking, Hyunwoo swings at the man from behind. He asks if he is surprised. This is reported to be called converted distortion. The young man strikes, and the man flies into the ground. It is said that this is a skill that allows the user to move instantly. Hyunwoo falls to the ground. Smirking, the man wonders if he thought he wouldn't be prepared. The young man smiles, claiming that this is funny, but he is on the verge of disaster and he himself understands that he used the skill too quickly because all the channels were confused. The man from behind stabs him. Hyunwoo is surprised when sharp objects fly at him. The man puts his hand forward, and the thought sounds that he is exploding spears of mana in an attempt to disrupt the young man's movements. Another is shown and it is reported that he is clamping down so that Hyunwoo cannot dodge them. The young man notices that they have excellent teamwork. One of the men rushes towards him. It sounds like the transform distortion is still an unfinished skill, so Hyunwoo needs time. The man looks at him questioningly. When the young man smiles, he wonders why he is so relaxed, if this is a trap, but decides that it is nothing like that. He comes to the conclusion that since Hyunwoo is not dodging, he should just take this chance. A dazzling glow is visible. A man stands in front of a huge cloud of dust and wonders if this is all. Suddenly they grab him by his clothes. Grinning, the young man declares that he was caught. Holding him by the collar, he asks if he has anything interesting to say and mentions that his durability is S++. The man falls to the ground. Placing a hand on his face, Hyunwoo asks if he's ever been on a roller coaster and states that if not, then he better prepare himself mentally. He states that he will put him on them right now. A destroyed room is depicted, and the phrase is heard that the man lost his home in an instant. Smiling awkwardly, Hyunwoo claims that it's not his fault, and Sehyeon replies that no one said it was his fault. A chair is shown lying around the wreckage. Everything in the apartment is broken, and the phrase is that the guy is just wondering when he will finish cleaning. As she enters, the girl declares that it looks like a garbage dump here. Turning in her direction, Shihyun wonders if she came here to make fun of her, and she notices that he is well settled. A policeman is depicted, and it is reported that the Hunters Association is going to pay compensation and there have been no accidents here. A phone is shown, which is being held in the hands, and the girl is asked to look at something. A video of the fight is shown. Hyunwoo is seen grabbing the man by the hair. A rising glow is shown. The young man took off with the man in his arms. He reports delivery. A cloud of dust can be seen after a person hits the ground. Seoyeon arches an eyebrow at her phone. She smiles awkwardly and asks if people react negatively. A serious Shihan is portrayed, recalling how the young man gave him responsibility for all the reporters. He shows the phone, declaring that thanks to him, his phone is blowing up. He covers his face with his hands, noting that not even a month has passed since he changed his number, and the young man tells him not to worry so much. Clenching his hand into a fist, Shihyun asks where his conscience is. Hyunwoo points his finger, telling him to take it and cheer up while he stops by Seoyeon's guild, and she asks if he's going to use the magic circle again. Sehyun looks at his hand questioningly. There is a ring there, and he is surprised. When the young man picks his ear with his finger, he tells him to rely on it. Hyunwoo stands in front of the sitting girl. The phone shows the news and a phrase about Martin Brand is heard. The young man remembers how he grabbed the crying man by the head and thinks that he immediately told everything. He just had to process him a little. The girl sits holding papers in her hands, and it is reported that it turned out that the person who ordered the murder of the young man is Martin Brand, the head of the Ares Guild. It is said that he himself is hiding in a secret bunker. The phone displays the video file and the corresponding phrase sounds. Evidence is reported. Hyunwoo turns his head when the girl tells him she's finished. She looks tired, so he asks if she's okay. She stands up, rubbing her eyes, and the young man invites her to begin, saying that it is opposite the main office of the Ares Guild. He throws the girl's phone, telling her to take it. She is amazed, and he asks her to give it to Soyeon to tell her to keep it. Smiling, she agrees. The young man looks at her questioningly when the activation phrase is heard and notices that she has cheered up. He closes his eyes. Opening his eyes, he finds himself somewhere. Looking ahead, he wonders what this place is. He is surprised, believing that Anya has betrayed him, and someone reports that he has finally arrived. The man behind claims that he is glad to see them. He grins when the young man realizes that it is Martin and asks if he knows him. Hyunwoo smiles decisively, thinking that watching the news was worth it, and reports that he even managed to meet the assassins he sent, but they were all destroyed. Closing his eyes, the man claims that those mercenaries are just bait, because for him it was much more important to get acquainted with his biography. The young man looks in surprise when Martin reveals that he is the keeper on the 9th floor. The idea of collecting information sounds. The system reports that the action is impossible. Henwoo looks intently, realizing that the man is a climber, and thinks that he expected a lot of things, but obviously not that he would be the head of the Ares Guild. He declares that it's better for him and he will deal with several cases at once. He smiles, and Martin talks about the guy who stopped the two climbers. A cave is depicted, and he states that he must guess the reason that dragged him here by replacing the teleportation coordinates. The phrase sounds that now he is probably full of confidence, like everyone else before. A hand with rings is shown, and the man says that this is not true, because this place is a trap in itself. The young man grins, raising his hand, and claims that it is nice of him to tell him such things. Everything begins to sparkle from the impact. Hyunwoo notices the barrier in surprise. Smiling, Martin claims that he is not comparable to such low-grade magic. The young man covers himself with his hands. He slides along the ground to the side. He raises his head in surprise. A bunch of weapons can be seen above him. Martin appears and asks to be allowed to introduce himself again. The weapons are aimed at the young man, and it is reported that he is the one who studies the reason and yearns for the necessities. For those without power, he is like a sacred object. For others, evil and inevitable loss. The weapons are again depicted, and the man says that for some he is a guardian, bestowing strength. For others, he is a baseless destroyer. He spreads his arms out to the sides, declaring that he is a faker. He extends his hand forward, and the young man bends down. Hyunwoo skillfully dodges his blows. The thought sounds that because of all these things the young man cannot get close to him. He dodges the attack again, realizing he needs to use his transform distortion. A glow is visible, and a question is asked about where the young man is. Martin is protected, and the idea is that since he has such a barrier, a second-rate attack will not help, but will only lead to absorption. The young man claims that he will still reach the highest point. He grins as he squats and casts spells. He remembers another moment with witchcraft, realizing that now he needs to use Asura's attack in order to buy time while it is the best he can do. He rushes forward, announcing that he is going to see if Martin can hold out. He swings his leg at him, using the Supreme Overlord Divine Leg. The man looks at him in surprise. The young man strikes him again. After that he grins. His leg is shown, shrouded in magic. Suddenly the magic subsides, stopping to spread. Hyunwoo is surprised by this. Grabbing his leg, Martin states that it is amazing that he released so much mana in just a few seconds. He clenches his hand into a fist, swinging. He hits the young man. Hyunwoo slides on the ground after the attack. He looks at his hand in shock, noticing that he is unable to use magic. Smiling, the man says that this is useless because this room is in a state of mana freezing. He looks down, claiming that he has been watching the young man for a long time. There is a phrase that he was always looking for a meeting with the keeper of the floor. During the battle with the knights, he was reported to have been observed. The man's punch is shown, and Martin reports that he noticed something as a result. The young man grins, and the enemy claims that most of his skills require the use of mana. Hyunwoo calmly states that he is very noisy. Arching an eyebrow, the man asks if he doesn't understand the situation he's in since he can't use his attacks right now. Smiling, the young man asks if they are in the same position. Martin raises his hand to say that he is right. He moves the weapons, stating that he can use the artifacts. Hyunwoo dodges his strike, realizing that he cannot even use the transform distortion. Suddenly, the attack overtakes him. He grabs his shoulder as the man argues that he is wasting his faith and his stamina and shouldn't try to go against him. It is reported that all of his artifacts are above S+ rank. The young man thinks about what to do and that there is no way out. He lands on the ground. Martin turns to him. He just smiles. His hand is shown. It sounds like there must be something causing the mana to freeze. A man's leg is depicted. An object is visible in his hands. He smirks when the boy notices that there is a barrier around him, but it doesn't matter since it's not strong enough for him. He jumps away when the artifacts move. He lands again, but on the wall. He pushes his foot away from her. He confidently rushes straight towards Martin. He remembers the text of a certain work. He thinks that he read something interesting this morning. He decides to try again, even though he can't use mana. The young man leans his feet against the wall. He thrusts his foot forward, using the holy lightning strike of God. He smiles contentedly when he realizes that he succeeded. He swings his leg. Looking at him, Martin says that this is pathetic. An object appears in front of the young man's face. However, he immediately bats it away with his hand. He flies up while the man is waving the artifact. He lands on the floor. Smiling, Martin says that he is surprised. Although he saw this before, he destroyed his barrier without using mana. He did not know that the young man was at this level. He raises his sword, deciding to show his respects and show off some of his skills. His weapon is depicted, and it is said that this is the sacred sword of the hero Ascurin, and it has a special feature. A picture of people is shown, and it turns out that he can adopt the skills of other weapons. There is a myth that says that the hero always fights with his comrades. The man smiles, saying that if he is going to use it, then only this way. Information about the skill is shown while Martin stands with his sword raised. There is a proposal to start. He approaches the young man, striking him. Hyunwoo clenches his jaw in fear when a sword flashes nearby, and he realizes that he notices the movements, but cannot dodge. He mentally curses the mana freeze. Suddenly a glow is visible in the area of his hand. He looks surprised. The man stands in front of him, raising his hand. He strikes, talking about Ice type, Aragon's mace, Flame type, Eclipse God's spear, Poison type, Aranya's dagger. The young man spits blood. The phrase says that this is the last. The artifact in the man's hand sparkles, and it is reported that this is the original, the only weapon that could not be copied. Martin contentedly raises the sword Gigantomatia over his head, talking about its name. The young man raises his head. He opens his eyes in surprise when the man says goodbye to him. Martin stabs him. A certain glow is visible. Covering himself with his hand, the man smiles. Suddenly he looks in surprise. He notices that the young man is still alive. Hyunwoo stands covered in blood, and the man reports that, as he thought, his endurance has exceeded even his expectations. He raises his hand when the young man asks to be allowed to ask him something. He gets up when Martin calls him an obedient lamb and remarks that he doesn't have long left anyway, so he'll listen to him. The young man, frowning, wonders why he is trying to kill him. An impact mark is shown on the ground, and it is reported that killing the guardian is an easy way to destroy the floor. The question arises as to why the guys want to climb the tower so much, why they even do something like that. A guy and a girl are shown as the man reports the reason for all the climbers. It turns out that this is the desire to ascend the throne. Hyunwoo looks at him blankly. Martin displeasedly asks if this is not enough and decides to finish already. Hyunwoo realizes that artifacts higher than S+ rank will give him a critical hit and not just leave a scratch. He smirks, calling the man a fool with strong objects. Martin believes that on his deathbed he was completely out of his mind and decides to put an end to this. The young man stands, contentedly asking if the man thought that he was just stalling for time, and claims that since he gained an advantage by using objects, he will also use his methods. Martin is stunned to notice his mana and thinks that the freezing is still in effect. He suddenly realizes that this is not mana. He points his artifacts at the young man, surrounded by a glow. Smirking, Hyunwoo thanks him for the information and for the demonstration of leading. He has a determined look. He says that they will see each other next time. Suddenly he disappears. A man's indignant scream is heard. The young man appears in the apartment, striking the girl. She runs up to him, placing her hand on his shoulder. Hyunwoo lifts his head, holding the remote control. Martin stamps his foot in displeasure. He closes his eyes, realizing that he cannot track its coordinates. He decides that he needs to catch the young man while he is in such a weak state. He notices a certain luminous thread. It is translucent, and he realizes that it is a thread of mana. The man comes to the conclusion that teleportation connects one coordinate to another, allowing people to move in space, and the threads of mana are used precisely for this. The idea sounds that the one that should have disappeared after teleportation remained in place. Martin understands that the young man is hiding in another dimension. He smiles with relief, thinking that few would notice this. He understands that he could. He picks up his artifact. He has a determined look in his eyes and declares that now Hyunwoo is definitely finished. Looking to the side, Av notices that this is the first floor of the training tower. She turns her attention to the bandaged young man. She remembers that his wounds were treated with mana. He stands with his eyes closed. It sounds like his wounds are still quite serious. The girl sadly remarks that it is a pity that there is no potion or healing artifact, only a first aid kit. The man's punch is shown again, and the Ascendant is told that he can recreate artifacts and freeze mana and that it is bad. A door is depicted, and the young man realizes that, as a guardian, he can remain here for about 20 minutes. Smiling, he talks about the end, but Av does not understand him. He turns his head, clarifying that the training is over. He stretches when the girl looks at him questioningly. She wonders if everything will be okay, noticing that he is rather casual. She worriedly suggests that Hyun would think about his tactics some more when he wants to leave. He just strokes her head. He reports that everything is fine. Looking at her, he smiles. There is a phrase that this time the result will be completely different. A bandaged young man is depicted. He takes a step forward. He looks pretty determined. Crossing his arms over his chest, Martin congratulates him on his return. He smirks looking at him. Hyunwoo starts laughing and the man looks at him questioningly. Smiling, the young man asks for forgiveness and Martin claims that it's funny that he chuckles because this place will become his grave. The phrase sounds about someone who just recently ran away and is now so clearly bluffing. All artifacts are aimed at the young man, and a phrase is heard about his desire to die. The man declares that he will fulfill his wish. Hyunwoo just closes his eyes. The young man remembers that he mastered countless martial arts inside the tower. It is reported that most of them turned out to be fictional, from novels. A young man is depicted standing against a background of books. It turns out there was one thing he trained at the end that wasn't a martial art. Movement of vegetation and grafting of flowers to trees are reported. There is a picture of a tree with pink flowers and it is said that this was more of a concept. In martial arts novels, such things were called basics. A man sits meditating under a tree, and it turns out that the young man did not have the opportunity to learn this technique. He reportedly stopped. It is said that the reason is the presence of many masters. Men are shown, and the thought is heard that he cannot ask a question to any of them. The young man closes his eyes, making movements with his hands, and reports that during this short 6-hour period in the system room, he gained enlightenment. Hyunwoo practices the blows and talks about time spent endlessly following what is described in the books. Yako and the Demon King are shown as the young man remembers those fights with them and the fact that they use completely opposite techniques in the battle. A sharp object is directed towards the young man's hand. He waves his hand, noticing that he has been allowed to touch the principle of movement of vegetation. Martin looks at him dumbfounded. Hyunwoo confidently fends off the blows. He smiles decisively. The man clenches his jaw, frowning, and thinks that the young man has no visible changes. His wounds are still there and the artifact is missing. It sounds like this guy is not the same guy he was 6 hours ago. Hyunwoo smiles confidently. The man rushes at him, remembering that he planned to play with him a lot before killing him. He swings his sword, realizing that he cannot do this now. Hyunwoo makes confident hand gestures and the thought sounds that he needs to kill him as soon as possible. Frowning, Martin asks if the young man thinks he can parry his attack with just one hand. He states that this is stupid. Hyunwoo dodges his blow. He gestures again. The man looks at him in surprise. The young man waves his hands, claiming that it is too noisy here. He swings at Martin. Clenching his hand into a fist, he strives to hit him. A man is thrown aside by a divine blow from a supreme overlord. The young man, clenching his jaw, swings at him. He jumps straight at Martin. Smiling, he decides to do it again. Suddenly he looks away. He begins to dodge blows. He licks his lips, looking down. The man breathes heavily when Hyunwoo asks if he feels like a Japanese flatbread. Martin frowns, insulting him. He is enveloped in magic, and the young man looks at him in surprise. His artifacts are shown. The thought of mana sounds. Other artifacts are depicted and talked about. The man clutches a weapon in his hands. He puts it forward, claiming that Gigantomachia has the ability to take over stats from other weapons, and asks if Hyunwoo thinks he can avoid it. Laughing, the young man asks if he is a child. Martin clenches his jaw angrily. Swinging his sword, he realizes that his body cannot withstand this, so he needs to kill the young man with one blow. However, Hyunwoo stops his punch with his hand. He clenches his jaw, smiling awkwardly. He is shown holding the tip with his hand. A dazzling glow is visible. Everything around just shines. The man looks at Hyunwoo in shock. The young man continues to hold the sword with his hand. He stands calmly, which raises questions from Martin. The young man is shrouded in magic, and the man does not understand what it is. Smirking, Hyunwoo talks about his punch. He swings his fist at the man. He says that he will give him back his power. He hits Martin with the first position of vegetation movement and the 1000th parrying blow. The man is dumbfounded. He is struck again. Everything sparkles. The young man stands, bending over. He exhales and raises his head. The system window blurs. It is reported that he successfully got rid of the hiding climber. Martin is lying on the ground. Hyunwoo notices some bag and wonders why it doesn't go away. Bending down, he picks it up. A notification arrives with information about the item. Energy emanates from the bag when the system asks the young man to select an object that he wants to place in subspace. Magic bursts out from there, and Hyunwoo asks questions, but immediately brushes them aside. Objects are reported to be preserved. Information about the sword Gigantomachy is provided. Looking doubtfully at the bag, the young man notices that it is somehow scanty, and wonders if it would not have been possible to simply allow him to keep all the objects located here. Getting up, he decides it's time to go back. Only his clothes are torn. He doesn't have his phone with him and he doesn't know where he is. A man opens the door, telling the master that it is time for him to get ready. The guy looks at Hyunwoo in shock. The young man just smiles at him. A cloud of dust from the impact can be seen. The guy gets hit and flies off to the side. Hyunwoo claims that he's a little tired, so he tells him to get straight to the point. The young man grabs the frightened man by the face. Smiling, he tells him to take off his clothes. He also asks to give him a phone number. 3 days pass and a branch of the Korean Hunters Association is shown. A lot of people are shown and it is announced that Hyunwoo will announce the criminal who attacked Shihayan, and everyone wonders what he will say this time. The young man steps up to the microphone and everyone is told to take their seats. He calmly claims that he will leave as soon as he says what he wanted. Knights are depicted, and the phrase is heard that those guys who were on the way to Shihyun's house came to kill the young man. He shows the phone screen, saying that he has identified the person behind all this. He presses the recording button. Everyone is amazed when it becomes known that the one who wanted to kill him is Martin. This raises many questions. They start taking pictures of Hyunwoo, and he claims that they might think that he fabricated everything. But in the video on the STV display it is the same, and besides that, there is also a lot of evidence. The young man hopes that the Aries Guild will bother to come up with an explanation as soon as possible. He smiles, indicating that he wants to hear what people have to say. 3 days pass again and the action takes place in the Kandon region. Journalists are shown reporting that the manager of the Korean branch of the Aries Guild is known to have disappeared without a trace, and asking if this incident has anything to do with Hyunwoo. It turns out that people are shocked by the current situation, so they ask the young man to say a few words about this. Hyunwoo sits calmly on the couch. Seo-yeon asks worriedly if they are in the tower and the ground is on the 9th floor. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man claims that this is quite difficult to accept, and the girl agrees, adding that the young man turned out to be a guardian, whose role is to confront the climbers. Smiling, Hyunwoo asks what the problem is since she can just drop the topic. He sighs, looking away. The young man's friends are amazed, and he thinks that this is roughly what he expected, because he himself was shocked by this news at one time. The young man closes his eyes, realizing that sooner or later they still had to find out. The man, who folds his hands, claims that it is not surprising that their not-so-righteous friend was fiddling with those cracks, which angers Hyunwoo. Soyeon, raising his eyebrows, understands that he wanted to stop the climber this time too, to which he replies that everything is not quite like that because he simply stirred up the Aries Guild. The ceiling of the room is shown, and the man remarks that they had no problems, and the young man claims that he did not touch the guild itself. Everyone is amazed when he declares that their leader turned out to be a climber, so he killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He smiles as he continues talking. Suddenly, he irritably notices that everyone is very noisy and he needs to go out, and Shihyun offers to go with him because he is not in the best condition right now. Smiling, Hyunwoo tells him not to worry because he has already fully recovered. He goes out on the street and people notice. He looks ahead in shock. A limo appears and a girl bows. Closing her eyes, she says that she came to pay respects to the master. Hyunwoo hesitates, embarrassed. He wonders why she is here. Hyunwoo's friends are even more amazed. The student's name is. She sits on the floor, beaming with happiness. Masked people appear, and the young man asks who they are, and Mayan reports that they are personal bodyguards prepared for him by her. Hyunwoo states that they are like an eyesore, so he asks to get rid of them. The bodyguards immediately disappear, surprising him. The man awkwardly wonders if it could be the Dragon Monarch, the head of the Strength Guild. The girl bows, smiling, when he says that this nickname belongs to the 5th place among S ranks in the whole world. She doesn't hesitate when Hyunwoo realizes that his student is 5th in the world rankings. She is depicted clenching her hands into fists, and the idea is that during her training the young man was absorbed in his concepts, so that he is completely sure that he did not teach her anything useful besides the imperial techniques. Myron looks at him, blushing, and the question arises as to how she became so strong in the first place. Suddenly she bows to the floor, asking him for forgiveness. She desperately screams that she failed to follow the master's commandment. The young man is amazed, interrupting her sentence and telling her to be silent. The girl worriedly asks him for forgiveness, declaring that she is an unworthy student and her master is heaven for her. Suddenly the young man hits her on the head. She raises the corners of her eyebrows when Hyunwoo asks her not to make him raise his voice. Hyunwoo covers his face with his hand as the girl asks for forgiveness again. Seon calls Murion in shock. She looks at him angrily and tells him not to dare call her by the name given by the master when the guy realizes that he can hear her voice in his head. The man takes Soyeon away, and the question arises about what connects the girl with the dragon monarch. It turns out that she is his student. Patting her head, Hyunwoo tells her not to spread murderous intent and she apologizes. Shihan is amazed at the information he received. Phrases from journalists are heard. Turning around, the young man notices that they are very noisy, and Myron says that she will take care of it now. Clenching her hands into fists, she resolutely declares that she will simply kill everyone outside. To this, Hyunwoo tells her not to say anything stupid. The girl sadly asks if she can't do it, and the young man wonders how she thinks. A notification about a new message appears on your phone. Looking at this, Hyunwoo smiles. He gets up when Sehyun asks where he's going and tells him he'll be gone for a while. Smiling, he notices that Aries' men have reacted. He approaches the table where a man is sitting. Crossing his arms over his chest, he claims that his interlocutor wrote that he would like to discuss everything with the person directly involved. The guild master's assistant, Aries, looks at him awkwardly when he announces that he has come to listen to him. He closes his eyes, wondering why he should be the one to clean up the problems that arose after the disappearance of the guild leader. He remembers how the young man showed the paper with the number and thinks about it. He believes that this indicates that number 6 disappeared along with the head. A rejoicing Hyunwoo appears, and the thought is heard that he killed the master. The man believes that he is clearly not at a level with which he could cope. Closing his eyes, he notices that because of this incident, conflicts within the guild are growing and therefore he needs to deal with this as soon as possible, and asks what the young man wants, and he believes that he should answer this question. Hyunwoo looks at the man, who says that they will do everything possible to satisfy Hunter Hyunwoo's request. The young man tells him to surrender their dungeons and then leave Korea. The man asks in shock what kind of nonsense this is, and Hyunwoo claims that if he says more than he has already said, they will be completely destroyed. Smiling, he notices that, in addition to the incidents with him, there are still many sins behind them. It is reported that thanks to his friend, he knows everything. The man looks down in fear as he reveals that he just said it, but he seems to have hit the nail on the head. He smiles, claiming that since they went through so much trouble to get the dungeons, he will show mercy, and the phrase about 40% agreement sounds. The man is completely desperate. Hyunwoo leaves the building happy. A bowing Myron appears in front of him and asks if his meeting went well. The bodyguards disappear when the boy reminds him that he told the girl not to carry them around. Suddenly she opens her eyes. She reaches out when Hyunwoo asks her not to do that next time, but now he tells her to go home. Myron smiles when he asks what she is doing. She sadly turns away. The man sits with his head down. The girl holds her hand behind her back. She has a small something in her hands. She squeezes it, breaking it. The phrase is addressed to the disguised warriors. They are all told to gather. Night fell over the apartment building when a terrifying scream was heard from one window. Coward was bound by streams of force, despite the fact that he begged for mercy and not to kill him. With another spell he was slammed into the wall. The leader of the Strength Guild stood with a sword in his hands and said that there was nothing special about the man, to which he wondered what the representatives of this guild were doing here. The leader, looking at the frightened coward, said that there was no need to curse them because he himself was to blame for everything, to which the man said that he had done nothing. A cry of pain was heard and bloody drops splashed to the side. Coward huddled on the floor as he was told to remember. The blade of the leader still flashed and he said that no matter what Coward did, they didn't care, but let him just try to anger Manhwa again and they would return and find him wherever he was hiding. Av hugged herself in the guest room of the apartment and shivered from the terrible cold she had been in before she was called. Hyunwoo awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that she should have called him earlier. Av looked at the picture of the bird and said that she could not do this, to which the guy asked her to explain. Av sat down on the floor opposite Hyunwoo, wrapped herself in a blanket, and replied that when the guardian entered the system room, he could not be summoned for the next 5 days. Hyunwoo rested his hands on his knees and said that in any case, we need to find out if there are skills that can be improved this time, and Av asked him to open the information window. The information window stated that he was a level 9 guardian, had S physical strength, S agility, S++ toughness, A++ energy, B++ magic, B luck, and a medium-low intelligence gathering skill. Av commented that agility had increased and a notification should have appeared, and she asked if there was anything else. She looked at the information window and smiled and announced a new update. Hyunwoo was a little disappointed since the previous one was useful because he received the skill of being loyal and selfless, and besides, the last update simplified everything and made it easier to understand. He asked about the obstacle, to which Av replied that every improvement requires a level increase. Hyunwoo sat dejected. He tiredly leaned back on the sofa and groaned about how he could even achieve a high result if everything was going like this, to which Av hinted at the Guardian. The climbers themselves could answer him. Av began to talk about the tower and the people called reclimbers, that is, those who climb the tower again after reaching its top, but she did not know why. Hyunwoo perked up as he realized that since they had already conquered her once, they might have some information. He remembered the fakir who wanted to ascend the throne. Hyunwoo closed his eyes, remembering his words, but of which he had no idea of the meaning, because he really should have asked these reascendants when they met. He was about to go, but Av asked him to stop. He very seriously asked to return the PlayStation before leaving. Hyunwoo felt awkward. He gave the console to the joyful Av and went out. There was an unfinished mansion on Kenny-do Hanam, and Hyunwoo looked at it in bewilderment. Honrin bowed and said that this was a mansion specially built for the master. Hyunwoo was very surprised, because she had in mind the house standing in front of them. At that time, Shihyun was looking on his phone to see if there was such a place in Hanam. He soon found information that this land was intended for the new city of Pamyan. Hyunwoo asked his student to name how much it all cost her, to which Hongren said that it was nothing compared to what she received from him. Hyunwoo thought hard about how much it would cost. He looked at Honren, beaming with joy, and did not understand what was happening and why she treated him so well. The girl offered to look at the interior, to which Hyunwoo agreed, but thought to himself that it didn't look like she had any ulterior motives. Maybe it was just her second personality. Hongren looked at the master with the naivety of a child, and an information window immediately appeared, telling her that she had an extremely loyal character and her goal was Hyunwoo. Shihyun was still reading information about the area, and Hongren looked worried when Hyunwoo addressed her. He asked, by chance, if his student was a pervert, which made both of them tense. There was a cry from above the house that Hyunwoo had gone crazy. They returned home. Shihyun scolded Hyunwoo for saying such words to a child, to which he retorted that she was not that small, but he still felt awkward. Hyunwoo turned around. He turned to the student who came up and asked if this was not the way she was going to return to China. Hongren was upset because she thought he was asking because her presence here was making him uncomfortable, to which Hyunwoo rushed to assure her that it was only because she was the head of the guild. Honren looked like a devoted puppy when she said that she should only be near the master. Hyunwoo had to accept this, but he felt awkward, so he asked her to mind her own business and not stand near the door, to which the student agreed. Shekin looked after Honren as she left. He asked about what happened between Hyunwoo and his student, but the guy did not understand anything. Shihyun imitated the girl's admiring voice when he said that she said that the master was so caring for his student and that she was so grateful, to which Hyunwoo turned away and, embarrassed, asked his friend to pretend that he didn't see it. Shihyun agreed not to pay attention, but he was interested in when Hyunwoo would go to the USA, but the guy didn't understand why he needed this. Then Shihyun asked if he had received a message, because the news said that the International Hunters Association had invited him, but Hyunwoo didn't know why all of a sudden. Shihyun suggested that it might be possible for the sake of the World S rank ranking, to which Hyunwoo asked about the place where they pay money for registration. He remembered the conversation when he asked about how much they pay for registration, and Shihyun named the amounts for different ranks, but Shihyun himself did not know why he remembered everything exactly like that, but in general the essence did not change. Hyunwoo imagined himself scattering money from cannons and asked if he really needed to go there since he was now a rich man. Shihyun folded his arms and smiled ironically, since it would be nice to do this, since it is quite an honor to have a place in the world rankings, since it means that he is in the top 1%. Hyunwoo was rewatching his fight on the phone and said that in this case he would go, because he had nothing to do anyway. A few days later, in the USA, the company inspected the huge association building. Hyunwoo asked his student if it was true that all this belonged to the International Hunters Association, to which she answered in the affirmative. Honren bowed and said that if the master wanted, then she could make a pack around, but this was too much. Shiken turned around and greeted Mr. Liam, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man hugged Shihyun, greeting him and Hyunwoo. He smiled when he was introduced as Supreme Council member Senator Liam Al-Or, but he would have preferred to be addressed simply as Liam. Hyunwoo shook hands and heard that the senator had heard about him, which was interesting. Liam also extended his hand to Honren and greeted her as the Dragon Monarch. However, the girl ignored the handshake, which made Liam feel awkward. Shihan decided to ask why the senator personally came to greet them, to which he replied that he was a fan of Hyunwoo. The guy smiled contentedly when the senator said that he hadn't come just to find out his place in the ranking, to which Hyunwoo replied that he had no other reason to come. Wyan offered to follow him as he would show the way. The senator scanned his fingerprint and opened the huge gate. He led the group into the S-rank evaluation room. In the middle of the room there was a pedestal with a rainbow sphere on which you just needed to place your hands, and she would evaluate them by comparing the read data with the stored information of other hunters. Hyunwoo was a little disappointed as he thought there would be dough or something like that, but Liam said it was better to make things simpler. The guy thought about it. He walked up to the sphere and extended his hand to it. Everything around was glowing with rainbow light. Shihan and Liam watched intently. An information window popped up in front of Hyunwoo, which surprised him greatly. He peered intently at the information window. Soyeon covered her face from the sun with her hand, looked at her students and praised them for their good work, to which the students also said that their leader was great. She exhaled tiredly and thought that this time the monsters were especially strong. Soyeon looked tormented as it looked more like the monsters had gotten smarter. She picked up the phone and decided that she was just fooling herself. Soyeon opened the current news about the return of Tank, who ranks 3rd in the ranking, and the celebration of the anniversary of the International Hunters Association. And then she remembered that Hyunwoo went there and hoped that the guy wouldn't do anything bad. In addition, Shihan followed, but Soyeon decided that Hyunwoo seemed to have gone crazy. A few days ago at the guild, Soyeon and Shihan were talking about how they wanted to delay the labyrinth raid by 2 weeks. Shihan was going through the documents, saying that Seokwan was satisfied with this and therefore they could take a break. Soyeon slyly asked about Shihan going to follow Hyunwoo since she had no intention. She got up from the table, since her work for today was completed. However, Shihan asked her to wait as he had something to ask her. The girl turned around with bewilderment in her eyes. Shihan was embarrassed, looked away, and then asked what gifts the girl might like. Soyeon looked confused by the question. Aries was bathed in the rays of the sun. Coward sat hunched at a table littered with stacks of documents and thought that the value of the shares of the Aries Guild had dropped significantly after the death of Martin Brand, and besides, his artifacts had disappeared. He closed his eyes, as their biggest problem was something else. He scattered documents out of anger, calling Kenda, who wanted 40% of their lands, a bad word. The door to the office opened and Coward swore again. He angrily asked if he hadn't told anyone not to let anyone in here, but the consul of the International Hunters Association, Mr. Mason, came into the office. He looked calm when he said hello. Coward perked up and asked what brought the consul here, to which Mr. Mason raised his hand in a reassuring gesture and said that he was in some way connected with Martin Brand. Coward froze, thinking that they were both quite close. He looked around his office, saying that the situation was disappointing, and apologized for the mess. Mr. Mason promised to help the surprised assistant to the head of the guild. Coward did not understand why the consul needed this, to which he replied that he was doing this not for his sake, but for the sake of Martin, as he was worried about how he would feel when he returned and saw the collapse of the guild. Mr. Mason put his hand on Coward's shoulder. He said with a slight smile that the guy just needed to follow his words. Hyunwoo looked at the information window. It said that his rank could not be calculated. He tried again and again, not understanding why this was happening. Liam looked thoughtfully at what was happening, explaining that this had never happened before, so Shihan suggested trying it himself. He was saddened to see his rank drop to 172nd. Everyone looked at the sphere, since it was not broken, and what was happening was strange, so no one understood what was wrong. Liam had never seen anything like this, so Hanrin called him a hillbilly. She wanted to say something about her master Sky, but Hyunwoo ordered her to stop. He looked angrily at the senator, since he had come all this way in vain, to which Liam raised his hands in a reconciling gesture and, with awkwardness in his voice, asked him to calm down, since the banquet would begin soon. The words about the jar helped Hyunwoo come to his senses, as he was already looking forward to the many delicious dishes that the International Hunters Association would prepare for today's anniversary. And besides, Liam guaranteed that they would not go hungry. The day was drawing to a close, and no one could do anything about it, but everyone believed that everything would work out. The plates were sparkling clean. Liam laughed contentedly, looking at the pleased Manhwa, who appreciated the dishes. He was about to say something else when he was called out. The senator turned around. In front of them stood Tank Truck Rock, an S-rank holder who was ranked 3rd in the world rankings. The people around watched as Liam said that he didn't have time to entertain the hunter now, to which Tank burst out laughing at his words. He was too noisy for Hyunwoo, so much so that even his ears hurt, to which Shihan warned not to interfere with this hunter. Notoriety spread around him. Tank abuses his power and openly engages in illegal business. They say that for all the things he has done, it is time to reclassify him as a hunter-killer, but there are no official records of the murders. Tank turned to Hyunwoo, saying that it was not for nothing that he looked familiar. It turns out that he really is the person who flashes everywhere because of preventing a disaster. He hovered over the guy and told him he better stop fooling around. Tank poked Hyunwoo in the shoulder and began to threaten that he was quite good at dealing with individuals like him. Hyunwoo smiled brazenly, saying that these were his words. The Tank swung, thinking it was time to teach him a lesson. Liam wanted to stop them from fighting here. However, Tank had already struck. Hyunwoo dodged and promised that Tank would be the one to learn today's lesson. He summoned the Overlord Strike. The Tank was carried away by the wave of the explosion. Hyunwoo awkwardly rubbed the back of his head as he thought he had overdone it. However, Tank got to his feet, cursing. Shihan watched the battle carefully, thinking that he was seeing the real talent of the Tank he had heard about. Indestructible immortality. The Tank grabbed a piece of the fallen wall with one hand. He threw a piece of the wall at his opponent with all his might. Hyunwoo watched this with joyful surprise. He grinned and smashed the slab with one hand. The Tank suddenly appeared behind him. He attacked again and Hyunwoo had to take the blow himself. Liam hid from the pressure of the attacks and shouted for the people in the hall to run away. He thought intensely that Hyunwoo was being pushed back, so the battle needed to be stopped, since if this continued, the influence of Misun and his supporters would only increase. The hall was filled with smoke and dust. Tank shouted that Hyunwoo was no match for him and had to realize everything, because he believed that he had won, to which Liam made a futile attempt to stop the fight. Liam and Tank looked in surprise towards Hyunwoo, who was laughing. He walked away from the broken wall and said that Tank only tickled him a little, and if he was done with his tricks, then now it was Hyunwoo's turn. He, grinning contentedly, flew up to the enemy with lightning speed. He raised his fist to strike, cast a glowing spell. The Tank cursed, unable to dodge. Hyunwoo was suddenly behind him, asking if his opponent could take the hits as he would be the perfect punching bag for him to test his martial arts on. The sounds of battle were heard. Shihan watched the fight in confusion while Hongren began filming on her phone. Shihan told a nervously smiling Liam that Tank was super tough to be beaten for so long. The Tank is lying on the floor. The victorious Hyunwoo stood on it. He perked up as he was struck by a sudden thought that Tank, after all, was in third place in the world rankings, and he had defeated him, and now he was in third place himself. Shihan checked the news, where an article had already been published about the incident, and Hanren looked delighted. The Chinese-style house was surrounded by a bloody glow. In the center of the room is a circle with a painted flower tree. In this room sits Musen, from whom flows of power emanate. The teacher's voice congratulates him. He happily calls Mushin the world's greatest demon and says that his Helm Divine technique was executed perfectly. Teacher, I can't even think that someone could so easily master Helm, who easily suppresses madness. Musen gets up and says that there is nothing special about this. The teacher looks at him slyly. He agrees, since his student has already mastered all the martial arts of Jongam and Jump. The teacher asks what Musen will do next. The man stops. Streams of power do not stop emanating from him. His eyes glow red. Musen turns around and replies that he will climb to the top in order to meet with his first teacher. Soyeon held the phone in her hands and read the breaking news that Hyunwoo, who was visiting the International Hunter Association in Washington, America, to find out his ranking, and Tank, who ranks third in the world ranking, had an argument. Soyeon said with satisfaction that she expected something like this. Seokwon, who was eating noodles earlier, said that she was so worried about Hyunwoo, but he would be fine, he's a strong guy. The girl believed that her friend was right. But he was worried because this greatness could become destructive, to which Seokwon thought about it and replied that it was also necessary to take into account that we were talking about Hyunwoo. They remembered how Hyunwoo easily destroyed the rotten hunting world. It was too easy for him. Seokwon laughed lightheartedly, considering Hyunwoo to be a multifaceted person, to which Soyeon had to agree. The girl perked up and asked her friend if he had heard anything about Shikan. Seokwon even stopped chewing, not understanding why all of a sudden. Soyeon said, remembering the guy with the gift in his hands, that she thought he had a girlfriend. Shihan looked very sweet and happy that day. Shikan was hiding something in a paper bag when someone came to them. Liam came in and asked how they liked their room. Shihan watched as Liam apologized for Tank's behavior yesterday, but Hyunwoo said that he didn't have to do that. After the events of that day, the banquet was cancelled and Tanka was taken away by the rescue squad. Then all the attention of others focused only on Hyunwoo. That day, Liam convinced the tired guy to stay at the hotel. The senator asked Hyunwoo to talk now if he didn't mind. Hyunwoo turned to Hongren and said that he would be there soon and asked her to stay in the room. It was as if lightning struck Hongren that she was not allowed to follow the teacher. Her hostility towards Liam increased by 99 points. She stood in front of the slammed door. The girl was dejected, and Shihan did not know how to cheer her up. She sat down on the table, and the guy from the sofa watched her. Shihan thought it would be nice to become friends with her. He looked at the frozen Hongren and thought that she didn't seem to want to, although in truth he thought the girl was sociable since he looked happy next to Hyunwoo. He was nervous, but he turned to her. Honren's gaze was murderous, and Shihan was confused and didn't know what to talk about, but then he remembered her favorite topic. Shihan asked with a smile about how they met in Hyunwoo. Honren thought about it. There was agreement in the room to tell this story, but on one condition. Shihan wanted to know what the condition was. Honren only asked what her master liked. Shihan tried hard to remember what Hyunwoo liked originally when he left the tower. He talked about food all the time. Hongren was surprised that Hyunwoo later became interested in money. She got up from the table, thanked him and said that she would be back soon. The door closed behind her with a thud. Shihan didn't understand what just happened. Hyunwoo drank tea. They were in Liam's office, and he wasn't sure that he would like the tea, but the guy assured him that everything was fine, and he, by the way, didn't like to drag out the conversation, so he asked to get down to business. The senator looked at the chewing Manhwa and laughed at his straightforwardness. Oh said he was sure Hyunwoo knew Mason, another member of the association. He received support from both authorities and top hunters. He even received support from those in the top 10 with ratings 1, 3, and 6. Liam clenched his fists and said that in this way he was slowly gaining influence, and therefore they needed a counterweight. Liam asked Hyunwoo to be on his side. The guy didn't know how to react. He returned to the hotel. Shihan said that he was early. Hyunwoo looked at the gift bag with the teddy bear and wondered what it was. Shihan looked away, explaining that it was a souvenir, to which Hyunwoo replied that it looked like a gift. However, Shihan changed the topic to his conversation with Liam. Almost all the windows in the hotel went dark when the senator was heard saying he didn't have to do anything. Shihan was surprised that Liam came forward so humbly. He looked at the surprised Hyunwoo and thought that Hyun had a student in 5th place in the ranking, and he himself had participated in skirmishes with Ares more than once. A scarlet haze spread from Hyunwoo as if his mere presence was already a help. The talk in the room was that Liam said that because of Hyunwoo's reputation, and if word got out that he was on the senator's side, even Mason wouldn't be able to look down on Liam smugly, so it turns out that he could be of great help without being directly involved. Hyunwoo said he didn't know what the offer was, but it could be used. Hyunwoo happily said that he was allowed to teleport whenever he knew. Shihan was surprised that Liam actually gave permission for this, as it was strange. Hyunwoo lounged on the sofa and explained that if he wanted, he could attend the top 50 banquet that would take place in 2 weeks and could get there using teleportation, which was also not bad and he should think about it. Mr. Mason sat in a chair in the Ares Guild headquarters and asked if everything had been resolved properly, to which Coward replied that the violent ones had become quite quiet. Coward said it was all thanks to the congressman. However, the tense guy was thinking to himself what Mason was going to do, because Ares would definitely fall apart. This could no longer be avoided. Moreover, it was unclear why he was helping him. He understood that Martin Brand was just an excuse. Coward clenched his fists and decided that he had had enough because his careless curiosity had turned into poison, and now the main thing was to protect what had fallen into his hands. Mason noticed the guy's condition and suggested that he had a swarm of thoughts in his head, to which Coward apologized since he still had a lot of things to decide. Mason said everything was fine and he had something for the guy. He placed the item in Coward's open palm. He looked at the black round piece in surprise. Mason said to listen carefully, because if Coward helps him, he will tell you how to control the guild members. It was pouring rain over the hospital. The tank was lying on one of the hospital beds, wrapped in a blanket. He tried to move, but pain pierced his entire body. Not without effort, but he managed to lift himself up on his hands. A voice sounded that spoke of his long awakening. Mr. Mason stood at the window with his arms folded across his chest. Tank was surprised that he was standing in his room. Mason approached the bed and said that he warned him that he needed to be careful with Hyunwoo, to which Tank replied that he didn't know what was wrong with this guy. He remembered their battle and the pain piercing the impenetrable body. He knew for sure that Hyunwoo used a technique similar to that of Mushin. There was the sound of bare, bandaged feet and Musen's voice. Mr. Mason and Tank turned to look at the door. Musen, who appeared unexpectedly, greeted them as if nothing strange had happened. An artificial white light was falling from the window when Mason asked, since Musen was here, whether this had been done, emphasizing the last word with intonation, to which he answered positively. Mr. Mason grinned contentedly. He spread his arms to the sides, attracting attention, and said that Musen had finished preparing, so now it was their turn. 2 weeks later, at night, in the building of the International Association of Hunters, Liam looked out through the blinds in disappointment and thought that it looked like Hyunwoo really wasn't coming. There was a question in the office about whether the senator was still waiting for that guy. Eden stood at the door with a two-handed sword behind his back, had an S-class, took 4th place in the world ranking, a great sword master. He suggested that Liam surrender because if that guy still hadn't come, it means he wasn't interested in their business. Ailey, sitting at the table and sorting through documents, had an S-class, took 7th place in the ranking, had the title of silencer, asked if people usually don't send an answer by mail or note. Liam smiled sadly, saying that the guy was quite quirky, so he probably thought this method was a necessity. A sound was heard in the office, signaling Congressman Liam's exit. Liam, glass in hand, gave a beautiful speech. Eden observed the people and concluded that the high-ranking officials were still as cunning as before, to which Riley told him that it must be because they were from other countries. She also looked around the room and said that they were busy acquiring new connections. Liam was approached by a man who heard that the banquet hall was destroyed 2 weeks ago. However, as he saw, it had already been rebuilt, to which the congressman laughed awkwardly about magical hunters. Eden put his hand on Liam's shoulder and asked him to wait. He pointed to the company, where the recovered tank and Musin were showing off, surrounded by other guests. They were surprised that Musin showed up at the event, even though he stood with an independent air. Riley was nervous because she didn't understand why he was here, because this guy hadn't appeared in the association since he broke into the top 5 in the rankings. Liam also thought it was strange and felt uneasy. Musin folded his hands on his chest and asked if all the hunters were gathered, to which one of the guests replied that he saw all the people who had come here. Moreover, he did not expect to see Musin himself. Then Musin raised his hand, and he pressed it into the head of one of the guests, saying that there was no reason to wait any longer. The guy's head fell back with a crash. Drops of blood fell on Musin's indifferent face. Liam froze, not believing his eyes. There was a scream. Meanwhile, in the Aaron Guild, Soyeon stood in a tracksuit and didn't understand why they weren't doing this somewhere else. Hyunwoo and the others stood in the middle of the room with a drawn picture and did not understand why they needed another place, but Soyeon decided to remind them that this was their guild. Hyunwoo said contentedly that there was no one here, to which Soyeon angrily replied that it was because she specifically forbade anyone to enter here. Because of this, Hyunwoo was surprised and said that they then need to change the location. Anya, who was drawing a picture on the floor, turned around angrily. Hyunwoo looked at her, and the girl immediately became embarrassed, saying that if they did this, the drawing would have to be drawn again. Hyunwoo already understood this, so Anya became even more embarrassed. She hated night shifts and was dejected when Hyunwoo asked her to take it easy and work at her own pace. However, Anya understood that she would have to draw the magic circle after the end of the day shift, and if she did it at night, it would take about 2 weeks. Hyunwoo suggested that in this case, she should do this in the morning instead of work, and he could find a replacement. Soyeon chuckled at these words, and Hongrin decided that this was exactly what should have been expected from her master. Anya bowed, sitting on the floor, and promised to try very hard. Hyunwoo turned to Soyeon as she asked how he decided to handle Liam's proposal. He remembered a conversation with congressmen about how it would be convenient to travel back and forth around the world using a magic circle. Seoyeon put her hands on her hips as she didn't think it was meant for traveling except for climbers, to which Hyunwoo replied that since he was always on the go, it seemed like the easiest way. He thought that it would be bad if people died because of his lateness. He turned around and asked what time it was. Cries for help were heard from behind the door. The person asking for help turned out to be a man who had recently been caught by Hyunwoo. Soyeon ran to the door because she had completely forgotten that he was locked there. She opened the door, letting out the guy who was enjoying the light. Soyeon, out of awkward fright, abruptly closed the door. Hyunwoo leaned on this door and asked why she closed it, to which Soyeon replied that she was just a little scared. The guy in the closet was trembling and asked to be let out. He cried and promised to tell everything he knew if only they would spare him and let him at least come into the light. Hyunwoo looked carefully at the prisoner who had been locked here for less than a month, but for whom it seemed that this was too hard, akin to torture. He smiled ominously as he seized on the guy's promise to tell everything. Someone's hand was covered in blood. Spatters of blood flew onto the walls. People in panic asked for help, but many bodies lay like broken dolls. Liam tried to organize an exit through a clear passage. He looked around the hall. The S-Class Time Lord, ranked 27th in the ranking, lay unconscious. The S-Class Time Stopper, ranked 16th in the ranking, was crushed by a slab. H-Wang Yongsa, ranked 42nd in the S-Class, was broken, and all this in less than 5 minutes. The tank was behind Liam, saying what he had warned. Liam didn't even have time to turn around. Eden prevented the tank from killing him, repelling the attack with his sword. He was at his limit because of this crazy hunter. Riley fought another hunter to the limit of her strength. She screamed for Liam to run. At this time, Tank knocked Eden down. Liam couldn't understand why this was happening, why they were doing this. Musin stood surrounded by unconscious bodies. He turned around and said that it was necessary to destroy the world. Liam desperately didn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, Hyunwoo's voice was heard asking what was going on. Hongin was standing behind him. Hyunwoo tisked in disappointment. The hall was filled with a black aura. Muzin looked at him with his red eyes. The aura in the hall became even blacker and thicker. Hyunwoo asked why this place was in such a state. He leaned over to the frightened Liam and asked to clarify the situation, while the congressman himself did not believe that the guy had come. Hyunwoo turned his attention to Muzin. He asked if he was the one who defeated Tank. He introduced himself and asked Hyunwoo who he was. The guy asked Hanrin who Muzin was, to which the girl explained that it was him, who ranks first among S ranks, and Hyunwoo remembered his awkward name. Mushin said that Hyunwoo came just in time, since he needed to get rid of him, to which Hyunwoo, in turn, asked what he was talking about, since they didn't even know each other. Blood flowed down the raiding leader's finger. Magic began to concentrate around Muzin's hand, and he explained that in order to climb the tower, he must kill Manhwa. He, in turn, did not understand anything. Muzin sent an attack beam at the enemy. Hyunwoo took the blow on his palm and asked about the moment of climbing. He grinned, realizing that Muzin was a climber. The information window showed the name Shin Jiangwoo, age 33, gender male, excellent condition, abilities physical strength S++, agility SS, durability, energy SS, magic SS, luck, and elemental memory regression skill, which was a unique skill. Hyunwoo began to reflect on the information received, but Muzin interrupted him, saying that he was not yet an ascendant. He straightened his hat and said that he would soon become one. He threw his hat back, saying that to do this he only needed to leave his position. Mushin spun like a whirlwind and jumped up, leaving Manhwa standing. Then he attacked him, saying that he needed to end him here. Hyunwoo managed to see a clenched fist flying at him. He saw it already in front of his nose when he thought it was crazy. Muzin dealt a crushing blow. Hyunwoo managed to fall on his hands at the last moment. The blow went past the rebounding guy. At the last moment, Muzin managed to grab his opponent's ankle. Hyunwoo thought about it, and Mushin said that he heard that he was trained in martial arts. He suggested that Hyunwoo go sightseeing this time. Muzin threw his opponent into the wall with all his might. Hyunwoo's body punched a hole in the wall. Hanrin ran after the master. Suddenly the girl stopped. A huge tank appeared in front of the fragile figure of Hanrin, inviting her to play. Hanrin tisked arrogantly and prepared for battle. There was a deafening explosion, filling the entire space with its light. Muzin and Manhwa went down to the first floor from the street side. Muzin prepared for another attack. The space around him began to turn red to match the color of his eyes. The stripes bristled, his movements became blurry. Hyunwoo had difficulty fending off many attacks. He called names tensely, after which he accused Muzin of saying that he was not a climber. However, the empowering feeling he was experiencing now was no different from what he felt when meeting them. The opponents fought again. A scarlet sphere shot up into the sky. Behind Manhwa, the tails of the spell were dusting like fire, and he decided that he would end everything now. Muzin did not immediately understand what had happened. Then he heard that it would be a shame if he just left. Muzin listened to the surrounding space. He felt the mana around them increase. Hyunwoo grinned as his 2 weeks of research had come to fruition. The spell was called Asura Nullification Fist, which in itself is not particularly useful. It is strong, but takes a long time to cast, but if it stops the opponent in motion, then that is a completely different story. Moreover, a 10-step destruction is impossible since the mana around him is constantly increasing, so what is in mana must be enough. Manhwa raised his hand up. All 4 tail fists repeated the same thing, and he thought that he had been hinted at increasing the mana of this god. Muzin froze, watching intently what was happening. Hyunwoo began to accumulate mana with his hand. More and more power gathered around him. The Asura Nullification Fist spell was cast. A bright yellow light flooded the street. The stones around Hyunwoo began to move. Suddenly the guy froze. Mushin dispelled the spell around him. Oh looked thoughtfully at his hand. Hyunwoo thought that thanks to the Asura Nullification Fist, he would not be able to hurt him. Muzin looked at Manhwa indifferently, then went on the offensive. He found himself behind the enemy and said that no matter how interesting he was, this blow turned out to be a complete disappointment. Hyunwoo did not expect such a fast move and missed the blow. Muzin's force knocked the wind out of him and made him fall to the ground. The realization of failure was accompanied by a high-pressure drop. Hyunwoo fell to the ground. He sent a blast of energy at Muzin, but he managed to dodge. Muzin turned around condescendingly and said that such a move was no different from mocking martial arts. Manhwa sat down on the tile and what bothered him so much, to which the enemy replied that there was not a single right thing in Manhwa's skills. He pursed his lips in impotent anger. Muzin explained that all this mana spreading around does is flow through the bloodstream. That is, simply release it easily, which does not require much intelligence, so the level at which he is now is the limit. Mushin himself has been practicing martial arts for 100 years, so there is no need to even think about trying to defeat him. Hyunwoo tensed up because he was 100 years old, since he was not a human then. When he looked at the statistics, he thought that it was impossible to get first place in the world rankings. Muzin clenched his fist, saying that he was definitely a mortal man. The man then decided to boast that his skill granted him an infinite amount of time to train, allowing him to learn all types of martial arts as if it granted the ability to permanently escape his mortal existence. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth and thought that there was no point in this. Then he froze, looking at the enemy. Muzan began to accumulate energy around himself, saying that for him, who was trying to persist, he would show it anyway. Muzan got into a pose with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Then he extended his hand in a special gesture, spreading a murderous aura. The energy of the spell gathered around him. Muzan prepared to show the true meaning of martial arts. He extended his hand forward, releasing streams of power. There was an explosion where the attack hit, but Hyunwoo managed to jump away. He looked displeased at the enemy who had moved behind him. He punched him using Chunma's fist technique. There was an explosion and he flew up somewhere. He sat bent over on the ground, trying to catch his breath. An enemy appeared behind him. He raised his leg to strike. He ducked, avoiding the blue dragon's strike and a reverse spin kick. His head snapped back as his opponent used different techniques to strike him again. He bent his fingers and streams of energy began to emanate from his hand. He raised his hand up, activating the Divine Heaven technique. There was another explosion. He frowned, staring at his opponent with red eyes. He sat on the ground with his head down. Muzan said he was amazed at his stability. Sweat flowed down his face from tension. He clenched his teeth but continued to smile. Muzan thought that he was very strong because someone else would have died long ago from such destructive energy. Hyunwoo remembered the scene from the past where he stood without a jacket and smiled. He thought about running away like that time. He thought about the girl and decided that if he ran away, she would be his next target. He raised one arm, taking a fighting stance. He looked at him displeased, surprised by his behavior. He frowned, sweat running down his face. His vision was blurry, he was seeing double. He thought that if he didn't use his technique he would die, but his physical abilities were at their limits. A system window appeared. It said that the mortal had withstood all the unbearable attacks and his durability had increased. He grinned at the system message. Muzan raised his hands and reluctantly admitted that his opponent had a strong character. A dark ball formed at his palms. He looked menacingly at Manhwa and said that he would now put him out of his torment. A dark energy dragon rushed towards him and he used a mystical flying dragon attack. The dragon's face was rapidly approaching. He frowned when he realized that his opponent had disappeared. He squinted his eyes to the side. When a mocking voice came from behind him, the main character asked if he was surprised. He extended his arms, forming another attack, but Hyunwoo jumped back. He remembered hitting him with Chunma's fist and said that he did it that way. Sweat streamed down his opponent's face. He clenched his teeth in irritation and called him a scoundrel. Muzan flew away from his attack. Smoke was coming from his hand. Looking at him, the main character thought that he could now control the way he recognized the enemy's movements. But this principle was strange because it was not used for strengthening. He did not know what to do. He jumped up and said that he should repay him in kind. He swung his arm, throwing a blue dragon punch and a reverse spin kick. He pressed his hand to his cheek, frowning displeasantly and hissing in pain. He grinned evilly at Hyunwoo and bent 3 fingers. He raised his hand, power radiating from it in circles. He activated the Northern Divine Heaven technique. He looked up and was indignant. He grinned contentedly, asked if he really thought he could defeat him and added contentedly that Muzan had been watched all this time. His eye reflected blue circles and the reflection of the enemy. Hyunwoo explained that he had implemented a method of motion recognition which allowed him to track the enemy's blows. He pursed his lips in displeasure when his opponent said that he thought it would be easy to track his strikes because the martial arts were so fluid. His hands were shaking from tension. Hyunwoo thought that it had cost him dearly, but otherwise there was no chance of winning. Looking at the guy standing opposite, he said that this was impossible. He bowed his head and raised his hand to his face. Muzan asked if he was really able to master techniques that he had seen only once. He remembered how lightning rushed towards him and said that this was a completely logical question, because there is a huge difference between seeing and doing. He imagined looking at the system window with irritation and said that partly thanks to the experience he had earned, he was able to repeat his opponent's techniques. He thought about how he was wrapped in bandages and trained in martial arts, and said that movement recognition and wide Kai channels also contributed to his success. He smiled and ran forward, inviting the enemy to personally check what he had learned. A fragment of a column lay on the floor. There were 4 people standing in the middle of the destroyed room. He rubbed his shoulder and thought they were in trouble. He sweated with excitement and thought that the other hunters did not want to interfere, and Myron only had 5th place. She would not be able to cope with 3rd and 6th alone. He pointed his finger at her and said that she was acting rather childish. She looked at him displeased, opened her mouth and told him to leave. He chuckled and asked what she would do if he listened. She moved her leg to the side. Red energy appeared at her feet. She thought that she really wanted the master to look cool, but apparently it won't work out that way. She looked at them intently, opened her mouth and said that if she left them alive, they would become a threat to the master, so she must get rid of them. He frowned and asked her to repeat it. Red streams of power emanating from the girl rushed in different directions. He stepped on the head of a man lying on the floor. He clenched his teeth and looked at her in confusion, trying to understand what was happening. The girl tilted her head, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Tank thought that he was in vain in thinking that she had not watched them very carefully before. She opened her mouth and said that they would have been in danger anyway. Her body increased in size and she told them that they had committed many sins. His eyes widened in horror. He clenched his teeth, holding back a cry. Myron said that they will die in the most terrible and painful way. An explosion exploded from the window of the building. Hyunwoo and Mushin were floating in the air. The main character grinned evilly and attacked the enemy. He flew away from a strong blow. There was an explosion. The enemy appeared in front of him again, preparing to attack. Hyunwoo turned around and another explosion occurred. He lay in a deep hole on the ground and groaned in pain. He landed in front of his opponent. Mushin said that he was gradually improving and asked if this was his special talent. There was a hole on the ground. Muzin said that not every mortal is capable of this, and even a genius would hardly have succeeded. He thought about the hieroglyph and said that only true martial arts experts can do this. He became gloomy and said that he would now fight with all his might. Black streams of energy surrounded him, a wave of power that nearly knocked Manhwa off her feet. He covered his face with his hand. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open in surprise. Mushin changed form, becoming the descendant of a demonic god. Streams of dark energy emanated from the demon. Hyunwoo thought in confusion that climbers shouldn't look like that. He raised his hand, bared his teeth and said that now the guy would not be able to do something like that. Red streams of power emanated from his body. He took a step forward and said that it seemed he could do something very similar. He grinned, pressed his finger to his face and said that Mushin was not the only martial arts expert present here. He remembered another opponent and said that he still remembered the skill Chenma had demonstrated, although he had never been able to replicate it. He remembered how streams of black energy rushed towards him and said that now everything is different, because now he understands the principles of martial arts. He looked at it closely, surprised by the shape. Behind him was a black ball, from which streams of power radiated in zigzags. Muzin thought that it looked like the god of thunder. The second round began. He winced in pain when Myron stepped on his shoulder. She pursed her lips and looked at him indifferently. Tank cursed and asked how she did it. He turned his head to see her better and asked why, compared to Mushin, Hyunwoo and her, his skills seemed so weak. She hit him in the face. Myron continued to stand on his body. He fell silent. She pressed her finger to his cheek and said that he was stupid because it was not about skills, but about martial arts. She headed towards the hole in the wall. She looked up, her cheeks turning red as she thought about the master. There was an explosion as the stream of energy hit the ground. Flashes flashed everywhere as he tried to catch his opponent with a satisfied smile on his lips. Their collision caused an explosion. A flickering circle appeared between the opponents, and they were thrown away from each other. He grimaced with displeasure, pressed his hand to his face and thought that he felt as if his body was about to fall apart. He landed on his knees and thought irritably that he couldn't win this way. He looked at his hand and thought that there was something wrong with the Thunder God technique. The mana consumption was too much and his body might not be able to bear it anymore. He put his hand on his knee, clenched his teeth and thought that this guy was getting stronger. He stood up, looked intently at his opponent and pulled his hand back. Mushin frowned as he formed a new attack. They both decided that the time had come. They frowned irritably, clenched their teeth and at the same time thought that time was not on their side. Hyunwoo, sweating from exertion, looked intently at his opponent. A black ball of energy was flying towards him. He screamed, dodging. He spread his arms to the sides and looked intently at something below. Some of the grass at his feet darkened under the influence of black smoke. Hyunwoo assumed that the enemy was using the spirit of a dead man. He raised his hands up, forming a new black attack ball and said that the main character seemed to be very familiar with it. He pointed his finger at it and asked if he knew that this was not martial arts, but an ordinary cloud of mana, equal in level to what he had used before. His eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and screamed that it didn't matter because Hyunwoo couldn't stand it anyway. He looked intently at the ball being formed by the energy flows. He spread his palms, forming an attack. He sent a black ball at the opponent, activating the destruction of the demonic god. A black column of energy fell on Manhwa from above. Energy flows rushed down rapidly. The demon looked down intently, hoping that such a blow would have already killed his opponent. His eyes widened in surprise. He bowed his head and neutralized the enemy's attack. Muzin did not understand how he succeeded. He smiled slyly and sighed with relief. He stood opposite the enemy and asked if he had blocked his dead spirit with the help of a thunderstorm. He looked at him angrily, opened his mouth and said that since Muzin had taught him earlier, now it was his turn. He raised his hand and said that he had improved something. He clenched his teeth, resisting the currents of air and energy. Manhwa released a stream of light, activating the second coming of the god of rum. A stream of light rushed towards the enemy. The demon disappeared in a bright flash. An explosion occurred near a multi-story building. He He looked thoughtfully at the system window. The system reported that he had defeated Ak Chong, known as Mushin. The next notification stated that the Ascender's rank was being recalculated and that the protagonist's information collection level had begun to rise. The new report stated that the current level of information collection is average. The next alert said he would be moved in 3 days. He read the messages with his mouth open. He tiredly sank to the ground. Suddenly something caught his attention. He touched an object lying on the ground. The window that opened contained information about the new test and Musen's biography, but some data was unavailable. He clutched the item in his hand, wondering what the reserve list and the labyrinth stone were when he was called out. Myron ran too. He looked at her and smiled widely. He threw his head back and said that this battle was very difficult. He lay down on the ground with his arms and legs spread wide and said with a smile that despite everything he was able to win. She stopped over the guy lying on the ground. The surveillance camera recorded everything that happened. A man was sitting at a round table in a dark room. Opposite him sat a man in a black robe. He asked him if the hiding climber and the newborn reserve had been defeated. The man confirmed this. He put his hand to his face and said it was impressive. He narrowed his eyes and thought about something. He looked at the empty chairs and said that he used to think there was no crisis. He thought about monsters and hunters, said that a crisis is necessary for the development of all living beings and only when they succeed do they begin to grow slowly, and asked if this is exactly what is happening now. He waved his hand. The man in dark clothes asked if this guy could become that very crisis for the Ascendants. He replied that this was quite possible. He thought about Musen in the hat and asked if Henwu had met a climber with a high rank. The interlocutor replied that no, the one from the reserve was almost equal in strength to the high rank climbers, but died before he could become one of them. He narrowed his eyes and said that the Guardian would never meet a top rank climber because the old gods avoided the 8th floor. He grinned and admitted that his interlocutor was right. Medical workers appeared with a stretcher. Myron knelt next to Hyunwoo lying on the ground. The sky was painted in sunset colors. He lay there with his eyes closed and a slight smile on his lips. The Lord said that this guy would reach his end soon enough. The Guardian Guild was located in a gray multi-story building. The day after the incident, someone was discussing the news there. She watched the guys who were discussing what happened during the top 50 banquet. She closed her eyes, sighed heavily, and said that there was a real massacre there. She looked questioningly at her colleagues, who enthusiastically began discussing videos of fights and the fact that the head of their guild was now the best hunter in the world. She began to sweat with irritation as she listened to them discuss the chapter's popularity. She thought about the massacre, in which 33 of the 42 people present died, and 9 survivors were unable to continue as hunters due to their wounds. She scrolled through the news on her tablet and read aloud that the countries were saying that this loss would not affect the overall strength, but they planned to conduct a thorough investigation and punish the people involved. She looked annoyed at her colleagues, who were still discussing how amazing Hyunwoo was. She continued reading the news when someone behind her said that this was a common media manipulation. Everyone looked at Anya sitting at the computer. She said that the journalists began to distract the public's attention in order to avoid unrest due to the fact that most of the top 50 hunters were killed. She moved away from the computer and looked at her interlocutor. She said that if the head found out about this, he wouldn't like it. Anya replied that that's why they shouldn't tell anyone about it. Meanwhile in America, Soyeon frowned in worry, opened her mouth and asked if his wounds were okay. The guy lying on the bed grinned and asked what she thought. She replied that she was just asking out of politeness. There were indoor plants on the nightstand. Soyeon said that he was in this state even after treating the owner with healing abilities. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and said that at least he won. She replied that this did not make it any easier. She turned around and said that she would return as soon as she finished with the hospital procedures. He winced in pain. With great difficulty, he raised his bandaged hand and admitted that the battle had serious consequences. He remembered how he used the power of the Thunder God and decided that everything could be worse because an ordinary person would immediately begin to destroy his Kai. He looked thoughtfully at his hand. He put his hand under his head. He felt ashamed that he was acting intuitively and not being aware of the details had bad consequences. He wondered if he should train alone and read books again and decided that it would be great to have a mentor. His eyes widened in surprise when an idea occurred to him that perhaps he could use the item found on the battlefield. 2 days later, he showed Ab the item and asked if she knew how to use it. An assistant sitting at a low table asked if this was the origin of Ak-chan, left by a man named Musen. He pointed his finger at the system window and asked her to find out how to get rid of it. She closed her eyes and began to search. She opened her multicolored eyes and said that the clue had been found. He leaned closer to her. Av said she doesn't know if the labyrinth stone is a monster mana stone or something else, but he should go to the labyrinth dungeon, because it says that the climber must go through the dungeon to move to the next floor. She guessed that it was there that he could find the answer. He scratched his chin thoughtfully and agreed with her. He smiled joyfully and asked if he had any new skills. The assistant said that there was only one and asked him to open the status window. He looked at the status window and was pleased to note that most of his stats had increased. Telepathy had been added to his skills, but he didn't know how to use it. He pursed his lips in disappointment when Av said that telepathy could only be used twice a day and only with permission to access other people's thoughts. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that this skill couldn't be used on hunters, but it was still better than nothing. She closed her eyes, raised a finger, and said with an air of importance that his alert was capable of almost perfectly informing the time and location of hunters. She looked at the discs and game console lying on the floor. Looking away, Av said that she had something else to tell him. He smiled broadly and suggested that we were talking about a console. The assistant snorted with displeasure and said that she was not only playing. She pursed her lips and looked at him intently when he asked what she wanted to talk about. Then Av said that she had recently learned something, but she corrected herself and said that it was just her guess. Myron closed her eyes. The word master was written many times in the system window above her head. He began to sweat and cough in alarm. She approached him and asked if everything was okay. He replied that he just choked. He turned away and thought he had seen something he shouldn't have. The system window above Myron's head reflected her thoughts about Henwu, healers, and artifacts. She remembered Soyin with a drink in her hands. The guy asked where the girl had gone. She replied that she left using a magic circle as soon as she found out that he was soon being discharged. She looked at him intently, opened her mouth and asked if everything was fine, and then said that there were people on the first floor who could make him feel uncomfortable. He looked out the window and saw reporters. Myron said that he would get rid of them if he ordered. He put on his slippers and said that there was no need for this and that the journalists would not get rid of it no matter what she did, so he decided to hold a press conference right away. He looked in confusion at the multitude of microphones extended towards him. Some journalists pointed their phones with the recorder on in his face. He hesitantly asked them all to calm down. Someone began to ask a question about the banquet. He waved her hands and rudely asked them to shut up and let him pass. He hit one of the journalists in the chest with his elbow. He pushed another journalist and asked him to move. The ACC reporter watched with his mouth open in surprise. He thought that it was no secret that Hyunwoo did not have graceful manners, but this behavior was simply terrible. He frowned with displeasure, thinking that the hunter considered them second-class people. He decided to show him what power the media had. The green crown of the tree was visible against the background of a blue tree. The main character began a conversation with journalists. He picked his ear and said that he wasn't feeling very well yet, but some journalist interrupted him. The ACC reporter opened his mouth wide and asked if it was true that he had taken advantage of the massacre at the banquet to kill the hunters he disliked. The rest of the journalists turned in surprise to the reporter who asked this question, and there was silence. He tiredly closed his eyes and said that he had not finished speaking. The reporter asked if his answer could be taken as confirmation. He smiled mockingly. He tilted his head and smiled wickedly, thinking that now Hyunwoo would pay for ignoring the reporters, but he told him to disappear. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked at him in confusion. The main character asked where he heard about it. The reporters started whispering about the colleague. The reporter said that he read about it on the internet, but Hyunwoo wanted to know where exactly. He clenched his teeth in displeasure when the hunter stated that there would be no interview unless the hunter left within 30 seconds. Someone landed behind Myron, who was standing to the side. She looked sideways at the masked man and told him to solve the problem with the journalist. She placed her hand on the tree trunk as the man disappeared. Some time later, laughter was heard in the house. Someone read the news that Hyunwoo politely asked the reporter to leave the conference after he asked a rude question. Shihan looked at the phone screen in bewilderment because he could not imagine the polite Hyunwoo. He assumed that his manner of speech had changed for the better. He looked anxiously at the main character who entered, congratulated him on his return and asked how things were. Hyunwoo replied that he was already better. He put his hand on the sofa and said that it looked like he would soon have to go to the dungeon. He leaned back on the sofa, spreading his arms wide. Shihyun asked why he needed to go to the dungeon, because lately he didn't need money. He assumed that the main character would go for artifacts, but the protagonist said that he needed to check something. He opened his mouth in surprise when Hyunwoo said that he would need his guild. He asked why. He thought about the scrolls and said that he did not have a map, and without one it was very difficult to navigate. Myron closed her eyes and said that there was no place to rest in the dungeon, and it would be very bad if the master got lost and encountered monsters. He laughed and patted her on the head when Shihyun said that he would try to organize an expedition next week. Hyunwoo asked him to warn him at least a day before leaving. She blushed at his touch. He looked at her and thought about something. He remembered how he also stroked another girl's head. He looked at her intently. He imagined the pink-haired girl among the thorns and wondered if she was okay. Hyunwoo was lost in memories. He remembered himself and the girl on the cliff. This was during my stay in the tower. Hyunwoo once decided to try to train a student and escape, but in the end he failed. He abandoned the life of a hermit. He remembered the girl standing in front of him and behind her were thick bushes of vines. She, putting her hand to her chest, asked if he would take her as a student. He remembered how, standing on a high cliff, she was in a fighting stance, preparing to attack the flying monsters. Hyunwoo didn't teach her true martial arts, but he trained her since she wanted to become stronger. After all, it could be useful, he said. Hyunwoo, leaving the memories and not getting up from the couch, continued to say in his head that the lack of news is good news, which is precisely why she is probably doing well. He sat on the sofa with a smile on his face and with his eyes closed, and at that time Shi-hyun looked up from his phone, looked at Hyunwoo and thought that his thoughts seemed to be somewhere else. When suddenly he saw something on the phone and looked at it in surprise. It was news that said reporter S had gone missing after asking questions about the Hunter massacre. Isn't this a problem for the reporter? Shi-hyun asked himself. Remembering the image of the reporter, he asked in surprise whether he had really disappeared. Looking at Hyunwoo, who was still sitting carefree on the sofa, stroking the student, he said that this was not like the way he solved matters. Student Hyunwoo looked very embarrassed, but she really enjoyed being stroked by her teacher. Shi-hyun immediately turned pale with fear, saying in his head that he should be more polite to Hyunwoo. Korean branch of Aries. It was day outside and the sun was shining. A voice was heard from the office saying that Hyunwoo had come to see Coward. Coward stood frightened at the end of the office, turning away from the entrance. He nervously adjusted his tie, saying that they didn't have much time. In his head, he said that he couldn't afford to lose 40% of the shares because of Hyunwoo. He was very serious, and drops of sweat were running down his face. Suddenly he continued that he couldn't ask Mason for help either. A picture appeared before his eyes, in which Tank, Musin and another of the Hunter killers were depicted behind Mason. Coward continued that the initiators of the massacre that made the whole world go crazy were the Hunters on his side. Hundreds of eyes were staring at Mason. Coward continued that whether he himself was involved or not, it would still be difficult for him to avoid public attention. Liam appeared in his mind, carefully adjusting his tie. Coward then said that it was because of this incident that Liam would seize political power. Suddenly Coward heard the sound of a door opening and turned his head to see where the sound was coming from. Standing in the aisle with a smile on his face was Hyunwoo, who said that he hadn't looked in for a long time. Sitting down on a chair, he asked what Coward's answer was. Bowing his head and exhaling excitedly, he said in his head that he would try to persuade Hyunwoo to reduce the request. Before he could say anything, Hyunwoo told him to wait. Coward looked at the main character, who, laughing, said that he was not a fan of long conversations. So, let's simplify everything, Hyunwoo said. Pointing his finger at the confused Coward, Hyunwoo said that from now on Coward would only answer yes or no. Jumping up from his seat, Coward aggressively slammed his hands on the table, shouting that he. Before he could finish speaking, Hyunwoo interrupted him, saying that his amount was quite reasonable, only 40%, and as if he had not committed any crime at all. Coward was furious. Gritting his teeth with rage, he did not understand how this could happen. "Help, please," came out of nowhere. Hyunwoo held a phone in his hand with an audio recording on, from which came screams that he would tell everything just to come out into the light. Hyunwoo was happy with what he turned on. From the phone came "Please not to be locked there again. I don't want to go there," came from the phone. Coward seemed to have been shot. He remembered number 6's voice. Throwing the phone on the table, Hyunwoo said that it was inevitable, after which he said that he would give advice just in case. Then he said that if he decides to refuse his offer. Hyunwoo's eyes lit up bright scarlet, after which he said threateningly that it would only get worse than now. Coward was scared to death. Smiling, Hyunwoo sarcastically said that he would ask one more question. His ominous aura filled the entire office. He asked if Coward really wanted to take things to the point of no return. The head was sweating. He was shaking with fear. He grabbed his knees with his hands, which he strained so hard that his veins stood out. "No," he suddenly said quietly and hesitantly. "Hanom, it was a clear day, the sun was shining, and there were clouds in the sky." Myron stood at the huge window, and behind her stood Jeongyeon on one knee, reporting that in this way, eliminating external forces. He fell silent for a bit, after which, after thinking a little and without raising his head, he said that they would completely take over the guilds around. Satisfied, Myron looked at him over her shoulder, after which, with a smile on her face, she said, "Good job." Jeongyeon looked excitedly at Muryeon, who was looking out the window. In his head he said that just a few months ago she didn't show most of her emotions. And now, Myron played lovingly with her hair, her cheeks were red from her thoughts. "It's like she's a completely different person," the Hunter said in his head. Suddenly, another member of the Strength Guild appeared next to the leader, after which Myron asked if they had taken proper care of the reporter. "I'm sorry, there was a third party involved," the Hunter replied. Myron turned in surprise and asked which one it was. The Hunters remembered how it was when they entered his apartment. There was complete chaos there, and the reporter himself was kidnapped. Myron's eyes glowed scarlet, her evil aura spreading everywhere. "You know who did this?" she asked. Immediately Cha-Chun, kneeling, brought the tablet to her. It had an incomprehensible symbol on it, like a triangle with an eye in the center. He explained that this was the only clue, because this sign was imprinted on the table. Putting her hand to her chin, Myron quietly said that they seemed to want to make a statement. "Investigate everything," she ordered. After these words, she turned to the window, and the head said okay. "You can go," Myron said. Bowing his head, he asked how long she planned to be away from her position. Nervously touching my braid, the embarrassed Myron said that when the master goes to China, they will do it together and the management of the guild will remain with Chanjin. He was shocked by these words. Suddenly his eyes shone and his cheeks turned red. Did she really recognize me? He asked himself, confused in his head. Bowing his head even lower, he said that he would do everything in his power. But Myron didn't hear him. She touched her cheeks, and all her thoughts were about Hyunwoo. Honker dawn. Night. Shihun asked Hyunwoo if he was going to go to the house prepared by Paren, to which he waved him off and replied that it was more convenient here. While working at the computer, Shihun looked at Hyunwoo lying on the sofa and asked how the negotiations with Ares went. "Okay," he replied, adding that in 2 weeks the problem with the guild should be resolved, and before that, something needs to be settled. Hyunwoo remembered how, looking at Coward, he read his thoughts. He said in his head that for that matter. Sweat ran down Coward's face as he continued to think in his head that he had no choice and would have to install it in the dungeon, just like Mason said. After leaving the memories, Hyunwoo looked at the ceiling and said in his head that he expected Coward to hesitate. Then he added that he did not expect that he would contact that guy. Smiling slyly, he said in his head that it would be impolite to somehow just stand and watch what was happening. Uijeongbu, a ranked dungeon phantom sewer. From the entrance there was a smell of dampness and death. The dead roamed the dungeon. The skeletons passed by Seokhyun, who merged with the wall, holding his breath. Without noticing him, they passed by. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Seokhyun looked back. Looking at the departing skeletons, his face covered with sweat said that thanks to his special skill, there was no need to worry about monsters, but he didn't want to go here alone again. Raising the hand in which he held the black ball, he said that if he carried out what Mr. Coward said, he was promised a promotion. He immediately buried the ball in the ground, when suddenly someone's leg appeared in front of his hand. It turned out to be Hyunwoo, who was throwing a stone in his hands. With a wide smile on his face, he greeted the guy. Coward nearly died of fear from what he saw. What he said in his head. Laughing with a big smile on his face, Hyunwoo said that they were a little late. Waving to Coward, Hyunwoo sat on the back of Seokhyun, who tearfully begged for help. Biting his lip, Coward looked up at the ceiling and said in his head that he had screwed up. Hyunwoo immediately asked him if he wanted to chat while he was here. Coward carefully retreated to the door, saying in his head that he needed to call security, when suddenly he hit one of the strength guilds with his elbow. In fear, he turned around sharply and saw that there were 2 guild members behind him. "Hey, it's over," Hyunwoo's voice was heard. Turning around, Coward saw a smiling Manhwa in front of his face, who said that he could not escape. Blood sprayed. Screams were heard. Coward rolled on the floor, screaming in pain. Hyunwoo covered his ears at how loud it was. Holding his nose, which was bleeding, Coward listened as Manhwa told him to stop overreacting. Hyunwoo smiled, looking in surprise at the silent assistant chief. Bending over one, he again told him to finish it, otherwise people might think he was a bad guy. Kneeling with a huge lump on his head, Seokhyun quietly asked if this was not so, after which he asked himself in his head where he got such information from. Immediately Hyunwoo jumped up to him and asked if he was really thinking about how he found out everything. He immediately became extremely frightened. Looking down at him, Hyunwoo exhaled in disappointment. Muryeon didn't dare say anything. She listened as Hyunwoo told Seokhyun that he should beg for mercy. Taking the stone in his hand, he asked to tell him how he found out all about it. Immediately, with all his might, he hit Coward on the head with this stone, causing him to scream loudly. After which he explained that everything was very simple, because all the members of his vile guild used the same method. Coward held his head, and Manhwa tossed the stone in his hand, after which he told him to lay out everything he knew. What if he doesn't say anything? A huge force enveloped the stone in Hyunwoo's hand. Then Hyunwoo continued, "I wonder what it would be like to break someone's head with a stone. I should find out." He laughed with a sinister smile on his face. "Wait," said Coward. He began to remember everything that happened. Some time ago, Ares Guild. Coward held a black ball in his hand, and then asked if he needed to install it in the dungeon that Manhwa wanted to get. Coward looked confusedly at Mason, who in turn stood with his back to him. "But what did you give me?" asked Coward. Mason turned to him with a malicious smile and said that it was the detonator. Afterwards he asked him if he knew what a wave of monsters was. Coward looked at Mason in surprise. After a moment of silence, he looked at the Dungeon Basics book and said, "Yes, when the towers first appeared, due to a lack of knowledge about dungeons, a disaster occurred. Only a few hunters managed to defeat them. He remembered a bunch of newspapers with news and continued to say that some dungeons were never completed then, but where monsters are not destroyed within a certain period of time, they break free and wreak havoc. A picture flashed before his eyes in which huge monsters were running towards people. This is the wave of monsters. Looking out the window, Mason said that he was knowledgeable. Pointing to the black ball, he said that he was planning to summon an artificial wave of monsters. Coward looked at the ball in surprise. Moving closer to Coward, Mason said with a sly smile that because of this, Henwu would be condemned and then they would regain the dungeon. Stepping back, he looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that if everything went well, he would tell him how to stabilize the guild. Kneeling, Coward told everything to Henwa, who was sitting on the sofa. Myron, standing nearby, said that it was strange. Coward raised his eyes in fear to Myron, who at that time asked why Mason agreed to this, because at that time he had no clashes with Henwu, after which she added that there was no need to go that far just to get rid of from the teacher. Suddenly an ominous aura enveloped her. She raised her hand and added, "Unless he is lying." But then, "No," Coward screamed in horror, after which he shouted that he himself thought it was strange. Leaning his head on his hand, Hyunwoo thoughtfully said that Mason, under the pretext of helping, was planning something behind his back. Putting his hand to his cheek, he looked at Coward and added that there was no other choice, and he agreed. Meanwhile in Washington, night, the moon illuminated a bottle of alcohol and a chessboard. Holding 2 black balls in his hand, Mason tisked and said that it all ended like this. Taking a sip from a glass of alcohol, he said that he did not expect Musen to fail, after which he said that this was an important step towards destruction on the 9th floor. Opening his eyes and frowning, he asked himself if he had underestimated the situation. An image of the globe appeared in his head, and he himself said that when he first climbed to the 9th floor, it seemed to him that it was easy to destroy. He remembered shaking Brand's hand for the first time, after which they both prepared to destroy the world, step by step. Mason said that low-ranking hunters are not strong enough to face the world alone. An image of a piece of paper appeared in his head, with ticks confirming the paths he had taken. Everything went like clockwork, only the final touch remained. They decided together what and how to do. Thanks to his guild, Mason monopolized dungeons all over the world and, using his own power, attracted Mushin and other hunters to his side. He pitted the king against Musen's chess, after which he continued that if the installation of the detonator in the dungeon and the massacre started by Musen had occurred at the same time, then the 9th floor would no longer exist. But, he suddenly said, since the guardian got out of the tower and opened the gate, Mason continued. Images of the climbers popped into his head. They fell as if from an ambush and immediately met their death. Even Martin Brand. The chess piece with Brand's head broke. In front of him was Coward's chess piece. Mason continued that the items Brand left behind are still there. Aries' assistant leader may be smart, but he's not that smart. Suddenly, in his head, Hyunwoo broke all the chess pieces. That was until he lost to the keeper, Mason said menacingly. With fury, he squeezed the glass in his hand and crushed it. He noticed this only after he looked at his hand, which was damp from alcohol. Wiping his hand, he said that he still had a plan B. Looking at the pawn pieces, he said that this was the connection of an organization created in the backyard. He continued to say that he believed the plan would fail if Musen was left unattended. But after testing him, he realized that he had grown on his own. Mason placed his piece surrounded by pawns and said that he had become ridiculously strong. Next to him stood a box with a bunch of detonators. Great, he said, looking at another dozen of these boxes. You look happy, a voice said. With a sly smile on his face, Mason said that it was, and then realized. He immediately turned around and saw Henwa behind him. Hyunwoo cried out in confusion. Surprised, Hyunwoo did not expect such a greeting. Mason immediately jumped out of his chair and began to back away. Hyunwoo mockingly asked how he always manages to hit the bullseye every time when it comes to deduction. Immediately Henwu remembered the words of Av, who said that perhaps Mason, the climber, remained on the 9th floor. He remembered the time when, sitting in a room with Av, she said that until the first crack appeared, Mason supposedly did not exist. Bowing her head and folding her hands, she explained that then he suddenly showed up and had a hand in some suspicious things, after which she said that in addition, he had a close relationship with Musen, who was on the reserve list. Moreover, she continued, as a person, not a climber or a guardian, learned the truth about this world. It turns out that someone informed him. Av added, remembering the image of Musen. Hyunwoo thought about it. Av, confused, said that these were just her assumptions. Raising her fists, awe-embarrassedly shouted that if Hyunwoo thought they were inappropriate, she could forget. After all this, she said that his body had not yet fully recovered. Stretching his neck, with a wide smile on his face, Hyunwoo said that he waited so long to deal with Mason himself, but it was worth it. Pointing to the boxes with detonators, he added that there was no need to even look for evidence. Mason was very scared. He immediately shouted, asking how he got here, to which Hyunwoo, preparing for a fight, said that he did not need to know about it, after which he used the information gathering skill. Over the head of the frightened Mason, a light was displayed that he was unverifiable. In his head, Hyunwoo said that he really was a climber. At that same second, with eyes burning with rage, Hyunwoo flew towards Mason. The strongest impact ripped through the wall with a huge explosion. "Get ready to run away, rat," Hyunwoo shouted threateningly. Mason flew out of the building like a bullet, screaming in pain. Hyunwoo immediately appeared in front of him with a crazy smile, swinging at Mason, who was screaming in fear. Jumping up, he hit him with the Blue Meteor super kick technique. The impact caused a huge explosion. Having risen a little, the angry Mason wanted to say something. Before he could say anything, he was hit in the face. "Hey, Mason," Hyunwoo addressed him with a crazy smile on his face and shrouded in an ominous aura. A huge hole began to form behind him, accumulating all the power. Seeing this, Mason was seriously scared. But suddenly he smiled. "Freeze," he said sharply. Hyunwoo froze in surprise with his leg raised. Suddenly his face changed to a more shocked one. He didn't understand what was happening. "The body doesn't move," he said. Mason slowly stood up, exhaling with relief. Because he stood up, Hyunwoo fell down without moving. Mason looked at him without emotion on his face, when he suddenly screamed furiously and made a strong swing of his leg, hitting Hyunwoo. The main character was hit in the same position. He didn't understand what was happening, he couldn't move. He screamed in his head that his body had hardened like a stone. Mason calmly walked towards him, saying that he had invaded his home without solid evidence. Opening the book, he asked if he really thought that he could defeat such a person who was waiting. Suddenly, out of nowhere, energy began to fly towards him. "I wanted to leave you to another guy, but it doesn't seem to matter who deals with you now," he said. Energy enveloped him. He smiled sarcastically, then he introduced himself. His clothes changed, a cloak appeared, and he himself began to shine. With his arms spread out, he said that he is the voice of the people, he is Ren Sa. With a wave of his hand, the sky turned into a hologram, and then Mason said that this place was a limited area that he had worked hard on for many years. And here it doesn't matter how strong Hyunwoo is, you still can't defeat him. Hyunwoo lay on the ground and listened to him, after which he asked if it means he can use his power in a limited area. "Yes," holding the book in front of him, Mason said. In his head he said that Hyunwoo was a guardian, whom he could not kill. The area didn't look big from above. Mason said that in this territory Ren is incredibly strong, but outside the zone he is very weak, and the radius of the area is only 200 meters. After which he asked himself how then Hyunwoo was able to enter on his own 2 feet. Coming closer to him, he stabbed him in the chest, after which he asked his last word. "I want to ask you something," Hyunwoo said. Mason looked at him in surprise. The protagonist's face was very serious, after which he asked how many climbers there were. Closing the book, with malice on his face, Mason asked himself if Hyunwoo was really in despair. Behind Hyunwoo there was a tree with ants crawling along it. Mason immediately said that for a person who was about to die, he was asking a meaningless question, adding that he could not answer this question. With his arms outstretched, he suggested that perhaps new climbers were emerging even now. Hyunwoo's face changed to an angrier one. In his head he said that Mason just doesn't know. "Then last question," Hyunwoo said. Mason looked at him in surprise, but without a smile on his face. Hyunwoo asked if he knew anything about the reconstructors. "This is what they call those who fell from the constellation," he explained. He imagined a huge tower that everyone who could climbed it. Then Hyunwoo continued to explain that, roughly speaking, it was they who had lost their authority and were therefore expelled. In order to return everything, they climbed the tower. Then Mason said that these were former gods. "Former gods?" Hyunwoo asked in shock. Opening the book again and shrugging his shoulders, Mason said that the conversation was over. Suddenly, lightning of red energy appeared around Hyunwoo's hand. He immediately jumped up and stopped right in front of Mason's face. He immediately shouted, asking how he was moving. Jumping 10 meters away from him, he shouted how he was doing this in his area. He quickly began to leaf through the book, and mana-sucking suction cups headed towards Hyunwoo. And Hyunwoo replied that he saw through his tricks. Looking at the suckers, he said with a malicious smile on his face that he didn't care about Ren because it was just ordinary mana control. Throwing his hand forward, Mason directed magic at Manhwa, ordering him not to move and to stop breathing. The spiral of magic was heading straight towards Manhwa. Suddenly throwing his hand forward, he absorbed all of Mason's magic with his energies. Throwing his hand back, a small explosion occurred. Mason was terrified. Clenching and unclenching his hand, a satisfied Hyunwoo said that the fight with Musen was not in vain. Raising his hand, his veins glowed and incinerated Mason's mana. Remembering Mushin, who blocked Asura's canceling fist in a fight with him, Hyunwoo sadly said that he still lacked experience. Jumping high into the sky, the terrifying aura appeared again. He gathered all his strength to finish the fight. He extended his leg to strike her, using the Phantom Overlord kick technique. Mason pointed his finger at him, trying to conjure something. The blow reached its target, and there was a huge explosion, lighting up everything around. Shards were flying from everywhere. Hyunwoo sat with a malicious smile and said that it was nothing special. As soon as the light from the explosion faded, he looked in surprise at the sight of the impact. After which he, standing up and gritting his teeth, said that he had not received a notification. There was no one at the scene of the explosion except for fragments and debris. Looking at this, Hyunwoo said that Mason ran away. A cough was heard in the hall. Mason was sitting on the throne, barely alive, covered in dirt. Wiping the blood from his suit, he said that if he had not used the teleport in time, he would definitely have died. And although there is enough damage to the body, he added, everything is fine now. He sat in the throne room. Above him was that same triangle mark with an eye in the middle. In addition to him, there was also security in the hall. My plan B, Mason said to himself. The security guys were the same. Mason then went on to say that the plan began as an underground Mexican organization and eventually grew into a secret organization that spanned all of Europe. And while he has it, he can start all over again. He threw his head back and looked forward with a malicious smile. Suddenly a voice was heard that said, "You are here." Mason, with kindness in his eyes, turned to the voice and said, "Long time no see." A girl entered the hall. It was Hyunwoo's former student. She walked towards Mason with a smile on her face. On her shoulder was the skull that was on her master a long time ago. There was no anger in her eyes, she was calm. International Hunters Association. Clear day. Turning on the recording on his phone, Liam asked what this was. "Listen first," said Hyunwoo, sitting opposite him. Looking upset, he turned on the recording. Hearing Mason's words that Musen had failed, he was shocked. He looked at Hyunwoo and shouted that it was a voice. Hyunwoo raised his head proudly and smiled. Holding the phone, he listened to a recording of Mason saying that he was on Rensa. "Is it true?" Liam asked quietly, to which Hyunwoo nodded his head positively. Liam straightened his tie and looked excited. In his head he said that the fact that Mason was a climber was quite shocking, but with folded hands, he continued that now they will definitely be able to move his faction in the International Hunters Association. But even when he was under attack, it was not easy to do this because of the activity he showed in the political arena. Liam showed this recording to all the employees, who were confused. "This recording has enough destructive power to completely drown his followers," Liam said in his head. With his arms outstretched, he asked Hyunwoo what he hoped for if he came to him. Smiling, Hyunwoo said that he didn't need much, just Liam himself, to play a little with the media. His office was well equipped. "Media?" Liam asked in surprise. "Yes," Hyunwoo answered, after which he added that he would like to get rid of unnecessary attention from journalists. Leaning back in his chair, he threw his hand to the side and said that this was a winning situation, because Liam would be able to finally get rid of Mason's faction, which would bring some inconvenience to him. Holding the phone in his hand, Liam realized that if he uploaded this file privately, they would use it in every possible way for cover, but the situation could change if he became the main congressman. After thinking a little, he agreed. Getting up from his chair, Hyunwoo said that he would go then. "Wait," Liam stopped him. Surprised, Hyunwoo stopped. Liam said he wanted to ask him something. He remembered the news that showed that in the morning there was a huge explosion of mana in the Mason mansion. After a short silence, he asked if Hyunwoo had killed him. "Scratching my head." Hyunwoo thought about it. Looking at Liam with complete seriousness, he said no. "Not yet," he added immediately. He remembered how, after everything that had happened, he combed the entire building with Myron and the Sil Guild, but found no one. After which he told Liam that he ran away. In his head, the serious Hyunwoo said that usually climbers disappear after death, but no notification came. When suddenly he turned blue from the fact that he realized that he should no longer get involved in politics, but still needed to find Mason again. Annoying, he shouted angrily in his head. Smiling and looking at Liam, he said that he was counting on his strong help in finding May. But before he could finish speaking, a system window appeared in front of him. At this time, former student Hyunwoo walked past the guards towards Mason. Approaching him, she said that he looked tired, to which he replied, holding his wound, that he needed to take care of someone. "What kind of person?" Darkwing asked him. Mason immediately shouted that it was all Hyunwoo, who was always bothering him, and the girl silently listened to him. Suddenly her face changed and her eyes filled with hatred. She walked up the stairs to him, and at that time he said that because of Hyunwoo, the time for their secret maneuvers was a little delayed. She was already very close to him, holding a sword in her hand. Mason said that there was nothing to worry about, because thanks to her, his right hand, the organization had grown so much that influencing the world was not a problem. "No, that's not so," the student said leisurely. Mason immediately looked at her questioningly, when suddenly his chest was pierced by the Darkwing's sword. She leaned over to the bleeding Mason with a smile on her face, after which her face took on an innocent, kind look. She immediately said that he was so ignorant. Mason, with hatred in his eyes, trembling, looked at his killer. Sweat ran down his face and anger appeared in his eyes. Throwing his hand towards the guard, he shouted, "What they do?" The security stood there without action. "Take her," Mason shouted in rage. Darkwing touched his shoulder, asking him why he looked so shocked. With the last of his strength, he asked how they could betray him. He grabbed her by the clothes on her chest and she had a smile on her face. She immediately threw his hand away from her, after which she asked if he even understood what he was talking about. An intimidating aura appeared around her. There was only contempt in her eyes. Putting her hand forward, she said that they were not even the same team. The hall was lit by candles and it was quiet. Then the girl explained that at first she benefited from his fraud with funds, and then she simply did not want to get dirty. Until then, of course, she screamed with madness in her eyes, looking at Mason, who in response asked if she even had a conscience. She looked at him, who was holding his chest, holding on with all his strength, and said that she created this organization from scratch, asking him if he really thought that she raised TI especially for him. Closing her eyes, she lightheartedly said that he was deeply mistaken because her owner had already been determined. Extending her arms, she asked with a smile on her face, or should I say that this was a gift for him from the very beginning. Mason wanted to say something, but didn't have time. At the same moment, Darkwing grabbed her sword and asked if she should tell him what caused his death. After that, she pulled the sword out of him with a splash. "You are not the boss, TI," she said with complete indifference and contempt for him, holding a sword in her hand. Immediately after this, she added that he was trying to hurt her master, after which she asked if she should just stand there. Mason's head fell lifelessly onto his chest. Turning away from him, she ordered the guards to get rid of him and all the furniture. Suddenly his body simply disappeared. Images of Youngma and the mystical goddess of chaos immediately popped into her head, and she immediately knew that he was one of them. Afterwards, she stroked the skull on her shoulder that once belonged to her master. "Whatever you have to face," she said in her head. Lowering her head, with a subtle smile on her face, she said that she would always help. Then she immediately added that it doesn't matter to her what she has to sacrifice. The notification that Henwu received stated that he had successfully gotten rid of the hidden ascendant. This notification was held by Av, who then said that Mason was definitely dead. Sitting in front of her on the couch was Hyunwoo, who immediately said that he thought it was a mistake. Av immediately reported that his information gathering skill had been increased. Hanging his head and placing his hand on his chin, Hyunwoo thought about what happened. He remembered how he dealt him the last attack and wondered if Mason had died during the last attack, but then the timing of the notification was strange. After thinking a little, he asked himself whether it was possible that he was killed by another since he escaped in a normal state. After thinking for a while, he threw his head back and said in his head, "The main thing is that his task is completed." After which he said that it seemed that there were no climbers left in hiding. Av, looking at him, said that it looked like that. Her apartment was bright, clean, and comfortable. "Are you leaving?" she asked Hyunwoo, to which he replied that he needed to do something. Jumping up to her, with a smile all over his face, he asked Av if she really wanted more games. Pouting her lips, she quietly said no. Taking Hyunwoo's hand, she led him along. After which, going to the laptop, she pointed Hyunwoo to the screen on which there was VR equipment. She cried out the latest trend, her cheeks flushed, immediately adding that if she got it, she would be able to do her job better. Shocked, Hyunwoo didn't know what to say. After thinking a little, he said, "Okay." The gates opened. It was night outside. Myron stood in front of the gate, rubbing her hand. Hyunwoo, coming out to her, asked what about the others, to which Myron replied that they were ready. There was a car behind Myron. They got into the car in the back village and hit the road. They went to the underground labyrinth. "Master," Myron turned to him and then asked if it would be okay if the others prepare. "There is no need for them," Henwu said, adding that it will be more than enough. Hearing this, her eyes lit up and her face turned red with embarrassment. A notification came to Hyunwoo's phone and he looked at it in surprise. The phone contained urgent news that told the whole truth about the Ares Guild. Smiling, Hyunwoo said contentedly that not even 12 hours had passed. Putting the phone in his pocket, he said that there was no need to worry about this problem anymore. Taking in his hand the bandage that remained from the victory on Missen, a sign appeared in front of him with the passage of the labyrinth. Progress was 0%. "It's time to take action," he said decisively. A goblin ran towards Henwu screaming. He immediately received a strong blow to the forehead. Hyunwoo's fist was smoking. Holding his fist in front of him, Hyunwoo displeasedly asked why there were so many of them. Behind him lay dozens of goblins. Myron approached him and said that more were approaching, after which she asked if she needed to deal with them. Smiling, Hyunwoo said that everything was fine. He spread one hand to the side, through which strong energy passed. Then he did the same with the other hand. The goblins ran at him with blades to attack. With a sharp and quick jerk, he was right in front of their faces. With his arms and legs spread apart, he used the Divine Strike technique, causing everyone to fly in different directions. The whole team watched this closely. Seokwan said in surprise that he was really cool, and Soyeon said that she still couldn't get used to this fact. and Shihyun, standing behind, without emotion on his face, said in his head that even if he united with Soyeon and Seokwan, it would not be so easy for them to defeat all the goblins. Looking at Henwoo, who, having finished with the goblins, stood and yawned, he asked himself, perhaps this is the difference between all of them and Henwoo. Shikken was heard from the side of him. He immediately looked in the direction from where he was called. Nearby stood a joyful guy with a tablet, who thanked him for being taken. On the tablet, he broadcast live the passage of the dungeon at a professional level. That's how people are, the guy shouted in surprise. Shikken, seeing such numbers, was shocked. Immediately Hyunwoo shouted that he was rising higher. Shikken immediately responded by telling him that they were still on the 14th floor. After looking at the progress of the maze, which was 100% progress, Hyunwoo said that the progress row needed to be filled. Angrily squeezing the bandage, he said that progress increases with killing the monster. Looking at the ceiling, he added that it didn't matter what they were doing, and then asked if the others would be okay. Shihan immediately said that they didn't have a map, after which he looked at the confused Hyunwoo and Myron, after which he immediately asked if he even knew how to read it. Hyunwoo immediately looked at Myron, who immediately turned away from him. Student, Hyunwoo asked. Yes, master, the confused and desperate Myron asked him in response. Forget it, the main character said with a smile on his face. Myron breathed a sigh of relief. The guy with the tablet waved and said he knew how to read a map and offered to go up with them. Hyunwoo asked him if then his payment for today would not be in full. Smiling, he shouted that the main thing now was to broadcast and asked to follow him. In the same time, Narin Castle, the kidnapped reporter, was frozen. All damp and frozen, he screamed why they were doing this to him. The guy with glasses who tortured him said that maybe it was because he had angered their boss. The door opened and Narin entered the cell. There was a smile on her face, her hands were folded on her chest, and there was charity in her eyes. She immediately asked if his face was causing her teacher concern. The frightened reporter did not understand what was going on. When suddenly she seemed to have been shot through, he screamed in horror. Could it be the hunter Henwoo? At the same time, Narin went to the control panel of the chair to which he was tied, and with a smile on her face, she pressed the button. Oh, did you get it? She asked. The electric shock struck the reporter. As soon as the current was turned off, he begged for mercy in tears, saying that he knew nothing. Is it true? Narin asked him, to which he replied that this is the pure truth. Approaching him, she slapped him hard, saying that he was a liar. Her face was mad. She asked him if he really didn't know that publications about a teacher should be strictly controlled. Sweat was running down the reporter's face. He didn't understand what he was talking about when he suddenly noticed. Narin's collar had her organization's logo on it. Narin decided to remind him everything. Some time ago, lounge area. He poured water into a glass and then asked if it was all suspicious. Next to him was his colleague, who was drinking water with him, and asked what exactly it was. Looking at him, the reporter replied that Hyunwoo was too heroic. Laughing, the colleague said that this was not surprising, because he had grabbed Musen, to which the abducted person replied that this information seemed to be shrouded in darkness. There was concern on his face. After taking a sip, he asked how it happened that there were no articles with rumors and the like. Did the journalists really not want to write something like that? To this question, his colleague answered only that he should get involved in this. Just do as everyone else does, the colleague added, after adding that he should publish various stories about Hyunwoo, because now they are much more popular than the scandals associated with him. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he added that otherwise he would end up competing for nothing. The reporter immediately grabbed his colleague's arm, asking what he had there. His colleague had a tattoo on his neck of a triangle with an eye in the middle. He asked him if he always had this tattoo. Covering it with his collar, the colleague answered with a smile on his face that he had done it recently. Do you remember? Narin asked him after finishing reminding him. There was horror in the reporter's eyes. Narin extended her hand to his head. He shouted why such a high level of information control was needed. This is a student's duty, isn't it? The angry Narin asked him, taking his head in her hand. Her aura changed to an ominous one, when suddenly the reporter screamed. The progress of the labyrinth of stones is 100%, the row is completely filled, you can use Akchon's energy only once, it was written on the sign. Hyunwoo looked at her contentedly. A long sword appeared in his hand. Looking at him sarcastically, a sign came out in front of him, asking if he wanted to use the Akchon source of the Chanma sword. With a crazy smile on his face, he told Myron that he would leave, telling her to take care of the dungeon. Where are you going? The student immediately asked. Holding the sword in front of him, Hyunwoo said that he needed to meet someone. He had a choice of yes or no. Suddenly, he was transported to another place, into the forest. He began to look around in surprise. Looking at his hands, he said in his head that this was much bigger than he thought. Then he added that he wouldn't be able to take anything with him. By the way, where is that guy? He asked himself, when he suddenly heard a sound behind him. It was published by Chanma. Hyunwoo turned around shyly. Chanma stood at the gazebo with the same sword that was only in Hyunwoo's hand. Chanma looked at him over his shoulder without any emotion. There was a battle on the 8th floor. The dragon fell to the ground with a loud sound. There were traces of blood on its forehead. He closed his eyes, furrowing his brows. His eyes widened and he mockingly asked if this was all the hero was capable of. The tail wriggled in the air. Wukong sat in the lotus position on top of a stone column and smiled, looking down at the dragon because he expected more from the guardian. He scratched his hair and arched his eyebrows, giggling mockingly. The dragon bared his teeth furiously. He furiously asked who this fighter was in front of him. He could not believe that there was so much energy in the body of a human-animal hybrid. But Wukong, standing on one leg, actively moved his hands, saying that this was stupid to judge someone by their appearance. The guy closed his eyes, smiled widely, waving his hand. A sword began to appear in front of him, accompanied by a bright light. The guy was going to show how capable he was. The base of the weapon loomed in his palm. He ordered the dragon to look carefully. The hero was going to prove that he was not some mediocre creature. The guy swung his weapon, bringing it up. He frowned and smiled, calling himself a man who conquered the heavens, a great and divine sage. Hyunwoo looked at the back of Jongma standing in front of him, who was holding a sword in his hands. The man turned around, his eyes wide open in surprise. He screamed, not understanding how the guy got here. The main character widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. After hearing the words, his eyebrows arched, a drop of sweat appeared on his face. He did not expect that the man would recognize him. The dial was divided into light and dark sides by a long strip, with gears visible behind it. Ave confirmed. The hero was sure that the ability of the Aken was time travel. This allows you to go back in time and study the martial arts of the former owner of the item. But he remembered the man's reaction. Chanma frowned at him. He didn't understand how he was able to enter the alternate dimension. Hyunwoo will be surprised by the words about another dimension. Against the background of the roof of the building, the words of a man could be heard. He asked if the hero was also dead, to which he screamed loudly, not understanding why he should be dead. Jongma closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he would not have been able to enter here if he were alive. Hyunwoo shouted in displeasure and frowned, asking for an explanation. But the man silently turned away. This angered the hero. He closed his eyes, thinking about staying calm. The hero was going to analyze the situation. He first used action source and successfully returned to the time where he met Chanma. The faces of the heroes were separated by the blade of a sword, the tip of which entered the water. The hero understood that they could not know each other, but Chanma remembers him. The guy remembered the past. A status window popped up in my memory, indicating that the source's effect had deteriorated. This was what he saw. Hyunwoo scratched the back of his head thoughtfully, trying to figure out what exactly the current situation was. He realized that he was here to learn martial arts and Chanma could train him here. The guy hid his fist into his palm. He smiled widely, turning to the man with a request to teach him. But he looked at the hero with a dissatisfied look, thinking that he was joking. Chanma walked away from the guy, smiling after him. The silence of the starry sky was broken by dialogue. Hyunwoo desperately asked to teach him martial arts, but the man was adamant, asking him to stop fooling around. The guy tried to ask again, but Chanma shouted at him to stay away from him. The main character pouted. He arched his eyebrows and smiled slyly, distorting his words, and again asked to teach him, but was again refused. The hero's eyes opened wide. This was the last string of patience. He turned to the man dissatisfied, asking what he said. Chanma looked at him with contempt, saying that he told him to leave him alone. He remembered that the guy was a participant in those conversations about what it was like to be a teacher for 10 seconds. The man said the guy could talk about it with his MP anywhere. Hyunwoo's face was filled with surprise. He didn't understand why he called his conversation stupid. He put his hand bent into a fist in front of him. Behind his back a portal appeared, draining streams of red energy. The guy arched his eyebrows, asking if the man wanted a taste of this stupid talk. Chanma looked at this in surprise, saying that the hero's MP had not changed, although a little later he noticed that he had grown up. Hyunwoo cried out in displeasure, saying that the man was too calm for someone who lost to him last time. He asked if he would mind losing again. Chanma smiled. He slowly walked down the steps, saying that this would not happen again. The man pulled the sword by the hilt, smiling, saying that now the guy would not be able to kill him. Hyunwoo rushed towards him, raising his fist above his head, intending to check it out. The shockwave passed through the man's body. He stopped the hero's attack with his palm, red energy emanating from his fist. Chanma looked at his hand in surprise. He realized that he was now moving faster than before. Stretching his hand forward, the man used the energy emanating from his palm to push Hanwha back. A bright flash flashed on the battlefield. The guy destroyed the wall he flew into. He leaned his hand on it, and the other held his stomach. He was surprised that he could not see it. The hero thought that since the man became faster, he also became stronger than before. Yongma stuck out his hand, back first, asking if the guy wanted to try again. Hyunwoo quickly appeared in front of him, raising his hand to strike. The man grabbed his fist, turning his gaze. He managed to dodge the blow with his other hand with his eyes closed. Chanma grabbed the guy's other hand. He kicked the hero in the stomach. The main character narrowed his eye, grimacing in pain. The guy suddenly raised his leg in front of the man's face, shouting furiously that this was not like what it was before. The moments of their battle surfaced in his memories. He bared his teeth, realizing that he could fight against him before. Chanma approached him, saying that he had set a limit that time. The guy asked what that meant. The man, coming closer to Hyunwoo, who was bent over from the blow he received and holding his hand on his stomach, spoke about how they were climbers back then and he could not use all his strength because it was blocked. The man's gaze was serious. He turned to the hero, asking how much he knew about the climbers. He asked the main character how climbers were classified in his opinion. Sheets with scriptures seemed to appear around Chanma. Weapons and magical seals were depicted on them. All these kilometer-long scrolls wrapped around the tower. Hyunwoo said that the distribution is based on individual strength, but the man called this answer incorrect. Chanma talked about how they are classified based on their own achievements. Whether it is a hero who saves the world or a villain who destroys it, there is no black and white, good or bad. The tower counts only on the achievements of climbers, lowering them to the appropriate class. Hyunwoo straightened the collar of his jacket and tilted his head, asking about the fact that when a climber reaches an average level, his strength begins to be limited. Nyungma raised his eyebrows, saying that he thought the guy was stupid, but he caught on quickly. The man raised his head importantly, saying that his combat capabilities were comparable to those of the best climber, but inside the tower, they were limited since he did not have enough achievements like during their battle. Chanma remembered the moment during their battle when the guy raised his leg above his head to strike. The man put his sword in front of him, taking it out of its sheath. He took it and rushed forward. He said that they should stop chatting about nothing. Hyunwoo looked at him in surprise. The man said that since the guy wanted to learn martial arts, then he would show him a couple. The hero was surprised by such suddenness. Chanma drew his sword, holding it out in front of him, saying that this would be the case if he could kill him. The guy's hand stretched to the side. He said that, of course, he thought that the man had changed. He clenched his hand into a fist, bringing it to his chest, and, frowning, said that there was no way he could learn martial arts if he killed him, so he was going to beat the man to death. The silence of the night sky was broken by Chanma's words that he shouldn't worry, but rather bring everything he has, because if he dies here, he still won't be truly dead. The guy asked what that meant. Swinging his sword, the man, changing his gaze, said that the hero needs experience. With one sharp movement, he cut through the hero's body, lifting him into the air. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide and blood sprayed from his mouth. This was his first death. The lights were on in the rooms of the house. It was dark outside. A man's voice asked if Hyunwoo really disappeared after touching Yunma's sword. The girl, looking at him, confirmed his words. Shihan looked at Muryeon sitting on the sofa. She looked depressed. The guy put his palm to his forehead and closed his eyes, thinking about what happened again. He may not have wanted to get hurt, but it would have been better if he had said so in advance. He looked at the upset Myeon. She lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. The guy thought that she looked like an abandoned puppy. She looked at him menacingly, asking what he was staring at. He answered awkwardly, nothing. The guy walked around the apartment, thinking that since she had been acting like this since Hyunwoo disappeared, then it was better for him to quietly avoid her. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw two people wearing skull masks with horns on the ceiling. They immediately disappeared. Shihan clenched his hand into a fist and knitted his eyebrows, sadly thinking that after a while, he still couldn't rest even in his own home. His gaze became more serious. He thought that when the house was renovated, he would need to return. He mentally told Myeon that she could stay here and he would leave. A girl was sitting on the sofa behind him, with a bag lying next to her. She arched her eyebrows and directed her gaze at him. Yellow energy emanated from the bag. She came out of him like tongues of flame. An unknown voice said that she could hear him. Myeon furrowed her eyebrows, thinking that this was strange. She leaned her head on her hand, not taking her eyes off the bag, not understanding whether she was the only one who could hear that voice. On the ceiling there were three people wearing skull masks with horns. Myeon approached the bag, frowning. She thought that this was not done for magical purposes, which was suspicious in any case. For a second, the girl thought that these were the things of a master. The voice was heard again, saying that she could, to some extent, hold this energy. Myeon's eyebrows knitted after saying if she wanted more power. She raised one eyebrow at the open bag, asking what he was talking about and who he even was. The girl inside smiled slyly, running her tongue over her lips. She asked not to be afraid, because she was not going to do anything that Myeon did not want. Sitting cross-legged, the girl with horns introduced herself as a demon master, a mystical goddess of chaos. The treetops obscured the night sky, strewn with stars. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. Hyunwoo was about to move. Chanma again managed to stop his blow by putting out his hand. The guy grabbed the man by the cloak on his back. It jumped in front of his face. The man opened his eyes, holding out his hand. Chanma, holding a sword with one hand, managed to spin the hero with the other so that he turned around himself. The man smiled, holding his weapon in front of him, and then said that he had already said that his attacks were devoid of strategy. With a sharp movement, he struck the hero's stomach with his sword. The guy flew to the side, coughing up blood. He immediately jumped up, frowning with displeasure and cursing. Hyunwoo put his hand out in front of him, pointing his finger at the man. There was a bright light at the site of the impact. He said dissatisfiedly that he asked to teach him a couple of martial arts techniques. The man said that he would not die in this alternative dimension, but how many times had he already done this? Chanma, standing in front of him with a sword in his hands, suggested that 99 times, to which Hyunwoo, waving his hands displeasedly, shouted 100. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that was enough. He said that since he had already vented his anger, why not the guy come back? The hero bared his teeth in displeasure and raised his fist in front of him, telling him not to mess with his ears. His fist clenched tighter at the man's address. He said that by this time, the guy should have already realized that he was not able to defeat him. Hyunwoo frowned and pursed his lips. Towering over him was Chanma, who had not had a single defeat in 100 rounds. The hero understood that the man was strong. He thought that Chanma was not the one who would give up studying martial arts if something went wrong, and the image of the mystical goddess of chaos appeared in the guy's memory. Also, he was not one who neglects the fundamental principles. Thinking about this, he recalled Fakir, or when a man gets stuck in a difficult situation. Hyunwoo thought of a demon with horns. All these images shattered like glass because Chanma was impossible to defeat. The main character pushed with his feet and ended up with his back on the ground. With a sharp movement, he rose to his feet. He smiled slyly, thinking that it was impossible to defeat him, but that was only for now. Hyunwoo put his hand in his pocket, and the other pointed at the man, saying that he should not decide for everyone, because if he wins now, this does not mean that he will win forever. Chanma sighed heavily, lowering his eyes, calling it just another chatter. Hyunwoo took a fighting stance and smiled broadly, saying that now they would see if it was just chatter. The hero closed his eyes and frowned. He needed to focus. He pursed his lips, beads of sweat dripping from his face. He only had to think about one thing, how to defeat Chanma. In the flowing drop he became a white man, which disturbed the quiet surface of the water. Abruptly taking off from his spot, leaving dust thrown into the air behind him, the guy rushed forward. The man pulled out his sword, knitting his eyebrows. He called it boredom. With one swing, he managed to cut the hero's body in half. His wound healed immediately. Hyunwoo raised his fist above the man's head, but he managed to dodge, looking at it in surprise. Chanma frowned and bared his teeth. He understood that he was different from the previous one, such a sudden pressure after death. He swung his sword again. He divided the guy's body into left and right parts. The man cut the hero's body over and over again, delivering blows in different directions. The number of deaths of the guy increased, first to 103 and 104 times. But the bright light from the swings of the weapon became brighter. Hyunwoo died 700 times. But at one point, he managed to avoid a blow to the neck. The guy heard the words of Chanma, who said that he should not even try to defeat him with such skills. The guy would not be able to follow his movements with such an increase in MP. But this did not mean that the hero did not have the brains to even master Tai Chi. These are not martial arts. It is stupid for the guy to use Chanma fighting techniques against himself. Listening to all this, Hyunwoo remembered all the moments in which he found himself defeated by the man, his arrogant gaze and shining sword. The main character died more than 2,000 times. Ultimately, death always awaited him. But neither she nor the bullying could stop the hero. He proudly raised his fist into the sky. Memories from childhood surfaced in his head about how he was all alone. Other children mocked him. The hero was scolded by the kindergarten teacher. Other people discussed him, and the teacher did not like him. He remembered his friends, his difficult conditions during battles. The guy thought that he never gave up. His eyes flashed a bright red light, his gaze filled with rage. The mountain slopes, covered with trees, were shrouded in the darkness of night. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in one of the directions, accompanied by a bright flash. A second later, exactly the same one thundered nearby. The hero hit the ground, causing such bright explosions. Chanma, who was watching this, knitted his eyebrows, thinking that the guy turned out to be even crazier than he expected. The treetops covered the sky. The man thought that this was an imaginary space. This is the place where those who failed to conquer the tower remain. Here they wait for the next chance. Fireflies flew past trees and bushes. Chanma understood that no one dies here, no one can, because this is a place where the concept of life and death has been removed by the system itself. An image of a skull bound in chains appeared in his head. He recalled the moment when the guy first got here, because no one except the owner could get into this place, but he somehow managed to do it. The man remembered smiling Hyunwoo. What he said then seemed funny. Chanma looked at him with incomprehension, because hearing this from his killer was, at least, funny. He wondered if he was sane, but still accepted the guy's offer and added an interesting condition. He recalled drawing his sword in front of him. The man raised his hand again to strike, but did not take his eyes off the hero, thinking that initially he was not going to teach this fool martial arts because it was so boring and he wanted to play the fool without fulfilling the pathetic request. That's right, that's how it was originally. Looking at the fallen guy, Chanma thought about whether anything had changed after he killed him for the 100th time. The answer was comprehensive. The man still felt pleasure in killing the hero. Hyunwoo's gaze became more serious, his eyebrows furrowed. The man noticed that the eyes of the main character, always filled with sarcasm and bias, began to fill with fear. But, nevertheless, the guy smiled. It was scary. Changma's eyebrows furrowed. From then on, he began to give his best. The stones fell out of their stable position. After having managed to kill the hero 200 times already with one movement, he was quite pleased to see the guy die unable to parry even one blow. One by one, the stones fell. Having killed the hero 400 times, he smiled, laughing at him, because the guy was not able to withstand even 3 seconds against him. All the stones were thrown down. After 700 kills, not being able to give him a chance for a decisive blow was quite a pleasant experience, cutting his body over and over again. After 1,000 victories, he looked at the guy lying on the floor. The man had completely destroyed the martial arts he had created. The hero lay motionless on the ground. Chanma was sure that he would not be able to get up again, since everything that he had created was destroyed. But nevertheless, he still leaned on his trembling hands. Hyunwoo still stood up, ready to take another blow. He could barely stand in front of the man. Because of this, he tightened his grip on his sword. Chanma struck again and again, swinging his sword. An unpleasant feeling grew in his chest, because Hyunwoo couldn't withstand even a couple of his racks, but for some reason he was irritated. He brought his weapon to his neck, catching the hero by surprise, eyes flashing brightly. With a sharp movement, he managed to cut off his head. His doubts led to questions, and after killing the guy over 2,900 times, he finally understood what that feeling was. Chanma bowed his head, holding a sword in his hands. A portal formed behind his back. The feeling he felt a long time ago, the feeling he felt when he became a climber. This was it. It was very faint, but it was definitely a feeling of danger. Hyunwoo rushed to attack. The man, swinging his sword and leaving a bright light in the air, managed to repel his attack. A bright flash illuminated the battlefield, lifting up fragments of stones. The dust rose higher and higher. Suddenly, the guy was directly above the man's head, raising his leg to strike. Is it possible that this guy will ever give up? A dissatisfied grin appeared on Chanma's face. He thought that the guy was laughing at him, so he was going to make sure that he would never be able to get back on his feet. He swung his sword, leaving a bright blue light behind it, but the hero managed to dodge. The man knitted his eyebrows, realizing that he was in a hurry. Hyunwoo immediately appeared in front of him. Chanma saw a fist coming towards his face. The guy attacked him, striking him in the chin. The man was thrown into the air. He grimaced with displeasure, looking at the hero. Hyunwoo put his fist forward, reminding him that this was the 2,995th time, which is what he said. The guy moved from his place, looking up and smiling, saying that nothing is infinite. The man frowned and bared his teeth, a sword full to his face. Wukong sat on the ground, touching his hair. Suddenly, he turned his gaze, asking if he was finished. The blue lion appeared in front of him, raising his eyebrows in displeasure. The guy jumped to his feet, shouted displeasedly why he had been gone for so long, what he was doing. The man put out his hand, telling him to stop whining. Wukong frowned, pointing to the dragon lying behind him. He said that he would also whine in his place, because 3 months had already passed since he blew off that lizard's head. Shards of stones lay on the ground. He turned to the man again, asking if he was here because he had finished, to which he received the answer yes. The guy's eyebrows arched. He asked what was happening to his sworn brothers, where the white elephant and the great phoenix were. Voices were heard saying that they were a little late. A girl with long white hair stood in front of them. A guy with wings sank to the ground. The blue lion turned to the white elephant, asking if she had wrapped everything up well, to which the girl answered that they had completely destroyed the west and did the same with the east. Wukong spread his arms to the sides and closed his eyes, saying that it was funny that the guys had already climbed to the throne, but it took them 5 months to destroy one zone. The big phoenix looked at the guy with displeasure, the girl looked away, and the blue lion, frowning, said that the guy was assigned a high level, since all his achievements were recognized and only the 3 demon kings of Satadong were recognized as them. They say the blue lion, with giant fangs, ate 100,000 soldiers in one bite. The giant elephant's trunk was wrapped around the trees. The white elephant was the one who ate the legendary beast from myths, with its tusks and trunk that could wrap around anything. The great phoenix, in whose wings the temple was enclosed, was the one who captured the entire country and ate the king, his retainers, and their people. These achievements allowed 3 of them to become intermediate climbers. Wukong folded his arms and smiled, indicating that the man was looking for excuses. The ground shook. Stones were thrown into the air. A giant tower rushed up in front of the hero. The guy quickly jumped off the cliff, saying that they had better make a plan before they climbed the tower. The blue lion looking after him raised his eyebrows, asking if this would happen again. Wukong touched his hand to the resulting portal. He said that he would go south, the man would take the north, the white elephant would take the east, and the great phoenix would take the west. Leaving into the portal, the hero turned around, smilingly saying that the most important thing is that this time everything needs to be completed in 2 months, because they have something to do. There was a clear blue sky above the house. The silence was broken by a telephone ringing. Shihan picked up the phone, his eyes widened. On the other end of the line someone was excitedly talking about how urgent it was. They asked him where Hunter Hyunwoo was now. The guy turned his gaze towards the asking what was the matter. Shihan pushed the phone aside, eyes wide. He was informed about the warning before the disaster. In 3 hours the disaster will reach Korea, so they urgently need the help of the Hunter Hyunwoo. Myron sat on the sofa, her face buried in her knees, her arms wrapped around her legs. She turned her sad gaze to the side. A sword was placed behind the glass. A giant tree trunk stood next to hundreds of others. Suddenly, the main character flew into it, breaking it into pieces. The fight continued. A bright flash cut through several trees. The guy stopped, breaking with his foot. In this place neither days nor dates are important, only the number of battles determines the time. With a sharp movement, the guy moved from his place, lifting the stones into the air. He ran straight towards Chanma. The hero again raised his leg to strike, but the man managed to dodge. A flash of bright lightning struck him directly. He sighed heavily, opening his mouth. The man watched as the hero turned in flight. Hyunwoo stood on the ground, raising his hand. He said that the last blow was to distract attention. He slammed his fist in front of Youngma's face, glaring at him furiously. Leaves flew off the trees due to the shock wave. The guy asked to attack again. The man smiled, remembering the moment the hero was struck by lightning. He called him a fool, because this was already his 5,000th death. Hyunwoo frowned and smiled, saying that no one asked the man to contact him. Chanma's eyebrows knitted together, a drop of sweat was dripping from his face. He didn't understand what kind of guy this was, how he could fight so much. A frightening smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He swung his fist, from which tongues of red energy emanated. The egg was broken on a stone slab. Chanma thought that he had already killed the guy 5,000 times. Around this slab lay thousands of eggshells. Is it possible to fight a battle doomed to defeat 5,000 times without a single break? This guy should have despaired just because his progress was flying back to the beginning. Because with his 2,300th death, the man began to use the techniques of the Thunder God. Hyunwoo hovered on his wings, and behind him was a portal emitting energy. He reached his hand towards the man's face, who frowned. The hero was again pierced by bright lightning, knocking him off his feet. Suddenly, Chanma tilted his head down in surprise. He saw how the main character grabbed his cloak, not taking his eyes off the man. The guy quickly intercepted him, grabbing his collar. The man's eyebrows raised in surprise. He looked straight into Hyunwoo's eyes, because even in this position, this guy's eyes were burning. Looking up at him, the protagonist said that he seemed to have caught him again. Chanma, smiling, took his hand, calling the guy a mad dog. Baring his teeth, the hero said that he would take it as a compliment. The battlefield was once again illuminated by a bright flash. The man's sense of danger had long since disappeared. All that remained was trepidation. Chanma watched the hero's efforts with a smile, without lowering his sword. In the man's head, different images of men and women were drawn, whose faces were visible. He thought that he managed to climb to heaven. Being a simple beggar, he had seen many ascending people, but had never met anyone like Hyunwoo. The tree stood away from the battlefield of the heroes. The man was thinking about how to describe the guy. A giant tree stood among the plains. Chanma called the main character a man with an indomitable will. He imagined how the stones lying on top of each other fell down into the water. The man walked in space with his eyes closed. From wandering swordsmen to those who call themselves the strongest in the world, no matter who it was, his will broke after meeting him because the man was destroying the martial art that they had been pursuing for years. He immediately imagined the image of Hyunwoo as he thought about his actions. The guy came to him, already knowing that he had no chance to survive. Chanma killed him for the 1,000th time, and he returned to life for the 1,001st time and challenged him again. The man has broken everything the protagonist has been able to achieve, but he still gets up, as if the concept of giving up does not exist. His eyes were full of determination, his brows furrowed. The man continued to smile, looking at the guy. He was in awe of him, not as Chanma, but as a Mual man. With a sharp movement, the hero found himself behind the man's back, leaving behind only a bright flash. He turned his gaze towards the guy preparing to strike. Jongma noticed that this casual transformed distortion was similar to something. He easily dodged the flying fist and raised his eyebrows at Hyunwoo. The man's mouth opened slightly and he quietly said that he needed 3 steps to perform this skill. The main character froze in surprise, his eyes wide open. The top of the tree blocked out the stars in the sky. Bright lightning struck right at its top. Lightning charged the sword, making it shine brightly. The guy landed on one knee, listening to the man's words that martial arts are not flashy skills, you need to look at the root. Jongma again blocked his kick, telling him not to use his foot technique like that, but rather focus on the 3 basics. The man punched the hero directly in the face without changing his face. He said that the Thunder God's techniques are fundamentally different from other martial arts. You can try to copy them, but achieving the absolute truth is very difficult. Standing in front of him, Hyunwoo held his hand on his wrist as he listened to Youngma's words that the importance lies not in reproducing the lightning strikes, but in their natural content in his mana. The hero has already died 8,002 times. The man opened his mouth slightly, calmly saying that if they are already there, then all you have to do is give the blows a shape, which will become the basis for the guy in any situation. 8,423rd death occurred. The silence of the night sky was broken by lightning. She hit the guy right in the stomach. He fell to the ground, bracing himself with his hands, not realizing how many times he had already died, but it didn't matter to him. The guy stood up again, leaning his shaking hands on his knees, thinking that each step he took was different from the previous one. Hyunwoo looked at his hands and smiled stupidly, realizing that this was the power of martial arts. After Chanma's words that the hero now needs to destroy the form that he created, the guy arched his eyebrows. This was 10,821st death. The man looked at the hero seriously, saying that from now on the techniques in Kai filling his body would not be lost, no matter what he did. The hero died 11,242 times. 14,242nd death occurred. Chanma towered over him, standing on the roof of the building. A bright lightning shone behind him, illuminating everything around him. Looking at him, Hyunwoo realized that he now understood everything. At the level of the man's collarbone, he noticed bright circles emitting energy. It was the mana that was in every cell of his body that summoned the lightning. Bright flashes of lightning came out of the portal. Mana is also used for a dozen other techniques, as well as to maintain the intensity of the Thunder God with a certain amount of it. Hyunwoo smiled, thinking that this was perfect. Chanma frowned at the guy, saying that this was the last step. After he had studied and broken the technique of the God of Thunder, all that remained was to create his own martial art. He clenched his fist tighter, thinking that before he would have said something like, "What are you even talking about?" His memories were of himself sitting in the lotus position, listening carefully to his mentor. All his teachers were imaginary. He could not even continue training in martial arts because he did not know the answers to his questions, but now he understood the meaning of these words. Hyunwoo smiled widely, holding the collar of his jacket with his hand. The man smiled discreetly as he watched his progress. The hero moved from his place. He waited for the guy to come closer. Hyunwoo attacked Youngma with his foot, smiling wildly, but the man thrust his sword forward. Management Center of the American International Hunters Association. People at headquarters actively tried to convey information about the pace of evacuation of the civilian population and police control. Footsteps were heard. The man asked how much time they had. He was informed that, at last count, about 10 minutes. Liam looked up excitedly. He saw a red target. 31 hours ago, no one was worried that a disaster had been detected in America because everyone was hoping for the hunter Manhwa. More and more new sources of disasters appeared on the world map. A few hours later, the same thing was noticed in Thailand and Mexico, and then in South Korea. Looking at the world map, with the epicenters of disasters marked, Liam dissatisfiedly noticed that in the end there were 4 disasters, and only 1 hunter. He asked what the situation was in these countries. The guy looked at the documents in confusion, saying that Thailand and Mexico had connected the main internal and external guilds. In addition, the best S-rank hunters, Traum, Hunter Riley, and the main guilds on their side were invited in full readiness. The man hit himself on the forehead with his palm. First of all, they are preparing for a disaster. Although Korea, in which the disaster was detected later, is a cause for concern, problems should not arise because there is a hunter Hyunwoo. That's what Liam thought as he looked at the world map. Only now, he thought, it was not possible to contact him. He hopes that everything is fine, because if he has not left the earth, he will probably speak up for them. Shihyun, frowning and looking at the floor, said that the hero is not here, so they can say that he left the earth. Seo-yeon knitted her eyebrows in alarm, and Seokwon's gaze was focused. They listened to the guy's words that they kept it a secret because the news could lead to chaos, but it had already been a month since Hyunwoo disappeared. In such a situation, waiting for him, without any idea of when he will return, is not an option. Shihyun came closer to the heroes, saying that to prevent a disaster they would have to rely on their own strength. The girl and the guy looked at him confidently. The guy turned to Myron, who was sitting next to him, asking what she was going to do. The girl turned her gaze to him, knitting her eyebrows. Power flowed around the fighters, and it was 14,242 deaths. When Youngma attacked, Hyunwoo thought about this number. When he repelled furious attacks, he thought about this figure. The number of deaths is no longer rising. After all, he does not allow Chanma to take his life. Blue and red lightning illuminated the starry sky. The lightning became more and more, and the discharges became stronger. In the light of lightning, Henwu soared into the sky, and a sphere with wings opened behind him. Yuma thought with a satisfied grin that this guy is a monster, and as he reached that stage, the black sphere grew, and he thought that there was no longer just an accumulation of mana concentrated in appearance, but the concept of reflection was embodied in his black wings and the edge in the black sphere. There was a deafening explosion. Hyunwoo attacked but was blocked. Chanma thought that for him, a man revered as the god of lightning, to be thrown back was strange. Hyunwoo's slippers were smoking from the spilled power. The opponents clashed again in a fierce battle. Chanma attacked with renewed vigor. Hyunwoo resisted using lightning and a sphere. He was grinning. It was clear that the guy was happy with what was happening. Yuma thought that Hyunwoo had already died 10,000 times. He closed his eyes. A bolt of lightning covered Chanma. He focused on his surroundings, preparing to accept defeat. However, a moment later, nothing happened, as if the spell had passed by. He looked at Henwu, who walked away and took his sphere with him. Chanma asked why he was still alive, to which the guy simply looked back. Hyunwoo put his hands behind his back. Chanma heard that the student did not end the life of his teacher, and this statement discouraged him. The man got angry and started cursing about when Hyunwoo became his student. He turned around and said to leave, since the guy had finished with his business, otherwise he couldn't rest properly. Hyunwoo was offended and said that he would leave even if he didn't want to. He tensed. He took a step forward. Then a white and blue haze began to glow around him. He shouted thank you and disappeared. Chanma didn't even have time to curse. He grinned, calling the guy crazy. Chanma walked in the other direction. He held his sword, thinking about the disciple who appeared after his death. Chanma sat down near a tree, thinking that this was not so bad. A purple portal appeared above a military base in Montana, USA. A leg appeared from the portal. Riley radioed that someone was coming out. A volley of fire hit the portal from the tanks. Many projectiles flew towards Wukong. There was a powerful explosion that lit up the forest for many miles around. Riley and Eden peered intensely into the sky, waiting for the result. Riley heard that this was a bit too much for a greeting. Wukong sank to the ground and said that he only planned to destroy everything here with the help of clones. He grinned and said that he wouldn't hesitate now. Riley screamed into the radio again, which, as expected, had no effect on the disaster, so she ordered everyone to take their positions. She was still saying that it was necessary to move on to Plan B, when Wukong with an imperceptible movement snatched the walkie-talkie from her hands and said that since it had come to this, he thought that he personally should deal with them. Riley clenched her teeth and fist in anger, and turned around when she heard that the guy would first start weeding out the weak. Wukong flew at. He waved his staff and ordered Ruijing to grow. Thailand was on fire, and a guy with red wings instead of arms was hanging over it. He touched the fold of his wing to his chin and thought that this floor was primitive. Debun noticed movement to the side and decided to see who it was. He turned to the man in bewilderment. Debun asked the guy if he was crazy to come up to him even after seeing what a mess he had made here. Debun's wings burst into flames, and he shouted furiously that after he had enough of the game, he would kill him in a sophisticated way. Everything around him lit up with a bright red light. He wanted to say something else, but he was rudely interrupted. Hyunwoo pretended not to care about the lightning around him. He supposedly cleared his ears and asked what this guy with a funny name was babbling about. Hyunwoo grinned and asked if he was a climber. Debun was surprised because he thought it was impossible. His spell seemed to hit an obstacle. Hyunwoo pretended to blow smoke from his finger like a pistol. An information window appeared with a notification that he successfully got rid of Debun, one of the 3 demon kings of Sadadan, in Bangkok, Thailand, and he managed to destroy Debun, a fictional bird, so his information gathering skill is now at an average level. This is all Henwu was surprised that he was in Thailand. He did not understand what he was doing in this country. At the same time, in Uijeongbu, Korea, Soyeon lay unconscious. Another knight barely stayed nearby. Shehan was slammed into the wall. He peeled himself away from the wall and cleared his throat. Towering over him was the Blue Lion, who asked if they thought such attacks would harm him. He noticed movement to the side of him. Myron attacked the Blue Lion, but ran into a block. He looked at the concentrated girl and called her quite funny since she was different from the others. The Blue Lion concentrated power in his hand and said that he was bored with Myron. His attack threw the girl several meters away and knocked the wind out of her. Myron could not hold back tears of pain. Hyunwoo was still trying to figure out where he was. The TV was turned off when they started talking about climbers appearing out of nowhere all over the world and causing chaos. Av sat in front of Hyunwoo and said that this started just recently. Hyunwoo wondered if the climbers could have appeared at the same time. He thought about the fact that their Nanshin Hayaki Yaku consisted of many imaginary subordinates. The main light in the room was not on, and Av said that this was impossible unless it was a great coincidence, to which Hyunwoo asked how things were now. Av, with a serious expression on her face, said that it was highly likely that they had a leader because the climbers could take with them other particularly distinguished ones. She explained that among these 4 there should be a leader. Hyunwoo tensed as there must be one of the remaining 3 who could unite them if he is of high rank. Av lowered her head as their powers matched the disaster. Hyunwoo scratched the back of his head thoughtfully and thought that he was going to ask how he ended up in Thailand, but now it didn't seem that important. He looked at the bag and asked what happens if you overthrow the leader, the rest will simply disappear, to which Av answered positively. Then Hyunwoo wanted to know where he is now. Av opened the map and pointed to America. Hyunwoo rested his chin on his hand and thought that it seemed like it would be very easy to find a leader and get rid of everyone. However, a notification came that the climber had reached the 9th floor, there was no time left, his location was in Montana. Then the next notification came that the climber had reached the 9th floor, there was no time left, his location was in Mexico City. The last message came with information that the climber had reached the 9th floor, there was no time left, his location was in Gyeonggi-do, South Korea. He remembered his friends and thought what might happen to them if he went to America. However, Myron was there, but she was no match for the climber. Hyunwoo didn't understand what to do. He peered at the information window again. Myron could not recover from the blow and sat against the wall. The girl leaned on her hands with difficulty. Shikken looked at her helplessly. A sharp pain shot through his body as he tried to get up as he thought about where Hyunwoo was now. Then he perked up, because he himself did not understand what he was talking about. He himself told his friends that he needed to defend Korea on his own, and now he's waiting for Hyunwoo. It's not his fault that Shihan is so weak. He again made a failed attempt to rise. Myron leaned on her leg. Then the girl got into a fighting stance, ready to continue the fight. She clenched her fists, thinking about how she was powerless even with martial arts techniques. Since childhood, her source of confidence came from the words of a master. He said that the imperial art has enormous power, and if it does not influence the enemy, then it is to blame for its weakness. Myron prepared herself for battle, thinking that she had never considered herself strong. She remembered Hyunwoo and thought that in the world her teacher was the only strong person, and everyone who was weaker than her was just a fool. He gritted his teeth in anger, since this way of thinking softened her essence, since she only admired his power and knew her place. She often admired his image, and all this time the girl did not even think about striving for more. The blue lion asked her what now. He grinned and decided to give her some. A powerful roar rang out, demonstrating his success in devouring hundreds of thousands of soldiers. He screamed, gaining strength. Myron waited intently for what would happen next. A voice was heard saying that it seemed the girl needed help. From the bag came the satisfaction of being right. Myron remembered that she had already heard this voice. The voice asked permission to help, because all that was required was to take away its power. However, Myron refused, citing her master's words that there is no power without consequences. A huge mouth hovered over the city when a voice asked what comes out. She is wary of the power because she does not want it. Myron gave up. She released the power from the sack. A golden glow enveloped the girl who understood nothing. The voice promised that this time there would be no consequences. Myron's hair turned from black to ashen. The voice taking away the hair color suggested simply testing its power. Finally, the transformation was complete. The voice spoke about the heights of everything monstrous. Myron's head fell back under the influence of the spell. Myron now has the power of Nanshin Hayaki Yaku. The girl grew horns and sharp teeth. They threw back their snow-white tail. Something strange began to happen to the blue lion. He began to look around, because he did not understand why he could not open his mouth even more and what kind of mana was around. Suddenly it dawned on him. The goddess of chaos stood in front of him and asked what it was. Shihen was looking at the girl when the phrase was said that, be that as it may, it was already too late. The blue lion was about to swallow the mana when Myron took a step. The blue lion twisted from the spilling power. Myron took a second step, then a third, and each time the power, like ripples on water, blurred into space, then the fourth step, the fifth. The blue lion shrank all over as he could not move. Shihan picked up Seokwan and Soyeon and led them further away from the battlefield, while Meyer scoffed, saying that the blue lion was ridiculous for boasting about his useless successes. Shikken pulled his friends with his last strength. The blue lion tried to be rude when Myron took the sixth step. However, he was again twisted, but he was able to say that if successes were properly recognized, then people like her. However, he was unable to finish as Myron came close to him. She said that even if this happened, he still would not be able to defeat her because they are similar. She smiled and continued to say that he really thought that he was the only climber whose achievements were not recognized. She took the seventh step. She spread her arms out to the sides and said that if this had happened to her, she would have introduced herself by a different name. The Chaos Goddess in Myron's body took the 8th and 9th steps. She said that then her name would not be Nanshin Hayaki Yako. The 10th step spread a golden canopy of power, and ultimately the last step became the step of destruction. She turned around and introduced herself as the god of monsters. A white elephant stood in the middle of Mexico City. She held her whip in her hands. She didn't understand why she couldn't move and was sure she heard a voice. Someone behind her asked her if it was too bright. The white elephant recognized that voice and asked what had been done to her. A smiling girl approached her. She explained, holding the book in her hands, that it was a simple experiment as she had recently acquired a rather useful feature. White elephant looked at Darkwing as if she was crazy, to which she replied that the monster who destroyed the whole city shouldn't talk about it. She was even grateful to the white elephant, because she killed everyone she was going to kill anyway, and then became her lab rat. The white elephant wanted to know who this girl was. However, she did not consider it important. She wanted to get back to where they were at. Darkwing took 4th place in the ranking, and she said that this experiment was aimed at testing the loyalty of the spirit. The bright sun was shining over the hospital. Soyeon was awakened by bright rays of light. As soon as she opened her eyes, excited questions about her well-being began to be heard. She was very surprised to be in the hospital and asked what happened. Seokwon said he had no idea, and it seemed to him that the climber who appeared in Korea was taken care of, and as he was told, Shifun rushed into the hospital carrying them on his back. He himself, it seems, only took care of his mortal wounds and returned back. Soyeon grabbed the phone, but Seokwon asked to leave their friend alone. He said there must have been a reason. Shikhan stood on the roof and leaned on the parapet. He cursed and slammed his fists on the parapet. He was preoccupied with the fact that all he could do was escape. The door to the roof opened slightly. A man approached him. Shikhan was very surprised when he saw the unexpected guest. A fiery column of smoke rose into the air after the explosion of a base in Montana, USA. Wukong looked at it and reasoned that there was something there. His clones have the abilities of a low-rank climber, so it took about 300 to clear the 9th floor. He thought about it, since half of it was destroyed at one point. He learned that someone had snuck up behind him and asked if he was in charge. Wukong cursed. Hyunwoo took aim to attack. The tower exploded. Wukong and Hyunwoo started the fight. Wukong wondered who this guy was. Hyunwoo attacked him without ceasing. Explosions were heard everywhere. The space was filled with smoke. Wukong grabbed his staff. He called upon the spell again, ordering the Rui to grow. The staff began to quickly lengthen and increase in width, which greatly surprised Manhwa. The staff pierced the building, forcing Manhwa to dodge. He exhaled as he did it at the last second. Hyunwoo jumped to attack again. Wukong called him quite interesting and told him to introduce himself again. Hyunwoo joked that he was a zookeeper. Wukong pouted when the guy said that he was raising people like him. He laughed, thinking he was crazy. Hyunwoo felt excited as it would be his first time taming a monkey. Notifications came that the climbers in Korea and Mexico City had been dealt with. Hyunwoo didn't know where another one had come from, but it didn't matter since it was time to find out the results of his training. Wukong used the enlargement spell again. Manhwa in turn ordered Rui to shrink. He decided to look at the result. However, Wukong ordered Rui to increase again. The city was destroyed. The damaged houses were again illuminated by the explosion. Everything around Wukong was on fire. Oh didn't think it was necessary to put on a show when he was a non-entity. Hyunwoo grabbed Wukong's leg. He was taken aback by surprise. Manhwa threw the enemy back with all his strength. He grinned and asked if he had fooled him. Wukong only became angrier. Hyunwoo asked if this is all that a high-ranking climber can do, or is he just good at talking, or can they repeat it? Wukong grimaced with anger. He ran his staff along the ground. Wukong swung his arms, cursing. He couldn't understand what Manhwa was like and where he came from, since he conquered the tower without encountering anything like that, and since his achievements as Sun Wukong are now well known, it should be easier to climb. Manhwa asked why the climber fell silent. Was he really scared? And he thought that there was no such forest that could be found on the 9th floor. However, Vukan could not do anything, even if it was wasteful, but the guy himself forced him. The climber's eyes began to shine golden. He offered to cast his powerful spell. A ring shone above his head. The staff began to glow, and Wukong said that he rules the sky, and he decided that he would show the true power of the Monkey King. His staff has changed. The staff then extended all the way to the sky, summoning lightning. This was immediately followed by a blow. Hyunwoo took it upon himself without any consequences. Then he grinned. Hyunwoo began to unfold his sphere, saying that he was terribly sorry. Red lightning flashed. Wukong watched in horror what was happening. However, Hyunwoo could also do things like Wukong. The employees watched with alarm. They looked without taking their eyes off. A picture of the battle was displayed on the screen, and now there was an explosion. As he approached, Hyunwoo was seen fighting with the Divine Sage, who was swinging his staff. Manhwa approached the sage on red angel wings. Yellow electric currents flew towards Manhwa. Wukong grinned. Hyunwoo smiled, covered in a red aura, and asked the sage if he really thought he could harm him. There were red flashes of energy. They approached the sage, sweat running down his face. The sage set up protective fields that began to reflect the hero's blows at the last moment. He glared at the hero as he told him that since he only pays attention to mana strikes. The hero got close while throwing a punch and asked how he was going to block a direct attack. There was a flash of light and Wukong took flight. He closed his eyes, not taking his eyes off the hero. A black hole appeared in space, emitting red light. Wukong said that it was too late. A red paw of an aura beast formed near the hole. Henwu put out his hand in courage. Pink light came out of it. He used Asura's annihilation fist. Wukong was shocked by the hero's increased mana. Yellow flames began to consume him. He closed his eyes and put his staff in front of him. The entire space of the destroyed city was flooded with yellow streams of light. Sparks flew. Hyunwoo looked at the smoke dissipating. The sage staff flew out from under a cloud of smoke. He stood in a defensive stance in front of the hero and called him a worm. He clenched his teeth and thought that this was impossible, that he was losing to some idiot. Hyunwoo arrogantly beckoned the sage with his finger, saying that he was doing well for a monkey. Wukong could not contain his rage and began to shout at the hero that he did not dare to look down on him, the king of the 7 stars and the king of the monkeys. Rays began to emanate from the halo on his head. He grabbed the staff. A complex pattern of light appeared behind him. He said that since he could not continue to climb, he would do everything to deal with the hero. Wukong began to move, leaving his projections. Hyunwoo smiled excitedly. The hero kept his hands in his pockets while he was surrounded by many clones of the sage, which he noted by saying how many monkeys there were. The clones took off and each shouted that they would kill the hero. Hyunwoo suddenly made a serious face, and he smiled barely noticeably. Wukong shouted for the hero to say goodbye to life. The clones were approaching the hero who had taken a stance and were about to inflict 18 light strikes on him. A huge dome of light formed on the battlefield. It exploded and began to destroy the remains of destroyed buildings around. Buildings began to collapse and raise huge columns of smoke. Wukong stood in the middle of the smoke and wondered if he was done with the hero. The smoke was blown away by 2 huge black wings. Dispelling the smoke, the hero flew up. Behind him, a new large sphere began to form from the portal from which the wings protruded. The hero came close to the sage. He pressed himself into his staff out of fear. The hero remembered how he dodged the blows of the samurai Chanma and thought that the truth of return comes not from outside, but from within. The blade passed a couple of centimeters from the hero's face. He continued to think that spending all available strength is not the key to success. Chanma looked at the hero with concentration while the hero continued that only through stability, precise calculation, and complete control over the heart can one achieve what he wants. Wukong jumped back from the blow while the hero struck with a small glowing sphere. He dealt a devastating blow. The sphere decomposed into several light waves, throwing the sage away. A new flash of light and waves rose above the disarmed skyscrapers, which a moment later scattered in a terrible explosion, demolishing everything in its path. Many buildings turned to dust. The smoke was blown away by the wind. The hero stood alone in the middle of a huge crater from his impact. A blue alert appeared, indicating that the hero had defeated the climber, and this was followed by an increase in the current levels. The notification hung in a blue window above the hero's palm. He exhaled with relief and clenched his fist. He began to warm up and check himself and said that his legs and arms were in working order, and there were no problems with mana, which means that this time he managed to defeat the climber without much damage. He remembered how he recovered from battles before, remembering that he had to rest for 2-3 days. He put his palm forward and said that his training with Chanma had an effect. He clenched his fist and looked up at the sky with a smile. He turned his attention to the remaining staff. He had many characteristics. In particular, he could shrink and grow and granted the strength of the king of the monkeys. Hyunwoo held it in his hands with a smile and said that he would read the rest of the characteristics later, but now he needed to find a place where he could contact at least someone. He smiled evilly, looking at the sweating staff. He placed the staff on the ground. He grabbed the staff with both hands and tried to remember where the building of the International Hunters Association was located. He ordered the staff to grow. The hero, as if on a flying broom, flew into the air with a smile on his expanding staff. It was sunset. International Hunters Association. Hyunwoo thanked him for giving him something. He inspected the new design of his clothes. Liam laughed uneasily. He remembered fragments of the battle and noted to himself that Hyunwoo fought such a battle and is now in perfect order. He asked if the hero was really a person. He laughed, remembering how the hero landed on the falling staff, and remembered that he first thought that he was a climber and was scared at first. He calmly looked at the hero as he smiled and said that all the climbers were missing and asked if Korea had suffered damage. Liam replied that this was only in comparison to other countries in the world. He said, by the way, which fascinated Hyunwoo, and he looked questioningly at the man. Liam said he had one request. Shikin held the phone in his hands and was on the social network. He looked at the hero confusedly. He lay on the lap of the also embarrassed Myron and asked what was it. while Shihan was thinking about whether they were visiting Seo Yeon in the hospital because she was currently undergoing an examination. Myron blushed all over. Shihan looked away and decided to ignore the scene and said that Hyunwoo told him that he was in Thailand and asked how he suddenly ended up in the USA. Hyunwoo calmly replied that he was just jumping and swimming. Shihan looked at the imperturbable hero in shock and asked how is this possible. Hyunwoo looked away from his phone and said that he completed the Iron Man triathlon alone. Shihan looked at the hero in bewilderment and said that that's not the point. He looked at the hero seriously. Soyeon was walking along the hospital corridor with an IV and heard conversations in the room. Approached the room with a smile until someone asked, "Is it true that Shenwoo trained using that sword?" He replied that this was the case. Soyeon rolled the IV in front of her. Someone asked if he could join. Soyeon appeared in the aisle. Shihan stood with his back to her. They asked him why all of a sudden. Soyeon looked at what was happening with a sad face, and Shihan at that moment said that it was all because he was too weak. The guild leader was called out. Soyeon began to hit the leader with her free hand and angrily asked why Shihan just left yesterday and added that she was very worried. Shihan began to apologize. He looked down and said that he was just disappointed in himself because he was an absolute weakling. The girl looked sadly at the guy and said that it's all about the climbers because they are very strong, and Shihan said that that's not all. Shihan continued to look down and remembered the please goddess of chaos and said that it was also her fault. Soyeon sighed, remembering how the goddess cast her spell and thought that she was unconscious at the time, and therefore did not see anything in person, and said that in the video everything looked pretty epic. Shihan remembered how Shenwoo yawned before the fight and said that he had avoided the topic before, saying that Shenwoo was unusually strong, but added that when he came face to face with the truth, he realized. He looked at his palm and said that you need to learn to protect what is dear with your own hands. He clenched his fist and said that he had to become at least a little stronger. Soyeon smiled. She started pointing her finger at him sarcastically and said that he looked worried and asked if something had happened to him. Shihan began to shyly hide himself from the girl with his hands and said that it was nothing else. Shihan sat with his back to Soyeon, who appeared in the aisle. She looked at him with a smile and thought that this time he came quickly. Shihan sat opposite the sofa where Hyunwoo was lying on Myron's legs and he chuckled and thought that was good. Of course, the leader wants to develop. He remembered the samurai who told him that only if he could kill him. Hyunwoo looked intensely and thought, will the samurai teach him properly? He asked if the leader was in a hurry, and he added that as soon as he dealt with the labyrinth stone, then he would give the sword. Shihan smiled apologetically and said thank you to the hero. Soyeon appeared behind him and called out to the guild leader. She said with a smile that she could check out tomorrow. The beds were clean and made. Shihan asked the hero what would happen if he went to that place and asked how much stronger he could become there. I asked if the level of characteristics changes. Shenwoo stood up while Myron looked at him tenderly. He scratched his head and said that he hadn't even checked his information window. Indicators of his characteristics appeared in front of him and he thought that nothing had changed much. Suddenly his face contorted and he was surprised. He noted the information about his age and status. He was the guardian of the 9th floor and he was 118 years old. Hyunwoo pressed the power button on the remote control. Av looked at the space with emotion. A satisfied Hyunwoo asked if she liked it. She said yes and added that due to the increased level of information collection, the space expanded and it turned out to be a room for games and said that it was like she was in a dream. Hyunwoo leaned towards her and with a sly face said that it seemed to him that the girl was enjoying this even more than his victory. Av was embarrassed and said that, of course not. He continued to look contentedly at his assistant. Av was sitting at the table. He came up to her with his hands in his pockets and said that after returning his age became 118 years old and asked why. Av was surprised and asked to let her think. She looked up, there was space behind her and she said that maybe the information window counted the time that he was in an alternative dimension. She said that no more than a month had passed outside and said that it seemed that the passage of time in the dimension and the tower was also different. She looked at the hero with a smile and said that if a day had passed here, then, for example, a year had passed there. The hero asked if she was sure. She replied that there was no other way to explain the fact that the hero suddenly. She wanted to say age, but said that his age suddenly increased. Hyunwoo looked at the girl with alarm and asked if he really aged 100 years there. And deciding to clarify, he again asked if the indicated age was a mistake. He fell on the sofa and thought that he was no stranger to it and remembered that there was something similar in the training tower. He smiled humbly, closing his eyes and noted the main thing that he was not an old man. Av suddenly remembered something, clapped her hands when the hero asked if she had found out anything else about the training tower. Hyunwoo smiled because Av said that she had found out information about her creators, which shocked the hero. Av said he is a creator. Av made a serious expression on her face. Hyunwoo asked with interest what was next. This surprised Av and she repeated again that the creator is the creator. Hyunwoo walked up to Av with a crazy smile and grabbed her by the head, asking if that was all. She replied that she tried so hard to find this information. He let go of his hand and said that he was a fool for hoping. Av exclaimed in disbelief. She hit the table and said 5 days. Hanwoo pulled back in embarrassment, and Av asked to give her 7 days instead of 5 and then she could find his whereabouts. She blushed and said that this, of course, was not accurate, but she added that she can be trusted. Hyunwoo smiled and agreed to these conditions. He held a pouch in his hand and said that Nanshin's essence spoke to her and lent her power. He was told that it was so. Hyunwoo looked suspiciously at the humble Myron and thought that he had a guess that it could be. He remembered Av explaining that there were traces of climbers on the 9th floor in Korea and Mexico. Hyunwoo looked down and thought that it was them that Myron sensed here. He remembered the alert that said the hero had gotten rid of a fugitive in Mexico City. He thought, but what about Mexico then? Is there really a successor there too? There was an assumption that suddenly it was written there that Mason died in Mexico City. Hyunwoo thoughtfully put his hand with the bag to his chin and asked himself if this had anything to do with his death. He looked at the submissive Myron. She closed her eyes and thought that she had used the master's thing without permission and therefore it was obvious that he was angry. Hyunwoo extended his hand towards her. He put his hand on her head. She opened her eyes in surprise and the pleased Hyunwoo praised his student. He looked at her, smiling, and said that without her they could even die and said that she did the right thing. Myron looked at the hero. She blushed, closed her eyes and smiled. It was a sunny day. International Hunters Association. Liam asked for forgiveness. He sat at the table with his hands folded and asked if he could repeat it again. The old man twirled his little mustache and asked if Liam hadn't heard. He crossed his legs and leaned back in his chair, saying that the staff belonged to Montana. His name was Port and he was a senator from Montana. Liam remembered information about this old man in the newspapers and remembered that he is a senator who has neither ability nor reputation, but has a huge mountain of money. The leaders sat opposite each other at a large empty table. Liam remembered that one of the senator's hobbies was collecting rare artifacts and could not understand how this man suddenly became interested in the staff. He said that the one who stopped the disaster in Montana County was the hunter Gimhyun. Port asked in surprise whether their alliance Eclipse could not even intervene. Liam started to speak, but a pleased Port interrupted him. He began to twirl his mustache and said that all he had to do was meet the hunter and he would figure it out. Liam started sweating and said that was the problem. Door opened. Someone asked what men talk about so cheerfully even without him. Liam exclaimed, asking if it was you. Hyunwoo walked in his slippers towards the senator and told him to say it again. He blocked the light above the senator with a smile and asked what he wanted to do with his staff. Port smiled fearfully and clarified that the hunter Kimhyun was standing in front of him. Shenwoo looked at the old man with a withering gaze. He remembered handing the staff to Liam and thought that he had given it away for a while because official procedure required it, and now he was annoyed that all the dung flies had managed to flock to him. Alarmed, Liam watched the conversation between the hunter and the senator. He began to shout that no, this. But the senator interrupted him and told the hunter his name. He called himself the senator of Montana. Hyunwoo put his hand on his shoulder, interrupting the senator, and said that if this was the main topic, then he had already heard it. He raised his hand with a smile and said that even though he stopped the disaster, they suffered great losses, and while he was away, they decided to try to make a deal because they also have the right to own the staff. He asked if that was what they were talking about. Port smiled evilly and said that Hyunwoo was knowledgeable. Hyunwoo asked what to do if he doesn't want to give it away. Scared, Liam called 911 and thought he wouldn't sit idly by and thought it was the end. Hyunwoo smiled. The association building stood quietly. Suddenly it bent as a scream ran through and through it. The senator shouted, asking if he knew who he was. He sat on the floor with a huge bump on his forehead and pointed his finger at the hero. Hyunwoo looked calmly at the senator as he asked if he really thought he could get away with this. Hyunwoo hit the senator on the head again while he was saying that the hero can forget about the life of a hunter. His hand was smoking. He stood with his back to Senator Liam and told the lying old man that he already got enough to not need it. Hyunwoo smiled slyly at the worried senator and he told him not to worry and he wouldn't die while Liam asked how to settle everything. Hyunwoo turned half sideways and told him not to worry and asked him to return his staff. The next day, Evan was approaching a large black car. He sat in the back seat. The man asked what the boss said. Evan began a story where he bowed to the senator and he shouted at him and said that Port was very insistent in ruining the hero's reputation. The man behind the wheel smiled and said that he was a very funny gentleman and asked if Evan had come up with anything. Evan looked at the driver and asked if it was worth getting rid of him. The driver asked, "Is it really with this senator?" He turned the steering wheel and said that this was a categorical decision because they had been helping him for 10 years. Evan said it was because he didn't get anything from him. Evan pointed to himself and said, of course, compared to what he got here. The driver smiled slyly. Evan said that everything was for the sake of their boss. The girl with purple hair stood in the middle of the golden triangle and added that for the sake of the boss and the Illimiti organization. Kanom, Shihun stood against the background of the forest and looked at his hand and asked if this was the origin of Akjeong. Hyunwoo walked up to the leader with a smile and said that if you bring it to the samurai's sword, a system window will appear, and Shihan thanked the hero. Shihan looked sharply to the side. The girl was drawing a pentagram circle on the lawn. Anya sadly looked at the ground while Shihan told the hero that he said that he was going to Mexico and asked why. Noting that nothing happened, they are only engaged in restoration. Hyunwoo approached Myron and said that he just needed to check something. Myron smiled timidly and looked questioningly at the hero. While he thought that these guys themselves are not particularly rare, but the problem is that it is not known where they appear. He imagined the tower and how the little men climbed it. He continued to think that the climbers climbed the tower and the guardians stopped them, all having certain roles. However, he will imagine how some unknown individuals opened the gates and called them successors who are outside the standard rules, noting that each of them has their own goal. He introduced a man who conjured protective symbolism and said that some, like guardians, strive to protect their world. Others become climbers and try to climb the tower. He introduced Mushin. Some don't do anything. He imagined an angry man and a guy reading. All these visions appeared along with colored smoke coming out of the bag. The hero noted that in any case, this does not mean that they are bad. He threw something into Myron's hands and asked her to take it. Confused, Myron held a beam of red light in her hands. He opened his hands and there was a red stone lying on them. She could not believe what she saw. Hyunwoo smiled and said that it now belongs to her. He turned away and began scratching his ear, thinking that now she should not run away, having suddenly gained strength. He was wearing slippers and said that the magic circle was completed. He looked at Myron with a languid gaze and said that he believed in her, which for the embarrassed girl felt like the shot of Cupid's arrow. Myron fell to the ground, lost in languid thoughts, which embarrassed the guild leader. Hyunwoo walked forward with a tired face and told him to wait for him until he returned. Shihan put his fist to his chest. Hyunwoo asked if he would go in right away, to which he confidently answered yes. A column of purple light began to shoot out of the magic circle. The hero stood in the center and smiled. Pointing his finger at the guy, he asked to tell Chanma that he uses the martial art that he taught him very effectively. The violet light took the hero to another place. He landed. It was night, and with a calm face he began to look around. Mexico City. In front of the hero were piles of ruins, among which stood magicians with magic circles. The hero took a closer look and said that they were really being restored and asked how he could find traces of a successor here. Someone approached him. The unknown man bowed, which surprised Hyunwoo. The man said that they were waiting for a hero. The unknown man had an Illuminati badge on the collar of his jacket. The man offered to take the hero to the boss. Shihan held Chanma's sword in his hand. The information window suggested using Akchon's origin on the sword. Shihan grabbed the handle and sighed. He looked around his apartment and said that he had just recently furnished the apartment and now he was leaving like that. He smiled anxiously and pressed use on the window and remembered how the hero told him that that guy had a terrible character and therefore it was better not to pester him. This made the guy feel terrible. He could not understand how someone could have a worse character than hero. A blue light illuminated him and he opened his eyes wide. The light absorbed the entire space of the apartment. Shihan found himself in the middle of the night forest. He looked around the space and tried to understand what surrounded him. Chanma appeared behind him and asked who else he was. Shihan opened his eyes wide. Chanma looked at the guy sternly. Shihan turned around uneasily and thought that he really saw Chanma and tried to understand what he should answer him. He intended to tell the samurai what the hero told him about him. He swallowed his saliva and realized that no. He thought that he was here in order to stop depending on him and therefore the true goal must be revealed. Shihan folded his hands like a student and said that he wanted to learn martial arts. Chanma frowned with displeasure and asked where do types like him come from. And I thought that everything was just like last time. The samurai suddenly opened his eyes. Something confused him. Shihan smiled anxiously. Yungma asked if he was somehow related to Hyunwoo. The guy answered in a trembling voice that yes. Chanma hit the post. He was covered with a fiery aura and said that he had just fallen asleep and asked if the hero really decided to piss him off in this way. Shihan smiled painfully and thought that he would not be able to convey the hero's words to the samurai. Suddenly he looked at the samurai in surprise because he told him to fuck off. Chanma turned around and walked in the opposite direction from the guy and said that anyway, a guy like him wouldn't really learn anything. Shihan opened his eyes wide. He remembered all the difficult moments. He screamed, asking for just one try. He put his hand on his heart and said that he must protect what is dear to him, and for this he needs to become stronger. He pointed his finger at Jongma, who turned around and said that if he continued to refuse, he would cling to him like a bath leaf until he agreed. Chanma smiled nervously. The veins on his hand swelled, and he was covered with a blue aura and said that it was not surprising that a guy with such behavior was familiar with such a bastard as a hero. He said that since he wanted it so much, he would do the same to him as he did to the hero. Shihan sighed with relief and began to speak, but Jongma interrupted him. He asked to try to defeat him. He approached the guy, striking him and saying that he would then pass on martial arts to him. There was an explosion and Chanma jumped back. Shikhan lay dead, glitches ran through his body, and the notification said that he died once. Hyunwoo stood opposite the polite guy and asked where should it be to the boss. The unknown person answered in the affirmative. Hyunwoo smiled cheekily and asked, what if he doesn't want to? The man, without a bit of emotion, said that in that case he would go for a new assignment and return. Hyunwoo displeasedly asked who he even was. The man replied that in order to find out, he would have to meet him in person, and addressed the hero as Mr. Henwoo. He frowned and thought that the unknown person spoke smoothly, but even a fool could understand that he would not provide any information. The man still held his hand under his heart, and the hero tried to figure out what to do. He decided that it didn't look like he was being attacked, and besides, he remembered Av's story and he had a feeling that their boss was the one Av was talking about. The sky was strewn with stars, and the hero agreed and offered to take him away. The men stood in front of a large golden elevator. The hero asked what it was, and the unknown person answered him that it was an elevator that was connected to their headquarters. They went inside, and Hyunwoo thought that he didn't understand why the elevator was decorated with precious stones. They drove along a transparent shaft and a huge underground palace was visible. A sign announced that the elevator doors were opening. The elevator door opened and the shocked Hyunwoo saw a bunch of identical strangers in glasses bowing to him, lined up in 2 rows along the path. Hyunwoo had cold sweat running down his face as he asked what the hell. The purple-haired girl smiled at him. She had a skull on her shoulder and said she was waiting for a hero. In front of the hero, a girl with purple hair and a horned skull on her shoulder was straightening her hair and smiling sweetly. Master, she smiled sweetly. The hero looked at her confusedly. One of the unknown people was throwing flower petals up while the hero and the girl stood opposite. He thought that he had 2 students. He remembered the tattered Myron and said that she was one of them. And the second, he remembered how he was in the tower and wore a skull mask on his head. He heard someone say incorrectly. He looked to the side. To the side of him, 2 guys in armor and with swords were oppressing a short girl with purple hair. One of the guys said that with their current strength they couldn't get out of the tower and added that who knows, maybe if you kill not a monster, but a person, the characteristics will increase. He shouted that it was a pity that this happened and turned to a girl named Naren. She gritted her teeth, was covered in sweat, closed one eye and called the guys traitors as they swung their swords. In an instant, the hero arrived in time and sent the guys flying with 1 blow. Naren looked at the hero with surprised eyes. The hero said that the second student was Naren. He remembered how they sat on the edge of the cliff, looking at the sparkling water before him. The hero remembered that they had a rather unusual relationship, because she was not exactly his student, but rather a good conversationalist. He looked at his old acquaintance and thought that, of course, he trained her no worse than Marin. She was just initially perceived differently, and during her stay in the tower she naturally kept him company. He remembered how they had fun collecting firewood. At least she spent 1.5 years with him, and then she went outside. Naren stood behind the portal, smiled and said that she would prepare everything he wanted. Having dropped these words, he asked if it was she who killed Mason. He sat on the throne and drank something while Naren smiled and stood nearby. She said that it was necessary to get rid of him before he harmed the hero. She addressed him as a master and continued the story, saying that she still did not have enough strength then. Underground palace. The lights are on in all the windows. Hyunwoo asked why she built such a royal castle underground. Naren replied that the master himself told her. She quoted the hero's old words, which sounded like wouldn't it be cool to build an underground castle. Hyunwoo pointed a finger at himself in surprise. She said that she also prepared everything else that the hero wanted. She smiled and said that, for example, 50,000 pyon of American soil. She pointed to 2 of her fingers, saying that she had also prepared a headquarters in every country considered Europe, and added that there were also casinos and enough money to last a lifetime. Hyunwoo took a sip of displeasure and asked when did he say he wanted this. He opened his eyes in realization. He remembered the times in the tower. Naren turned to the master. She sat on the raft and looked at the hero lying next to him and asked what he was going to do after he got out. He smiled and looked at the girl and said that he needed a lot of things. He pointed his finger at the night sky and said that he would like to get enough sleep and not work. How is life going for a rich man, and asked if the girl has such a concept. She asked if the master really wanted a lot of money. He said of course, and like a 3rd-generation keyball, don't work, travel and have fun every day. He added that it would also be cool to have a residence underground, something like a royal castle. He said that he wanted to go to Las Vegas and play in the casino. Hyunwoo, out of shock, poured everything he drank on his clothes. He thought that the girl had really realized everything that came to his mind. He wiped his wet mouth as Naren handed him a towel and smiled. He used his telepathy skill. She folded her hands with a crazy and loving smile and said that she had prepared everything that the master wanted. The notification window glitched and only said one word. Master, 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 etc. The hero thought that Naren was also out of his mind. The notification window disappeared. Naren continued to smile. Hyunwoo looked at Naren's characteristics and was surprised, noting that all of her characteristics matched Myron's. He was puzzled by Naren's successor status. She looked at the hero in confusion when he said that she told him that he killed Mason thanks to the book and became awakened. He asked what she was thinking of doing now. He leaned gloomily over his former student and asked what she would do with the power she now had. He asked how she would use it. She looked up at the hero in confusion, while he thought that the main problem was that the girl could become both a guardian and a climber. Of course, if you use telepathy, it seems that it should not go against him, but he noted that it is impossible to trust the system 100%. If Naren suddenly becomes a climber, then she will have to. She put her hand to her chest and asked what "how do I use it" means. She put her finger to her cheek and said that all her strength was only for the master and therefore she would devote it to him. These words greatly embarrassed the hero. He sat down on the throne again and asked if it was she who killed that climber. Naren replied that he had, and said that he was an excellent candidate to test his successor's skills. She smiled and picked up the book as the hero asked if she was just testing her limits. She said no, and clarified that she used a skill to win called repetition, clarifying that the ability has a very small force output. He smiled wryly and said that it seemed like she had a hard time in the fight since the entire city was in ruins. The girl grinned and said no. She replied that she had not won for a long time on purpose. Hyunwoo looked at the girl in confusion. He pulled his legs closer to himself while the girl quoted the words of the master that he would like to have a lot of money to buy the city and use it as he wishes. She raised her palm and said that she had both money and resources. She spread her arms with a smile and said that now, as the master wished, they can play their Sim City. Naren beamed in front of Hyunwoo, who was taken aback. He looked at the Illuminati sign and thought that the girl was worse than Myron at the very beginning. Naren's forehead turned red and smoked from the blow. So, he looked at her while she stood in front of him, playfully placing his hand on her cheek. He asked why she had not sought a meeting with him until now. She said that she just wanted to do this after preparing everything he wanted. Hyunwoo asked if it was through her efforts that conspiracies and dirty rumors spread about him. She said she had everything under control. Just as the hero thought, she is also not entirely normal. He presented Naren in the form of an obedient dog. He covered his face with his hand and displeasedly asked himself why all his students were like this. After all, he is completely normal. He stood up and looked at the student and said that he had already learned everything he wanted and that's why he would go. Naren asked in surprise, is he really leaving already? Asking, what about what she prepared for him? She looked at the hero in confusion when he said that he would look later. She exhaled humbly and said that she understood. She smiled again and asked if she should see the hero off. He agreed, but was privately surprised that she did not cling to him. It was already a sunny day. Devastation reigned everywhere. The master and student stood on the magic circle. He asked why she stood here. Naren replied that her purpose is to always be close to the master. He asked, what about the organization she created? She smiled calmly. Behind her the clones submissively folded their hands on their stomachs. She said that she had trained them well and therefore they would not bend without her. He remembered the shining Myron and wondered if this was deja vu. He thought, okay, nothing will happen if he takes her with him, right? He looked at Naren, who hugged his hand and said that you need to stand right in the center of the magic circle and therefore you need to hold onto his hand tightly. The space was illuminated by a violet light. The hero thought how convenient it was, even without that girl. He stood with his eyes closed. He was illuminated by a purple light, and small lights were in the air. Violet rays of light carried the heroes through space, while he thought that he could just breathe magic into it and everything would be fine. Kanam, night, the goddess asked if Myron was listening to her. She asked if she was pretending that she wasn't there. The crystal lay there, and Myron answered what she thought. She stood with her elbows on the railing and looked at the crystal lying on it. She added that she was thinking about the conditions that it provided her. She thought that even though her mentor had happily given her everything, she still couldn't make decisions rashly. She looked at the crystal again and thought that it was still unknown whether there was a catch. She asked what her proposal was. The goddess of chaos inside the crystal closed her eyes displeasedly and said that the girl really wanted to find out her true intentions. She said that Marin shares his feelings and views with her. She smiled wickedly and said that if they met a monstrous spirit, then for a limited time the girl would give her control of the body. She angrily pointed her finger at the girl and asked why she needed to think so much about it. Myron looked up thoughtfully and said that she was above everything. While the goddess asked not to trivialize her nonsense, Myron raised her finger and said that there are different situations, such as sharing your views and feelings with her. Then the goddess can take over her body at any time. A voice came from the crystal saying that this was impossible and she had already said this, adding that the contract was absolute. Myron looked at the crystal in disbelief while her face was illuminated by the purple light and thought that the offer was not bad, and that made it seem even more suspicious. A magic circle and a pillar of light appeared on the lawn in front of her balcony. The girl in love ran to meet her master. She began to address him with a smile, but could not finish. She fell silent because she saw two pairs of legs. The gloomy teacher was lovingly hugged by a girl with pink hair. She took a closer look at how the stranger tenderly clasped the master's hand. She looked at the couple indignantly. He looked at the shaking Myron and asked if she was really waiting for him. She said in a trembling voice that there was a girl next to the master. He looked at Naren, who was looking into his eyes enthusiastically, and asked what she was grasping for. She said that the master himself ordered it to be done. Myron waved her hands angrily while Naren looked at the master with a smile and repeated his words that she held on tighter. He said that was not what he meant. Hyunwoo put his hand behind his neck and said that since this happened, let's get acquainted. Myron looked at the couple in horror as Hyunwoo pointed at her and said that this was his first student, and then pointed at the stranger and said that she was the second and her name was Naren. Naren could not pronounce the last word and, in shock, began to ask the master if she was also a student. Hyunwoo looked questioningly at the stunned Naren, while Naren did not even think about letting go of his hand and asked why she had such a reaction. The girl looked guiltily at the teacher and said that she had not heard that he had another student. Naren looked at the girl with a smile. He pulled away from her, and she pressed herself even harder into the hero. He told her to stop, but Naren responded by saying that she was just incredibly happy to see the hero after so much time. This horrified Marin. Her soul began to be sucked into a huge black hole, more and more powerful every moment, until one day darkness came. The goddess of chaos looked at Marin in surprise and thought about what an amazing creature this was and asked what it was. Marin suddenly said that she accepted the conditions. This shocked the goddess already. She asked why so suddenly. Marin replied that it seemed to her that there would soon be a task for which her strength would be needed. She clenched her fist and the veins in her temples bulged. Room Av. Hyunwoo stood at the door, folded his arms over his chest and was silent. In front of him was a complete mess, and Av was sitting in a chair and playing games. He leaned over to the girl and asked if she had found the information. The girl didn't turn around and asked if she needed anything. The hero was about to turn off the game room, and Av immediately turned around in horror and began screaming what she had found, clarifying that it was about the creator. She bowed before the hero while he looked at her sarcastically and waited for information. Av pressed her fist to her forehead and said that unfortunately, the location could not be established. No matter how hard she tried, there are not enough rights for everything. But she said she found another key. Hyunwoo smiled and asked what she was talking about. Av, with a serious face, raised her finger and said that she had found something that would help determine the location. She presented a purple ball and said that, more precisely, the place where the desired artifact was located. The hero's students argued loudly. Soyeon stood in front of the closed door and listened. She pursed her lips and clenched her fist, thinking that she had brought the documents, so she had to go in, but she noted how much she didn't want to, remembering how a few days ago. She remembered how she stood and watched the students fight. Her hair was blown back by the wind created by the battle, and the hero lay behind him on the couch. She asked the hero what are his students doing now. Myron, in the form of the goddess of chaos, jumped away from Naren with a book in her hands, and a powerful explosion was heard between them. Myron, with white skin and hair, with horns on her forehead, said that she was the mentor's first student. Hyunwoo said they were sparring. Naren looked angrily at her rival and said that there was no difference and called her a little one. Flashes of light flashed in the courtyard. A stunned Soyeon said that it was more like a fight to the death than a sparring match. Marin kicked Naren's book and was enveloped in yellow light. The command to freeze was given. The evil Myron hovered in the air, trying to move. Naren smiled maliciously. A fist flew into Myron's face. Naren continued to beat her, but Myron was able to block. Hyunwoo looked anxiously into the clouds while Seoyeon behind him shielded herself from the wind and asked if they shouldn't be stopped. The hero said that no matter how much he spoke, they did not listen. Soyeon said that she still needs to do something because it might end badly. Myron and Naren exchanged many blows, knocking out sparks. Myron asked where Naren suddenly appeared, and she said that she was much more suitable for the master than Myron. Hyunwoo agreed with Soyeon. The girls flew at each other in attack, fighting for the right to be close to the master. Suddenly, Hyunwoo appeared between them and turned the girls over in the air with a blow to the back of their heads, shouting at them to stop. The girls sat in surprise and looked at the hero. Naren said that he allowed sparring. Hyunwoo showed the ruined courtyard and asked if it looked like him. Naren pompously folded her arms across her chest and turned away, and Myron looked guiltily at the floor while the hero told them that they were not a cat and a dog. He closed his eyes and pointed a finger behind himself and told the girls to go and think about their behavior before he came. Alarmed, Soyeon followed Naren with her gaze. She looked at the pompous girl and asked the hero who she was, noting that she was on the same level as his student. The answer was that this was the second student. Soyeon looked at the hero in surprise and asked again in surprise. He looked at her and said that this was the second student. Soyeon couldn't hold back her tears in horror. She thought to herself that she was a problematic person and asked herself how to withstand something like this. She looked at the two arguing girls and thought that if they fought, she would not be able to stop them. She asked where is the hero, which suddenly disappeared somewhere. The hero found himself in the game's room for Av and sat picking his ear. He looked at the girl with huge eyes. She asked why he was suddenly doing this, and he replied that it was just his ear itching. He pulled out his finger and with a smile asked where the artifact was that should help find out the whereabouts of the creator. Av looked at the hero seriously and introduced the tower, saying that it was from the 8th to the 35th floors. There were a bunch of slot machines in the room, the hero asked more specifically, but the girl said that she only recently found out. She said that from the 1st to the 9th floor there is a basic essence, which means that the essence of civilization is the same, but the structure is different. She looked down thoughtfully. In her hands, views of space were divided into spheres. She said that, as an example, the 8th floor is divided into various dimensions. She added that the 1st to 3rd floors are too small to talk about civilization. Hyunwoo sweated and folded his arms over his chest and said that he roughly understood, although he didn't. He smiled and looked at Av, who was sitting with her mouth open, and asked if he could get to the 8th floor. She replied that the way is now open, but she opened the information window, which contained a list of various artifacts and said that they were necessary in order to pass. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth and asked, is it really 5 pieces? Frightened, Av said that he could quickly find them. She nervously took out her tablet and said that the exact location of 2 artifacts was known, and the other 3 were already in the possession of one person. She showed him the tablet and asked him to look. Hyunwoo smiled. He sat on one knee and said he went. He looked at the girl and smiled. The tablet showed Port, who was holding the artifact with a smile in the photo, and the hero thought that this time it wouldn't take much time. There was a skull mask on Naren's shoulder. Myron asked what was on Naren's shoulder. The girl asked if we were talking about a mask. She stroked the mask with a smile and said that the master gave it to her. Myron stood up, spreading her legs wide apart, and said that this couldn't happen. He was careful with them, and Naren asked if she really hadn't received a gift from him. Myron annoyedly began to shout that he taught her martial arts. Naren smiled slyly and asked, is this really so? In the end, she replied that it was nice, saying that the girl would study with him all her life and would be his eternal student. Myron looked blankly at her opponent and clenched her fist, saying that someone wanted to die. She stood opposite the sofa on which Naren was sitting until the hero behind them said that he told them to think about their behavior, and here they are quarreling again. He looked at the girls displeasedly as they greeted him. He frowned and thought that maybe he shouldn't have brought Naren. He thought that the girls behaved similarly and could therefore become friends. He put his hand on his head and said there was something they needed to do. The girls looked at each other venomously, demanding to give them an order. Hyunwoo looked at the floor and said that Myron should go to Hong Kong and bring the blind man's compass, and Naren should visit Mexico and get the silver arrow there. Naren smiled sweetly and asked if the master needed anything else. Hyunwoo replied that no and asked that everything be carried out as peacefully as possible, because he would also act that way. State of Montana. The port shouted and asked why he said it was impossible. He shouted into the phone and said that he promised to pay a lot of money. The answer on the phone was that no matter how much he gave, nothing would work. The young man stood obediently at the door while Port shouted that how could the director of the largest television agency in the United States just babble impossible. The young man drew the senator's attention. The phone fell while the young man was saying that it was better not to participate in anything related to him. The senator covered his face with his hand and said that everyone got along as one, no, and asked why this nasty hunter couldn't. He was interrupted. He looked at the young man angrily when he said that they had come to him. He asked what he was talking about, because today he had not agreed with anyone. The senator's room was beautifully and richly furnished. The young man said that he was asking for forgiveness, since he did not say so right away. He clarified that this was an unplanned meeting. The young man looked anxiously at the senator and said that he just came. Port began to wince and slowly get up from his chair, asking what kind of nonsense is this. Suddenly there was a roar and fragments flew towards the senator. A rift appeared in the room, through which one could see the night sky. The senator did not understand anything. A foot in a black and white slipper appeared at the edge of the fissure. He said the noise almost made his eardrums burst. The senator became furious when he recognized the hero. Hyunwoo smiled maliciously, looking at the senator leaning on the edges of the ruins. The senator pointed his finger at the pleased Manhwa and asked what he was doing and how dare he do this to his house. Hyunwoo asked in surprise, how does a senator have the audacity to ask such questions? The port was covered in sweat. He looked at the hero with fury as he said that he had conducted an investigation and found out that the senator not only spoiled him, but also paid money behind his back to hold the auction, and this is only a small part. Henwoo smiled. Port said that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but the hero interrupted him and said that the senator was just the head of the killing day hunters in American circles. The senator frowned with displeasure as he stood in the middle of a cloud of smoke. Hyunwoo said that the public television channel, the Eastern American newspaper Owen. Hyunwoo threw the paper away and smiled, saying that he was too lazy to even read. He asked if all the senator had done all week was bombard everyone with calls. A piece of information fell in front of the senator, a drop of sweat flowed down his neck. The hero asked if he was really interested in falsifying the news. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly, looking at the senator, who asked how he could do this. He looked at the young man standing obediently and asked, "Is it really him?" He addressed him by the name Evan. Evan smiled slyly and said it was true, adding that it looked like someone had to behave. Evan stood next to the hero while the senator became agitated and filled with rage, calling him a pathetic worm. Evan took out a document and said that here are the guilds with whom he kept in touch to discredit the hero. The senator's eyes widened and he could not speak clearly. Hyunwoo was surprised by such preparation and asked if he really wanted to do something like the Ares Guild. Port blushed, his eyes began to spin. He realized that this was a complete failure. In his head he thought that this was the end and thought that this idiot would shut him down. The shadow of a hero loomed over the stunned senator, who fell to the ground, who said that at first he wanted to tell the world what happened and bury the senator in the ground, but said that it would be callous. Hyunwoo leaned over the senator and offered to make a deal. He introduced the artifact storage. Henwoo said that he had heard that the senator was skilled in collecting artifacts and offered to give him the giant series that he had collected over 10 years and he would completely forget about everything. He smiled and asked how he liked it and added, "Isn't this a peaceful way to resolve the conflict?" The mansion was illuminated by bright daylight. A certain mustachioed figure was depicted in the newspaper. He smiled hysterically and admired himself. Myron was sitting on a chair in front of him. He asked why she was here. She looked imperiously at the old man and demanded from him the blind man's compass. Myron broke the table standing between them with a kick when the man decided to clarify why she needed it. He fearfully began to rub his hands together and said that everything would be done soon. He said that it only took 3 days, but Myron interrupted him and said that he had 3 hours. He shrank and asked again. Myron raised her hand and told the man to bring her the artifact during this time. She frowned as the man said that the artifact was now in a mansion abroad, and so quickly, flames rose. Myron took on the guise of the goddess of chaos. The man, hysterical, shouted that he was leaving immediately. Myron regained her appearance and ordered number 1 to follow and help him. The man in the black mask bowed and said that he would obey. Myron looked ahead sternly and remembered Naren, who promised to cope with everything in 3 hours, and understood that she had to cope faster than her rival. She was holding a compass and the information window contained information about the artifact. Av looked at the artifacts lying on the table and asked if the hero really got it in 2 days, and said that he thought it would take at least a week. Hyunwoo lay on the sofa and said that it happened this way. He recalled how Naren stood next to him, and Myron was angry that her rival had brought her artifact in less than an hour. He asked if everything was ready. Av said that yes, now they just need to be connected, to which the hero asked, "Are artifacts really possible?" Av interrupted. She poked at the screen and said that if before the artifacts were united, then it was quite possible to combine them. A blue hologram appeared above the blind man's compass. Blue light began to play in space. Av worked and moved the indicators on the holographic monitor. Hyunwoo watched in amazement at the miracle of technology. Many complex schemes hung in the air. Av concentrated on her work. The clock hands merged with the compass. They started to move. A strong light began to shine from the compass, from which the hero decided to cover himself with his hand. All the artifacts together revealed a golden metal heart with a bunch of arrows, pointers, and an eye. The information window contained changes and characteristics. Hyunwoo held the artifact in his hands and smiled in surprise, noting that the appearance and information had changed. Av, pleased with herself, folded her arms across her chest and said that these were the true abilities of the blind man's compass. The hero sat on the sofa and kept looking at the artifact. He asked if he could now get to floors from the 8th to the 35th. Ah, sitting at the table, replied that yes, if he enters the labyrinth and uses the ability, the compass will show him the way. Hyunwoo said that this is an excellent job. The deep part of the labyrinth. Blue crystals grew on the dark walls of the cave. A foot in black and white slippers stepped next to the body of a helmeted skeleton. Hyunwoo walked and yawned, oblivious to the mountains of armored corpses behind. He looked at the blind man's compass, from which came a golden thread. He asked how much longer it would take him to go down. He stopped, put his hand in his pocket and began to look around. There were only glowing crystals and corpses around. Hyunwoo said that due to the lack of light, it was unclear how much time had passed, adding that the food had also run out. He smiled and said, "Screw this food." Problem. He remembered how he stood in front of 2 students, holding an artifact, and said that they were staying, and added that if something unexpected happens, then protect this place. Naren pointed to herself with a smile. While Myron was filled with anger, Naren offered to take only her. She smiled slyly and said that their girl was the pride and the master's first student, and therefore would certainly be able to protect the house alone. Myron smiled evilly and said that some auntie didn't understand something and said that only she, the first student, had the right to be responsible for the teacher's security. Hyunwoo looked annoyed as the two rivals looked at each other with crazy smiles and argued. Hyunwoo suddenly stopped and slid over. The thought came to him, wouldn't the students destroy the whole city in a quarrel? A green goblin appeared and ran towards the hero, screaming. A huge crowd of armed goblins ran towards the hero, whose fists were covered with a red aura. He sternly scattered the goblins in different directions, using the strength of the first king. He sweated a little and wiped his chin, continuing to think that it was good, of course, to use a name that showed that people would not interfere with it, and thought that these were just letters. Dead goblins lay beneath his feet. Hyunwoo squatted down and raised the goblin's frail hand and asked why it seemed to him that the further he went, the weaker the monsters he came across. He smiled, saying what this meant. He pulled out the blind man's compass and the luminous thread again began to show him the way. He asked himself, does this mean that the exit from the labyrinth is soon? It was a bright day in the city. Anya greeted Soyeon, who greeted her back. Soyeon approached Anya with a basket and said that she wanted to say goodbye before he went into the labyrinth and asked if Appa had already left. Anya, sitting at the computer, only confirmed. Soyeon smiled annoyedly and said that he asked to contact her before leaving and noted that Jio, as always, acts in his own way and offered to pick up the gift for Anya. Soyeon suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. Behind Anya, Sohn saw a sword placed against a pile of boxes. Anya looked away guiltily, holding the gift in her hands and said that she needed to ask something. Soyeon looked at the embarrassed Anya and suggested asking her question, but more boldly. Anya blushed and asked if Soyeon knew when Hyunwoo would be back. Seo-yeon was hit with a heavy realization. From the 8th to the 35th floors, the Atlantean Empire. In the middle of the forest, splashes of blood could be seen and loud screams could be heard. The sharp blade of the weapon waved in the air. The man slung the axe over his shoulder with a grin and said it was easy. It was the climber, also known as the Hungry Ghost. A young man in armor named Esvilch clutched a sword in his hand and breathed heavily through clenched teeth. He closed one eye and thought that his opponent was the strongest he had ever seen. Swilch then turned around and shouted to his comrades not to give up. He suddenly fell silent and opened his mouth in horror as he watched the other knights fly into the air due to the explosion. A stream of dark blood gushed from the blonde boy's mouth. The brown-haired knight threw back his head, his eyes turning white. A fresh scratch appeared on Esvilch's face, and he looked at his comrades in horror. The climber took a huge axe in both hands and said that the time had come to show the strength that he received at the end of the path of the hungry spirit. A bright flash was visible in the sky. The man swung his weapon, smiling madly. Glowing blue streaks appeared in the air. The weapon pierced the ground and caused a powerful explosion. Esvilch stood on bent legs and looked ahead in shock. Among the smoke, the face of a young man with dark hair appeared. Hyunwoo held a long stick in his hands and looked at the sky. Swilch and his comrade looked stunned at the protagonist, who defeated the climber, and asked where the Atlantean Empire was located. Hyunwoo shook the yellow object in his hand and asked if he needed to move somewhere again. A thin beam of light came out of the golden object. The main character concluded with a satisfied smile that he had arrived. He then widened his red eyes in surprise and looked at the knights. Swilch opened his mouth in shock, holding his sword in one hand. Above the forest could be seen the night sky, strewn with stars. Chicken clenched his teeth forcefully. He let out a painful groan and flew back when he was hit by a white beam of light. Someone wearing black boots said about several thousand deaths. Chama frowned and said that the young man was cooler than any zombie. Shin sat on one knee, blood flowing from his mouth, and he winced painfully. His hands, clutching a wooden stick, trembled. Having died so many times, Shiken strengthened his will. In the past, he smiled widely. He remembered the courage and desire to become stronger. As he was told, Shihun tried to endure and not stop swinging his sword just to defeat Changma. Sweat ran down his face as he thought about how many times this had already happened. The young man bent down and lowered his head, not understanding why he took the sword at all and why he wanted to become stronger. Chanma closed his eyes and said that Shihyun had no chance because he had already died several times, but never made a single swing of the sword. Shihyun frowned angrily when Yuma told him to get out of here. He remembered closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Then he remembered putting his hand on his chest and screaming loudly. The young man hit himself in the face with his fist, trying to come to his senses. Chanma looked at him, puzzled. A thin stream of blood flowed from Shihyun's leg. He wiped his face with his hand and said that he would never leave until he learned martial arts. Chanma closed his eyes and replied that Shihyun was insane. The young men swung their weapons and prepared for battle. The blue-haired girl drank from a straw. Anya and Soyeon were holding drinks in their hands. The girl with brown hair said that the control of the dungeons had become much better. Anya closed her eyes and added that before there were not enough employees, But now thanks to joint management it has become easier. Seo Yeon pointed to the side and asked what kind of renovations were going on in the building across the street. Anya introduced a woman with red eyes and said that on the left was the Korean representation of the Strength Guild. She touched the tube and said that there was some new guild on the right. Soyeon looked up and said that it was strange that something new was being built in a place where there were already 2 large guilds. She imagined the mystical goddess of chaos who fought with Darkwing. The long-haired girl closed her eyes. Suddenly Soyeon started sweating in a daze, as if she realized something. There were various suites on the table. Many gilded columns were visible. On the stairs was a small marble figure of an angel. The main character looked around with his hand on the back of his head, and Soyeon walked next to him. The main character remembered how he listened with a smile to S. Vilch, who spoke about a treasure called the Ball of Truth. Hyunwoo looked to the side and thought that he was lucky to find the thing he needed so quickly. 2 maids opened the massive door with smiles. In a spacious room, a man in long clothes was sitting on a throne. S. Vilch stood nearby, closing his eyes and bowing his head. The king looked at the main character with a smile and asked if he saved his empire from attack. Hyunwoo pursed his lips and looked to his left as the man said that he really appreciated their meeting because all of his vassals, with the exception of Swilch, had been defeated. The main character looked at the king and wondered if he needed to be polite. The king closed his eyes and said with a smile that he would like to thank Manhwa. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when the man said that he wanted to organize a week-long celebration for saving the empire. The king looked at the golden chandelier with candles and said that he had already heard about the Ball of Truth. Hyunwoo glared at the man when he said that he could not give him this treasure. The main character frowned angrily and clenched his teeth. The king pointed his hand at S. Vilch and said that the vassals would not allow the transfer, because the Ball of Truth is considered the guardian of the empire. Hyunwoo put his hands on his head in despair as the man added that if he helped them resolve the issue in the north, something might work out. The main character began to sweat and with an angry expression on his face thought that he needed to return as soon as possible. He then looked at Swilch, whose eyes were closed, and felt something strange. Hyunwoo frowned in confusion as he looked at the blue screen in front of him. Then the main character's eyes widened in surprise. He stepped on the stone floor, which immediately cracked with a loud sound. Hyunwoo read the mind of a man who wanted to use the main character to deal with the barbarians in the north and then force him to stay in the empire. The king thought that if he refused, they would look for a way to kill the main character. Hyunwoo clenched his hand into a fist and loudly asked if the man had suffered from dementia. Sacred animals have divine energy and abilities. They are chosen by heaven and live a long life and also look like monsters. These animals accumulate sacred energy within themselves. There was an unusual animal standing on the rock. By gradually studying themselves, they develop intelligence similar to or even superior to that of humans. The dragon had a large human nose and sharp fangs. A fluffy white tail was visible. The girl with many tails lived for 1,800 years and approached the state of a sacred animal. She had predatory eyes and stripes on her face. She talked about the 9th floor. Kumiho extended her hand and said that she could achieve her goal if she got that very place. She opened her mouth in shock and purple rays of light appeared around her. Kumiho pulled her hand away from the portal and asked what this unimaginable magical power was. She looked at her trembling palm in horror. Her face became sweaty and she thought about the place again. Then the girl extended her hand in front of her and rushed forward. She saw 2 girls fighting, insulting each other. Kumiho froze in shock. Narin shouted with a grin that she was going to catch the climber and her rival could sit here for now. The goddess of chaos looked at her with anger and said that she saw how she pressed herself and caressed the master. Kumiho covered her face with her hands as a shockwave came from these girls. With fear on her face, she thought that it was dangerous here, so it was better to run away. Suddenly she tripped over her own foot. Narin and the chaos goddess turned around at the same time when they heard the noise. Kumiho sat on the ground and looked at them fearfully. Narin and the chaos goddess then looked at each other. They rushed towards Kumiho, wanting to deal with her. A girl with stripes on her face ran away from them, screaming in fear. There were many candles burning on a round chandelier. Hyunwoo stood in front of the king with his hands in his pockets. The main character scratched his ear with his finger and asked if he said something wrong. The king gritted his teeth angrily, and Hyunwoo added that he had reasons for this. He remembered the climber and said that he had defeated him, and he wanted to destroy this empire and, possibly, the entire continent. The main character asked with a grin if the king knew that he had the ability to read minds. Hyunwoo walked up the stairs, saying that the man mumbled something about a useless reward and wanted to fool him. The main character stopped. Surprise appeared on his face when he saw the sword in front of him. Swilch blocked his way with an angry face while Hyunwoo said that in the Middle Ages, people really cared about titles, and this was probably a good reward for them. The main character put his hand on the blade of the sword. He broke the weapon with a deft movement and said with a grin that he was not local. The king screamed in fear, and Svilch stood in front of him and said that they were grateful to Henwu for his feat, so they would forgive him for this rudeness. The main character closed his eyes and answered with a sigh that they did not understand him. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion. Hyunwoo lowered his head down, and a huge round portal formed behind him. The main character asked with a grin if they thought they could set conditions for him. The full moon shone in the dark sky. Hyunwoo picked up the purple ball and said that it was shining brightly. The system provided information about an artifact called the Ball of Truth. White reflections were visible on the purple surface of the artifact. The system reported the characteristics of the Truth Ball, but some of the text was inaccessible. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in confusion. He looked at Swilch and reminded him that he did not need to be accompanied. The knight closed his eyes and said that he had behaved inappropriately. The main character scratched his head when Swilch said that he would like to apologize for spoiling the mood. Hyunwoo put his hand in his pants pocket. Swilch caught the object that the main character threw to him. Hyunwoo said with a smile that it was delicious. Swilch covered his face with his hand as a long pole rose from the ground. He looked up and asked if that meant everything was fine. Then he looked down, his face covered in sweat. He held in his hands a supply of food for the army. Raindrops dripped from the green leaves. Chama pulled out his sword towards Shihan lying on the ground and said that he came here and died so many times. Shihan closed his eyes, and Chama added that the progress was so insignificant that it was as if there was none. The man furrowed his eyebrows when Shihan said that he was cultivating himself anyway. He added with a smile that if he died 100,000 more times, he could follow the path of the main character. Chanma grinned silently. Shihan looked in surprise at the man, who said that the technique of the Thunder God was not suitable for him, and that he was a complete mediocrity who had nothing but perseverance. Shihan smiled happily when Changma added that even for people like him, there are techniques. The man lowered his sword and said that he would not teach him martial arts. He waved his weapon and said that he would show something instead. Chanma frowned and said that before he climbed the tower, he met a guy. This guy was very stupid, but that was his strength. Changma spread his legs wide and said that he would teach Shihan a single strike of the bright heavenly sword. Blue crystals were visible. The man with blonde hair turned around and yelled at the girl behind him to be on guard. He frowned and added that even he, with the 23rd level of S rank, cannot have his head in the clouds when skeletons attack. The girl raised one eyebrow. Then she looked at the man and said that something was wrong. She pointed forward and said that she didn't know if they could be called faces. She looked at the skeleton skulls and said that their faces expressed fear. The man looked at the monsters in bewilderment, not sure that they were capable of such a thing. He then raised his hand up and shouted loudly that there was someone much more powerful than the skeletons behind him. Suddenly one of the monsters flew into the air, throwing its head back. The man stood with his hand raised. He froze in horror when he heard someone's voice. He and the girl bent down, avoiding the blow of the thick stick. They looked up with fear. The main character smiled. He grabbed the weapon. He then raised his hands joyfully and said that he was back on the 9th floor. A blue sky was visible above a large house with a dark roof. Hyunwoo stood with his hands in his pockets, and two girls stood next to him. The main character turned to one of them and asked if she wanted to give him something. The system provided information about the nine-tailed fox's energy ball. The red artifact sparkled. The system then reported the history of that ball. Hyunwoo narrowed his red eyes, a bead of sweat forming on his cheek. Yumiho was sitting on the ground, her mouth was taped shut and her hands were tied. The girls said with smiles that they were the ones who caught her. The main character looked at them and asked how they did it. Narin and Muryon screamed, interrupting each other and pushing each other. Hyunwoo closed his eyes and told the black-haired girl to try to explain. Myron looked sarcastically at the offended Narin. The main character lay on a sun lounger and said that the International Hunting Association had requested help. Myron said with a smile that they caught the Gumiho, but something happened in the process. Hyunwoo showed them his phone screen with article headlines. Gumiho, whose mouth was taped shut, glared at Hyunwoo, who asked why the girls left her alive. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox removed the tape from his mouth. The main character shuddered in fear when she screamed loudly, begging for her life. He opened his mouth in shock that the climber valued his life. Hyunwoo took the ball in his hands. Muryon and Blackwing looked at each other angrily. The system reported that most foxes, when they lose their energy ball, lose their magical abilities. The girls smiled when the main character turned to them and asked again why they left her alive. Narin closed her eyes and replied that someone had disturbed her. Muryon looked at her angrily and screamed that it was her. The girls started yelling at each other and Hyunwoo asked them to calm down. He arched his black eyebrows and asked if they were both planning to kill Gumiho, but couldn't decide who would do it. Blackwing and Myron looked to the sides without saying anything. The main character examined the girls, coming to the conclusion that they had always been quite strong students. Hyunwoo looked at Gumiho and said that he doesn't care about her. The sun's rays fell on the roof of the building, and the main character said that the fox should tell everything about the tower if he wants to live. He then raised his fist and Kumiho screamed in fear. White clouds swirled in the sky. Kumiho, sitting on the ground by the sun lounger, said that this is all she knows. The main character raised one eyebrow and thought that this was useful information. He introduced the faces of Chanma, the goddess of chaos in Esfilch, and Kumiho explained that those who sit on the throne will be able to achieve great things. The girl with a sweaty face added that this means obtaining any desired power. Hyunwoo put his hands on his waist and said that this was somehow strange. He did not understand why. For the sake of someone power, he would suffer so much while climbing the tower. The Gumiho wagged her tail and said that achievement is somewhat similar to desire. She imagined a goblin with a club in his hand. The girl imagined the monster attacking people and said that if the goblin received the Divine Sword achievement, he would be able to use this ability. Kumiho looked closely at Manhwa and added that in addition to this, achievements mean that a person receives everything that the owner has. She presented a clock with gears and explained that these were the memories, connections, thoughts, habits, and abilities of the Divine Sword. Kumiho thought about a goblin holding a weapon and concluded that the monster would literally become that. Hyunwoo looked down and thought that if he could get the Youngma achievement without superhuman effort, then he would definitely want it. Then he touched his face. Kumiho, her eyes shining with tears, asked if he would kill her because she had done nothing wrong. She screamed in horror when Hyunwoo replied that they would postpone it. The main character asked if she wanted to die now, and the fox shook her head from side to side in denial. There was a long fence in front of the house. A large building was visible. It was dark. The man with dark hair smiled and asked if it was true. The man in blue bowed and replied that it was so, and that there was a possibility that someone would soon get closer to the truth. The man grinned and replied that things were getting terribly interesting. The man in blue slammed his hands on the table and shouted that if this continued, the irregular would be able to climb the tower. Then he suddenly fell silent, covered in sweat. He sat down on a chair and apologized. The man introduced Hyunwoo's face and said that he wanted to know how far the irregular would go, and he was sorry that it happened that way. He introduced a man in long clothes and a hat and ordered his subordinate to send one conqueror. The pink-haired girl was holding a purple truth ball in her hands. She handed the artifact to the main character and said that after the waiting time had passed, it would be possible to find out about the creator. Hyunwoo picked up the ball and asked if it would be better to find out who imprisoned him in the training tower. He looked at the blue screen and said that he was also going to pay back the creator. The system reported that Hyunwoo had saved 4 of the 15 objects, and the main character asked if it was possible to leave the climber alive. There were desserts on the plate. Hyunwoo explained that his students defeated the fox, but could not kill it. The girl put the sweet in her mouth and said that she knew about it because her rights to information had expanded, which allowed her to somewhat scan the magical forces on the 9th floor. She looked at the translucent screen in bewilderment and said that at first the Kumiho's powers were enormous, but after the battle they diminished so that they could no longer be felt. Hyunwoo raised one eyebrow in surprise when his interlocutor said that now the fox does not have the ball, and she is a low-level climber, so she can be left alive. The girl took the mug in her hand and then asked if Kumiho should be put on a chain. She poured the drink onto the ice cream and explained that there were many useful artifacts on the 9th floor. Hyunwoo crossed his arms and she added that it was some kind of collar. The girl took the spoon in her hand and began to count how much she still needed to get to make the chain. The young man with brown hair looked at her in shock. The girl picked up the tablet and said with a smile that it was not difficult, because all the artifacts were again with one person. Hyunwoo looked at the gadget screen. Then his eyes widened in surprise. He saw an old man in a white suit and with a bandage on his head. Chanma crossed his arms, leaning against a tree. Shikhan wiped the sweat from his face, and the man said that now he was at least of some use. He stood up and answered with a smile that it was all thanks to Chanma, calling him a mentor. The man turned around and replied that he did not take such a weakling as his student, and then told him to get lost. Shikhan smiled. Chanma's long black hair reflected the light. Shikhan bowed and thanked him again, calling him mentor. He closed his eyes and smiled. Chanma turned around and saw a bright light. He walked up the stairs. The man noted with a slight grin that Shikhan had good manners. The young man tilted his head down and smiled. Suddenly he opened his eyes. A knight was lying on the ground. The monster with sharp fangs smiled and licked its lips. Best Sijik picked up a massive club and said that his victim had come. Shihek stood next to the 2 lying people, looking at the monster. The demon jumped high into the air and shouted for the young man to accept death with honor. Shikhan looked to the side and thought about what he was in space. His hand reached for his sword. The young man took the weapon in his hands and pointed it at the demon. Yungma crossed his arms, looking at Shihyun. The man looked down, talking about a guy whose strength was his tenacity. The silhouette of a man sitting on his knees could be seen, and Chanma said that this guy was born without talent for martial arts and was thrown out of the temple for his uselessness. But he did not give up. The young man with his hair tied with a ribbon held a saber in his hand. Changma added that he continued to work hard, even if it could not exactly be called martial arts, because the guy trained only one basic component and never studied others for 50 years. He began to study the first component just before he was kicked out. Shihan opened his mouth and sighed. He then swung using the Heaven's Brightness sword technique. The demon widened his eyes in surprise. Shihan swung his weapon, and a blinding white light appeared in the air. That guy got the name Invincible Single Strike in Muram. The system reported victory over the climber. The main character opened his mouth in shock. He scratched his head and said that he had just reached Italy, and the demon was already dead. Hyunwoo then looked to the side and wondered who it could be if not his students. He saw a crowd of people behind him. The main character smiled when he heard the name Shihan. He immediately ran forward. Shihan raised his head and saw Hyunwoo in the sky. Shihan's eyes widened in shock. The main character fell to the ground, leaving a depression in it, and asked when Shihan returned. Suddenly, Hyunwoo widened his eyes and froze. Shihan smiled, holding the sword in his hands. The light was on in the house. Shihan held a glass in his hands and said that it took longer to master the technique than to die. Hyunwoo, who was sitting on the sofa, insulted Youngma. He squeezed the bottle and said with a grin that he constantly received from the man when he taught him. The main character began to get angry, and Shihan with a smile invited him to talk about something else. There was a flower on the table. Hyunwoo wiped his hands with a napkin and asked how Youngma reacted to what he gave him. Shihan looked away and scratched his cheek. He then remembered the man's angry face and replied that he had called the main character a bad word. Hyunwoo smiled. He then gritted his teeth in anger, and the system asked if he wanted to use a certain technique. Shihan assumed that it was a matter of embarrassment, and Hyunwoo turned around, remembering the angry face of Changma, in which there was not a trace of embarrassment. Shihan said that the man even turned away, and the main character asked in horror if he was at Tsundeer. He then lay down on the sofa and said it was best to change the subject. Shihan smiled. The main character put his hands under the back of his head. Shihan looked at the tied-up Kumeho and asked what it was. The girl cried silently. Shihan leaned towards Hyunwoo and shouted that the climber must be killed. The Gumiho removed the tape from her mouth, asking not to kill her, and the main character raised one finger up, jokingly asking for one fox soup. The girl immediately fell silent, and Shihan looked at her dumbfounded. Hyunwoo smiled and joked obscenely when Shihan asked why the fox had to be tied up. The main character then said that she gave him the information, and Shihan looked at him in surprise. Kumiho closed her eyes, and the main character said that she would not run away because she had lost all her strength. There were square patterns on the door. Suddenly the door caved in under a strong blow. The protagonist's students burst into the house. Shihan looked in their direction with horror, and Hyunwoo waved his hand. Myron and Naren were holding a bag in their hands, each trying to take it away. The purple-haired girl smiled as Hyunwoo introduced her to Shihan. While the girls were fighting, the young man, his face pale with shock, asked if the main character had two students. The temple was visible. It was raining. The dark-haired man in the hat looked down. Water accumulated on his palm. Then he clenched his fist. He asked the man standing behind him what happened. The hooded man said that his interlocutor was asked not to use achievements in this place, and he closed his eyes, answering that he climbed the tower and received the Blue Dragon achievement officially. The hooded man said that his interlocutor needed to go down to the 9th floor to deal with the irregular. Water was dripping from the roof. Interest appeared on the man's face when he heard that this could give him another achievement. He smiled. Then he extended his hand upward. Black and blue lightning appeared in the sky. With a grin, he said that he would soon sort everything out. A building is depicted and the name is Kumeho. A cute fox is shown and the question is asked whether she is very ancient. Sitting down, Hyunwoo states that it is unpleasant when someone is branded. A collar is visible on the fox's neck. Looking at his hand, the young man asks if she is used to it. It is reported that Myron, Naren, and Av are branded as subordinates. Girls are shown talking about finding artifacts and cooperation. A lock sign appears on the young man's hand. Information about the mark is provided. It is said that this ensures the deprivation of the subject's physical freedom and is capable of forcing the subject to action and reading his thoughts. Looking at his hand with dissatisfaction, the young man thinks that the guy just wanted to make slaves. He looks on thoughtfully, believing he can use it, and decides to try it once. The thought skill is used. The fox lies with his eyes closed. Her thought sounds that she is comfortable. She stretches, thinking about how she feels good and about a sweet dream. She considers this a heavenly life. Hyunwoo just looks at her dumbfounded. He asks why she started climbing the tower. He remembers Martin, thinking that the other climbers were trying to reach the end by any means. The thought sounds about the purpose of the nine-tailed fox's ascent to the tower. The young man sits looking at the animal. He decides to ask the fox about this someday. Suddenly he turns his head, hearing a sound. Seo Yeon walks into the room, noticing he's there and smiling, asking if he's going out today. The young man approaches her, informing her that he wants to go, and asks why she is here, and she replies that she has come again to study the art of Taoism. The fox opens her eyes when they call her and wish her good morning. She immediately jumps out of bed. Turning into a human, she joyfully greets the girl. Seo-yeon smiles and asks if she will help her today, and she agrees. She recalls the flow of those 5 elements that she spoke about yesterday. There is a phrase about the logic of heaven and earth and the element of wood. The girls sit talking and Hyunwoo notices that they are in their own world. Shihan is shown, and it is said that first there was him, trained in martial arts by Chonma, and now Soyeon, studying the ways of Tao with Gumeo. The young man looks at them in surprise, admitting that he does not understand what they are talking about, and therefore does not know what is happening. Seo-yeon looks excited and he notices that she studies really hard, so he's confident she'll do well. A system window appears in front of Hyunwoo. It is reported that the recharge time has expired. The young man rejoices at this, smiling. He talks about the entrance. Av, smiling, notices that he has returned. Surprised, Hyunwoo asks why she is not playing, and she replies that today is an important day. She was also busy searching. The young man slyly asks if she is trustworthy, and the girl wonders if he means the ball of truth. She is holding this very ball in her hands when the invitation to begin is heard. Raising his hands above the ball, F begins to pronounce words in another language. Surprised, Hyunwoo notices that this is the first time he has encountered such a language, and with a search, this is all he will see. Suddenly, he covers his face with his hand. System windows can be seen appearing. The hidden power of artifacts is reported to have been revealed. It becomes known about an increase in efficiency of use by 500%. The young man looks in surprise when it turns out that the recovery time has been increased by 100%. Av stretches, claiming that this is how they need to truly use the truth ball. They can achieve maximum efficiency by speaking the original input language. The room is displayed and she is asked if this is the information she was looking for, followed by the answer that most of it is now unlocked and she can see what was locked by going back. Hyunwoo laughs, noting that it's like the internet when the system tells him what he needs to do to search the truth ball. He smiles when it turns out that all he has to do is think about the question and then he can get the answer. Suddenly he frowns thoughtfully. The girl covers her mouth in surprise. A surprised young man appears. Next, people are depicted saying goodbye. A huge monster is visible. Hyunwoo clenches his hand into a fist and talks about the man who locked him in the training tower. He raises his fist to the ball of truth. The ball of truth begins to make sounds in thought. The young people look at him questioningly. The young man hits him, asking what kind of marriage this is, but Av asks him not to do that. He states that he will break it. He furiously grabs the ball, claiming that he tried very hard to find it, but it dares to ignore him and asks who locked it. Suddenly he looks down. The space around him begins to change. A changed room is shown and a question is asked about what it is. The young man, arching his eyebrow, asks where Av went. The phrase is that it will be difficult for them to conduct a constructive dialogue. A silhouette of a man appears. He appears closer as the young man tries to figure out who it is. Standing opposite him, he asks who he is and how he transformed this place. The face of the one who appears is not visible, and he speaks of his essence. It turns out he is the creator. He raises his hand, saying that now it is difficult for him to go into details, so he will convey the information to the young man unilaterally. A tower is depicted and he tells him to find the tower he created in him and the source of bad weather. Hyunwoo stands with his hand clenched into a fist and frowns. The phrase sounds that then the creator will tell him everything, the whole truth associated with him. Standing with his back, the young man asks whether it is weak for him to do this here and now. Suddenly he looks in surprise. A silhouette appears, revealing that he is the one who locked him in the tower. He tells Hyunwoo to find him, calling him a guardian. Suddenly the creator's silhouette begins to collapse. The young man reaches out to him with his hand, trying to stop him. Shards fly in the air. The name is the keeper. Av worriedly asks if he's okay. Hyunwoo looks at her questioningly. The girl raises her hand when he asks what she is doing. She removes her hand behind her back, claiming that he does not come to his senses. He fell so suddenly, which is why she was scared. The young man is surprised when she reports that he collapsed head first on the table. He understands that he was in that place only with his mind. He remembers the creator and wonders what the truth is about him and what is hidden behind it all. The truth ball is revealed and Hyunwoo considers trying again. The recharge time is reported and the young man notices that there is an entire era left to wait. All looks at him with interest, asking why he's not in a good mood if he hasn't received an answer, to which Hyunwoo claims that he has a case. He is about to get up from the couch, remembering that he has one important question. He clenches his hand into a fist, thinking that at least it is clear to him what to do next. Now his goal is the one who imprisoned him, but he does not know who it is. The thought sounds about what will happen, no matter what the truth is. The young man smiles decisively, declaring that he will find him. He asks Av to find the tower made by the creator. The girl says that the information is under lock and key, but she will try. He pats her on the head, asking her to let her know as soon as he finds something worthwhile. He waves his hand, insisting that he has gone when the girl, frowning, tries to stop him. He turns around in surprise, wondering if she found the information so quickly, but she replies that that's not the point. Hyunwoo raises his eyebrows when Ah remarks that he needs to go now. It is said about someone who has already climbed the tower and received the constellation. A man with sparkling eyes is depicted next to the earth. It is reported that one of the conquerors moves to the 9th floor. Mountains are depicted, and it is revealed that Taoists are those who practice self-discipline to become a celestial being. A gray-haired man is shown next to a bird, and everyone who has dedicated themselves to Uedansen is spoken of. A girl is seen with her eyes closed. It turns out that they usually respected life and the laws of nature and stayed away from murder. A hat is shown on someone's head. A man floats in the air above the city, and it is reported that there were some who were unwilling to adhere to these rules. The man notices that he also does not know who the irregular is. He closes his eyes, deciding that there is nothing he can do. He raises his hand, realizing that although it is tedious, he will have to kill them all. Suddenly it starts to rain. The traffic light is green. People are sheltering from the rain. Something sparkles in the sky. A huge flame is visible. People run scared, telling everyone to escape the fire. Someone looks around when everyone is told to run that way and call the fire brigade. We're talking about someone who bypassed years of training by simply climbing a tower. It is reported that this is a scoundrel who has become a wandering immortal through a barbaric method. It shows a man wearing a hat and talks about a man who has received the power of a blue dragon. The name is pronounced Uchai. Men are worried about something. A man is typing something on a keyboard. It's reported to be in the news right now. The girls look at the phone in surprise, wondering where the hunter is. Uchai live broadcast is shown. He points his finger, saying they have 1 hour. He tells them not to delay. He extends his hand forward, insisting that he doesn't mind the irregular finding him. The broadcast is reported to have ended. Lots of comments are shown. The news about Hyunwoo comes to light from Hunter Sheyeon. A tall building is depicted. The man sighs when it turns out that the man will be there soon. He looks down, realizing that the International Hunters Association cannot do anything without this man and that it is incompetent. He gets the other man's attention when he starts talking about his thoughts. He believes that the world must be destroyed sooner or later. He looks at the big screen as he states that they are probably living longer than they are allowed to live. He talks about the existence of the hunter Hyunwoo. The man believes that it barely holds onto a world that has long been destined to perish. Suddenly, he notices that his name is being called. The monitors are displayed and Liam thinks he said something inappropriate, but the point is that both the monster that showed up and Henwoo who stopped him were great. The man looks at his photo. He says he believes in him. Uchai yawns, covering himself with his palm. He sits in the air, noticing that this hour is slowly dragging on. Not even 10 minutes have passed, and he is so bored. He smiles, deciding to just finish what he started. Suddenly he notices something. The question arises as to what it is. The man looks up when he notices a whirlwind. It turns out that something is approaching with great speed. He smiles awkwardly. An object is rushing forward. Hyunwoo appears, leaning on this as he announces his appearance. He grins at the man. He pushes off the object with his foot. He swings his leg at Uchai, declaring that he has no business putting on a light show here. He puts his hand clenched into a fist forward. However, he is surprised when the blow does not reach Uchai. Turning around, the man claims that a celestial being is one who has the right to even walk in the sky, and also has killing, or maybe heavenly killing. The young man looks at him, frowning. He grins, which the man notices. An object appears in his hand. It turns out that this is a huge sword. Uchai looks at him dumbfounded, realizing that this is not a size he can avoid. Hyunwoo smiles contentedly as he calls him. He confidently swings his sword. The man is blown away by the blow. All that is visible is a cloud of dust. The wreckage is shown. Hyunwoo takes a step forward. Looking around, he thinks that they are not finished and wonders where the man went. He is surprised when Uchai talks about the great power on the 9th floor. Smiling, he says that it's not for nothing that they call him an irregular. He looks contentedly at the young man. Hyunwoo looks at him questioningly, arching an eyebrow. Pointing his finger at him, Uchai asks where he gets such power. The young man looks around in disbelief as he claims that he wouldn't refuse something like this either. Killing him is a waste of time. It's better for him to leave him alive and examine him piece by piece. He came down without any expectations, but this is a surprise for him. The young man looks at him irritably. He angrily asks what kind of fools have gathered here. Uchai throws up his hands, noting that he is unlucky with his character. He smiles when Hyunwoo states that, as he thought, it's not even a climber. The man sinks to the ground, believing that he is simply uncouth, which is why he speaks bad words. Smiling, Hyunwoo declares that he is just a loser. Uchai smiles reservedly. He clenches his trembling hand into a fist. Pointing his finger at the young man, he irritably insults him. Hyunwoo looks at the man in confusion. Grinning, Uchai insults him, noticing that he can barely restrain himself, not knowing the Tao. The young man arches an eyebrow as he asks if he finds it funny when he plays sweet with truth and sweet words, and if he's even familiar with the classics, and wonders what he's talking about. Wreckage is depicted and it is reported that he is not that educated, and Uchai states that he has lowered the bar. He looks puzzled when the young man replies that he has been accustomed to work since childhood, but because of this he did not go to school. He is taken aback when Hyunwoo claims that his parents died long ago. He puts his foot forward, telling people to listen and not open their mouths. He demolishes his opponent with one blow. The man rises, leaning on his hand, and announces that he has become a celestial being. He claims that he looks ridiculous now. He clenches his jaw, noticing that Hyunwoo is not easy to kill. A young man rushes towards him, swinging his arms, and tells him not to even dream of escaping and living to old age. He stabs Uchai, who closes his eyes. He avoids when the same is answered. The men look at each other angrily. Hyunwoo kicks the man. Suddenly he notices something. Uchai clones appear around him. He looks up thoughtfully, wondering if that man wasn't the only one who could do that. Suddenly the clones begin to attack him. The young man immediately takes off. He jumps high as the clones fly apart. He looks in surprise at the man who talks about creating doubles. He tells us that this can be done simply by concentrating on the Tao. Hyunwoo looks around in confusion. He is enveloped in the chain of limitation of the 5 elements. He looks angrily at Uchai, who has turned away. The question is whether he loves dragons. Smiling, the man strokes one of the dragons. He looks away, claiming that thunder and underwater may appeal to the young man. He tells the dragons to fight when they take off. Hyunwoo throws his head back, frowning. Lightning flashes all around. Uchai thoughtfully hopes that nothing will happen to the irregular. He looks dumbfounded, admitting the opposite. He wonders how it is. The young man gains wings and asks how long the man will continue to brag about electricity, claiming that it was a great help with the circuit. He grins, saying that he's really pissed off now. He thrusts his leg forward, using the Supreme Overlord Divine Leg. Explosions can be seen all around. He gradually sinks to the ground. Suddenly clones move towards him when it is reported that Uchai needs him alive. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hyunwoo notes that it is possible to control the size of the doubles. One of the men frowns furiously. You can see lightning and how the clones disappear. The lightning comes from the young man, who states that they are just illusions. Uchai looks at what is happening, dumbfounded. He gets scared when Hyunwoo appears behind him, asking if he thought it would work twice. A circle sparkles behind the young man's back. The man looks around worriedly as he decides it's time for him to evaluate the irregular's strength. The message is that now is not the time to hold back. Hyunwoo raises his head, smiling. Suddenly he notices something. It started to rain. Extending his hand, he wonders why this happened. He realizes that it is suspicious and that something is coming. Something rushes forward as the order for Rui to increase is heard, and the young man decides that he needs to end this all quickly. He looks at the sky in surprise. The Wucha clones smirk as Hyunwoo thinks it's no use and believes they're trying to confuse him. The man smiles widely. The phrase says that this is an Amugi. The young man looks at him dumbfounded. He frowns and looks around. He begins to spin the artifact when he realizes that his opponent has become a dragon and he needs to stop him. He defends himself from the clones when the thought is heard that the man began with 1,000 years of practice, studied magic for 2,000 and was able to accumulate virtue in 10,000 years. Moving his weapon aside, the young man tells Rui to grow. Uchai grins when it is revealed that after 15,000 years he has achieved godhood. It is reported that 25,000 years have passed. The young man looks ahead in shock. He is sucked into some kind of funnel. He extends his hand, realizing that he can no longer pull and needs to kill the man. He looks at the crater, noticing that it is moving away. However, he comes to the conclusion that this is not the case. He begins to fall to the ground. Hyunwoo realizes that he is the one falling. A whirlwind is visible. A man can be seen in the middle of the whirlwind. It's about the Azure Dragon. Uchai just grins. He holds a weapon in his hands when his name is called. The artifact is spinning in the air. The young man lands confidently, resting his hand on the ground. Uchai immediately approaches him. Hyunwoo swings his fist at him decisively. They collide with each other. The young man clenches his jaw, noticing that he is taking damage from his own attack. He screams as the man holds him and claims that he cannot be defeated. Frowning, Hyunwoo states that this is funny because he thought that after merging with a dragon, the man became one. He flies off to the side. Suddenly he spits blood. Uchai approaches from above with sparkling eyes. He stabs him. The young man throws his head back in pain. He tries to hit the man. However, Uchai hits him back. He smiles when Hyunwoo remarks that he doesn't care about his blows, even though he deflected the Thunder God's technique. Hyunwoo jumps to the side. He frowns when it is reported that he would have died 32 times if he had attempted a similar attack just recently. Uchai, smiling, closes his eyes and claims that he said that it would not be possible to kill him calmly. The phrase sounds about the power of the blue dragon, which controls rain, lightning, and the sky. This has been reported to happen. The man raises his hand. Lightning flashes in the sky. They overtake a young man screaming in pain. Drops appear, and he realizes that each of them contains lightning and it is even stronger than before. He begins to rotate the artifact in his hands, thinking that he should not let anything rain. Achai just laughs at him, telling him that his efforts amuse him. Hyunwoo throws his head back as another blow hits him, and he wonders if he thinks he can stop the force of nature with this makeshift umbrella. The young man clenches his jaw, realizing that he is powerless and his body does not move at all. He cannot even enter the system room because he does not hear his voice. His ligaments are burned. Achai floats above him in the air. Hyunwoo trembles, lying on the ground, and the phrase is heard that his current state suits him. He opens his eyes when the man notices that he is still conscious, and it is surprising that such a consumable could withstand the lightning of a blue dragon. Lightning flashes as Achai claims that since he became the reason to test this power, in gratitude he will see a better technique in the end. The young man looks up in shock. A huge blue dragon appears behind the man. He rushes towards Manhwa, who is trying to get up from the ground. The young man frowns, clutching the artifact in his hands. Something on the object sparkles. There is an insult directed at him. Hyunwoo looks at the man questioningly. He looks around, wondering where he is and where Achai and the dragon went. A man appears behind him as he notices that even his wounds have disappeared and calls out to him. He floats in the air with his arms crossed over his chest and realizes that Hyunwoo was attacked by a snake. Arching an eyebrow, he questions what he was staring at. He is amazed when the young man points his finger at him, asking if he is the same monkey. The area is shown and a question is asked about where they are, after which they are told that they are inside Yinbo, the world of conceptual thought. Raising a finger, Wukong thinks about how best to describe the meaning of the word mental image. He gets annoyed when the young man believes that he himself does not know, and after his answer asks for an explanation. The guy gets angry, claiming that this is just a world of mental images, and telling Hyunwoo to believe that his spirit has entered his world, and the young man realizes that he really can't explain. Hyunwoo sighs, asking what he should do now, to which the guy replies that as he pleases. A blue dragon is depicted, and it is reported that the young man is still on the verge of receiving the final blow from this snake. Since getting here, his brain is working much faster, so the conclusion is that the passage of time is different here and there. Hyunwoo looks away, asking if Wukong dragged him here to borrow his strength. The guy just laughs at this. He imagines himself as if he were in a movie theater and says that he did it to tease him because he had fun watching him get beaten. The young man is amazed. He clenches his hand into a fist, wondering if he said everything, and the guy remarks that he thought he was going to help. He turns away when Wukong refers to himself as a monkey and him as a zookeeper. The young man becomes confused when he asks where his spirit went. Smirking, he says that he can help him, but only if he prays. He throws up his hands, claiming that snakes are inedible anyway. Hyunwoo looks away thoughtfully. Sighing, Wukong is about to agree to help, but he tells him to forget about it. He is dumbfounded when the young man declares that he no longer needs help. He imagines a fight in which he asks what use he has with the strength of a dead man, that he can't even say anything useful. The guy sheepishly reveals that he didn't want to fight when Hyunwoo asks if he understands that he won't be able to use force again. The area is shown, and Wukong states that he will be recognized for his achievements, but the young man notices that in the end he was beaten. The guy gets angry when he notices that they usually borrow power from the stronger, not the weaker. The young man smiles as he states that he would have beaten that snake. Sticking his hand forward, Hyunwoo tells him to prove and show that he can win. Wukong looks at him silently, frowning. He squats down, clutching his head. He looks up sadly. Hyunwoo looks at him, smiling. There is an insult directed at him. The response is gratitude for the compliment. Achai and the blue dragon are shown. The man smiles, noting that the blue dragon's power is incredible, and wonders how much power he will gain by killing the young man. Suddenly he looks down in surprise. A blue dragon is depicted and a question is asked about what it is. A bright glow is visible, and the man's bewilderment sounds. He swings his sword at it. He looks up, dumbfounded, talking about his dragon. A lot of lightning is shown, and the question is asked about how this is possible. The concentrated gaze of a young man is depicted. There is a halo over his head, and he smiles contentedly. He asks how Achai was doing. His eyes are golden and he looks at his opponent with determination. Wukong is shown floating in the air. He sighs dissatisfied. He leans his hands on his legs, arguing that since the young man is very capable, their contract will be profitable. He deliberately delayed, but to no avail. He falls to the ground, sticking out his tongue, declaring that he either doesn't have enough brains or has no fear. He smiles, realizing that this is why he chose him. An irregular is shown holding an artifact in his hands. The guy looks thoughtfully, reflecting on the fact that Hyunwoo is really irregular. Suddenly he turns his head away. The area is depicted, and it is said that this is a place that looks alive, but was already dead. It is not ideal, just a space that was restored by climbing the tower one day. It turns out that there are no colleagues, no subordinates, no one. Wukong lies looking at the sky. He believes that the young man can succeed. The young man appears again. Achai, dumbfounded, asks what kind of robe this is. Suddenly a blow rushes near him. Grinning, Hyunwoo asks if he thought he was targeting him. The man frowns, stopping him. A huge whirlwind and a sparkling beam can be seen. While in the air, the young man asks how he is. He remembers Wukong holding up his finger and telling him to rise above the clouds. He, closing his eyes, claims that the influence of the snake head, that is, the blue dragon, is certainly great, but not to such an extent. There is a phrase saying that this is some kind of scam. A magical element appears above the young man. He begins to spin the artifact as the man looks at him dumbfounded. Hyunwoo swings his weapon with a wild look. He destroys the crystal and Achai reaches out with his hand. He frowns, wondering if the young man thinks he can defeat him now. Hyunwoo smirks, informing him that that's exactly what he's going to do. He stabs the man. Achai flies to the side, and the young man notices that now everything is different and lightning no longer appears. Shows information about golden chain mail. Smiling, Hyunwoo thinks that this is a good upgrade. A man grabs his head after falling. A young man swinging at him flies at him, remembering that he said that he needed to return the swindler to the true path. Huge destruction is visible. Men clash weapons. Smirking, Hyunwoo says that his opponent could have taken the knife. He pulls the weapon back, asking if this is what he calls fencing. It sounds like this guy is quite good with a sword. The man throws his head back, noticing that he is quite fast. Hyunwoo puts the artifact forward, claiming that Achai repelled his attack 32 times and naively believed that he could kill him with something like this. The thought sounds that there is no match for a man who has fought with a real sword master for more than 100 years. It is reported that he struck again and again, died, but never gave up. A young man is seen swinging, and it is said that the tip of the sword was his heart. It turns out that the blade became dear to him in the darkness. The fight is shown, and the idea is heard that no one compares to Chanma. Looking away, the young man tells Achai to look at him and that he could have died 100 times already. The man trembles, closing his eyes. He gets up when Hyunwoo notices that he has pulled himself together and started swearing again and asks if he thinks it will discourage him. The young man closes his eyes, asking what is happening. As he takes off, the man declares that he will kill him and smash him, just like before. The young man is surprised to notice that it has started to rain again. Achai raises his finger to form a lightning bolt. Other lightning can be seen in the sky. He raises his hands and head, claiming that this is the power of the heavenly dragon. Hyunwoo is surrounded by a lot of lightning. He just smiles. Achai looks in bewilderment at the artifact that has appeared nearby. He throws his head back in displeasure after the young man's blow. Hyunwoo opens his palm. Clenching his hand into a fist and putting it forward, he talks about strength. The phrase about the appearance of a blue dragon sounds. A huge black dragon is depicted. The young man stands confidently, crossing his arms over his chest, and reports that thanks to the man's prayers, he now has another technique. Achai notices that he can't move. He looks around worriedly. He realizes that mana is pouring around him. The dragon opens its mouth when its appearance is reported. The man looks at this dumbfounded. He holds a sword in his hands, turning his head. The black dragon soars into the sky. A funnel is visible. A notification comes from the system that the young man has dealt with the conqueror who came down from the tower. Hyunwoo stands among the rubble. The man is watching this. Suddenly Hyunwoo falls to the ground. His hand trembles, and it is reported that the time allotted for using the force has expired. He clenches his hand into a fist, looking at her. The phrase sounds that the world is not destroyed. The young man lies on the ground, lowering his hand. A ball with a dragon inside is shown, and Hyunwoo decides to check the received artifacts before he loses consciousness, and the system reports that information has been collected. The young man looks at the system window in surprise. Information about the blue dragon is reported. It turns out that the information is not available, and there is a question about what it is, and the phrase that they hid everything altogether. Hyunwoo closes his eyes, deciding to ask Av later, because right now his body isn't moving at all. He looks at the ball he holds in his hand. The thought sounds that someone will come and find him. He lies smiling and arms outstretched to the sides. 3 days pass. Smiling, Naren asks if the young man will go straight home, to which he asks where Myron is. The girl winks, believing that he is busy, and remembers the conversation with her. Hyunwoo gets into the car, claiming that he is the head of the guild and telling the girl to look there since he started it himself, so he needs to be at least a little interested. Young people are sitting in a car. Naren smiles faintly. She clenches her hand into a fist, glad that she and the young man are left alone. She remembers Myron and realizes that while she is not here, she needs to take advantage of the moment. She grins, thinking that she specifically told the driver to take his time and now she can comfortably talk to the foreman. She closes her eyes, blushing, and Hyunwoo says that he will go away for a minute. She is surprised, asking where he is going, and he replies that it does not matter and they can continue driving, and he will be back soon. The girl raises her finger in shock as the boy disappears. She remains sitting in the same position and in silence. She clenches her hand into a fist, wondering where Hyunwoo went. The driver is portrayed as she asks him to just circle around the area. She smiles decisively, deciding that she will definitely achieve her goal and have a pleasant time with the master. A ball with a dragon inside is shown. Av holds it in her hands and says that she didn't find out anything, and usually if she bypasses the permissions, she can see any information at the end. Hyunwoo twirls the ball in his hands when she states that it's difficult right now, and he decides that there's nothing they can do for now. He turns to the girl, asking what about the tower and the creator. Av raises his finger, announcing that the tower the creator spoke of is on the topmost tier. The system window appears in front of her and she notices that it is not confirmed. She looks thoughtfully, believing that the creator has erected another tower, but it is unknown for what purpose. The young man lies down on the sofa, assuming that he needs to go to the very top, and now they have explored almost everything, and the girl reports that the problem is the location. She frowns, claiming that they know he's on the top tier, but not exactly where. Hyunwoo just looks at her silently. He gets up from the couch when Av tells him that if she does a little research, she might be able to figure that out in about 2 to 3 weeks. He thoughtfully recalls the words of the creator and understands that it will not be easy for him. Suddenly he notices something. Raising his finger, he wonders if the girl knows the blue dragon and if he can harness its source of evil. Av claims that then she can look for information about the dragon, but the young man needs it to be without unnecessary interpretation. He reports that he still needs to go into the labyrinth when he is at the guild. He claims that he has gone. Narin happily notices that he is back. He looks around in surprise, asking if she has left, and she replies that the roads are clogged, so they will be late. The girl lays her head on his shoulder. He scratches his head in confusion. He wonders why she is in such a good mood. 30 minutes pass and the young man gets out of the car. Narin clings to his hand, and he believes that she loves to ride in the car so much because they covered the 15-minute journey in as much as an hour and a half. The Guardian Guild sign is displayed. The girl opens the door when Hyunwoo announces that he has arrived. The girl turns around. The guy with a kiss on his cheek is surprised. They stand hugging each other. The young man looks at them dumbfounded. The ceiling is shown, and apologies and phrases are heard that they will look in 5 minutes. The question is when these two started dating. He awkwardly lowers his gaze. They remember a young man hitting a man and say that it happened right before he was sent to the International Hunters Association. Shihan scratches his head, claiming that time after the meeting with the climber, Anya supported him and consoled him. Hyunwoo looks at them in surprise. He arches an eyebrow, wondering how this turned into an interrogation scene, and reports that they didn't do anything wrong. The girl looks down guiltily. She is shown smiling, and it is revealed that she was originally an assassin and Shihan is the young man's treasured friend. Anya smiles when told that she is not their enemy. The young men turn away from each other when Hyunwoo talks about what they do in the office. A photocopier is shown, and the young man states that he is not saying they shouldn't do this, but he believes that someone might catch them. Anya hands him papers, informing him that she has an offer for him. He looks at the paper, asking what it is. She wonders if he knows Addis, a world-famous sports brand. The young man notices that he knows this and his things seem to be from this brand too. Narin looks in surprise when the question is asked whether they really want to make Hyunwoo a model, because this is boring, to which the answer is that the conditions are very favorable. The young man is grabbed by the hand when he hears that 15% of sales come from the products he promotes. The girl blushes, claiming that sales of new products from global conglomerates are huge in all respects, except for profits from underground markets. 15% is a rather unconventional proposal. Grabbing the young man's hand, she declares that he definitely needs to do this. The young people look at them in surprise. Several days pass. Seon gives a speech at the microphone. His phone is shown as he reveals that their Soul Guild no longer intends to express their position on the matter. Soyeon turns her head, grinning. Seon closes his eyes when she claims he did well. She brings the phone to her face when the guy says that she tried too. A young man is shown beating a man, and it is said what happened after the guild ousted the guardian of the Ares Guild and monopolized the dungeons. Sounds like a thought about the Korean hunter industry. A sprout is depicted and it is reported that it has begun to come to life. People are shown smiling, and it is said that hunters who could not manage the monopoly were satisfied with the reasonable price of entry, and as a result small guilds began to form in Korea. It becomes known that after the disappearance of the previous system, Cheon, Soyeon, and Seokwan quickly responded to the movements of the hunters. It turns out that they quickly changed the direction of their work. The named young people are depicted. It is reported that they took the same job as the Guardian Guild. Cheon smiles, claiming that there is no excessive competition or profit problems so far. He looks away awkwardly. There's a Gumeho lying on Soyeon's lap, which the guy notices, after which he asks what it's eating. The animal happily chews the cat treat when the girl reports that he likes it. Smiling, Soyeon asks if Gumeho is cute, to which the guy asks how she got her. A room is depicted, and it is reported that Gumeho is training with a girl, so she wants to move with her to the training room of the Aaron Guild. The question is whether it is possible to do this, because they need to be very careful. With a wink, Seo-yeon tells him that he doesn't need to worry, because if you carry the fox in a carrier, no one will really notice. Shihan looks down when she states that if Gumeho were seen, they would think she just had special fur. He awkwardly remarks that the fox is half human. The question is whether Gumeho can heal. Suddenly the guy reports that he was talking to himself. Uedo Island is shown. Spotlights are visible. Hyunwoo poses when he is told to take a pose that makes people feel the wild beauty. They thank him. The young man frowns, wondering what this means. He looks at the smiling people, thinking that they are too friendly, and they praise him. Hyunwoo drinks from the bottle, and the idea is that no matter how dirty money is, it is also hard work. There is nothing inconvenient about it. Suddenly the thought sounds that there is something in this. Hyunwoo leans on a pole as he is told to take a pose as if he is waiting for someone. He wonders if he's definitely a tracksuit model. The young man assumes various poses when asked to do so. The question arises as to what kind of flower pose this is. The girls are shown standing and Hyunwoo wonders why that is. They look at him, eyes sparkling. A building with a burning light is depicted, and the phrase is heard that everyone did a good job and can be free. The man smiles and praises Hyunwoo for her excellent job. The young man smiles back, asking if he can keep the clothes for himself because he is a little too lazy to change clothes, to which he is told that this suit is specially allocated for today's filming. Hyunwoo leaves with a wave and says goodbye. He looks pleased as the man remembers that he called him very strange, but he himself was no better. The young man looks extremely tired. Myron, frowning, claims that there is enough room for 3, so the girl better keep quiet. The car speeds along, and Narin reports that she got in where she was told, and Hyunwoo suggests that they just go home quickly. He looks out the window, realizing that tomorrow he needs to go into the labyrinth and try to fill the source of evil with the power of the blue dragon. The girls look at each other angrily. He decides that it is better for him not to take girls. Hanging photographs are displayed. A man sits at a computer in the dark. He drinks the drink, believing that he has made a good choice again. A man approaches him from behind. He turns out to be wearing a mask and holding a weapon. We are talking about the labyrinths of the dungeon, the 14th level. Evil bears appear, in order to increase sounds. The bear looks to the side, dumbfounded. Hyunwoo swings at him decisively. He grins contentedly. He becomes awkward when Wukong notices how carelessly he uses the yoiban. He frowns, asking why the guy suddenly spoke, to which he hears the answer that he has a contract. In order to properly use his abilities, he needs to be able to handle yoiban. The young man arches an eyebrow as he realizes that he needs to learn the art of bonsal and wonders when he will have time to do so. A large screen of him is shown, and Wukong informs him that he needs to do it gradually. Just the basics are required, but Hyunwoo asks if they will be enough for the fight and decides to try them on different scum. Crossing his arms over his chest, Wukong assumes that he knows nothing and asks if he is aware of the principle of borrowing power. He claims that climbers do not borrow the strength of dogs or cows. He raises his head, informing that if the abilities are below a certain level, the power does not manifest. Suddenly he gets irritated. He confronts the young man, declaring that in order for him to benefit from its power, he must master the art of bonsal, but he has no knowledge of it. Hyunwoo covers his ears as he states that if his abilities are below a certain level, his bonsal is useless, and he reports that this monkey is squealing like crazy. The guy's questions and threats are heard. The young man hits the artifact on the ground. Closing his eyes, he admits that he has lost. He looks down, noticing that he was rude, but he's right, he can't even imagine Bonsal Wukong's level. He remembers the guy, claiming that this is not just art, but a combination of him and yoiban. We are talking about the 15th level underground. Holding the artifact in his hand, Hyunwoo asks if Wukong is able to speak to him, to which he reveals that they have been able to communicate since the signing of the contract. The young man looks up, believing that there was no such clause, but the guy believes that he did not look at it at all, because this is a base and usually contracts contain special clauses. Wukong frowns when asked why he has been silent until now, and he claims that he doesn't want to waste time chatting with Hyunwoo. The young man reacts aggressively to this. Suddenly a monster approaches him. It's huge, and Hyunwoo asks if Wukong would rather he didn't use yoiban's full power and just finish and beat the monster with a stick, after which he agrees to give the details. Hyunwoo rotates the artifact in his hand. He decisively announces the start of the battle. Myron is shown sitting on a throne. She touches the throne as she remembers the man's request not to spend money on strange things and thinks about how she made Hanum's throne small as he asked. She closes her eyes, thinking that it is not so magnificent, but now it hurts her that the throne is like this. She turns her head as the bodyguard calls out to her, bowing. He hands her an envelope. The girl looks at this, blushing. She opens the envelope. She gets scared when someone says it's cute. The Chaos Goddess smiles when asked not to say anything, and notes that she herself said that she can communicate with her in everyday life. She laughs when Myron states that they can't communicate today. She blushes when the goddess says that since she is so shy, she won't say anything more. The girl looks into the envelope. It contains seductive photos of Hyunwoo. Myron blushes with satisfaction. She imagines giving him her hand. Now she is already lying in the same bed with him. The next moment he covers her with an umbrella. She lovingly hugs the envelope. She stands near the throne, sparkling. Suddenly the girl notices something. She turns around sharply, asking who is there, to which the question sounds about what it was. Myron stands smiling friendly. The bodyguards chatter when the thought of them is heard. Myron angrily asks what's wrong and tells her to speak up, otherwise she will turn on the power. Covering her eyes, Naren says that she is not here for the sake of a fight, because if that were the case, she would have brought all the members of the organization. The phrase sounds that even in a crowd they will not be able to do anything. Smiling, the girl claims that she came to say something. Myron looks at the envelope with concern when she says that she wanted to talk about the photos she is holding. The envelope immediately ends up in Naren's hands. She happily takes out a photo of Hyunwoo from it. The girl awkwardly shouts at her, but she tells her not to misunderstand her because she is not like her. A man is shown surrounded, and Naren claims that she too asked a favor from the photographer. A gun is pointed at the man's head. The room is depicted, and the girl says that if she had received the photo she wanted, she would not have come here. But Myron did not want to give it away, and the phrase is heard that she said that she would kill if anyone had the photo something else. Naren holds the photo in her hands, asking if the girl now understands the purpose of her visit. Myron looks at her worriedly. The girl begins to walk towards her, confirming her guesses. She takes out more photos of Hyunwoo. She waves them in Myron's face, asking if she wants them. At this the girl blushes and drools. Wukong silently watched as Hyunwoo fought the monster, when he suddenly screamed in confusion. Hyunwoo deftly rotated the pole in his hand. With a deft blow, he struck the lizard in the jaw. Landing on the ground, it created a huge wave of dust around him. Looking at him puzzled, Wukong asked himself if Hyunwoo could handle it. The main character remembered how Wukong shouted at him so that he should not rely only on strength. Taking a stance and preparing to attack, Hyunwoo said in his head that he had learned the range of the pole and the exact technique of use. Immediately he jumped high, flying towards the lizard. It was possible to adjust and maintain the required distance from the monster, he added. The image of a martial artist who emanated gigantic power appeared before Wukong's eyes. Then he said that when using the art of bonsal, much more is taken into account due to the universal weapon capable of covering both long and short distances. He immediately introduced a guy in a kimono and with a spear in his hand. If you make a wide grip, you can achieve the distance of the spear, Wukong explained. Imagining a guy with a knife in his hand, he said that it's quite possible to fight with a loved one like a dagger. He looked at the fight in surprise and said that everything depends on how to hold the pole, and it is for this reason that this martial art takes a lot of time to show itself in all its glory. However, Wukong said with a drop of sweat on his cheek. He watched as Hyunwoo got close to the monsters, after which, with a deft twist of the pole, he knocked them off their feet. Taking a stance, he waited for them to rise. Wukong continued to say that he only slightly directed Hyunwoo's movements, and he was already wielding the pole almost perfectly. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly. This kid is a genius, Wukong said. He quickly raised the pole up, when he suddenly brought it behind his back and began to warm up and stretch. Sticking out his tongue, he looked up and said that if it weren't for Chanma's efforts, he would have been marking time for another 100 years. He remembered their sparring and said maybe it was because he learned right away in sparring, after which he added that he remembered well how much in the battle. He fell silent for a bit, and a memory surfaced in his head where he immediately missed a blow from Chanma. Every step is important, Hyunwoo concluded. Remembering his opponent's strongest form, he said that he learned not only that, there were also movement styles, techniques to defend against attacks from all sides. After leaving the memories, he delivered a finishing blow to the monster with a sharp kick. Everything is decided by instructions, added Hyunwoo, standing on the dead carcass of the lizard. Throwing the pole over his shoulder, he stood on the corpse of the lizard, around which there were a dozen more of the same kind. Damn genius, Wukong said dissatisfied. Smiling, Hyunwoo said contentedly that he was just trying very hard. With a big smile on his face, he asked if there were any more instructions. Wukong replied sharply that that would be enough for now. Satisfied, Hyunwoo took the bandage in his hand and a sign appeared in front of him. It said that the progress of the maze of stones was 72%. Leaving the scene of the battle, he asked Wukong if it was really not necessary to use Aibong anymore, to which he answered him that this was enough. Immediately, a question came from the poll whether Henwu would like to use Aibong with the power of the blue dragon. But, Hyunwoo said with a malicious smile on his face. Wukong looked at him, puzzled. Hyunwoo's face also changed to a puzzled one. Then Wukong said that it seemed to him that Hyunwoo in the office held a ball of bandage in his hand, and above it there was a sign that said that it is impossible to use the power of the blue dragon in the source of evil. Bending down, he desperately tried to exert all his strength. At that time, Wukong said that no matter what he did, he would not be able to use the power of the blue dragon. Angry, Hyunwoo said that he must complete the progress of the maze. Anya's voice was immediately heard. The frightened girl, seeing Hyunwoo out of sorts, got scared and said that she would come back later. Hyunwoo left her and asked what was wrong. Handing him the tablet, she said that another offer had arrived. He took the tablet in his hands, and Anya reported that the conditions were good. Myron and Naren stood behind Hyunwoo. Regarding men's suits, Hyunwoo asked displeasedly. While he was reading the contract, Anya explained that the proposed image suited him well, and they had high hopes for the new collab. After reading to the end, Hyunwoo said that this is a good proposal, but throwing away the tablet with the contract, he said that he refused. Surprised, Anya could not find words. Leaning back in his chair, he said that he would have money without it. At this time, Naren approached him from behind. Leaning towards him, with a crazy smile on her face, she turned to the master. Suddenly her smile changed to a kind one, and she looked happy, after which she asked if it wouldn't be great to take part in a photo shoot. Again, Henwu asked displeasedly. Holding onto the back of the chair, Naren explained that this was not necessary, just that the offer was very profitable. Henwu wanted to refuse, saying that it was boring, but before he could finish speaking, Naren grabbed the tablet and said that he personally would get 25% of the sales, and this manufacturer's sales were much higher than Addis's. Henwu sharply replied that he had enough money, but Naren objected, recalling his own words that if you earn money, then only a lot. With a wide smile and kindness in her eyes, she held a tablet with a proposal, saying that such an investment would benefit him. Hyunwoo thought, not knowing whether to decide or not. Behind him stood a flushed Myron, who lowered her head and said nothing. Suddenly, Hyunwoo asked her what she thought. The frightened student did not know what to answer, she was confused. Suddenly she blushed, finding it difficult to answer. Turning away from him and covering her embarrassed face with her hands, she shouted that she also thought the photos were good. Looking at the two students, he thought that they had conspired, when suddenly his expression changed and he realized that something was wrong. Looking at the embarrassed Myron and Naren crossing her arms, he said in his head that they were like a cat and a dog, and now they don't quarrel and are generally closer than before. Hyunwoo began to say, when suddenly a notification appeared in front of his face, interrupting him. It said it was an invitation and after 5 minutes it would be moved into the system. The notice closed in front of a dissatisfied Hyunwoo. After a while, he was already in Av's room, which was littered with cola and chips. Av herself was sleeping peacefully on the table. Unhappy with all this, Hyunwoo woke up Av and asked her why it was such a mess again if he was telling her to clean up. Wiping her drool, Av said in confusion that she was just looking for all the information, but didn't have time. By pressing the off button on the remote control, all the food in the room immediately disappeared. After which he asked where she got so much food, to which the surprised Av replied that she could recreate the dish created once as much as she wanted. Sitting down in a chair, he said it was amazing and then asked her if she had found anything. Yes, Av answered, although not completely, she added. Looking at Av with interest, he listened as she explained that the tower erected by the creator was located on the 12th floor. Looking at the ceiling, Hyunwoo said in surprise that this was the top floor. Av continued that according to the results of her search, she looked at Hyunwoo with complete seriousness and said that she was the original. The room was quite light. Looking at the ceiling, Henwoo asked what this meant, to which Av replied that he had to find out. He just had to go up to the 12th floor and he would immediately see the tower. Okay, Henwoo answered, after which he asked how to get there, suggesting that he could again use the blind man's compass. Hearing this, Av was horrified. Surprised, Hyunwoo looked at Av, who was holding her head with both hands, and asked if this was really problematic. No, Av answered, adding that everything would probably be fine. But Henwoo then asked Av, who looked at him in confusion. Time, looking at the clock, she said. After that, looking at the thoughtful Hyunwoo, she began to explain that for the Guardians, the transition from the 8th to the 35th floor would take about 2 or 3 weeks. Then Hyunwoo asked if she really meant to say that the distance between the floors was different. Hanging her head sadly, Av confirmed his words, saying that the transition could take a few weeks or a couple of years. Looking at the worried Ah, Hyunwoo said that if it takes that much, it will cause a lot of problems. He stood up from the sofa and said in his head that he was acting as a guardian to protect the 9th floor, and if he were to leave for a short time, he will become defenseless. After thinking a little, he continued. The images of Myron and Naren appeared in his head, who would remain here and be able to resist the ascendants, but Remembering Uchai, he said that if, like last time, an invader appears. Sweat ran down his hands, clenched into fists. Remembering Uchai's colossal strength, Hyunwoo said in his head that even he couldn't fight him alone. I can't leave the 9th floor to just the two of them, he said as a result. Immediately, he disappeared from his place. Av was very surprised. Then Av, looking at the smiling Hyunwoo, asked whether she should look for the exact time of ascent or another way. Suddenly, without hesitation, she added that she could not find him. Hearing this, Hyunwoo became angry. Suddenly, with all his might, he broke Ava's TV in two, who was incredibly scared. Is it really so difficult to find a convenient way there? Hyunwoo shouted in rage. He swore loudly, and his terrifying aura came out in huge streams. Suddenly he calmed down. Hyunwoo sat back on the sofa, and an unhappy Av asked what was wrong. Jumping up sharply from the sofa, he shouted that he had someone to ask. Smiling madly, he looked at Av and said that he would ask the guy who knew the tower very well. He pointed to Wukong, who was drawn on the pizza package in Ah's hands. Wukong sat on a tree and, scratching his head, said to Hyunwoo, so he wants to know. On the ground among the fog stood a serious Hyunwoo. How long will it take to climb from the 9th floor to the 12th? Wukong agreed. Looking at him and spreading his arms, he asked why he needed this. Did you listen to me at all? Asked the dissatisfied Hyunwoo, to which Wukong asked him if he looked so idle. Then Hyunwoo said yes, because he doesn't do anything. Hearing this, Wukong didn't know how to respond. Jumping down from the tree, Wukong said that he could only tell very limited things about the tower. What does this mean? Hyunwoo asked in surprise. There was complete fog all around. Hyunwoo then asked again if he knew anything at all, to which Wukong aggressively shouted that he did. Leaning against a tree, Wukong said with complete indifference that there are restrictions. Coming closer, Hyunwoo told him to tell him more. Are you sure you're listening? Wukong asked him. Sticking out his finger, he began to explain that he was at the very top of the tower. Suddenly he opened his mouth, but nothing that was said was clear. An incomprehensible and high-frequency sound hit Hyunwoo's ears. Having come to his senses, Wukong picked up his pole with a smile on his face. Hyunwoo asked himself what just happened, and then said that he couldn't hear anything. Hitting the ground with his stick, Wukong called out to Hyunwoo, who was holding his head. Hitting the chip with a stick, he broke through it. He began to draw something with a stick, but Hyunwoo's vision began to blur. The main character did not understand what was happening. Sweat was running down his face, and in his head he said that it was impossible to see what he was writing. Holding his hair, he closed his eyes and said dissatisfiedly that his eyes seemed to have given up. Sitting down, with eyes full of hatred, he said that he would not know anything. Then Wukong turned to him and with a malicious smile on his face said, perhaps, simple and not particularly important information. For example, what Hyunwoo just asked, Wukong added, looking at the dumbfounded Hyunwoo. Am I kidding you? Hyunwoo shouted furiously, and immediately after that he rushed at Wukong with his fists. This was all reflected in the man's empty red eyes. Leaning his head on his hand, the unknown man with a huge and ominous aura said, okay. Uchai has been destroyed, he continued. Behind him, a servant knelt on one knee. The man continued that Uchai was just an irregular invader who received his power. He smiled sarcastically. Rising from his seat and spreading his arms, he laughed, after which he said that the creature created for the test had become an irregular and was killing those who passed it. The servant sat with a drop of sweat on his face and said nothing. After a pause, he asked the gentleman whether to leave the irregular alone. The man was sitting at a round table with no one at it. Without hesitation, he said that he had exceeded his expectations. I'm curious, he said, to which the servant raised his head and looked at his master. Then the man continued to see how much more he could accumulate in himself. Presenting an hourglass, he continued that this is why we need to give him some time. At this time, Hyunwoo shouted in surprise, asking how much. Don't repeat it, Hyunwoo shouted, standing on all fours. Sitting on the ground, Wukong, without looking at him, said what he had already said 100 times. 500 days, he said. Hearing such a deadline, Hyunwoo opened his mouth in horror and did not know what to say. Hyunwoo's cries could be heard everywhere, asking why it would take more than a year, saying that climbing to the 8th floor only took 1 month. Raising his head proudly and smiling, Wukong explained that he needed to complete quests. After which, turning away from him, he said with a malicious smile on his face, and also, what? Cried Hyunwoo, shocked. Wukong remembered the dragon he had killed and said that the climber must clear the floor in reality. Hyunwoo interrupted him and asked if he should demolish the entire layer. Not really, Wukong answered, after which he said that the task of the 9th floor is. The next thing he said was incomprehensible to Hyunwoo. Repeat, said a puzzled Hyunwoo. Surprised, Wukong asked if there was a restriction on this too. Satisfied, Wukong said that each floor has its own passing criteria. Jumping up, Hyunwoo asked if there was any way to shorten the time. Remembering all his friends, he said that he must protect the 9th floor. Wukong looked at him without any emotion. Turning away from him, he said that there was a loophole. Then Hyunwoo rushed to him and asked him to tell. Smiling, Wukong looked at him. Then he asked Hyunwoo if he knew about the somersault cloud, after which he turned into it. Changho Dong. Hyunwoo answered the phone. Anya told the head to go to the shooting. Narin and Myron were very embarrassed when they heard this. I won't go, Hyunwoo answered dryly, causing Narin and Myron to bow their heads sadly. While eating cookies, Hyunwoo looked at his phone. There was a photo of clouds on his phone, and Hyunwoo himself said that only with the somersault cloud he could climb to the 12th level in 5 days. Hyunwoo's eyes lit up. He said that he must get the cloud in any way, after which he added that he must get to the creator in. Clenching his fist with a crazy smile on his face. Kick his ass, he added. Turning to the students, he addressed them. They stood upset and did not pay attention to him. He asked himself what was wrong with them. Suddenly he understood. He immediately called Anya. After this, Narin and Myron's eyes lit up. With a smile on his face, he told her to email the document to him. What document? Anya asked in bewilderment. Regarding the shooting, Hyunwoo replied. The girls immediately rejoiced and beamed with happiness. He turned to them and saw their high spirits. A beautiful lamp hung on the ceiling, after which the voices of Narin and Myron were heard, who asked the master what he wanted. Getting up from the couch and taking out his phone, he said that he needed one artifact, and then asked if they could find it. Bowing her head, Myron said that she would fulfill his wish. Narin, putting her hand to her chest, said that she would find everything. With a malicious smile on his face, Hyunwoo said that he was taking them at their word. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. It said that the new climber was arriving on the 9th floor, location New Delhi, India, time remaining 1 day 4 hours 8 minutes 12 seconds. Out of anger, Hyunwoo began to chew on the notifications, shouting that he was tired of it. He lowered his head sadly. His eyes were filled with hatred. No way, he said. Blood sprayed in the cave. There was a dead goblin hanging from the trident. Orobas, another horse climber, held a trident in his hand. Having thrown off the goblin, he moved on, saying that it was stupid to block his path. Looking into the distance, he saw a light at the end, after which he said that he had finally reached the 9th floor, adding that he would quickly deal with it and move on. After that, he said that whatever pillars lived here, with his foresight, he neighed loudly and shouted, nothing would confuse or surprise him. After that, he entered the 9th floor, shining gazebo. Evening, the sun goes below the horizon. Hyunwoo was lying on a deck chair in the gazebo. Suddenly noticing the horse, he said, finally it has appeared. Orobas was surprised. Pointing his trident at Henda, he asked what kind of weakling he was. You don't know? Hyunwoo asked him. What again? Orobas asked himself wearily. Without listening to him, he grabbed his trident and said that such a strange boss is also not bad. Immediately, he slammed the ground, sending a strong shockwave towards Manhwa. The main character pretended to be very scared. Seeing this, Orobas smiled from ear to ear and said that he would have fun with him. A bead of sweat ran down Hyunwoo's cheek. At that same second, he found himself in front of Orobas, who did not even have time to understand what had happened. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face. A sharp kick was made by Hyunwoo. Orobas immediately flew away an impressive distance. He screamed in pain, his teeth flew out. He looked at Hyunwoo, who was laughing, wondering what kind of loser he was, while he was asking himself who he even was. As he stood up, he opened the system window, saying that he should quickly use his foresight. His eyes filled with horror at what he saw. His foresight showed that in any case he would die at his hands. There were many screens in front of him. After looking at all the outcomes, he asked himself if all that was promised to him with this brat was death. Once next to him, Hyunwoo said with a smile on his face that they had switched places. His eyes filled with madness, a mad aura filled everything, and then he asked who would have fun now. Hyunwoo read the news on his phone that said he saved India. Leaning his head on his hand, he thought. When suddenly he heard the screams of the students. Turning around, he saw Myron Narin running towards him, holding a bag in their hands and shouting that they had found it. With smiles on their faces, they handed the bag to the confused master. Taking it out, he held the Yishan Disong necklace in his hand. Smiling, he looked ahead. I'll be back soon, he told the students, who immediately asked in surprise where he was going. After attaching the headband to the necklace, a question appeared in front of him whether he wanted to use the necklace as a source of evil. Yes, he answered. Suddenly it lit up, illuminating Narin, who was surprised at her abilities, and Myron, who looked contentedly at Narin, telling herself that she had never seen the master's abilities. Myron, flushed, stood by the pond. Holding her shoulder, Hyunwoo looked at her. She looked lovingly at her master, and he, too, did not take his eyes off her. Their lips were getting closer. There was absolutely nothing between them for a kiss to take place when suddenly Soyeon's phone fell out of her hands. In horror, she asked herself what it was. A few minutes before, sitting on the sofa, she had a little time left before meeting Shihan, so she surfed the internet and had a cocktail. Suddenly, her attention was attracted by the name secret relationship between teacher and student. In horror, she screamed in her head what she was thinking about, that this is a novel and this is fan fiction. Swallowing nervously, sweat running down her cheeks, she then said in her head what was most shocking. its contents, she continued after a short silence. With shaking hands and covered in sweat, she picked up the phone. Then Kim appeared. It was written in fan fiction. There were thoughts in her head that she was doing something illegal, when suddenly the door to the office opened. I came back before I could finish, Sheehan said. When suddenly a phone flew near his face, launched by an embarrassed Soyeon. The phone crashed through the wall next to the frightened Shin. I did something wrong, he asked. Hyunwoo landed on the green grass. Looking around, he realized that he was in the forest. He was faced with a choice whether he wanted to move on to Yishin Disung's necklace. Clicking no, he said it shouldn't be a mistake. Sticking out his tongue and looking around, he asked himself if it was really somewhere nearby. After which he said that we need to look around and jumped high. Once high in the air, he looked back. Then he was stunned by what he saw. There was only forest around him. Suddenly he noticed something. He saw a large cave entrance and wondered if there might be a temple there. Landing spectacularly on the ground, he raised dust around him. After which he resolutely looked towards the cave. Like a bullet, he rushed through the entire forest. His foot was already a centimeter from the cave. Just before the entrance, he barely stopped. Wiping his forehead, he exhaled. Walking further into the cave, he was very surprised. An incomprehensible light fell on his feet. Approaching the end of the cave, he was completely illuminated by a mysterious light. In front of him was a huge old tree. "Who will you be?" a voice was heard. Looking at the tree, he saw an elf on one of the thick branches. He exhaled smoke from the pipe he was smoking. The elf lay relaxed on a branch, smoking a pipe and looking at the guest. Hyunwoo immediately realized that this was the great sage of Yishin. Hyunwoo looked at Yishin smoking and then called him. Taking out the receiver, he asked if they still called him that, and then asked who his guest would be. Putting his hand to his chest, Hyunwoo said that he came for the somersault cloud that Wukong entrusted to him, to which Yishin said indifferently. Clearly confused, Hyunwoo stood and waited for an answer. Having received nothing from him, he again said that he had come for the cloud. Yishin replied that he understood. Then Hyunwoo got angry. "You," he shouted, but before he could finish speaking, Yishin interrupted him, saying that it was time to move on to the guest's sheep. After thinking a little, he said, "But first." Hearing this, Hyunwoo became very tense. Yishin slowly smoked his pipe. Exhaling, he asked how his little brother was. It was calm all around. Yishin clarified, that is, his brother entered into a contract with Hyunwoo and he received Ayabong. Hyunwoo confirmed his words. Looking up and holding the pipe in his hand, Yishin said that his brother was a fool who was trying to climb the tower. After which he looked at Hyunwoo and asked where the staff was, to which the main character replied that it was not with him. Presenting the bandage, he said that in order to use the source of evil, you cannot take other artifacts. Looking at Yishin, Hyunwoo said that his brother said that he climbed the tower alone. What does that mean? After sitting down, Yishin asked if Hyunwoo knew about the 7 sages. 7 images flared up in his memories, each of them capable of turning the sky into a swamp, powerful yokai. After smoking a little, he continued that at the moment none of the 7 wise men were climbing the tower. Remembering the image of his brother, besides him, Yishin added. Surprised, Hyunwoo asked what they were doing then. With his arms outstretched, he replied that they were simply living peacefully in this small imaginary space that almost made him cry. Then the interested Hyunwoo decided to ask Yishin why he refused to climb. Lowering his head, he said that he therefore understood one very obvious truth. Which one? Hyunwoo asked immediately. Remembering the image of the tower, he said that no matter how high they strive, they will not be able to fully regain their lost achievements. Looking at Hyunwoo with complete seriousness, he said that even more so. That guy, after a short silence, he continued. Suddenly he turned away, saying that he had said enough. Hyunwoo was very interested in what he didn't say. Suddenly Yishin said that his brother was also struggling, adding that he would finish there. Dissatisfied, Hyunwoo said in his head that they always cut short their stories. Exhaling dissatisfiedly and holding out his hand, he told him to give him the cloud. Looking at him in surprise, Yishin asked him if he could hold him. An angry Hyunwoo shouted, "What nonsense." Looking up at the tree, Yishin said that it was here, but he could not convey the strength of his brother, after which he added that this tower was a place where Hyunwoo could use his accumulated skills. Sitting down and smoking his pipe, he said that there was no easy way to gain someone else's power unless someone from the top level of the tower was involved. Looking at Hyunwoo, who was calmly listening to him, he said that strength is created by the traces of the steps taken. Then Hyunwoo remembered Echai and asked himself if he could use the Azure Dragon's abilities as freely as if he were his own. His thoughts were interrupted by Yishin, who, looking at him, said that there is a method for this too. Pointing his finger at Hyunwoo, he told him to repeat his brother's karma. Surprised, Hyunwoo did not understand what he was talking about. In the guild, Bae, Myron and Narin were sitting at the table in the office. Looking at Myron with a smile on her face, Narin asked what they would do. Remembering the destruction of Mexico City, she said in her head that she would like to start rebuilding it herself. Bandits appeared in her memory and intervened in all this. Because of them, it all becomes a waste of time, she said. She put her head on her folded hands and said in her head with a smile on her face that she wished she could just kill them all, but this would only make things more confusing. Looking at Myron, she said that if she took over all of China, she would quickly deal with these guys and restore Mexico City. She continued that then they would be able to create a city completely consistent with the preferences of the master. She imagined them in this city, hugging the master, and an angry Myron standing behind. Suddenly her dreams were interrupted by the answer of Myron, who answered, half. Naren looked at her in surprise. Turning to her and folding her arms across her chest, Myron said that she would build the other half as she wished. Naren smiled angrily. Okay, Naren answered, lowering her head. They both pointed to different places where they wanted to draw the lines while arguing about it. They both began to discuss what they would build for the master. Meanwhile, Yishin explained to Henwa what to do. To get a somersault cloud, Yishin said, you need to do the same as his brother. Scratching the back of his head, Henwu tiredly asked what needed to be done, to which Yishin told him to learn his art of the somersault cloud. What? Hyunwoo asked in surprise and shock. The main character shouted furiously, asking if Yishin shouldn't teach him this. Laughing, the elf asked if he really thought that he would come and get everything with ease. Clenching his fist with all his anger, Henwu said in his head that Wukong said to just take it, but not a word about training. After thinking for a while, he asked Yishin how to still use the somersault cloud art. Laughing, Yishin tensed his biceps and said that he was almost unfamiliar with Tao because for him the main thing was physical strength. Hyunwoo pointed a finger at himself in confusion and asked, that is, he should figure everything out himself. That's right, Yishin answered. Hyunwoo tensed up with anger, when he suddenly exploded, unable to contain his anger. With his eyes closed and a malicious smile on his face, Yishin said that even if he knew, he would not help him, because without an identical repetition, the karma pattern does not make sense. Remembering his brother on the cloud, he informed Henwu that Wukong figured it out on his own, without anyone's help. The main character presented himself as an exact copy of Wukong and asked if he needed to repeat his experience, to which Yishin replied that this was so, and he needed to do the same as his brother, and then his actions would be recognized as personal strength. Sitting down on the ground with dissatisfaction, Hyunwoo said that he would just try. Yishin lay down on the tree again, saying that he would rest for now. Lying down, he looked at Henwa out of the corner of his eye, and then said something else. Pointing his finger at the sky, he said that the cloud had somersaulted among those clouds in the sky. Hyunwoo raised his head in surprise and looked at the sky. Looking closely, he saw many clouds in the sky. It was day. Screams were heard in the distance of the forest. There was a huge explosion and dissatisfied screams from Hyunwoo. He opened his statistics. It said that his age was 121 years old. Dissatisfied, Hyunwoo said that he had been here for 3 years already. Clenching his fist in anger, he said in his head that he didn't think he would succeed right away. Remembering the battle with Jongmo, he said that it took him 100 years to acquire the Thunder God technique. But the somersault cloud is the first Tao art he has encountered. Drawing a magic circle on the grass, he said in his head that at first he tried to imitate the power of the 5 elements that Dream studies, but it did not work. Then he started jumping over the clouds. After an unsuccessful attempt, he turned into the god of thunder and rose to the clouds. He carefully stepped on one of the clouds, when suddenly it immediately threw him off. After all this, he tried to unite the clouds with magic. Failure. Then he tried to compact them using magic. Failure. Pushing himself off the ground, he said that he finally knew. Jumping high into the sky, he added that he knew the step of emptiness. He jumped through the air and with the last leap he jumped onto the cloud. He landed on it, when suddenly it threw him to the ground again. He caught on the edge of the hole that he himself had created. Having got out, he scratched the back of his head and said displeasedly that it would be easier to ask Wukong. After which, leaning on his knee, he said that this should still be his feet. Looking at the clouds, Hyunwoo said that he had already tried everything, after which he asked himself what else could be done. Suddenly it dawned on him. The sun came out from behind the clouds and illuminated, and he himself shouted that he seemed to understand everything. Yishin smoked his pipe slowly. After exhaling smoke, he sat on a rock and watched Henwu. The main character screamed furiously, trying to learn the truth, but he kept falling from the sky. Yishin watched this silently. Climbing out of the hole and wiping his face, Hyunwoo swore. Once again, he shouted and then flew into the air. Exhaling smoke in surprise, Yishin watched his progress. Lowering his head, he said in his head that Hyunwoo was a complete failure, although before he had fallen to the clouds. Seeing how he was getting higher and higher, stepping on the clouds, Yishin said that he was now falling from them. He lay down on the rock and said that from that day on he had lost all hope, so it didn't matter to him whether Hyunwoo succeeded or not. Standing up, he looked at the place where Hyunwoo had just fallen again. Having climbed out of the pit, he angrily jumped on the spot, and Yishin asked himself why his brother relied on him. When suddenly Hyunwoo began to take off his clothes. Pants and flip-flops flew towards Yishin. Beads of sweat ran down the surprised Yishin's face. He's gone crazy, he screamed in his head. And at this time, Hyunwoo, wearing only his shorts, soared into the sky with a scream. Once above the cloud, he carefully tried to place his foot on it. How suddenly he managed to do it. Surprised, Hyunwoo said that it should work now. Then Hyunwoo remembered a scene from a martial arts novel that contained the answer. In that scene, the master stood in front of the girl, telling her that she would see him again when she lightened her body. Light body, said Hyunwoo. After that, the master left, leaving the student alone on the cliff. And then Hyunwoo said that this gave him a clue. After which he explained to himself in his head that when he remembered this scene and jumped, he discovered that in the clouds, in this imaginary space, physics almost does not operate. Looking excitedly at the cloud, he said in his head that if in this way he did not ride the cloud again, then his authority would be relieved. He remembered how during the fight with Chama he lightened his body with the basics that he taught him, after which he said that in the same way you can feel the touch of a cloud on your feet. Then he said that this is genuine Genshin art. Hyunwoo realized that the void step he tried was inferior. He stepped on a cloud with his bare foot. 10 seconds in 5 seconds. He pushed off from the cloud and jumped onto another. 20 seconds in 10 seconds. He walked along the cloud, trying to be careful. 40 seconds in 20 seconds. Slowly walking on the cloud, he said that he was beyond martial arts. 80 seconds in 40 seconds. Yishin looked at him with admiration and shouted that now he was really walking on air. Hyunwoo took another step, after which he stopped, looking confidently at the fact that he was now standing. And the cloud does not throw it off. Suddenly the clouds began to gather towards him. Finally, said a joyful Hyunwoo. Falling onto the clouds, he wearily said that this was a success. Having descended to the ground, Yishin stood in front of him, handing him clothes. Opening his statistics and putting on his clothes, he wondered if they weighed a lot, although he had been without them for quite a long time. Hyunwoo was shocked by what he saw. He looked at his statistics, and in the age column it was written 131 years. Remembering everything he had done, Hyunwoo desperately asked himself if he had really spent 10 years doing all this. Satisfied with the results, Yishin asked if Hangul was doing well. Turning away, he said that everything was fine, after which he asked about the somersault cloud. Yishin extended his hand to him, which contained the ring. This ring was the cloud of Wukong's somersault. Hyunwoo immediately asked why it took the shape of a ring. With a smile on his face, Yishin replied that he didn't know, adding that it just thickened and became that way after Henwu came down. Having put the ring on his finger, the main character ordered him to materialize. Immediately the ring turned into a large cloud that rose upward. Looking at it, he immediately ordered it to thicken. The cloud immediately thickened and fit like a ring onto Hyunwoo's finger. Folding his hands, Yishin asked him if he had gone. With a smile on his face, Hyunwoo turned to him, confirming his words. Taking the phone in his hand, Yishin turned to Hangwoo and said, "Then tell your brother something." The main character turned around in surprise. At this time in an amusement park in Mexico City, Myron and Narin staged a fierce fight, arguing among themselves. When suddenly they heard Henwoo's voice, they stopped and looked in his direction. The master stood in front of them, rubbing his nose. The brunette looked up in bewilderment when he heard an incomprehensible noise. Ahead was a view of a park with a high castle, a Ferris wheel and a hot air balloon. Hyunwoo took on a serious look, addressing two inspired students behind him, after which he began to shout and ask what he had just seen. The action takes place in a mountainous area where crooked coniferous trees grow, and a voice loudly clarifies about mastering the cloud somersault. Wukong threw up his hands in confusion when Hyunwoo reported that he was actually able to learn the technique. The brunette pointed at his interlocutor with a dissatisfied look, reminding him that he himself said to get the somersault cloud, to which the great divine sage replied that this was not necessary. Now the interlocutors, having learned new details from each other, cast puzzled glances. An alarmed Wukong, covered in beads of sweat, pointed at the guy and asked if Hyunwoo had explained to him how to get a cloud somersault. The main character arched his eyebrows in bewilderment, declaring that the mentor only asked to repeat the actions of his interlocutor. Wukong widened his eyes and fell into a stupor when the guy began to realize that there were other ways. The confused protagonist looked at his interlocutor with a stunned expression, his mouth open. While Wukong stood calmly with his hands folded to his chest, Hyunwoo suddenly became enraged, loudly indignant. Now the divine sage remembered how he spoke to Hyunwoo lying on the tree, but he did not listen to him. Then the brunette only raised his hand, blithely concluding that the main thing was to master the technique with the skills learned during practice. He then dropped his lower jaw in shock and screamed furiously as Wukong began to shake his head. Raising his index finger, the great divine sage reminded that the contract was to share his power. The brunette was very indignant, realizing that his interlocutor could simply share his karma all this time. After shouting something incomprehensible, Hyunwoo sighed tiredly and grabbed his head. After being asked what to do next, Wukong pointed to the cloud, informing them that they now needed to ascend. The main character raised his head in bewilderment, offering to use the labyrinth. Then Wukong asked in surprise how his interlocutor was going to use the learned technique in such a narrow space. After these words, the great divine sage concluded that they should go through the round passage. The action takes place on a platform flooded with sunshine, around which there are light-colored buildings. On one side was a dark silhouette watching the spear training. The tip hit the ground, making a characteristic sound. The man, who had finished the training, began to ask the hooded man standing behind him why he had come, to which he received an answer about the news. The subordinate, hiding his face, noted that the conversation would not be about the person in whom the interlocutor was interested. Looking up at the sky, the man with silver hair chuckled thoughtfully. His hand clenched tighter, holding the spear tightly. The warrior, bent at the knees, began to cross his legs in this position. Now a man with silver hair and a spear sat on a magically created chair opposite his subordinate. Forged gates were also formed from magical matter. Various things from magical pieces appeared in space, one of which was a table. With his hand extended, the man now wrapped his fingers around the created glass. A warrior with silver hair sat in an imposing pose on a chair, looking sideways while the magic continued to build objects. Now the man, holding a hot drink in his hand, looked at his interlocutor with a malicious expression on his face. A subordinate hidden by a dark hood reported that the Northern Heaven divine technique had been used. The silver-haired warrior cast a sly glance at his interlocutor, noting that quite a long time had passed since he ascended. Taking a sip of a hot drink, the man asked why he was wanted. The hooded subordinate replied that he needed help with something. There was a sign with hieroglyphs on the wall, and the warrior expressed his surprise. The man with silver hair noted that for the first time the interlocutor went beyond the commands of his superior master. Grinning, the warrior clarified what exactly was wrong. The hooded subordinate immediately made a request to kill the irregular of the 9th floor. The image of a furious Hyunwoo in a tracksuit popped into the man's head, and he asked again in surprise. Sitting on a chair with a hot drink, the warrior asked whether Achai was really killed, to which the subordinate replied that he was destroyed by the main character. Then the silver-haired man began to remember with a smile how the deceased young man said that he had become a celestial being, but remained only a candidate. Having finished speaking, the man lowered his hand, placing the mug on the table. He said with a grin that he refused to fulfill the request. The action takes place in a coniferous tree, where the guys discussed a passage that only conquerors can use. Raising his finger, Wukong said with a satisfied look that with his help he could reach the 12th floor in 1 day, but initially there was information about 5 days. When the divine sage explained everything, Hyunwoo happily clenched his hand into a fist because of such a short time. The brunette realized that now he no longer needs to train students Narin and Myron. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly realized something. Hyunwoo pointed to himself, asking how he could use the passage without being a conqueror. Then Wukong bowed his head, indicating that the guy had a pass. The brunette remembered the fight with Achai when his interlocutor mentioned it. The main character realized that we were talking about the power of the blue dragon, which can only be obtained by becoming a conqueror. The divine sage enthusiastically asked Hyunwoo if he would leave right now. Raising his head and pointing at the tape in the air, the guy stated that he must first fill the maze scale. The main character clenched his fist and said that it would be quick. Hyunwoo stated with a determined look that he wanted to see the face of the creator as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the square with the infrastructure created by magic, a subordinate asked why his interlocutor was refusing. Rising, the conqueror said that he did not want to use his power unnecessarily. While the warrior began to swing his spear, his subordinate silently watched him. The hooded man stood waiting. The subordinate said with a stern look that if the interlocutor copes with the task, he will receive an achievement. The silver-haired warrior froze in amazement upon hearing this. The man turned around with an inspired look, asking if it was true. After that, a sly smile spread across his face. The subordinate watched as his interlocutor disappeared, finally not asking him to forget about his promise. The hooded man said seriously that although the gentleman asked to release the irregular, he believed that he needed to be killed. Now the servant of the creator was thinking about the silver-haired warrior who received the title of the best in the world and used his own martial arts as a name. In the tower, there were many people using the nickname Northern Heaven Divine Technique, and there were also beings that had gone beyond human limits. The silver-haired warrior honing his berets art had much less accumulated karma than Acha. Thinking about the man, the minister hesitated. Shrouded in darkness, he sought a way to gain karma, and the subordinate asked the silver-haired warrior for a favor, so now there was nothing more to worry about. 3 days later, the guys wandered through the desert, and Hyunwoo clarified whether the place they needed was exactly here. After the advice of the divine sage, the guy took out the blind man's compass in the shape of a heart. After shaking, the artifact's eye flashed, spreading rays of light to the sides. A bright stream of light rose high into the sky. Raising his head, the main character looked up and wondered if he needed to rise up after the beam. When Hyunwoo stepped on the cloud, Wukong said that the path would appear if he squeezed the blue dragon ball in his hand. Now in the guy's outstretched hand there was a magical sphere with a scaly creature. Already standing on the cloud at the ready, Hyunwoo turned around, thinking that his students were definitely worried. He imagined how he said goodbye to Narin and Myron before leaving, and they asked in desperation to go with him. Rising sharply into the sky, Hyunwoo came to the conclusion that the matter would take no more than 5 days. While the main character flew higher and higher each time he rushed through the vortices in the air, the young man clutched a blue dragon ball in his hand, which began to emit electrical discharges. The zippers were so long that they reached Hyunwoo's foot. The brunette looked in bewilderment at the appearing magic squares, trying to understand what was happening. Now he was floating on a cloud in a long tunnel, and his partner said that through it he would get to the 12th floor of the tower. The main character raised his head with a determined look and, grinning maliciously, declared that he was ready. The action moves to the Guardian Guild building, located between skyscrapers, where the proposal was discussed. While Anya was reading the documents, casually stating that the head did not want to get involved with the modeling business, the guest with blue hair anxiously reported that no one else would provide such conditions. Holding the papers in her hands, the girl said that she did not have the authority to convince Hyunwoo. When a modeling business worker in the office asked Anya to hand over the documents to the head, she agreed. Now the brunette sat in a chair with a sweet look, saying goodbye to the visitor. Looking at the phone, Anya sighed tiredly. Searches related to the advanced player's style were displayed on the screen, and Anya noted Hyunwoo's increased popularity. The products of Addis Khalab, the head of the guild became the advertising model, have already occupied the first lines in search engines for 3 days. Even though the factory is fully operational, the products are quickly sold out, and there are also those who recreate the hunter's clothing for battle, so it is becoming more popular every hour. Wearily closing her eyes, Anya concluded that if the boss had not announced his refusal to cooperate with the modeling business, then many representatives would have continued to pester the girl. She looked at the mountain of documents in the office and began to sweat from tension, not understanding how to sort through all this rubble. Meanwhile, the main character was floating on a cloud through the tunnel, with a dissatisfied look, deciding that a day had already passed, but his partner reported that this was not the case. The brunette bared his teeth in irritation, asking why this path was even more boring than Yishin Disom, and then the interlocutor noted that they were almost there. The hunter began to rise on the cloud in amazement when he finally reached his destination. Stopping in front of the large gate, the main character asked if this was where he should go, and Wukong replied that he should bring the blue dragon ball to the door. The guy followed his partner's advice and extended his hand, squeezing the sphere with the scaly creature. Immediately after this, the doors began to open, and light came out of the resulting gap. The massive gate continued to swing open with a creak, and a bright flash flashed from it. Hyunwoo looked forward in amazement, his eyes wide. Watching the floating planets in the pink space, the brunette concluded that this was the 12th floor. The main character was floating on a cloud and looking at the wall with a thoughtful look. There were some strange inscriptions on it, and it was also strange that there were no windows in the room. Sticking out his tongue, Hyunwoo looked at the weapon in his hand with curiosity. After some thought, the guy hit the wall with a stick, destroying it, and his partner asked what he was doing. The main character carefully tied the bag with artifacts to the fixed weapon so that there would be no problems with using the source of evil. Now there was a black ribbon in Hyunwoo's palm, and the system via a notification clarified whether he wanted to use it in the Tower of Hatred. By clicking on the affirmative option on the screen, the guy warned his partner that he would be back soon. The action moves to the underground training ground of the Eren Guild. The head of the organization, along with the multi-tailed Kumiho, sat on the floor near the magic circle while she taught how to arrange the 5 elements. The fox incarnated by the girl raised her finger, declaring that it would be possible to use the technique in different ways, which surprised the interlocutor. The climber noted with a pleased look that there are many methods, but the most commonly used are containment or the secret of heaven. When Soyeon asked for clarification in more detail, Gumeho began to specifically talk about the first method with a magic circle. In the second case, they can look into the future with the help of yellow cards. Soyeon happily agreed when her interlocutor offered to show the second technique as a test. With her hands folded, Kumiho began to cast spells in an incomprehensible language, and a whirlwind arose around her. A bright ball of light flew up from the circle, leaving a trail. A powerful flash lit up the sky, spreading rays to the sides. Both girls raised their heads, watching in amazement as the Heaven's secret technique was activated. From the bright flash, many light balls floated through the air. The light increasingly filled the space with long rays. Kumiho and Soyeon opened their mouths slightly, wondering what was happening in the sky. As the light dissipated, leaving a pink trail in the air, a sign appeared announcing a great failure. The action moves to a place where the main character is floating on a cloud near a collapsing tower. While the building was flying apart piece by piece, Hyunwoo wondered what was going on. The brunette looked up in bewilderment, watching the process. The guy was greatly taken aback when a huge ship began to form from the ruins of the tower in front of him. The main character looked at the wooden wall of the ship. Having discovered the passage, Hyunwoo wondered if they really wanted him to go through it. The guy stepped on the wooden floor with his slippers, finding himself inside the ship. Hyunwoo looked in surprise at the space in which many spheres were flying. The floating balls reflected magnificent landscapes. The main character was welcomed aboard the Ark while he carefully examined the views. The brunette turned around in bewilderment, feeling a presence behind him. Behind him stood the blonde creator, who good-naturedly noted that the guest had arrived earlier than expected. The men stood in a wooden room opposite each other, discussing whether the Ark was a ship containing human civilization before the destruction of the world by flood. Stretching his hand forward, the creator explained that Hyunwoo is now in the Ark Noah, which stores everything connected to the tower. The blonde man decided to formally introduce himself, giving his name and saying that he was the owner of this place. Hyunwoo asked Noah in bewilderment if he really was the creator. He confirmed the guest's guess with a smile. Noah also answered with an awkward look that it was he who made the training tower and locked the main character in it for 12 years. The blonde was taken aback, not understanding his guest's reaction. Hyunwoo furiously clenched his fist so hard that his veins popped out. After that, the brunette with an evil grin swung his hand with activated magical energy, wanting to hit the person who imprisoned him in the tower. A loud impact sound came from the huge wooden ship. The creator, in a panic, put out his palms with activated magic circles, shouting that he and the guy were not enemies, and he loudly answered that he knew it. The blonde wondered why he was being attacked in this case. Unenraged, Hyunwoo waved his fists furiously, declaring that the man himself knew it. The magical barrier created with the help of the circle suddenly shattered with a loud ringing sound. Noah looked in fear as the guy clutched his jacket with his hand. The brunette with a malicious look raised his free fist, declaring that he would not kill. Inside the Ark were barrels with many scrolls, and Noah called Hyunwoo cruel. A lump grew on the blonde head from the blow, with smoke emanating from it. The main character looked at the beaten interlocutor with bruises, grinning angrily and declaring that he himself was to blame. Sitting down on the boxes, Hyunwoo with a good-natured look asked to tell him the information while the man scratched his sore head. The brunette folded his hands, threateningly demanding to give him the truth, to which the saddened creator called him impudent. The blonde man with a bump on his head looked at his interlocutor with shock when he replied that he was no better. Hyunwoo accused Noah of depriving him of worldly joys and locking him for 12 years in a tower with respawning monsters. The main character clenched his fist tightly, wanting to strike another blow to his interlocutor when he stated that these actions were necessary. Then the brunette furiously demanded that the whole truth be told without delay. Noah was not surprised when the irritated Hyunwoo wanted to know the reason why he was in the tower in the first place. Taking on a thoughtful look, the creator concluded that in order to answer, it was necessary to explain the situation as a whole. Raising his finger, the blonde joyfully called his interlocutor the most persistent. The main character, covered with drops of sweat, was in complete bewilderment from these words. Extending his hand, Noach enthusiastically offered to tell us about everything in more detail. He explained that each floor of the tower has its own characteristics with the circulation of death, birth, and rebirth, and the ninth is responsible for regression. But due to the fact that his point was destroyed by the Ascendant, the hidden floor is now in the process of the 21st regression. Hyunwoo's sweat dropped in shock, realizing that this also applied to him. Closing his eyes, the creator admitted with a pleased look that the actions demonstrated by the main character earlier forced him to make such a choice. Noah explained to his interlocutor that the 6th regression was underway at that time, and he was just an ordinary hunter, slightly stronger than the others. The man noted that Hyunwoo, unlike the others, was at a disadvantage due to the lack of a unique ability. However, the guy attacked one of the furious ascendants. As a result of a powerful battle, the fierce brunette won, killing the enemy, which was extremely surprising. The main reason was that Hyunwoo had distorted the fate of the 9th floor. The creator explained that the tower was originally intended to test ascendants, so each had its own level of difficulty, and the 9th was designed in such a way that only ascendants, starting from the middle rank, could cope with it. The main character prevented the destruction of a level that was doomed to this. Hyunwoo sat on the box and listened in bewilderment to Noah's story, who stated that after this he became even more confident. The blonde, folding his arms, joyfully explained that there was no doubt that the young man would be able to change the tower. The brunette began to sweat from tension, asking if this was why he was locked in the tower with monsters, and the interlocutor corrected, noting that it was because of his actions. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, Noach said that he remembered the 12th regression most of all. At that time, the main character lost his arm because of the Ascendant. At the same time, Hyunwoo lost all his comrades. Immediately after this, the guy prepared and then led the enemy to a nuclear power plant when the world was on the verge of destruction. Squeezing his hand, Hyunwoo released the debuff artifact with a malicious grin and blew himself up. When Noah began dreamily thinking about other regressions, the brunette asked him to be more concise. Then the creator, with a serious look, said that imprisonment in the tower was to build up strength because nothing could be changed with persistence alone. Hyunwoo raised an eyebrow in confusion, questioning how it was possible to become stronger if monster levels had a limit. Noah responded to this by saying that in the tower improvement occurs through recognition of strength through achievements, but this only happens in the training tower. The creator presented a strong brunette, rejoicing in his victories, and said that karma accumulates faster in this place. If Hyunwoo fought the monsters and won, then due to the event location, the in-game experience points would double. The main character cast a curious glance at his interlocutor, asking about the mentioned change in the tower. The creator stated that the location is currently being misused. He raised his palm with his fingers spread, mentioning the combined powers of 5 people to create the tower. The first was the designer who first came up with the idea of the tower and designed it. Then came the engineer, who created a system for this place that became the basis. The one who provided the plan for building the tower was the adjuster. The creator, in turn, became the one who created this place, taking advantage of the formed system. At the very end stood the adder, who regulates the perfectly created tower, and based on the powers of 5 people, Hyunwoo's place of life was created. Thinking, the brunette suggested that someone from this team had betrayed the others. Noah noted his interlocutor's insight, explaining that the problems began when the adjuster, engineer, and designer changed their thoughts. Once the tower was completed, the trio stole the adder's abilities and then attempted to kill creator Noah. The blonde admitted that he was barely able to hide using force and hoped that the second loyal man did the same. The narrator continued the story, saying that after these events, the adjuster, engineer, and designer began to use the creation to satisfy their own greed. Noah threw a piercing look at his interlocutor, confirming what was said above. After that, the man took on a thoughtful look, which made Hyunwoo perplexed. The brunette raised his eyebrows in shock when the creator announced that things were bad. Noah informed that the armed conqueror was descending to the 9th floor. The warrior with silver hair looked sideways in bewilderment until he was unable to detect the energy. People stood below, their mouths open in amazement, and took pictures of the man, and he was thinking about specially hiding his aura. A policeman arrived at the scene in a car, with a menacing look, demanding with a megaphone that the man get down. The warrior with silver hair took on a gloomy look, deciding to deal not only with the irregular, because he had no choice. The man suddenly drew his sword to strike. Huge crystals began to grow from the ground, growing high into the air. The ice froze the onlookers, who stood in surprise with their phones and filmed the warrior. Also shackled was an angry policeman with a megaphone, furiously demanding the man to come down. The nearby buildings were also now completely under layers of ice. The warrior swung his blade furiously, leaving a trail of the blade in the air. The next moment, all the crystals were destroyed by a strong blow, and pieces of ice flew to the sides along with the rising dust. The silver-haired ascendant watched the chaos created with a cunning look, wanting to summon Hyunwoo in this way. Events are transferred to the main building of the Eren Guild. Gumiho sat at the table and watched the news on the computer with Soyeon. The live broadcast was broadcast directly in Italy. The buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. Some falcons turned into ice. Gumiho and Soyeon became worried. The fox said that the best option would be not to collide with the climber. Hearing her, Soyeon asked how bad it was. A drop of sweat ran down Soyeon's face when Gumiho said that they would die with just one look. Imagining the heavenly demon and the goddess of chaos behind Gumiho's back, Soyeon was amazed that a girl equal to them would say such words. Looking at the formed ice crystals, Gumiho called it unusual, because magic was used to form ice of such a scale, so it should be at least a little visible. Looking more closely at the ice crystals, the girl could not see the emanation of magic. The girl sat motionless looking at the screen and assumed that this ice was created using natural force. Events moved to Florence, where ice crystals formed. Myron was trying to catch her breath after the intense battle, while their enemy told them that he saw them a couple of times when he climbed the tower. Naren, holding the book in her hand, sweated heavily and frowned, looking at the enemy. Beihai stood at the tip of the column of ice he created, looking at the successors below. The goddess clenched her teeth, cursing internally and not understanding what kind of enemy they had encountered. She began to remember the entire fight, starting with her downward kick attack. Ice formed in a matter of moments. Her pupils shrank as she saw her opponent's attack. She jumped back sharply when Naren, who was standing behind her, shouted an order to stand. But suddenly Naren's book began to turn into ice, frightening her greatly. The magic itself turned into ice. Beihai threw his spear over his shoulder and scratched his chin, saying that he was surprised that on the 9th floor there were already 2 heiresses with such strength. Myron clenched her teeth tighter, looking angrily at her enemy. Naren frowned when she heard Beihai ask them if it was all because of the irregular. The antagonist's lips stretched into a smile, after which he said that he would like to test them, but unfortunately, he does not have time. Taking his spear more comfortably, Beihai suggested finishing it quickly. Myron screamed sharply, warning her partner of the attack from below. Then she sharply turned her head and looked down. Myron jumped back instantly, escaping the ice crystals that had formed under her. The girl clenched her teeth, not understanding where her enemy had disappeared, while Beihai himself had already moved behind the girl and was swinging his sword. Feeling threatened, Myron turned around and screamed when she saw the spear approaching. At this time, the light beam was moving in turbulence. The protagonist shouted, asking how long they had left until the 9th floor. Hyunwoo clenched his teeth, swearing and not understanding why this happened precisely when he was not there. The protagonist took out the blue dragon ball when he was told that they were almost there and he should get the ball. A bright glow appeared right in front of the protagonist. A bright ray of light flashed over the desert at the same time. Someone told Hyunwoo that there were no more than 10 minutes left from here to the north. Soon, Hyunwoo began to fly over the sea at great speed. A moment later, he found himself in Italy above the ruins of the city. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the devastation. Narin lay unconscious in the middle of the ruins, and Beihai held Myron by the throat and tormented her. Seeing the body without the conscious Narin, the protagonist could not say a word. While Marin's body was trembling from pain and lack of air, she pitifully called for her master. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth and became furious when he saw this, then called out to Beihai. Beihai glanced at the swearing Hyunwoo while continuing to hold the girl by the throat. The protagonist instantly landed right on the enemy and created a powerful explosion that caused all the fragments to fly apart. The climber threw his spear over his shoulder and was a little surprised. The protagonist, who snatched Myron from the villain's hand, held her unconscious body in his arms. Approaching Hyunwoo, who was standing with his back to him, Beihai called out to him, calling him an irregular. Enraged, Hyunwoo turned around sharply, looking at his enemy. Continuing to approach the protagonist, Beihai expressed his surprise by saying that he had not felt any energy just recently, but he appeared in an instant. Holding his spear behind his head and with both hands, Beihai said that as he thought, the successors were related to the irregulars. The protagonist tilted his head a little and asked Noah if he could move the students on a cloud. Hearing his agreement, Hyunwoo turned around and looked at his enemy. The cloud formed under Narin's body. A moment later, the cloud approached Marin. Having grabbed both of them, the cloud flew away and the protagonist remained standing in place. Beihai raised his head looking at the cloud and told Hyunwoo that he used an unusual thing. Veins began to appear on the protagonist's clenched fist, and his aura involuntarily began to be released. An aura flared up around Hyunwoo's body, enveloping him completely. Scratching his nose, Beihai smiled, calling the protagonist's magic good. But a moment later, the antagonist stopped becoming serious, looking at Hyunwoo. Looking at his magic being released from his body, he couldn't believe that a person like him could defeat Achai. Seeing the enemy's doubts, Hyunwoo, shrouded in an aura, told him not to think about anything. Beihai opened his eyes wide and was surprised to hear the protagonist's words. Clouds began to cover the entire sky, and red arcs of lightning spread across the clouds. The protagonist's equipment completely changed when lightning struck directly at him. Black armor decorated with golden patterns appeared on his body. Beihai screamed in shock when he saw the protagonist's transformation. The angry Hyunwoo instantly found himself in front of the enemy and was already striking him in the face, shouting to him that it was too early to be surprised. Gritting his teeth and frowning, Beihai barely managed to dodge the blow. A moment later, the protagonist jumped back, dodging a counterattack with Beihai's spear. Hyunwoo jumped into the air and swung his staff. Suddenly, ice crystals formed above the protagonist's body and instantly approached his body. A powerful explosion occurred right in front of Beihai. The antagonist smiled, saying that in fact the protagonist was nothing of himself. The dust and smoke raised by the explosion began to slowly dissipate. When the smoke almost completely cleared, Beihai saw a red wing of energy. Hyunwoo, who had wings formed on his back along with a sphere of dark energy, hovered right in front of his opponent. Within a second, an angry Hyunwoo approached Beihai, frightening him. Hyunwoo's fist touched Beihai, emitting a powerful aura. A moment later, the protagonist's fist suddenly released an aura and threw Beihai's body back. This was the result of using a skill, extreme zero-distance killing. Beihai crashed into the ground and ledges, crushing rocks and soil in its path. The staff in the protagonist's hand glowed brightly and began to grow larger as he commanded Rudy to grow larger. Seeing the approaching staff, Beihai clenched his teeth in fear. He was able to dodge, missing the huge staff centimeters from his body. Hyunwoo raised his head and looked up, asking Beihai, who had jumped back, where he was going. Within a couple of seconds, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, dealt many blows with his staff. Beihai became serious and began to block all of the protagonist's attacks. The explosion that occurred due to the collision caused the earth to shatter and fly apart, turning into falcons. Beihai clenched his teeth, barely holding back the protagonist's fist with his spear. Hyunwoo smiled, asking his enemy if he thought the staff would be of no use. Beihai's face contorted in a grimace of pain when the protagonist's staff hit him directly in the body. Red arcs of lightning sparkled near the protagonist's body as he smiled at his opponent. Hyunwoo released a huge amount of magic, forming two formations behind his back. But a moment later, Hyunwoo's eyes widened in shock. His mandala began to become covered with ice. Beihai frowned and began to smile, saying that it was not surprising that Achai was destroyed. The protagonist got angry and then listened with a frown as Beihai told him that since he was able to resist him so much, he would still tell who he was. Each step of the antagonist began to freeze the ground under his feet while he introduced himself as the first head of the Beihai Ice Palace clan, and a legend that lasted alone for a time close to eternity. Hyunwoo, whose arm and legs began to become covered with ice, mentally cursed as he realized that the lightning had no effect. With his hands behind his back along with his spear, Beihai began to approach the protagonist, freezing everything in his path and saying that his nickname sounded like the ice soul of 10,000 years. At this time, Noah, sitting in his room, thought and began to worry. Imagining a huge azure dragon, Noah mentally said that they did not know what ability the hunter had it, but the legendary creature worried him more. Noah frowned, looking at the sphere, telling himself that he had spent all his strength on keeping Henwoo in the tower and could not help now. Looking at the many scrolls, Noah remembered the many artifacts he had given to the protagonist. They were supposed to help him escape. At this time, Hyunwoo screamed and with a sharp burst of magic destroyed all the ice on his body. The protagonist looked at his armor and was amazed at the ability to break ice with lightning that came from his body. Beihai was also amazed. Next, Henwoo gritted his teeth and looked at the enemy, mentally telling himself that fortunately, his armor, due to the karma of a great sage equal to heaven, does not freeze, thanks to which he can at least restore his movements. The protagonist's armor emitted a faint golden glow, then he realized that although they compensated for the damage due to lightning, there was still minimal damage. Frowning, Beihai took the spear with one hand and said that he had seen enough of the protagonist's strength and it was time for him to finish. Beihai suddenly rushed straight at the protagonist, turning everything in his path into ice. Henwoo barely blocked the enemy's spear with his staff. His hand trembled from the force of Beihai's blow. Hyunwoo screamed sharply and jumped away, using the heavenly sound to create a small explosion. A moment later, Henwoo ordered the staff to grow and it turned into a huge pillar right in front of Beihai. Returning the staff to its normal state, Kenwoo asked Noah what kind of karma his opponent had, to which he replied that he himself did not know. Hearing this, Hyunwoo became enraged and shouted furiously, cursing him. Beihai, with a smile on his face, appeared right behind Henwoo and, raising his spear, asked how long he wanted to live using these tricks. The frightened protagonist turned around sharply. At the last second, Henwoo managed to put his staff in front of him and block Beihai's attack. Hyunwoo flew off the edge of the cliff due to the force of the blow. Beihai landed in the crevice after the protagonist kicked up dust with his landing. Looking at Henwoo, who had fallen to one knee, Beihai praised him for his resilience, hearing which Henwoo cursed, sending the enemy away from him. Throwing his spear behind his head, Beihai began to approach, telling the protagonist that these were rather impudent words, but he only looked rather alarmed. Wiping beads of sweat from his chin, Hyunwoo smiled and said that it wasn't that bad. Beihai closed his eyes and smiled and asked Henwoo if this would suit him. A moment later, as soon as he raised his hand, ice crystals formed in the air. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide in shock. Ice crystals rushed straight at the protagonist. Hyunwoo jumped back, dodging all the crystals. Beihai suddenly appeared next to Henwoo and attacked with his spear, gloating at him. Henwoo was barely able to dodge, gritting his teeth due to anger. The edges of his armor began to turn to ice. His enemy looked at him with a smirk on his face. Hyunwoo tensed when he saw the spear coming towards him. The protagonist shouted sharply using a celestial sound. Suddenly there was an explosion of energy that destroyed all the ice around him. Beihai was shocked and opened his mouth out of fear. Henwoo's hand tightly grasped his spear, stopping the attack. Beihai asked the grinning guy opposite him how he was able to do this. Beihai's whole body trembled, but he himself was in horror looking at his spear. A huge hand of energy began to form near Henwoo while he was telling Beihai that if he didn't want to die, he should have tried to defend himself. Gritting his teeth, the enraged Hyunwoo raised his fist to strike. The powerful stream of magic created by Henwoo's fist and his projection hit Beihai directly. An explosion of unprecedented power occurred after the protagonist's blow, covering almost the entire battlefield. He peered intensely into the distance, listening to strange sounds. His eyes widened in surprise. Dark silhouettes of birds could be seen in the sky. The spirit said that he did not want to show him this side of himself. There were many birds behind the creature in the plague doctor's armor. He said that Hyunwoo forced him to change his image. He looked at him intently with blue eyes. He opened his mouth and asked his opponent if this was his second karma. He waved his spear and said that he understood everything correctly. This is the karma of the Plague Lord. He covered himself with his hands to protect himself from the birds' attacks. The conqueror said that he surprised him because he thought that the first karma would be enough to kill him. His armor began to become covered with ice. The spirit said that now he had no chance. He turned away and said that he had to go because the guy would become food for crows. He turned around and looked at his opponent in confusion. He looked at the guys surrounded by birds. He smiled and thanked him for revealing the information. He put his hand on the ice crust and with a smile called his opponent a fool. Chains flashed in the air. His hand with the spear was cuffed. He looked irritably at the handcuffs on his hand, not understanding what was happening. His legs were also shackled. He approached the immobilized enemy and said that it was a printing device. A glowing black circle appeared behind him. The chains reached towards the portal. There was a collar around his neck. He looked at Manhwa with hatred and cursed him. He smiled and said goodbye to his enemy. He extended his hand, resisting the force that was sucking him in. The portal has closed. He measured the birds began to melt. It began to rain. He raised his head, exposing his face to the drops. He looked at the object lying in his palm. The system window said that the creator's containment device was capable of imprisoning an enemy in a confined space. There were 119 hours and 59 minutes left before the prisoner was released. He sat down on the ground and cursed as the armor began to disappear. He winced, rubbed his shoulder and said that the borrowed karma would come back in the form of muscle pain. He looked at the timing on the system window and guessed that the ice crystals would collapse in almost 5 days. He remembered how the creator gave him the artifacts and thought that thanks to this he could fight calmly, and yet he was close to losing. He remembered the plague lords and thought that he had dealt with the ice crystals, but it was impossible to defeat this karma. He squeezed the object in his palm and thought that he had completed his main task and found out what this enemy was. He looked at the blue sky and remembered a phrase that said that if you know yourself and your opponent, you will become invincible. The building of the Florence State Hospital was visible against the background of the sunset sky. Myron lay on the pillow with her eyes closed. She moaned softly and slowly opened her eyes. She jumped up sharply on the bed, and the servant sitting on his knees next to her asked if she had finally come to her senses. She opened her mouth and asked him to explain what had happened. The servant bowed and began the story. She looked at the vent and told him he could go. She sat on the bed and thought about what happened to the climber. The goddess of chaos standing at the screen replied that she knew nothing except that Hyunwoo had appeared and engaged in battle with the enemy. She scratched her face thoughtfully and said that she felt their magic in the middle of the battle, but then something happened. She thought about the flash and explained that at some point she felt that the conqueror's magic had moved somewhere. She clutched the edge of the blanket in her hands when the goddess advised her to ask the teacher about everything. She remembered how the goddess kicked, remembered the enemy's ice attacks, and thought that she was useless in that battle. She clenched her trembling fingers into fists and told herself not to lose heart because the enemy was not of her level. The goddess smiled insidiously and turned to her. Her eyes widened in surprise when the former ascendant asked if she wanted to have even more power. She opened her eyes. She was floating in the middle of an empty dark space. Naren thought she was sleeping. She looked at her palm and decided that she definitely remembered the battle. She remembered how she held the book in her hands. The magic turned into ice, which caused all attacks to be nullified, and then she lost consciousness after a direct hit. She opened her mouth and asked herself if this was really death. She imagined what a wonderful love story she could have had with Hyunwoo. She thought sadly that she had not yet met him properly. She could not believe that she had really died. A book with a brown cover appeared in front of her. It said that everything was fine with her, Naren assumed. That in front of her is an ancient Mason book. She looked at the object in confusion. When he said that she was mistaken, she asked him who it was. The translucent book replied that it was a book of the language of spirits. She pointed at the object with her finger. The book said that she was a little mistaken because she transferred the power of the spirit language to Mason. She frowned and asked if Mason wasn't the master. The book replied that he was a mere mortal whom she had awarded with power. She looked again at the book with a brown cover. The item said that his abilities were much stronger than Mason's. The girl and the book hovered opposite each other. Naren asked if she had died. It replied that she was in the inner world. She was lying in bed. The book explained that it was all a dream. Naren asked why she was here. She remembered the battle and how she fell to the ground. The book said that it seemed to her that it would be more useful than Mason, but her understanding of power is very narrow. She looked at the book and asked what understanding of power meant. It replied that it had come here to fix everything. Her eyes widened in surprise when the item said that she could become the owner of the ancient book. Hyunwoo, who was in Noah's Ark, winced in pain. The creator noticed that it seemed that he had not yet fully recovered. He looked at the guy leaning his elbow on the beam and said that, judging by his story, the conqueror is a mythical body. The main character asked what it was. He introduced the blue dragon and the warrior and explained that mythical bodies are creatures that naturally develop intelligence in myths and folk beliefs. The conqueror was superior in strength to the previous rival. He put his hands behind his head, looked at his interlocutor with interest, and assumed that since he called him right after the battle, he had some kind of solution. He closed his eyes, raised the glass to his face, and said that it was exactly like that. Hyunwoo, who was warming up, looked at him in bewilderment. He pointed his finger at him and said that the main character should receive karma equal in rank to the conqueror. He sat on the box and asked if he needed to erase the karma with the help of another karma. The creator answered in the affirmative and said that now he was at a disadvantage. He presented different swords and explained that if we draw a parallel with the game, then Hyunwoo and the conqueror differ in rank, not experience. He crossed his arms over his chest and uttered an insult against geniuses. He closed his eyes, shook his head disapprovingly and said that it was not for him to judge. He looked at him, opened his mouth and said that in order to defeat the conqueror he needed to take possession of similar karma. He looked at the barrels of scrolls and asked if the creator really thought that everything was that simple. He replied that the blue dragon karma was not an ordinary decoration. He looked questioningly at something. He looked at the glowing ball in his hand in surprise and asked how it got here. The creator replied that she allowed it to pass. The system window appears. There was a dragon in the ball. The system window said that this was a gem that stored the karma of a blue dragon. Most of the information was inaccessible. Henwu doubtfully asked if this item could be used. The creator replied that he had nothing to fear because he created it. He looked questioningly at his interlocutor. He explained with a smile that since he was not only the creator of the tower, but also of devices that compress karma. A magic symbol appeared above his palm. He asked the guy to wait a little while he unlocked it. He spread his hands to the side. Several symbols appeared next to him. Hyunwoo watched with interest what was happening. Glowing circles with strange symbols appeared next to the ball. The seals began to break. Watching what was happening, he opened his mouth and asked if the essence mattered. Since karma can be compensated with the help of another karma with the same rank, he introduced 2 tigers and said that all abilities have an essence. He remembered the ice-covered mandala and said that the essence of the conqueror is the area of freezing, and he has a lightning strike. The creator agreed with him. He held out his palm with the ball and said that he only had blue dragon karma. A flash appeared. The karma ball hovered above his palm and glowed. He showed him the ball and said that everything was ready. He looked blankly at the object lying in his palm. The creator explained with a satisfied look that the preparation for the accumulation of karma was completed. He brought the glowing ball to his face. There was a dragon inside him. The creator said that everything further depended on him. He looked at the object with concern and asked what should be done now. He wrapped his fingers around the wrist of his other hand and said that the first option was to get the beast's confession. He thought about the blue dragon and said that the second option was to defeat it in battle. It was raining inside the ball. The creator thought that Hyunwoo had left in the end. He stood next to the floating ball and thought that the current blue dragon only had a spiritual body left, which means there are 3 ways to obtain karma. He looked thoughtfully at the ball and said to himself that the time and amount of available power was different for each method. Hyunwoo stood under the raindrops. The creator thought that they only had 3 days, but he was not sure whether the main character would cope in this time. He raised his head and looked up. He hovered on a cloud next to the dragon. The creature called him mortal. He was surprised at such treatment. He imagined the last battle when the dragon asked if he didn't fight the one who used his karma. He opened the guy and said that he saw him then with the monkey karma. He waved his weapon irritably. The staff said that he was not a monkey, but Sun Wukong, a great divine sage. The dragon looked at the staff and asked if it was there. It answered yes. The dragon smiled and asked if this was not his origin. The staff replied that he did not know, but he was definitely not a monkey. He looked up in surprise and asked if they really knew each other. The dragon replied that they were old enemies. Lightning struck the ground. The staff said that the dragon himself was to blame for everything, but he replied that he asked him not to listen to the Jade Lord. He rubbed the back of his head, winced in displeasure, and asked them to stop quarreling because they were giving him a headache. He looked at the raindrops with hostility and asked if something could be done about it. Continuing to float on the cloud, he explained that because of the rain nothing was visible. The dragon asked why he should see something. The dragon looked sideways at him disapprovingly and said that he would fight now anyway. Hyunwoo was surprised by his words because he had not said anything about it. He opened his mouth and said that most likely Hyunwoo came for his karma. He looked at the guy floating on the cloud and asked what he was going to do. Hyunwoo did not understand the question. The dragon explained that there are different types of combat. He approached the guy, bared his teeth and asked if he could follow his path. He threw the staff over his shoulders and said that most likely there was no time for this. The dragon replied that in that case they had 2 options left. 2 dark silhouettes were visible among the clouds. The dragon said that he could capture his karma or gain recognition. The main character asked what the difference was. Next to the huge dragon, Henwu looked very small. The creature said that with the help of a capture you can only get an achievement for crushing a blue dragon, which was less than half of its strength. The guy asked about the second option. He thought about the dragon imprisoned in the ball. The creature said that he could receive recognition of karma, but the ability to control it would depend on Henwu himself. He lowered his staff, smiled, said that the choice here was obvious and asked how to get recognition. The dragon looked at him slyly and said that there was nothing difficult in this, you just need to fight him. He flew up to the guy standing on the cloud from the other side and said that the only condition was that he must fight on his own, without any outside help. He looked at the stones in the rain and asked if this meant that no items could be used. The dragon said that it could be said that way. He smiled and threw the staff away. The weapon fell to the ground. Hyunwoo said that he could easily cope without it. He grinned and said that all he had to do was just win. The dragon's face was opposite him. The creature said that it accepted his decision, but in the current situation it would be difficult to do. He looked at him incredulously, opened his mouth and asked if he and Wukong didn't have the same rank. Wriggling his body, the dragon replied that he was superior in strength. Wukong told him to stop showing off. The dragon's face again appeared opposite the guy floating on the cloud. Henwu said that he had defeated Wukong. The creature asked if it was in the tower. He confirmed. He introduced the guy with the staff. The dragon said that, unfortunately, he did not crush a real monkey because the energy emanating from him, which he felt, was only half of the original one. He looked at him dumbfounded, opened his mouth and asked if this was so. The staff said that he knew nothing, but told him that his power was not complete. Lightning struck. The dragon said that even though there was a spiritual body in front of him, his karma was intact, so it was unlikely that Henwu would be able to defeat him. Lightning flashed behind Henwu. He looked questioningly at the dragon, who suggested him what to do. He bared his teeth and said that the guy would need to withstand his attacks for 5 minutes. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the dragon incredulously and asked if this was all that was required of him. He opened his mouth and said that the countdown would begin as soon as the main character began to act. He grinned and said that it sounded easy and warned the dragon not to change the terms of their deal. He frowned at the guy with yellow eyes, said that he was too self-confident and told him to attack. He smiled. He jumped. A black circle appeared behind him as he used the lightning spirit holy attack. He was bound with many chains. The chains were covered with ice. The ice is cracked. He frowned in irritation and thought he had walked into the perfect trap. He looked irritably at the chains, thinking that not only that they could not be broken, I still don't have the opportunity to use my abilities normally. His hands were cuffed behind his back. He looked at the countdown. His face was distorted with anger. He thought that he would soon get out and then Hyunwoo would be in trouble. Watching the battle through the magic ball, the man saw lightning and realized that it would be more difficult than he expected. Creator Noah's eyebrows arched as he watched in alarm as lightning bolts came out of the cloud one after another, thinking that the blue dragon's karma was supposed to be defective, but it was about 90%, even close to perfect. He presented a karma compression device in which magical seals surrounded the sphere. It could not contain even half the power. Imagining the images of the 3 heroes, the man wondered in surprise whether they really managed to do this. He pursed his eyebrows, watching the guy run away through the ball, thinking that this was great luck since almost all the karma was there. Henwu frowned and shouted with displeasure, but the creator Noah understood that he was capable of gaining much greater power. A strong bolt of lightning pierced his body, briefly knocking him off his feet, creating a bright flash. He heard words that his ardor, which was at the beginning, was completely corrected. The hero bared his teeth with displeasure, calling what was happening a scam. The voice asked what it was about, to which the guy spoke displeasedly about lightning. The heavy rain did not stop. The dragon's eyebrows furrowed as he turned to Hyunwoo, asking if the boy thought that getting his confession would not be easy. Standing below, he looked up menacingly, thinking that this was not at all like the fight against Yeonwoo-cha. The guy remembered the image of Wukong, thinking that he had borrowed strength from him that time, and felt normal even when it flew over him several times. Hyunwoo's brows were furrowed, a bead of sweat dripping from his face. He realized that the blue dragon's lightning was so strong that one blow could cause you to lose consciousness, and more importantly, they were invisible. Lightning pierced the screaming hero with renewed force, illuminating the battlefield with light. The dragon smiled, saying that he was glad that the guy was still holding on, because others died without realizing that they had been hit by lightning. He asked if the hero was surrendering, but Hyunwoo frowned and loudly shouted that he would not wait for this. The blue dragon's gaze became more cunning as he was about to strike again. The main character screamed loudly after being hit by lightning. He bared his teeth, raising his fist to his chest, thinking that he needed to get out first and then think. The guy quickly turned around and ran away from the bright flashes of lightning. Wukong turned displeased to the dragon, calling him a snake. Without turning his gaze, he asked what he needed. The guy watching this through the screen asked what he was up to, why he was going to transfer his karma. Watching Henwu run away, the dragon asked if he was really interested in this. Wukong furrowed his eyebrows and folded his arms over his chest, saying that it was obvious. He did not understand why the dragon would do this voluntarily. His body was visible among the impenetrable rain. He said that he was doing this because the guy was with Hyunwoo. He was surprised by this answer. Wukong raised his head in surprise, frowning his eyebrows. He listened to the dragon's words that of those he knew, the guy was the only one who tried to return the stolen mana. Looking at the main character, leaning on his knees with his hands to catch his breath, he continued to say that since someone like Wukong lent him his karma, it means he saw something in him. The guy frowned and pursed his lips as he listened to these words. The blue dragon was saying that he was going to take the chance that Wukong thought of. The dragon's gaze became more cunning, and its mouth opened slightly. Hyunwoo looked up at the sky, watching the flying creature. He bared his teeth furiously, cursing to himself. The hero watched the blue dragon's writhing body high in the sky. The guy started to run, thinking that if he stepped into the airspace, he would be struck by lightning. He thought that he could hold out for 5 minutes, dodging them, but in fact he was not able to hold out for 30 seconds. Lightning struck right behind him, leaving behind a bright flash. He turned around, frowning with displeasure, noticing that the lightning had become slower. The guy looked displeased at the lightning that struck next to him. Looking at the bright flashes, he was convinced that, albeit just a little, they had indeed slowed down. Hyunwoo continued to run away from them, thinking that it was because he was used to them. The blue dragon smiled, realizing that the guy had begun to dodge. But, having assessed his movements, he was convinced that the guy began to see them, so he could protect himself from the blow. Hyunwoo smiled, arching his eyebrows, saying that he had cut through the chip. He looked up in surprise. Dozens of lightning bolts flew towards him. The clouds were thickening in the sky. The guy watched this from his hiding place, not understanding what was happening. The blue dragon smiled, calling it a full course. The dragon flying in the sky said that the hero would not receive recognition simply because he learned to dodge lightning. Hyunwoo cried out in displeasure, saying that this should have been said from the very beginning. The dragon said that then the guy could not hold out for even 30 seconds. The hero looked away, saying that, obviously, there were reasons why Wukong did not like this creature. Wriggling in the air, the blue dragon said that if a guy is not satisfied with something, then he can leave, but the hero was not going to do this. Bright lightning pierced his body again. This caused Hyunwoo to rise into the air. Her blow became stronger. 2 minutes and 28 seconds passed. The main character's body was pierced by lightning. He screamed loudly. The dragon looking at him asked if they would continue. Because this was already the 132nd time in a row, the main character dropped to his knee, unable to stand. Hyunwoo's eyebrows arched as he thought about how he couldn't avoid the 2 or 3 lightning bolts that struck after 2 minutes. He raised his hand to his face, thinking that maybe he should run back and forth in all 4 directions, as he had done recently. Leaning on his leg, the guy decided that this would not be the way to maintain body control and everything would only become more complicated. He opened his eyes wide, realizing that all that remained was to meet the dragon face to face. Hyunwoo jumped aside. This was the 150th time. A bright flash threw the hero back for the 198th time. With each attempt, the hero felt how he changed. For the 239th time he managed to control the lightning that struck him. He looked back with a smile at the flash behind him after the 242nd attempt. Lightning struck again from the dark cloud. She rushed to the head of the main character. His gaze was calm, his eyebrows furrowed. Hyunwoo raised his hand to take the blow. Several small lightning bolts appeared around his palm. He shook off his hand and smiled. The guy looked to the side, happy that he had finally succeeded. The blue dragon looked in surprise at the guy, who managed not only to reflect the lightning strike, but also to throw it aside. He watched the hero, saying that there were 580 evasions and 305 repelled blows. The guy's silhouette was reflected in the dragon's eyes. He thought that here he could be reborn endlessly, but the hero's comprehension skill was amazing. He remembered how he met the guy, thinking that he knew that this guy was an unusual person. Even from the time he met him who was destroyed, then the boy went beyond the ordinary. The dragon recalled how Hyunwoo managed to dodge lightning, thinking that he hardly accumulated wisdom over time, but rather self-discipline. Looking at the bright flash, the dragon realized that this could not explain such mana. He, wriggling, flew in the sky. The main character smiled slyly, looking at him, wondering what the dragon's source of power was. The Amugi looked at the hero from the air. His eyebrows furrowed. He understood everything. He remembered how the guy could barely stand under his blows. And then, raising his hand high, he managed to control the lightning. The dragon turned his attention to Hyunwoo's eyes. Lightning flashed brightly in the air. The Amugi noticed that there were no objections or complaints in them, as if he was focused on only one thing. The main character, baring his teeth, repelled lightning attacks. It was just incredible concentration. The guy's eyes looked straight at the dragon. He thought that perhaps right now his second was inside a stream of short moments. Lightning flashed in the reflection of the hero's eyes. A bright flash flashed from the dark clouds. Hyunwoo raised his hand to strike. With a sharp movement, he repelled the lightning attack. He opened his eyes wide and frowned. The hero's hand clenched into a fist. Thousands of bright flashes entered his hand. Hyunwoo knitted his eyebrows, looking forward. Lightning thundered in the sky. The rain suddenly stopped. The main character frowned and looked up in surprise. The Amugi descended closer to him. He was amazed that the guy managed to hold out for 300 seconds. The dragon raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that the test was passed. Hyunwoo widened his eyes in surprise, asking if this was the end. The blue dragon smiled, asking if the guy wanted more. The hero stood in front of him, asking if the dragon would give him any artifact or system window update. The Amugi looking at him asked if he was really interested in where and what karma manifests itself in, but he had already received it when the sky cleared. The guy looked up in surprise, arching his eyebrows, saying that he didn't feel anything. The blue dragon smiled slyly, noting that he had only gained the power of karma, but not the way to use it. Hyunwoo remembered Wukong's words that if his abilities are below a certain level, then his bonsal is useless. Moments of his numerous training sessions surfaced in the hero's memory. He looked at his hands, realizing that everything was the same as then. The Amugi smiled, saying that the hero, even if he knew supernatural power, would need a long time to master its control. The guy smiled, raising his head up, talking about what he would do from now on. But, interrupting him, the blue dragon approached him. He opened his eyes wide, saying that he would help the hero use his power correctly. Hyunwoo froze in place, beads of sweat dripping from his head. The Plague Lord was chained, but did not let go of his weapon. The time on the timer showed 5 minutes and 21 seconds. The stones to which the chains were attached gradually disappeared. They themselves also fell apart. A smile appeared on the man's face. He understood that time was slowly coming to an end. The shackles on his legs disappeared. He said that although he found himself in this situation because of one little man, he would soon be out of here. The time was approaching 2 seconds. The man was wondering whether to first take away his power and then torture him to death, or finish him off at once. The countdown on the timer has ended. The gate opened in front of him. He thought that he could do something else. The main character raised his hand, waving at him. He smiled, asking if the man had a good rest. The conqueror looked at him in surprise. Hyunwoo smiled slyly, mockingly asking if he had become mute during the resort. The Plague Lord held a weapon in his hands. Noticing that the hero did not escape, the guy threw his hands behind his head, not understanding why the man said this. His hand tightened his grip on the sword. He noticed that the guy should have run away. A mask in the shape of a bird's beak appeared on his face, and a hat appeared on his head. He said that he would still have pursued the main character to hell and ultimately killed him. Hyunwoo looked at him from under his brows, saying that he should worry about himself. Birds flew from the Plague Lord towards the guy. The man said that he didn't know what the guy had been doing for these 5 days, but there was no need to become arrogant, thinking that he could win. An accessory appeared on the guy's forehead. His clothing uniform became similar to Wukong's, and a small headdress appeared on his head. The man frowned, saying that the hero was not strong enough to compete with him. Hyunwoo smiled, extending his index finger upward, saying that he didn't show everything. A horn appeared among his hair. He had 2 horns from which lightning emanated. The birds were immobilized by her blow. The conqueror looked up in fear. The main character, holding a stick in his hands, suddenly rushed into the attack, baring his teeth and saying that he does not participate in unwinnable battles. The man managed to block his blow by putting out his weapon, and a bright flash formed when they collided. The Plague Lord's eyes widened and he cursed, brandishing his weapon. Behind the hero's back, ice blocks rushed upward. The guy frowned and ordered Rui to lengthen. The weapon rapidly began to change in size. Hyunwoo grabbed the stick with both hands. In one movement, he managed to cut through all the ice masses that surrounded him. The conqueror froze in shock at what he saw. The main character, smiling slyly, looked at him, thinking that he was actually a little worried. He recalled his training with the blue dragon, because he did not think that he was so mediocre in the art of Tao, which he taught him. A bright luminous sphere appeared in the hero's hands. He was very happy about this, continuing to remember that he had to adopt not him, but the Tao skill. Hyunwoo recalled looking at the dragon and his words that even with the skill he had learned, there would not be any big restrictions. The main character concentrated. Looking down, he thought that since the nature of the force is the complete opposite of ice, he was still worried. He twirled the stick in his hands, realizing that the conqueror's ice energy could not pass through him now. The Plague Lord bowed his head, addressing the guy standing opposite him. He did not understand how he managed to get the blue dragon karma. In his memories, the moment of their battle surfaced, when the guy could barely resist him. He said that 5 days ago he could be called an ordinary guy from a strong lair. The man thought of the armored man sitting on the chair who only authorized the use of the blue dragon's karma by Young Wuchai. His thoughts were interrupted by Hyunwoo appearing behind him. The man opened his eyes wide, not understanding how the guy got the karma. The main character smiled, joking about the fact that he meditated like that. The conqueror was surprised. The guy raised his leg to strike. Hyunwoo hit the man in the back. He screamed in pain and surprise. The Plague Lord was thrown aside, breaking the ground, sending dust and pieces of stone into the air. The guy looked at the crippled opponent. He looked down at the man with an arrogant gaze, saying that was why there was no need to underestimate him. Hyunwoo smiled slyly and furrowed his eyebrows, calling him a fool. The guy raised his leg, raising it to strike. The man found himself slammed into the ground, breaking it beneath him. His mask changed its appearance. The hero smiled, looking at him. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the cracks of the earth. The icy tips headed straight towards the guy. He froze in surprise. With a sharp movement, he raised the stick up. Hyunwoo used his thunderclap ability. Lightning bolts descended from the sky one after another, piercing his stick. A bright flash illuminated the battlefield. The main character looked at the man sitting on the ground and lowering his head, he said that he had made a decision. With his armored palm, he squeezed the ground, saying that he would do this even if he had to use all his strength. The hero closed his eyes and turned away from the sharp flow of wind. The conqueror opened his wings and took up his weapon, looking furiously at the guy. He said that he would kill him no matter what. Hyunwoo's face contorted. He laughed, pointing his finger at the man, saying that this was his next reincarnation, but he was only changing his appearance, not progressing. The conqueror gripped his spear. The guy, continuing to point his finger at him, displeasedly asked why he covered his spear with ice, since it would already fall apart from his dewy staff. The Lord of the Plague spread his wings, saying that the hero has nothing to worry about, because his true essence is not so weak, unlike the monkey. Wukong cried out in displeasure, not understanding why he was treated as weak. The man swung, striking Hyunwoo. The guy barely had time to dodge. A dissatisfied grin appeared on his face. After another swing, the man found himself in the air, sending a flock of birds towards the hero. Raising his hand, the main character used the thunderclap ability. The birds began to dissolve in the light of lightning. Hyunwoo bared his teeth in displeasure, seeing that the birds continued to approach anyway. His gaze became serious. He understood that the time for using the blue dragon's karma was running out, so it was time to end this. The tip of the icy spear was raised up. Hyunwoo managed to stop the attack by stopping the tip aimed at his stomach with his hands. The man's eyebrows furrowed. He was unhappy that the guy managed to intercept his blow again, but this time everything would be different. He found himself lifted into the air. The guy sharply lowered his spear, hitting it on the ground and thereby pinning the conqueror. He was lying on the ground with his head thrown back. The main character turned his concentrated gaze to the side. His eyes opened wide. He recalled his dialogue with the blue dragon, who bowed his head to him, saying that this was only a temporary solution. He needed to move regardless of the moment. The guy did not understand what this meant. The guardian's brows furrowed as he told the hero to use it. Henwu recalled the words of a movie, who asked to use the achievements he had accumulated to take advantage of karma. The guy stood over the prone conqueror, raising his fist to strike. The voice became louder. He spoke about the lightning that the dragon received from the heavenly lord. Once the main character learns to use this, he will be able to perform movements even in the shortest moment. The guy's eyes widened in rage, his eyebrows furrowed. The fists clenched tighter, lightning surrounded them. He bared his teeth, preparing to strike. Hyunwoo used the instant thunder ability. The hero's eyes shone with anger just like the blue dragon's eyes. A bright flash illuminated the battlefield. The Plague Lord lay motionless on the ground. The beak of his mask fell off. Hyunwoo bent over, lowering his head. He quietly said that he was very tired. A status window appeared before his eyes. A notification was delivered that the hero had dealt with the conqueror who had descended from the tower. Current location: Italy, Rome. The northern sky ice crystal that belonged to the conqueror was successfully obtained. The hero's information gathering skill was raised to the highest. Focusing on the last word, Hyunwoo screamed in delight, unable to believe that he now had the highest level of access. Flashbacks of his difficult path began to emerge in the hero's memory. He clenched his hand into a fist, bringing it to his chest, and closed his eyes, thinking about how long he had worked for this. The guy smiled widely, thinking about whether he should go to Ab in honor of this. He shouted loudly, pronouncing the word entrance. Dark clouds spread across the sky. Fog spread across the ground. Hyunwoo opened his eyes in surprise and arched his eyebrows. He froze in place, realizing that he could not enter. 5 days later in Seoul, a tall tower was visible. Shihan noticed that the guy ended the interview rather quickly. He agreed with his words. Sitting behind the wheel of the car, he told the hero that Seokwan and Soyeon had already left for the sushi bar where they were yesterday. Hyunwoo lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying okay. The guy frowned with displeasure and looked ahead, thinking that 5 days had already passed, but he still could not get into the system room. And also, the hero remembered himself when the status window opened in front of him. Despite the highest level of information collection, the words "information unavailable" do not disappear. Information about the plague doctor was hidden by these phrases. He recalled a girl playing a video game in fascination, worrying that something might happen to her. Hyunwoo lay on the hospital bed, emitting an unpleasant aura. He thought that that creator knew something for sure, and because of the side effects of using the instant thunder technique, the guy could not fill out the origin of Akchon at all. He wanted to entrust this task to the students, but did not dare. Narin and Myron burst into the room, opening the door from their feet. They shouted loudly, attracting the teacher's attention. The girls immediately rushed to him, saying that they could move him to a better ward. They poked super bitter medicine in his face. Hyunwoo turned away displeasedly, putting his hands forward. He lowered his head and, closing his eyes, said that he was fine now. The girls looked at him pitifully with shining eyes and pursed their lips. This made the guy widen his eyes in surprise. He exhaled, smiling. The guy patted the girl on the head, telling them to rest because they also worked hard. Narin and Myron froze in place, their mouths parted in surprise. They unanimously declared that they understood their mentor. The hero was sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, putting one leg on it. He looked at them smiling, thinking about how obedient they were. The main character believed that everything would become clear as soon as he completed the row and visited Noah. Moving forward in the car, the guy said that after they eat, he will go into the labyrinth. Shihan was surprised by these words, saying that the hero had only recently recovered. Noah's Ark appeared before the guy's eyes. A voice called out to the hero. After he went inside, he threw his head back in surprise. Noah appeared in front of Henwu, who noticed that something had changed here, and with a bright smile said that he had decided to restore order here. The main character thoughtfully looked away and rubbed the back of his head, thinking that he was somehow unusual here. The man asked what was the matter. The guy handed him the beak of the Conqueror's mask. He began to examine it in surprise. The hero held it in his hands, saying that this thing does not change, like the blue dragon's karma, which means he cannot use it. The man said that appearance is not particularly important. Sitting down at the table opposite each other, Noah said that this karma would not suit the guy. He asked in surprise why this was so. He put his hand in front of him and, raising his index finger, said that for it to be good at magic, and the level should exceed the 1000. Hyunwoo, displeasedly folding his hands on his chest and closing his eyes, said that he understood everything. The main character said that there was another problem. The man, closing his eyes, was ready to listen to him. The guy sitting opposite him was talking about how he couldn't enter the system room. Noah raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he really couldn't enter. Hyunwoo put out his palm, saying that he was talking about the place where Ab was. Inside himself, the hero was worried that even a man would not be able to give his answer to the question. The protagonist's eyes widened. He did not understand why his interlocutor, having adopted a thoughtful pose, became so serious. The guy's eyebrows rose in surprise after hearing Noah's words that he should know more about the system room. The man folded his hands in front of him on the table, looking at Hyunwoo with a heavy gaze. The ark was visible against the background of the night sky. They sat at a square table. The creator clarified whether he understood correctly that until that moment Hyunwoo received information from a girl named Av, who lives in the system room. The guy said that he was right. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin and said that he was surprised. The main character asked why he said that. He looked at his interlocutor in surprise when the creator said that he did not create this place. He listened to him with his mouth open in surprise. The man said that the system room was a non-existent place. He thought about the knight with the big sword and asked Henwu if he knew that he was not the only guardian. The guy replied that in a sense, yes. There was a seal above his palms. A system screen appeared above it. The creator asked if he knew about it. The guy asked what it was. He looked at the search window and explained that once you become a guardian, you are granted the search skill. Hyunwoo said that he had never received this skill before. He touched his finger to the flickering screen and said that that was why he was asking him about this, because he was the only one who had access to the system room, a place about which the creator himself knew nothing. He imagined dark silhouettes of people around the tower and said that someone created this place after the tower was built because those who took over the tower wouldn't bother creating a place like this. He frowned at him, opened his mouth and warned that this was just his guess. He presented a white and black female silhouette and said that Av may be his missing colleague, the general manager with whom he created the search box. He opened his mouth in surprise and looked in shock at the creator sitting opposite him. He looked down and hesitantly asked if Av was the general manager. He thought about the girl and tutted in displeasure, unable to believe that she had such a high position. The creator did not understand why Hyunwoo reacted this way and said that this is what he thinks. He crossed his arms over his chest, thought that he could ask Av about everything himself and asked his interlocutor if he knew how to get into the system room. He looked at the balls hovering around. The creator replied that he would be able to determine the location. Hyunwoo asked how long it would take. He was told that the exact time was unknown, but most likely it would be quite quickly. He closed his eyes, sighed heavily, and suggested closing the topic. He clenched his fingers into a fist and reminded his creator that he had something to tell him before they were interrupted by the conqueror. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked his interlocutor why he did this. Behind him, a subordinate in a dark cloak was kneeling. He didn't know what to say. He clutched the fabric of his robe as the man said threateningly that he had asked him a question. The man standing behind the throne said he realized it was too dangerous to leave him alive. He looked at the dark arch and asked if they should kill him. The answer was yes. He crossed his legs and said that he understood why the subordinate thought that way. The hooded man did not understand the meaning of his words. The man said that from the very beginning they had different goals. He waved his hand. The subordinate stammered and asked what he meant, but the man said that he would not fool him. He pursed his lips in displeasure when his interlocutor said that they all, including that guy in the tower, had different desires. He pressed his hand to his face, smiled, and said that his subordinate could do as he pleased. He spread his hands to the sides and said that he would not interfere with him if he tried to kill the guy. The man standing on his knees could not believe what he heard. He raised his finger and said that he had one condition. He asked to give the guy a month, and after this period he could try to kill him. He raised his head and asked why he was giving the guy a month to live. The man replied that if he died by his hand despite the fact that he was given time to prepare, then that's what he deserves. He bowed his head and said that if the guy could overcome all his plans and get to him, then he deserved his attention. He cupped his fingers, grinned, and said that Hyunwoo has everything it takes to put on a memorable show. He placed one palm on top of the other and began to summarize what he had heard. He thought about the tower and said that although the tower was created for a different purpose, it has now become a place for testing ascenders, so they are forced to rise up. He crossed his arms and looked at his interlocutor. The creator said that some do it for personal gain, but not all. Hyunwoo decided that most rise to gain karma. He looked to the side with displeasure when the creator said that they were seeking to obtain forcibly stolen karma. The main character called it madness that in order to advance through the tower it was necessary to destroy the previous place of residence. He looked closely at the guy and said that they had problems in their heads from the very beginning, because they were ready to do anything for their own benefit. He touched the mug and said that he wanted to offer him something. He intertwined his fingers in front of him, looked intently at the main character and asked if he would help him remove them from the top of the tower. The action moves to a house in the Jongho area. He sat down on the sofa and said to himself that the house was quieter than usual because there was no one there. He looked to the side and said that actually there is someone here. He looked at the Gumeho sleeping on the floor and decided that she must be fast asleep. He remembered the black and white fox and thought that it used to live in the form of a fox, but now it has been in human form for many days. She licked her hand in her sleep. He thought about why she slept on the floor even in human form. He poked her with a finger on her cheek, trying to wake her up, and the Gumeho purred sleepily. She jumped up, looked in surprise at the guy sitting on the sofa and asked how long he had been here. Hyunwoo replied that he had returned recently. She opened her mouth in surprise when he asked why she was climbing up the tower. The Gumeho tried to deny everything. She raised her palms to her face, asked why he was asking about this so suddenly, and said that she would explain everything to him. With an embarrassed look, she explained that she had to go up because the place where she lived had disappeared. Hyunwoo repeated her words in disbelief. She remembered how the stranger extended his hand to her and told her that he had stolen her karma and the karma of the whole world and said that he would give it back if she climbed to the top of the tower, so she had no choice. He looked irritably at the interference and decided that this information was also being filtered. He looked at the Gumeho and asked if she could stop climbing the tower anymore. She said yes. She closed her eyes, smiled widely and said that she had enough of her karma and a place where she could live. Hyunwoo thought with sarcasm that besides, he had caught her. He looked at something blue and thanked her for answering his questions. The Gumeho remembered that she wanted to ask him for something. He looked at her in confusion when she clasped her hands in a prayerful gesture and said that she wanted to eat something from the top shelf. Her tail shook with delight when he said that she could take the desired item. He watched in bewilderment as the Gumeho tried to get something from the top shelf of the rack. She returned to him with the jar. He looked at the lid and asked what it said. On the sticker, in Soyeon's handwriting, it was written that you can give one piece of Gumeho per day. He took the jar of cat treats in his hands. She said that Soyeon threatened to tell him everything if she stole the treats. He thought that maybe he was putting too much pressure on them. She looked in shock at the outstretched jar. Hyunwoo allowed her to eat everything and promised to buy more if she wanted. Standing at the door, he turned around and watched as the Gumeho looked at the can of cat food with delight and drooled. He said goodbye to her. The sunset sky was visible behind the branches of the pine trees. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he approached them from behind. He pointed his finger towards the trees and said that a pine tree had fallen because of the dragon. He snorted in annoyance and said with an arrogant expression that he didn't do anything. Wukong told him to stop lying. The dragon bared his teeth and said that the tree would recover anyway. At his words, Wukong became enraged and suggested that he break the horns. They would recover anyway. He watched their quarrel in bewilderment. They began to fight. Watching them, Hyunwoo thought that he left Wukong here so that he could learn something from the blue dragon, but as expected, they did not get along. He raised his hands and asked them to stop fighting. Wukong bared his teeth in displeasure and asked what he was doing here. They turned to the guy when he said that he would like to take this opportunity to learn something from them. The dragon and Wukong glared at him. He put his hands on his hips and asked why they wanted to climb the tower. The main character put his hands in his pockets, asking if they decided to climb the tower to beat those people at the top, and the dragon and Wukong confirmed it. The dragon closed his eyes and said that all that was left of them was the spiritual body, but the creature to his left did not know this. Wukong gritted his teeth angrily and kicked him. Hyunwoo touched his chin and looked down thoughtfully as the two argued. Wukong, who was strangling the dragon, asked why the main character wanted to know about this, and Henwu replied that he was just curious. He remembered Noah's face and thought that these two were at least receptive to such an idea. The main character thought that, as Noah said, until the tower changes, the climbers will continue to climb, so everything there needs to be turned over. The wind was blowing down the trees, and Henwu concluded that there was a first step towards this. He and Noah were sitting at a table, and a man with white hair said that he needed to eliminate the tuner. Noah picked up the mug and explained that he is the one who regulates the balance of the tower and is currently on the underground floor. He presented a female silhouette and added that Hyunwoo would be able to get something if he dealt with the tuner. The main character frowned and asked how to get there. The dragon bit the head of Wukong, who asked why Henwu was on the underground floor, and he replied that he needed to destroy the tuner. Wukong kicked the dragon and asked if the protagonist wanted to start a feud with them. He put his hands on the back of his head and said with a smile that he had already climbed the tower once, and that Hyunwoo would deal with the tuner very easily and quickly. The main character looked at Wukong in surprise. He thought that she was very strong. Suddenly, Wukong raised his hand to his face and mentioned that something needed to be done before the meeting. He looked at Hyunwoo seriously and said that he would have to face a lot more. Wukong thought about the tower and said that the underground floor was considered an additional floor and could not be reached using the same method used last time. There were blue and orange skies, and he added that he didn't know how to get there. Henwu frowned angrily and shouted, and Wukong explained that he was climbing up the tower, not to the underground floor. He crossed his arms and told the protagonist to beware of the corpses. He imagined many dark silhouettes and added that the dead climbers who climbed the tower were gathering there, but this was only their shell. Chanma stood at a small gazebo. Wukong said that after death they go to an imaginary space where only spiritual bodies are located. The man picked up the sword, and Wukong said that unremarkable people are simply destroyed, but useful ones have spiritual bodies sent to an imaginary space. He imagined a man bent in half and added that physical bodies were sent to the underground floor. Hyunwoo looked intently at his interlocutor and asked why such a division exists. Wukong replied that he didn't know, and the main character gritted his teeth, thinking about the strange filtering. The dragon wrinkled his nose angrily, and Wukong said that on his magic cloud it would be possible to reach the underground floor in 10 days. While he and the dragon were fighting, Henwu looked to the side and thought he would ask Noah about it. Chingo area. The system provided information about the incomplete passage of Akchon. Hyunwoo's hand, which held the blue ball, was shaking. He sat on the sofa and said that he did not know that filling the origin would become a problem from frequent use. He put his elbow on the back of the sofa and added that everything depends on time, and then asked if there was any way out of the situation. The wooden door opened slightly. A girl in long black clothes walked barefoot across the floor. The main character turned around and asked why his students came, because he gave them a vacation. Suddenly his red eyes opened wide. He saw the Chaos Goddess, whose white hair was blowing in the wind. She greeted Hyunwoo with a smile. The main character frowned, and the girl said that he was too afraid of her. She closed her eyes and was about to add that this was not necessary when suddenly he grabbed her by the long horn. The main character pulled the Chaos Goddess towards him, trying to figure out if her horns were real, and she screamed that she was not the enemy. Hyunwoo looked at her angrily and asked how he should trust her. Tears flowed down the cheeks of the Goddess of Chaos, and she screamed in pain. A rectangular chandelier hung on the ceiling, and the girl continued to scream loudly. She touched her horns as Hyunwoo let her go. She then clenched her hand into a fist, shouting that she should not be considered an enemy, and the main character said that she could deceive him. The Gumiho was sleeping on a white mattress on the floor. The Goddess of Chaos stroked her horn, asking why Myeong would even follow such a monster. There was a painting hanging on the wall. Hyunwoo asked why the goddess was controlling Myeong's body, and the goddess replied that she was having training in the inner world. The dark-haired girl floated in the air, and the Goddess of Chaos explained that she was in charge of her body for the time being. The main character sat on a chair, asking what she was up to, and the Goddess of Chaos sat on her knees, answering that she was just interested in Myeong because their waves converged. She presented 2 spirals and explained that Myeong's soul has waves that can become similar to hers. Suddenly she turned around and said that she would tell the rest of the information later. The Goddess of Chaos touched her face and explained that this was just her guess, so she didn't want to share it yet. Hyunwoo crossed his arms and thought that it didn't seem like she was plotting something against Myeong and asked about the reason for the training. The Goddess of Chaos thought about the dark-haired girl and replied that she was angry due to losing the previous battle, so she was now competing with her servants to gain Hyaki Yako karma. The main character frowned and came to the conclusion that it would only be for the better if Myeong became stronger. He imagined his student fighting a monster and thought that the climbers would endlessly climb the tower, so this would be useful not only for combat abilities, but also for Myeong herself. The Goddess of Chaos placed her hands on the floor and said that she had a request for Henwu. She said with a sly smile that something happened due to the influence of this body. The goddess touched the shoulders and added that Myeong's personality is in the inner world, but the body still belongs to her. The goddess said with a smile that this is why Muryeong's essence has not changed. Hyunwoo looked at her worriedly and asked her to tell her everything quickly. The girl straightened her white hair and asked him to spend the night with her. The main character frowned and stared at her in bewilderment. His red eyes widened in shock. A large building was visible. Nea, who was holding a mug in his hand, asked what happened to Hyunwoo. The main character straightened his hair and asked if there was a way to come right away. He imagined himself fighting monsters and said that this must be done every time to get here. Nea raised the mug to his mouth and took a sip. He then put it on the table and replied that he would then make a separate artifact, but it would take some time. Bubbles with landscapes inside were flying in the air, and the man added that it would take 2 or 3 weeks. Hyunwoo said that he would now move on to the main topic, and Nea smiled, folding his hands. The main character introduced the tower and asked the fastest way to get to the underground floor. He remembered the face of the long-haired man and said that it would be a chore if, like last time, the climber showed up. Wooden beams were visible in the room. Nea said that there was no way. He thought of the girl with blonde hair and told Hyunwoo to find the tuner's item. The sea, mountains, and sky were visible in the bubbles. They sat at a small square table, and Nea explained that the main character would need an item that was related to the tuner. He extended his hand and a light appeared there. Nea looked at the blue screen in front of him and reported that he could not see how to obtain the item. Hyunwoo frowned and with an irritated sigh asked if he had to use the passage then, and the man replied that it was not necessary. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that he wasn't 100% sure, but maybe Hyunwoo could take advantage of it. The room was long. The main character imagined a long staircase leading down and came to the conclusion that there was a secret passage through which he must go. Nea touched the thoughtful face and Hyunwoo asked if there was any problem. He took the ball in his hand, and the man replied that now they are not there, and that now the main character even has an artifact that will help on the way. Hyunwoo looked at the radiance that appeared in front of him. The system provided information about the movement device from the creator. Holding the ball in his hand, the main character said that he didn't see any particular problems. Nea picked up the mug and said that there were no problems in using the artifact, but the movement itself bothered him. An arrow appeared on the ball, and the man explained that the movement has a limited area, and it will only be possible to get to the place that he specifically indicated. Stone fragments could be seen. Nea concluded that this is why Hyunwoo would not be able to return if it suffered even the slightest destruction. He imagined the main character falling down and added that he could remain in the space of an imaginary number. Hyunwoo frowned, asking if this was the place where the spiritual bodies of the climbers were, and Nea explained that this location was different. He raised his mug and explained that it was a separate space in the outer wall of the tower, imaginary in the truest sense of the word. The stars were visible. The man added that, once there, the main character is doomed to eternal wanderings in case of failure. Hyunwoo crossed his arms, asking why this was even invented, and Nea replied that this place was created by one of those who drove him away. The golden fragments of the ball shone, and the man concluded that the main character has 2 options, and one of them is to go through the secret passage using the artifact. He then introduced a stone wall and added that the second option was to take the route of the climbers. Hyunwoo looked at Nea in confusion, asking how long it would take using the device, and the man replied that it would be moments if he reached the first floor and found the hidden space. The main character frowned and thought about the choice between safety and speed. A large ship was hovering in space. Amjin Guild office. A girl with purple hair sat in a chair and held a book in her hands, who asked her if she had decided. Darkwing raised her eyebrows and responded in the negative, to which the book responded by calling her weird. White text was visible on the black pages. The book asked why think for so long, because others are even ready to sell their souls. The girl slammed the book shut. Then she put it on the table. The book said that the girl is better than those fools, but the words from her soul are still only half. Darkwing closed her eyes, crossed her arms and said that she would learn. She opened her eyes and thought that after learning the truth about this world from her mentor, she really felt that she should properly study the soul of the word. A white lamp was visible. Darkwing remembered Muryeon's face and thought that she had also started training. She remembered Hyunwoo's smiling face and came to the conclusion that he was alone now. The Darkwing recalled her fight with another student of the protagonist and thought that Myeon was constantly interfering with her and that she wanted to kill her, but their abilities were almost equal, so the result was 0. The Darkwing said with a smile that now Hyunwoo was left alone, and the book said that she was crazy. The girl slammed her hands on the table and said that it was still not the time to study the soul of the word. She looked at the book and explained that she had some other things to do. With a sly smile, the Darkwing said that this is much more important than gaining knowledge. The red book lay on the black table. Blackwing looked back as the book asked if the girl would be able to start training right away if she could go out whenever she wanted. Chingo area. The main character handed over a piece of fabric to the goddess of chaos and said that this was the origin of Akchon. Hyunwoo put his hands in his pockets, asking why she did it, and the girl answered that it was for training. She smiled and added that Myron should receive her karma. Suddenly, the goddess of chaos leaned closer to Hyunwoo, asking if he trusted her, and he replied that he didn't. The girl said that she even called Marion recently. The protagonist crossed his arms and remembered the dark-haired student, thinking that she looked very worried, and then assumed that the goddess of chaos was threatening her. The girl turned away and said with a smile that she should apologize to Hyunwoo. She recalled how she flirtatiously straightened her hair while looking at the main character, and said that Myron was very angry then. The goddess of chaos shrugged, saying that she didn't know what she did wrong, and the main character was surprised that Myron remembered their dialogues because she was in the inner world. The goddess of chaos waved her hand and said that Myron is the owner of this body after all. There were 2 types of lamps hanging on the ceiling. The girl said she was leaving. She told Hyunwoo to be careful, and he frowned, asking what this sudden display of concern was. The goddess of chaos answered with a smile that she was not worried about him, but about what Myron would do strangely after he disappeared. She turned around and added that Hyunwoo should say hello to the Imugi, that is, the blue dragon. She left and closed the door, leaving the main character alone. He reached for the small bag and asked if the chaos goddess was referring to that same blue dragon. A long object was visible. Imugi asked with fear what the girl was doing there. Sweat appeared on his face and he said he was just a little excited. The dragon opened his orange eyes wide in shock when he heard the goddess of chaos call herself Nanshin Hayaki Yaku. Imugi looked down and Hyunwoo wondered why his information was constantly being filtered. Wukong crossed his arms and said that he should then ask the chaos goddess himself. The main character turned around. His face looked surprised. There was a blue ball on the table, and Wukong suggested trying to send the cloud through the transfer device. Wukong looked at the screen where the main character's face was visible and said that then through his karma it would be possible to indirectly see his location. Hyunwoo asked what would happen if it fell into the space of an imaginary number. The main character extended his hand forward when Wukong said that in this case he would have to console himself with the fact that at least he was saved. Hyunwoo looked up and a cloud appeared in his room. The dark-haired youth was dressed in armor and had a halo over his head. Steam was emanating from the blue ball. The main character frowned and said move. He clenched his hands into fists. The magic ball glowed brightly. Wukong raised one finger and said that controlling the cloud would be much more convenient since Hyunwoo used his karma. The main character crossed his arms and closed his eyes, emitting a red aura. He then opened his yellow eyes and arched his eyebrows. He saw stairs leading down. On the floor of the underground floor of the training tower lay a huge pile of corpses of various monsters. The girl bent over the corpses in search of something very important. Many spider limbs grew from her body. After some time, she saw among the dead what she was looking for. Within a moment, she was holding a purple gem in her hands. Looking at the sparkling stone, the girl grinned. Smiling, she stated that the preparations were completed and there was very little time left before the start. Someone grabbed the golden Buddha by the neck. Marion forcefully pushed the werewolf away from her. Thanks to a quick blow, she managed to deal with other monsters. Sensing the approaching danger, the girl looked up. The monster that was planning to attack was immediately attacked. The crushing impact caused the enemy's bodies to fly into the air. A huge hand covered in eyes appeared out of nowhere. Marion, her mouth wide open, did not have time to react to the sudden attack. The palm pushed her away, causing her to fall to the ground. The monsters loomed over the girl, uttering a furious roar. Suddenly their bodies began to evaporate. A voice behind the girl, expressing her regret, made her turn around. A smiling Nanshin stood in front of her. The girl jumped up and, with tears in her eyes, screamed, being dissatisfied that they helped her. The goddess clapped, saying that the power of anger truly does incredible things. Clenching her fists, Marion asked not to change the topic and say why it was necessary to intervene. Exposing her index finger, the woman asked what she didn't like because she apologized. As she was asked, the girl did not understand what she was talking about. Bowing her head, Nanshin replied that she simply helped her since they were in the same body. Licking her lips maliciously, the goddess reminded her that every night thoughts about the teacher and her attitude towards him appear in the hunter's head. Marion was very embarrassed by these words. Spreading her hands and sighing heavily, the goddess called her poor thing. A strong blush appeared on the girl's face. She said that it was just a teacher. Nanshin grinned and asked if she liked the main character. When asked if she loved Hyunwoo, the huntress closed her eyes in embarrassment and shouted that he was just her teacher. Imagining Marion lying in bed whispering the teacher's name, the woman asked why she talks about him in her sleep every night. The embarrassed girl asked her to shut up. But Nanshin still said that despite the awkwardness of the situation, she was making them suffer with it only makes things worse for both of them. Tears flowed from the upset hunter's eyes. The woman raised one eyebrow, declaring that she would no longer interfere in the battle. The words that in this case the use of her secret weapon would be lost made Marion calm down. It was quite dark in the cave. Nanshin said that her secret weapon has an effect on the mind, but the girl is unlikely to use it, even if she talks about it. The girl asked not to talk nonsense. Smirking, the goddess asked how old she thought she was and how much experience she had with men. The student did not understand what she was talking about. Frowning, Murion said that she would not fall for these provocations. The woman put her index finger forward. Smiling widely, Nanshin said that thanks to her weapon, the teacher would give in at once. Touching the girl's chin with her finger, the goddess asked why she doubted so much. Flying into the air, the woman confidently said that there was no other woman as insidious as her under the sky. Murion asked what she meant by an insidious woman. The noble monk had hearts in his eyes instead of pupils. Even the emperor did not hide his love. Everyone bowed their knees before Nanshin. Imagining herself in a circle of loving fans, she declared that she had extraordinary beauty. The huntress covered her mouth with her hands in admiration. Seductively placing her fingers to her mouth, the goddess said that even such an insensitive person like Hyunwoo would not be able to resist her charm. Exposing her index finger, she repeated that the teacher would immediately succumb thanks to this secret weapon. The girl continued to look at her with undisguised admiration. Hugging herself by the shoulders, the woman concluded that their meeting would be fateful. Murion looked away, objecting that it would still be just a simple trick. Upon landing, Nanshin replied that only scammers use tricks. Smiling, she said that she could only share her secret with her student. The girl shook her hands with displeasure. After saying that she was thinking too much and that the teacher didn't seem to interest her that much, the huntress clenched her fists and muttered that she didn't need that. The goddess smiled smugly. The woman said that first the student needed to get her karma. Murion was surrounded by new monsters. Waving her hand, Nanshin promised to tell her about the secret weapon a little later. The owner of the first floor, Valen, holding a spear in his hands, noticed something in front of him. Seeing the main character ahead, the werewolf asked what he was going to do. The next moment a fist flew into his chest. The wolf found himself lying on the ground. Hyunwoo, putting his hands behind his head, called him a weakling. Wukong said that it was just a guard and that he needed to quickly find the key. The guy put his hand into Valen's pocket. In his hand was a large golden key. Noah reminded that there should be a small hole for a key somewhere. The young man noticed a shining keyhole on the wall. The key fits the hole perfectly. The doors leading to the underground floor swung open. There were many dead monsters lying on the floor. An experienced player entered the room, declaring that it was time to get down to business. Sunlight and golden chandeliers illuminated the huge library. The black page of the book was torn. Narin, hanging over the book, sighed heavily. The book flying in the air expressed her admiration. The girl asked what caused her such a reaction. When asked whether she managed to reach the third stage, Narin, looking down, answered with silence. The book noticed that she had a gloomy expression on her face because of him. The girl, without turning around, clarified who she was talking about. The book replied that she meant her mentor. Remembering how Gumeho said that the teacher would return in a few days, Narin was upset and said that he was not there. Angrily breaking the table in half, she shouted that this would be a great opportunity to get closer to her mentor in Muryong's absence. The book hanging in the air behind her thought that the fact that after the third stage the student became more irritable was not a good sign. Continuing to hang in the air, the book thought that if the girl did not take possession of it as quickly as possible, the power of the library would fade. The ancient book asked if the student was trying to seduce her mentor. Narin trembled irritably. After saying that the solution was on the surface, she turned around questioningly. The book, being against the background of the starry sky, explained that it meant the language of spirits and that it would be enough for the girl to reach the last step and become the mistress of the ancient book. Looking up and resolutely clenching her fist, Narin realized that under such conditions she would be able to control her mentor's feelings. The book trembled in fear. Haughtily widening her eyes, the girl asked if she was being offered to play with her teacher's feelings. The book hastened to refute this guess. The student tried to get an answer. The book, noticing her hostile attitude, was slightly taken aback. Seeing the dark energy emanating from the girl, the book tried to come up with an excuse. Remembering Muryong's face, she stated that she wanted to suggest using spirit language on her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, realizing that she could use her powers on her competitor. She put her hand to her chin thoughtfully and looked away. Looking at the book again, Narin called this option quite good. The book agreed with her. A wooden fence surrounded the second floor balcony. The girl suggested that she should learn the entire spirit language. The book said that this is how it usually works. But, looking at the thoughtful student, she added that she would be able to control Muryon after moving to the fifth stage. Agreeing, Narin turned away and closed her eyes. Placing her hand over the open book, she ordered it to be divided in half and die. A magic circle appeared above the book. The next moment the pages were torn in half, because after the third stage you can use force even on inanimate objects. Swinging his leg, the main character called what was happening disgusting. Thanks to the powerful blow, the monster's head lost its upper jaw. His body fell to the ground with a crash. Holding his hand to his nose, Hyunwoo was surprised at how unpleasant the smell was here and asked where he could find the adjuster. Wukong replied that it was really difficult to find anything on the underground floor. The guy said displeasedly that he would have collected more information if he knew what this place really was, and the hound dogs rushed towards him, baring their fangs. Pushing off from the head of one of the wolves, the young man said that these creatures would continue to bother him if he stayed here. He rose high above the ground. The main character decided that in this way he could find something that caught his eye. In the distance, in the mountains, the ruins of an abandoned castle could be seen. Inside the fortress walls there were many risen dead. The guy landed in front of them, thinking that he could find something here. Wukong wished him to be careful. Noticing something on the screen, Wukong reminded that these were not ordinary corpses. A spark flashed in the empty eye socket of the dead knight. Hyunwoo's mouth opened in surprise. With one jerk, the enemy was too fast, raising a long sword above his head. The young man frowned tensely. The knight missed, and the experienced player decided to take this opportunity to counterattack. One powerful blow sent the knight flying into the air. New monsters attacked from all sides. There was a powerful blow. Because of him, the ground under his feet cracked. Seeing the still living knight in front of him, the guy said that he knew that these monsters would be slightly different from ordinary zombies. The enemy smiled contentedly. In fact, his physical abilities were too strong. Wukong said that these were still the bodies of climbers, despite the fact that only one shell remained of their karma. Wukong, watching with the blue dragon, said that they would still be very easy opponents. The main character clenched his fists confidently and smiled. With one blow he knocked out one of the fallen knights. His fist hit the monster's chest. A powerful kick killed another dead man. A huge wolf stood in front of him. Hyunwoo thought that his cognitive abilities had been maximized after training with the blue dragons. Smiling, the guy realized that now this battle was really coming to him very easily. Even though it was difficult for him to move according to his perception, he noticed a sword in the monster's hands. At that same second his hand was on the hilt of the sword. His current level was quite enough for him to deal with the enemy with his own weapons. The blue dragon opened its mouth in surprise, saying that the corpses that were once climbers are still corpses. Wukong confirmed these words, adding that the dead were only given back their body memory. Sniffing, the guy caught the smell of blood in the air. Covering his nose with his hand, he stated with disgust that this smell was much nastier than the previous one. The girl who appeared in front of him said that now it became clear to her why it was so noisy outside. Seeing an experienced player, she announced that she had guests. The young man looked back at her in shock. Wukong and the blue dragon were also stunned by the appearance of this monster. Using her hand to brush away her hair, the girl with spider legs said that they couldn't understand her beauty. Descending the stairs to the amazed protagonist, she asked the purpose of his stay here. The castle walls looked very gloomy. Hyunwoo asked if the monster was the adjuster, and after an affirmative answer, he decided to ask why she looked like that. Stroking the clawed paw growing from her back, the girl replied that it was difficult for a mere mortal to understand the beauty of her body. She thanked him for the visit and said that she just needed a test subject. Frowning questioningly, the guy asked what a test subject meant. Standing in front of him, the adjuster said that he was almost finished with his experiment, but there were no living beings here. The young man asked what her proposal was. Standing on one of the steps, the girl decided to present it as expected, since he would still have to become a test subject. Something like a claw grew from her back. She stated that she creates, controls, and regulates everything that is in her hands. Smiling, the adjuster called himself a hive. The young man, with a surprised expression on his face, asked again if this was the look that suited her best. The girl lowered the corners of her lips with displeasure. Tearing out several sharp limbs from her back, she replied that there was no need to talk now. Gritting his teeth in shock, the experienced player clarified whether the adjuster really tore off part of his own body. Many spider legs immediately rushed towards him. Having dodged the lightning attack, the main character found himself in the air. Raising his fist, he ordered her to end this whole performance. The fist hit her square in the chest, causing her to scream in pain. The girl fell to the ground. Frowning his eyebrows in confusion, Hyunwoo asked what just happened. Looking at the body lying on the ground, the guy asked if his enemy was really that weak or was just pretending. Crossing his arms over his chest, Wukong stated that this was too strange. The young man confirmed that this fight was too boring. Wukong, looking at the girl's severed hand, replied that he meant her body. The experienced player asked incomprehensibly what his friend was talking about. Suddenly, dark energy began to emerge from the severed limb. Wukong expressed his concern about what was happening. The ground under the guy's feet began to crack. At that same second, a monster appeared in front of him. Looking at the huge dragon's face, the experienced player asked in shock what just happened. Wukong and the blue dragon watched in shock, not having the slightest idea what was happening. The dragon, frowning, stated that this was clearly not an ordinary person. Putting his finger to his temple, the main character doubted his mental abilities, because an ordinary person would not have come here. Wiping the dirt off his finger, He decided to provoke the enemy and test his abilities, asking how such a stupid monster managed to become a tuner. Noticing something on the screen, the blue dragon called his friend to look up. Hyunwoo looked around questioningly. At the same moment, lightning struck in front of him. His leg was covered with a thick layer of ice. Wukong's warning of an incoming attack caused the boy to look ahead. Another bolt of lightning was heading his way. There was a deafening explosion. By using his friend's karma, he managed to dodge. Ordering the staff to lengthen, the guy swung his weapon. But despite the quick attack, the adjuster still managed to dodge. Knitting his eyebrows together tightly, Wukong asked how she managed to make him feel the familiar vibrations in her body. Hyunwoo's armor, which belonged to his comrade, sparkled. Mana emanated from Wuhian's horned skull. Wukong could even feel the blue dragon energy covering his body. Imagining the body of the adjuster, he realized that the monster used the bodies of the exterminated climbers and annexed their karma to himself. Emugi was shocked by this news. The centipede-like monster shouted that his enemy, it turns out, had helpers. Frowning, the blue dragon realized that this was not all her capabilities. Presenting the face of the adjuster, he said that the enemy could use the abilities of the ascenders attached to him. Remembering the lightning attack, Wukong assumed that this power belonged to the snake. Together, they realized that the energy that froze the young man's leg came from ice crystals. The tuner opened his mouth, calling his opponent smart and wishing to introduce himself again. The main character opened his mouth in surprise. Sweat ran down the cheeks of the tense Wukong and Emugi. Wrapping her long body around a huge stone pillar, the dragon declared that she was the queen who united everything inherent in the fallen and accepted their power. Frowning his brows, Hyunwoo stated that someone who is nothing calls herself a queen. Towering over him, the adjuster said that his provocations were useless because now he even had the karma of an unshakable heart. Pointing his finger at the enemy, the guy said that this was all a blatant lie because the enemy had just fought with all his might. Knitting his eyebrows, the dragon replied that it was not him, but only the hive, which was the tuner. Opening his mouth wide, the adjuster shouted that now before a mortal was a queen who had taken possession of the karma of the climbers who had fallen here and was capable of controlling each of them, who would also take possession of the body of her enemy. Frowning with displeasure, the young man asked why all his opponents were so alike. With his mouth open excitedly, the blue dragon asked his friend to be careful because his enemy had a huge amount of karma. When asked by an experienced player how many there were, Emugi, imagining the huge number of fallen warriors, replied that there were at least several hundred. The main character asked if the enemy had weak points. The blue dragon tried to answer the question, but Wukong pushed him away and shouted that danger was approaching. The tuner hit on a stone pillar, preparing to attack. Sensing the poisonous energy, Hyunwoo began to swing his staff wildly, dispelling it. Wukong fearfully urged his friend to look around. The guy clenched his teeth in bewilderment. Fireballs appeared on one side. Ice waves rushed at him from the other side. The ghosts grabbed the irritated young man by the shoulders. The variety of attacks coming from all sides made my head spin. The experienced player took a crystal ball from his pocket. There was a powerful explosion. The main character pointed his staff at his enemy. The powerful attack blew up the stone pillar, leaving behind only small fragments and forcing the centipede to the ground. Finding himself behind the adjuster, the warrior grinned contentedly. Looking around, the monster declared that sudden attacks would not help him since he had sharp spikes on his back that could repel any attack. But seeing the energy gathering around him, the dragon opened his mouth in disbelief. Clenching her fist forcefully, Hyunwoo reminded her that she has an unshakable heart. Smirking maliciously, he asked why she was shocked by his energy then. Wuyu's powerful impact left behind a huge cloud of dust. White smoke rose to the ceiling of the cave. The centipede's body was cut in half. The tuner frowned, amazed at what had happened. The guy rushed towards the enemy to deliver the finishing blow. There was a huge hole in the monster's body, but the very next moment this hole was overgrown with new skin. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the young man realized that the enemy's body had recovered. Bright lightning rained down from the sky. The experienced player somehow managed to repel the attack with his staff. Raising his weapon above his head, he decided to attack from the air. The staff hit the enemy on the head with force. Suddenly, a barrier appeared between them. The main character touched the protective field that separated him from the adjuster. The stalagmites in the cave were covered in blood. The bloodied Murion smiled maliciously. Nanchin, standing behind her, crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. Looking at how the huntress was tearing apart the enemy's body with her bare hands, the goddess thought that, despite good progress, the girl was having a hard time accepting the minds of all yokai. Murion's hair turned white. Horns appeared on her forehead and her eyes turned black. The girl grinned. Nanchin realized that the huntress had lost her mind and that, unfortunately, she would have to fall asleep again. A ball of black energy hung in the air. Sitting on the floor, Murion, who had come to her senses, asked if she was about to fail again. Smiling, the woman said that this was her 1000th attempt. Hugging her knees and lowering her head, the girl asked how long she managed to hold out. The goddess replied that everything was fine until the murder of the bloody ghost, after absorbing whose flesh the student lost control. The huntress didn't even raise her head when she heard these words. To control yokai at will, you need to put their power into yourself and constantly face the yokai that lie within Hayaki Yaku. Muryon stood in front of a huge number of monsters. The man grabbed his head. Usually those who try to absorb the power of yokai cannot stand it and go crazy, but the huntress managed to get 70% of karma by repeating the process only 1,000 times. Nanshin smiled, saying that it took her several hundred years to gather her army. Looking at the girl sitting on the ground, she stated that she saw potential in her from the very beginning. There were many black spheres floating in the cave. The goddess decided that in this case the student would really be able to master the necessary abilities. The main character touched the force barrier. Wukong, watching what was happening, said that it looked like Hyunwoo's earthen wall. Looking at the invisible barrier, Wukong expressed confidence in his guess and added that the earthen wall was made invisible by other karma. Noticing that the main problem was not the barrier, he suggested looking at the monster standing behind the wall. The monster's body was recovering. Wukong said that the queen must have channeled most of the karma into life force because the regeneration power was simply enormous. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunwoo said dissatisfiedly that everything had only become more complicated. He grabbed his staff tightly. Pointing the weapon at the enemy, the guy decided to beat the enemy to such an extent that he simply could not recover. Raising his head, the adjuster said that he had originally planned to preserve the enemy's body in a more complete form, but this plan had to be abandoned. The young man asked to do without excuses. Opening his bloody mouth, the dragon expressed his desire to show his true form as an exception. At that same second, the monster bit its own tail. The experienced player opened his mouth in shock. Wukong and Imugi were shocked that the enemy began to eat his own body. Dark energy began to emanate from the centipede's paws. She opened her snake eye. Curling up into one huge ball, the adjuster declared that right now he would tear his enemy to shreds. Sharp spider limbs flew out of his body. The powerful impact caused the earth to crack. Multiple attacks raised clouds of dust. Somehow the main character managed to dodge the rapid blows. Trying to hit the monster with his staff, he again came across an invisible barrier. One of the lightning bolts got too close, but the attack was immediately blocked. Hyunwoo concentrated all his energy into his leg. He was ready to strike the enemy. Due to the use of the king's magic foot, a deafening explosion was heard. The monster's body ended up on the ground. Due to the rising cloud of dust, the guy could not see whether his attack worked. Suddenly, spider legs rushed towards him. Thanks to the quick swings of his staff, he managed to repel all the enemy's blows. Lying in a pile of stones, the adjuster was amazed that any mortal could withstand his attacks. Pushing off from the ground, the young man asked where the enemy's unshakable heart had evaporated and decided to act for sure. The staff was ready to attack. Numerous attacks cut the monster's limbs into small pieces. Once on the ground, the experienced player decided to see if his plan would work. After delivering a crushing kick, he asked if the enemy could withstand such an attack. Pieces torn from the adjuster's body flew into the air. However, the monster's limbs began to regenerate again. Noticing this, the guy swore, not understanding what to do in this situation. Dodging another attack, he gritted his teeth, trying to come up with a new plan. The curled-up centipede spun in the air. Frowning, the main character thought that his enemy was not too powerful for a monster with a huge amount of karma. Ice balls were thrown towards him. With one blow of his staff, he was able to repel the attack. Fiery meteorites were flying from the other side. However, this attack was also blocked. Knitting his eyebrows tightly, Hyunwoo noticed that the enemy's attack pattern was too simple. Once again, he cut off the adjuster's limb. But seeing how the wound immediately healed, the guy thought that the power of regeneration was simply insane. The ball hanging in the air opened its huge eye. The young man realized that he could not hesitate any longer. The worried blue dragon asked his friend not to take too long and lose his stamina. Running away from the monster, the experienced player asked his comrades not to stand idle, but to try to find the enemy's weak point. Wukong thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, saying that the weak point most likely does not exist. Imugi narrowed his eyes and replied that the queen's level was close to immortality. Having heard this, the main character asked what he should do in such a situation. Scratching his chin, Wukong noticed one single oddity. He said that a huge amount of karma, judging by their size, should be concentrated in the body. Running away from the monster, an enraged Hyunwoo asked his friend to speak more briefly. Wukong stated that there must be a separate source that supplies the power of karmas. The guy jumped into the air, dodging the attacks. Watching the battle through the screen, the blue dragon confirmed these words. Wukong asked if the dragon understood what was happening. Smirking, Imugi said that at such moments his comrades' tricks turn out to be very useful. Wukong smiled, stating that these are not tricks, but observation, and that a dragon who has strength instead of brains is not able to think about strategy. They began to quarrel with each other, but the angry guy, running away from the adjuster's blows, ordered them to find a source of energy. He suddenly stopped when he heard some sounds. A huge fiery meteorite was approaching him. He barely managed to escape the consequences of the explosion. The blue dragon watched the battle thoughtfully. He stated that something was wrong. The young man furiously furrowed his eyebrows and asked what was happening. After the friend's words that a weak energy was felt between the pillar and the cliff, the experienced player turned around in bewilderment. Trying to understand what kind of cliff he was talking about, he looked around the entire cave. In the distance stood a low stone pillar. Seeing it among the piles of stones, the main character asked himself why this particular pillar remained intact, while the others collapsed. Dodging another attack from the monster, he rushed forward. The stone pillar looked very fragile. The adjuster's pupil shrank. The monster thought that his enemy had learned of his weak point. Shouting that the enemy could not escape so easily, the monster directed its sharp paws towards him. Hyunwoo felt the icy energy freezing his arms and legs. After breaking the ice attack, he gloatingly said that there was indeed something hiding in this pillar, judging by the queen's reaction. The centipede widened its only eye in shock. The guy grinned contentedly. Having broken a stone pillar with his foot, the young man asked whether the adjuster really thought that he would not learn anything. A purple stone was hidden in the destroyed pillar. A sparkling gem hung in the air. Seeing it on the screen, the blue dragon shouted that this was the source of power. The experienced player extended his hand to take the stone. The frightened monster rushed at him with all its sharp paws. The gem ended up in the hands of the grinning warrior. The shell of the stone began to crack. The next moment, the source of power shattered into many fragments. The girl raised her hand to strike. The monster standing in front of Murion was beheaded. Nanshin watched this from the side with concern. Crossing her arms over her chest, she thought that an ordinary person would have lost his mind by now. The student sighed heavily. She managed to maintain her sanity, albeit weakly, but her body was still trembling. Her tense face was covered with drops of sweat. The girl longed for madness. Without getting this thought out of her head, she began to deal with the monsters around her. The goddess noticed that it was still difficult for the huntress to cope with her own powers. The curled-up centipede began to shake, repeating to itself that this was impossible. Having rounded his eye angrily, the monster asked how a mere mortal dares to touch his karmas. Shouting that she would not forgive him for this, the queen again directed all her attacks forward. Knitting his eyebrows tightly, the blue dragon stated that he knew that the stone would be the main body of the monster. Wukong, clenching his fists, asked his friend to hurry up because time was running out. Gritting his teeth, the main character replied that he knew it. After pushing away from the spider's legs and dodging the meteorite, Hyunwoo sarcastically noted that it would be a lot of fun if the karma timer expired. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, he decided to attack. Dark clouds appeared under the ceiling of the cave. Noticing them, the adjuster asked where these clouds came from. White horns grew on the guy's head. Summoning a cloud of energy from his finger, he was ready to deal with his enemy once and for all. A funnel appeared in the clouds, directed towards his finger. The monster asked in surprise what kind of tricks these were. A fireball appeared in the middle of the clouds. The young man looked up. Then he exhaled and closed his eyes. Storm clouds hung over the mountains. The blue dragon stated that he would stop at nothing to ensure that his technique did not consist only of lightning strikes. Hovering over the experienced player, Imugi explained that it was just a pathetic imitation that could not be compared to the real art of Tao. Remembering his friend's words that first of all you need to launch lightning energy into the sky, the guy exhaled again. Frowning menacingly, Imugi said to seize the space immediately after the previous step. Capturing space should be similar to a drop of black ink falling into clear water. Looking at the clouds hanging from the ceiling, the main character remembered that he should not try to carry out the technique too perfectly and that it would be enough if his hand touched the spreading clouds. The spider's legs had already approached the concentrated Hyunwoo, who was not paying attention to them. The guy resolutely opened his eyes, shooting lightning into all the places his mind could reach. The technique invented by the blue dragon was called the lightning tree due to the fact that all the lightning was intertwined together, resembling branches. Murion breathed heavily with her mouth wide open. Her hands were shaking convulsively. Her tense body tried to resist the thirst for madness. Gritting her teeth forcefully, she thought that she had already held out enough and that she really wanted to give in to this impulse. Clenching her fists, the girl decided that, in comparison with the last time, progress was visible and that such strength would be enough for her. The huntress looked at her hands. Smiling, the student asked herself if she really couldn't follow her desires. The man with the monster skull on his head asked why his student was breaking her will and signing up for the life of a doll. Miriam lowered her gaze. Raising her head, she saw the one who was addressing her. On a stone pillar stood a teacher wearing a black cloak and a monster skull. Looking at her, he asked why the student did not believe in herself. With his mouth wide open, the mentor asked if it was because of her parents who controlled her like a puppet. The words that her life had been like this from the very beginning made the girl raise her eyebrows in surprise. Baring his teeth, the teacher shouted that in this case she needed to forget everything. Marion listened in bewilderment to the speech about how she needed to destroy everything, starting from birth, including her own name and how she lived before on the surface. Lowering his head, the guy asked to start it over again. Landing in front of the student, he told her that she needed to give up her life as a puppet, dependent on money and parents, and start living a real life, walking her own path. With his hand on her head, the teacher decided to give her a name because it would be awkward without one. He stroked the girl's head. The monster's skull hid the guy's sincere smile when he called her new name. Muryoung thought with tears in her eyes that it was the teacher who always saved her. Light energy gushed from her hands. Nanshin, watching this, opened her mouth in surprise. Noticing how the huntress's tear-stained eyes cleared up, the goddess realized that she had managed to completely absorb the mind of the Yaokai. The centipede's body was pierced by hundreds of lightning bolts. From the powerful attack, the monster rose above the ground along with fragments of stones. Electric current ran through his limbs. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming in insane pain. The main character hovered above her, saying that he didn't think that the lightning tree would work so well. In all his past battles, he had never used such a large-scale technique. Seeing the adjuster squirm in pain, Hyunwoo thought that this technique was very useful. The guy noticed that the monster did not stop squirming. Having flown closer to him, he sarcastically asked where his regeneration had gone. The queen begged him not to approach her. The next moment, her mouth was gagged with a wooden staff. Smiling slyly, the young man decided to make a real kebab out of the body of his enemy. By order of the owner, the staff began to grow. The elongated weapon tore the monster's body into small pieces. The adjuster's screaming head flew into the air. There was a bright, powerful explosion. Immediately, a notification appeared in the air, saying that the warrior had dealt with the conqueror who had descended from the tower to the underground floor, and that his information-gathering skill had now reached the highest level. The Monkey King's karma left the body of an experienced player. A small black stone floated in the air next to him. By touching it, the main character called up the status window of the key to the vault, created by the adjuster, who controls the balance in the tower and rules the world. Looking at the key he received, Hyunwoo realized that he could not find out everything due to a lack of authority, but apparently, a secret place had been created in the tower to conduct some experiments. Holding the stone in his hands, he decided that since it was the key of the creator, it meant that there was definitely something inside. The young man noticed the strange waiting time, which, judging by the status window, was almost 23 hours. Scratching the back of his head, he decided to take the key with him and question Noah about it. While holding the ring in his hand, the experienced player used the somersault cloud skill. The air energy that escaped from the ring formed a cloud. The main character climbed onto it to quickly get out of the dungeon. Something ahead alerted him. Looking down at the endless underground floor, he couldn't remember where the exit was. The blue dragon smiled and suggested that the exit was located in the south. However, then Amugi suggested that the exit was in the west or even in the east, to which Hyunwoo shook his fist at him, saying that he shouldn't say something he's not sure about. Pushing the dragon away with his foot, Wukong advised him to stand on the cloud and examine the walls of the dungeon. In his opinion, this would be much faster than looking for the adjuster. The guy agreed with this, directing his cloud along the wall. The wind raised dust from the ground of the cave. Muryoung's horns began to glow. Her expression remained calm. The girl, who managed to take control of her powers, stood in the middle of the cave. Gritting her teeth, she exhaled heavily. A ring of light energy appeared around her. The monster was walking towards her. The risen dead were approaching from the other side. Many monsters gathered under the light ring. Energy engulfed the monster's head. A warm, soft light emanated from the huntress. Hearing praise behind her, she looked back. Nanshin laughed, saying that it was incredible that the girl learned to control Hayaki Yaku so quickly. Opening a purple portal in front of her, the goddess said that they had nothing more to do here and it was time to leave. Muryoung looked at the portal confusedly, not wanting to leave right now. The woman looked at her in surprise and asked if everything was okay. Putting her index fingers to each other, the huntress wanted to say something. A red blush appeared on her face and she asked if they would tell her about the secret weapon. Nanshin asked what secret weapon they were talking about and caught a disapproving glance at herself. The student was about to leave through the portal, and only after that the discouraged goddess announced that she would tell everything. The walls of the cave were covered with a light haze. The girl said that she didn't need to tell her anything, but the woman still asked what secret weapon she was most interested in. Muryoung turned around, not even realizing that she had a choice. Nanshin, confidently knitting her eyebrows, stated that she had lived for many years and possessed more than one secret weapon. She said that this is not as simple as it might seem, because the strategy can change depending on the character of the man, his status and relationship with him. The girl carefully observed the train of thought. Frowning, the huntress prepared to hear that very cherished advice. Sparks appeared in her admiring eyes. She clasped her hands joyfully. The goddess raised her hands joyfully, presenting the student in seductive poses and smiling. The woman said that it was necessary to use a secret weapon corresponding to a certain direction, including, for example, the image of a seductress or the image of an immaculate soul. Turning to the girl, Nanchan stated that these are the basics and that now the choice lies entirely with her. Murion, thoughtful, asked for some more recommendations. Looking at her, the goddess replied that she was not sure of her assumptions, but she could advise 2 things that could work with the teacher. The first advice was a gradual but persistent attack. The woman imagined how the main character was sitting in a cafe with a girl. The huntress asked what a persistent attack meant. Grinning, Nanchan replied that in the process the couple would develop an unusual atmosphere. The question of when this would happen puzzled her. The goddess irritably declared that it was easier to explain even to a child. The second method was a single shot. The woman presented something erotic, saying that this method was risky but not without a chance of success. Murion opened her mouth questioningly. Nanchan grabbed her cheeks and decided to explain everything a little easier. Pointing her finger at the girl, she asked which option she preferred, long and precise, or fast, but slightly risky. The embarrassed huntress swallowed nervously. She put her hand to her chin and thought about what she should choose. Hyunwoo lay on Myron's lap. They had a picnic and lay under the sakura branches. It was a warm spring day. Hyunwoo looked at his girlfriend with a blush on his cheeks, under the gentle rays of the sun. Myron looked at her boyfriend with love. The 2 people looked at each other. Hyunwoo touched the girl's face, and one of them, Hyunwoo, couldn't resist the girl's gaze. Myron blushed even more. Literally for a moment she was dumbfounded, and then Myron closed her eyes. Still, she closed her eyes and allowed us to move on to the next stage. The information window contained statistics about views and comments. Gumeho and Soyeon were sitting in the back seat with their phones and Gumeho was giggling. Soyeon blushed while looking at her phone. Hyunwoo gently and leisurely reached out to Myron to kiss her. Soyeon screamed in amazement and jealousy. She closed her eyes and thought that, without knowing it, she had read the last chapter that had been published, and this was not even true. Even though Myron is often next to Hyunwoo, she remembered the calm Myron and noted that she usually has an absolutely stone face. She looked at the text on the phone and thought that what was written was clearly fiction, but noted that the person writes awesomely. Confused, Soyeon returned to reality as the driver announced that they had arrived at their destination. She slammed the door behind her. The girls stood in front of the large eastern palace. Gumeho asked if there was a magic teleportation circle here. Soyeon confirmed, and she thought that she couldn't believe that such a building had been built in Hanam, but she thought that this was exactly what was expected from the Strength Guild. Gumeho looked at Soyeon cheerfully and said that in that case she could show her the circle of connecting the 6 elements that she talked about yesterday, to which Soyeon agreed. She turned towards the noise that had appeared. The gates opened. 2 rows of surprised girls were greeted by warriors in black masks. Soyeon looked at the worshipping warriors with embarrassment and thought that these were Myron's direct servants. Since they are not blocking the path, does that mean you can enter? The girls walked forward. Gumeho looked at Soyeon and suggested splitting up. Given that this building is too big, Soyeon agreed. There were many load-bearing beams under the roof of the building. Soyeon walked slowly and noticed a voice behind the closed door. She looked around the corner, quietly asking what those sounds were. Thunder struck her. She watched in shock as someone lovingly pronounced the word teacher. First floor, entrance to the tower. There were many carvings and symbols on the walls. In the middle of the dust stood a pumped-up red monster with several eyes on its head. He asked if this was the first floor. His name was Shuten and he was a climber. He turned around sharply and saw the corpse of a beast in armor. He poked someone else's face with his foot and asked, "Is this an examiner? Why is it lying on the ground?" Shuten got scared. Behind him Hyunwoo asked, "Who is this here?" Shuten began to turn around. Hyunwoo stood behind him in his black sweatpants. Shuten clenched his fists and asked, "Is there really another inspector?" He thought and said that this is not a werewolf, and Hyunwoo exhaled and asked, "Is the monster really blind?" And he said that the keeper lies under his feet. Shuten bared his fangs and smiled, calling the hero brave. Blue energy began to emanate from him. He said that he had heard that there were many interesting types in the tower and noted that this was probably true and it was very funny. Energy flowed towards the hero. He scratched his head and said that he was already fed up. A moment later, a foot shot and a slipper was hitting the monster on the head until he even had time to finish saying that he liked the hero's audacity and while he demanded to entertain him. Shuten fell to the ground, hitting the floor with his head, and dust rose. Someone told Hyunwoo to stop bullying, and someone else said that he even felt ashamed and asked him to get up faster. Hyunwoo walked away from the knocked-out monster and said that he understood several times. Myron arched and moaned. She stood in an elegant pose and looked forward shyly and asked if everything was wrong again. Should she bend over even more and raise the hem? She shyly stared into space while Soyeon looked at the sight in bewilderment. Myron grabbed her thigh, stuck out her leg and said that now she is turning back like this. She turned around and finished like this. Soyeon stood silently and watched. She looked forward with a fatal face and asked herself what the hell, had she really reread fanfiction? But she asked if Myron was crazy. Myron noticed Soyeon and in a trembling voice began to ask if she had seen, until the girl understood what kind of debauchery was happening and what she was practicing. Myron took on the appearance of the goddess of chaos and asked more confidently, had she really seen everything? Soyeon replied no and wanted to say something else. Myron was covered in yellow energy, and a huge tiger jumped out from behind her at Soyeon. Myron looked down. Energy was blazing behind her. She said that since Soyeon was a fellow teacher, she wouldn't kill her, and Soyeon asked what then. Myron looked up at Seoyeon and said that what she saw should not be leaked anywhere and said that she would erase her memories. Soyeon asked in bewilderment what she was going to do there. The tiger approached the girl threateningly while Myron said that Baku would only bite her once. Seoyeon covered herself in horror from the approaching tiger and said that she didn't see anything and it was true, but Myron only asked her to calm down and noted that she would not kill her. She frowned and said that nonetheless. Baku spread his paws, and the screaming Soyeon covered herself with her hands while Myron said that she would nevertheless take her memory. Soyeon closed her eyes and suddenly asked someone what. Soyeon carefully opened her eyes. Baku hovered and did not approach her. Myron said that she would remember her shame, asked someone if she would have to do it later. After a while, she said that it was a little. Myron took on her form and exhaled. She looked away and told a frightened Seoyeon that she would not erase her memory. Soyeon looked anxiously at the hero's student. She offered to do something in return. She pointed her finger at Soyeon and asked him to help her. Narin walked calmly through the house. She was studying a huge library. She looked to the side and said to start. Many books began to fall to the floor. Narin looked up and said stop. The books froze in the air. The books began to fly apart again when she said to return to their seats. Books began to appear on the shelves. One book fell on Narin's head. Books began to fall to the ground. The entire library was strewn with mountains of open books. A flying book appeared and said to disappear. All the books have disappeared. Narin began to reach for the book, which told the girl that it seemed that the fourth stage was too heavy for her, but noted that no one had ever been able to master spatial suppression so quickly. Narin grabbed the book by the binding covers and looked sternly at the screaming book. She started yelling at the book, asking why she didn't put it away. The book asked what is it about. Narin asked again why she didn't clean it up right away, and the book said that there was a misunderstanding. Narin asked what is the problem. The pages of the book were black with white inscriptions. She said that everything was needed in order to check whether the force was maintained even at the moment of falling. Narin grabbed the book and she began to beg not to tear it. Narin carelessly threw the book aside and said that she had used such an ability even before meeting the book and asked if it would help. The book replied that of course. All the books were back on their shelves, and the book said that previously its capture of space was inferior and therefore it would be able to move to the next level only if it achieved the ideal now. Narin frowned at the book, pronouncing the next step. The book depicted space behind her, divided by a cubic sphere, and spoke about capturing the mind located inside the space and the ability to control everything that is stored there. Narin smiled, laughed and said that then. She smiled evilly, folded her hands on her chest and introduced the formidable Myron, said that it was only a matter of time before she would break her. It was a sunny day. Guardian Guild. Someone put down a stack of documents, asking where is the head. Anya leaned on a stack of documents while Shiken sat behind her at the computer. Anya said that they have a mountain of documents here for approval, to which the guy said that obviously the head has some business elsewhere. Anya perked up when Shiken asked if there were accounting materials for the first half of the year in the mountain. She replied yes. She handed the documents to the guy and he touched her lightly while he took them. Shiken looked awkwardly at Anya, blushed and thought about her. Anya also blushed and thought about the guy. They looked in different directions in embarrassment. Anya said that thanks to his help they were at least coping, and Shiken, who was rubbing his head, suggested they finish quickly and go on a date. Anya looked at the guy again in love and called his name. Shihin came up and hugged the girl around the waist. Both closed their eyes and reached out to each other with the desire to kiss. Soyeon showed up with some shopping and Seok-won. They said that they were just nearby and came to help. They looked animatedly at the ashamed couple and asked if they were having fun. Noah said that the hero must have been tired after the battle and noted that he came too quickly. Hyunwoo said the faster the better. The arc floated through the void. Hyunwoo put a black crystal on the table and suggested starting with that. Noah exclaimed that the hero managed to find the key. Hyunwoo leaned on his palm and asked if she was really a tuner. Noah looked at the hero in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Hyunwoo remembered fighting with a huge creature and said that that creature looked like some kind of mess from karma climbers and clearly had troubles with its head. Noah asked, did she really join them to herself, and asked how she got to this point. Noah remembered the girl with long pink hair and thought that the original goal was to create almighty karma, and apparently she began to steal someone else's. He said he thought it led to problems with the body, even if some method was used. Hyunwoo sighed and asked why everyone associated with the tower is a sick psycho. He asked what was with the key. Bubbles with other worlds were flying in the room. Noah said that it would be better to tell after his visit to the vault, which surprised the hero. He picked up a black crystal while Noah said that the waiting time had already passed and suggested going there. An information window popped up in front of the hero. The information in the window was about a crystal, the use of which was already possible. Hyunwoo looked at the creator and said pass. The window is gone. He looked and saw that a white light was teleporting him. He looked forward in surprise, and he was even more surprised. In front of him stood stone statues of people he knew. A stone version of Brand looked at the hero asked what it was. Guild Aaron, trading area. The Gumiho in the blue t-shirt happily said that it was a great job. Soyeon in a tracksuit in front of her stretched and said that she was dying, and the fox said that it was still amazing. But Gumiho held out the chewing gum while she animatedly said that although Son receives help from the systems, lately the progress has been so great that it is striking. Gumiho thanked Soyeon as she brought up an information window in front of her. She noted that her energy and magic became S+ and S++ levels. Soyeon drank and looked at her stats in surprise, saying that in just 2 weeks, her mana increased from S+ to S++. She imagined a huge training tower. She thought that usually the boundaries of characteristics are determined in the tower, and when you leave it, progress naturally slows down. She noted that this is simply incredible growth. She looked at the fox, who asked if it was time for them to go, but Soyeon said that there was plenty of time. Gumiho smiled and folded her arms over her chest, saying that Soyeon herself said that the mistress asked her for something. Soyeon remembered how Myron pointed her finger at the girl and demanded that she help her. There were a lot of metal beams under the ceiling, and Soyeon said that it would be better if she erased her memory, which prompted a question from the fox. Hyunwoo hit the statue in the face and thought that they were like ordinary statues. He grabbed the hand with which he was beating and asked how they should help him. He suddenly looked to the side with surprised eyes. To the side of him stood a statue of Chanma. Someone said that this was the body of a climber, which made Hyunwoo ask again in shock. Chanma still held his sword in his hand, from which karma emanated. Even though it looks like a simple stone statue, karma still emanates from the body. Many statues looked at the hero, who was asked to look forward. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in surprise. He saw the statues of the Monkey King and Ucha. He saw a statue of even ice crystals. Wukong and the blue dragon looked up. The king said that he thought that everyone who died in the tower had gathered here, and the dragon agreed. The hero began to ask who and where, and the dragon told him to raise his head. Hyunwoo threw his head back. A huge stone blue dragon looked down at him from the ceiling. The dragon said that they weren't even divided into groups, but were simply crammed into a heap. The notification suddenly said that time had expired. The white light transported Manhwa back to the Ark of the Creator, who asked with a smile if the hero had gone to the vault. The hero confirmed. He looked at the Creator and said that it was entirely the shells of climbers and asked what use they were to him. Noach closed his eyes and said that there was none yet, however. He asked what if they became his allies. Hyunwoo looked questioningly at the Creator. He held a small blue ball in his hand. The hero asked what is it. The ball absorbed the light and shimmered with turquoise and acrylic. Noah said that this was the thing that would bring everything set into reality. Hyunwoo clenched his fists happily and asked what he should do. Noah smiled and said that the hero needed to convince the climbers to take his side. Hyunwoo stopped rejoicing, frowning more and more with every second. He lowered his hands and asked if he needed to convince them with his fists. Noach smiled and said that he meant dialogue. Hyunwoo waved his hand angrily and asked, "Isn't there another way?" Noah cut off a short no. He held a blue ball in his outstretched hand. He calmly looked at the hero and said that the method itself was not complicated. You should go to the climbers in imaginary space and talk to them, and then place their spiritual bodies into this stone. The stone radiated the calm and quiet energy of the silhouette of a hero. Noach said that in conclusion all that was left was to come with him to the storage room. Noah smiled and said that the most important thing here is to convince and ask the hero, shaking with irritation, to remember this. Hyunwoo looked doomedly at the Creator and laughed nervously. He looked into the void, imagining the climbers, and asked himself, can he do it? A brilliant idea came to the hero. He jumped up from the table and, smiling, said exactly. He pointed to the imaginary heads of the Blue Dragon and the Monkey King and said that he just needed to revive them, since they had been with him for a long time and therefore it would not be difficult to convince them, and there were their corpses in the storage room. Noah looked at the hero in surprise and asked, "But what will he do then?" Hyunwoo didn't understand and decided to clarify. He introduced the hero and the Monkey King standing back to back, and Noah said that the hero had a contract with him, right? He said that if he revived it, the karma would return to the original owner. The powers of the sage will no longer be available to the hero and he will not be able to use them. Hanwoo introduced a crying blue dragon and asked what about him, and Noah asked if he didn't give all his karma to the hero. Hanwoo folded his hands in displeasure while Noah said that in this case the dragon would be reborn without her and in this case he would not be of much help. Hanwoo nervously began to scratch his head. Noah said that the hero could throw away the karma he received, but the hero said that for now he himself needed it. Hyunwoo fell on the table and closed his eyes and said that he thought that he would get rid of the important figure of the tower and things would go uphill and complained that a bunch of different problems had now fallen on him. Noach smiled and said that in order to change the tower, a meeting with the adjuster was necessary and considered that he put an end to the inevitable a little faster. The hero looked at the insides of the ark and chuckled. He stood up and asked what was wrong with Av, asked if the creator had found the system room. He spread his hands and said that not yet, but something is biting. He asked for forgiveness and said that he would have to wait a little. He held out a blue ball to the hero and said that more importantly, he did what he was asked to do. The information window reported that the hero now had in his hands a device for moving into the ark from the 9th floor of the tower. Hyunwoo asked contentedly, "Won't you have to catch monsters anymore?" The creator said that yes, the entry is now available after the time has expired. Hanwoo happily looked at the blue sphere in his hands and said that at least one problem had been sorted out and thought that with the help of the creator he would soon find Av. He thought that for now he should just wait. Night, Sangwon's house. The finger pointed to the card and said that everything was exactly as he said. Wukong said that if he resurrected him, he would not be able to use his karma. The blue dragon said that the situation with him was similar. The sage looked in surprise at the dissatisfied hero, who lay there and said that he knew so. He lay on the sofa and asked if they really hadn't heard his conversation in the ark. Wukong confirmed, saying that it looked like there were some kind of jammers there. Hyunwoo looked down and thought that it turned out that this was like his limited access. He asked if it was possible to somehow resurrect them so that he could use the force. Wukong closed his eyes and raised his finger, saying that there is one way, which immediately interested the hero. He reminded the hero of how he achieved the cloud somersault technique and told him to act in the same way. Hyunwoo hit the sofa in anger. The blue dragon looked up and said that there was another way. The hero asked if he was telling the truth. The dragon said yes, but at that moment, Son and Gumeho returned home. They greeted the hero. He sat up straight and was asked if he had sorted things out, to which he replied that he had more or less figured it out. Soyeon bowed and said that was good. Hyunwoo asked what she wanted to discuss with him. Soyeon sat down next to her and said that 2 weeks ago her stat points began to skyrocket and asked if he knew anything about it. The hero looked at the ceiling and said no, and suggested that the time had come and they were now rising. Soyeon said such a big jump in such a short time is not normal. The hero asked if she asked Shikhan. She said yes and remembered how thoughtfully he looked at her. Hyunwoo thought about it. Seoyeon said that Chihayan doesn't know and added that it's true. He says that his abilities have increased sharply. He remembered the defeated tuner and assumed that the whole point was that he had killed him, but he was embarrassed that not even a week had passed. He noted that the times do not match. Soyeon looked anxiously at the pensive hero. She drew his attention shyly. He asked what it was, and the girl's fingers began to move nervously. She seriously asked what the hero's ideal type is. This question unsettled Hyunwoo. He looked at her silently, and she's at him. Suddenly he began to sweat and asked again. Soyeon looked down and asked the hero to describe his ideal. The guy and girl looked at the hero again in silence. He began to ask in confusion if she liked him. Then blue energy began to emanate from Soyeon and she said not to talk nonsense. She looked at him angrily, but with a blush on her cheeks. Hyunwoo asked if this was really necessary for the interview, but received a negative answer. A girl with the face of a maniac approached Hyan, who asked why, but she demanded to share the information. Hyunwoo looked to the side thoughtfully and thought about what his ideal type was. Wukong inside his head said that these were undoubtedly the 7 celestials. The special first one is Very. He introduced the beautiful celestial, but was interrupted by the blue dragon, who said, "Doesn't Wukong remember not to defame them?" He smiled cheekily and pointed his finger at the dragon and said that he looked like holiness itself. The dragon said that this is obvious, because he is the keeper of one of the cardinal directions and he has completely different roots. Wukong looked sarcastically at the dragon and said that the 4th actually came to him first, to which the dragon asked him not to dare to desecrate the daughter of the Jade Emperor. Wukong began to shake his head gloatingly and offered to remember who, while having fun with the youngest Vega, almost got karma. The dragon was dumbfounded and began to pretend that he didn't understand anything. Wukong said that there were even rumors that he accepted women as victims and asked if the dragon really thought that he would not find out about his tricks. The dragon called him a bastard. Hyunwoo sat sweating from tension on the sofa. Something dawned on him. Soyeon asked excitedly, "Is it really there?" He showed her the phone and she frowned with displeasure. She widened her eyes and could not utter a word. Noah's Ark. There was a blue stone on the table, and the creator was wondering if Hyunwoo had decided who he would resurrect. He looked to the side with a frown and said, "By the way, He was looking at the magic sign hanging in the air. He got up, took a few steps. He began to draw inside the sign. A blue information window appeared in front of him. He looked and asked why she didn't want to see him. In front of him was a white empty room in which hung a message that when the time comes, she will find it herself and therefore asks not to tell the keeper anything. Noach addressed Av from the system room. Av looked at him with a smile and said that when the time comes, she will find him herself and therefore asked not to tell the keeper anything. Night, mansion. The goddess of chaos asked why she was racking her brains. She said her secret weapon never fails. Myron looked to the side thoughtfully and said that she was just thinking everything over again. The goddess looked up and asked if Myron was scared. Myron looked embarrassed when the goddess said that she was probably worried, saying that if something goes wrong, then her relationship with the teacher could burst at the seams. She looked forward, and the goddess asked to borrow her body for a while. The girl asked why. The goddess showed Myron an image of how she enchants the hero and said that she would do it in about 10 hours. Shocked, Myron asked what. The decoration of the house was beautiful and full of various relics. The goddess said that the hero would surely fall from her secret. Myron interrupted the goddess and asked her to stop. Miss Sohn's arrival was announced. Myron cleared her throat and asked her to come in a serious voice. The door began to open. Murion asked if Seo-yeon found out the teacher's preferences. Confused, Soyeon held the phone in her hands and said yes. Myron looked at the phone screen. The girl's eyes opened wide. She asked if the teacher really liked this mysterious dark room with a round table and empty chairs. An unknown voice asked what. He was told that the floors were closed. A man with gray skin and violet eyes was sitting at a table, and a black-robed novice behind him bowed and said that, to be precise, there was a sudden lockdown of 12 of the 13 floors. An unknown person asked why the hell. The novice calmly replied that the reason could not be found out. He humbly said that as the unknown person knows, the unknown person has the right to close the floors. The unknown person smiled. He introduced Av and asked, "Is he really talking about her?" The servant said that such a possibility cannot be ruled out. The unknown man remained silent and raised his finger. He said that he thought that it was all over with her, but noticed that apparently the girl remained alive. The servant fearfully asked what the unknown person was talking about, when he said that as far as he knew, she was in league with the irregular, and added that it was much more interesting than it seemed. There was silence in the room. The unknown person said that, as he had said earlier, black and purple energies appeared in his hand. He said that until the irregular appears. The flow of energy hit the wall, there was an explosion, and the unknown person smiled, said that until then he would just wait. His hand lit up with a purple sphere and he said that he would not use any tricks. However, he smiled and said that this time a lot of bugs stuck to the irregular. He said he would help just once. The frightened servant asked if he was serious. The sphere around the hand began to fill with electricity, and the unknown person said that it seemed that the girl had closed the floors for a short time and only to stall for time because she knew that he would go down. The unknown man smiled insidiously and said that in that case, they will use another location. Night, Seokwin's house. Hyunwoo said that it had been a crazy day and suggested we start with something important. Hyunwoo sat on the sofa and looked ahead sternly. He asked the blue dragon about the method he was telling. The blue dragon said that he wanted to offer to study their karmas at the same time. Hyunwoo clenched his teeth until he gritted. The dragon said that there was a trick that would make this possible and, moreover, quickly. Annoyed, Hyunwoo suggested listening. The dragon presented a space-time circle in space and said that it was necessary to use it. Hyunwoo did not understand and began to clarify. The dragon began to explain the essence of time and space in the form of clocks and figures. He said that there is a special technique that twists time and space, and clarified that it seems to divide a person into several parts for simultaneous training. Hyunwoo imagined how he was cut into many small pieces, and the dragon immediately shouted that it was not his body, but his mind. He depicted many little Henwoo inside, doing training, and said that, for example, if you divide the mind into 5 parts, then you can hone 5 karmas at once. Hyunwoo said that it's nothing like that. The dragon looked at the hero and said that this method was dangerous. Hyunwoo looked at the dragon anxiously and asked what. The dragon began to speak. He was interrupted by Wukong, who folded his hands on his chest and told the hero to rack his brains and say that although with the division the amount of training would increase, but Henwoo looked ahead in disappointment when Henwoo said that the cost of spiritual power would also become greater. He presented a diagram where Hyunwoo carries 1 ball and 5 at once. Wukong said that the fatigue from 1 cloud was equal to 10 years, and now he asked to imagine what would happen with 5 karmas and said that 10 years will turn into 50. The dragon calmly said that was right. Hyunwoo remembered how he suffered in an imaginary space and said that although physical fatigue does not accumulate there, mental fatigue, and added that the hero already understands since he himself experienced everything. Hyunwoo looked forward seriously and said that in other words, everything depends on his spiritual strength. He looked up and saw the body of a blue dragon. He leaned back in annoyance on the sofa and said that he understood everything and called it a hard topic. Wukong suddenly asked, "Is it true?" Hyunwoo looked to the side and asked what he was talking about. Wukong stood and looked at the hero's perplexed face and asked if his ideal type was true. Wukong slyly turned away from the hero and said that the ideal type is just an ideal type, while the hero got angry and began to ask what he was talking about. Dragon said he thought she was too small for Hyunwoo, and Wukong said he thought there was more to the problem. Hyunwoo angrily asked what they were talking about. The dragon and the sage looked at the image on the phone and talked about that girl from the picture. The malicious Wukong said that she looked painfully unusual. Hyunwoo shouted that it was all because he made it all up. Wukong asked, "Really made it up?" And Hyunwoo, without holding back his rage, shouted that yes and said that otherwise, if he had said that he did not have an ideal type, then they would not have left him behind. He frowned and said that he simply showed the game screen, in which Wukong fell behind the hero. He quietly leaned towards the dragon and asked in a whisper if he thought it was true. The dragon asked if it seemed to the sage that the girl in the picture looked a little like his students. Wukong said he thought so too. It was still night. Hyunwoo asked him to stop talking nonsense and clarified that he was going to bed. The goddess chuckled and thought that she, of course, knew that her teacher was a rather extraordinary person. She looked thoughtfully to the side and said that it turned out that he also had an unusual ideal type. The nervous Myron on the other side said that the reason why all the previous methods did not work. The goddess smiled, revealing her fangs, and said that she did not know what defeat was. She looked at the calm Myron and asked him to prepare what had been discussed in advance. Myron looked at what the goddess was showing her to prepare. She showed her one thing after another. Suddenly Myron opened her eyes wide. 3 days later, Soyeon was sitting on the phone and drinking something. She was reading a romance fanfic and reached the end of the chapter. She watched silently and was about to take a sip. Her gaze remained calm, but passionate, and she grinned. She remembered Myron bending and thought that the fanfic coincided a little with the real situation and asked herself, is it really like that with Myron and the hero? She remembered the picture shown to her and thought that it was definitely made as a diversion and decided that if she had gone to Myron empty-handed, then. He remembered her in the form of the goddess of chaos and thought that she was afraid to even imagine the outcome. She took a sip and said that she did not know and added that she had done everything that was asked of her. Home of a hero under the sun. Hyunwoo looked ahead puzzled and turned to the student. Myron responded to the call in a languid voice. The table was littered with bottles of alcohol. The hero asked what it was. All the bottles were shining and glasses were prepared. Myron said that it was alcohol, and he replied that he could see it himself. He looked at her. The girl's hair was pulled back into large ponytails. Sweat ran down his face anxiously. He asked why. Myron was wearing a short top with bare shoulders and stomach. She wore a short skirt and stockings over her hips. She was dressed like a character from his game. Myron sat shyly and smiled. Hyunwoo asked why she was dressed like that. A blush appeared on the girl's satisfied face. Hyunwoo looked confusedly at Myron, who was opening a bottle of wine, and tried to figure out if she had ever done cosplay. And he asked himself, why show him this? The wine was poured into the glass while the hero kept wondering if something had happened. Myron handed the glass to the frowning Hyunwoo and called out to him. He looked at her and responded. Myron obediently handed the teacher alcohol with ice. He looked at her while she stood in front of him and kept trying to understand what was happening. She politely asked to drink alcohol. The hero began to say something again, but she interrupted him and again asked for a drink. The hero fell silent, and Myron said to drink. She looked at him with pleading eyes. Hyunwoo looked back with a frown. The chaos goddess grabbed her head and said that she had fears that this would happen. Myron smiled. The goddess inside her asked the girl why he should push alcohol alone. In her thoughts, the girl replied that she did as she said. The goddess drooped in annoyance and called Myron the child. She threw up her hands and said that if everything was decided by alcohol alone, then she would not have been crucifying herself in front of her all this time. Myron pressed her lips and asked what. The goddess asked if the girl understood the essence of this gathering. The goddess said that she would make her teacher drunk and cement the relationship between them. Myron introduced a drunk and smiling Hyunwoo, who confessed his love to the girl. Myron opened her eyes when the goddess said that one glass would not be enough here. It took Myron a few seconds to realize everything. Hyunwoo looked at the hovering student in surprise and asked what was wrong with her again. He looked at the offered alcohol and reasoned that first there was cosplay, and now she was offering him a drink. He noted that at least he had nothing against it and noted that Myron was an adult. He imagined a fun get-together and suggested that the girl just wanted to relax after everything she had experienced. He continued to sit and thought that there was one thing. He looked into the glass and decided that the alcohol looked very strong. He silently snatched the glass from the surprised Myron's hands and decided to quickly drink it and finish it. He took a sip. Alcohol started pouring out of his mouth and he said it tasted like piss. The goddess suddenly came to life and shouted, "What now?" She pointed at the embarrassed Myron and said that she needed to put pressure on the hero and demanded that she offer another glass or talk to him. The goddess covered her face with her hand and said that it was better not to talk. Myron mentally asked what should she do. The goddess said that she could even move into it now, but then the hero would be able to suspect that something was wrong and said that it seems there is no choice left. Child. She appeared next to Myron and said that it was time to make a decision. She stood opposite the girl and said that one of two decisions, or she stops there. Myron pressed her lips together. The goddess calmly continued and said either. Myron looked forward in surprise when the goddess said that she herself would have to drink. The goddess calmly looked forward and said that if she is not sure that she can knock down her opponent, then just fall. She called it Plan B. Myron looked at the teacher with excitement, while the goddess said that if she gave a slight hint about this to the teacher, then that would be enough. Cold sweat ran down the girl's face. She was worried and said that suddenly something would go wrong. The goddess looked at the frightened Myron, depicting the silhouette of Narin, and said that now this is her best chance while the second student is not around. She asked the girl if she would just give up. Hyunwoo looked at the girl and said that if she decided to play a trick on him like that. She stood up abruptly and turned to him. Myron looked at him with a strange look and was covered in a red aura and asked him to wait a little. Just 3 minutes. Hyunwoo agreed, confused, watching Myron walk away like a statue. A window of information appeared in front of his face. It announced that the hero had been invited. The time to accept the offer was only 30 seconds. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide. The cold blue light began to consume him. Sparks flew around the interior of the house. Av sat quietly and waited while the light played in front of her. The teleportation was completed and the hero saw Av in front of him, who greeted him with a slight smile. Hyunwoo looked at the girl in bewilderment and asked if it was really her. Av smiled contentedly. Suddenly he hit her on the head. He watched with a malicious smile as she held her head and was indignant at the fact that he suddenly hit her. Hyunwoo said that he just had doubts. The apartment was modern and furnished. Av asked what the hero doubted. He said that suddenly it was a trap, and she hysterically asked if he really thought that she was capable of such a thing. Hyunwoo reached out to the disgruntled Av, who asked why he started with assault. She fell silent because Hyunwoo put his hand on her head with a smile. He smiled and said that he had a lot to tell her. A slight blush appeared on Av's cheeks. She said that she did the same and added that she had to say about things that she could not tell about until that moment. Av sat down opposite and asked again, but Av did not hear and said that before that. She coughed busily and said that she thought that the hero had already heard about her from the creator, but she wanted to introduce herself. Hyunwoo watched with a smile as Av said that she is the one who monitors all the parallel worlds and ensures balance, and is also the one looking for the 5 people responsible for the floors of the tower and their order. She closed her eyes, and with a smile she said that she was an adder. First floor of the tower. Valen coughed. He rose abruptly to his feet and did not understand anything. He began to ask what is here. A structure grew out of the floor in front of him. In front of him was a tablet with inscriptions and candlesticks. Valen exclaimed that this was a means of communication with the upper floors. He looked ahead excitedly. He read the luminous inscription on the tablet. It said that the first floor test would be removed from now on. Climbers should start immediately from the 9th. Behind the shocked wolf, Shuten began to rise. He jumped to his feet screaming. Streams of energy came from him. Valen stared at them in horror. Shuten shouted and demanded that the hero be given to him, calling him the dirtiest words. Valen asked if the monster was talking about a man with black hair. Shuten immediately responded and asked where he was. Valen pointed upward and said that he was no longer here, and suggested that he had probably risen higher. Shuten looked at the carved ceiling and Valen said that he is most likely somewhere upstairs. House, flowers in a vase. Hyunwoo clarified that that is, until his access to information reached a higher level. He looked at the girl and asked if she didn't even know who he was. Av said that's true. Hyunwoo asked in surprise why did she kill herself. Av raised her hand and said she would explain everything later. Now she was going to explain the current situation. Hero's house. All Red Marina hiccuped from drinking alcohol. She returned and closed her eyes and said that she was mentally ready. She opened her eye. There was an empty sofa in front of her. She exclaimed in surprise. A bunch of empty bottles lay on the sofa and on the floor. Myron took another sip with difficulty. She sat on the sofa with her legs crossed and put the bottle next to her. She said that she screwed up. The goddess watched what was happening with concern and asked if there was enough to drink. The flushed Myron looked at the bottom of the empty bottle. The goddess said that the teacher had escaped. A man in a black mask approached and bowed. Myron asked what he needed, touching the bottle. She looked at the man with a sleepy look. He said that it seemed that the climber would appear soon. The chandelier in the room was decorated with stones. The man confirmed the information about the climber. but said that it was not known for sure and added that it was expected that in 2 hours he will be in the Seoul Metropolitan Council area. Myron smiled and asked how. The man confirmed. She relaxed her hand with the bottle and said that it was very good. She was covered in a red aura and looked into the void with a crazy smile, saying that she was in a bad mood. Her eyes also glowed red. "Let's meet our guest," she said. Hyunwoo asked in surprise, had the girl locked the floor. Av looked at the hero and said yes. She looked down and said that after the hero received the highest level of access, she regained all her memories. She remembered how she stood in the void of space and was surrounded by a bunch of information screens. She said that she learned about the current situation in the tower and learned that the climbers were trying to kill the hero. Cold cosmic light fell on her anxious face. She said that the 9th floor could soon be destroyed. She looked at Manhwa and said that that's why she closed it. However, it became difficult to get in touch. The hero said that everything was clear to him. He asked how long it would last and Av said about 1 or 2 months. Hyunwoo looked away and said that this time was somehow inaccurate. She pouted and said that she had done her best. She remembered how she sat exhausted in the void of space, surrounded by magic circles. She said that due to her escape from the 3 creators who were trying to get rid of her, she was forced to put a limit on her memory in order to maintain her strength. She depicted a battery that was only half full and said that therefore it was now defective. Hyunwoo compared it to energy-saving mode. He calmly asked if this was the essence of the matter. He looked at the girl seriously and said that when the floor opens, a whole bunch of conquerors will pour in here and therefore we should prepare in advance. Av made a sad expression on her face and said that it was true and added that people would be needed for protection. Hyunwoo asked why. Av clasped her left hand and said that the conquerors could no longer come down, but it's easy to get up. Hyunwoo looked at the girl in surprise. He introduced a bunch of evil conquerors. Av said that she thought their numbers would grow exponentially. The hero asked why. Ah said there had been changes to the tower and said the designer had taken away her authority. He connected the 1st floor of the tower with the 9th. The red foot crushed the goblin's head. Shuten shouted that he would kill him. He frantically shouted that he would finish off the hero at any cost. He entered the purple portal. He came out the other side, grinning angrily. Before there were huge streams of yellow energy. Shuten looked at something in front of him with alarm. Huge streams of energy rushed in front of him. He asked what kind of energy it was and noted that it was many times greater than his energy. Myron stood in front of him in the form of the goddess of chaos and Shuten asked who she was. She told the monster to hold out longer. Shuten looked at the girl in confusion. She clenched her fist and said only this. She closed the distance in one leap, preparing to strike and saying that only this could reduce her anger even by a milligram. The apartment had a TV and large speakers. Hyunwoo said that a dangerous situation was developing and asked if he understood correctly. Av sat in front of the table on her knees and said that if the floors are connected to each other, then absolutely any climber can climb to the top. He remembered the destruction of the city and said that the climber alone was causing so much noise, and now a whole flock of them would come. Cold sweat flowed down his cheek. He began to remember those who could help. He remembered Naren, but she is currently training. Myron, who received Hayeka's karma. Shin, who was trained by the heavenly demon. He remembered Kumiho and assumed her participation. He asked how many climbers are expected. Av replied that about 8-10 people a day, but noted that many more would come when it opened. Hyunwoo opened his mouth and asked for clarification. Av replied that those who had already climbed would also come with them. She looked seriously at the hero and said, fortunately he killed the tuner. She imagined how the tuner raised her dead subordinates. Hyunwoo listened as Av said that initially, those whose ascension failed are restored by the tower system at a certain point in time. He remembered a conversation with Chonma, who talked about why he was in imaginary number space. Hyunwoo looked at the samurai, who said that he was just waiting. Hyunwoo thought, so this is what the heavenly demon's words meant back then. The sky was clouded with red. There was roar and screams. Myron stood, enveloped in yellow energy. Shuten asked to stop, and she told him to be revived quickly. She raised her foot to kick and said they weren't done yet. Shuten dodged the blow. He smiled nervously, laughed and said that he was sure. Myron appeared behind him and grabbed his head, telling him to dodge, noting that it would at least be more interesting. Shuten turned his eyes in her direction and asked how. Screams echoed across the battlefield. Shuten was lying on the ground with a bunch of bumps on his forehead. The goddess asked if he had really died. Myron looked ahead, and the goddess asked if she had moved away. The girl said not to talk to her. She frowned, and Hayeki asked why she was so angry. Myron turned around and asked if she was kidding. Hayeki calmly looked forward and said that they had made the teacher pay attention to them and asked if she shouldn't be happy. Myron fell silent in surprise. She remembered how she always walked behind the teacher's back while Hayeki asked if she knew that the teacher was never interested in her. Myron blushed and asked what about it, and she added that the teacher ran away. Hayeki raised her finger and said that was the point. She said that the teacher had previously openly ignored the girl. Myron remembered how he calmly refused gifts. And now, the goddess continued, he ran away for the first time. Myron remembered the empty sofa. Hayeki looked forward and said that such an action is not guided by reason, but in other words. She said that he was not indifferent to the girl. The angry look disappeared from the girl's face. She blushed and looked forward with great shock. The girl's eyes began to water. She asked herself, was she really the teacher? She couldn't say the whole sentence. Shuten looked at the girl cautiously and thought, what is she doing all of a sudden? He thought that this was a chance to leave and jerked, but Myron stepped on his hand and he screamed. Myron smiled insidiously. There was a blush on her cheeks. She said that the teacher. She gently cupped her cheeks with her hands, crushed the monster's hand, blood sprayed out, and she said that the teacher doesn't care about her. Night, Seokwin's house. The blue dragon asked that the hero wants to gain karma using the space-time circle. Hyunwoo replied that there were no other options. He was lying on the bed and sitting on the phone, and the dragon said that in this case the hero would be gone for about a month, and he said that he knew. He was going to call Seo Yeon and said that's why. He smiled, looking at the phone and saying that he was starting preparations right now. Sunset, International Hunters Association. Liam said he was glad to hear from Henba. Liam was smiling, talking on the phone and holding documents in his hands. He asked if the hero was doing well and asked what business he was calling about. Liam opened his eyes wide. On the other side of the phone they said that many disasters were about to happen. Henwoo kept one hand in his pocket and looked to the side. He said that he wanted to discuss taking appropriate action. Liam on the other hand said that those results turned out to be true. Henwoo was surprised and asked how Liam knew. He replied that yes and clarified that he was just about to call him about this. He said the association has developed one item to learn detailed information about disasters. It was about a certain colored sphere. Liam showed a world map with 7 red dots. He said that after the first activation, as many as 7 dots appeared on the radar. The points had coordinates. Liam said that moreover, one of the disasters was expected in 8 hours from the current time. Henwoo said that this was too fast. Liam looked ahead with serious eyes and said the situation had improved, however, thanks to rising global hunter rates. Hyunwoo remembered how Soyeon told him about this and worriedly wondered if this was really everywhere. He looked out the window and thought that now they needed strength and everything that was happening was only to their advantage. He said that Liam could count on help from them too. Liam thanked Henba and suggested discussing the reward procedure. After a while, Hyunwoo hung up the call and happily said that one thing was done. He looked at the phone with a smile and said that now it was time to talk to the guys. It was daytime, the Guardian Guild. Shihan said that he somehow couldn't believe that Hyunwoo had gathered everyone here so early. Shihan, Anya and Kumeho were sitting at the table. Shihan asked what the hero was up to again, and Anya said that he better help clear up the work. Kumeho was sleeping. Door opened. Hyunwoo stood at the door and asked if everyone was here. Shihan asked displeasedly what this time. Myron stood behind the guys and smiled with her eyes closed. She smiled silently. Everyone looked at her strangely. Shikan quietly asked if his student was crazy, and the hero said that he himself didn't know. Myron continued to stand sweetly and smile while the hero said that he had something to say. Everyone looked at him questioningly when he said he would be training for a while. Everyone opened their mouths in shock when he asked to protect everything here for a month. He said that he would now explain the whole situation and offered to call Rin, but he was interrupted. The library book hung in the air, engulfed in light purple smoke. Narin ordered to return. All the books in the library were scattered by an invisible force. She watched silently. The Book of Spirits silently watched as the books returned to their places and thought that in such a short time Narin was able to get that. She remembered a huge old dragon. She was able to obtain something that even a dragon spirit beast took 1,000 years to achieve. The books fell into place one after another. The book was shocked and thought that this was real talent. Tired, Narin sat down on the floor. She looked at the flying book, who said she was halfway through stage 4 and said it was excellent. Narin said that this was not the problem and the book asked again in surprise. Narin calmly said that she had some kind of bad feeling. She looked gloomily into space and said that she felt like she was now in a bad position and said that she wanted to compete with the little one. The book thought it was jealousy that had this effect. Narin turned sharply and asked what was next, and the book said stop. The library was in perfect order. The book suggested a break and Narin asked in surprise. She looked at the book thoughtfully while she said that she needed to prepare for the next stage and the girl to get some rest. Narin smiled and asked how. She looked ahead and said that she would visit that little thing first. Noah's Ark. Noah said, it's good that the hero made preparations, and the hero agreed. He introduced a group of his guys and said that his people wouldn't be lost without him in a month. Noah stood thoughtfully in front of the hero and said that by the way, regarding training with the space-time circle, he said that there is a risk of destruction of the mind. Henwoo smiled and said that you can become stronger in a short time. Noah laughed and said that this was in his spirit. He looked away. The hero asked what about the item that will help convince climbers. Noah said here he is. He handed the hero the rolled up paper. The hero took it and an information window appeared. In his hands was the evidence of the oath. Hyunwoo squeezed the evidence contentedly and said that they were perfectly prepared. Noah looked at him and said that it turns out that the hero had decided on who he wanted to awaken since he was going to use this thing, and the hero agreed. He looked to the side, smiled and said that he could be trusted. An open field, it was a bright day. Someone exhaled and put a stick in the ground. Hyunwoo threw away the stick, admiring the magic circle, and said that everything was ready. He wiped his hands and said, what if it takes him more than a month? He looked up. The blue dragon said that if you try hard, you can adjust the time even inside the circle, and then he will have more time to prepare. Hyunwoo stepped forward. He stood in the center of the circle and said, let's go. The dragon looked forward and said to listen carefully. The circle will activate with good control of the Tao power. A beam of blue energy appeared in the hero's hand. The dragon asked him to concentrate the power of Tao in his hand. Hyunwoo closed his eyes, and the dragon said that this way he would begin to maneuver the basic techniques. And then, the dragon's words were incomprehensible. Hyunwoo began to be enveloped in blue energy, and the dragon said that they were finished. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide. A motionless copy of the hero stood in front of him. Wukong said it worked, and the dragon confirmed it. Hyunwoo looked at the sleeping version of himself in surprise and said that he was the spitting image of him. The clone began to slowly open his eyes. Both Hyunwoos looked at each other in shock, and each thought that these were some strange sensations. They turned their heads and saw the dragon and the sage. The dragon said that this completed the preparation for receiving karma. The dragon smiled and offered to choose. Drachno and Wukong looked at the heroes in silence. There were 2 doors in front of them, and the dragon said that there were 2 doors in front of them and everyone should go through their own door and start studying. 2 lines united above the hero's head. The dragon said that as soon as they do this, all that remains is to unite the 2 souls that have mastered karma into one body. Hyunwoo pointed to the door and said he was coming this way. The second Hyunwoo pointed to another place and said that he was going there. Everyone stood at their door and looked at themselves. Hyunwoo smiled and wished himself good luck. His copy reciprocated. Both doors slammed shut. Narin smiled. She was illuminated by a bright purple light and told the mentor to wait for her. She smiled sweetly, while the teleportation process was going on, and said that she would definitely be next to him. She was transported to a skyscraper. Behind the panoramic windows, a huge statue of bats was flying in front of the girl. Narin removed her hands from her face and asked, what else is this? The mice began to crash into the window and cracks appeared along it. The window burst. The mice flew towards Narin with a squeal. She covered herself in purple smoke and ordered them to explode and die. Each mouse suddenly exploded and huge splashes of blood scattered throughout the area. It started to rain blood. The blood began to form into clots, which attracted the rest of the blood. The face of a huge red dragon appeared in front of Narin. Hyunwoo flew through the darkness. He was silent and heard strange sounds. He felt blue flames. He opened his eyes, which glowed with blue energy. He said he found it. He smiled, his eyes also sparkling with energy. Smoke was flying in the darkness. The monster growled in alarm. His eyes glowed red. He was not alone. Behind him stood a huge crowd of the same monsters with gray skin. Hyunwoo smiled excitedly and was surprised at the number of monsters. He clenched his teeth, and he hit the first monster in the face, showering them with name-calling. He looked furiously at the defeated monster and said that they were stuck like rats in this what the hell will you see place. He said that he was already tired of looking for monsters by sound and touch. He looked ahead gloomily and said that the unfinished lizard gave him a hardcore here, suggesting that he could control the power of Tao with his eyes. He saw a crowd of monsters in front of him and said that now all he had to do was deal with them. The hero stretched his fingers. He smiled in anticipation. His eyes glowed blue and he shouted to the monsters to prepare their faces. Wukong said that at first he thought that he didn't understand a damn thing, but now he said that something seemed to have gone wrong. Wukong and the blue dragon were resting at the door, and Wukong asked what the snakehead was up to. The dragon said contentedly that he had slightly adjusted the time. Wukong asked boredly, could he really do that? The dragon calmly replied that yes, and looked at the sage and said that he tried not to use this as much as possible and received a logical question why. He imagined Henwu standing in front of space and magical symbols and said that the source of the space-time circle was connected to a part of Henwu's consciousness. He presented a collapsible cube and said that if the circle received even the slightest pressure, it would affect the guy's consciousness. He imagined a mind like glass, who explodes, and said that everything will turn out to be the collapse of the hero's mind. Wukong lazily asked how much did he increase the passage of time. The dragon replied that there were up to 10 days in a day, and added that he could do much more. He smiled when Wukong asked what better not to do. Wukong scratched his chin and said that 10 days was not enough for a guy. The dragon smiled and said that everything would be fine. He said that Hyunwoo, unlike them, has a different starting point. He introduced Hyunwoo, who was flying in the sky, and said that they started from scratch and noted that the hero had considerable experience. He said it would help him. The dragon said that quick receipt would make a difference in quality, and the sage thought about it. Hyunwoo fought in the imaginary dimension. The space was cut by a bright beam of light. Hyunwoo fought, his eyes glowing blue. The goblins watched silently as the hero disappeared from their sight. He came at them from above with an angry face. There was an explosion. He looked ahead at the cloud of smoke and dust. In the darkness above the smoke, many red eyes were still glowing, and the hero guessed that there were about 100 left. He breathed heavily and said that the power of Tao was already running out. He jumped into the attack and thought that, of course, his strength would be enough to finish off these creatures. But someone else's blood splashed around his eyes. But if the power of Tao was a little greater, he found himself in a white space. Behind him were 2 doors and a blue dragon who said he congratulated him. He smiled and said that the hero quickly gained the karma of the dead man of destruction. The hero was confused by this. He asked again and asked if it was not his karma that he received. The dragon smiled and said no. He said that his karma is collective. He presented a huge tree in the middle of a field and said that his karma contained dozens or even hundreds of other karmas. He introduced the dripping dew and said that among them was the karma of the dead man of destruction, and said that it could be considered the basic stage. Hyunwoo rubbed his head with displeasure and said that, in other words, he still had to work and work. He looked at the dragon and asked where Wukong was. The dragon said that most likely he was together with another hero. Hyunwoo remembered his clone and asked if he was okay. He thought he could handle it. The hero put his hands in his pockets and asked what's next on the list. The dragon said that the karma of asceticism, and said that this karma takes up most of his own. He told the hero to gain enlightenment through discipline. An old man sat under the waterfall and meditated. Hyunwoo asked with enlightenment, and he said that it sounded somehow too abstract and asked for a hint. The dragon looked at the guy and said that it is important to find enlightenment yourself. Hyunwoo scratched his ear while dragon said that when the time comes, he can suggest some words. Hyunwoo said he moved on. There is no way back. He stood in front of the door. New York, Manhattan. The city was in ruins. Someone was laughing. The shark-like monster held the bodies of the hunters in his hands and said that he had succeeded. The huge monster was going to eat the hunters. There were many bodies lying around. The huntress was sitting and holding her wounded hand. She thought that even though the performance had skyrocketed recently and many S-rank hunters had infiltrated, she looked forward heavily and thought that they still lost so easily. The monster shouted for the girl to become his food. She screamed in fear. A samurai appeared with a sword. He shouted to the monster to disappear, and a slash of light illuminated the darkness. The monster screamed as blood flowed from his body like a fountain. The end of the sword was covered in the monster's blood. Chanma stood in front of the hunter. He looked away and was silent. Chanma looked at the roaring monster. He smiled madly and asked Chanma if he was tired of living. Chanma calmly closed his eyes and said that he couldn't even be called a non-entity. He walked in the opposite direction from the monster while he was surprised at the words he heard. The darkness was illuminated by the cuts. Monstar was covered in many cuts and a ton of blood began to flow from his wounds. The monster screamed. Chanma sheathed his sword and called him stupid. The huntress asked who he was. Chanma looked at her and said that he was Chanma. The blue dragon asked about Chanma and said that he had good skills. Wukong sat on the tail in front of the dragon and said that he couldn't even believe that an ordinary person could rise to such a level, and added that at this rate he was not far from being a celestial being. The dragon looked at the smiling sage and asked why his hen refused to be revived. Wukong clarified, "Is it about Yishin?" He looked the other way with displeasure and said that he was giving into the tooth, that he was just lazy. Wukong smiled and said that they had found a suitable candidate and that's why everything was great. He looked at the door and said that wasn't the problem right now. He remembered the mountainous area and said that the 99th day had passed. Henwu reached Mount Wanyu and asked where Henwu had reached the dragon. He looked at the sage and said that everything was smooth. But there was one thing. The dragon frowned and said that now the karma of asceticism will begin. He said it was the hardest one to get. Hyunwoo meditated in the middle of the snow. He was calmly silent while the dragon said that the previous methods would not work here. A cloud of blue energy burned in Hyunwoo's hands. It emitted small streaks of current. After a while, Henwu was completely covered by the current of Tao energy. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands with a smile. The electric ball in his hand emitted a current, and the hero said that he had finally managed to place the property of lightning into the energy of Tao. He looked at the door that appeared in the middle of the snow and said that now he had a basis for mastering asceticism. The dragon, before Hyunwoo walked out the door, asked him to remember that knowledge is a subjective thing, or in other words, he said that there is no correct approach to the karma of asceticism. Hyunwoo looked questioningly at the dragon and asked what was the point. The dragon smiled and said that was all he could say, and added that he would have to find everything else himself. Hyunwoo frowned with displeasure and asked if he was sure that this training would help him. The dragon calmly closed his eyes and said that if he feels that it helps him, then it means so, while the dissatisfied hero asked if they really had a show here. What? Where? When? The dragon looked at the hero and said that the most important thing is what kind of knowledge he will receive and what meaning he will put into it. Hyunwoo scratched his cheek in the middle of the snow and said that now his head is an even bigger mess. He grabbed the ring on the door and said that he was just like before. He opened the door and an endless desert lay out in front of him. He said that he would face the obstacle face to face. However, Hyunwoo was meditating in the middle of the desert and had been walking for the 10th day. The hero wondered if there was any point in that. On the 43rd day he was sitting under a waterfall. On the 75th day he was sitting in a bamboo forest. He wondered if there was any point in following the blue dragon's karma like this. He no longer understands what this training is for, to get closer to his karma. On the 86th day, he saw a raging ocean in front of him. On the 102nd day he saw the hot earth. He thought that there might be another purpose hidden in it. He meditated in the hot earth. On the 205th day he meditated on a stone. On the 240th day he sat among the poisonous roots. For the 300th day he sat in the field. He shouted that this method does not help in knowledge at all. On the 380th day it rained. On the 500th day, Hyunwoo sat in darkness. He opened the door again. A cold wind blew on him. He found himself in the snow again. He looked and realized that he was back to the beginning. City. Soyeon was riding in a taxi and said that she was almost there and asked to convey this information to Anya. She sat on the phone and said that she didn't know what she needed help with. She read the news and thought that this was due to the sharp increase in disasters. The car stopped and the taxi driver said that they had arrived. Soyeon walked along the corridors of the Guardian Guild. She was about to knock when the angry voice of Kimeho behind the door asked if her interlocutor had said everything. Soyeon looked at the door questioningly. She quietly opened the door and asked what was that noise. The little man said contemptuously to the Kimeho. She stood and shouted at Chanma, who had turned away from her, and said that she was a Kimeho, a spiritual being. Chanma looked to the side and said that this does not change the fact that she is also a middle-class climber. The fox looked at the samurai in shock. Soyeon looked with embarrassment as the fox called the samurai a bald bastard, and Chanma said that she only barks constantly, but does not bite. She looked and jerked when she heard another conversation. She turned and saw Myron sitting on a chair looking at Naren and ordering her to go to India. Naren leaned towards her and said that she had not heard anything and asked why on earth she should obey the little ones. Myron calmly looked at her rival and said that it was all because she was under her leadership. Naren looked at Myron with a crazy look and asked her not to star. Myron sarcastically covered her face with her hand and said that she was the first student and added that she was with the teacher and coughed without finishing the sentence. Naren, in shock, began to ask what she was talking about. Cold sweat ran down Soyeon's cheek, and Myron asked if Naren really thought she would sit still while she was gone. Soyeon smiled nervously and asked where Anya was. What finally finished her off was the scene of Shihan and Annie hugging, who asked if she was okay. The girl called him dear in a tearful voice and said how hard it was for him. Soyeon smiled doomedly and mentally addressed the hero. She looked at the chaos that was happening in the room and mentally asked Hyunwoo what was he thinking about while collecting this fool. Guardian Guild, Countermeasures Committee. Soyeon said that she generally understood what was happening. She stood opposite the hugging couple and asked if it was really difficult to control the magic circle of the mansion in Hanama and added that she would help. Anya thanked her. Soyeon smiled nervously while Anya had tears in her eyes. Soyeon said that Anya could have said this earlier. Anya began to say in a trembling voice that in such a situation. Soyeon looked to the side and gasped. She looked at the furious Gumeho and the mischievous Chanma. I looked at the two arguing girls, and she said that this was also true. Naren said that if only it weren't for the mentor's order. Myron smiled and said that she was late anyway. Soyeon smiled anxiously and said how neglected everything was. She jerked and imagined Myron and Hyunwoo in a passionate embrace and wondered if they were really together. Shihan calmly looked ahead while Soyeon thought she had read a lot of fanfiction. Chanma listened to Shihan say that his teacher had come. Of course, he was surprised, but Shihan waved his hand cheerfully and said that Chanma could stay here for a while. Chanma chuckled and looked at Kumeo sleeping on the mattress. She curled up sweetly. She slowly opened her eyes. She stood up and asked who was there. Shihan wanted to introduce the fox, but Youngma interrupted him. He asked what kind of cross it was, which made the fox bare her teeth. She asked who it was and told the samurai to go away for a long time. Chanma was surprised that he could not talk. Shihan smiled shyly and said that he didn't think that Youngma would fight with Gumeho like that. Shihan and Soyeon looked ahead doomedly and turned mentally to Hyunwoo, and they asked him to return quickly. Hyunwoo looked at the snow hitting his face and was annoyed. He screamed, was he really here again? He sat down in the snow and asked how many times already. He opened his mouth and said a snake. He walked towards the door and said that he was driving towards him. He opened the door. The dragon turned to ask if the hero had come in to rest. He looked at the hero in surprise. The evil Henwu approached the snake and asked, "Did the dragon really get karma in such a crazy way?" He looked angrily at the frightened dragon, who said that Hyunwoo himself could not obtain asceticism, and asked what does he have to do with it. He shouted at the dragon and demanded a clue, but the dragon calmly said that there were none. Hyunwoo shouted angrily at the dragon. The dragon smiled and said self-knowledge and knowledge with the help of an outsider are different things. He looked at the hero and said that this is why he cannot teach him. The dragon smiled contentedly while the hero thought about whether to kick him. He shouted that the clock was ticking and said that the main thing is that the results are normal, and I asked, "Isn't it?" The dragon smiled again. He spoke words in an unknown language. Hyunwoo looked at the dragon in disbelief. The dragon presented two pigs looking at each other and two Buddhas. He said that if you look at Buddha, everyone looks like Buddha, but in the eyes of a pig, everyone is a pig. The dragon turned to Henwu. He flew up to him and asked what he sees. Hyunwoo looked at the dragon in surprise. It was reflected in the blue dragon's golden eyes. Hyunwoo silently turned around and returned to the snowy regions outside the door. The dragon turned around when Wukong said that the dragon said he couldn't teach him and then started babbling. The dragon smiled contentedly and said that he did not give any hints, but simply asked a question. And he said that be that as it may, he thought that Hyunwoo would be able to find the answer. Hyunwoo sat down in the snow. Wukong looked at the dragon and said that he was lucky. He imagined how Hyunwoo was now fighting a huge monster and said that his ward was now in danger. The icy mountains were covered with eternal snow. Hyunwoo sat in the snow and thought about the dragon's question. He asked what Hyunwoo saw. He sat silently with his eyes closed. He asked himself what was he looking at. He imagined the blue dragon and asked himself why he even felt obligated to be like the blue dragon. He remembered how he fought fiercely and said that at first there was the karma of a madman, and now he sits alone in the snow and said that now there is asceticism. He was silent and understood that there were still many components ahead. He imagined a huge blue dragon in front of him. He told himself that if he moved only to gain blue dragon karma, he would definitely lose himself. He thought that it turned out that he needed to come face to face with himself. He began to open his eyes. He saw himself in front of him, and he realized that he needed to face himself. He saw himself in the reflection of his eyes. The snow began to disintegrate. He found himself in a white space next to the dragon. He was smiling. The blue dragon said that he congratulated the hero for receiving the karma of asceticism. The dragon said that training was ending, which surprised Hyunwoo. The dragon presented the image of a monk and said that the goal was to look at oneself and said that this was more spiritual self-discipline than training. He showed a pleased Hyunwoo and said that he first mastered the technique first, saying that he would repeat after him. The dragon looked at the surprised Henwa and said that he now has two karmas. He smiled and said that in other words, everything depended on his thoughts. Wukong chuckled. He looked at the heroes and apologized for disturbing their idol. He spread his hands and said that his Hyunwoo had some minor problems, and at first he thought it was nothing serious, but the sage hesitantly scratched behind his ear and said that everything had become a little more complicated. Hyunwoo asked what happened to his clone and asked if he was dying now. Wukong said that's not the case. Wukong stood next to the stricken monster and glowed with a red aura. Wukong said that Henwu, the clone, was breathing heavily. That Hyunwoo became a yaokai. Hyunwoo looked up wildly, his eyes black, and the pupils turned red. Hyunwoo asked, has he really become a yaokai? He put his hands on his belt and asked the sage what kind of nonsense this is. Wukong looked to the side in shame and said that towards the end something went wrong, and as a result the hero's clone became a yaokai. Hyunwoo screamed as his nails lengthened and his veins bulged. Wukong closed his eyes and grabbed his head. He said that he thought that he was mastering karma so quickly. Henwu looked questioningly at the sage. The dragon flew up and said that the compatibility should be very good, almost perfect. Hyunwoo looked at the dragon and asked if race could change because of this. The dragon replied that yes, in a sense it is even obvious. He's a yaokai after all. Wukong looked to the side guiltily and said, that turned out to be bad. The dragon hovered over the sage and asked why he, the monkey, did not stop the process of reincarnation. Wukong asked in response what type of cancer he should have interrupted him with. Hyunwoo raised his hands and asked him to stop acting like a dog. He said that this was not due to a split in consciousness, which means there would be no troubles. The dragon and the sage looked at the hero strangely and he asked, is there really trouble? The dragon looked at the hero sternly and said that there might be personality problems. He imagined the mixing of the two versions of Hyunwoo and said that if his mind mixed with the yaokai's mind, then a severe identity disorder would arise. The dragon and the sage closed their eyes and the dragon said that now, however, not everything is rosy. Hyunwoo asked what should be done in this case. The dragon thought about it and said that he had an idea, but he looked at the Monkey King and asked where the converted Henwu was. Wukong said that he was last seen fighting Wank, and he said that he would come out soon. Yaokai stood opposite the corpse of the Bull King in the mountains above which the bloody sky glowed, and behind the hero there was a door. The dragon looked at the sage and spoke clearly. He turned his gaze to the alarmed Hyunwoo and told him to go there. Hyunwoo looked dumbfounded at the dragon, who ordered the death of his clone. A sorcerer in a black robe levitated in a huge well. He looked ahead. He stepped, and flashes of energy from the invisible surface continued to hold him. The sorcerer looked forward and noted how much the blocking period had increased. A light was burning under his feet and transparent plates appeared. He said that he apparently had enough strength. He stood on hexes highlighted in blue and said that, however, there was still no need to rush. He stepped forward and said that although the adder was alive, most of its power had been lost and would not last long. He remembered the evil Hyunwoo and thought that that guy wouldn't do anything in such a short period of time. The sorcerer looked up and said even more so. Various creatures and people were hanging in the air above him, asking when they would come down, what they wanted to eat, and so on. The sorcerer smiled and said that it was a pity, of course, that it was not possible to summon the 4 heavenly kings. He looked at the unknown personalities and said that these 3 would be enough for that sucker. He looked forward again and said that all that was left was to wait. He stepped forward, and a crack appeared across the hexes. It was a sunny day. Soyeon was hugging her pillow, there were bags under her eyes, she was looking at her phone. She was reading the news. She said weakly that she was dying. She fell face down on the sofa, dropping her phone. On the floor near the sofa, a girl supported a magic circle with Anya. Son said that a little more and we can order a coffin. Magic circles glowed on the stone circle. Soyeon said that 2 people must control such a huge number of magic circles. She said that, of course, they have help. She looked at the languishing Anya and said, I wish I could have a human rest once. The telephone rang. Soyeon picked it up with shaking hands. She asked to stop and said that enough was enough. Hyunwoo stood and looked at the dragon and asked if karma would disappear. The dragon said no. He introduced a yaokai that emits a blue aura and said that if he kills his other self, it will simply eliminate his personality. Even if the spiritual body formed with the help of the space-time circle disappears, then the karma itself will rightfully remain with him. Hyunwoo looked ahead. The dragon frowned and said that there would be another problem with this, however. He introduced a screaming yaokai and said that at the moment of his double's death, his information would be transferred to the hero's brain, and surely the second Hyunwoo had accumulated a lot of knowledge after training and said that the amount of information would be colossal, and if the hero could not stand it, his mind would ultimately be destroyed. The sage made a guilty face and Hyunwoo grabbed his face and swore. He asked where he is now. Hyunwoo slowly removed his hand from his face, revealing his serious face. Mount Manek, sunset. The Bull King asked through pain who the fuck he is. Yaokai smiled crazily when the bull said that yaokai energy was coming from him. He stepped on the bull and said that some little thing didn't need to know his name. The bull screamed in pain and aura began to pour out of his mouth. The yaokai looked at the creature's suffering with a smile. Behind him, Hyunwoo asked if yaokai had gone crazy. He looked forward in surprise. A foot in a black and white slipper appeared behind the yaokai. The yaokai turned angrily and asked why he came in. Hyunwoo nervously scratched the back of his head and said that he came to clean up the crap behind him. He smiled and put his hands in his pockets, calling yaokai a dirty word. Night sky, mountains. Blood sprayed and someone screamed. Chanma stood opposite the monster whose hand he cut off and noted how easily the hand came away, while the monster said that it was impossible and said, what a chance this was. Chanma grabbed the knife and said it was time to call it a day. He frowned. Behind him, Kumiho stood and giggled. The swing cut through the space. Kumiho froze, because the blade of the blade was a couple of centimeters from her face. She asked tenderly, is Chanma really attacking his own people? The veins on the samurai's face bulged and he said that he would kill the fox, but she said that thanks to the owner he would not be able to do it. He frowned, remembering that contract. Powerful energy appeared in the air. Chanma opened his eyes wide. Kumiho also suddenly became serious. An unknown figure hovered in the sky above the heroes. A certain fanged monster smiled smugly. He looked menacingly at the samurai with the fox and greeted them. Hawaii is depicted with destroyed buildings, and the phrase is heard that it is beautiful. A guy is shown sitting and talking about how, when he destroys everything, it will be a pleasure to watch. He frowns, claiming it's too boring. Something flies at him when he declares that if it weren't for the great cause, he wouldn't even agree to it. Suddenly he looks around. He clutches a weapon in his hands. He is holding a huge hammer. He looks up questioningly. People's legs are depicted, and the phrase is heard that the girl missed. Myron stands with her hand extended while Naren smiles. Hyunwoo stands in front of a man who looks just like him and asks if he saw himself. The man frowns, asking if he has come to kill him. Smiling, the young man claims that he knows everything. He remembers Wukong, noticing that he began to raise a fuss, saying that a split of consciousness would almost soon occur, so since he came, he said that it was not just like that. Raising his hand, the young man suggests skipping the tedious explanation. A man clenches his hand into a fist when a phrase about misunderstanding is heard. The question arises as to why he should kill him. The monster frowns, asking if they need power now. Smirking, Hyunwoo tells him not to talk nonsense because he's not going to live without his common sense. The creature smiles back, claiming that he first agreed to the separation, and now he is declaring this. It frowns, telling him that, for that matter, he has no plans to die. It points a finger at the young man, declaring that it will get rid of him himself. Hyunwoo irritably asks if that's true. The monster reports that he actually didn't waste his time either. A ball with a dragon inside is depicted, and the phrase is said that they mastered karmas of similar strength, but one of them was calmly meditating. A young man is shown with his eyes closed. Another was reported to have fought on Mount Manak. The same battle is depicted. Mountains are visible, and the question is asked whether they are at different levels. The answer is that practice is important in life. The young man smiles. He strikes a pose, claiming that the monster really could use a punch in the face. The creature repeats after him, asking if he can defeat him. The blow is shown. It can be seen throughout the entire area. Men are shown facing each other in battle. The question is whether there really is nothing they can do. Doors are shown. Wukong and the blue dragon are seen when the guy notices that Hyunwoo received karma, thereby achieving his goal, but the dragon reports that they are only assistants here. The dragon closes his eyes in displeasure, and Wukong claims that he used obscene language in his thoughts. The boy clenches his hand into a fist when the dragon asks if he is afraid that the boy will lose, to which he agrees. Turning his head, the dragon tells him to put aside his worries. He asks him to just trust Hyunwoo. A door is shown. Numerous explosions are visible. It turns out that it is the men who continue the fight. The young man swings his fists at the monster. The creature holds back his blow. Hyunwoo frowns nervously. The monster swings its leg at him. The young man, clenching his jaw, watches his actions and understands that he needs to dodge. Men hit faces. One of them flies straight down. The young man clenches his jaw as the monster rushes towards him. They swing their fist at him. However, he frowns as he parries the blow. He looks dumbfounded. He immediately falls into the water. The monster exclaims contentedly that he said that he could not be defeated. The young man lies down and looks at him. Suddenly he rises from the ground. The monster teleports, which hits him. He is surprised when a question is asked about where he is looking. The creature lifts its leg, asking if it has ever been beaten with its own techniques. He smiles, announcing that he will have a new experience. Hyunwoo looks at him dumbfounded as he uses the Overlord Divine Strike. Only the impact mark is visible. The smoke from the impact clears. The young man looks nervously at the monster above him. He clenches his jaw as the creature notices that he deflected his attack with the Sacred Thunder Spirit technique. The monster points to himself, saying that he can do this too. Hyunwoo frowns, noticing that he is just like him, but much more aggressive and reckless. The monster, grinning, claims that, despite the same basis, the difference between them is clearly visible. The men stand opposite each other when the creature asks if he should offer Hyunwoo something, to which he is answered rudely. The veins on the monster's arm are visible and he tells him to consider himself to have missed his chance. His eyes sparkle and he grins. Smiling awkwardly, Hyunwoo notices that no matter what angle he looks at it, he looks just like a yakai. The monster has a wild expression on his face and declares that the young man will die quickly. Mountains are depicted, and Hyunwoo asks why he speaks as if he has already won, and in response he hears the phrase that the blue dragon's karma can be stronger. The creature swings at him, telling him that he only needs to kill him before using this karma. His hand ends up right next to Hyunwoo's face. Suddenly, blue lightning illuminates them both. The monster screams in pain. Smirking, the young man asks him for forgiveness, but claims that he did not waste his time. The creature frowns when he states that they have terrible characters. Hyunwoo swings at him from behind, telling him that he didn't need to relax. The monster, raising its head, shouts words of denial. Sura's superb strike is used. A bright glow is visible. A place with bricks is shown. The man takes a step forward. He destroys what is under his feet. The hood is put on him and he begins to speak. He floats in the air, deciding that it's time for him to come down. An area with mountains is depicted. The monster lies on its last legs. He suddenly clenches his jaw. Lying on the ground, he curses at the entire area. Smirking, Hyunwoo figures he's having a hard time judging by his exclamations and claims he should have tried harder. The golden chainmail is shown, and the phrase is heard that if he had it with him, he would not now be lying on the ground like a tattered sack. The monster frowns at him and notices that they had the same time to master karma. Smirking, the young man claims that this is if he excludes the difference in the level of acquired karma. The monster lying down asks what he means, so Hyunwoo states that he will explain for the stupid. A ball with a dragon inside is depicted, and it is reported that the blue dragon karma mastered by it is full. It talks about Wukong's karma. A disappearing thing is shown, and it turns out that this karma is partial. The young man is asked to imagine that against an enemy with a sword he only has the hilt. Such a fight between men is depicted. Blue energy is visible, and the suggestion is made not to complicate anything. Smirking, Hyunwoo says that then he won't mock the monster. The creature just laughs at this. It arches an eyebrow, telling him not to bullshit. The phrase says that the monster will have to try very hard. Frowning, he declares that he is not going to help the young man. Hyunwoo tisks, closing his eyes, and claims that even though it's him, he doesn't have much of a character. He kicks off the ground, talking about how they both don't have a sweet life. The young man takes off, saying that another bad event will not affect him in any way. The monster starts laughing again. Suddenly something happens. Hyunwoo looks at him questioningly. The creature turned into a huge beast. The young man looks at him in surprise. Its eyes sparkle when he notices that it has actually turned into a macaque. It clenches its hand into a fist. A strong blow is seen when the phrase is heard that he has become somewhat stronger. Hyunwoo also clenches his hand into a fist. He stabs the monster, insulting it. The creature immediately flies away. It sits there, trying to come to its senses. His name is. It looks angrily at the caller. Hyunwoo stands looking at him from the cliff. He frowns, indicating that he is a busy man. The monster looks at him awkwardly when he suggests that they deal with everything quickly. He reaches out with his hand. The young man in surprise calls him a monkey. The monster frowns when he claims that his face only spoils his mood. Smirking, Hyunwoo hopes they won't cross paths again. Storm clouds are visible. Lightning immediately strikes the monster. Huge lightning flashes as instant thunder is applied. The terrain of the mountains is shown. The weapon pierces the ground. A creature is depicted holding a sword behind its back. Smiling, it communicates that the person has good talent. Youngma looks at him, breathing heavily, and realizes that his attacks have no effect on him at all. The monster is shown pleased when he notices that he can't even hurt him. Smiling, he asks if that's all. The guy only looks at him displeasedly in response. Behind the man lies a Kumiho, and the monster claims that if he had known that this would happen, he would not have made the fox lose consciousness. The girl lies with her eyes closed, and it is reported that the creature seemed to have a little more skill. It flies over when it tells them it's time for them to finish. It brandishes its weapon, claiming that their girl is first in line. She lies there, raising the corners of her eyebrows. The monster is stopped by someone's trembling sword. Youngma blocks his blow when he asks if he has given up yet. The guy just frowns at this. Blue magic envelops his legs. Lightning flashes around him. One of them hits, causing a bright light. After this, Chanma closes one eye. He looks at something in surprise. The monster stands unharmed, reporting that this blow is good. He stabs him, claiming that he surprised him. The guy immediately spits blood. He falls to his knees as the creature states that he should thank him. Ono frowns, claiming that he lifted Youngma's spirits. Suddenly Wukong kicks him, asking if he's having fun. His foot goes right across the monster's face. The guy looks at him in surprise when Wukong claims that the creature is bragging about some kind of status received from his grandfather. He falls to the ground. His golden accessory is visible. Smirking, he asks if the monster likes to torture the weak. You can see smoke coming from somewhere. Seo-yeon sits in the magic circle, telling Anya that this is how she can die. She gets up, claiming that they've dealt with urgent matters so they can get some rest. A crowd of bodyguards is shown. One of them raises his sword, asking who these people are. A frightening monster is depicted talking about food. The bodyguards are afraid of him. The girls worriedly ask what the noise is there. The door is open. The hooded man asks if the girls are Hyunwoo's accomplices. Anya clenches her jaw, shielding Soyeon with her hand as they are told to answer. The man, whose face is not visible, asks where the young man is now. Destroyed buildings are depicted. A fight between two people is shown. A huge hammer is visible. The girl dodges a devastating blow. She floats in the air while the man looks at her. He notices her moving towards him. He frowns, knowing he needs to dodge. Suddenly he looks down. He looks nervously while the person is above him. It turns out that this is a girl, and this is not the first time she has been watching him. Narin looks at him smiling. Myron swings her leg at the man, declaring that he is slow. She walks her foot right across his face. A devastating blow is visible. The entire area is shown. A seated man is depicted with his head down. Buildings are shown, and the girl says that she expected more from the conquerors. She stands with her arms crossed, claiming that he is a louse. The man frowns, asking if the girls had fun. His face is covered with some kind of magic. He tells them to know true power. He is enveloped in magical energy. A bright glow is visible. Narin looks surprised when Myron asks who it is. It turns out that the man has turned into a strange creature. It clenches the weapon in its hands, noting that they dared to anger him, the god of disasters, so they cannot count on anything. He talks about a quick death. It immediately hits the ground with a hammer. The girl looks down thoughtfully, declaring that he has big dreams, and Narin agrees with her. The monster clenches his jaw, asking if she thinks their cheap tricks will work now. He raises his hammer, telling them to attack, because they will test which of them is right. Narin holds the book in his hands, telling him to stop. The monster begins to tremble. The girl suddenly takes off. She reminds him that he is too slow. She floats, clenching her hands into fists. Her magic overtakes the monster. Myron grins. The thought sounds about whether the monster is losing. Narin also stands smiling. He calls them some kind of little people. Sparkling, Myron says that it's time for them to finish because the teacher will return soon. The creature is extremely indignant. 3 destruction steps apply. The girl stands over him, grinning. The dark sky in the mountains is shown. The monster coughs, lowering its head after being hit. He sits when the guy asks if he is cold and why he is so slow. The creature frowns, telling him to shut up. Wukong stands with his weapon slung over his shoulder and says that he is kind. He irritates the monster, believing that he is still offended because of his jokes in hell. The mountains are shown, and the creature remembers how he dug into hell twice, and the guy replies that he should stop bringing up the past. Wukong calmly reports that he's a little busy right now, so he tells the monster to stop being nostalgic. He smiles sweetly, asking if the creature will die quickly. The monster just frowns at this, asking if he is mocking again. The creature's guns are blazing as it asks if the guy thinks he's the same. It talks about what it was like before. The monster looks at Wukong angrily. Smiling, the guy notices that he is turning up his nose and believes that he received the karma of the Lord of the 8 Hot Stars. Standing opposite him, Wukong claims that he is average. The creature clenches its jaw, telling him not to pretend to be calm. We are talking about inferior karma. The monster swings his sword, declaring that he cannot be defeated. Wukong yawns, pretending to listen to his opponent. He puts his hand in his pocket, claiming that he knew the monster would do something like this, so he took something with him. He holds the ball in his hands, announcing that this is the karma of the Plague Lord. A ball is shown with the Plague Lord inside, and the question is asked where he got it from. The monster is confused when the guy asks what's the point of answering him if he's going to die anyway. Magical energy emanates from the ball. Birds are seen, and Wukong decides it's time for him to try out the gift from their student. An area is shown that is covered in blood, and the question is asked whether this is all. Seo Yon hugs Anya worriedly when the man asks if they're done resisting. The girl is scared and wonders how such individuals can exist. Magic symbols are visible on the ground, and the thought is heard that one of them has destroyed the protective circles. The corpses are shown, and it is reported that he dealt with Myron's direct subordinates. A zombie is shown eating a man's hand and is revealed to have absorbed all attacks. Soyeon's hands shake as she realizes she has nothing to fight back with. The hooded man announces that this is the last time he asks. The girl looks up at him in fear. The man calmly asks where Hyunwoo is. The girl trembles, clenching her jaw. She frowns, wondering if he's waiting for her to answer. The hooded man only remains silent to her insult by the monster. He just claims that he didn't have to bother with them. Black magic appears in his palm, and he declares that in this case there is no need for a painless death. He channels his magic forward. Soyeon squeezes Anya tightly in her arms, closing her eyes. Suddenly an insult sounds. Lightning strikes near a man. He turns around questioningly. The girl looks scared when asked what kind of show this is. Frowning, Hyunwoo asks if the man is tired of living. Turning around, the hooded man says that they have finally met. The phrase sounds like he was looking forward to this moment. The young man's face darkens and he tells him to shut up. He gets angry, asking if he thinks he's in the mood to talk to him. The man turns to him completely, informing him that he is as arrogant as they say he is. He stands with his hands down when an offer is made to explain the situation in which he finds himself. Clouds and a wall covered in blood are depicted when it is reported that, in addition to the young man and the ghoul, 2 more conquerors have descended here and are now clearing out others. Hyunwoo puts his hands behind his head when he hears the phrase that he can't do anything alone. The young man claims that there are too many words instead of the phrase that he was afraid to lose alone, so he brought a team with him. He smiles slyly. There's a dragon in the sky, which Hyunwoo points his finger at, asking if the man thought he wouldn't recognize. The hooded man looks at him in surprise. A blue dragon appears, whose energy does not go unnoticed. He reports that they met again after the man imprisoned him, and have not seen each other for a long time. A man in a hood stands with his head raised. The question of how this is possible is heard when Hyunwoo calmly asks if the man thought that he would not have a single ally. The hooded man flinches when he is called an engineer. The idea sounds that the young man has already found out who he is. The man believes that the adder did this. A girl is depicted. The man pretends to be calm, deciding that first he needs to call the rest of the conquerors. Suddenly he looks down at his hand. There he sees the destroyed artifact that connected him with them. He looks up when Hyunwoo notices that he seems nervous. Arching an eyebrow, he asks what's wrong. The battle between the girls and a strange creature is shown. Wukong is shown punching the monster. The question is whether something is wrong. The man clenches his hand into a fist, noticing that the young man is well prepared. He throws away the artifact, saying that he can handle it alone. He looks at the ghoul, stating that he is responsible for the blue dragon. The monster looks at the sky, calling the dragon a huge worm. He opens his mouth, claiming that he is delicious. He immediately jumps on the dragon, wishing himself a bon appetit. Hyunwoo lowers his head when the phrase about the somersault cloud comes out. A huge rushing cloud can be seen. Soyeon looks worried when she is told to run away from here with Anya as far as possible. She looks at Juno in surprise. She just nods silently. A cloud can be seen darting. The men stand opposite each other as the hooded man claims that no one is bothering them now. He removes his hood, deciding that it might reveal his true form. Hyunwoo asks in confusion what he has instead of a face. It turns out that he has some kind of mask on his face, and he asks to be allowed to introduce himself. The mask looks strange and he reveals that he is the one who created this world. He talks about the logic here. He claims to be a being who has learned the truth. The young man immediately rushes towards him, raising his fist. Leaning over, he calls the man. Frowning, he tells him to shut up. He hits and the masked man is sent flying. He lowers himself to the ground, resting his hand on it. He raises his head indignantly. The young man happily swings at him again, saying that this savage will beat him. He lands a lot of punches to his face, and during all this, the man asks him to stop. Frowning, Hyunwoo questions whether he would stop or not. A trace of a powerful blow can be seen. The young man's hand is clenched into a fist. He looks questioningly at his hand, wondering what it is. The question is whether the man grows a botanical garden. It turns out that he was protected by grown trees. Wiping his mouth, the masked man declares that Hyunwoo is talking nonsense. Lowering his head, he claims that he will tear him to pieces. The young man just grins at this, asking if he has enough strength. He suddenly raises his hand. A lot of lightning immediately appears, and he declares that dreaming is not harmful. He grabs the man by the collar. Smiling, he invites him to change the location. Blue magic envelops him and tells him to go first. The man looks at him in surprise. A different area is already visible. Suddenly there is a blow. This man ended up in the crater. He clenches his jaw, insulting the young man. Hyunwoo frowns when he claims that he has taken control of the annoying power. The masked man looks down angrily. He sits opposite a confidently standing young man. Suddenly, Hyunwoo turns around angrily. Roots begin to surround him. Smirking, he realizes that they want to lock him up. He tells the man to wait on it. Suddenly, a huge bolt of lightning strikes as the lightning tree is used. Putting his hand forward, Hyunwoo announces that he will finish with the man before he performs any more tricks. The phrase is that it is already too late. The young man looks at something in surprise. He looks around when the masked man claims to have interrupted his performance. A man begins to conjure when he declares that he is a being who has known the truth of all things. A statue of the deity is shown and it is reported that he has ascended to greatness. A flower blooms in his hand. Several statues are seen and the man is revealed to be Brahma. He looks down on the young man. Hyunwoo stares back, dumbfounded. Smiling awkwardly, he says that if he had called his gang, he would have suffered less. To this, Brahma just grins, telling him not to boast too much. He floats in the air, claiming that due to the fact that he is in charge of creation, he has little combat power, but he is confident in fighting the young man. Petals appear in his hand and he talks about his creations. They connect when they are reported to have the power of a conqueror. A petal enters the forehead of the statue. The same thing happens with the other one. The third one is exactly the same. The man spreads his arms to the sides, announcing that the young man will have to fight 3 conquerors at once. Smiling awkwardly, Hyunwoo tells him to just say that they'll pile up in a heap. Brahma looks at him impassively, claiming that he wonders if he is so bold in the face of his own death. He smiles slightly, declaring that with his great karma, he won't have long to wait for an answer. The young man looks at him questioningly. The man, watching him, speaks of the power of the Tathagata. Suddenly he launches a weapon at Manhwa. The blue dragon sees some kind of explosion. He seriously notices that there is a fierce battle there. He looks away, figuring he should go help. The monster is shown when the question is asked whether he is going to leave on his own. He looks at the dragon, telling him that by eating it, he will be full for once. Frowning, the dragon notices that he is too huge for a ghoul, and his appearance is somehow strange. The question is whether he has the karma of a black whale. The monster is seen in full growth, and it turns out that few people have heard about this karma. Raising his head, the dragon reports that he saw this several times in purgatory. Monsters are depicted, and it is reported that he still clearly remembers how a black whale ate all the dead in a row. Gull laughs, claiming that he knows everything. He opens his mouth, declaring that this karma is incomparable, allowing him to swallow even such a large worm as a dragon in one go. He opens his mouth even more, saying that now he is simply dying of hunger. A kind of black hole appears in his mouth when the start of the meal is announced. The dragon seriously remarks that it is better for him to close his mouth. Lightning flashes next to him. She catches up with the ghoul when he declares that the place smells bad. Gull looks to the side, noticing the blow on the sly. Some drops are visible. Smiling, the monster claims that the dragon did not succeed. He looks surprised when the dragon claims that once is not enough. Bull is struck by lightning when he decides to repeat. The creature looks worried. Frowning, the dragon believes that 2 blows were also not enough. He continues to throw punches, deciding that 100 might be enough. He watches the monster being struck by lightning and claims that the power of merging a ghoul with a black whale is truly impressive. The ghoul looks in surprise when the dragon notices that he hit with all his might, but the cannonball still did not appear. The question arises as to how he knows about this. An area with mountains is shown. The dragon smiles, saying that not everyone knows about such an impressive karma of the black whale. Gull is at a loss. Opening its mouth, the dragon speaks of what happened a long time ago. He remembers how he killed a black whale. The monster is surprised when he offers to see how long he can take. Tears flow from his eyes. Suddenly, he is struck by a huge bolt of lightning, and he screams in pain. Various debris can be seen. The young man is breathing heavily. The phrase sounds that the man can't even believe that he managed to withstand the power of the Tathagata. Hyunwoo holds his hand, frowning. Raising the corners of his eyebrows, Brahma calls him a real monster. The young man clenches his jaw as he acknowledges his vitality. The man allegedly sadly reports that he is a mere mortal and this endurance will one day come to an end. It turns out that this is true, in contrast to strength. One of the statues is depicted. There is a phrase that says that a man's strength has no limits. He immediately strikes the young man. Hyunwoo raises his head, realizing that stalling for time is not beneficial for him. He kicks off the ground, claiming that the plan of action is then clear. He immediately rushes forward, deciding that he needs to grab the man. He approaches him, talking about his quick death. Brahma, looking at him arrogantly, informs him that he got it right with this one. However, the question is whether he will succeed. He suddenly disappears from his place. The young man frowns, swearing at him. He throws his leg back. Huge lightning flashes as instant thunder is applied. Brahma watches what is happening in shock. Hyunwoo, smiling, swings at him and tells him that it's time for them to finish their puppet show. He suddenly raises his leg. However, he immediately notices something in surprise. It turns out that he flew into the air and now believes that this is a side effect. Brahma, without changing his position, asks what is the matter. Suddenly roots begin to reach out to the young man. His arms and legs are shackled, and the man remembers his words. A weapon is seen above him as Brahma announces that he will listen to his words. The young man looks ahead worriedly. The question is how long will he continue to beat Hyunwoo? A weapon can be seen rushing. The young man looks away in shock. He raises his head when asked why he opened his mouth. Wokung's head is shown, who notices his jaw has dropped. He smiles as he talks about how cool he is. The protagonist, looking at Wukong, said that he was fast. The great divine sage apologized and stated that he could not master the toy he had given him. An image of a white-haired guy with a lot of gold jewelry around his neck appeared. He shouted what he was doing here. Smirking, Wukong said that this guy was a very annoying fly from hell. Remembering his frightened look, the guy said that he turned out to be very tenacious. The main character asked what he meant. Clenching his fist, the great sage said that he had to sweat a little to get rid of it. Looking down angrily, a white-haired guy in a light robe asked who to get rid of. Raising his hand with a smile, Wukong asked if he really expressed himself that difficult. A fiery weapon began to form in his hand. He said that, as they say, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. An orange staff began to appear in his hand. He asked if it had arrived now. A little frightenedly analyzing the enemy, the white-haired guy recognized the weapon. The great divine sage said that he was also here. The guy looked up in surprise. A huge blue whale was flying above him. Covering himself with a yellow aura, the white-haired man created a wooden statue behind him with many arms. Drops of water flew away from the enemy's ability. The white-haired guy turned to the right in surprise. Lightning flashed from the whale that fell into the water, and it was injured. The guy turned around again at the sound. A blue dragon was flying a few hundred meters away from him. He said that it seemed time to punish the sinner who dared to imagine himself as a celestial. Meditating on his wooden ability, the guy prepared to attack the creature. Creating a pink bud in his hand, the enraged man asked who he called a sinner. The blue dragon, looking at the guy, said what else could he call a fake, that he would pretend to be a god by stealing someone else's karma. The protagonist, whose hands and feet were tied with wood, said that he did not understand anything. Wukong, turning to him, said that he himself had no idea. The main character asked if he knew anything. Saying okay, Hyunwoo tensed his shrouded hand. Clenching his fist, he instantly freed himself from the bonds. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist declared that since his help was in place, then his opponent was finished. The white-haired guy, looking at his 3 opponents, said that the main character should not become arrogant because he brought 2 non-entities. Looking at them with anger and disgust, he also declared that it was funny. Light began to emanate from the wooden statue. The man said that he would show them his true strength. The main character covered his face with his hands from the bright light. The protagonist opened them and looked at the guy. 5 different summoned statues appeared below him. He said that he called Virja and Vaishravana. Each of the wooden statues had glowing eyes. The guy said that since all 4 heavenly kings in the Tathagata were in place, they no longer had a chance. With one hand in his pocket and the other making a gesture, he addressed his teachers. Wukong and the dragon turned in his direction. Hyunwoo said that he was hit so recently that almost all his stamina was destroyed. The protagonist began to stretch his hands. With a smile on his face, he stated that he therefore had one request. Pointing to 5 huge opponents, the main character asked them to clear the way for his hard-working student. Gesturing with his fingers, Hyunwoo stated that he wanted to finish off his opponent in one blow. Looking to the left, the blue dragon said that sometimes the words of their beloved apprentice can leave one speechless. Wukong, smiling, asked that the protagonist decided to force them to work as laborers. The guy grabbed the weapon and agreed. Preparing to attack, the dragon said that he would do it as he really asked. A concentrated yellow aura, surrounded by lightning, rushed towards the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the man declared that they were disgusting insects. Several statues began attacking with blades. Approaching them with the staff in his hands, Wukong used his extension. The wooden stick began to grow in size in an instant. It began to envelop the wooden statue. One of the opponents blocked the attack. The great divine sage looked displeasingly in their direction. A statue with a large wooden mustache created a musical instrument. In an instant, she began to play the strings of the guitar. The sonic attack was directed towards Wukong. Smooth flows of energy were created by the guitar. The dragon, analyzing the opponent's ability, said that he would not call such a game beautiful. The enemy attack surrounded the confused divine sage. Streams of blue lightning came from the dragon, surrounding himself with a powerful aura of lightning. The blue dragon stated that he thought he should be taught a lesson. The light from the powerful attack illuminated the city. A huge number of lightning strikes near the wooden enemy. Appreciating, the main character replied that it was great. He lowered his head. Breaking away, he said that in this case it was time for him to get down to business. Gritting his teeth, the white-haired guy looked at his new opponent. The eyes of one of the statues glowed. Various bladed weapons flew towards Hyunwoo. The main character was taken aback when he heard the dragon, who said that it was useless. Tossing the protagonist with his body, he told him to go attack. Raising his hand slightly, the surprised man declared that it was impossible to neutralize the Tathagata so easily. A pink bud scatters from his right hand. After he gave the command for the appearance of the heavenly army, hundreds of wooden soldiers appeared in front of him. They rushed towards the protagonist, who stated that this did not scare him at all. Wukong, picking up an iron staff, asked if the guy wanted to take them in numbers. At the same moment, dozens of bluebirds surrounded him. He stated that they were also not made with a finger. The birds rushed towards new enemies. The guy said that the path has been cleared and now the main character is leaving. The protagonist flew over a dozen opponents. With his arms outstretched, the white-haired man didn't know what to do. Hyunwoo flew towards him and grabbed him by his white cloak. Red hands and blue buds appeared behind the main character. Revealing them, the main character said that it was time to finish. The guy's eyes widened. Asura's flawless strike sent his opponent flying. Flying away in a stream of aura, the guy screamed. Streams of white energy illuminated the location. A new flash of light appeared from a strong ability. Blood began to flow from the white-haired man's mouth. He opened his mouth and said through the pain that this was impossible. Continuing to fly away from the protagonist's attack, he stated that it was impossible for any person to surpass an immortal. Hyunwoo flew up to him and slammed him into the ground. Wiping his mouth, the chief declared that he was far from immortal. He said that he just needed to be beaten well and he would definitely die. Lying on the destroyed road, the man said that his vile syllable is unchanged. He looked up. Lowering his gaze to the protagonist, he stated that he could not defeat her. He closed his eyes slightly. The white-haired man asked if Hyunwoo could do it. Looking at the guy indignantly, the protagonist asked who he meant. Streams of golden particles began to flow from the bloodied Brahma. He replied that what is above is the tower. Streams of energy began to float through the air. Hyunwoo watched as the pink bud was enveloped in streams of energy. They spread more and more through the air. The main character looked at the system window that appeared. There was a notification on it that said he had defeated the engineer. His intelligence gathering skill has been upgraded to the highest. Scratching the back of his head with a little anger, the protagonist stated that the white-haired man said some bullshit and died. Turning towards the buds, he walked towards it. Bringing his hand closer to it, he asked what it was. On the information window, most of the information, especially stats, was blocked. Lotus, which is part of Brahma, the creator of all things. It blossomed after the endless ordeals of Brahma, and each of its petals is saturated with the karma of Kalpa. After the words about receiving this karma, the text was hidden. The main character asked if he really had the highest level of access. Lying down on the ground in the shape of a star, he wearily declared that he knew nothing. Closing his eyes, he said that he should sleep first. The sun's rays were breaking through the cloudy orange sky. 1 week later, several small glass buildings stood in the city. Hyunwoo sat at a table in front of a huge audience. He thought that he had not been in such an environment for a long time. Leaning towards the microphone, he announced that they were starting. He said that the general department of the hospital was nearby, so he asked to speak more quietly. Dozens of reporters, with cameras, microphones, documents, instantly greeted the protagonist. One of the men asked if Hyunwoo had seen videos of his fight uploaded to YouTube. Its views have crossed the 100 million mark. He asked how the main character felt about this. Picking his ear, the protagonist stated that he felt nothing. A man in a blue tie and with a walkie-talkie in his hands shouted that it was provoking various polemics among citizens. Recalling the blue dragon, the reporter said that this strange creature is the main topic. An image of Wukong appeared, holding his staff forward. He added that he is also the subject of discussion, and he once destroyed an entire city. The journalist said that people suspect that he might have teamed up with traitors. Hyunwoo looked at the man in disbelief. The reporter added that what happened was probably just a performance of his own making. Squinting his eyes, the protagonist was indignant. He raised his hand and told them to keep their voices down. Destroying the wooden table with his fist, he shouted that they were very noisy. Dozens of shocked people looked at the main character in fear. He said that he understands perfectly well that journalists need a sensation. Clenching his fist, he added that he had thought a little after saving the world, so he would be brief regarding the controversy that had broken out. Looking at them furiously, he said in a cold voice that if they did not want to die, they should not cross the line. A red aura appeared behind him. Turning around, he announced that this was the end of the conference. Raising his hand, he declared that he would go because he had already said everything he wanted. Disappointed by what they saw, the journalists looked after him. He sarcastically wished them to stay happily. Tears appeared on the faces of the upset people. They were thinking about what kind of press conference this was. A black limousine was driving along a city bridge. Zooming in on the recording of the protagonist's angry face, the girl sighed in love. Clutching the tablet to herself, Naren said that the teacher was still very domineering. Smiling, the embarrassed girl said that since he was done there, he would soon be left alone. A spark appeared in her eyes. She said it was the perfect setting. Murion, standing near the plane, asked why, as luck would have it, right now. The purple-haired girl noted that she fell for the bait thrown to her and flew away to the island of the Strength Guild. A blue-haired girl, along with a brown-haired man, sat at a table with documents in front of another man. The girl noted that Soyeon and Seokwan were at a meeting about dungeons proposed by the Amjin Guild. An image appeared of Naren handing 2 tickets to a girl and a guy. The thought appeared in the guy's head about what she was up to again. She said that Shikun and Anya went on a date to a restaurant using the coupons they gave her. Smiling evilly, the girl said that everything was going according to plan. Remembering the look of the dark-haired girl, Naren thought how she dared to make such a face in front of the teacher. Looking forward with sincere brightness, the purple-haired girl stated that she did not know what tricks she was trying to pull on him, although she did the same thing herself. She sat down on the car seat. Shyly raising her hand, she dreamily declared that today she would go much further. Sweat started running down the protagonist's face. He said that for some reason he had goosebumps all over his face. Massaging his own shoulders with his hand, he supposed that he was exhausted from listening to all that reporter nonsense. Remembering something, he stopped. With his hands in his pockets and looking ahead, he wondered if everything would be okay. Looking at the signs on the wall that showed the 9-tailed fox and the heavenly demon, he said that Shihen, of course, briefly told him about the relationship of the two. An image appeared of a dark-haired man and a girl who threw her arms out violently. Hyunwoo added that, according to him, they strive to visit each other at every opportunity. He thought that perhaps they should have been placed in different hospitals. He suddenly opened his eyes when he heard screams from their room. He looked around between the rooms, still hearing them. He imagined their next battle. With fatigue and annoyance on his face, he suggested that they were having another fight. Grabbing the door, he shouted out what they had done. With a brightness on his face, sharply opening the door, he stated that, in addition to them, there were also ordinary civilians in the hospital. His eyes widened in surprise. Kimiho hugged the guy and kissed him on the lips. A moment later, lying on the bed, Chama tried to throw the girl away. She resisted with loving eyes and called him master. Fighting off the fox, the dark-haired guy asked if they had arrived. The protagonist looked at them silently. Turning away slightly, he said that they probably shouldn't have been put in the ward, but rather booked a hotel room. Chama shouted that there was no need. An image appeared of a girl in love with a man standing in front of her. He noted that they stuck to him after he saved her life. Lisa told him to stop being shy. He shouted at her not to call him by his real name. She lovingly declared that he liked it. Looking back at them, the main character said that he would probably leave from here. He closed the door. Squinting his eyes and looking at the corridor, He sarcastically declared that he was lucky to see this. An image of a modern hospital building appeared with a green cross on the roof. Hyunwoo noted that he needed to work and not worry about others. An image of blue wallpaper appeared on the wall of the room. There were dozens of empty cans, dirt and various things on the floor and table. Looking at the girl sitting on the field, the protagonist noted that she had never learned to clean up. Picking up the console from the floor, the girl stated that she was currently working on these. Hyunwoo stated that he hoped she did what he asked before having fun. Puffing out her cheeks slightly, the blonde girl replied that of course and asked who he took her for. Giving a thumbs up, she said there was no activity from above yet. She noted that she was finding out the reason, but needed a little more time to study. The main character looked at her silently. She said that she really tried to find out the situation. Hyunwoo said he understood and let her tell you when something appears. With excitement on her face, the girl said that she was serious. An image of a computer and a slot machine appeared. The protagonist said that his access level has now risen to the highest. He asked if the dialogue would indeed be unfiltered. The girl confirmed. Starting to walk, he said that at least something made him happy. Approaching the girl, the main character said that it would be a good idea to ask her something. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he said Ab. Looking into her eyes, the protagonist told her to tell her everything she knew about the designer. Guild Palace Strength. Under the sunset stood a huge classical building. Crossing her legs, Myron, sitting on the throne, looked at the bowing guy. He looked at the floor with a genuinely frightened look. Looking furiously at the man, she said that his report that the teacher was going to be attacked was made up. Hitting his head on the red carpet, he declared that he had committed a mortal sin. Continuing to look at the floor with fear, he stated that yesterday some girl with long purple hair burst into his room. The girl, shrouded in a purple aura, holding a sword in her hands, told him to use Mr. Henwoo as bait and bring the head here by 12 o'clock tomorrow. She also told him to come up with a reason himself. The frightened guy with the scar replied that he was obeying the order. He bowed even more to the girl. Clenching her fist furiously, the angry dark-haired girl cursed. A happily smiling girl ran up to the protagonist. She asked if his test results were bad. The main character was sitting on the bed, resting and at the same time going through a checkup. He replied that that was not the case. Looking away, he said that something was just pissing him off. An image appeared of the moment the white-haired girl repeated his question about the designer. Looking at him a little awkwardly, she declared that she knew nothing. Various things were still lying on the floor, and a drink had also been spilled. The main character asked, she doesn't know anything. She replied that it was straightforward. He asked if she knew anything at all. She replied that absolutely. The shocked protagonist looked at her silently. He grabbed a blue notebook from the shelf. Looking at the guy indignantly, she shouted out what he wanted from her if she really didn't know. Holding his hand, he said that the designer helped create the tower but never showed his face. Shaking the book out of Hyunwoo's hand, the girl said that she would try to find out something. She asked him not to touch her limited edition Legend of Zelda collection. Exhaling in frustration, the protagonist stated that there was no point in having the highest access. Looking at the purple-haired girl, he asked what she was doing here. Holding the red book in her hands, she said that she wanted to ask him something. She opened it. Beginning to emit a purple aura, she asked if he could answer. Observing the cloudy energy surrounding him, the protagonist assumed that she was trying to hypnotize him. Squinting his eyes, he mentally stated that he was already sick of everything, and now this. The thought appeared in his head that this smacked of fun. Looking at the girl in confusion, he asked what she wanted to know. Hyunwoo's great acting was showcased. The thought appeared in the girl's head that everything had worked out. Still holding the book in her hands, Naren asked how things had progressed with Meyer. He asked what progressed. Looking away in embarrassment, the girl said that she meant intimacy. The girl turned and began to listen to the answer. The protagonist replied that there was nothing like that. Looking at her, he repeated that nothing had happened. The surprised girl screamed. Looking at the guy in disbelief, she asked if it was true. The main character said he was answering. Imagining the grinning girl with a skull on her back, Naren vividly declared in her mind that she had fooled her. In fact, she herself understood everything wrong. Smiling evilly, the girl thought that this was actually good. Once the chance has turned, she can do it. Raising her gaze, she turned to Hyunwoo. Smiling shyly and lustfully, the purple-haired girl asked what he thought about her. Moving closer to his face and touching his chin with her finger, she asked if he wanted anything to progress between them. He took the girl by the hand. She looked at him blankly. Striking her hand away with a smile, he asked who knows whether he wants it or not. The girl froze in incomprehension. Jumping away from him in embarrassment, she asked if he wasn't under hypnosis. He smiled maliciously and stated that it disappeared as soon as he destroyed it. Naren, completely out of control, looked at the guy. Smirking and raising his hand, the protagonist said that usually it's not interesting to make fun of her because she makes the same face, but now she has a real bouquet of emotions. He added that his mood even lifted. The purple-haired girl blushed, unable to say a word. immediately ran out the door. When she slammed it shut, the main character said, laughing, that he seemed to have found a new way to relieve stress. With a never-ending smile, lowering his head, he declared that we had fun and that's enough. Getting out of bed, he declared that it was time to get down to business. An image of a small wooden ship appeared. Noah looked at the arriving protagonist. Looking at the smiling guy, he said that he was in high spirits. Hyunwoo folded his hands and said that someone helped him improve it. Sitting down at the table, the white-haired man said that it was good because further conversation might give him a headache. The protagonist asked what he meant. Folding his fingers together, he began to talk. Looking seriously at the guy, Noah said that his next enemy, the designer, is much more difficult than Brahma. An image of 4 human silhouettes appeared. The white-haired man said that he is strong on his own, but the 4 heavenly kings who are under his command are also not made with a finger. The creator noted that he most likely would not be able to cope with the current level of strength. Holding his head, Hyunwoo said that his head was already starting to crack. Putting his hand in his pocket, Noch said that be that as it may, there is good news. Taking out a half-opened rosebud, he stated that he had figured out how to use it with the lotus he handed over. The item began to emit a yellow aura. There was no new information on the system window that appeared. Reading the information a little upset, he said that it was written about some kind of ordeal and he didn't like that. He asked not to tell him that another practice was waiting for him. Noch, looking at the guy's disappointment, laughed and said that this is exactly how it is. The protagonist viciously hit the table. An image appeared of a wooden room with a lot of small barrels. The main character said that he had not yet recovered from his past adventures, but he was already slipping in new ones. The man said that there was no other way, he himself would like to miss it. Streams of magic swirled around the unusual object. The white-haired man added that there is great karma inside the lotus. The protagonist asked what he meant. He remembered the words of Brahma, who left above him, said that with his great karma the answer would not be long in coming. Hyunwoo remembered what he said. Making a hand gesture, the main character asked if she was that cool. The man said that in simple terms and to preserve his psychological health. An image of a golden sphere emitting light appeared. Noch stated that this is karma superior to karma. An image of several unusual spheres appeared. He also noted that the Brahma he crushed was like a fake. Only Great Lotus karma is real. Smiling and confirming the guy's words, the protagonist thought that he didn't understand anything, but would pretend that he was stupid. The white-haired man, looking at the guy, said that in order to gain such enormous power, gritting his teeth, the protagonist continued that tough training was needed. Noch confirmed and said that they should follow the standard procedure. The main character looked at him blankly. He asked what would happen if we didn't act according to the standard. The creator smiled. The man said it was simple. He tossed the guy a pink bud. Looking at him, he said that all he had to do was swallow the karma whole. Streams of dark aura filled the castle location. The designer, resting his head on his hand, wondered how he would manifest himself this time. Someone asked how long he would continue muttering under his breath. Looking up, he apologized and said that he was thinking. Placing his hand on the table, he said that since everyone was very busy, they would get straight to the point. Putting his palms together and looking at several people, he stated that he called them to make a proposal. Smiling evilly, he said about 4 celestial balls. An image of a wooden chair appeared. One of those who came asked what we were talking about. Lowering his head and smiling, he stated that he would say something before that. The designer stated that the engineer died at the hands of a mortal from the 9th floor. The whole company listened to him in surprise. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Peck, raising his head, asked if he wanted to say that some person killed the owner of Great Karma. Covering her face with a fan, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Pai, asked if this was possible. Putting his hands together, one of the 4 heavenly kings, Song, said that he did not believe. One of the men ridiculed what he did not believe. The man raised his head angrily. One of the 4 heavenly kings, Kwai, throwing his feet on the table, stated that he said that with stolen karma he would not last long. Smirking, Sun asked what he himself was doing. Looking back at him, he declared that he, too, stole his sister's karma and rose to the top. Furiously gritting his teeth, the man shouted that one more word and he would tear his mouth apart. Looking at him coldly, the man said that it would not be easy for him because he was afraid that he would be left without an arm much sooner. KVI suddenly stood up from his steel. The duo of the heavenly kings, with anger on their faces, approached each other. Smiling, the designer said, applauding, "It's nice to see how friendly they are," and my soul became calmer. Looking at the men distracting from the argument, he asked to be allowed to finish the proposal. Sitting back down and folding his hands, Kwai asked what it was since he was dragging his feet like that. He asked if it was really more important than the death of the engineer. Placing his hands on the table, the designer said that this was more of a gift than an offer. Light began to emanate from his hands. Opening them and showing 4 magic balls, he said that he would bestow karma on each of them. The 4 spheres appeared and began to look different from each other. The 4 heavenly kings looked at them in surprise. The man noted that it was of the highest quality and was created in order to send them upstairs. Peck, looking down, asked what the conditions were. Raising his head, he asked if they needed to get rid of that mortal from the 9th floor. Throwing up his hands, the designer replied that no, and said that this was a gift and there was no need to pay for it. Slamming his fists on the wooden table, one of the 4 heavenly kings exclaimed that he really thought that he would believe. The designer said that if a reason was needed, he stated that it could be said that he simply did not care. Peck looked at him incomprehensibly. Smiling, the dark-haired man with sparkling eyes said, no matter what they do with karma, it will all end up being part of the dinner. He narrowed his eyes. An image of a huge stone tower appeared. The designer said that the tower would soon turn into his feast. 3 men and a frightened girl looked at him. He stated that they could use this gift to their health. With a little madness on his face, he licked his lips and added that this was all in the name of the future world. An image of a wooden location appeared in which the protagonist is located. Looking at the pink open lotus bud, the main character said to separate the great karma from the lotus and stroke it. Placing his hands under the table and suspiciously examining the object, Hyunwoo asked if this was even possible. Turning away, the white-haired man said that just recently he would have said no. Looking at the blade at the end of the room, he noted that his trophies were proving very useful now. Near the wooden barrel, in addition to the saber, lay a hammer. Noah said that even one of them is enough as fuel. Picking up and inspecting the huge weapon, the protagonist asked if this meant that the rest could be given to others. Making a hand gesture, the man replied that he could if he wanted. Turning in his direction, Hyunwoo told him to leave the karmas of the halberd and the dark whale because there are those who would need them. Walking forward, the white-haired man said that he would need 2 weeks, and the protagonist could rest for now. Raising his hand in a farewell gesture, the main character said well and wished his friend hard work. Looking after him, Noah said that next time he should come with Wukong. The protagonist looked around and asked again. Closing his eyes, the white-haired man stated that although he was not sure, he thought that he could give him a good present. A small building with a dark roof stood in the middle of a clearing. The company of kings looked at 4 unusual balls studying the light. Dream, looking forward seriously, asked what they thought about this. Analyzing the items, Beak stated that he had a proposal. Raising his head, the Kui sighed displeasedly and asked how much longer they would talk. The white-haired guy asked what he was talking about. Throwing his hands behind his head, the red-haired man said that the designer clearly said it was a gift, so you can just use it. Covering his eyes, Song said that they needed to understand what was inside, medicine or poison. The guy asked with a grin what they thought was poison. Extending his hand towards the ball, Kwai stated that, in this case, he could sacrifice himself and take all 4 karmas. The 3 heavenly kings perked up in surprise. The balls instantly disappeared from under his hand. The man grabbed his hand. The girl watched the situation in shock. Smiling evilly, the red-haired guy told them to watch. The 3 heavenly kings took up their fighting stances. Kui added that you can't hide your guts. The girl brought a fan covered with a red aura to his face. Exposing his palm in front, the guy said that he was joking and asked her to remove it. He said that if they want, then let them continue to look at them. He extended his hand towards the red ball. Raising his hand with the object and leaving their room, he said that he would go use his own. As he left the building, he instantly disappeared from sight. Dream, leaving with his head bowed, declared that he was a barbarian, worse than any beast. Turning towards the white-haired heavenly king, he asked what he wanted to say. Picking up the blue sphere, Peck said that this was just his guess, but let them plan it themselves. He gave them karma after the death of the engineer, and said that everything was for the sake of the future feast. Pressing the ball to his chest, he added that at the very beginning, he mentioned the mortal from the 9th floor. The girl looked up as a suggestion popped into her head. Inspecting the magic ball in his hand, Peck stated that he said he didn't care, but he was sure of one thing. An image of a smiling designer standing in front of the protagonist appeared. The white-haired heavenly king added that he chose that person as his food. Looking at the magic ball, he said that the gift was a kind of tool that would help set the table. He squeezed it. Opening his eyes, he stated that if they were using it, then probably the designer would do the same to them. An image of a large modern private house appeared. Putting his hands together, the protagonist stated, "Gifts for these idiots." Wukong and the blue dragon tried to overcome each other. They fought over their different preferences in idols. The guy shouted that the lizard, apparently, left his magnifying glasses at home when he ascended to heaven. He stated that if BTS's gem. Lowering his mouth, the dragon said that it was his vision problems, because the best in BTS is Suga. The main character silently watched their argument. Rubbing his hair, Hyunwoo thought that he didn't even want to get into their argument. He looked at the information window that appeared. It said there that he was invited. After the time has passed, the invitation will be accepted automatically. The remaining time is 5 seconds. The main character exclaimed in surprise. Surrounded by small streams of energy, Hyunwoo stood in the room. Looking around, he asked what was the matter. His eyes widened in surprise. Pointing his fingers forward, he asked why the hell he was here. Noah smiled and waved his hand. The protagonist asked how he was able to enter his system room. The white-haired guy greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a week. Raising his head, he declared that he had something important to do with the adder, so he took this opportunity and made his way. With his hands in his pockets, the main character asked what business he was talking about. Looking forward, Noah said that this was the gift for Wukong that he spoke about earlier. Turning towards the blonde girl with a smile, he stated that they would discuss this later and he had one request for him. The protagonist asked which one. An image of a dark-haired guy appeared in front of the tower. The man asked if he remembered the tower on the 12th floor where he came for his soul. The main character clarified whether she was gloomy. Gesturing with his hand, Noach said yes and stated that he needed something from there. Hyunwoo asked what exactly he needed. An image of a small golden stone appeared. The creator said that this bizarre stone is located on the top floor. Only he can contain Brahma's karma. An image of yellow demons with crazy smiles appeared. He added that rather unfriendly demons live there, but in principle they do not pose a threat to him. Raising his head up, Noach said that besides, there is no need to even climb the tower. You just need to break the wall of the top floor from the outside and go inside. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunwoo said that things had been too calm lately. Putting his hands in his pocket, he said that there was nothing to be done and he would sort out some business and go straight there. The white-haired man thanked him. He also asked what happened to the pockets he took. The main character, looking at him in confusion, asked again. Having understood, he clarified whether he meant the halberd and the dark whale. Shifting his gaze slightly, he said that he gave them away. An image of a small nerve stone covered in energy appeared. The protagonist said that the guys were somehow really racking their brains over them. The blue dragon examined him. While playing a game on the phone, Wukong asked why he was grunting again and said that if he wants, then let him use it, and if he doesn't want, then let him not use it. The dragon stated that he thought he had made his decision. The guy was distracted from his game. Looking at her suspiciously, he declared that he would not use this karma. Lying down on the sofa, Wukong stated that this was expected. The dragon said, obviously he agreed with him. An image of the white ceiling of the room appeared. The guy replied that yes, since he already had experience with other people's karma. An image of Wukong with a spear appeared, surrounded by a flock of birds. He noted that after its absorption he actually became stronger, but he was uncomfortable due to inappropriate clothing and limited movements. Looking at the ceiling, he said that it would be okay if the three of them fought against Brahma, but if you enter into a single battle with an equal enemy, such karma can become a weakness. Raising his hand, he said that therefore, if he is not sure, then he better not touch it. Clenching his fist, Wukong said that in his case, due to the inferiority of his own karma, he had no other options. Turning his head, the blue dragon said to the monkey. They both looked towards the door. Wukong, joyfully rising from the bed, greeted Hyunwoo. Looking at the passing protagonist, he asked where he was going again. The main character replied that there is one thing, but first we need to solve another. The guy asked what he meant. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that it would be late and said to watch the house. Clenching his fist furiously, Wukong asked if he really thought of them as watchdogs. The door closed. Rubbing his chin, the guy said that it was somehow strange. The dragon asked what he was talking about. Looking forward, he replied that he was talking about Manhwa because even if you conclude an agreement to use someone else's karma, you still won't be able to manage it so freely. An image of the protagonist in armor appeared, holding a staff. The blue dragon said that it always surprised him too. Looking down, he declared that the guy was going beyond just imitating someone else's karma. Folding his hands in front of his face, Wukong said that this is the talent of making every karma your own. The girl watched their conversation on a huge monitor. He added that it sounds absurd, of course, but if this is true, then Hyunwoo may turn out to be much more incredible than the tower. The girl smiled. An image of a red gate with a skull appeared. The guy said he came to check how she was using his gift, but apparently she didn't have time for him. Hyunwoo was actively hugging the dark-haired guy. The girl continued to stick to the guy who was not paying attention to her. Looking forward, Chanma said that it is still a little uncomfortable due to the scale of karma, but he is slowly getting used to it. Looking at him, the protagonist said that this was good because the blue dragon was not doing well. The guy said it was understandable. An image of a blade appeared, which was burning on one side and frozen on the other. Chanma said that wielding stolen karma is quite unpleasant. If it were not for his goal, he would also refuse. An image of a guy appeared in front of a huge monster. He added that he was too weak to be so stubborn now. He, looking at the guy, said that since he threw away his pride, he should not forget about their deal. Raising his hand, the protagonist confirmed with a smile. An image of a silhouette appeared in a stream of green energy. Hyunwoo asked if he asked to find the sword god's karma after he destroyed the designer. Looking at the protagonist menacingly, Chanma said that this was not a request, but a deal. Starting to sit down on a chair, the protagonist said that he understood everything, but he didn't understand why he needed her. If he, being so correct, is not even going to absorb it. Approaching the guy, the main character said that when he deals with the designer, he will be able to get absolutely any karma, so let the guy continue to train hard. He took out a gold watch. Squeezing them in his hand, he declared that he had to go about his business. An image of a castle wall appeared. Hyunwoo said that he certainly sounded boastful. Slowly taking off on a cloud, he said that going up is really mortal boredom because you have to poke at this one cloud. He looked up. While inspecting the tower, he stated that he arrived quite quickly. Approaching its walls, covered with symbols, he stated that if you rely on the words of Noah, you just need to destroy the wall at the top of the tower. He sat down with a smile and gave the command to start. He instantly shot up. Henwoo flew almost to the very top. Inspecting the tower, the protagonist stated that before he could blink an eye, he ended up here. He clenched his fist. Making a powerful blow to the wall, he declared that he was entering. Behind the wall that crumbled from the impact was another wall. The main character, looking forward, stated that there was another wall. Carrying out another blow with his hand, he said that it was not in vain that the recoil seemed strong to him. Covering his hand in lightning, he began to swing. A stream of concentrated energy hit along with the strength of the protagonist. An image of a large cylindrical tower appeared. The main character looked at the hole from the impact. He coated his fist with magic. Another powerful blow covered the entire surrounding area with smoke. Clenching his fist, the protagonist, shrouded in lightning, stood. He looked inside the tower. He said that now we need to pick up the stone before they come here. He slammed his foot into a stone before he could finish his sentence. Looking down, he noticed that there was something under his feet. Poking the yellow creature with his foot, he assumed that this demon was dead. As he looked down, he heard a voice behind him asking who he was. The red-haired king of the sky, approaching the guy, asked why the hell he was bursting in here and with such noise. Kwai stood on dozens of monster corpses. He clenched his fists and declared that he was actually having fun here. Examining the man, the main character told him to identify himself because he did not know the local demons so well. Seeing the golden stone in the hands of the heavenly king, Hyunwoo said in surprise that he was holding a fancy stone in his hands. Kwai asked if he needed it too. He added that the protagonist should apologize because this little thing is his. The main character, destroying the floor beneath him, rushed away. As he approached his opponent, he put his hand forward. One of the four heavenly kings looked in surprise at the guy who grabbed his hand. The protagonist told him to shut up. Swinging, with a crazy smile, he told him to give him the stone. A powerful blow from a hand covered in aura was delivered to Kwai. A dense stream of air moved away from the place from which the man flew away. Chuxin's body flew off and fell into the water, creating a huge amount of splashes. Hyunwoo, looking through the fog at the enemy, said that he clearly could not get along with him and become friends. Taking the yellow crystal in his palm, the protagonist asked himself whether it really was a fancy stone. A moment later, a system with a full description of the item appeared in the air. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist was about to leave, but Chuxini suddenly called out to him. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide and exclaimed internally. A brightly glowing sphere formed behind the protagonist, and the voice of a demon was heard from it, calling Henwoo's blow quite good. Hyunwoo became a little nervous, surprised by his opponent's aggressive energy. Suddenly, the leg of the transformed demon came out of the sphere, while Chuxini said that these demons were not enough for him even to warm up. Horns appeared on the demon's head, and a third eye appeared on his forehead. In his hand he held a metal mace, telling Hyunwoo that his blow had stretched his muscles a little. Throwing the mace over his shoulder, the considerably changed demon said that for him, Mr. Chuxini himself, his blow was nothing more than a massage. The protagonist frowned and was very surprised at the demon who had changed his appearance. Chuxini swung his mace and said with a grin on his face that he should also strike. The demon's eye glowed brightly as he rushed straight at the protagonist with a mace ready to attack. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth seeing such an unexpected attack. Henwoo, a moment before colliding with the mace, managed to jump away and dodge the blow. The earth began to crumble and became crumpled from the gift of the mace. Henwoo, seeing the ground, which had cracks due to the powerful blow of the demon's mace, exclaimed. The protagonist involuntarily remembered how he struck the wall and tensed, realizing that the floor was similar in structure to the walls, but the demon was able to crush the earth in one blow. This was what he needed several blows to do. Looking at the huge muscles of the demon Henwoo, I didn't understand how he could develop such enormous speed with such dimensions. But in the end, looking at the mace, the protagonist decided that in front of him was a top-class climber. Chuxini threw the mace over his shoulder and told Henwoo that he was really not bad and that he had not come this way in vain. Hyunwoo's eyes widened as he heard his opponent say that he was going to try great karma on him. Thinking about the three unknown personalities, Hyunwoo, who did not understand where the demon got such a rare thing, suggested a shocking thing. Pointing his finger at the demon, he made him scream in anger when he called him one of the four heavenly kings, the designer's henchmen. At first, the enraged demon stood in a stupor, not understanding how he was discovered. At the same time, Hyunwoo confirmed his assumption after seeing the demon's reaction. Chuxini frowned and then told Hyunwoo that now he was not just an interesting guy, but too suspicious. Having released the mana from his body, Chuxini bared his teeth, saying that now he shouldn't have torn the protagonist to pieces. Hyunwoo sighed and grinned and asked the demon if he considered it crab meat since it could be torn into pieces. Chuxini frowned and became a little angry when Hyunwoo started insulting him. The aura around Chuxini's hand flared as he gripped his mace even tighter. The demon swung his weapon, shouting that the first thing the zone would do was hit the protagonist's jaw. Hyunwoo, watching the approaching mace, grinned, saying that he didn't really want to sit here with the demon. Bright particles of light began to form near the protagonist when he said goodbye to Chuxini with a smile on his face. Hyunwoo's body turned into a stream of light and completely disappeared into the air. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where the protagonist had just stood. The embittered Chuxini looked around, looking for his opponent. He looked at the vast sky, in which 2 moons were visible. His angry cry was heard on all the nearby planets. Events are transferred to Av's room. Av, sitting opposite the protagonist, asking him if he ran here to hide from that man, to which Hyunwoo, who was sitting on the couch, answered her by saying that it was not an escape, but a strategic retreat. Scratching the back of his head, Hyunwoo said that he took the stone and basically tested the strength of the Heavenly King, so there was no need for him to waste energy. Pointing his hand at the girl, the protagonist said that thanks to the fact that her strength had returned, it was now possible to immediately move to the 9th floor, so he simply used what was available. Awkwardly scratching the back of her head, the girl smiled, reminding her of the preparation, which took 5 hours. The girl lowered her hand when Hyunwoo, who was sitting opposite her, said that he wanted to ask her for something, namely great karma. The protagonist imagined Noah and Chuxini starting to tell Av that Noah had briefly talked about her, but lately every enemy he had met had bragged to him about his karma. Av, rubbing her chin, said that if you explain in detail, it will take a long time. The girl extended her finger, saying that she would simplify the retelling by comparing great karma with ordinary karma, because there was a clear difference between them. Imagining the blue dragon, Av said that ordinary karma was a power that anyone could receive through sacred recognition, one who had passed countless tests, the same blue dragon which was recognized by the deity Yudi. And other conquerors, starting with Sun Wukong, gained karma by creating legends about themselves. The surprised protagonist said that in other words, for ordinary karma you just had to try. Av, looking at Hyunwoo, who was sitting opposite her, said that for great karma, efforts are not so important and no one's recognition was required. Av smiled as she talked about the special process by which great karma could be acquired. The girl looked at the protagonist, saying that great karma was a power that creatures possess from birth. She was the core, the perfect divinity that was in the soul of the creature. Events are transferred to the designer's office. He smiled, asking his interlocutor if she doubted the reason why he distributed all the sacred karmas to them. An elegant girl sitting on a chair opposite the designer said that she did not doubt him, but still it was too strange. The girl's lips parted when he told the designer that before he had appropriated everything to himself, but now he simply gave not ordinary karma, but great karma. The designer's eyes shone brightly as he told the girl that he always thought she was smart. The girl was a little puzzled and leaned over a little and asked what he meant. His dark aura was emanating from the designer's body while he told Av that even being the most greedy, she did not stop thinking about every suspicious moment. While he was praising the intelligence of the girl sitting opposite her, she asked him what he was talking about. The girl looked away when the designer called her acting useless because he already realized that she had long ago learned about all the plans. While a drop of sweat was running down the girl's face, she decided to ask the designer if he considered them food for a mortal. She straightened up sharply and shouted and asked this. Continuing, the worried girl asked, grinning. The designer did not deny it. The excited girl asked her interlocutor if he was really sure that that guy would defeat them. The designer sitting at a huge round table laughed, saying that with the strength of that guy, it was impossible. Hearing him, the girl screamed, asking the reason for such an attitude. The designer's aura began to release and his smile widened. The girl was worried, feeling an invisible pressure, and listened as the designer told her to just imagine that the guy would still be able to accomplish the impossible. The designer licked his lips, calling Manhwa his delicacy. The girl, seeing this, was horrified, calling her interlocutor crazy. Smiling, the designer said that it didn't matter to him if there was food that could satisfy his hunger. Events are transferred to the pensive protagonist. While picking his ear, the protagonist said that although he didn't really understand, he now had an idea. Stretching out and stretching his hands, Hyunwoo said that it didn't matter to him who exactly the enemy was, because they simply came in order. Av, hearing him, asked why he was asking about all this then. The girl caught the yellow crystal thrown to her by the protagonist. Looking at the bizarre stone in Av's hand, she listened as the protagonist asked her to give it to Noch instead. Looking at the windows of the room, Hyunwoo asked the girl one more request. Remembering the barrier created by the girl, Hyunwoo asked her if she could create the same one again so that other conquerors would not invade. Stroking her cheek, Av smiled awkwardly, saying that she couldn't do this, and if she could, it would only be for an hour. Imagining Chuxini, Av asked Henwoo if he was also worried about him. Av became happy when she suddenly remembered a way to keep all 4 demons away from their floor. Looking at Henwoo, who stood up, Av said that Wukong's gift would be useful for everything. Stretching out her finger, Ah said with a smile on her face that Wukong asked to convey something to Sun Wukong. Imagining the figure of Wukong shrouded in a golden aura, Av said that he had found a way to make karma full again. In the protagonist's house, a shocked cry was heard from Wukong, who did not believe that his karma could be restored. Hyunwoo nervously backed away from the alarmed Wukong, reaffirming his words. The Imugi looked at the protagonist asking him to leave him and asked if it was possible to return the stolen karma and in what way. Hyunwoo, who was held by the collars by the excited Wukong, looked at Imugi, asking where they had so much mistrust in him. When the Imugi flew up to the protagonist, he told him that he wanted to ask him a question. Wukong suddenly stood up in a stupor and was horrified when Henwoo asked Imugi if he knew Chuxini. The Imugi suddenly fell silent and covered his mouth while looking at the protagonist. Nervous, Wukong asked Henwoo why he asked this. He looked at Wukong and told about their recent skirmish. Looking at the ceiling, Hyunwoo said that seeing their surprised faces, he realized that they knew Chuxini, but Imugi refuted him by saying that they knew the girl who knew best about him. It was the goddess of chaos who was next to Myron. Events moved to the city. Myron and Naren sat opposite each other, emitting their aura. Naren smirked as she looked at Myron. Holding the remote control in her hand, Myron addressed Naren. Looking at the huge stands of the Ferris wheel in the city, she asked her if she really intended to place a teacher there. Looking at the racetrack next to the casino, Myron asked again. The embittered girl emitted her aura from her body, calling Naren crazy. Naren bared her teeth, saying that it was Myron who had gone crazy because no matter how much she looked, it was as if she was stuck in the Stone Age. These 2-story houses are made in an old style. Or the bamboo forest and waterfall. Naren compared this place to a remote place. Releasing her aura from her body, the girl smiled terribly, telling Marin that she couldn't even believe that she was planning to send their mentor here. Gelding, unable to bear it, hit the table, breaking some of it. Marin's lips stretched into a smile when she said that it was difficult for them to continue the dialogue. A moment later, the embittered girl looked at Naren, saying that she would kill her right now. The pages of the book began to turn while Naren told Marin that at least in this their thoughts coincided. Naren smiled terribly and was ready to fight. Both girls jumped to their feet, their auras clashing violently as they stared at each other. Suddenly the door swung open and Marin's subordinate came in screaming. A moment later, the guy was horrified and screamed when he saw the collision of the auras of the 2 girls. Myron scared the guy by telling him to leave if it wasn't something serious. He bowed and asked for forgiveness for the intrusion and said that Hyunwoo wanted to see Myron immediately. Myron and Naren stopped emitting auras from their bodies and looked at their subordinate in surprise. Myron glanced at Naren, prying her off. Naren, understanding the situation, glanced at her rival. Straightening her hair, the gelding walked past Naren. Marin asked for forgiveness because she had to leave. Smirking, she turned to Naren saying that the teacher needed her immediately. Naren trembled with her whole body looking at her rival leaving. She wanted to say something, but could not say a word. But a moment later her scream was heard throughout the building. Events are transferred to one of the houses donated to Henwoo. Marin, standing in front of her teacher in disbelief, asked him if she should have asked the goddess of chaos for a creature named Chuxini. The girl became dejected when she received an affirmative answer from the protagonist, because this meant that he had not summoned her, but the goddess of chaos. Marin shook her hands and head sharply when Hyunwoo asked her if he called her at an inconvenient time. Marin puzzled the protagonist by touching her face and almost crying, saying that she would immediately ask the goddess of chaos. Marin closed her eyes, plunging into her inner world. A golden aura began to appear under the girl's feet, whose mind was in complete darkness. Hyunwoo watched everything without moving with interest. Marin bowed slightly, telling her teacher that the goddess of chaos wanted to invite him into her space. Hyunwoo was a little surprised at such an unexpected proposal. Opening her eyes, Marin told how, having heard the name Chuxini, she replied that she would talk to him personally. When Hyunwoo stood up and asked the student what he needed to do, she asked in a trembling voice to put her hand on her shoulder. The protagonist put his hand on the girl's shoulder, making her nervous. A moment later, Hyunwoo's consciousness began to move in space. When the light began to fade, Henwoo looked around in disbelief. She began to look around the ruined buildings, wondering if this was actually the space of the goddess. Hyunwoo turned his head sharply when he heard the girl's voice. Turning around, the protagonist greeted the girl whom he had not seen for a long time. Nanshin stood with her arms crossed over her chest and looked at Hyunwoo. Closing her eyes and frowning, Nanshin said that she would like to beat Hyunwoo first, but still, before that, he had to answer the question. Nanshin suddenly opened her eyes and asked Hyunwoo how he knew Chuxini. Remembering how the goddess usually behaves, Hyunwoo involuntarily tensed. Events moved forward a few minutes. Looking at the destroyed house, Nanshin was a little surprised that Chuxini received great karma. The protagonist, who did not take his eyes off, asked Nanshin what connected them with Chuxini. The goddess smiled and closed her eyes and called their relationship one and only. Next, Nanshin introduced Chuxini and herself, saying that he was her brother who stole her karma and fled to the tower. Hyunwoo was shocked and screamed, not believing that, being so different, they were brother and sister. Nanshin asked Hyunwoo if he had seen two horns on Chuxini's head, which originally belonged to her, but their color changed due to the energy of her brother, who was grinning all the time. The goddess gritted her teeth, saying that she had climbed the tower and teamed up with Myron just to kill Chuxini. The protagonist who watched this called their relationship hateful. Nanshin turned her head and asked Hyunwoo to fulfill her request. The protagonist looked puzzled at Nanshin, who asked to help her in the same way as he helped the blue dragon with Wukong. Leaning her head forward, Nanshin told Hyunwoo that if he was afraid of betrayal, then she could make an agreement in which her soul would be at stake. A moment later, Nanshin's face twisted into a grimace of anger when she said that only consent and she, taking responsibility for her brother, would kill him. Events moved forward a week to Noah's Ark. Hyunwoo and Wukong were teleported aboard the ship. Noah began to get up from his seat greeting the arrivals. Wukong suddenly jumped up to him and grabbed him by the collar and demanded that he immediately tell him everything. The angry Wukong shook poor Noah, demanding to know how to return his karma, while at the same time Noah tried to calm his tormentor. Wukong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and smiled. Realizing that he was too angry, Noah lost consciousness, and Hyunwoo, who was standing behind, reproached Wukong. After a while, all three sat at the table listening to Noah say that everything was in order. Noah put a small chest on the table, saying that he would give it to them before the explanation began. When the lid of the chest was opened, a brightly shining sphere appeared inside, which was called the Kalpa Lotus, made of a fancy stone. Holding the chest and looking at the sphere in front of him, Hyunwoo asked if it was possible to obtain karma with its help. Noah answered him by saying that some precautions were needed for this, but they should still start with the Yaokai, whose situation is more urgent everyone. Noah extended his hand, showing another ball in his hand. This greatly surprised Wukong and Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo and Wukong looked at the blue orb in Hyunwoo's hand in disbelief and shock. Calling up the system window with the characteristics of the item, Hyunwoo did not receive much information, because most of it was classified, but he was able to understand that this item was a way to return Wukong's karma. This blue ball was definitely not simple. The protagonist looked at Noah and then asked why the description was incomplete. Noah, becoming serious, said that everything happened because the passes indicated the coordinates of the collector's room where the designer kept the stolen karmas. Everyone at the same time heard him and imagined a room filled with precious stones in which karma was sealed. The main character was surprised to hold in his hand one of the compressed karmas that were hidden by the designer. The creator looked at Hyunwoo with gratitude, thanks to whom he found this treasury, and he was stunned. Noah recalled the brunette's request about the system room at the time of the adder's disappearance, and he promised to determine its location. The blonde said that in order to find information, he began to carefully examine the tower. At one point, the creator accidentally stumbled upon a place that surprised him very much. It was a large sphere that emitted incredible force. Now Noah was telling his interlocutor that he had been exploring this place from all sides when a tiny opening caught his attention. The man clung to the sphere and carefully looked inside through it. Seeing something unexpected, the creator opened his eyes in shock. Inside the sphere there were many karmas that rushed in different directions, colliding with each other and forming complete chaos. Wukong was greatly alarmed as he entered into the dialogue. The great divine sage, stunned, clarified whether his karma was really inside, to which he received a positive answer. Raising his head, Hyunwoo looked thoughtfully and wondered how the designer had so much time to collect. While the trio was sitting at the table, the main character asked Noah why he didn't take Wukong's karma, and he replied that it was impossible. Closing his eyes and shaking his head, the creator declared that finding the necessary energy among such chaos was beyond his abilities. In the Ark, there were spheres with landscapes in the air, and Noah, after his interlocutor's concerns, noted that karmas have a feature that helps them find their owner. The man suggested that when Wukong steps inside the collection room, karma itself will return to him. Hyunwoo looked puzzled and compared it to the homing instinct of pigeons. When the brunette enthusiastically suggested simply stealing all the karma, Wukong closed his eyes and declared that this was not a particularly good idea. The great divine sage looked straight at his interlocutor and said that with such a huge amount of absorbed energy, the body would not be able to withstand it and would collapse. Scratching his cheek in confusion, Hyunwoo thought about Wukong's words about conducting training for each karma. The sage held the ball tightly in his hand, announcing another option. Wukong grinned and looked at the palm with a sly look, after which he said that he had a better idea. The divine sage closed his eyes contentedly when the brunette, putting his hands behind his head, asked for clarification. Wukong stated that he was going to be a little brother to his lazy hiring nymphs. Night fell, and a building with a curved roof stood in the darkness. A man in a hat, with folded hands, summarized the above in a conversation with a horned, red-haired man. He stated that the mortal Hyunwoo dodged Chuangxini's attacks quite calmly during the battle. The red-haired demon leaned on the back of the chair and said with a dissatisfied look that he wanted to start a real fight, but the enemy slipped away into the teleport that had opened. The man in the hat and the brunette looked at each other with concern while Chuangxini called Hyunwoo a suspicious guy. The girl, concentrating magic in her hands, asked the demon with bewilderment whether the opponent was not him. After that, she extended her palm, over which the image of Hyunwoo appeared. The red-haired demon began to scream furiously, reporting that this young man looked one after the other. There was a distance between the roof and the walls of the building, and the girl said that she learned information about the main character from the designer. The brunette frowned, declaring that she knew about the man's true intentions, which stunned her interlocutor. After the conversation, Chuangxini violently hit the table with his fist, creating a dent, and cursed loudly. The red-haired demon bared his teeth angrily, unhappily realizing that the type he was facing had been marked by the designer. After that, Chuangxini left his interlocutors sitting at the table with a dent, shouting as he walked that he was leaving. The red-haired demon with a decisive look declared that it was time to devour the mortal guy whole, along with his bones. The red-haired demon turned around, indignantly reporting that the trio had no pride at all if they did nothing after the information they received. The man in the hat, putting his hand to his chin, asked Chuangxini to wait with a thoughtful look. The red-haired demon cast a perplexed glance at his interlocutor until he decided to think. Peck was sitting with his chin on his folded hands when he was called. The blonde glanced sideways, phlegmatically conveying that the designer was not stupid enough to participate in an unprofitable game. The guy concluded that he saw something in the mortal that they themselves had not noticed. While the enraged Chuangxini asked whether he could really lose to Hyunwoo, Beak answered with a thoughtful look that in some sense there was danger. When the man in the hat heard about the solo battle, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. The guy with stripes on his face moved his lips, deciding to express his opinion. Blue eyes sparkling in the darkness, Peck concluded with a stern expression that there was only one effective way. The action takes place in an area filled with stone structures, where a discussion of the collection room was taking place. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, listening carefully to his interlocutor, who stated that there was no karma in that place that she could use. Imposingly sitting on the throne, Nanshin noted that her current energy was enough for her. Hyunwoo thoughtfully shook his head and glanced to the side, after which the goddess decided that he did not believe her. Scratching the back of his head, the brunette admitted with a confused look that the girl was right. Then Nanshin grinned sarcastically and closed her eyes, listening to the guy call her not particularly strong. The main character noted that Chuangxini, with whom he fought, is reckless, but not at all weak. Lowering her head, Nanshin asked with a grin if the guy really thought that she was not strong enough to defeat her brother. After this, the goddess opened her eyes and, frowning, declared that strength had absolutely no meaning in the fact of her victory. The girl concluded that everything was determined by her and her brother's birth. Nanshin spread her hands with a smile, finding it difficult to explain the puzzles that were incomprehensible to the irritated brunette. Hyunwoo stated that he was very tired while dragging the goddess statue out of the portal and asked for it to come out. Remembering the area with stone dilapidated buildings, the main character loudly asked why the girl was still in such a terrible place. The horned blonde with a serious look stated that she could not leave, because if her brother felt her energy, he could run away even further. Raising her head and closing her eyes, Nanshin admitted that she was patiently waiting for the right moment. The goddess was gloatingly preparing for Chuangxini to appear before her, suspecting nothing. Hyunwoo listened to his interlocutor's speech with puzzlement, while she noted that in this regard he would get the role of a spectator. Being in a place with stone buildings, the guy did not dissuade Nanshin. The action takes place in the protagonist's private house, surrounded by a fence. There, Narin and Muryeon furiously pinched each other's reddened cheeks, angrily demanding to leave their mentor behind. Hyunwoo grinned with displeasure, noting that very little time had passed. Watching the scuffle between the students, the guy shouted with a displeased look that they were quarreling again. The brunette shamed the girls with a dissatisfied look, reminding them that she asked them to get along with each other. After that, Hyunwoo put his hand on his face, sighed tiredly, and stated that he already had a headache. Muryeon glared angrily at Narin, who looked happy as her mentor spoke to her, praising her for her quick arrival. Turning around, the pink-haired girl said with an embarrassed look that she could not hesitate, because the teacher had urgent business. Muryeon, remembering herself in the recent past, angrily concluded that her rival had just repeated after her. Now the brunette threw a murderous look at the inspired Narin when she asked to tell her about her newly appeared work. Muryon recoiled in horror when Hyunwoo approached and, placing his hand on the shoulder of the pink-haired interlocutor, said that he had a request. Bringing his eyebrows together, the main character asked the student if she could stop the 4 heavenly kings. The guy smiled joyfully, glancing at the inspired Narin. She opened her mouth in shock and put her hands on her chest, frozen in that position, and asked again in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Peck, being inside the tower, asked the 3 heavenly kings if they were ready. The guys looked slightly puzzled, but happy. The blonde man with animal ears asked him to finally remember the main goal that united the actions of the 4 heavenly kings. Beak stated that all this was necessary in order to kill a mortal named Hyunwoo, thereby destroying the hopes the engineer saw in him. The trio, listening attentively, nodded with a serious expression as a sign of understanding. Lowering his head, the Tiger Man decided to take action in this case. Peck looked at the floor and announced that they were going straight to the 9th floor together. The action takes place in a huge Noah's Ark. In a room with floating landscape spheres, the creator sat with his eyes closed and his arms crossed over his chest. Opening his eyes, the man looked at the guest and admitted that he expected him later. While Hyunwoo stood opposite the chair with a satisfied smile, Noah asked if the young man was ready. Looking up, the main character replied that this was approximately the case. He said he asked student Narian to figure out an alarm device that would stop petty thieves while he was away. It had been a while since the pink-haired girl and Av took up this task. The main character assumed that most likely the assistants had already finished creating a strong magical door. Looking at the ball in his hand, Hyunwoo noted with satisfaction that Wukong, who had gone to the collection room, should also return soon. The creator listened happily as the brunette, putting the sphere on the table, noted that everyone did everything they could. Taking another compressed great karma into his palm, Hyunwoo decisively announced that all that was left was to absorb it. The main character looked at it in shock, noting its large size, but Noah waved his hand, explaining that it was enough to simply squeeze the energy in his hand and concentrate his will in it. While pictures of the area were floating in the balls, the creator decided to mention the rules, but the interlocutor only mimicked him, having heard them many times before. After that, Hyunwoo tightly squeezed the sparkling karma in his hand, saying that he was aware of the danger, but there was no other way out now. When the whole room was illuminated by a bright light, the guy said that if you don't try, you won't be able to find out. The brunette sat with a concentrated face as streams of bright golden energy rushed past him upstairs. Noah waved goodbye to his interlocutor with a satisfied look and wished him good luck when he warned that he would be back soon. A blinding flash flashed in the darkness, filling the space with rays. Now Hyunwoo sat at the table unconscious, head down, great karma in his hands. The creator watched silently as the next moment the brunette collapsed to the surface, extending his hand. The man looked at the guy with concern, wanting everything to go well. The action takes place in a bright building filled with bright light. Hyunwoo, lying on the ground, woke up and opened his eyes. Squatting down, the guy raised his head and looked up in amazement. Standing in front of a white wall, the main character began to look around and concluded that he was inside Brahma Karma. Looking at the unusual white building, the guy was surprised, not understanding why Noah scared him so much. Hyunwoo stood in front of a huge Brahma statue in the lotus position, bewilderedly concluding that everything was fine in this place. He turned around and began to carefully examine the sculpture. The guy silently looked up at Brahma's emotionless stone face. Shifting his feet a little, the main character noted the interesting design of the space and the owner's lack of politeness. An angry Hyunwoo opened his mouth wide and loudly demanded that Brahma stop pretending to be a block of stone and give him a tour. The guy looked at the tall statue of a man in the lotus position, shouting to him. Smiling with a stony face, Brahma praised the extraordinary young man for being able to sense hidden energy. Hyunwoo looked in shock at the sparkling sculpture of the Karma Master who greeted the guest. The headdress on the man's head turned golden in bright light. Brahma, folding the mudra, introduced himself with a good-natured look and said that he was waiting for the guy. The brunette knitted his eyebrows in bewilderment and repeated the words he had heard. Hyunwoo looked at the god in amazement when he admitted that he couldn't wait to see the young man. Brahma looked menacingly at the guest with 3 pairs of eyes, wanting to look at the one who killed one of his personalities. In the arc, the main character was now in a horizontal position. The brunette was lying unconscious on the bed, next to which Noah was sitting on a chair with a thoughtful look. The young man's face with his eyes closed looked calm, and the creator hoped that he was coping. The blonde froze in confusion when he heard the question of whether Hyunwoo had already left. Noah looked back with joy, noting the arrival of the girls. Alarmed Adder Av and student Narin ran towards him. The creator explained in bewilderment what had happened, adding that he had heard about the creation of a signaling device. The girls reported that it was ready, and the entrance to the 9th floor was now sealed by a huge metal gate. Av, covered in sweat, cowered with an alarmed look when the interlocutor asked why the girls were in such a hurry to get to the Ark. The blonde opened his mouth in shock. He heard information from the Adder about a recorded powerful flow of energy in the direction of the 9th floor. Av suggested that the 4 heavenly kings were rapidly approaching. Looking back at the unconscious Hyunwoo, Noah stated that this happened earlier than expected. When Av saw the guy lying on the bed unconscious, she concluded that they were late in providing help, and the man clarified that he had only recently penetrated karma. Av looked at her interlocutor with concern, covered in perspiration, and thought how long the steel door could hold back the colossal energy. At this time, someone was furiously striking the goal, making a loud sound. 3 of the heavenly kings were already standing in the ring of light at the gate-sealed entrance to the 9th floor. The adder with heterochromia was taken aback, sensing their presence. Grabbing her head, the girl screamed that the door was collapsing. She screamed in horror that the 4 heavenly kings had already reached the 9th floor, and Chuangsini was furiously trying to knock down the gate. The creator, with a thoughtful look, tried to quickly come up with something, while Av held her head in horror, unable to hold back her opponents for long. At this time, Wukong smiled against the sky and began to ask what kind of drama the guys had created. A loud voice came from the sphere on the table, announcing concern over a trifle, and the man and girl looked at him in shock. The creator quickly flew up to the table with the ball, shouting that Wukong had returned. Av looked at the communication artifact in bewilderment, and Noah joyfully announced that he had given it to the divine sage. Sitting on a rock with the ball in his hand, Wukong was pleasantly surprised by such a strong reaction to his return. The divine sage listened carefully as the creator noted the usefulness of the device for communication and inquired about knowledge of the situation. Wukong, with a puzzled look, admitted that he had only heard about what was happening in general terms and decided to offer something. The creator, adder, and student Hyunwoo looked at the artifact in stunned expression, from which came a proposal to open the steel door. The 2 angry girls began to scream furiously, explaining the consequences to Wukong and greatly frightening Noah. Wukong, twisting his mouth from loud screams, asked to simply change the coordinates to his location and warn the lizard about it. Av, with a face full of bewilderment, asked what this was for. Then the divine sage grinned, deciding to tell who was next to him. Wukong explained that he is surrounded by Hyungnam, who very much want to use their strength in battle. The divine sage, with a satisfied look, asked the guys to calm down, informing them that they only needed to open the door at his signal. The action moves inside Karma Brahma, where the perplexed protagonist remembered that Noah talked about the personalities of God. The creature listened in amazement while the guy explained that the one he dealt with was a third person and took all the karma for himself. Hyunwoo clenched his fists, angrily asking if Brahma had decided to take revenge for this murder, despite the fact that the guy was just a thief. God was silently perplexed with one face and looked suspiciously at his interlocutor with the other. Puffing out his cheeks, Brahma let out a chuckle. A moment later, the deity burst into laughter, which put the main character into a stupor. While Brahma wiped away his tears with a smile, Hyunwoo indignantly asked why he was laughing, and he explained that the guy took the joke seriously. God looked at his interlocutor with 2 faces, calmly declaring that he was not capable of revenge. The brunette was taken aback with his head raised when Brahma said that with the remaining personality he decided to thank him for dealing with the traitor. The deity admitted that initially it was his work, but due to the seal spell cast by the enemy, he had to remain inactive. Now the 2 faces looked joyful, announcing that they had decided to pay tribute to their benefactor upon liberation. Hyunwoo was perplexed to hear that the deity had a gift for him on this occasion. There were white walls around, and Brahma assumed that the guest had come to the space to receive great karma. The brunette was pleasantly surprised that God wanted to transfer his energy to him. Closing his eyes on both faces, the deity admitted with a smile that he could not do this. Hyunwoo froze in bewilderment with the same happy expression on his face. Brahma, with a contented look, folded mudras with his 4 hands, remaining silent along with the perplexed guest. When Hyunwoo, baring his teeth angrily, began to raise his fist with energy to strike, the deity laughingly asked to remain calm. The guy raised his eyebrows in bewilderment when Brahma explained that he wanted, but could not, give away great karma. The deity stated with a smile that the energy had already been given. Then the main character lowered his head, noticing with shock the golden ball in his chest. The brunette did not understand anything, looking at the great karma in his body, and Brahma explained that the guest acquired it as soon as he entered the space and received his recognition. One of the faces was joyful, reporting the accumulation of his own karma, while the second looked at his interlocutor with pride. The god sitting in the lotus also explained to the perplexed Hyunwoo that absorption alone was not enough to use the power, after which there was no more time. When debris began to fly from above and cracks began to creep along the walls, the deity warned that the temple would soon collapse because the karma that supported the place had passed on to the main character. Hyunwoo was afraid that Brahma would also be destroyed, but he asked not to worry, explaining that he would simply return to his real body outside the tower. While the debris of the building was falling from above, Brahma, with 2 satisfied faces, noted that he and his guest would still meet in the future. Hyunwoo froze in shock as the deity explained that this would happen if he could become a vessel for great karma. Hearts of the temple continued to rapidly fly down while the brunette with his head raised asked in bewilderment, Brahma began to say goodbye with a satisfied look, hoping to agree on the next meeting, which is why Hyunwoo yelled at him angrily. The brunette bared his teeth angrily, following the deity with his gaze. While a blinding flash filled the space, the main character furiously tried to say that he had not finished speaking, but did not have time. The action moves to the tower, in which the sounds of blows were now heard. Chuengsini, with an irritated look, kicked under the door and cursed because it did not give in. The steel gate was only dented, and the Heavenly King shouted furiously why it was so strong. Peck, with folded hands, looked at the sealed entrance in bewilderment, noting the mortal's tenacity. Clasping his fist with his palm, the bandaged guy said that now he, too, must help by force. While Peck carefully looked ahead, Chuengsini behind him was indignant that the guy was climbing when he himself was almost finished. Suddenly the doors opened on their own, letting in a bright light, and the four heavenly kings were greatly surprised by this. Chuengsini screamed furiously, not understanding why the gate opened. Peck, standing by the stream of light, was very perplexed. When a mountain landscape opened up in front of the tiger guy, he assumed that the guys themselves had opened the door for them. The two heavenly kings glanced sideways in bewilderment when they were asked whether they had finally arrived. Puck got very annoyed when the voice called the guys turtles. A satisfied Wukong was now in the air, whom the Heavenly King recognized as the monkey from Mount Huego. The rest of the trio of Heavenly Kings standing aside were angry when the Divine Sage conveyed his greetings to them. Wukong, floating in the air, raised his finger and joyfully declared that he should not be the first to greet Beak. The tiger guy opened his eyes, seeing the one who was eagerly waiting for him. The blue dragon Amugi hovered above the shocked Peck with an angry look. The fang creature angrily said that he did not think that they would meet with the traitor of the four directions like this. The dragon no longer remembered how much time had passed since Peck left his position as guardian of the tower and joined the designer. The tiger guy grinned angrily, looking up at the Amugi as he asked how his interlocutor was sitting on the throne. Clenching his fists, Peck shouted furiously into the sky, asking if they had really made a trap. The floating Wukong and the blue dragon looked down at the guy while he shouted and asked if the two of them had decided to defeat the four heavenly kings. Peck grinned angrily, showing his fangs, while the irritated Chuengsini was eager to fight. The next second, the demon was already pushing off the air with his foot. Now he was flying furiously towards Wukong at high speed, wanting to beat him and the dragon. The Divine Sage grinned sarcastically, looking at the guy and understanding the absurdity of the situation. At this time, Chuengsini was flying furiously towards him, concluding with a smug look that the weak guys were being too cocky, hoping for artifacts. When the red-haired demon was already close to his opponent, he froze in shock, noticing the bright radiance emanating from him. Covered in sweat, Chuengsini was very perplexed, but continued to communicate brazenly. Smirking, Wukong asked to repeat the words about weaklings. The guy floating in armor was now a fighting Buddha, and was amusingly clarifying who the enemy wanted to beat. Beak opened his mouth wide, watching in shock at Wukong's new appearance. The horned man turned to the tiger guy in bewilderment when he shouted that Wukong was dangerous and demanded to leave quickly. Peck, in horror, demanded that Chuengsini stop being stubborn and get away, shouting about the enemy's karma. While Wukong was flying in the air with a contented look, the Heavenly King reported that he now had as much energy as Buddha. Finding himself right in the face of the shocked Chuengsini, the Divine Sage asked with a grin where he was going. After that, Wukong activated a magic circle behind his back, furiously pointing a long spear at the enemy, and he began to fly back from a powerful blow. With his mouth wide open, Chuengsini let out a loud cry of pain. Wukong tightly clutched the golden sphere in his hand, saying that he was happy to smash the boar's face, but now someone else wants to see him. Extending his fist, the Divine Sage said with a sarcastic look that he must concede. Chuengsini froze in shock as Wukong stuffed the sparkling golden ball into his mouth and said goodbye. When a dazzling, powerful flash appeared in the sky, the Divine Sage mockingly wished the enemy to successfully reach his grave. The sky was covered with thick dark clouds. The action takes place in a gloomy cemetery with dilapidated buildings. Among the buildings, a guy fell to the ground with a powerful glow, and a strong impact sound was heard, after which clouds of dust rose. Leaning on his knee, the red-haired demon struggled to get up and coughed. When Chuengsini looked back among the rubble, he asked with a furious cry where they had put him in the first place. Suddenly, the Heavenly King froze in the dust as someone appeared behind him, concluding that Wukong was right. The red-haired demon opened his mouth in shock when his sister greeted him. Trembling a little, Chuengsini turned around with an evil grin at the familiar voice. Among the rubble stood the leg of a girl who concluded that they had spent so many years apart. The goddess Nanshan, emitting bright rays of light, approached the stunned Chuengsini with a measured step. The horned blonde grinned maliciously, declaring a great desire to gouge out her brother's eyes as he appeared. A girl in a long dress and two men were floating in the air and looking in the same direction. Wukong and Igumi were not far from them, their faces looking hostile. Peck frowned and asked what kind of tricks these were. He clenched his hands into fists, asking where Kwai had been sent, and Wukong asked with a grin if the tiger would rush after him. Peck clenched his teeth and insulted his interlocutor. He leaned down and shouted that Wukong's pride had gone to his head. Sleep began to pull the sword out of its sheath. Pai was holding a staff with a large flower in her hand. Wukong looked up in surprise. Peck turned into a huge white tiger and looked down at the young man. Wukong crossed his arms. He and Igumi came to the conclusion that before Beak looked more like a fluffy cat, but now his appearance became much more impressive. The tiger bared his teeth and said that his great karma belonged to the one who controlled the worldly order, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Pak introduced a man in yellow and green clothes. His name was Virupaksh. The warrior with the hat on his head frowned. The woman looked serious, and Beak said that they had received equally grandiose karmas that had reached the state of sainthood. Wukong sat in the lotus position. Igumi hovered nearby, and the tiger declared that they were insignificant yokai who possessed less significant karma. Puck, with an angry expression on his face, asked if they still thought they could interfere together. The tiger narrowed his blue eyes and wanted to say something else when suddenly a loud sound was heard. Wukong crossed his arms and said that the answer was wrong. Peck opened his mouth, looking at him in surprise. His eyes turned white with bewilderment, and Wukong explained that everything was wrong except for one thing. He touched his face and said that it would be difficult for him and the dragon to compete with them, despite the return of karma. Clouds were swirling in the sky. Suddenly bright lightning appeared there, and Wukong said that he called his friends. Many dark silhouettes were visible in the sky. Peck raised his head and looked up in horror. The man and woman froze in shock as they felt powerful energy. 7 great sages who looked like a hybrid of man and animal descended from the sky. Gray smoke was visible, tangling the skies. The eagle with a staff in his hand said that he heard that the tiger became the slave of the designer. The great sage, nicknamed the Expeller of the Celestials, had sharp elven ears and long gray hair. The bull with the big nose ring had the title of calming the skies. The blue dragon with long horns was called the Sea Turner. A great sage with yellow eyes and red markings on his face was called the Wind Piercer. The polar bear, named Moving Mountains, looked at Pack and said that he was an ideal opponent for warming up. The tiger looked at the great sages in shock. His nose wrinkled. Wukong clapped his hands and said with a smile that they were now 8 against 3. Pack and his comrades listened silently to the young man, who said that he was not a fan of gang attacks. Wukong said with a grin that since these 3 received their wonderful karmas, they should be able to overcome so many opponents. The great sages looked down, some smiled, some clenched their teeth menacingly. Then they simultaneously rushed towards the white tiger. Peck began to sweat and let out a heavy sigh. There were gray clouds above the castle. Suddenly the space was illuminated by a powerful explosion. A man with gray skin and red hair was holding a weapon in his hands and breathing heavily. He frowned with indignation. The goddess of chaos looked at him silently. The man gritted his teeth and said that his karma seemed to refuse to compete with her. He tensed when the woman called him a stupid brother. Nanshan smiled and said that everything just follows according to its nature. The castle was built from dark stones. The woman came closer and asked if the man wanted to ask her forgiveness. She frowned angrily and said that he not only stole her karma while she briefly fell asleep, but also destroyed her homeland with the heavenly mountain. The goddess of chaos remembered a bright red explosion. She opened her eyes wide and looked demandingly at her interlocutor. Chuaxini clenched his teeth tightly and swore. He put his hands on the ground and shouted that the woman should not talk nonsense. There was no light in the castle, and the man yelled that he really did all this to the goddess of chaos, but he did not see anything wrong with it. Chuaxini wrinkled his nose and screamed deafeningly that yokai could do this. Then he stood up and looked at the woman with hatred. She froze, rounding her red eyes and opening her mouth. Then she put her hands on her face and laughed out loud. Chuaxini furrowed his eyebrows in confusion when Nanshan said she was grateful to him. A black glove was visible on her hand. The woman added that she used to have some positive feelings and thoughts that they were, after all, brother and sister. The goddess of chaos smiled terribly and added that she got rid of these warm feelings thanks to Chuaxina's filthy mouth. The man's horn suddenly began to become electrified. Both of his horns cracked and a look of shock appeared on his face. He touched his head, screaming in horror. Nanshan, emitting a yellow glow, said that Chuaxini knows the nature of yokai, but seems to be completely ignorant of karma. She smiled and added that karma has its own will. The woman presented a human silhouette and a bright yellow glow, saying that this will allow you to find your true owner. A long golden line appeared. The woman summed up with a grin that Chuaxini himself came to return the stolen goods. The man fell to the ground, looking at the goddess of chaos with fear. Her eyes sparkled and she asked how it felt to personally complete the second coming of the Yaksha. The main character looked to the side in bewilderment. He raised his head and asked what this place was. Hyunwoo remembered lying on the ground and said that he was knocked out after receiving karma and ended up being brought here. The main character turned around, understanding absolutely nothing. The stars were visible, someone's voice was heard. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise upon hearing his name. He looked down and assumed that the stranger had sneaked up on him from behind with such ease. He then turned and rudely asked who was talking to him. Suddenly the main character widened his eyes in shock, looking at something vile. Hyunwoo floated in space, and the owner of the voice said that he was glad to meet him. A huge black eye looked at the main character, asking if he recognized him. Hyunwoo clenched his hands into fists and asked what kind of nonsense the stranger was talking about because he didn't even say his name. The eye looked straight at the main character. The black pupil moved downwards, and the creature replied that it did not expect Hyunwoo to be so narrow-minded. The main character frowned angrily. The eye continued to look at him and asked if Hyunwoo had thoughts in his head all this time that he had talent. The eye almost closed, noting the pride of the protagonist, who screamed with rage. The eye looked up and explained that this was imaginary space. Hyunwoo's body was now in a lying position and was busy stabilizing the great karma. The eye said that at other times they were unlikely to be able to talk. The creature said that he had to steal Hyunwoo's soul for a short time, and the main character angrily clenched his teeth, asking how he could say such terrible things so calmly. Hyunwoo looked surprised when the eye said that there were no other options and that it was time to reveal the secret. The outline of a smile was visible, and the stranger said that he had been watching the main character for a long time. The man with long hair looked at the many screens of Hyunwoo. The main character frowned in shock upon hearing such words. He then turned away, asking how detailed, and the eye replied so that Hyunwoo should not attribute his fantasies to others. Hyunwoo looked at the eye, asking if there was a reason for the surveillance, and the creature replied that it was a good question, but it would not be able to answer it. The eye said that the main character is not ready yet, and that it is time for them to part. Hyunwoo looked down and saw that his body began to dissipate. As he looked at his hands in shock, the eye said that if he wanted to hear the answer, he needed to remember something. The eye looked intently at the protagonist and informed him that the top of the tower was not the end of his journey. Hyunwoo arched his eyebrows in confusion, asking what that meant. A blue light was visible in the dark space. The eye said goodbye to the main character. The massive castle had a golden glow. Chuxini sat on the ground and looked at the woman in horror. The goddess of chaos looked at him sternly and asked if he would share his feelings. She smiled and said that since he stole her karma, he needed to immerse himself in training and become the new owner as soon as possible. The goddess of chaos remembered Chuxini with a club in his hand and added that alien power had intoxicated his mind. The woman remembered how her brother swung the weapon and said that Chuxini began to move recklessly in different places, which is why the karma left his body. The man clenched his sharp teeth as the chaos goddess called him pathetic. He saw that the woman's pupil had become narrow, like that of a predator. Chuxini remembered his younger self, who admired the power of the goddess of chaos. In the middle of the red fog, a black human silhouette was visible. Young Chuxini stood below, the woman's strength surpassing all other yokai on earth, despite her origins. The young man looked up, his admiration soon giving way to hatred. Nanshin looked down at Chuxini. Her red eyes looked at him sternly, as if they saw in the young man the most disgusting nonentity. The woman looked at the man in surprise. Chuxini frowned angrily and yelled at her to stop looking at him like that. An explosion was heard and dust flew into the air. Chuxini clenched his hands into fists and shouted that he no longer needed handouts from the chaos goddess because now he had the great karma of the heavenly god. The woman opened her mouth, silently looking at the man. He grinned and told her to pay attention. Chuxini flew into the air, his skin turning golden and his hair white. The goddess of chaos lowered her head. Then she looked at her brother and said that he could not cope with such power. Chuxini said with a grin that now he is not restrained by the Yaksha's karma, so his sister cannot count on victory. He lowered his arms, his long robe fluttering in the wind, and he said that the fate of the goddess of chaos was death at his hands. The woman arched her eyebrows and ordered her brother to kneel with a smile. Chuxini frowned, confused. Suddenly his knees buckled and he screamed shrilly. The man then fell to the ground, causing a massive explosion. The goddess of chaos stood in front of Chuxini, who bowed to her. She smiled widely. Looking at the man sitting on his lap, she said that the bottom suited his face best. Chuxini looked down, not understanding what went wrong. The goddess of chaos crossed her arms and said that he was not really her brother. The man opened his mouth in shock and arched his white eyebrows. He raised his head and looked at the goddess of chaos. The woman introduced herself and Chuxini, saying that the memories that they had been together since birth were false. Her hands reached out to little Chuxini and she said that it was all because he was a fake. The woman said with a smile that he was created from her karma. She looked down and added that therefore the reason why he was unable to resist orders was not because of the Yaksha's karma. Chuxini looked at the goddess of chaos in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and the woman said that she had gone a little too far with the family games. Chuxini raised his head and looked angrily at Nanshin, who asked if this was a problem. She raised her hand to her face and smiled. Shock appeared on the man's face when the chaos goddess said that yokai could do this. He remembered shouting the same phrase when he had gray skin and white hair. Nanshin turned away from Chuxini. He gritted his teeth in anger when she said that it was time to end their tangled relationship. The woman clenched her hands into fists and walked forward. When you touched the ground, circles appeared there as if on a water surface. The goddess of chaos smiled madly and said that she wondered how many of her steps this bad karma would endure. She used the 10-step destruction technique. The earth cracked, its fragments flew up. The main character opened his eyes and sighed loudly. He sat down on a wooden bed and realized that he was on the Ark of Noah. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard someone's voice. The white-haired man smiled and said that it seemed like the karma absorption was successful. The main character awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and Noah asked if something had happened. Hyunwoo remembered floating in a dark space, looking at a huge eye, and said that it was better to leave this topic for now. Glass balls were flying in the air. Hyunwoo asked how long he slept and if there were any problems. Notes replied that the main character slept for about a day, and that the man was even surprised that he managed it so quickly. Hyunwoo looked at the man in surprise when he said that there seemed to be problems, and there weren't. The main character widened his eyes in shock after Noah's words that almost immediately after he fell into sleep, heavenly knights burst into them. He, sitting on the bed, asked where the knights were now, and Noah replied that he should calm down. The man explained with a smile that the situation was now almost resolved. He pointed to the blue portal and invited Hyunwoo to take a look for himself. The main character looked at it in bewilderment. A look of shock appeared on his face and he asked what was going on there. Hyunwoo raised one finger, looking into the portal. He saw great sages fighting with a white tiger. Peck frowned and asked if his opponents were completely ignorant of limits. The bull hit the tiger on the head and replied that they had no such concept, and that endless fights brought them enormous pleasure. The white-haired sage shouted that Peck had such a strong spine that it was very pleasant to break it, and the blue dragon smiled. A man in armor and with a lion's face lay on the tiger's tail, saying that his comrades could use a break. The tiger, sweat dripping down his face, let out a painful sigh. He raised his head and angrily asked if Imugi would continue to just watch all this. The blue dragon silently looked at Peck with yellow eyes. He then wrinkled his nose and replied that a traitor like Peck had no right to talk about such things. The tiger opened his mouth in shock when Imugi told him to close his mouth and die. Peck had a look of horror on her face as someone asked about the lyrics. Wukong, with a long weapon in his hands, said that it was time to finish. The great sages looked up and said that they wanted to fight again. Wukong twirled his spear above his head. Suddenly his weapon increased many times in size. Peck, who was lying on the ground, looked up with fear. The huge Wukong weapon was approaching him. Using the King Kong spin kick technique, the spear was pierced into the ground. The wind rose, and Hyunwoo and Noah raised their hands to their faces, trying to stay on their feet. The main character closed one eye and cursed. A long spear protruded from the ground, above which the fog was visible. Hyunwoo raised one finger, asking if only the cat was left, and Noah confirmed this and said that the rest had been dealt with earlier. He presented the sword and fan, and explained that only artifacts remained from Pai and Song. Hyunwoo reminded that the four heavenly kings are known for their toughness, and the creator replied with a smile that it is who has more who plays a role. The main character smiled joyfully when he heard that Chuxini was still alive. Hyunwoo stuck his foot into the portal when suddenly someone told him to stop. Noah and the main character turned around when they heard someone's familiar voice. Nanshin looked at them with a smile with a black object in her hands. Hyunwoo touched his face, looking at the goddess of chaos in surprise. The woman frowned when the main character said that the atmosphere around her was somehow different. She put her hand on her forehead and replied that it was because she was now in her full form. Nanshin touched the protagonist's cheek. She told him to call her Lady Yaksha, and Hyunwoo looked at her dumbfounded. The goddess of chaos asked with a smile if he understood her. The main character threw her hand off his face, and she laughed and called him a bastard. She handed him the black object and said that it was a gift in gratitude for Hyunwoo helping her catch Chuxini. Nanshin then turned around and said that she was going to leave because she needed time to get used to the returning karma. Then she disappeared, leaving behind a golden flash. The main character pursed his lips and asked what this strange feeling of emptiness was. With a straight face, he realized that for some reason he felt like an extra. A few days later, a blue sky was visible above the large house. Shihan looked to the right and said that Hyunwoo called him to give him something. There were green bottles everywhere in the large room, and a crowd of wise men sat in front of the TV. Wukong pointed to the screen with a smile and said that soon the girls from the Pentacle would appear, who were not inferior even to the seven celestials. The sages blushed while looking at the TV. The man smiled, raising the glass to his lips. He looked at the drink and concluded that this masterpiece was created by a genius. He then closed his eyes, asking what the name of this piece of art was, and Igumi replied that it was Saju. Shihan said with a skeptical expression that he needed to find the main character. Suddenly he turned around. He saw two female silhouettes and thought that they were Hyunwoo's students. Narin and Myron walked side by side, clenching their hands into fists. Shihan opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at the displeased faces of the girls and assumed that they had quarreled. They walked past Shihan and told him to follow them. The young man looked after Narin and Myron, concluding that he would still go with them. A wooden door was visible against the background of a beige wall. Shihan opened his mouth in shock. The main character confirmed with a smile that he was giving the young man one of the artifacts containing the karma of high-class conquerors. He gave Shihan a sword, asking if this weapon was better than the previous one, and the young man agreed. The silver sword was in a leather case. Noah spread his hands, saying that the great karma of the four heavenly kings disappeared at the moment of their destruction. Hyunwoo remembered the faces of Pai, Chuoxini, and Song. He crossed his arms and said that only the ordinary one remained, and that it was of little use to him. The main character with a wide smile said that he had decided to distribute karmas. Shihan covered his mouth with his hands in shock as Hyunwoo said that only the young man and female students could cover for him while he was away. Shihan began to hug the sword with a smile, and Myron approached the main character. He handed her a black object and said that this thing would suit her since she was into hand-to-hand combat. The girl examined the gift, and Hyunwoo asked if she liked it. She grabbed the object with both hands and thought that she was very happy with the gift the main character had chosen for her. Myron blushed and thought she couldn't even describe it in words. She remembered Nanchan's face and came to the conclusion that this time she should use the strategy the woman had told her. Hyunwoo turned around when Muryeon timidly called out to him. She thanked him with a slight smile. Then she raised her fist to her face and made sounds that are characteristic of cats. The main character raised his hand and froze in shock. Shihan and Narin looked at Myron in horror. The black-haired girl continued to smile, closing her eyes. A few hours ago, a large building with a gray roof was visible. Nanchan raised one finger and said that men are most often attracted to those who trigger their protective instinct. Myron touched her face, and the woman added that she knew that the girl was already strong enough now. Myron looked at the chaos goddess in surprise, who told her to just pretend. Nanchan with a grin told the girl to pretend to be the most famous pet along with the dog, which was loved always and everywhere. She imagined Myron with cat ears. The girl raised her hand and screamed in shock. She asked why she, a human, should pretend to be a cat, and Nanchan put her hand on her shoulder. Myron's red eyes widened when the chaos goddess said that a pet could become a life partner at any time. The girl presented herself and the main character in wedding dresses. Nanchan gave her a thumbs up and said that this was a great benefit. Myron froze, smiling, regretting that she fell for this nonsense. The main character broke out in sweat from horror. Then he turned away, telling the girl in a trembling voice to use the gift, and Myron opened her mouth in horror. Myron turned away and Narin smiled when Hyunwoo called out to her. She looked at the black-haired girl and thought that she wanted to provoke the protective instinct by pretending to be a cat. Narin picked up the fan and thought that this was a good move. But such overt actions, on the contrary, can burden a person. The girl with a confident look thought that naturalness was most important here. That's why Narin sat at the table, surrounded by books on romance, compiling statistics on the nicknames that couples use in relation to each other. The girl thought that in the end she managed to find that very killer word that any guy would like. Hyunwoo looked at the girl worriedly and asked if she liked the gift. Narin confirmed this with a smile. The main character breathed out a sigh of relief and smiled too. With a flirtatious smile, the girl thanked him. She then winked and called the main character Big Brother. Narin closed her eyes, clutching her fan to herself, and Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock. Myron clenched her teeth, looking at Narin with envy. The girl with purple hair looked at the protagonist who had closed his eyes and came to the conclusion that he was speechless from how much his heart sank. Hyunwoo put his hand on the back of his head and said that everyone seemed a little out of sorts today. He then walked away, saying that he still had business with Av. Suddenly, a bright blue light appeared at the place where Hyunwoo stood. Shihan stood behind the girls, looking at them with awkwardness on his face. He said that he would keep what happened a secret. Av raised her head and widened her eyes in surprise. She looked at Hyunwoo, who had turned pale, and asked if he had eaten something wrong, but he replied that it didn't matter. Then he looked seriously at the girl and asked how things were going with his request. Av asked if he meant those words about the top from the conversation with the eye. The girl looked at several blue screens with the words no data. She said that she was looking for information in the tower's search system, but could not get anything useful. Ah suggested that the top was not part of the tower, and Hyunwoo remained silent, resting his elbow on his leg. He touched his face and said that he knew about it. He remembered a large black eye and said that it seemed to him that he was looking at a completely different creature, completely different from him. Av looked down with a sad face when the main character said to put this topic aside for now. He raised one finger, asking if everything was still quiet upstairs, and the girl confirmed it. The white blinds were open. Hyunwoo said that even the leader of a local gang would get angry and go after the enemy who beat up his subordinates. Av tilted her head. She then looked at the protagonist and said that she found out something when she extracted information from the karma of the 4 heavenly kings. Hyunwoo frowned in shock when the girl revealed that there was a meeting there and the planner's intentions. He stood up, asking why Av had not told about this earlier, and the girl hastened to explain that he had misunderstood everything. Hyunwoo looked at her angrily when she said that she thought it would make him uncomfortable. The girl's face became covered with sweat, she clenched her hands into fists, and the main character demanded that she speak directly. She imagined the planner holding a fork and knife and said that she thought he wanted to catch and eat Hyunwoo. The main character froze with a stunned face. Then, with the same expression on his face, he asked Ab what she had just said. White clouds moved slowly across the sky. A blue-haired girl with a bead of sweat running down her cheek said that she heard that Gumeho had moved to Hanam. She looked at the drooping Narin and Myron, asking what happened to them. The purple-haired girl clenched her teeth. She turned to Myron and shouted that it was her fault because she was acting like a stupid cat. The black-haired girl pointed her finger at Narin and shouted that she started talking in an idiotic voice and ruined everything. The girls started fighting and Soyeon asked them to stop. Someone smiled and asked why Narin and Myron were fighting again. Soyeon turned around and asked Gumeo to help her. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl widened her eyes and screamed in shock. She called Narin and Myron, and they froze, holding each other by the hair. The Gumiho was hugging the arm of a tall man with long hair and a ponytail. Soyeon opened her mouth in shock when the fox said that today was their first day. Narin and Myron stopped fighting, looking at Gumiho in shock. The girl with many tails looked at Youngma and told him to go to their room while she talked to Soyeon. The man blushed and asked Gumiho not to linger. The blue-haired girl frowned, watching the situation in confusion. She remembered how the fox put his hand on his chest while talking to Youngma and thought that she had noticed it, but the man was known for his prickly temper. While Gumiho said goodbye to Chanma, Soyeon tried to understand when everything had changed so much. The blue-haired girl asked the fox to explain what was going on, and the fox turned around with a smile, asking what she meant. While Soyeon asked how the fox was able to melt Youngma's heart, Narin and Myron quickly ran forward. They pushed the blue-haired girl down, their faces expressing anger. Narin and Myron grabbed the fox by the hands. They approached her and asked how to attract a man's attention. Soyeon lay on the floor crying, saying it wasn't fair. In the middle of the dark space, a wooden ark could be seen. Noah sat at the table and looked at the drawing. On a large sheet of paper there was a drawing and inscriptions. The man said that it was time for this magic circle. The creator stood in front of Hyunwoo in confusion, not expecting to see him so enraged. After which he asked himself whether he had really found out something about the designer. Sweat was running down his face from fear, and with shaking hands, he anxiously asked Hyunwoo to calm down. Then he added that anger will not help. Hyunwoo, having heard the words of the creator, calmed down and moderated his ardor. After releasing the creator, he said that he had gone a little too far. Putting his hand to his face, he apologized to him, saying that he was completely out of his mind, to which the creator told him to tell him everything. Removing his hand from his face, Hyunwoo wondered where to start. Magic balls were flying throughout the room, showing what was on the other side. Suddenly Noah said that he couldn't believe his ears. He was excited and a drop of sweat was running down his face. Looking at Hanwha in confusion, he said that all this time the designer had been so persistent in attacking the 9th floor. Sitting across the table from the main character, he asked, all because he wanted to eat Hyunwoo. Yes, he said firmly. Remembering himself in the Wukong costume, he said that to be more precise, the designer intends to absorb all the karma he has collected. He remembered his rivals Ucha, the Conqueror, and said that now he understood why they waged such a senseless war of attrition over and over again. Remembering the pigs in the pen, he added that all this time he had been something like them for the designer. He imagined himself in a cage, which was watched all the time. Hitting the table with his fist, he shouted how anyone could remain calm after something like this. Exhaling, Create said that everything was clear. Scratching his head, Hyunwoo said that after learning his intentions, he thought. After a short silence, he added that now he could not get rid of this thought. Surprised, Noah asked his thoughts. What are you talking about? He added afterwards. Hyunwoo tensed, finding it difficult to answer, when suddenly he quietly said whether their Earth was in danger. Because of himself, he added. He remembered the city that was being destroyed by attacks and the people who suffered from it, after which he said that if he had not been there, the climbers would not have appeared and innocent people would not have suffered losses. Hitting the table with his fists, Noah objected, telling Hyunwoo to wait a little, but he, folding his arms on his chest, said that he was probably talking complete nonsense, but could not do anything about it. After which he excitedly and hastily said that he wanted to quickly get to the designer and put an end to everything that was happening, when he suddenly said that for this he needed the help of the creator. Noah didn't know what to answer. Lowering his head and exhaling, he said that breaking through the top floor was not an easy task, because all the roads there were tightly blocked. Presenting a powerful magic circle, he explained that in order to overcome this, a more powerful spell must be used. Laying out the drawing on the table, he said that fortunately it was right in front of Hyunwoo. It was a drawing of the strongest magic circle. Noah explained that it would take time to install, but such a circle was what they needed. Hitting the table angrily, Hyunwoo aggressively asked why he didn't say so earlier, to which the creator replied that if he had said it earlier, Hyunwoo would have immediately rushed to the designer. After which, running his finger along his neck, he said that he would have died in a couple of seconds. Confused, Hyunwoo agreed with his words. Looking at the drawing, Noah added that even now it's early, because Hyunwoo. Looking up at the main character, the creator added that he still cannot fully use the great karma of Brahma. Shocked, Hyunwoo asked how he knew, but before he could finish speaking, Noah interrupted him and said that he could feel the difference in energy, and he added that he had a condition. Presenting Manhwa in his strongest form, he told him to achieve perfection in managing Brahma's great karma until he finished with the magic circle. "Can you handle it?" he asked, to which Hyunwoo said with a smile on his face that it's easy. Leaving the table, he turned away from the creator and told him to open up an imaginary space for him to train, to which he asked him why he needed this. Slamming his fist into his palm, he said it was time to collect the fee. His eyes were full of confidence, and he said what kind of freebie he was given. Designer's room, no one there. He sat alone at the table and said that he would soon enjoy his dinner. Remembering the tale, he said that it was a pity that he tagged along with Manhwa. Nervously tapping his finger on the table, he said displeasedly that he would not allow some trash to interfere with his long-awaited meal. Putting his hand to his chin, he said with a malicious smile on his face that Hyunwoo is now at one with the creator. He looked at how Noah dealt with the drawing of the magic circle and said that he was confident that he would definitely find the spell and make his way. In that case, he said, falling silent. Suddenly he laughed and asked himself if it was worth making fun of him a little. Clear day, Hyunwoo Mansion. Myron and Naren stood in the courtyard, and opposite them was Kimeho, who asked in surprise whether these two really wanted to ask her how to seduce a man, she added after a pause. The students, glowing with anticipation, confirmed her words. The surprised Kimeho looked into their beady eyes and admired. Remembering how she watched the fight between the two of them, she said that it was similar to what happened before. Putting her hand to her chin and imagining Hyunwoo, she was surprised that it was all because they were obsessed with one person. After which she said in her head that if she helps them, her life will become much calmer. Okay, Kimeho said decisively. Myron and Naren lit up with joy. Turning away, she resolutely said that it was very easy for her. Folding her arms across her chest and closing her eyes, she slowly asked herself what advice she could give them. But a few seconds passed, and she still stood with a smile on her face, not saying anything. Suddenly the expression on her face changed, and she became thoughtful. Suddenly she got scared, beads of sweat appeared on her face, she screamed in her head, asking herself how she picked up men. She sat on the clouds in the very sky. She is the most seductive creature in history, who for 1,800 years played with men's hearts, absorbing their life force. She looked at it all with a smile on her face. It was reported that for her, possessed of carnal energy from birth, seduction was as natural as breathing, which is why she did not need additional tricks for seduction. However, now this has played a cruel joke on Kimeho, and that's all because that she has nothing to say. Kimeho, covered in sweat, lowered her head, did not know what to say. She realized that she was in trouble. Looking ahead excitedly, she said in her head that she could not give advice because she was born this way, adding that it does not work for those who are stronger than her. Remembering Youngmoo, who prefers reckless girls, she said in her head that they were somewhat similar in nature. Myron and Naren stood in front of Kimeho with their hands clasped, waiting for her to tell them the secret. Kimeho said in her head that if she told the truth, she imagined how, before her eyes, the good students turned into hellish creatures. Remembering that Soyeon left, she didn't even know what to do since there was no one to cover her. Suddenly Myron asked her in surprise why she was silent, and then Naren said displeasedly that Myron had fallen silent herself. She must be coming up with something big, Naren said. Kimeho, sweating profusely, screamed in her head, begging for help. Opening her mouth, she said in her head that at least something needed to be said, when suddenly she heard a voice that displeasedly asked why they were always being driven back and forth. Turning around, she saw two great sages. Windpiercer spoke to Skydangler, asking with interest what he had in his hand, to which he replied that it was a book that Wukong had recommended to him. The book was called The Newly Met Master. Are you ready? Kimeho asked the students with seriousness in her voice. Surprised, Naren asked why. Suddenly Kimeho screamed to do crash. Looking at him, who was reading a book with enthusiasm, she added, her man. Training space. Day. There are rocks everywhere. With his hands in his pockets and a mischievous smile on his face, Hyunwoo thanked everyone who came. The great sages stood before him. After examining everyone, Hyunwoo displeasedly asked where Wukong and the Blue Dragon were, to which the Expeller of Celestials said that they were. Remembering, he added that they said that they were busy because today there was a live broadcast of their favorite group. Imagining these two in front of the TV, Hyunwoo excitedly asked himself whether they were too drawn into the human world. Suddenly Yishin, lying on a nearby rock, shouted to Hyunwoo, asking why he called them. Then he asked if this was connected with the capture of the designer, to which Hyunwoo, looking up, said that that could also be said, and he added that he needed them all to help him. With a smile on his face, Yishin was ready to listen to his request. Then Hyunwoo slammed his fist against his fist and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Looking at all the great sages, he told them to all fight him. One at a time, he added with a malicious smile on his face and determination in his eyes. Right now, there was nothing around except rocks. The great sages, after listening to Hyunwoo's request, asked if he really wanted to fight all of them. Yishin, lying on the rock, asked him if this was a new training method. Hyunwoo responded positively. A memory surfaced in Hyunwoo's head and he told how, standing apprehensively in front of Brahma, he saw that in his hands he had a gift in the form of great karma. Hyunwoo reported that the gift was wrapped quite tightly. That is why he decided to ask the great sages for help. Yishin, after listening to his story, stood up, saying that everything was clear. After thinking for a moment, he asked if Hyunwoo was sure. The main character had a malicious smile on his face. He stood with his gaze fixed on him. There was no fear in his eyes. Yishin added that for now he will unpack his present. Suddenly, Yishin was enveloped in a strong and ominous aura. After thinking a little, he agreed that Hyunwoo's limbs could be torn to shreds. Yishin, looking at his brothers, who were also enveloped in a strong aura, added that they did not really know how to restrain their strength. Hyunwoo looked at them with excitement in his eyes and said that it would be even better for him. Hyunwoo remembered Brahma's words that he would be able to overcome great karma only when he became a vessel. Therefore, he has only one reason why he cannot use it. Hyunwoo looked a little tense. He looked at the divine sages and, without showing it, said in his head that his body was not that strong yet. After a short silence and clenching his hand into a fist, he added, in order to cope with karma. Then he realized that in this case the way out of the situation was simple. Hyunwoo compared it to a piece of hot steel being hit by a master with a sledgehammer. He knew that you had to fight until you became as impenetrable as steel. After his thoughts, he directed a confident look at the great sages and said that we could begin. Hyunwoo looked at them with a smile and malice in his eyes. Suddenly he began to choose who would be first in line in this battle. His gaze fell on Chonma. Youngma was his first teacher, so Hyunwoo told him to check his students' progress. Hyunwoo knew that Youngma had recently regained his karma and asked that since now nothing limits him. After thinking for a while, he sarcastically asked if Chonma would now be able to fight with all his might. Youngma exhaled heavily, crossed his arms and called Hyunwoo. Taking the sword out of its sheath, he agreed to the fight, saying that he would just like to test the sword. With a grin on his face, Changma looked at Hyunwoo, after which, holding the sword in front of him at arm's length, he said that Hyunwoo would be a good opponent for him. Hyunwoo, standing in front of him, asked in surprise why his weapon had changed, because before it was much larger. Chonma immediately told him that it became deformed during use. While the rest of the great sages walked away to watch the fight, Chonma continued and said that the sword changes to suit the owner. Hyunwoo was surprised and asked if Youngma's command of it was so perfect. Hyunwoo took a fighting stance and said with a smile on his face that he would try to surpass his teacher. Hyunwoo did not have any weapons in his hands for battle. Chonma adopted a similar stance. He had a sword in his hand, held behind his back. He said that it won't be easy for Hyunwoo to defeat him. Hyunwoo and Jongma rushed towards each other. When they met nose to nose, both raised their hands to strike. A powerful explosion occurred from the impact. At this time, the designer kept his hand on the magic circle. There was a malicious smile on his face. He laughed and said, "That's bad luck." His aura enveloped everything around him, and in front of him were 5 more magic circles. Leaning his head on his hand, he said that he had not worked with this for a long time. After which, turning a little, he said that he was asking and understanding. He then added that he had no free time for uninvited visitors right now. Behind him, in the shadows, stood Hermes. The designer, with a crazy smile on his face, asked what brought him here. Hermes, with his hands folded behind his back, stood humbly with his head bowed. Coming closer to the designer, Hermes asked what he was trying to achieve, to which he received an answer, "I mean." Hermes watched as the designer dealt with the magic circles and said that he was sure that he could not forget that today was the day of surrendering the promised karma. Ignoring him, the designer asked if he had really come to collect the debt. Continuing to work carefree with the magic circles, he added that he could give a few now without any problems. Dissatisfied with this statement, Hermes asked if they would really change the date because of some few karmas. Closing his eyes, he nervously asked where great karma was. Smiling, the designer said that he completed the work on time, but how can I say it? He hesitated. Hermes humbly waited for an answer. It was there, the designer continued, but it is no longer there, he suddenly said. A glowing white sphere appeared in Hermes' hands. He immediately pointed his hand towards the designer's chair, from which a cloud of white energy flew out. In a second, he flew to the chair of the unsuspecting designer, but at the moment of the collision, he indifferently raised his hand, which the ball hit. He immediately flew into the wall, and the designer laughed. Energy stronger than the previous one enveloped his hand. With a smile on his face, he turned to Hermes and said that he would soon welcome a guest, and he was making a mess here. 2 months, Hermes interrupted him with his head down. He turned around and left, finally saying that for the sake of great karma they would wait another 2 months. Suddenly he stopped and said that if the designer did the same. With hatred and contempt in his eyes, he looked at him and said, "The anger that descended from the top will not end here." The designer laughed and said he would take this into account. Hermes turned around and wished him all the best. At that very second he disappeared into thin air. Returning back to the magic circles, the designer said displeasedly that Hermes was painfully noisy today, after which he said that since the uninvited figure left, then, having created more magic circles, he added that it was time to slowly finish preparing for the meeting with the guest. At this time in the Hyunwoo mansion, the TV showed Jinna winking at fans. Wukong sat in front of the TV with glow sticks in his hands, admiring her beauty. A thoughtful Emugi flew behind him. "Do you think?" he asked, lowering his head. Surprised, Wukong looked at him questioningly. After looking at him for a bit, he scratched his cheek. He immediately turned away and continued watching TV, cheering for Jinna. The Emugi let out a nervous groan. "Maybe," he said quietly and thoughtfully. Hearing this, Wukong angrily broke the chopsticks in his hands, and he hit Emugi in the face with a roundhouse. With a tear on his face, the dragon shouted at Wukong, to which he shouted why he was sitting with a sour expression. "What's the problem?" Wukong asked him, looking at the girl on TV. Emugi replied that he was just thinking. Looking at the excited dragon, Wukong asked what he was thinking about. Flying in front of him, Emugi asked how much time was left before Henwu defeated everyone. After which he sharply asked whether it had ever occurred to Wukong why he had abruptly gathered everyone. Wukong lowered his head and stared at the floor, saying that it was clear. Looking away, Emugi said that they know. After a short silence, he imagined a fight between Hyunwoo and Chanma and agreed that neither his brothers nor the heavenly demon, who had not yet achieved divinity, would defeat the current Hyunwoo. Hanging over Wukong, he added that they needed someone like himself or Wukong at least. Then the monkey asked if he could really pull out all his strength. Sitting back in front of the TV, he added that Hyunwoo needed a lot more strength now. Then he added that even their help has a limit. The Emugi didn't say anything. Wukong said lightheartedly that Emugi himself had said how precious great karma was considered, that it could not be obtained through acquired means. "Yes," confirmed Emugi. Wukong's expression changed and he said that perhaps in an attempt to gain such power, Hyunwoo needed an unequal opponent. He presented an opponent whose strength is many times greater than Hyunwoo, because that's exactly what he needs. Turning to the dragon, Wukong said with a smile on his face that if a suitable candidate had not been found, then most likely they would have gone. Suddenly, with a malicious smile on his face, he said that Emugi himself knew. A girl with bare feet was approaching the battle site. Wukong continued that very soon he will be at the place where Hyunwoo is located. A monster will arrive. Above the battle site, on a high rock, the girl's leg stopped. It was Nanshan, the strongest of the great sages present. From the Henwu mansion came the voice of Wukong, who said that once Nanshan came, they would have to go into the spectator ranks. Sitting in front of the TV and folding his arms over his chest, he said, "It's better to watch the concert." Emugi agreed with him. At this time, Kumiho shouted that everything was wrong. Then she said that she needed more concentration. Hearing her screams, Wukong and Emugi turned around in fear. Wukong ran to the window, asking himself why Kumiho was crying like that. On the street, she stood menacingly in front of Myron and Naren, bending over them. The students knelt before their mentor, sadly bowing their heads. With complete seriousness in her voice, she scolded the students, saying that they themselves asked for help. Myron and Naren were very embarrassed and sad. Kumiho added, and now she suddenly felt ashamed. Myron, looking at Naren, nervously fingering her fingers, said that it was just a little unusual to talk to the teacher like that, and then asked if it was possible to change the address. Exhaling, with a malicious smile on her face, Kumiho said that they would remain simple students for the rest of their lives. Hearing this, it was as if they were shot. Turning around, Kumiho began to leave, sadly saying that it seemed that her help was no longer needed. Suddenly Myron and Naren rushed to hold her legs, begging her to stop. They swore that they would do whatever Kumiho said in order for the training to continue. Kumiho smiled contentedly. Suddenly she asked herself in her head what was wrong with her. Turning her head slightly towards them, she said in her head that she thought she would ask them something as shameful as possible, and they would give up on their own. Myron and Naren waited with complete determination in their eyes for the training to continue. With her hands folded, the joyful Kumiho rejoiced because she loved to mock others. They had the whole day ahead of them. Then Kumiho said that the training continues. The students were incredibly happy about this. Giving her a thumbs up, she said it was time to go back to conversion. then said she needed to put her heart and soul into it. The very embarrassed students gathered their strength. "Master," they shouted. Watching this, Wukong and Imugi were dumbfounded. They were very confused, and then Wukong asked what they were doing there. At this time, a huge explosion occurred on the battlefield. The Sea Turner folded his arms and said that this heavenly demon is not bad. Next to him sat the Heaven Entangler, who after him said that he had already surpassed mortals in level, after which he said that a little more and even they would not be easy to compete with him. Exhaling smoke, Yishin said that this is only possible if we talk about the future. Hyunwoo, gathering all his strength in his fist, advanced towards Jongma. The impact caused a giant explosion, and Yishin added that this was his limit now. When the smoke and dust cleared, Hyunwoo stood on the battlefield with his eyes completely red. Yishin, looking at him, said that he was their wild monster. The smoke cleared even more, and in front of Hyunwoo's feet, everyone noticed Youngwoo kneeling. Yishin finished. He is no match for him yet. Leaning on his hands, Jongwoo caught his breath in shock, saying in his head that the battle was much harder. Remembering the moment when he stood up at the beginning of the fight, he said in his head that even then Hyunwoo was stronger. Leaning on the sword, he continued to say that it could not even occur to him that there was such a huge gap between them. He remembered how during the fight he dealt him countless blows, which Hyunwoo parried with incredible ease. Hyunwoo dodged all the attacks without getting hit by a single one. And although all these attacks were only to confuse the enemy, jumping, swinging and putting all his strength into this blow, Chanma flew towards Hyunwoo. But he didn't run away or dodge, he lovingly accepted the blow, blocking it with his bare hand. After which he deliberately crushes, Chanma said in his head. Seeing this, Chanma was shocked. He looked at Hyunwoo in horror after he blocked his strongest attack. And in his head, he said that all of Hyunwoo's movements seemed to speak. "Don't waste your energy," said Hyunwoo, without removing the hand with which he defended himself from the sword. "And focus on the essence," he finished. Hyunwoo was completely calm, after which he said that the point was not some random waving of weapons. Chanma's eyes showed fear and horror, and in the sword, ready to cut, he continued. After a short pause, he finished speaking, "Even the heights of heaven itself. Have you forgotten this?" Hyunwoo asked the teacher. After leaving the memories, Chanma smiled, saying in his head that he couldn't even believe that he was receiving instructions from his student. Standing up and sheathing his sword, he said that it is real, however, it must be admitted. Chanma put his fist in his hand. Bowing, he said that he was grateful to Hyunwoo. He listened to him with bewilderment and puzzlement. Chanma continued to say that with the truth that he showed him today, he managed to bring his technique even closer to the breaking point. Turning around, Chanma left, saying that he needed to start training with new knowledge. Suddenly he stopped and with a wide smile on his face turned to Hyunwoo, after which he said that next time it wouldn't be so easy. "See you later," he said and disappeared. Hyunwoo didn't say anything, just looking at the dissolved Youngwoo. Hyunwoo said with some chagrin, "The heavenly demon." Scratching his ear, he asked himself, dumbfounded, what had just happened. Taking his finger out of his ear, he said with complete seriousness that his words should not be ignored, adding that he was a little surprised that Youngwoo was stronger than expected. Remembering that powerful blow from the teacher, which was aimed at his head, Hyunwoo said that it was impossible to evade it. He remembered how he parried the blow, but it almost cost him his life. Looking around, he said in his head that this was still not enough and it needed to become really scary. Seeing the remaining great sages who were standing on the cliff and watching the battle a few minutes ago, he shouted to them, maybe things will go differently with them. Taking the pipe away from his mouth and laughing, Yishin said that it was hard to say. "You won't know until you ask," Yishin wanted to say. But before he could finish speaking, the girl interrupted him with a loud, "No." From the top of the cliff it was heard that they were all no better. The great sages looked up in surprise. "While I was here, I heard it from the top." Stunned, Hyunwoo looked up in surprise and immediately realized who this voice belonged to. Not far in front of him, Nanshin jumped off a cliff. Her landing cracked the rock beneath her, sending a huge shockwave throughout the arena. From the dust raised by her, Hyunwoo was forced to cover his eyes with his hand. Removing his hands, with narrowed eyes, he shouted, saying that she was too noisy for someone who was late. Hands on hips, she stood with a malicious smile on the rock, looking at Hyunwoo, Nanshin. "I'm sorry," she said, then added that it took her a while to fully get used to karma. "The dust still hasn't settled." Hyunwoo shouted to her, asking what her words meant, to which Nanshin said what she heard. Putting her hand to her chest, she solemnly declared that if she wants to be truly scared, then that company of great sages is not necessary. And that's all because, without removing her hand from her chest, raising her head proudly and majestically, she added that she was much stronger than all of them combined. Surprised, Hyunwoo pointed his finger at her and said that, of course, he heard that she was once a badass among yokai there a long time ago. Then he said that he was sure. Turning his head and looking at the place where the great sages stood, he said that they would not tolerate such humiliation. Before he could finish speaking, he realized that they were no longer there. He asked in surprise where they had gone. when suddenly I heard Yishin's voice. Turning towards the voice, he saw all the great sages who had moved to the mountain, which was many times further from the battle site than the previous one. Yishin wished him good luck. The stunned Hyunwoo shouted to them, "Do they really have no pride at all?" To which Yishin, with a smile on his face, said that this is so, adding that they know their place. Immediately after this, he shouted to the elder not to pay attention to them and to destroy Manhwa, who was disappointed in them. Waving her hand, she said to Hyunwoo, "Look what they say." Putting his hand to his chin, the main character thoughtfully said that perhaps they too would not be enough for training. After which, he looked at Nanchin and said that he just needed an opponent to fight at full strength. Hearing this, Nanchin lowered her head and laughed. After a moment, she said that she was afraid that even all of Hyunwoo's strength would not be enough. Hyunwoo didn't know what to say, he didn't understand what she was talking about. She came closer to him and said that now he is in her eyes. She hovered over him, showing him her aura, and added that he was still just a baby. "What?" cried the stunned Hyunwoo. Nanchin did not listen to him, continuing to tell him to be ready to put his life on the line. After these words, she took him by the throat and said that today would be different. "I can kill you," she said lovingly, without letting go of the frightened Hyunwoo's neck. At that same second, Hyunwoo flew tens of meters away from her. He clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction and said in his head, "Okay, let your guard down by mistake." Here he completely missed her movements. Nanchin looked at him with a malicious smile on her face and seriousness in her eyes. Hyunwoo said in his head that if this fight was real and not a training fight, he imagined her cutting off his head. "I would have already," he finished. He moderated his ardor and concentrated. He placed his feet on the ground in the air, stopping. After which, with a malicious smile on his face, he said that he thought that she was making up fairy tales, calling herself the goddess of Yaokai. Then he added that it seems that she really was at the helm at one time. Nanchin smiled widely and said that this is just the beginning. She tensed, with her arms outstretched, she walked towards Hyunwoo, saying that since they were fighting each other for the second time, why not stop wasting time on pointless warm-ups, she concluded. Hearing her words, a drop of sweat ran down Hyunwoo's face and he was seriously scared. Nanchin released her colossal power and directed it at her opponent. Hyunwoo was horrified by such power. Covered in bright light, Nanchin screamed with madness in her eyes, wondering if it would be easier to get to the main point. Hyunwoo immediately began to bend under her force. Barely able to stand on his feet, he cursed in his head, asking himself how this was even possible. Remembering what happened in their last battle, he said in his head that this technique, although it was powerful last time, was not as powerful as it is now. He was pulled towards the ground more and more, his body hunched over, but he tried with all his might to resist. In his head he said that now her one step was like all 10. Immediately Nanchin asked if everything was okay with him. Raising her hand to her mouth, she laughed, looking mockingly at her opponent. She said that she had only taken a step and he was already so scared. Hyunwoo immediately shouted at her that this was not true. Suddenly, through Nanchin's strong aura, Hyunwoo's aura began to break through. Straightening up, with drops of sweat on his face, he told her that he admitted that she had really become stronger, but still it did not change anything. His red strong aura enveloped him, resisting Nanchin's power. The outlines of arms began to appear from his back, and then he told her that he wasn't bullshitting either, adding that she was underestimating him too much, using the technique with such confidence. Then he said, with whom he once dealt with. Behind him, 2 arms created by his power appeared on each side. He stood confidently under the influence of her power, without any hesitation. Looking at her from under his brows, with a malicious smile on his face, he asked her if she missed him. To which Nanchin, with madness in her eyes and a malicious smile on her face, said that this is a difficult question because she doesn't have good memories about it. At the same second, Hyunwoo rushed to attack. He remembered how she, spreading her arms, walked towards him using this technique. Immediately after this, Hyunwoo explained that the essence of her 10-step kill technique is that her mana doubles with each forward movement, adding after that it is simple and powerful, but has one distinct disadvantage. He remembered how he could easily attack her while this technique was in effect, and then explained that while using such a technique, the user himself becomes physically weaker. He threw his hand forward, reaching for her and shouting that if he stopped her before, as she takes the second step, he himself and the hands created by his power were already half a meter away from her. He shouted that then she wouldn't succeed with mana casting. To all this, Nanchin just laughed and then said that it was impossible to say that he was wrong. After these words, she put her hand forward and said, however, this also does not mean he couldn't reach her. It was getting more and more difficult to reach her. What are you talking about? She said. Hit the mark, she added after a short pause. After these words, she invested even more strength and the hands that were created by Hyunwoo's power began to dissolve. Hyunwoo looked behind him in surprise, behind which there was no longer a magic circle in the hands that came out of it. This is all because, said Nanchin. With a certain madness in her eyes and a smile on her face, she agreed that she was no longer some Hayaki Yako, but Yaksha. Shocked and scared, Hyunwoo, completely enveloped in Nanchang's energy, didn't know what to say as she asked him if he really hoped that her power had remained the same since then. Looking at her hand, she laughed and told Hyunwoo to remember that it was nothing else that led her to dominate all yokai. Like an overwhelming force, she said, pointing her hand at the helpless Hyunwoo, who saw her as a huge and invincible opponent. Divine Palm of Destruction. This is exactly the technique she used on Henwon, who flew far away, unable to resist. Looking at the enormous power of Nanchang and the explosions from the side of the battlefield, Yishin said excitedly that he already had goosebumps because he had not seen this sight for a long time. Tangled Heaven turned to Yishin and asked if this was bringing back old memories for him. Yishin looked at him questioningly and asked again, old memories. To this, the Sky Capturer said that he was talking about how they, while still completely brainless, started a fight with the Elder. Exhaling smoke from his mouth, Yishin understood what he was talking about. He remembered that only Wukong remained on his knees at the battle site, all the others fell. Nanshin with a huge strong aura walked towards the exhausted Wukong. Then Yishin explained that then all 7 of them piled on her and in the end they flew away like flies. Rubbing his back, he said that his sore spots still hurt when it rained. The Heaven Capturing laughed, saying that he was right because then all the organs got it. When suddenly his face changed to a more serious one, and he said that he actually thought Hyunwoo could handle it, after which he asked if she was really too tough for him after all. To this, Yishin, watching the fight, said that Hyunwoo could well be called a monster. The smile disappeared from his face and he became more serious. Exhaling smoke, he said that he was afraid that if Hyunwoo used great karma, that even the Elder would be in trouble. And if he doesn't use it, the Sky Capturing immediately asked. Hearing this question, Yishin looked down and thought. After thinking a little, he said that then he had no chance. And at this time, Hyunwoo is leaning on his knee, could not stand up under the influence of such a strong technique. Wiping the sweat from his face, he asked himself in his head in confusion why she was playing so hard, after which he said that his whole body was going numb. Having collected himself, he clenched his hand into a fist, after which it was immediately enveloped by his power. After that, he shouted in his head, no matter how strong she became, the method of destroying her technique would remain the same. We need to end her before that, Hyunwoo said in his head. Having stood up, the main character was completely enveloped in power. His face was full of anger and his eyes filled with determination. Smiling, Nanchang looked at him, mockingly saying that she could really feel how hard he was straining his brains, and then asked if he really wanted to finish the fight before she had time to go through all the steps. Then she told him to try to master her next step. Lifting her leg, she prepared to take a step. Before taking a step, she looked at Hyunwoo, who didn't know what to prepare for, and then asked if he really thought he could. At the same time, Hyunwoo spoke in his head. Without listening to her words, he said that now he would definitely be able to withstand 4 steps. Concentrating and bending down a little, he clenched his hands into fists and said that he would squeeze out all the mana from himself, after which he would concentrate it at one point. And after that, he will finish her off in one blow, he said in his head. Nanshin took a step. Her foot sent waves in all directions. These waves reached Henwoo, who held on and tried not to bend under such force. Suddenly, the power and aura that enveloped Henwoo disappeared, as did Nanshin's power. The terrified Hyunwoo started screaming with his arms outstretched, asking what happened. He looked around in horror, after which he realized that the Nanshin pressure that had been acting on this land had disappeared. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his rival, who said that initially this technique was not 10 steps. Hyunwoo looked for her with his eyes and did not understand what she was talking about. Nanshin, bowing her head, with a smile on her face, said that the essence of this technique is that this is a certain limit point to which she has been striving for a huge amount of time. There were clouds in the sky, the sun was shining, the fight was over for a while, so Nanchang explained that this technique is incredibly powerful, but it puts enormous pressure on the user. Even her, she added. She walked toward him through the dust she kicked up, explaining that in order to reduce pressure and increase efficiency, she divided the limit into 10 steps. As she got into the hands on hips pose, she proudly said that it was because of this that her completed technique became known as the 10-step kill. Extending her hand, smiling and closing her eyes, she said that if she had gone through them in the body of Hayaki Yaku, then they would have turned out to be mere trifles compared to the ultimate power. Shocked and scared, Hyunwoo didn't understand what she was saying. Clouds were gathering in the sky, and then Nanshin said that in other words, that she had returned Yaksha's power. Extending her hand and showing 2 fingers, she proudly said that she only needed 2 steps. Holding out her index finger, she said that the first step is the beginning. Putting out her middle finger, she said, the second step is the end. Raising her head up and looking at the sky, she explained that as for the latter, it takes some time for him to reach his target. Hyunwoo raised his head with her and looked at the sky, when suddenly his eyes filled with horror from what he saw. That's all because, Nanshin said, that the second step comes from the sky, she continued. From the sky, a huge leg of arrival was rapidly heading towards Henhwa. Nanchang smiled madly, and then said that the name was for him. Divine Step of Destruction of Yaksha. The leg quickly fell on Manhwa. This was an attack that could not be dodged. All the great sages looked at this in horror, closing their eyes from the brightness. Yishin looked at everything with admiration, but there was no smile on his face. He put down his phone and said that no words would be suitable to describe how amazing this was. The colossal damage inflicted on Manhwa could have been fatal for him. The impact raised a column of dust. Yishin, looking at this, asked himself what they see now is the level of God. In the column of power that had been falling on him all this time, Manhwa stood, not bending under it, covering his face with his hands. "What's going on?" he screamed in his head, trying to open his face to look around. Looking at his hands, from which some substance began to ooze, similar to particles of information, he said in his head that he understood with his brain that he could not die because he was in an imaginary space. His whole body began to dissolve into information, after which he said that the sensations that he felt completely erased all his confidence, forcing him to think about only one thing: about death. Sweat ran down his temples, and his eyes began to close involuntarily. He said what he felt: how gradually it is cut off. Suddenly a loud laugh was heard, after which a voice with an obvious smile on his face said, of course, he knew that Manhwa would succeed. After which he added that he could not have thought that he would be content with such barbaric methods, adding that after all Manhwa not simple. Manhwa woke up, screaming in horror from not understanding. The space around him was bright white, there were no walls, no windows, nothing. Sitting down, Manhwa pointed to the man whose voice he had just heard and asked why he was here. "Well, how is it?" the man asked. He reminded him of the situation in the collapsing temple where he had told him that time. That very soon they will meet again, he concluded. Standing in front of him, with a smile on his face, was Brahma, who was clearly happy to see Manhwa again. The main character, sitting on the ground, saw Brahma standing in front of him. Sighing heavily, he dissatisfiedly hinted that it might be too late for salvation. Rising to his feet, Manhwa said that his friend could have taken his time and come already when they were nailing the lid of his coffin with nails. Brahma waved his hand and replied that it was pointless to blame him for anything. Smiling, the man in the golden crown said that now he is just a thought that he personally formed during the transfer of great karma. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that it was a small favor caused by the desire to help a friend in mastering karma. Removing his hands behind his back, Brahma stated that this is why he looks a little different. The guy looked away in irritation. Stretching out his hand, the young man asked him to come up with something, because their time was running out. Scratching the back of his head, the man said that nothing could be done here. These words shocked the guy. After saying that he had already managed it himself, the experienced player opened his mouth in surprise and asked how this happened. Brahma put his index finger up and asked if his friend knew what great karma was. The knights bowed to the sacred being, whose innate power is great karma, which cannot be acquired in the process of life. Smiling, the man said that there are two ways to fully master this power. The man in the robe prayed. The first option was to wait, which would take an indefinite amount of time until karma took its place naturally. The second option was revival. The main character, with horror in his eyes, imagined a naked human skull in his head. Brahma lowered his gaze, wanting to continue his speech. Manhwa listened carefully to the words that fortitude, mana and vital energy must reach zero so that only one great karma remains in the body. A bright flash pierced the body of a man in a robe. In this case, karma will release its power, trying to protect the energy vessel and starting the restoration process. Illuminated by light energy, the man in the robe straightened his arms. After restoration, the vessel will begin to transform into a form that is capable of containing great karma. Brahma admiringly pointed his finger at the guy and said that this is exactly what happened to him. During their recent fight, Nanchan had left his body in a state of complete exhaustion, mentally and physically. Realizing what had happened, the young man lowered his hands. The man, ahead of his thoughts, declared that the experienced player had awakened great karma. This news made the main character smile widely. A huge table of light energy ascended to the heavens. Someone coughed. The goddess, seeing a blood stain on her palm, realized that, apparently, she had overdone it. Smirking, she thought that this technique was very exhausting, despite the fact that she managed to regain all her strength. Clenching her bloody hand into a fist, the woman decided that even she found it difficult to withstand such force, so as an ordinary woman she had to reserve her divine destruction step as a last resort. Remembering how the enemy had bravely held off her series of secret attacks, she thought that she was too angry. Closing her eyes, Nanchan remembered how the guy stood on his feet, ready to attack right away. Placing her hand on her waist, she watched the result of the work done, thinking that she had not planned to strain so much. Seeing the body of the enemy lying on the ground, the goddess realized that he had not died, but had only been transported to an imaginary space. The guy's eyes were empty. Approaching him, the woman thought it was time for him to come to his senses. His hand glowed. Light energy sparkled in his eyes. There was a powerful explosion, causing Nanchan to be taken aback. The pillar of light consisting of the mana of the divine annihilation step became even larger and brighter. The goddess clenched her teeth and covered her eyes with her hands so as not to go blind. People standing aside watched what was happening. Yishin opened his mouth in surprise, not believing that the main character managed to overcome the limit point of his mistress. Hyunwoo clenched his fists. Yishin could not believe that the enemy managed to reach the divine level. The guy's body was engulfed in light energy. Smiling, he felt as if he had truly been reborn. The goddess to whom he expressed his gratitude stood with her bare feet on the ground. The young man said that it was thanks to her that he finally achieved his goal. The woman frowned with displeasure. Smirking, she said that she never thought that someone could so easily surpass the strength that she had to accumulate for ages. Looking at the shining opponent, Nanchin added that he obviously did not recover using the power of imaginary space. Rays of bright energy emanated from his shoulders. The goddess added that his rebirth was close to creation itself and asked if the power of great karma had helped him. Smiling, she said that in such a short time he managed to reach the divine level. Looking at his hands, the main character agreed that perhaps he managed to become a deity himself. Seeing his rival's face, Hyunwoo asked what happened to her. With a malicious smile on his face, he asked if the great Nanchin was really scared. The goddess pursed her lips. Knitting her eyebrows, she said that this was nonsense. Placing her hand confidently on her hip, the woman added that she would not have become the Yaokai queen if she had kept her tail between her legs over such nonsense. Her hair and dress rose up due to the enormous amount of energy coming out. Smiling, the guy replied that he liked this attitude. He stated that he was too tired after his journey almost to the next world. A ghostly left hand appeared in the air. Her right hand appeared behind her. Thanks to the technique of the magnificent Buddha, Brahma's head appeared in the air. The young man held a small light spark in his hands, endowing the technique with the energy of Brahma. A bright deity appeared behind him. Smiling, the main character called on the enemy to finish the battle with one blow. Nanchin standing in front of him did not say a word in response to the remark that her mana was unstable and that she was not in the best shape. Summoning an energy sphere in her hand, she just laughed. Clenching a ball of energy in her fist, the goddess agreed to her opponent's proposal. The woman used the divine palm of destruction, sending a huge wave of energy towards the enemy. The main character responded to the attack with a blow from the magnificent Brahma and Tathagata. Brahma, standing in the void, laughed, not thinking that Hyunwoo would use great karma so rudely. Smiling, the man called him quite interesting. His body dissolving into thin air, Brahma said that his debt was now over and that he could only wish his friend good luck in subsequent battles. Dodging the oncoming burst of energy, Yishin called on his companions to use a mana barrier to protect themselves from the shock wave. In his opinion, the consequences of such a fierce battle would be no joke. Nanchin furiously directed her energy towards the enemy. The young man did not yield to her for a second. Due to the collision of the two attacks, a devastating explosion was heard. Everything that happened was displayed in a flying crystal ball. Noah, sitting in front of the magic circle, looked around after hearing strange sounds. Feeling the familiar energy, he smiled. Looking at the flying crystal spheres, the man realized that his friend was able to cope with his task. Dripping with sweat, the main character tried to catch his breath, gulping air greedily. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, leaning on his own knees. Seeing Nanchin's body lying on the ground, Hyunwoo realized that he had managed to defeat her. Having caught his breath, he said that it was not without difficulty for him. A white haze rose over the battlefield. Lowering his head, the guy expressed his desire to rest. With these words, he fell to the ground. The ark floated in the void. The young man opened his eyes, waking up on the bed. He thought he had passed out again, lying on the couch surrounded by wooden barrels and crystal balls. Rising from the bed, the experienced player stated that recently all battles end with him fainting. A voice from the side praised him for the fact that he managed to come to his senses. Noah stood in front of him, crossing his arms over his chest. Looking at him, the main character asked how much time had passed since he lost consciousness. The man replied that he should not worry and that the loss of consciousness did not last long. The creator said that he was very scared when Nanchin opened the portal and boarded the ark, holding the passed out Hyunwoo in her arms. Crystal balls floated in the air above them. Noah wanted to scold him for his recklessness, but great karma took root so perfectly in the body of an experienced player that the man had nothing to say. The guy smiled contentedly. Turning to him, the creator said that, after all the events that had happened, he had two news. The young man was surprised, wanting to hear them as soon as possible. The first news was that the magical teleport located on the floor of the ark was ready, and now with its help you can get to the top floor of the training tower at any time. The statement that an unforeseen circumstance had arisen made the guy open his mouth in confusion. Putting his hand to his chin thoughtfully, Noah said that he decided to explore the top floor immediately after completing the teleport, and discovered that the security there had been strengthened due to the fact that the designer had somehow learned about the machinations going on. The magical teleport glowed, and due to enhanced protection, the number of possible passengers was greatly reduced. The tense protagonist remained silent when he heard that the teleporter could be used by a maximum of 5 people. They sat opposite each other. The man concluded that the teleporter would not be able to work if the protection became even more powerful. The creator wanted to suggest that they come up with another way to get to the top floor, but Hyunwoo waved his hand negatively, saying that no one knew how long it would take. He said that he initially planned to go there alone, and now he had the opportunity to take 4 more, so such a gang would be quite enough. Noah exhaled and, bowing his head, replied that these words were expected. Turning around, the man asked him to think carefully about who would keep the experienced player company, and said that he only had a day to think about it. The guy, leaving, replied that he had already figured out who he would take with him, and promised to immediately deliver them to the Ark. Remembering that it was about 2 news, he turned around, asking what the second news was. The creator smiled, clarifying that the students had asked to convey it. Snapping his fingers, Noah said that his students gave him coordinates and asked him to move their teacher there as soon as he woke up. The magical teleport under the young man's feet caught fire. Looking at his stunned friend, the man added that it was a surprise. The guy's body evaporated. The creator smiled contentedly. The sun illuminated the huge mansion. The main character materialized in the middle of one of the rooms. Looking around, he realized that he was in a house in Hanama. Putting his hand to his chest and sighing in relief, Hyunwoo was glad not to see anything strange around, but suddenly a woman's voice was heard. Recognizing the voice and turning around, he saw Muryeon and Narin. The girls praised the owner for a good job while sitting on the floor in a seductive pose. The puzzled guy was speechless and did not answer the question about whether he was very tired. The girls in maid costumes clasped their hands, looking at their teacher. They expressed their desire to look after their owner with all their hearts, but the young man standing opposite was unable to come to his senses after what he saw. Turning away in embarrassment, he declared that he had too much to do. Without leaving the image of seductive maids, the girls watched their teacher leave. There was an awkward silence. When the mentor left, they moved away from each other with disdain. Taking off the cap from her head, Muryeon asked where the 9 tails disappeared. Furiously clutching their caps in their hands, the girls want to get even with their colleague. Walking out the door, the main character could not find the right words to describe what he saw, but something did bring a smile to his face. Smiling thoughtfully, he decided that this time it was actually cute. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. Hyunwoo decided not to be distracted and gather a team to conquer the dungeon. Noah, with a worried expression on his face, asked if the experienced player was confident in his choice. The man added that, despite the fact that this matter cannot be delayed, he has the opportunity to talk with someone else, to which the guy, holding his hands in his pockets, confidently replied that everything is fine and that there is no point in asking those who definitely won't be able to go. The young man stated that he had already assembled a titanium support group. Chanma, Wukong, Nanshin, and Imugi were standing on the ark. Placing her hand on the back of her head, the goddess said that as long as they had her, they had nothing to fear. The blue dragon expressed his desire to quickly get even with the designer. Wukong looked at his comrade and offered to bring one of his humans if he couldn't handle it. Chanma, closing his eyes, replied that he would not need help because after their fight he had become much stronger. Pointing his finger at his team, the experienced player confirmed their confidence in victory. Noah laughed and agreed with this situation. Smiling, the main character confidently asked not to worry if suddenly a new invader appeared in their absence, because there were 7 great sages left on Earth. Seokwan, Soyeon, and Shihun were drinking coffee in a cafe and having a nice conversation. Hyunwoo said that first they need to deal with the designer. Kumiho ran frightened along the hedge. The enraged Muryeon and Narin ran after her. The guy said that upon their return they would all celebrate a happy ending together. Smiling confidently, he concluded that this is exactly why they need this battle. Noah closed his eyes and agreed. Having activated the portal, the creator wished the squad to return safe and sound. Going on a trip through the teleport, the young man asked the man to protect their home territory. A bright flash flashed in the void. Noah, seeing off his friends on their way, sighed heavily. A voice behind him asked if they had left. The man turned around seeing his colleague. He said that Adder was a little late. The girl in the white dress answered upset that she didn't think they needed to be in such a hurry. The creator said that they had already done everything they could and that she had no reason to worry. The Adder, looking at the flying crystal balls, expressed her desire to observe what would happen in the dungeon. She thought that the party of adventurers might need their help. The ark continued its voyage through the impenetrable darkness. The designer sat at a table full of various dishes with his arms crossed over his chest. Smirking, he said that the creator impressed him by sending 5 people to the tower, despite the increased protection. Baring his teeth, the man decided that this was expected after all. The adventure party was in the center of a pillar of blue energy. Looking up, the main character realized where the designer had been hiding all this time. Looking around, he asked his team to be on alert, because it was impossible to predict what trick their enemy might pull. Suddenly, Hyunwoo noticed something behind him. A small black crater appeared behind the squad. Unexpectedly for everyone, the funnel began to grow rapidly. The next moment, black energy enveloped everyone except the main character. Wukong screamed in fear, not understanding what was happening. The blue dragon, looking at the waves of black energy, shouted that this was the designer's trap. A bright flash flashed, the guy called out to his friends, but no one answered him. The villain smiled contentedly, declaring that they had finally managed to meet. The culprit of everything that was happening appeared in the space consumed by darkness, calling out his enemy by name. The young man turned around when he heard his voice. The designer thanked him for such a long journey. Grinning wickedly and narrowing his eyes, the man thanked his opponent for making this day special. They stood opposite each other in pitch darkness. Without losing confidence in his gaze, the experienced player decided to guess who was standing in front of him. When he said the name of his enemy, he smiled, deciding that introductions would be unnecessary. Looking at the frowning protagonist, the designer was sincerely glad to see them. The man said that he was looking forward to the moment when they could see each other, and, walking towards him, Hyunwoo interrupted his speech. The next moment he lifted himself off the ground. Jumping up, the guy smiled and sarcastically stated that he was also very glad to meet them. Raising his fist to strike, the young man expressed his impatience to get even with the enemy. Without moving from his place, the designer was surprised by this manifestation of character. But then he added that it was expected. The enemy's body turned into a black haze immediately after the impact. Gritting his teeth, the experienced player realized that all this time it was just an illusion in front of him. Scratching his cheek, the man said that he was sorry that he had to greet guests this way, but he needed to cool the ardor of his rival. Dark energy rushed towards the main character's body. He knitted his eyebrows nervously. The designer explained that otherwise they would not be able to build a constructive dialogue. The chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the mansion began to tremble. They found themselves in the dining room, the man sitting at the table, apologizing for his rudeness. The villain pointed to the table and expressed his desire to treat the enemy as an apology. Looking at the table full of various dishes, Hyunwoo asked what kind of food we could be talking about. He tried to call on his opponent to fight, but the designer sitting at the table interrupted him. Putting his hands clasped to his mouth, he asked if the guy wanted to find out what happened to his comrades. The young man frowned silently. They were on opposite sides of a huge table. The man asked him to sit down and said that he had the opportunity to hear answers to any questions. Succumbing to the words that only in this case they would spend time usefully, the guy sat down dissatisfied on a nearby chair. Crossing his arms over his chest, he asked if his enemy was satisfied. The answer was yes. Smirking, the designer answered the first question about where the rest of the squad were, saying that nothing special had happened to them. Squinting, he added that he had locked them somewhere. Nanshin put her hand on her hip with displeasure, so that no one would get bored. The villain assigned a conqueror to each member of the squad. A huge fiery demon stood in front of the goddess. Wukong and the blue dragon found themselves in the same room with many monsters. The designer said that they were safe since they managed to defeat the 4 heavenly kings, but they still should not interfere with their long-awaited meeting. Thoughtfully scratching his chin, the man noticed that there was one simple man among this company. When asked what his name was, the main character, crossing his arms over his chest, replied that it was about a heavenly demon. The words that he would soon die shocked Hyunwoo. Smiling, the villain said that the courage of a mere mortal seemed commendable to him, so he sent his strongest opponent to him. Against the background of ominous energy stood a man with a katana in his hands. Chanma squinted, not understanding what was happening around him. He remembered being pulled into black smoke and briefly losing consciousness. And now around him there was a blue sky, a green mountain valley, and a huge number of sakura trees. Looking around, Chanma realized that this looked like the designer's prank and that, most likely, his comrades were also scattered in different places. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy realized that the main character was probably left completely alone, and hoped that his friend would be able to stand up for himself. His thoughts about how he needed to quickly find a way out and get out of here were interrupted by the voice of a man drawing a katana from its sheath. The man behind him asked if this was the sky demon he had heard about. The guy grabbed his sword. The next moment, Chanma cut the air with his fiery katana. An explosion was heard in the green valley. Looking around after the blow, the tense young man noticed that something was wrong. There was no one on the burning ground that was hit. A man's voice stated that it was impressive. The guy could not understand where the sound was coming from. Without letting go of the katana, he tried to understand where the voice was coming from, praising his almost perfect reaction, thanks to which he was given such a grandiose nickname. Chanma furrowed his eyebrows and asked who was standing in front of him. The man smiled, surprised by the interest shown in his personality. The sun illuminated the sakura flowers. The swordsman replied that he was just a wanderer, wandering like clouds in the sky, but in the former mortal world he had a name. Finding himself standing on the tip of a katana, Kwannon introduced himself as a hermit sword. The designer grinned, repeating his name. The villain introduced Kwanon holding a sword in his hands and told the main character that this man masterfully wields his weapon and never loses, being the strongest swordsman on all floors, capable of matching the strength of even the 4 heavenly kings. The designer added that, no matter how hard the heavenly demon tried, it would be extremely difficult for him to survive in a battle with such an opponent. Dissatisfiedly crossing his arms over his chest, Hyunwoo asked not to mistake his comrade for a weakling. Frowning, the guy declared that the heavenly demon was his teacher, who would not allow himself to be killed just like that. According to him, Chanma would be only too happy to get even with his opponent. The designer shrugged his shoulders, agreeing with his position. They continued to sit at the table opposite each other. The man asked if his interlocutor had any questions. He put his hands on the table. The guy said that it was unlikely that his enemy would reveal his identity if he wanted to know his true face. Looking down, the young man added that he had another question. Placing his clenched fist on the table, he asked why there was a pile of food on his side, but only one empty plate in front of the designer. Raising his hand, the man said the answer should be obvious. The dim light of the chandelier barely illuminated the dining room. The villain replied that he did not need any food. With a sly lick, he declared that his main course was sitting across from him right now. The young man frowned angrily, guessing that this was exactly the answer that awaited him. His legs were engulfed by dark energy. His sworn enemy said that they both understood everything and that he could not stand it anymore. Putting his hand on the table and grinning, the designer said that he was even sorry to waste time on an explanation. Images of all the squad members flashed through his head, because inside the main character was the energy of the Chanma Thunder technique located in the vessel. The great power of the Blue Dragon Tao circulating in the heart, Wukong's mana flowing through the veins, and even the sacred power of Brahma. Hyunwoo was at the peak of anger because of the words that all these forces are not able to coexist, but he still has control over each of them. Squinting his eyes, the designer stated that the aroma emanating from his opponent excites the appetite many times more than any snack. The guy smiled, amazed at such a rich imagination of his enemy. A clot of light energy appeared in his hand. The young man asked whether his enemy was really so hungry. The force used caused the plates to fly into the air. Pushing off the floor to make a dash, the experienced player decided to indulge his opponent. Approaching the designer, he raised his fist for another blow. Baring his teeth, the main character declared that he was well prepared for this meal. The villain smiled, answering that he was pleased to hear that. A bright flash illuminated the dark dining room. People were walking along the streets among the beautiful temples. It was a long time ago. Rumors about a certain warrior began to circulate along the shopping streets. Men and women actively discussed it. According to people, his sword was extremely unusual. No one could follow it, much less touch it with their hand. The man stood with his back turned, wearing a traditional venerable Chinese cap, holding his weapon. Over time, gossip reached the king himself, who was interested in him, running his fingers through his beard in surprise. He invited the warrior to the palace. The man bowed to the ruler sitting in front. The king, looking at the warrior, said that he had heard well about him. Everyone said that the skill of the hero's sword was close to divine. He wanted to make sure of this. The man raised his head, keeping his hands on the ground in front of him. I rise higher. He said that there is nothing outstanding in his skills, but the king himself is glad to ask. He is ready to show one dance. The warrior straightened up, pulling the hilt of his sword, drawing it, and then smiled. His smooth movements really looked like an unusual dance. That day the man demonstrated his abilities, putting his soul into them. The king moved to the edge of the throne to get a better look at the movements, and the courtiers gathered next to him. Everyone who watched the spectacle shouted enthusiastically that the hero's sword cuts through space and time, and divinity flickers inside it. They compared the warrior to a celestial being. The king opened his mouth in surprise. Among the high mountains, the warrior's movements left a bright trail in space. He raised and lowered his sword, leaving his movements smooth and light. This dance was called the graceful sword of the universe. From a calm position, he easily went on the attack, raising his sword to strike, his eyes sparkling brightly. Chanma pressed his hand to the cut on his shoulder, crying out loudly. He frowned and bared his teeth, thinking that he had never met such an opponent before, because his movements were almost impossible to predict. The man looked at Quantum, who swung his sword again and again, thinking that this warrior had reached the limit of martial arts through dance. Chanma clenched his sword in his hands. No matter what, he still has a chance. He swung his weapon, sending a stream of flames in front of the hermit sword's face, whose face was frozen in surprise. A bright explosion thundered across the battlefield, disturbing the tranquility of the trees. The man jumped to the side, holding a weapon in his hands. He was surprised, calling his opponent a beast. From the shroud of dust thrown into the air by the explosion, Chanma appeared, holding the base of the sword with both hands, preparing to strike. Quantum opened his mouth slightly in surprise, arching his eyebrows. The man lowered his head, glad that the warrior had finally been caught. A smile appeared on Chanma's face, and his eyes shone. He swung his sword, leaving a bright mark in space. The hero's swords crossed with a bright sound. The hermit sword raised his eyebrows in surprise, reasoning that his opponent managed to take the energy blow and immediately counterattacked, although none of the conquerors could compete with him in speed. They froze in place. Quantum did not understand where this monster came from. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of Chanma, who said that he was not finished yet. A stream of fiery energy gushed out from his sword, causing the man to frown. His eyes narrowed. He was surprised that his opponent was able to turn the sword flame into an explosion and then intensify it. Hermit's sword bounced back, stopping Jongma's strike by holding it back with his sword. Their weapons crossed again, creating a bright explosion. The man swung his sword, causing a wave of fiery energy to be sent towards Quantum, knocking him off his feet. He used the ability 8 fire swords, fire cutting through the soul. The warrior managed to turn over in the air. He looked up at the man, displeasedly saying that he was using the sword like some kind of club. He was about to grab the base of the sword, saying that the man's actions were terrible, he should be ashamed. Quantum swung his sword in front of him, dispersing the flames with a shock wave. In front of him stood Chanma, holding his sword out in front of him. Blood sprayed out of his shoulder again, and his brows furrowed. The hermit sword, which was surrounded by currents of air, said that the man had excellent skills for a climber, but it seemed that he was not capable of more since he began to act so recklessly. Chanma rubbed his face with the back of his hand and closed his eyes, saying that there was too much noise from the warrior as well as from his dance, which was more like the flight of a fly. Quantum knitted his eyebrows, saying that the man didn't even notice what state he was in now, and after a couple of fly bites, he was one step away from death. The man looked at him with furrowed brows. He smiled, calling his opponent such a pain. Chanma recalled his movements and swings of the sword, saying that while he was chasing his blows, like the remaining haze, he endlessly received wounds. He squeezed his sword tighter, talking about what next. The warrior did not understand what the man standing opposite him was talking about. Chanma lowered his head and closed his eyes, smiling and saying that his dance, the movements of which are divided into countless pieces in one short moment, can indeed be called annoying. But a fly is still a fly. Quantum's eyebrows frowned after such words. The hermit sword recalled how with one blow he could cut several tree trunks at once. He fell into the ranks of the Celestials only thanks to the skill of the sword, because apart from the love of his work, nothing else interested him. The man was lying with his head resting on a tree, with both arms thrown behind it. Even after ascending, there was no hesitation left within him. Due to the fact that sword art was everything to Quantum, he could not restrain himself if someone insulted him in this regard. The hermit sword furrowed his brows and bared his teeth furiously, indicating that he had decided to give the man a head start so that he could enjoy the dance for once. The tops of the cherry trees rustled under the wind. He continued to talk about how Chanma dared to humiliate his magnificent sword, with which he had reached the level of change and transformation. The man raised his sword, his eyes flashing, displeasedly saying that he would not tolerate it any longer. Since his opponent was not clinging to life at all, he would gladly finish him off. Quantum raised the weapon in front of him, his eyebrows knitted and his eyes widened, dozens of swords appearing behind him. Barely visible streams of energy appeared around him. He said that this was the energy of 1,000 streams simultaneously flying in different directions. Chanma looked at the man standing in front of him with a frown, listening to his words that she absorbed all the changes and transformations that could be made by the sword. The hermit sword, frowning and baring its teeth, suggested that he try to repel the next blow with his brute skills. He sharply moved towards the man, along with flying streams of energy, shouting that he was already tired of giving concessions. Chanma opened his mouth in surprise, calling his words self-confident. A dark hole appeared behind him, emitting streams of lightning. He said that not only a warrior can give a head start. Quantum braked with his foot, looking at it in surprise. He opened his mouth and knitted his eyebrows, not understanding where this powerful lightning energy came from, deciding that the man was hiding his strength. Lightning flashed brightly behind Chanma. He said that his skill had not yet reached the limit of perfection, because he was trying to bring all the learned techniques to the ideal. A moment arose in the hero's memory when he saw streams of energy surrounding the hermit sword. The man continued to say that after seeing his free dance, which surpasses any transformation, he realized that he was acting a little arrogantly. Dark clouds began to cover the blue sky. Chanma closed his eyes, saying that this is why he showed modesty, and instead of doing as he did, namely acting in his own way. The man called his rival a ruler. Quantum was surrounded by bright flashes of lightning, breaking up his streams of energy. He turned around in surprise, not understanding what had become of his energy. The hermit sword, standing with his back to him, listened to the fact that the man had been waiting all this time for his eyes to get used to the warrior's dance so as not to miss a single movement. Chanma frowned, the silhouette of a man reflected in the iris of his eye. His sword exuded lightning energy. Bright flashes surrounded his legs. He said that a warrior can release at least 1,000, even 10,000 of his energy streams. He doesn't care because his sword is overlord level. Chanma held the sword in front of him and, holding it with both hands, frowned. His body was surrounded by lightning coming out of a dark portal. He used the skill Mnemonic Sky Demon, Piercing Demon. Quantum opened his eyes wide and parted his mouth in surprise, realizing that he couldn't dodge something like this, not understanding how this was possible. The man's skill was able to get through anything. Chanma brought the tip of the shining sword closer to Quantum's face without looking away. Lightning enveloped the tip of the weapon. Stretching his hands forward, Chanma's sword released an incredible stream of energy accompanied by bright lightning. He used the skill Sacred Lightning Strike, the piercing sword of the ruler of the edge of heaven. The dark sky above the heroes' heads was impenetrable. Hyunwoo stood opposite the designer sitting on the floor. The main character knitted his eyebrows in displeasure, saying that on the way here he was thinking about how exactly he should deal with him, but apparently he was worrying in vain. He looked at the man sitting motionless, leaning his back on a stone fragment, saying that if he had known that the designer would turn out to be such a weakling, he would have come a long time ago. Hyunwoo asked if the man really disagreed with him, but he just smiled slyly. Streams of wind swept through the dark room. The designer said that during this time the hero had indeed achieved colossal progress. After all, he had made the right choice. However, the man continued, he did not understand why Hyunwoo, even now, was afraid of him. He smiled as he said this. The protagonist's eyebrows arched as he looked at his opponent with confusion. The designer continued to sit motionless, emitting streams of energy around him. The guy talked about how he didn't need to be afraid of someone who had managed to tear off 2 limbs. The hero's eyebrows frowned and his gaze became more serious. He did not understand why the man lost so easily. One of his legs was in place again. The designer began to stand up, speaking aloud to the hero's thoughts about his worries that the man was pulling off some kind of trick. Maybe it was some kind of illusion. He was not sure of his victory. Hyunwoo froze in front of him. The designer continued to press him, saying that the hero was worried about what would happen to the earth if he failed here. The main character frowned, not taking his eyes off the man. Leaning forward, the designer mockingly asked if this was what the guy was thinking about now. The hero clenched his hands into fists and bared his teeth, not understanding how he found out. The man began to slowly rise, lowering his head. He said that even the faintest fear exudes a rich aroma. At that very second he was right in front of Hyunwoo's face, saying that he really liked it, smiling slyly. He had no hands. The guy threw his head back. The hero's hair rose up with a stream of energy, and he opened his eyes wide. The designer put his hand forward. Energy began to concentrate in his palm, like a whirlpool. He smiled, and his eyes glowed brightly. There was a loud and bright explosion. The guy was thrown back by the shock wave. Hyunwoo frowned and bared his teeth, not understanding what happened. Perhaps it was high-speed movement or teleportation. But the hero realized that this was not one of the options. Hyunwoo thought that the sensation was like space being distorted for a split second. He immediately remembered the battle with Achai, realizing that there was an ability he had called Shukichi. The silhouette of the designer was visible in the darkness thanks to the energy emanating from him. The main character did not understand how he could master that guy's technique, although there was no time to think about it. The guy frowned and bared his teeth furiously, raising his fist to strike. He understood that he needed to end this before his opponent did something else. His thoughts were interrupted by the words of a smiling man who called him by name. Hyunwoo froze in place, eyes widening. The designer asked. Since that time he answered the question at the meal, now it's his turn. The main character frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on his face. He was surprised that his opponent was able to recover so quickly. The man stood in front of him, his arm extended forward, his body emitting an ominous aura. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness. He asked if the illogicality of this tower seemed strange to him. Among the impenetrable darkness of the room, iron chains were visible. Hyunwoo, standing in front of him, asked what illogicality meant. He screamed loudly, not understanding what the man was saying. The designer spread his arms to the sides, telling him to think about it himself. He talked about how he took the karma of supernatural beings and forced them to climb the tower. Perhaps the beginning was not equal, but the result turned out to be fairly equal for both sides. He gave those who reached the top of the tower a reward along with karma, so we can say that nothing was taken away from successful climbers. Hyunwoo fell into a stupor as he listened to these words. He remembered Gumeho, to whom he extended his hand, Chan, raising his sword to strike, the smiling Nanshin, the energetic Wukong, the evilly smiling Conqueror, and the smiling guy with horns. The designer narrowed his brightly glowing eyes, saying that this begs the question of what he himself got by forcing climbers to climb the tower. The man's legs began to move slowly. His silhouette slowly moved from one place to another. He raised his hand to his mouth and smiled, intending to demonstrate it. Hanwoo found himself surrounded by dozens of clones of the designer. The main character frowned, shouting that a man could not only use Shukichi, but also copy Wukong. The image of the guy appeared in his memories. The man smiled slyly. Hanwoo remembered the designer. He decided that his opponent had imposed other people's karmas on himself, like that person, but then only a part of the true power was used, but the designer was head and shoulders above the owners of the techniques. The man, surrounded by his clones, put his hand forward, saying that, judging by the hero's face, he still did not understand what was happening. All the clones moved towards him. The designer said that this was not all that he had gained thanks to the tower. They touched him, causing him to grin furiously. The hero's eyebrows furrowed. He listened to his opponent's words that, for the sake of a couple of tricks, he would not make so many enemies from supernatural creatures and conceive a tower. 2 clones grabbed the guy by the arms, and the rest floated in the air, concentrating energy in their palms. They simultaneously sent streams of energy into the guy. The designer told Hyunwoo to think about it. The main character raised his head up, screaming furiously. There was a loud and bright explosion on the battlefield. The man looked at what was happening with a smile on his face, but when he heard the guy curse, he opened his mouth in surprise. Hyunwoo's body began to be covered with bright energy. He loudly shouted that he could not think in such a situation because the man was talking from everywhere. The designer raised his hand to his chin and smiled slyly, saying it was brilliant. The man looked at the guy grinning his teeth, whose body was covered with energy. He realized that the hero skillfully uses the Brahma regeneration technique. The designer looked at him smiling, noticing that even the engineer was not really able to master it. This was truly surprising. A smile appeared on Hyunwoo's face and he raised his hand to his chest, saying that the man doesn't know what he's really good at. He folded his hands in front of him. A bright glow appeared between his palms, and behind his back appeared the image of a man with a bright light in his eyes and several hands. The main character used the ability Strike of the Magnificent Brahma Tathagata. He directed the flow of energy forward, putting his hands in front of him. Everything around was illuminated with a bright light. The flow of his power rushed into the body of the designer. He raised his hand to his face thoughtfully, noticing that this was rough handling of technology. There was definitely something to it. A flower appeared in his palm. The man said that he preferred a purer taste. He put his hand with the flower forward, petals flew off, and behind the hero's back an image of a man appeared, whose hands formed magical seals. A sly smile appeared on the man's face. Hyunwoo furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The designer put his hands in front of him, directing energy into the hero. The yellow stream of energy of the protagonist opposed the purple stream of the man's ability. When they touched, a large explosion was formed. The flash came in 2 colors, just like the hero's skills. The flow of violet energy from the designer turned out to be stronger than the flow of Hanwoo. The shock wave threw him back. The guy frowned and bared his teeth. Fragments of stones flew past his face. He did not understand what was happening. His eyes became wider. A sly smile appeared on his face. Lightning flashed. The hero realized that this was no longer funny. He realized that his opponent also mastered the technique of the heavenly demon. A man stood in front of him, and behind him a portal appeared, from which a stream of lightning emanated. The designer used the ability Sacred Sword, lightning of the ruler of heaven. He smiled, telling Hyunwoo that his end was near. The man waved his hand, and lightning immediately struck the main character. He arched his eyebrows, eyes wide. She hit him straight into his body, illuminating everything around with a bright flash. The girl, watching what was happening through the screen, said that nothing had passed since her offer to see each other upstairs, and the hero was already on his last legs. She saw how difficult it was for him to resist the man. The girl opened her mouth slightly, saying that this was not the case. She watched their battle, deciding to help Hyunwoo a little. Chanma stood in a garden full of cherry blossom trees. Looking menacingly at his enemy, he declared that it was inevitable. Their fight was over. The defeated Kwanan sat on the ground, his body gradually evaporating. Looking up, the swordsman said that they did not need to rush when he was asked to finally tell where the exit was. The man added that the required door was already open, and a patterned door materialized behind Chanma. Hearing the gate appear behind him, the guy looked questioningly at his enemy. Turning his head, he realized that all this time the exit had been hidden behind an illusion. Disintegrating into small particles, Kwanan warned the hero that this was a trap. Waiting for him outside the door were hungry conquerors, huge monsters and the Walking Dead, who were waiting for prey battered by past battles. Smiling, the man said that it would be very difficult to survive in this battle, even if you teamed up with your comrades, to which the guy replied that it didn't matter. The swordsman sitting on the ground did not understand how one could say such a thing. The young man turned away and repeated that he absolutely did not care about what was waiting for him outside the door. His gaze expressed clear confidence, and his sword lit up with hundreds of lightning bolts. Looking back, Chanma arrogantly added that he had already said that his sword would pierce anything with just one blow. Going to the exit from the illusory world, the guy said goodbye to his enemy. Kwanan smiled and closed his eyes peacefully. grinning and amazed at what an amazing person he had to meet in his last battle. Just as the man was about to say that this was a rather glorious end to his journey, his body disintegrated into hundreds of cherry blossom petals. Chanma touched with one hand for the patterned gate. Looking at the exit, he thought that if Kwanan told him the truth, then behind these doors there was a living hell. Imagining the huge number of bloodthirsty monsters that were waiting for him outside the gates, the guy realized that this time he would really have to risk his own life. Looking down in alarm, the young man thought that he could not have known that this could ever happen to him. Otherwise, he would have had the opportunity to see Kimeho again. He imagined how the happy fox grabbed his hand. Touching the gate with both hands, the swordsman decided to discard all these thoughts so that in battle his sword would not falter because of them. Having opened the gate, Chanma confidently decided that now it was much better to think only about how to defeat his enemy. The smiling Wukong was glad that his comrade had finally emerged from the world of illusions. The young man was shocked by what he saw behind the door. Wukong wondered whether he should have helped during the battle because the energy coming from behind the door was too powerful. Seeing the corpses of the conquerors lying on the floor, Chanma realized that his friends had already dealt with the threat without him. The squad had long ago finished off all the monsters. Wukong, placing his staff on his shoulders, declared that the guy's forces were not even close to those. Nanshin, resting her head on her hand, asked not to tease the young man because he, like the main character, was already beyond human boundaries. Chanma opened his mouth in shock when he heard these words. Having examined the room more closely, he asked what happened here. There was a dark dome above their heads. The guy realized that the detachment had risen here some time ago. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man asked if they had found Hyunwoo. Wukong replied that this was the top floor, which means their leader must be here somewhere. Putting his hand to his chin thoughtfully, the Monkey King stated that they were unable to detect anything even using their powers. Nanshin objected, noticing that something was wrong. Wukong asked in surprise what she noticed, to which the goddess raised her finger up and said that, most likely, something was on top. Looking at the ceiling, the woman added that she was not sure of her feelings. She felt something similar to a fly flapping its wings. Wukong lowered his eyebrows in displeasure, asking how this was even possible, because if the main character were with them, they would definitely have discovered him. Something lit up behind him, and a voice appeared out of nowhere and said that Nanshin was right. The squad looked back, seeing a girl materialize on the floor, who said that the keeper was now upstairs. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise when they saw a familiar person, whose appearance came as a surprise to them. They asked how she ended up here. The glass in the windows of the mansion was broken. The main character was sitting on the carpet with his head bowed. Blood flowed from his mouth in a thin stream. The designer asked what happened to him. Smiling, he sarcastically asked whether his enemy had already surrendered. The villain, engulfed in dark energy, hung in the air above Hyunwoo's body. Noticing the approaching danger, the guy clenched his teeth and thought that he needed to recover quickly. The wound on his chest began to glow, beginning the healing process. Resolutely walking towards his opponent, the designer asked him to stop resisting. Suddenly, a wave of energy appeared under his foot. Due to the shock wave, the ground under his feet split. The man called his enemy pathetic. Blood gushed again through clenched teeth due to the crushing flow of energy. Having imagined the image of a grinning Nanshin in his head, the young man realized that it was not difficult for his opponent to copy her skills. Pressing his hand to the wound on his chest, he asked what kind of creature, capable of receiving the karmas of all his friends, was standing in front of him. The designer smiled, answering the question of whether it was related to the tower, that the answer was already quite close. Putting his hand on his belt, the villain said that half of everything said was complete nonsense, because all his existing karmas had nothing to do with the friends of an experienced player. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, the man tried to find more correct words to describe his attitude towards the tower. Imagining a bird sitting in the mouth of a crocodile, he said that he and the training tower have a symbiotic relationship in which they can and do take all kinds of benefits from each other. An image of a tower surrounded by dark energy appeared in his head. The essence of the symbiotic relationship was such that if the designer gave something needed to the ecosystem or strengthened the structure of the tower, then it would make an equivalent exchange. A clot of dark energy appeared in his hand. The villain explained that the tower provides him with everything that only conquerors can get. When asked what he thought was being said, the protagonist did not answer and, frowning, repeated the last phrase of his enemy. He had a guess, which he did not have time to voice, but the designer had already confirmed it, grinning maliciously. Introducing all the friends and students of his opponent, the man explained that the tower feeds him with the energy that always appears when a strong person overcomes trials and grows. Therefore, all successes and experiences are tightly connected to the essence of their soul. A blue pearl sparkled in the darkness. This is what karma is. Towering over the main character sitting on the floor, the villain asked if it became clear to him what was being said. The images of Wukong and Chanma appeared behind him. Standing in front of the images of all the heroes, the man spread his arms and announced that what stood before his enemy was not any specific one, but all the transcendence existing in this tower. Clutching his chest, Hyunwoo just grinned, not believing his words. His gaze was very intense. He could not even imagine that his mind would be filled with just one word. This word was the word defeat. The enemy loomed menacingly over the guy's body. His eyes reflected the young man's frightened face. The designer asked whether it was really worth resisting when he was on the verge of death. Standing in the center of the dark energy gathering around him, he decided to stop talking and get down to business. Directing waves of energy towards the enemy, the villain proclaimed that the time had come for the guy to become his food. A black aura enveloped the body of the exhausted young man. While the energy was pulling him into itself, he thought that he did not have enough mana to recover. His eyes filled with a dark haze, the experienced player decided that the confrontation had become too hopeless and that he should really give up. His body lay in pitch darkness. An unknown voice ordered him to look at himself and rise to his feet. The voice stated that it was impossible to achieve anything by simply lying on the ground. Upon hearing these words, the main character opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing a huge flying eye in front of him, he asked if it had come from the past. Looking at him, the eye asked if Hyunwoo was happy to see him and said that he planned to say hello, but circumstances did not allow it. The eye noted that he was not in the best shape and asked if he had been beaten badly. The guy, grinning, remembered that the eye had promised to keep an eye on him. Putting his hand to his forehead, he realized that the eye had seen everything and said that the designer was too strong. Looking at his friend, the eye said that he had gotten a lot of trouble. The words that it was a simple deception made the guy reel. Drilling his hand from his forehead, he asked in surprise what they were talking about. Without taking his eyes off the shocked young man, the eye asked if he hadn't noticed anything strange when he was fighting. The words about excessive excitement during the battle made the experienced player who put his hand to his mouth think. Having imagined his reasoning about what would happen to the Earth after defeat, the eye stated that his friend was stressing himself out too much and that unnecessary thoughts were creeping into his head. Without moving from the spot, the eye remembered something else. During the fight with the designer, a drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's temple. Then he asked himself why his enemy lost so easily. When he looked at the undefeated villain, thoughts appeared in his head about whether this was definitely not an illusion and whether he had definitely won. The eye imagined their confrontation and said that Hyunwoo didn't even notice how the designer was able to get into his head and began to become stronger and stronger. After asking the eye if it seemed to him that something was wrong, the guy imagined the last moment of their battle with the enemy. The eye hanging in the void stated that this is where the true essence of the villain's strength is manifested. Looking down on his friend, the eye explained that the designer has a dark power that increases when the enemy fears him. Imagining many people captured by dark energy, the eye said that their enemy always used the fear lurking in those who were close to enlightenment to plunge them into a hopeless abyss. A dark whirlpool of energy swirled in the man's hands. His eye said that he was an incarnation devouring countless souls, filling his belly with them. The mind demon sat on his throne. Smirking gloatingly, he looked at the energy sphere in his hand, representing his essence. Turning to his friend, the young man asked if the designer becomes stronger when people begin to fear him. Pointing his finger at himself, the experienced player said dissatisfiedly that the enemy's tangible pressure could not have appeared due to his fear, because he was not afraid of him at all. After he said that he was still a little nervous, his eye frowned and explained that nerves, anxiety, excitement, and doubts are characteristic of everyone, even if only a little. The demon of the mind could turn them into real fear in a second. The main character, hearing this, tensely knitted his eyebrows. That's why before the fight, the designer first sat down at the table to talk. At the moment of the fight, the villain took the attack and showed his weakness by going down on one knee to pull out the fear from the opponent's heart and turn it into his strength. Imagining how a man controls the main character like a puppet, the eye explained that the enemy's trap had worked, but it was not possible to avoid this on his own territory. Contorting his dissatisfied face, Hyunwoo called the enemy a scoundrel. The eye flew up to him and asked him not to get upset ahead of time because there was a way out of this situation. A blood-red sphere appeared in the darkness. The eye said that the ability to absorb fear only sounds terrifying at first, but in fact it is good for nothing. The sphere floated in the air in front of the guy. He was told to overcome all his fears. Red light was reflected in the dark iris of the eye. He explained that all the karmas he had collected were in this area. The dark energy inside the crimson ball rushed back and forth. All the fears and negative emotions that people had to go through as a test were placed in it. The eye said that he had extracted all the worst especially for the sake of his friend. The guy, looking at the sphere, asked whether fears were extracted from someone's karmas. Looking at the eye, the young man asked who he was and how he could pull off something like that. The eye replied that he did not have time to think about something like that. Right now, the designer, shrouded in dark energy, was devouring all of his achievements and life force. The eye declared that he had no more than 10 minutes left. Hearing that the only way to defeat the mind demon was to inject all the fears from the sphere into oneself, the experienced player silently lowered his gaze. When asked what would happen in this case, the eye flying in the air replied that there were two scenarios. The great sage sat in the lotus position. At the first outcome, the hero will be able to overcome his fears and achieve such harmony that the powers of the demon of the mind will not work on him at all. The sage bowed under the pressure of dark energy. In the second option, fear will take over and the hero will gradually die, leaving behind only fragments of his mind. Looking away, the eye said that a decision needed to be made. Hyunwoo agreed to introduce fears into himself. The unknown person watched what was happening through the screen, surprised that the decision was made so quickly. The eye asked if the hero wanted to think some more, putting his hands in his pockets. The guy replied that this was the only way to get out and that without trying, he would still meet his death here. Pointing a finger at himself and smiling, he said that it was too early for him to say goodbye to life. The observer was surprised when the guy on the screen said that he was going to do his best to survive. The unknown man smiled, praising his fighting spirit. Pointing his hand at the ominous sphere, the young man asked if he could get out and not get stuck there for 10 years. The eye replied that there was no reason to worry, because in the real world no more than a second would pass. Looking at his friend with alarm, the eye warned that the perception of time and the sensation of pain inside the sphere was unknown even to him. Resolutely putting his hand in front of him, the experienced player replied that this was quite enough. He dipped his hand inside the red sphere. Crimson energy began to take over his body. The ceiling of the top floor resembled a dome. Wukong asked if someone had actually used space distortion magic right above them. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, he asked if they could get up until the magic dissipated. Holding her hands to her chest, Av answered in the affirmative. Turning to her, Wukong asked how she got here, because the teleportation gates are only suitable for one-time use. The girl, scratching the back of her head, replied that she herself did not expect this. Raising her eyebrows in confusion, Adder explained that when the squad crossed paths in the same room, a crack appeared in the security of the top floor. Av explained that she tried to get here alone, using administrator rights. Wukong crossed his arms questioningly. Until the squad arrived on the top floor, the girl used the invisibility artifact to hide from the monsters and inspect the area. Looking up at the ceiling, she stated that she found a magic circle above, but was unable to see what was inside due to its power. A dark purple magic circle hung from the ceiling. Adder expressed her confidence that the Guardian was located there since something like that was installed here. She assumed that this was another trap of the designer. The blue dragon, looking at the ceiling, stated that they could break the magical protection with brute force, but apparently the villain organized something more complex. Lowering his gaze, Imugi asked if there were ways to dispel the magic circle. Av, standing on the ground, replied that there were such ways, but due to the fact that the distorted distance could be greater than between the earth and the sky, it cannot be said that the Guardian could survive while they do it. Nanshin, with a calm expression on her face, asked if it was possible to shorten this distance. The Adder looked at her questioningly. The woman used her divine power, creating waves of energy under her feet. Shielding her eyes from the blinding light, Av was amazed at such an incredible amount of mana. Looking at the calm goddess, she wondered if this was the power of the Yaokai Queen. Looking at the girl, Nanshin asked her to focus exclusively on dispersing the magic circle. Looking at the ceiling, the goddess decided to try to close the distance between heaven and earth with her own essence. The main character's body was consumed by dark energy. The goddess was determined to get even with the annoying fly. The designer smiled maliciously, absorbing the inner strength of his enemy. Looking at his defeated opponent, he said that the protagonist's strength exceeded his expectations and did not even compare to what the tower provided him. The life juice pulsated in the threads of dark energy. The villain was surprised that he was able to enjoy the taste from the very beginning of absorption, because this usually takes time. A thin stream of saliva flowed from his mouth, and it was hard for him to hold back. The main character's hair was visible in a huge cloud of dark energy. Initially, the man planned to suck everything out separately, slowly stretching out the pleasure. But now all the absorption at once seemed like a tempting idea to him. Hyunwoo's hand trembled. The designer, smiling, watched the result of his work with satisfaction. Suddenly, his face became more tense. A voice came from the center of dark energy. The guy said that he already thought that he was really going to die soon. The mind demon widened his eyes in shock. The young man stated that after working hard, being able to see the frightened face of his enemy gave him pleasure. Putting his hand to his temple, he asked why his enemy had changed so much in his face. Grinning maliciously, the experienced player asked if his enemy was really scared. Looking in shock at the enemy rising from the floor, the designer could not comprehend what had just happened. The guy put his hand to his head. The villain could not believe that he was able to get out, being on the verge of death. The man noticed that something had changed. The main character smirked, asking why his opponent was frozen in place. The mind demon's hand trembled when he was called by that name. This treatment made him open his mouth in surprise. They stood opposite each other, taken aback. The designer asked how he knew about the mind demon. Hyunwoo laughed, saying that he had one capable acquaintance. This acquaintance identified everything at first glance and said that the demon of the mind was quite a famous person. Hearing this, the amazed man was speechless. Hanging his head and sighing, he was surprised that someone in the tower knew his true identity and decided to check this information later. Looking at the wounded enemy, the villain asked if this information gave him anything. Dark energy began to gather on the floor. The designer said that even with this knowledge, he still could not be defeated. Determined to show his opponent what true fear was, the mind demon sent waves of dark energy forward. The guy with a distant look finally understood everything. A red flash appeared in front of him. Many monsters rushed towards the young man, who realized that the enemy had been hiding his power with mana all this time. Everything was exactly as his eye showed him. The experienced player was inside a blood-red sphere. Monsters tried to grab his legs. This damp, noisy, and simply disgusting place was the personification of chaos. The monsters grabbed the main character by the shoulders and arms. He thought that he would again be confused if he got stuck in this world. Facing the oncoming waves of dark energy, Hyunwoo saw the main difference between the things the eye and the mind demon showed him. Raising his hand, he noticed the thing about which the enemy was very much mistaken. With fury in his eyes, the guy put his hand forward. Now the maddening sounds became just a cute purr for him. He managed to repel a powerful attack. Seeing how the waves of energy disintegrated into small pieces, the designer clenched his teeth angrily. A bead of sweat ran down his temple as the guy talked about how he had a lot of time for fun. Standing on his toes, the young man said that the villain probably enjoyed life by creating a tower and stealing other people's achievements. He raised his fist to punch and jumped, declaring that everything had changed now. The fist approached the face of the perplexed enemy. Smiling maliciously, the experienced player said it was time to pay the bills. The fist flew straight into the designer's cheek. Spitting out blood, the mind demon asked himself why he couldn't avoid this blow. The crushing blow threw him several meters back. Blood seeped through his clenched teeth. By placing his foot on the floor, the man was able to break. A significant distance appeared between the opponents. The floor of the dining room was sprinkled with blood. The villain called his enemy an impudent man. Wiping his blood-stained mouth, he asked if he really had the courage to attack. Shaking off his hand after the blow, the main character was upset because he planned to solve everything in one blow. Standing opposite his enemy, he said that he was stronger than he initially thought. The man replied that the one who was able to attack only once spoke too self-confidently. His fist sparkled. The mind demon reminded him that he had more than just mana. Narrowing his eyes menacingly, the designer declared that he could use karma. Smiling, Hyunwoo replied that he remembered this very well, since a few minutes ago he almost died due to karma. Noticing that the enemy's hand began to swell, the guy added that if the villain uses karma in his current state, then his body simply will not stand it. The man's hand exploded near the shoulder. Noticing this, the villain widened his eyes in shock. The next moment he fell to the floor, screaming in pain. Gritting his teeth angrily, the mind demon thought that this should not have happened, and was surprised that his body was not able to withstand even this. Holding his torn arm, the designer could not believe what was happening, because his abilities were supposed to grow thanks to the fear of the enemy. Frowning, he asked what was going on. His hand was shrouded in a light haze. His strength was leaving him. Lowering his head, the man asked why this was happening right now. The young man confirmed his theory. Remembering the eye, the guy realized that the longer he succumbed to fear, the weaker and more insignificant the opponent's forces became. Knitting his eyebrows pitifully, he asked if the designer really couldn't do anything. The man looked at his hands in shock. His face and fingers began to dry out. The main character asked what he was like now. The demon of the mind could not believe what was happening, convincing himself that his strength was the power that could cope with any chaos. Imagining the great sage against the backdrop of solar energy, he said that even before divine beings who possessed sacred power and before saints who had achieved enlightenment and nirvana, his strength was not so insignificant. Sweat ran down his face. The villain did not understand how an ordinary mortal man could break him. Hyunwoo's figure loomed over the weakened enemy. Looking at the confused face of his withered opponent, the guy declared that he had finally realized the whole situation. Smiling, he decided not to waste time. Having said that the end was already near, the young man began to confidently move towards his defeated opponent. Suddenly something made him stop and sit down. His brows were furrowed. Remembering the fight scene before meeting the eye, he also remembered the wounds he received. His body had not yet recovered. Blood sprayed through his clenched teeth. The designer noticed his enemy coughing. Baring his teeth, the man realized that this was his only chance. His legs were engulfed in dark energy. He thought that he did not have enough strength to finish off his opponent without thinking. With a sharp jerk, the demon of the mind rose into the air, deciding to get out of here as soon as possible. Looking around, the guy thought that he couldn't just let him go, because no one knew what would happen then. Unable to control his body, He lost orientation in space. Flying away from the battlefield, the designer thought that this escape was a real shame. After imagining all that he had achieved, the man thought that his time in the training tower had been wasted because of one single person. He thought that he would never forgive the main character for this shame that he had to experience. A bright flash appeared on the ceiling. The fireball was approaching the back of the villain, promising revenge on his enemy. Just as the fireball was about to touch his body, the demon looked back. There was a deafening explosion. His wounded body was nailed to the ground by a crushing blow. The man did not understand how this happened. Looking at Hyunwoo sitting on the ground, the designer thought that he would not have enough strength, but the energy seemed very familiar to him. His eyes widened in realization of what was happening. Nanshin smiled sarcastically. Being in the rays of her own energy, the woman was glad that the enemy had fallen into her trap. Clenching her fists, the goddess said that at first she felt the presence of two people, but did not immediately understand who was who. But doubts were quickly dispelled when she noticed the energy of the one who tried to escape as soon as he was cornered. This person turned out to be the designer who flew into the air. Contently placing her hand on her hip, Nanshin concluded that her friend would rather die than run away shamefully. Blood ran from her mouth. Noticing this, the woman thought that she had spent too much energy to pass through the magic circle, and that she could hold out a little longer to buy time for her friend. The villain lay on the floor among the rubble. Trying to get up, he thought that what was happening was impossible, even if his opponent was a deity. The man was amazed by such power, capable of breaking through his magic circle. Surprised, Wukong and Av stood behind the goddess, looking at the ceiling. Getting down on one knee, the mind demon said that he couldn't let it end like this because he couldn't come all this way in vain. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. Smirking, the experienced player, standing behind the enemy, said that he was saying trivial things, forcing the squad to watch such a boring scene. His facial expression looked insane. The main character asked the enemy to spare them from this heartbreaking sight because they had already wasted too much time. He grabbed the demon by the shoulder and forcibly turned him to face him. Raising his fist, Hyunwoo declared that this was more than enough for such a scoundrel. With one powerful blow, the guy knocked out the man. Opening his mouth wide, from which blood immediately gushed, the designer thought that he did not even have the strength to resist. Raising his fist again, the young man ordered the enemy to be silent forever. These words were followed by a series of lightning attacks. The floor cracked under his feet. The final blow hit the demon directly in the solar plexus. Frowning his brows, the experienced player called his opponent pathetic. Blood spattered from the villain's mouth. His body flew several meters from the impact and fell to the floor with a roar. Stretching his shoulder, the main character said that in his condition it would be difficult to deal with the demon. However, he was still pleased to see the enemy in such a pitiful state. The designer lay on the ground, trying to clear his throat. He hissed a curse through clenched teeth. Raising himself above the ground, the man admitted defeat. Hyunwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise when the enemy stated that next time things would be different. Raising his hand, the demon of the mind explained that fear will always exist, because fear is the fundamental characteristic of all living things. Screaming people were drowning in an endless swamp that could suck anyone in. Frowning, the designer concluded that he was the embodiment of fear. With his mouth wide open, the demon screamed furiously that, despite today's defeat, he would return later with even greater power, because fear is invincible. Listening to the words that this was just an illusion of victory, the guy only thoughtfully scratched his cheek. Closing his eyes and grinning, he replied that there was some truth in that. Hearing that he was very mistaken, the demon raised his eyes to his opponent. Kicking a stone lying on the ground, the young man agreed with the explanation of what fear is. His leg was immersed in a red substance. Being in the sphere of the eye also reminded him of a swamp. The embodiment of fear grabbed his leg, screaming that he was very afraid to even open his eyes. Behind him, the embodiment of doubt and anxiety asked if it could do anything about its situation. The epitome of self-denial loomed over his head, declaring that he could do nothing because such was his fate. Obsessive thoughts and feelings overwhelmed their owners and weighed down their souls. The experienced player clenched his teeth, trying to resist the words of the ghosts. However, this place was not a swamp. The guy took a step forward. He left behind him a trail of his own tracks. If you want to get out, then there is always a way out. His gaze was determined. Wandering along the paths of doubt, a person will definitely stumble upon the light. A flickering exit appeared in front of the main character. There was a crimson demon sitting on his back. Wukong smiled happily. All his friends stood at the exit from hell, which only the strong in spirit could reach. The demon on Hyunwoo's back disappeared. He realized that none of his friends suffered as much as he did. Looking around, the guy realized that this was a simple truth, that this place only seemed like a swamp. He found himself on the stairs leading to the exit. This place was just another step in order to climb even higher. Swinging his leg, the young man asked if the endless and eternal enemy really wanted to come back and fight him. The guy stomped confidently, splitting the floor under his feet, and declared that he would only be glad to see them again. Smiling, the experienced player said that he would continue to fight the enemy in order to rise even higher. The shocked designer did not understand what was happening. The man noticed how trembling enveloped him from head to toe. Seeing his opponent looming over him raise his fist to strike, the demon of the mind felt real fear for the first time in his life. Frowning, the protagonist confidently stated that he would allow the enemy to cowardly escape this time. He gathered all his energy into his fist, shouting that today the tower would become his property. Hyunwoo directed all his energy toward the enemy. A wave of fire struck the demon's body. Squinting his eyes against the blinding light, the designer tried to understand how he experienced fear, being the embodiment of fear itself. Stretching his thin hand forward, the man asked himself why this happened. Closing his eyes, he stopped feeling the thirst that overwhelmed him. Frowning his brows, the demon could not decide whether this was good or bad. There was a devastating explosion. The stone building with columns sat in a clean white space. A dialogue took place behind the office doors. Hermes stood in front of his boss's desk, saying that the problem had been fixed. The manager interrupted his speech about the upcoming meeting of the Tower Master by holding out his hand. In response to the exclamation of admiration, Hermes, with a calm expression on his face, asked what surprised him so much. The man smiled, answering yes when asked if he thought what was happening could cause more problems. The statement that the magical traces of the mind demon had disappeared along with him made Hermes reel and ask if such a thing was even possible. Placing his hand on the table, the manager said that this was not a war between the Tower Masters and that they would have to check what really happened. Tapping his finger on the table, the man stated that the owner of the tower had changed and that now they needed to notify him of the true state of affairs. Hermes stood silently in front of his boss. Nodding, the guy said that he understood what we were talking about and that because of the special importance, he would take care of everything personally. His body casting a long shadow, he went to the 51st tower under the control of the mind demon. There was a deafening explosion. Having struck, the main character breathed out a sigh of relief. Looking at his fist, he was surprised that he could do it. Shaking his hand, Hyunwoo found it amazing that he survived after everything that happened. Suddenly, a notice appeared above his head stating that after destroying the Tower Master, the Mind Demon, he was now the new Tower Master with all the corresponding powers. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Standing on the rubble-covered floor, the young man could not believe that the end had come. Behind him came the roar of a flying staff. Frightened, the experienced player turned around. Wukong smiled, saying that they came to help their friend. Wukong asked if his comrade managed it alone. The guy sighed with relief when he recognized his friend. The whole team gathered around a wide staff in front of him. Seeing the frightened Av in the hands of Wukong, the main character asked how she ended up here. The girl replied that it was a long story. Looking at her friend standing on the ground, she said that she was very glad that he was okay. Jumping from the staff to the ground, Nanshin apologized for being late, saying that it must have been hard to fight the mind demon alone. Smiling, the goddess said that they had to try hard to figure out how to get here and asked if the villain got what he deserved. Hyunwoo lowered the corners of his lips in alarm. He noticed blood on the goddess's face. Remembering how she used her abilities, the guy thought that she must have been injured or that it was a side effect after using magic. The woman stood with her arms crossed over her chest. The young man smiled, realizing that his team had indeed helped him defeat the Tower Master. The squad members looked at their friend carefully. Smiling slightly, Nanshin asked why he was looking at her like that. Without answering the question of how the battle with the demon went, the guy replied that everything went well thanks to them. Everyone except the goddess smiled when the suggestion was made to hurry up and return home. The experienced player pointed behind him and said that it was time for them to go. The arc hung in the void. After the destruction of the demon of the mind, the situation quickly returned to normal. The main character waved his hand to Av, asking her and Noah to clear the floor, because after the death of the Tower Master, the protection no longer worked. The Adder, smiling, waved her hand in response. Together with Noah, she would be able to successfully complete the job because they knew the tower like no one else. Hyunwoo turned away, shaking his head, and swore that he definitely didn't ask them to do this because he was too lazy. The party of adventurers returned home. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the mansion. Using a teleport, the team found themselves in the middle of the garden. Noticing the students waiting for him, the guy looked to the side, not understanding how they knew about his return. Murion and Naren stood in front of their mentors with very worried expressions on their faces. The girls lowered their heads excitedly. The young man, not expecting what was about to happen, squinted in bewilderment. The girls attacked him, knocking him down. The three of them ended up on the ground. It seems that Av and Noah told them about what happened, sharing such useless information. The students clung to their mentor. Usually they don't react to him this way, but this time the situation is a little embarrassing. The experienced player widened his eyes in surprise. A blush appeared on the girls' faces, and tears appeared in their eyes. Murion burst into tears, asking why the teacher did not tell them that he had gone to such a dangerous place. Naren, wiping her tears with her hand, said that they were afraid that their teacher would die. The main character was dumbfounded and remained silent. It seemed to him as if he had done something wrong. The next moment, a smile appeared on his face. He placed his hands on the students' cheeks, deciding to show them a gesture of apology. Smiling widely, Hyunwoo declared that he was back safe and sound. Stroking their cheeks, the guy asked them to stop crying. Smiling joyfully, they pressed themselves into the hands of their teacher and agreed. After such a happy event, an enraged Soyeon gave a lecture and began lecturing her comrade while their friends watched from the side. Several days passed after regaining strength, and there were many dishes on the dining table. 2 glasses hit each other with a clink. All friends gathered at the table, celebrating this significant event. The guy was sitting at the bar, watching his friends having fun and calling them funny. A smiling Wukong held a glass of wine in his hands. The team members were especially distinguished by their persistence in holding the party, despite the fact that the experienced player was the only one who almost died in the battle. The great sages played with each other. The young man was grateful that it was they who had to defend the earth in his absence. Nanshin approached the bar, saying that their friends just wanted to have fun since it was their last night at this place. The woman stood in front of the main character, confidently placing her hand on her hip. He asked if his comrades were already returning home. The goddess replied that their strength had been restored and their debt had been repaid, so they no longer needed to stay here. The warriors sitting at the table continued to enjoy their drinks. Looking at Nanshin, Hyunwoo asked why she didn't come home. Wukong and the Blue Dragon, who were arguing about their favorite musical artist, promised to stay to explore the tower because they liked the modern world better. Gumiho looked at Chanma with concern. The 2 of them had already settled in this world and they had no reason to return. Looking down, the guy said that his only concern was that he had not kept his promise to them. The young man was sitting at the table with Chanma. The swordsman, holding a cup of tea, said that it was impossible to find sword karma even on the top floor of the tower. An experienced player said that, according to Noah, the sword god had never even been to the training tower. When asked how he knew this, the heavenly demon silently lowered his gaze. Looking at his reflection in the tea, he replied that the sword god was a legend, so he hoped to find him. Introducing a man in a robe, Chanma explained that the sword god was the favorite of all swords and blades, the one who could freely wield any weapon. Closing his eyes and sighing heavily, the swordsman added that if the sword could exist, he would probably be on the top floor of the tower. Taking the cup in his hands, the guy wanted to know the teaching method thanks to which the sword god had reached such heights. After taking a sip, he added that it was pointless if it was just a legend, so there was no point in focusing on it. Sitting at the bar, the main character thought about these words. In his opinion, the heavenly demon sitting next to Gumiho looked quite happy. Turning to Nanshin, Hyunwoo said that he understood why the others decided to stay here and asked what urgent matters forced the goddess to stay. The woman did not know what to answer. Slyly narrowing her eyes, she replied that there was a reason for this. The guy raised his eyebrows questioningly when the goddess said that she needed to try something in this world. When asked what exactly she wanted to try, Nanshin grinned. Noah and Av looked in surprise at the source of light in the dark room. Turning to the creator, the girl asked if he knew that there was something similar in the training tower. The man answered in the negative. The adder looked down, surprised that even Noah did not know about the existence of this passage. There was a bright light in the doorway in front of them. Looking at the door, Av assumed that it was a trap created by a demon. The man replied that the demon would probably use it to disappear. The creator felt a strange energy, never present in the tower before, but similar to a completely different world. The girl looked in surprise at the dazzling light. Knitting his eyebrows, Noah decided to express his guess. Looking at the glowing passage, he thought that its appearance was due to the fact that the main character called something big. Hearing this suggestion, Adder frowned tensely. Crossing her arms over her chest, she decided it would be best to discuss this directly with the guardian, the man calling it a good idea and suggesting that she just observe. The passage began to close. The creator said that the keeper would have to visit him tomorrow, and before that time they needed to finish clearing the top floor. Putting his hand on Av's shoulder, he asked if there was a party going on the 9th floor. Noach said that the guardian deserved a rest. The dark night sky hung over the mansion. When asked what she would like to try, Nanshin blushed. The main character raised one eyebrow in surprise. He clarified that he did not remember her being interested in food. The goddess, putting her hand to her mouth, grinned and called her friend not quick-witted. Closing her eyes, the woman asked to forget about this conversation and said that, more than conversations, only alcohol would brighten up this wonderful day. With these words, she left a huge bottle of strong drink on the table. Holding it in her hand, Nanshin explained that it was a rare and precious drink called Heavenly Executioner, which was practically gone in this world. Having poured the drink into a glass, the goddess told how numerous masters and connoisseurs, having tasted it, said that no other alcohol can compare with the taste of the Heavenly Executioner, a divine drink that deserves special praise. Raising the glass in her hand, the woman asked if Hyunwoo was ready to try it. The guy agreed, citing that even the description of the drink was very tasty. Raising the glass to his mouth, he noted a sharp, unlike anything else smell. The young man took a sip. Nanshin carefully watched her friend drink the heavenly executioner. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Having imagined various fruits in his head, the guy felt that the nasty aftertaste characteristic of alcohol was completely absent, and the drink itself smelled like fresh fruit and had a peculiar aftertaste. The experienced player looked at the glass in shock, calling its contents the drink of the gods. A bright blush appeared on his face. The main character said that he had never tried anything like this. Noticing that his friend had not drunk her glass, he asked why she was not drinking. Everything was triple before his eyes. Nanshin smiled, saying that she forgot to warn about something. Her look was very cunning. The woman said that even all the alcohol in the world is not worth a sip of the heavenly executioner, not only because of its taste, but also because of the intoxication that is worth it. The blushing guy did not understand what was happening. Looking at him with a grin, the goddess answered the question of what this meant, saying that she had taken a brave step by sharing such a precious drink with him, and hoping that he would figure it out on his own. Hyunwoo saw Murion and Narin looking confused behind him and asked what they were doing here. Placing his hands on the table, he asked what was happening to him. His head fell on the table. Nanshin sitting next to him declared that everything was ready. Murion worriedly asked the teacher if he was okay. The goddess, looking at him, asked the girls not to worry because their teacher was just very drunk, but would soon return to consciousness. Smirking and looking away, the woman stated that until this moment, students can do whatever they want, even fulfill all their innermost and secret thoughts. A bright blush appeared on the faces of the embarrassed girls. The goddess added that the teacher would not remember anything in the morning anyway. Waving her hand, the woman asked to take him away and not to quarrel. The students lifted the mentor's body from the chair. The next moment they ran with him into the house. Sighing in relief and closing her eyes, Nanshin thought that this was quite enough, otherwise it would have been too late later. Looking at how Narin and Murion were dragging the body of an intoxicated guy, the goddess wished them to spend an unforgettable night in his company. The wooden door of the room was closed. The main character hardly opened his eyes. Raising his hand, Hyunwoo asked where he was. The students asked if the mentor had come to his senses and how he was feeling. Seeing the girls in front of him, the guy asked what was happening here. He squinted. He had never seen anything like this before. Having become drunk and losing control of himself, the young man smiled contentedly. By hugging his precious students tightly, he became dangerous. The girls, caught in a tight embrace, thought that their teacher was becoming completely different, more impulsive under the influence of alcohol. Moving them away from himself, the guy decided to look at them from afar. The next second, he squeezed their reddened cheeks in his hands. Smiling, the young man said that his students looked even more beautiful up close. Squeezing their puffy cheeks in his hands, the protagonist called them cuties. Murion pouted her lips, about to say something. Pushing his hand away from her, the girl asked if he really loved them. Hearing an affirmative answer, the student approached her mentor's face and asked why he was doing this. Remembering all the situations that happened between them, Murion asked why the teacher avoided their feelings. Remembering how the mentor turns away from Narin, she clarified that she did not mean the relationship between teacher and student. Narin watched as her friend talked about interacting with them like girls. Clasping her hands, she asked if it was really awkward for the mentor to love them as girls. The main character turned away silently. The girls waited tensely for an answer to the question. Hyunwoo said that it was really awkward. Putting his hand to his forehead, he added that the problem was not with them at all. Looking down, the guy said that in his situation there was no place and time for feelings. He remembered being stuck in the training tower and said that he thought about it a lot while he was there, thinking that when he got out of the tower, all his problems would be solved. The guy remembered how he encountered the forces of the demon of the mind, how he practically went mad in this battle, but continued to hope that after this he could start a quiet life. But a huge eye appeared in front of him, telling him that there was something more. Putting his hand to his head, the young man concluded that from now on his whole life would be exactly like this. Looking at his worried friends, he said that he could not afford to involve them in this thorny path. The students opened their mouths in surprise when their mentor said that he had only thought so until that moment. Dissatisfied with his arms crossed over his chest, the main character said that now everything has changed. He put his hand to Narin's cheek and said that his body would simply rot in the ground if death overtook him. Satisfully holding out his hands to the students, Hyunwoo added that it would be stupid to deprive himself of such an opportunity. The girls opened their mouths in shock when men's hands touched their cheeks. The guy hugged Murion's bare waist. The students fell back onto the bed. Hovering over them, the young man said that he had been holding back for too long. There was a red blush on his cheeks. He said that now he would have to take the rap for all the lost time. Looking at the stunned students, the guy asked what they thought about this. Murion smiled widely. There was a red blush on Narin's face. Stretching out their hands to the teacher's face, they agreed. The excited girls seemed to be beside themselves with happiness. The sun's rays made their way into the room through the window. Clothes were scattered on the floor. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. His students lay on his shoulders. he saw Muryeon sleeping. Narin was sleeping peacefully on the other side. Hyunwoo didn't understand how he ended up in the same bed with them. The main character was lying on a white pillow, looking up lostly. He remembered the drink that poured from the jug and concluded that it was definitely good. Narin and Myeon were lying on each side of Hyunwoo. The main character thought that he had drunk himself into unconsciousness, but in the morning he did not feel any hangover, and this upset him. He sat down carefully and thought that today he had an important meeting on the top floor of the tower. While Narin was sleeping, Hyunwoo quickly ran away, thinking that he had an excuse to leave the place. He put on his pants, thinking that somehow later he would figure out what had happened. The girls woke up and saw that the main character was not with them. Holding the blanket to her chest, Myeon asked if Hyunwoo was awake. The main character stopped, his face covered with sweat. Then he turned around and wished the students good morning with a smile. Narin asked why he was so pale. Hyunwoo, looking worried, said that he was in a hurry because he had a very important meeting today, and that the future of the tower was at stake. Narin and Myeon sat down, looking in surprise at the main character, who added that they would talk some other time. Suddenly they both smiled. Hyunwoo looked at the students in shock when they said that they would wait for him as long as he ordered. He asked if it was true, and the girls smiled, blushing. The main character got dressed, turned around and thanked them for their understanding. He said with a smile that he would be back quickly. Hyunwoo looked at the white ceiling. Then he saw the loving glances of Narin and Myeon and asked since when they looked at him with such fire in their eyes, as if they were ready to eat him. Mountains were visible behind the large building, and the main character came to the conclusion that it was only his imagination. A massive door with patterns was visible. Hyunwoo materialized out of thin air with a white glow around him. Suddenly he opened his red eyes wide. He looked at the luxurious space and assumed it was the new top floor. A golden chandelier hung on the ceiling. The main character closed his eyes and smiled when someone said that the room was just like the owner of the tower. Noah and Av stood next to each other. The girl smiled joyfully. She suddenly pursed her lips in resentment when Hyunwoo said that he felt like someone just copied everything from the game and pasted it here. The main character put his hands on his waist, asking if they found out what he asked for, and Noah replied that they found nothing. The man said that they had a more important problem, and Hyunwoo looked at him in surprise. Noah looked at the round table with 3 chairs and suggested that they sit down first. Av, Noch and Hyunwoo sat down on chairs. The protagonist frowned when he heard that they didn't know whether the tower would collapse or not. Av and Noah looked down guiltily and were silent. The creator put his head in his hands and said that this would happen in the worst case scenario. He added that it wasn't the tower itself that would collapse, but rather its internal system, and Hyunwoo put his elbow on the table, asking how that was possible. Noah imagined a tower in the middle of the galaxy and explained that each floor has its own magic circle with different characteristics, and thanks to this, a certain system is maintained within the tower. A pattern with triangles and circles was visible. The creator explained that these circles consist of a huge number of spells that require a lot of magical powers. Av looked at Manhwa and said that that's why they doubted when creating the tower, because they had no idea where to get the magical powers to maintain the circles. Then the girl and Noah approached the demon sitting in the chair. The creature smiled and avoided answering, saying that he would definitely inform them when they completed the main part. Av said they never found out more. She remembered how 3 people stood on a cliff and 1 fell down, and said that those who participated in the creation of the tower betrayed them. Noah, with a serious face, said that the source of the magic could not be found, and one can only assume that it is on the upper floors. The main character crossed his arms, suggesting that they never found what they were looking for, and the creator confirmed this. He looked up and said that the source of magic was somewhere here, but it was impossible to get to the end. Noch imagined a man sitting at a table and concluded that the identity of the decision maker was unknown. The man smiled, and the creator added that one day he might abruptly stop supplying magical power. Hyunwoo's eyes widened in horror when Noah concluded that in this case they would have to watch the tower collapse from the inside. He touched his face, saying that the problem was more serious than he thought, and that in that case, they must find the source of the magic by any means. Av said that she had something to add about this, but someone interrupted her. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Aw frowned and pursed her lips, and Hyunwoo's eyes widened when someone said that they shouldn't worry about this problem. The main character got up from his chair and saw that a man in dark clothes was standing nearby, who said that he had come a very long way. The man in the suit put his hands on his back and added that he did this in order to deal with this personally. The main character and Av looked at the stranger in silence. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, thinking about how he didn't even feel the presence of other magic. The man closed his eyes. The protagonist approached him, asking about his identity, and the stranger bowed and then said that he had to clear the backlog of work, but he finally got to them. He closed his eyes and said that the reason he came was to collect the tower's debt. Hyunwoo bared his teeth in hostility upon hearing these words, and the man said that this debt was quite large. He stood motionless, saying that he understood that it was frustrating, but that was the state of affairs, and besides, there was little time left to pay off the debt. The man added that therefore it would be better to close this issue as soon as possible, and everyone would be happy, which is why the main character cursed with rage. His fangs became visible. He raised his hand and with arched eyebrows asked why this man continued to talk nonsense, as if he had come and given an order. Hyunwoo began to emit a dazzling golden light. Looking at the man with his eyes closed, the main character said that he would repay the debt right now, about which he knew nothing. Hyunwoo walked forward. He clenched his hand into a fist, preparing to attack the stranger. From outside, a powerful explosion could be seen in the castle. Av began to sweat and screamed loudly in horror. She clenched her hand into a fist and told Hyunwoo standing in the middle of the smoke that this was too much. The main character, without looking at the girl, apologized for the broken wall. Av froze in shock when Hyunwoo said that the annoying bugs are nimble these days. He raised his head, and a beam of blue light was visible next to him. The man held the sword to the face of the main character, who said that he had good skills. He sighed and said that no matter how many tower owners change, their greetings never change. Hyunwoo angrily said that a guest who entered the owner's property without his knowledge is called a thief or robber. He squeezed the stranger's lightsaber and added that he should have at least introduced himself if he really came as a guest. Hyunwoo shouted that the man should not dare talk nonsense about debt again. The main character's eyes turned white, and he said that he would simply mistake him for an intruder and hit him with all his might. The man frowned, wrinkles appearing between his eyebrows. Yellow sparks were visible in the air and he felt incredible power, coming to the conclusion that it was no surprise that the mind demon had fallen to the protagonist. Hyunwoo frowned angrily, and the man asked him to stop the altercation. He put away the weapon and added that in any case he came here to tell the main character the truth about this tower. The stranger straightened his jacket and said that this might be, for example, a question that worries Hyunwoo. The main character tensed when he heard the words about where the magic comes from to maintain the tower system. Av turned around, widening her multicolored eyes. Noah became covered in drops of sweat, looking attentively at the man. Hyunwoo tilted his head, again asking about the identity of the stranger, and he said that the main character was now ready for dialogue. Hermes bowed and introduced himself. He opened his eyes and said that he came from an organization that had entered into a contract with the tower to supply magic. Hyunwoo arched his eyebrows in confusion upon hearing such words. He remembered floating in the dark space next to the eye and assumed that Hermes had something to do with it. As the man bowed, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he had never heard of him before. Hyunwoo looked sternly at Hermes and ordered him to introduce himself properly. A large white castle with a dark roof could be seen. 4 people were sitting at a round table. Hermes raised 2 fingers and said that Hyunwoo only needs to know 2 things. He imagined a tall tower and said that a large amount of magic was needed to control it. Hermes then thought about the purple-skinned man and added that in order to maintain the internal system, the previous owner signed an agreement with the organization to supply magic. The man put his hand on his chest and clarified that it was their organization. The main character put his hand on the table, and Hermes added that this information was quite enough to understand the current situation. Hyunwoo touched the dark hair and suggested that if magic is money, then Hermes is the guy from the bank who came to collect the loan and get the money that the mind demon spent. Hermes folded his hands and said that he heard quite a few unfamiliar words. The main character gritted his teeth in rage when the man added that he was thinking in the right direction. With a furious face, Hyunwoo thought about the mind demon who turned out to be a bankrupt debtor. There were many luxurious chandeliers hanging on the ceiling. The main character asked what would happen if he did not pay off the debt, and Hermes replied that in this case he must prepare for the consequences. Hyunwoo lowered his head, and the man added that due to lack of magic, the tower would collapse. The main character frowned, imagining Hermes tying up a crying man, and thought that he could do this or even kill him. Hyunwoo put his hand on the table, and the man said that if the main character decides to keep him here by force, then the situation will not change. Hyunwoo put his hands on the back of his head while Hermes said that he was only an employee sent with a notice, and the administration was handling everything else. Av, with a scared look, asked how they could pay off this debt, and the man replied that they needed to provide karma, which was equivalent to the amount of magic used. Noah leaned over, asking about karma, and Hermes replied that everything was logical, because the tower is a place for regenerating karma. The man closed his eyes and said that the previous owner had not repaid the debt and, as a result, became a debtor. Hermes hoped that the new owner of the tower would not make such mistakes. Hyunwoo slammed his fist on the table and said that the man was good at pretending to be polite. Hermes handed over the scroll and said that he would provide the main character with an invoice with the exact details for payment. He narrowed his eyes and added that Hyunwoo needed to meet the deadline specified in the document, otherwise the Supreme Ones would make their decision. The main character furrowed his thin eyebrows when Hermes said that he was unlikely to like this decision. One of the 4 chairs was empty and the man said he was leaving. Henwoo looked down, calling Noah, and the creator said that he himself heard everything. The main character put his hand on the back of his head and asked why this was happening. Av, with a scroll in her hands, said that this is not the main problem now. She showed the document to the main character and said that the debt that is indicated there is simply incomprehensible. Hyunwoo raised his hands as the girl said that this is not something they can afford. While Av was saying that the time limit was also very short, rage appeared on the protagonist's face. He clenched his teeth so hard that the veins showed on his face and neck. Hyunwoo hit the table and yelled at the girl to stop talking nonsense. While Noah was crying because of the ruined table he had made, the main character said that he had to go through so much to get to the upper floors, when suddenly some kind of debt was placed on him. He bit his lower lip and yelled that he wouldn't let this happen. Av and Noch looked at Henhwa in shock as he calmly told them to continue the conversation. He remembered how he stood with his hand on his waist, talking about information about something supreme. Then he remembered how he sat thoughtfully while Av looked at him. The girl and the creator were silent tensely. Then Noah closed his eyes and said that he wanted to say this somehow delicately, but now he has no choice. A bright white light appeared. The creator pointed to a door that had a blinding glow and said that they had discovered it. The main character frowned, asking if it was a passage, and Noah said that they were not sure because, being the creators of the tower, they themselves were seeing it for the first time. The light from the doorway illuminated everything around, and the creator added that if you look closely at the energy emanating from there, it is very likely that the passage is connected to a completely different place outside the tower. Henwoo smiled when Noah said that it could be what is above. The main character put his hands on his waist and said that it was time to hit the road. When Noah reminded them that they had no idea where this passage led, Henwoo frowned with displeasure and replied that he should at least buy time. Av and the creator looked at the main character confused after he asked if they knew another way. Hyunwoo imagined the eye and thought that this creature could help, just like before. He imagined a dark purple ball, thinking that he could not get in touch with his eye, but he was not going to remain idle. The main character entered the portal, telling Av and Noah not to worry, no matter what happened to him. The girl and the creator watched Hyunwoo tensely. He frowned and said that there was nothing more dangerous than his attitude right now. There was a fire burning in the torch. Several knights bowed, begging for their lives, and said that they had committed a great sin. The 50th owner of the tower, named Siegfried, stood with his broadsword slung over his shoulder. The man grinned and asked how the knights dared to rebel against him, and said that he did not even want to get dirty with their blood. One of the knights gritted his teeth when Siegfried asked if they really thought they could receive his forgiveness. The knight raised his head and shouted that the owner of the tower was talking nonsense, and that the lower floors were a real hell. While he was shouting that they were forced to rebel against Siegfried in order to get out of there, the man with an angry expression on his face asked if the young man had decided to teach him about life. Siegfried approached the brave knight and raised his weapon. He then swung his sword, saying that they would all be executed immediately, and the knight screamed in horror. Suddenly, someone's hand stopped the blade of the sword. Henwoo stood with one hand in his pocket, and Siegfried asked who he was. The man clenched his teeth and frowned. The main character looked up and asked if the owner of the tower was in charge here, judging by what he heard. Siegfried opened his mouth in shock, thinking that Henwoo was able to stop his sword with his bare hands, and asked what the young man was allowing himself to do. Siegfried angrily asked where the main character came from here, and he turned away, coming to the conclusion that the man was really in charge here. The knights watched the situation in fear. Henwoo asked if Siegfried was a person like him who did not answer questions humbly. The man bared his teeth furiously and ordered the main character to stop talking nonsense. Henwoo clenched his hand into a fist and began to attack Siegfried. The man doubled over from the force of the blow. The main character said with a grin that they would begin their acquaintance right now. Siegfried flew back, letting out a painful groan. He wrinkled his nose, not understanding what was happening. He looked at the knights who were about to run away and thought that Hyunwoo had pushed him away with one blow. Siegfried's yellow eyes opened wide when the protagonist's hand appeared in front of his face. Hyunwoo squeezed the man's face, who sighed loudly. Siegfried, whose cheeks were squeezed by the protagonist's hand, arched his eyebrows angrily. The main character, with wild rage on his face, asked if the man knew anything about leadership. Henwoo held Siegfried by the throat, squeezing his hand so that the only strength left was his question about whether he knew something about the managers. Sweat streamed down the face of the 50th owner of the tower, and he replied that since Hyunwoo was asking such questions, he was definitely not just an ordinary person from the middle class and he was interested in who he was. Henwoo clenched his fist and hit Siegfried in the chest with all his might. It seemed to him that Siegfried seemed to know something, and he hit him again so that the 50th owner of the tower flew to the side. Hyunwoo stood covered in blood and said that he should have answered right away instead of asking a counter question. Siegfried held his broken nose. He stood up, grabbed the sword more conveniently and asked how Hyunwoo dared to hit him. Siegfried called magic to the sword and began to call Henhwa a bad person. Hyunwoo froze, trying to understand what the enemy was doing, who promised that the guy would never see forgiveness. Hyunwoo thought that Siegfried, who was preparing to attack, was unpredictable. A sword flashed in a cloud of magic and Siegfried invited Hen to suffer immediate execution. The 50th owner of the tower furiously shouted that this time there wouldn't even be a need for a trial, he would simply kill him, to which Hyunwoo asked about execution. Siegfried caught a subtle movement behind him. Hyunwoo, summoning lightning as he walked and preparing to attack, asked if he was about to be executed. He asked if this was possible when the 50th overlord began to turn around. Hyunwoo slammed Siegfried's head into the floor with all the force of his lightning. A crater was formed on the stone floor from a lightning strike. Siegfried watched limply as a fist rushed towards his face. Hyunwoo squatted down next to the enemy and was surprised that he was still conscious, since he turned out to be a rather strong fellow. But this was for the best, because just the nerves had accumulated, which means he would be able to take it out on the enemy without regard to the fact that he will lean back. Hyunwoo grinned evilly and said that if it seemed that his blows had become weaker, let Siegfried say so, he would immediately strike 10 blows in the same place. Siegfried even turned green with fear when he heard that Hyunwoo thought they had reached an agreement. It seemed to him that the guy looked like an evil spirit, and out of fear he screamed and asked him to stop. However, another explosion was heard, raising a column of dust and stones into the air. The building was bathed in rays of light when the phrase was heard that what was happening was amazing. The manager was surprised that the 51st tower actually had a new owner. Hermes stood opposite when he was asked if it was true that even the former owner, the demon of the mind, was destroyed, to which he replied that it was so because he personally checked the information. The manager folded his arms across his chest and gazed intently at his subordinate. For him it was a little strange, since the way the demon of the mind got there and how he left was so unusual, to which Hermes asked again about how he got there. Hermes asked what he meant when the mind demon first contacted them, to which the manager replied that he surprised him then. The manager remembered the mind demon with the scroll in his hands, since he was the one who wanted to build his own tower and not buy one of the existing ones, and this was the first time this had happened. The manager remembered that he was not a simple creature, but he could not even think that everything would end like this, to which the subordinate had nothing to answer. Hermes' expression changed, and the manager hurried to ask what was the matter, to which he replied that the new owner of the 51st tower expressed indignation at the payments. White light poured from the windows of the room when the manager asked in bewilderment about the situation, to which Hermes replied that he, of course, talked about the consequences. However, it seems that he is as unpredictable as the demon of the mind. The manager chuckled and folded his hands on the table when his subordinate said that they might have trouble getting the karma, but that he replied that it looked like they had a problem tenant, but they would watch first. He has already presented the burning scroll, because if he does not follow the agreement, then their chance is to terminate it and make one of their people the owner of the tower. A countless horde of subordinates, where everyone wants to take possession of the entire tower. The manager liked this plan much more, because that's what they created that passage for. The passage was still working. Hyunwoo looked at him, realizing that the passage through the 51st tower connected it to the 50th. He asked the defeated Siegfried, sitting on his knees, if he was its owner and that Hyunwoo himself had arrived straight from the 51st tower, to which he confirmed these guesses. However, Hyunwoo could not understand why only their towers were connected by a passage, because there were so many of them, to which Siegfried replied that moving between the towers was not an easy matter. The owner of the 50-1 tower was beaten, but continued to answer that there were no alliances, and there was an unspoken rule prohibiting entry into other towers. He looked at the arch and said that the fact that such a passage exists is annoying, since, frankly, he himself did not know, since decisions are made by managers. He frowned because he had forgotten about its existence, having never used it. Siegfried was discouraged, since the fact that Hyunwoo took and appeared through the aisle was unexpected rudeness, which usually no one allowed himself, to which the guy told him to be more careful with his words. Hyunwoo raised his hand again and asked what Siegfried was complaining about, maybe he should also apologize, to which he said that he simply still could not believe that the demon of the mind had been destroyed. Hyunwoo frowned and asked displeasedly why Siegfried could not be trusted. He put his hands in his pockets and asked whether this demon was really so terrible, to which Siegfried grimaced and said the guy himself should know how excellent his abilities are. The owner of the 50th tower said that not many tower owners could cope with him, so it's hard to believe, to which Hyunwoo exhaled tiredly and admitted that the abilities were what they needed. Then an unexpected thought occurred to him. He sat down next to his enemy and asked how he knew, since visiting other towers was almost impossible, to which Siegfried replied that he had heard about this at a meeting of tower owners. Hyunwoo did not understand which meeting of the tower owners we were talking about, to which Siegfried was surprised and asked, didn't Hermes tell? 50-1, the owner of the tower began to talk about the fact that every year the management agency holds a meeting of tower owners, although it is more like a get-together. Siegfried said that, nevertheless, you can get useful information there, to which Henwu made a dissatisfied face and asked why he was only being told about this now. He looked at the excited enemy and asked how to get there, to which Siegfried replied that there was nothing difficult about it. The time would just come and they would come for him. The most important thing was to maintain good relations with the manager and adhere to the agreement. Hyunwoo sat in complete bewilderment as he did not understand what exactly he should adhere to. He remembered his recent actions and thought to himself that he had already screwed up. Hyunwoo clenched his fists, realizing that it was all because of debts and he was on the verge of ruin. He remembered the sweetly smiling Hermes and thought that it was precisely because of this that this bad man did not say anything, and imagined Hermes laughing at him, because where should such a debtor as him go to the meeting, so he again cursed the guy to himself. Henwu grabbed Siegfried by the clothes and cursed again. He excitedly asks if he has karma and if he can borrow it. Hyunwoo looked depressed when Siegfried asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about and how he could give it away, to which Hyunwoo said that he was asking for it for a reason, but would return it later with interest. He began to choke Siegfried, cursed and asked to borrow karma, to which he asked to let him go, then they would talk. Hyunwoo was reflected in the pupil of the eye, who complained about what was happening. No matter how she looks, Hyunwoo is always furious. Henwu heard the eye ask him to calm down, otherwise he was already strangling the barely alive Siegfried. The guy perked up joyfully because he felt the eye. She asked what happened to the guy's face. Glaz looked at him and asked if Hyunwoo really wanted to see her little sister. At the same time, on the 9th floor, Soyeon was looking at the phone screen where there was an advertisement for Mexico as the first place among the desired places to visit. She asked her interlocutor that when she saw this, she immediately wanted to go on a trip. Kyumeho sat so pleased that her tails wiggled joyfully when she heard the question that the rest of her colleagues also wanted to go there, to which she agreed and said that it was not easy for them while they were defending the 9th floor with all their might. In anticipation, he planned to use the opportunity and relax since it would be nice to have fun once, to which Soyeon was forced to agree with her. Seo-yeon was worried that although Mual would make no difference, would it be difficult for the others? She thought nervously that they all looked a little unusual, there might be a lot of fuss around them. Son said that Gumeho could use disguise, to which she replied that Son should not worry, since she knows one way, although Yaksha will say that she is not interested, and she did not have time to finish talking about the blue dragon and the monkey. Someone came into the room and asked Lisitz about the disguise. Soyeon was surprised by the guest who came in, and Gumeho was glad, since they were just in time. Gumeho invited Son to admire the result, which left the girl completely bewildered. She looked at the blue dragon and Wukong and couldn't believe it was them. Soyeon still couldn't figure out whether Gumeho was joking or not. She asked if it was really them. She seemed to shine on the guy, so when Soyeon asked what kind of handsome men were in front of her, to which Wukong, folding his arms over his chest and smiling contentedly, asked that the girl couldn't believe her eyes. Soyeon wondered how they did it, to which Gumeho replied that she taught them the art of camouflage. She clenched her hands into fists contentedly and asked if this was enough. Soyeon's cheeks turned a little pink while she was admiring the guys, so she had to be called out. The girl decided that this couple would be the coolest. She lowered her head and asked again about Mexico. Gumeho agreed, but she was embarrassed to admit that they had no money for travel expenses. Soyeon asked her not to worry as she would take it upon herself, to which Gumeho lit up with joy. However, in return, Soyeon wanted to go with them. The fox was almost carried away by the girl's wave of enthusiasm, so she agreed. However, Gumeho could not understand why there was such a sudden change. Hyunwoo asked Eyes what she meant by see as any more and he would have gone crazy. He was angry because he didn't understand why she only appeared now, to which Glaz apologized. She doesn't watch him alone all day long, and it's not that easy. However, she was pleased because she thought it was cool that she appeared every time Hyunwoo was in great need, to which he asked not to be narcissistic. He calmed down and asked how she would help him this time, because she already knew that he was on the verge of bankruptcy, to which Glaz promised to look into it and asked not to worry. She looked intently at the named brother and told them to stop wasting each other's time, since we need to move on to the main topic. The guy was taken aback by what he should feel in the meeting of the tower owners. Hyunwoo tried to interrupt her, because what kind of meanness is she trying to do? He had no idea how to get to the meeting, and besides, he needed some kind of tower owner certificate. Hyunwoo continued to rage about the fact that he was bankrupt and had to pay a whole mountain of karma, to which Glaz asked him not to worry so much. Violent currents of power began to emanate from her as she asked if he thought she hadn't taken care of it. Hyunwoo looked at the scarlet sphere in front of him when he heard that it was not in vain that he had come such a long way. He immediately realized that in front of him was a sphere with karma. It was impossible not to feel such an insane energy, which was in abundance in the sphere. Glaz looked at Henwa again and said that he did a good job, so she gave him the sphere, because who knew that she would have to fuss with him like that. She pretended that it was so tiring, as if she was fussing with her own stupid child, to which Hyunwoo asked what she was talking about. Glaz asked him again not to worry, since with this thing even the tower managers would not be able to lay a finger on him, and Henwu finally took the sphere. He felt that this karma was filled with the fears of the mythical creatures who received it, so it contained the feeling of injustice that they had to experience and a set of fears. Hyunwoo carefully held the sphere in his hands and did not understand whether he could really take it away, because there was so much mixed in here. Besides, he looked at the eye and did not understand what her intention was. She narrowed her eyes and decided to get to the point, as she was tired of covering his blunts. She looked at Henwa and said that she couldn't leave him yet, since it was not the time yet, to which the guy would ask when it would come. Glaz said to attend the meeting first and find Devlin, and he will tell him what to do next. Hyunwoo crossed his arms over his chest and said dissatisfiedly that this was some kind of muddy nonsense, but in return he received what he needed, so he understood everything well. The eye squinted again and said that was good. She disappeared so that the room finally became visible and said goodbye, that she would see each other soon. Hyunwoo finally remembered where he was. He looked around the 50-1 tower tensely, realizing that he was back. He considered it lucky that he received the stone. He thought intensely that this was all some kind of madness when someone nearby cleared their throat. It turned out that he was still holding Siegfried by the throat and he could not breathe. He quickly let go of his hand and apologized because he had forgotten about it. Siegfried began to swear because he did not understand how he could forget himself at such a moment, to which Henwu apologized again. Hyunwoo decided that as an apology he would simply return to his place, to which Siegfried was surprised to remember all his loud words. The guy turned to the exit and said that he got everything he wanted, leaving a confused Siegfried. He said goodbye, leaving the owner of the 50th tower even more confused. Siegfried looked at the closing passage and in surprise called the unexpected guest a madman. Words of surprise were heard in the White Hall with golden stucco. Av couldn't believe her eyes when she looked at the treasure in the form of a karma stone, and Noah was surprised at the incredibly strong energy. They asked Henwu where this stone came from, to which he promised to tell him later. Av held the stone in her hands with trepidation, and when asked if it was enough to pay off, she answered that it was enough to pay off the entire debt. Hyunwoo tiredly leaned back in his chair and listened to the enthusiasm about the fact that Av didn't know where he got it, but it was an excellent job, so the guy felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked tiredly at the ceiling and said that such responsibility as the master of the tower brings so many problems. He looked out the window and thought about whether the other guys knew that he had to suffer so much for the sake of their quiet lives. The plane landed at Mexico International Airport. The suitcase on wheels was rolling along the road when the guys arrived at the scene. The motley group was happy about the upcoming vacation, although, looking at some, one might think that they were indifferent. Kumiho was surprised that they flew surprisingly quickly, to which Sont replied that there was nothing surprising in this, since it was all thanks to the guild's personal plane. She closed her eyes as she saw Shihyun, Seokwan and Anya in front of her. She asked the smiling guys how they got here, to which they replied that on the guild's private plane, of course. Shihyun said that they also wanted to go on vacation and it would be nice to spend it together. Soyeon was unhappy, but Gumiho clapped her hands, saying that the more people, the merrier. Soyeon almost cried with disappointment, as she really wanted to catch the romantic atmosphere. She looked at their company and thought that this journey was doomed. Then the girl smiled and thought that now nothing can be done. She attracted attention and loudly said that first we need to move to the hotel. Soyeon suggested enjoying the pool party, to which many hands went up in agreement. The weather above the hotel was magnificent. Near the beach with turquoise water there were many sun loungers with umbrellas. Anya and Kumiho splashed in the pool, splashing water on each other. Youngma admired the beauty, and Shihan liked the cute swimsuits of the girls. At this time, satisfied Seokwan and the Blue Dragon were enjoying the perfect water in the pool. Soyeon sat on the side of the pool and watched the company from afar. She held the cocktail in her hands and thought that this wasn't originally planned, but it wasn't that bad. Someone came up to her and asked why she wasn't having fun. Wukong asked if the girl liked water, to which Soyeon blushed slightly. She laughed awkwardly and replied that she had been a little afraid of water since childhood. Soyeon asked Wukong where he was going, and the guy replied that he wanted to look around the hotel because he thought there was a lot of interesting things here. He offered to accompany her if she wasn't going to swim, which Soyeon agreed to. She would have been happy to go for a walk, but she needed to get dressed. Soyeon quickly stood up from the pool, but her foot slipped. She began to fall into the water. At the same moment, strong hands grabbed her waist. Wukong told the blushing girl to be careful. He grabbed Soyeon's hand and said that it was because she was afraid of water. Soyeon reacted to the situation very sensitively. She looked at the sculpted muscles of the half-naked Wukong and her whole insides trembled with excitement. Soyeon covered her face with her hands to somehow hide her excitement and whispered about the beautiful view. Wukong was surprised and asked what she meant, but the girl said that he was not thinking about that. He was very embarrassed and tried to get out of the situation. She pointed to the huge statue of Hyunwoo. A huge copy of the guy towered over the city, which is why Soyeon said the view was simply amazing. Wukong looked at the statue in confusion and said that he was not sure, but the view was impressive. He looked around the city, where there were huge statues of Hyunwoo everywhere. He regretted that there was no huge amusement park here. He was sorry that there was no huge bamboo forest and a beautiful waterfall. Although, of course, he assumed this because the city was created by Myron and Naren, students of Hyunwoo, but not to the same extent. Soyeon laughed awkwardly and said that Hyunwoo must be tired of doing such crazy things, but it seems that he doesn't know about the existence of this place yet. Wukong looked at the girl seriously and addressed her. He leaned towards her face, making her tremble with embarrassment even more. He was a little tense when he reminded her that she was still in the position in his arms and asked her to stand straight as his arm was numb, so the girl apologized. A couple of days later at Castle Noche, the chandelier amazed with its grace when words were heard under it about the stone that the keeper brought and the story about the existence of another dimension. Av sat next to Noah, surprised that there were 50 more towers like them in other dimensions, to which Noah continued that, moreover, they were all found under the control of the agency. Noche stood in front of Hyunwoo and said that this was expected, but the influence on them was much greater than he thought, and Hyunwoo had to agree with this. The guy exhaled and said that he carefully hid his identity and the owner of the 50th tower knew nothing about him. Noyak folded his arms across his chest and explained that even with coordinates it is impossible to be aware of all movements. Hyunwoo asked if they could somehow track him down, to which Noah replied that he had already tried, but to no avail since there were no traces left. They remembered Hermes, who apparently has a special ability, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Hyunwoo became gloomy and said that there was only one conclusion then. As Glaz had said, he needed to attend a meeting of the tower owners and meet someone named Devlin, who now did not seem to him to be any specific creature. Hyunwoo lowered his eyes, saying that if they were truly connected, then he would get even more information from him. He held the stone in his hand. Hyunwoo squeezed the stone and promised that he could find a way to protect the tower. Av listened intently to the conversation, and Noche said that in any case, whatever is done is for the better. Hyunwoo stood up from his chair and said that they were about to deal with the main problem. He turned his back to the portal and wanted to rest a little. A woman's joyful voice came from behind, saying that they knew they were here. The voices belonged to Myron and Naren, who believed that despite the busyness of the surprised Hyunwoo, he needed to eat. The two girls exuded pleasure that they had come to feed their teacher. Hyunwoo was very annoyed when he saw them in this hall, to which Noah remembered that he had not warned about the changes. He smiled awkwardly and said that after reorganizing the top floor, they gave access to his students. He was pleased with the idea that girls could now come here freely and did not pay any attention to Hyunwoo's anger. The guy did not understand why Noah did this, but it was too late to clarify the relationship, since the students grabbed him by the elbows and dragged him along with them. They cheered in his arms, not giving him any chance to leave. Even when he tried to turn around and run away, Myron and Naren only squeezed him tighter. Hyunwoo tried to say that he had not finished speaking, but he was dragged away without listening. Av and Noche watched the scene with awkward calm and could not understand whether it was a kidnapping or not. Night fell over the cottage. The table was laden with wonderful dishes. Naren and Myron sat to the side of the teacher, satisfied with the work done. Hyunwoo felt embarrassed that they had set such a luxurious table, to which Myron said that she did not understand what they were talking about. She was a little embarrassed and said that after all his battles, and especially after what happened that night, he was tired and it was the least they could do for him. Hyunwoo thanked him, but still didn't know why such dishes were needed. On one of the plates, next to the scrambled eggs, lay an eel. On the other, next to the tartlets, were oysters. A special drink was poured into a red decanter. Hyunwoo slammed the table when a reviewer came into his thoughts and reminded him of the age limit. Hyunwoo decided that he had to avoid this situation, so he said out loud that he had no appetite and would eat later. To which Naren said that she wouldn't do that and poured the drink into a glass. She smiled, saying that a person who worked so hard should not skip meals. Naren's eyes glowed pink and the girl began to look menacing, and therefore said that if there is no appetite, then she should clear everything from the table and continue the conversation that was postponed for today. Hyunwoo tensed when he heard that the students were very curious whether he would end with a marriage proposal or get married right away. Hyunwoo sadly lowered his head, thinking that he was not ready for this yet, but Naren hastened to assure that everything was fine, and Myron said that she would wait for him as long as possible. Myron handed him a piece of eel, saying that, however, during this time a lot of feelings would accumulate. Naren held out a glass of drink, explaining what needs to be done so that they do not explode from an overabundance of emotions. The girls looked gorgeous and romantic as they talked about releasing their feelings. Hyunwoo remembered with a shudder the day when it all began. Both students smiled and handed him the dishes, asking if he would help them. Hyunwoo tried to detach himself from everything, not understanding what was happening. Although he was surrounded by caring and loving girls, it seems that now he will be even more exhausted, so he really had a hard time that day. Sometime later in the castle, there were shadows under Hyunwoo's eyes. Hermes entered the hall where Hyunwoo, Av and Noah were sitting, and said a little mockingly that it seemed that the owner of the 51st tower had been extracting karma all night, to which he replied that he did not look like the one who would work, and called Hermes bad person. It was impossible to read his true feelings from Hermes's face, but he asked if this was too much. He said that he only wanted to return the long time, to which Hyunwoo reached into his pocket for a stone and said that he would not waste time. He threw a stone at Hermes and told her to take it and leave as soon as possible. Hermes frowned, as he did not expect such a turn of events. He held a stone in his hands and did not understand where such a large amount of karma came from. He was already narrowing his eyes at the brightness of the magic, thinking about where Hyunwoo got so much. Hyunwoo folded his arms across his chest and rudely asked why he was frozen, let him check and leave. He asked the discouraged Hermes if everything was okay, to which he was forced to agree and say that this would be enough to pay off his debt. Hermes bowed politely and thanked him for his cooperation, to which Hyunwoo said that, of course, he had questions, but nothing could be done. None of the managers are interested in who got the karma and where it came from. This is the agency's policy. Hermes said that in this case the contract is automatically extended, and the qualifications of the owners of the 51st tower are also preserved, to which Hyunwoo wearily thanked. The manager's subordinate looked at Manhwa and did not understand what was wrong with his expression, but continued to say that now he, as the new owner of the 51st tower, has advantages. He, standing in front of the company, asked permission to talk about this. Suddenly a portal opened. Hyunwoo asked what was going on. Hermes, against the backdrop of the open portal, bowed and turned to Hyunwoo and invited him to the meeting. Hermes wanted to explain the essence of the meeting, but Hyunwoo waved his hand and interrupted him, saying that he roughly understood what kind of event it was, so there was no point in wasting time. When the manager envoy asked how he knew, the guy answered very vaguely, remembering that it was about the portal. He straightened up in his chair and said angrily that he had stumbled upon the passage they had created. Then in his own words he told about the meeting and that he kindly asked the owner of the 50th tower, and he, in turn, answered him with pleasure, and it doesn't matter that all this was far from kind. Hyunwoo leaned his elbows on the table and pointed an accusing finger at Hermes, saying that in addition to being treated like a debtor, he was also discriminated against, it turns out. The envoy's face again became impenetrable, like a mask, when Hyunwoo asked that he had nothing to say, and he himself was thinking about his meeting with the owner of the 50th tower. He closed his eyes, thinking that there was probably already a fuss about this, and his ears asked for forgiveness. He bowed again and said that he shouldn't have underestimated Hyunwoo. He should have invited him to the meeting right away, and he apologized again. Hermes, looking at the pouty guy, asked not to hold a grudge against him, to which he said that Hermes was acting like a good boy, which even infuriated him. Hyunwoo stood up from his chair and asked that there was a conference room behind the open passage, to which Hermes replied that everything was correct. He made a direct connection, and when returning he asked to use the front door. Hyunwoo took a few steps. He put his hands on his hips, looked at the passages, thought that moving between the towers is not so easy, and this bad man is capable of such tricks. He glanced sideways at Hermes and thought that he must have made that passage in his tower too. Herm apologized, since it was already time for him to go to his superiors due to the need. He wished him a good time and disappeared down the aisle, leaving Hyunwoo angry that he had left without waiting for his response. He decided that he didn't care, because right now he had more important things to do than this guy. He set off through the passage. A golden glow flooded the entire space around. The white hall shone with purity and luxury. There were many desserts on the tables. Hyunwoo looked around the hall and was surprised that this is what the meeting of the tower owners looked like. The guests looked overly luxurious. He walked past the huge number of participants, wondering if they were the same as the Mind Demon or not. He was embarrassed by the piercing glances in his direction, as it was already too much. Among the members of the assembly, Hyunwoo felt like a clown in a circus ring when the maid called out to him. She asked if he was the owner of the 51st tower. Hyunwoo asked who she was, to which the maid replied that she was the maid in charge of the event. The girl explained that Mr. Hermes had just contacted her and asked to give him special attention since this was his first meeting, to which the pleased Hyunwoo replied that this was great luck since he was looking for someone here. He asked the surprised maid if she could tell which of these people was Devlin since they needed to see each other. The maid crossed her arms over her full skirt and asked her name. The agency building was flooded with light. The manager held the stone in his hand, thinking it was amazing. Hermes realized that his boss was also impressed by the stone, to which the manager replied that there was so much energy here, he would never have thought that such a stupid guy could get something like that. He frowned when Hermes asked if he should find out where Hyunwoo got it. However, the manager believed that it was not worth wasting his energy on this, only if some problems arose, to which Hermes said that he understood. His boss asked if the owner of the 51st tower would finally take part in the upcoming event, to which he replied that he would, and he was probably getting all the attention right now. The manager expressed the opinion that 3 factions are trying to get to him, to which Hermes, with indifference, confirmed that this is so, since for them the owner of the 51st tower seems to be a problem in many ways. He thought about what the spiritual, angelic, and demonic factions find in harmony, and then a tidbit arises between them, a new strongman who defeated the demon of the mind. The owner of the 51st tower, who has not yet joined any of the factions, is perhaps a much coveted talent. Hermes hesitated because of the spiritual faction, to which the manager folded his hands in front of him and asked again with interest. Hermes explained that Hyunwoo had already encountered the owner of the 50th tower, who belonged to the spiritual faction. He didn't seem to care, as he explained that of course Siegfried was only the bottom link, but there was such a thing as the face and honor of the faction. The manager listened with a malicious smile that it was a little rude towards the other factions, but there was an assumption about which faction he would join. The man asked what Hermes meant when he talked about rudeness, to which he replied that even if he joined other factions, he might not be able to cope with him, so it was interesting what he would do. Hermes hoped that Hyunwoo, who was now talking to the maid, would use his skills in front of everyone. The maid thought about Devlin. Hyunwoo asked if she remembered what the owner of the tower looked like, to which she replied that she knew everyone's appearance and name. However, this was the first time she had heard about Devlin, which greatly discouraged the guy, since perhaps he was not the owner of the tower. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away from the maid, believing that since she did not know him, he would find him himself. The maid wanted to know how he would do it, to which Hyunwoo simply pursed his lips, and then he said hello loudly, drawing attention to himself. The guests in the hall immediately turned to him, then he said that he remembered that for them people were like animals in a zoo, but the owners of the towers were not averse to looking at them whenever they wanted. He looked around the crowd, continuing to ask loudly if Devlin was among them or if anyone knew him. The maid was horrified, since this was not the right thing to do, but Hyunwoo continued to speak loudly about how he went out and didn't drag his feet. A whisper passed through the hall, carrying an irritated aura. Hyunwoo didn't understand why no one was answering him. Someone from behind laughed and said that Hyunwoo is an amazing guy. When he turned around, he saw a horned monster. The monster turned out to be the owner of the Ifrit Tower from the spiritual faction. Hyunwoo turned to him and asked if he was Devlin, to which Ifrit replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, but it was better to answer what he had done here. Hyunwoo tensed up a bit when Ifrit said that if he wasn't mistaken, he was the owner of the 51st tower who defeated the Mind Demon, and Hyunwoo confirmed it. Ifrit got angry and said that Hyunwoo should be sent after him. That is the demon of the mind, he was a member of their faction. Hyunwoo suddenly smiled when he saw Siegfried, waved his hand and said that isn't this his favorite neighbor and that he was pleased to see him here, to which Siegfried thought that Hyunwoo shouldn't pretend to be friendly. Hyunwoo looked at Ifrit's red paws and said that if he wasn't Devlin, then they would close the topic, but he had something to say. Hyunwoo asked what was the matter. Ifrit approached him, saying that it was nothing special. Then Ifrit began to blaze with fire and irritably asked why Hyunwoo was making a fuss here. Hyunwoo was surprised by the sudden change when he said that if he fluffed his tail just because he defeated one of them, then it was in vain. Ifrit narrowed his eyes and continued that if he wanted, his existence would cease, and if he did not want to fly from here, then let him shut up. Hyunwoo grinned and said that this conversation did not give him anything, since who he was and what faction he belonged to did not matter to him, and called him a bad person. Ifrit clenched his teeth in rage. The maid ran up to the tower owners and asked them to stop. She hastened to remind that fighting in the conference room is prohibited, to which Ifrit said that they were annoying him. He turned to the maid and asked why she was gagging him. Ifrit hit the girl. The maid started bleeding from her mouth from the blow. Hyunwoo was surprised by this action. The maid grimaced on the floor when Ifrit said that both she and Hyunwoo were minding their own business. He hovered over the frightened girl, who was trying to apologize, and asked if she was looking for death. Hyunwoo listened gloomily to the apology. Ifrit expressed the hope that this was a good lesson for everyone. He turned to Hyunwoo and warned that if he continued in the same spirit, then he would not be happy either, but he was no longer in the place where he stood. Ifrit did not understand where he had gone, and Hyunwoo immediately struck. He pressed his fingers into Ifrit's face. Hyunwoo threw the enemy back several meters. Ifrit slammed into the wall with a deafening explosion. He thought angrily about why all the tower owners considered themselves invincible. The King of Fire Spirits, Ifrit, is one who can wield blazing fire fluently and has earned the title of King of Fire. Compared to the rest of the tower owners, he is considered a high-ranking being, the strongest among the strongest. Therefore, in such a situation, the other owners simply panicked because it was Ifrit, and he was suppressed in an instant. No one could have imagined this. And this was done by an unknown person, just a mortal, who became the owner of the tower. Hyunwoo looked at Ifrit indifferently and just grinned. He looked at the frightened maid and turned to her, apologizing. She hesitantly asked why Hyunwoo was asking for forgiveness. He lifted her onto a cloud and asked her to stand aside. Hyunwoo lifted the maid onto the balcony and said that it would be noisy here now. He looked into Ifrit's burning eyes and said that she foresaw that this big guy was about to explode. Ifrit was burning with anger. He called Hyunwoo a bad person and emanations of a red threatening aura floated around him. Hyunwoo smiled with satisfaction and said that he really was burning like a fire. Ifrit looked like a flaming brand and he began to threaten Hyunwoo. Glaz watched the fight between Hyunwoo and Ifrit. She watched with interest as Hyunwoo took part in the meeting and arranged it in less than 10 minutes. She turned to Devlin, who was standing next to her, and he immediately knelt down on one knee. Glaz asked what happened there since he called her right in the middle of the event. She told the tense Devlin that he apparently had no other choice, to which the man asked for forgiveness and said that, no matter how you looked at it, in this situation, an order to meet secretly seemed impossible. He looked intensely at the laughing eye. Glaz replied that it seemed like this was the case, but nothing could be fixed. She began to glow purple and said that they would not interfere, but she hoped nothing irreparable would happen. Devlin put his hand to his chest, to which the eye said that this meant that additional work would fall on him, to which Devlin replied that he understands that this does not bother her, but is it really worth leaving everything as it is? He said that his opponent was Ifrit himself, to which Glaz replied that he still does not know what Hyunwoo is. So she sent the surprised Devlin to return and watch him. She wanted Devlin to see how fierce the man she had chosen as her hunting dog was. Hyunwoo began to warm up. Ifrit was burning with heat. The rest of the tower owners left the conference room in a hurry as Ifrit ordered, be it spiritual faction or otherwise, everyone to get out of his way. With each passing moment, Ifrit flared up more and more. He attacked Hyunwoo and said that right now the gym should become his personal hell. He used his Fire King signature move. Everything exploded. He used a devastating blow. Hyunwoo mockingly asked what exactly is Ifrit calling this execution. Ifrit stopped in bewilderment as Hyunwoo asked how once he dared to attack a mere mortal. Hyunwoo swung and offered Ifrit to die, after which he hit him. Ifrit immediately coughed up blood. Hyunwoo hit him so hard that Ifrit flew several meters away, not understanding what was happening. Ifrit looked at Hyunwoo with curiosity since he did not even have time to react to the blow and how this was possible. Hyunwoo prepared to attack. He took off. Ifrit could not follow his movements. He was thinking to himself where Hyunwoo had gone, and at that moment he appeared nearby. He said Ifrit is so big. The guy grinned evilly and said that he just wanted to step on him. Ifrit now flew down, not understanding what was happening. Hyunwoo struck again with a strong blow. There was an explosion in the hall and people began to run away in panic. Siegfried looked at this scene in bewilderment and could not believe his eyes. He remembered himself and understood that Hyunwoo had behaved quite impolitely, but not as much. He stepped on Ifrit, and Siegfried wondered if this was not his true strength. Hyunwoo was very angry with Ifrit. He grinned and asked what he was saying about hell. Ifrit was lying on the ground, pressed into the floor, to which Hyunwoo asked if he was giving up. Ifrit did not understand what was happening because he controls such a strong element. He felt the gazes of the other tower owners and did not understand whether he really had such overwhelming power. Ifrit clenched his teeth. He grabbed Hyunwoo's leg and told him not to make him laugh. He is the king of fire Ifrit, and therefore will use the final signature blow of the Fire King. Hyunwoo tensed as a blow from the fiery Ifrit flew at him. Everything around was filled with smoke, and Hyunwoo clenched his teeth. Ifrit shouted that this stream of fire would only stop through his corpse, it would not stop until Ifrit wished, and that he used hellfire. Ifrit now consisted only of fire, and no matter how long he remained in the air, Hyunwoo would not withstand his flames. However, he summoned his lightning. Ifrit's flaming eyes caught the movement of Hyunwoo's fist. The guy mockingly asked if the fire really wouldn't stop until he wanted it to. Lightning flashed throughout the hall. He struck with crushing force, telling the good man to stop if he did not want to die. Hyunwoo was focused. A fiery whirlwind spun throughout the hall and people in the hall looked at what was happening in horror. When it was all over, Hyunwoo just wiped his brow with a grin. He looked at the defeated enemy and said that he was making such loud speeches, but in the end he dealt with him and the flames. In the smoke, he again went out to the owners of the towers. He decided that he would ask again when he saw Siegfried in front of him. He raised his hand and asked if Devlin or anyone who knew him was there. He smiled sweetly and asked me to raise my hands. Devlin, standing in the crowd, exhaled tiredly. He looked at what was happening and thought that Hyunwoo was just a monster. Hyunwoo waited for an answer. A large building in emptiness. Hermes and the manager watched a fragment of the battle. The manager asked if all this was really. He looked at the explosion closer and continued, "Is this really the work of the owner of the 51st tower?" Hermes frowned and said yes and said that when he arrived there was already chaos. The manager sarcastically remarked on how much he had decorated the hall. Hermes closed his eyes and said that Hyunwoo made a lot of noise, ruining the meeting of the tower owners. He presented silhouettes of various creatures and said that the protests from the faction to which Ifrit belongs are understandable. The owner of the 51st tower is at a disadvantage and one of the parties must admit guilt. The manager frowned at the shot of Henwu, and Hermes ended by saying that one of the parties must make a public apology, and the manager noted that this is a matter of honor for everyone. He looked at the picture of a calm Hyunwoo who was watching the chaos in the hall and said that no matter how you look at it, the attack is two-sided, and said that he thinks that in this situation it is stupid to place the blame on one person. Fiery Ifrit looked at Henwa menacingly and the manager said that, moreover, the one who posed the threat was Ifrit. The manager smiled and said that they would do so. He said they would hold a meeting of tower owners again. The entire interior was decorated in white and Hermes asked again and the manager agreed. He said that they would correct the spoiled event, but at this moment they would create favorable conditions for conversation. He crossed his arms and looked down. Hermes said that in any case, he did not think that the owner of the 51st tower would agree to apologize, and the manager confirmed this, and said that if the spiritual faction found out about it, he narrowed his eyes forward and said that if he was not ready to pay the karma due, then they would have to turn. He introduced the sun god and said that they would be forced to turn to him. Hermes looked questioningly at the manager. He frowned and said, "What does the sun god mean?" He turned to the manager. The manager laughed when Hermes asked if the goal was to eliminate the owner of the 51st tower. The man asked how he could, and he said that he is a valuable customer for them. Between the interlocutors, Hyunwoo appeared on the screen and the manager said that there was simply a good reason for intervention now and said that it would be good to put him in his place. Hyunwoo in the frame smiled and waved his hand, and the manager finished by saying that whatever happens and if he dies, then nothing can be done. He smiled slyly and said that this time he had gone a little too far. Night, castle. Av said displeasedly, "What does it mean he couldn't meet with Deblan and returned, making enemies for himself?" She asked the keeper if this was true. Hyunwoo sat on a chair with his feet on the table and said that in general, yes. And he added that then he kindly asked if there was anyone there who knew him. This was not at all kind. Henwoo screamed as Av and Noah looked at him in shame. Hyunwoo said that the cursed eye was to blame for everything and asked if he had given it the wrong name. Av said that this couldn't happen. Noach closed his eyes and said that given that Deblan was somehow connected with the manager, he must have decided to hide his identity. Hyunwoo imagined an eye nearby and looked at the creator in shock. Noach said that the hero attracted attention to himself and therefore simply lost sight of him. Hyunwoo scratched his head in displeasure and said that he didn't know, and said that he didn't really want to get into a fight. At the end he said that it happened. Noah looked with excitement at the hero, who said that if he needed him, he would contact him and Noah hesitantly agreed. Noah felt a current of energy. He looked ahead in fear. Noah jerked forward. Henwoo asked in surprise what was wrong with him. Noah responded that someone had gained access to the tower's security. He put his hand to his face in shock. Hyunwoo asked if it was that idiot from the department again. Noah fearfully replied that someone stronger did it. Noach said that his skills. An unknown voice said that the security system was amazingly excellent. An unknown person in a black robe appeared in front of the hero's table. He said that he did not even know their coordinates and said that he had never encountered such teleportation difficulties before. Henwoo jumped up sharply and asked if they really had a walk-through yard here and said that they had all and sundry roaming around here. The unknown man looked calmly at those present. He began to take off his hood and said that there was no need to strain himself and said that he was the one the hero was looking for. He called himself Deblan, and Henwoo looked at him blankly. He asked if he really meant to say that he was Deblan. The man with long white hair calmly said that was true, and said that he had come to tell the truth about the managers. His eyes were blue. He added that he also came to convey one interesting proposal. Casino, Mexico City. There were fountains in front of the building. Inside, dealers dealt cards to players. The man said he thought it was a local attraction, but the casino is a bit. He was holding a glass of wine in his hands, and Soyeon was smiling next to her in a beautiful dress, and he said that there was not a second of silence. The girl said that this is the place where all the people gamble. A dealer stood in front of the familiar heroes, and Soyeon said that it's quite fun if you know it in moderation, and asked if the blue dragon would like to play for once. He calmly replied no thanks, because he grew up in a village in the mountains. He looked at Youngma staring blankly at the cards and Myron pointing at one of his cards with a blush on her cheeks. The blue dragon said that he still would not get used to human games. He exhaled and said that even though he was in human form, it suited him. Someone pulled out a large stack of chips. Wukong in human form shouted that he was betting on everything. He looked at the men and asked if they had all fallen asleep and asked why there was no reaction to the fact that he was betting on everything. He shouted that if they were unable to resist him, then let them go. The dragon calmly said that Wukong was going too far. Soyeon agreed and remembered that she taught him the basic rules and added that she didn't think he would fit in so quickly. The couple stood separately and the dragon said that at this rate all the money that was here would fall into his hands. Son began to say that the casino could and impose limits or bans. A man's hand lay on the sage's shoulder and he turned to him. Wukong turned around. Standing behind him was a group of guards wearing black glasses, the main one saying that he should go with them. Wukong asked who they are. He turned angrily and looked at them and asked where he should go. And he said, "Can't they see that he's playing?" The guard said that they had information that the sage was dishonest and said that he would have to go through a verification procedure. Wukong angrily asked what does it mean that he is dishonest. The guard beckoned someone with his finger while Wukong said that it was just his skill and luck. Wukong was grabbed by the hands and told to go through the screening process. The veins on the sage's face bulged and he said that he had only a second left to win. The dragon calmly took a sip and said that the Monkey King's honor had already been damaged. He shouted, "How dare the guards treat him so casually?" He hit the guard and said that he would not tolerate such a thing. He angrily shouted that they were finished. He knocked down the guard and broke the gaming table in half. The remaining guards looked at the fight in shock and asked where this guy got such strength. Wukong turned to them as they shouted that he had taken him out with one blow. With one blow, Wukong sent the remaining guards flying. He screamed and flames came out of his mouth. Frightened guests left the casino building. The dragon calmly replied that this was what was to be expected. Seo Yon behind him flared up and asked again. The casino building was beginning to collapse and Soyan ordered the sage to be calmed down immediately. Fortunately, the blue dragon quickly mastered the Monkey King. Devlin sat down with everyone at the table. He looked at those present and said that before the towers appeared in every dimension, magic was a common natural phenomenon. Its flows were evenly distributed and flowed across all dimensions without any differences. Devlin said it was a natural flow. The blue sphere exuded a smooth and calm flow of energy. Devlin imagined how someone's hand squeezed this flow and said that one day some creatures changed the course of events. In a way unknown to anyone, they lowered the mana between the towers and thereby took power into their hands. He imagined an evil manager who was holding a ball of purple magic in his hands. From the sphere in his hands, clots of energy went into several towers. Devlin said that they then began to supply magical power only to those who paid an equivalent amount of karma in return. They then built a mutual payment structure and now reign over them. And they are the ones who call themselves managers. Hyunwoo fell asleep and Devlin said that he was talking about important things. Devlin became angry. Hyunwoo woke up abruptly and said that he had dozed off a little when the man asked in a rude voice how they felt about this. He stretched while Devlin looked at him irritably and Hyunwoo said that the manager was a fraud and asked why it was necessary to tell such a tedious and long story. Hyunwoo looked at the man and told him to stop wagging his tongue and get to the point. He asked what proposal he had for him. Devlin pursed his lips in displeasure. He clenched his fists and said that he would speak directly. He looked at Hyunwoo seriously and said that he hoped that he would agree to lead the plan to destroy the governing body. Hyunwoo asked if Devlin really wants to deal with the managers. The man looked down anxiously and said that it was so and added that this was not an easy decision, but it was for the sake of future changes. Hyunwoo scratched his ear while Devlin said that was why he was asking, but the hero interrupted him and said that he already understood. He suggested we go ahead and asked why mumble. Devlin's eyes opened wide. He leaned forward and asked again. The hero suggested doing this. Devlin still couldn't believe it and asked if the hero was lying. He said no and added that in any case. He smiled expectantly and flexed his neck and said that he was going for the same thing anyway. Devlin looked at the hero in shock as he said that they could get rid of all the annoying karma payments. The man still couldn't say anything, and the hero immediately said that they had agreed. He waved his hand disheveledly and asked what else he wanted to talk about. And he added that it's not that he wants to rush things. He asked if there was already a plan. Devlin looked ahead dumbfounded and said He looked at those present and said what about this? The plane was flying in the night through the clouds. Chanma smiled and looked at Gumiho, who was admiring the night sky. Soyeon thought that no matter how you looked at it, it was amazing. Shihan and Anya sat together opposite Seokwan and the blue dragon and she said that this was her first vacation in several years. She looked at the piece of paper with alarm and said that from this vacation she had brought huge bills instead of souvenirs, something like that, and this was definitely not expected. She remembered the destruction of the casino and thought that the bills were from medical expenses for casino workers, to payment for repairs of the destroyed buildings and payments for interfering with their business. She squeezed the paper and thought why the hell is she? Wukong, on the other hand, jumped in fear when Soyeon asked why the hell should she deal with all this instead of him. He shamefully put his finger on his finger while Seo-yeon furiously screamed at him. He said that to be honest, he doesn't have any money. Soyeon asked why he arranged everything if he didn't have a penny in his pocket. She hit the table and began calling the sage names. She grabbed her head and said that money was not really a problem and said that for her the amount was not that big. The TV was showing the news. Seo-yeon said that the reason she was angry. The TV was talking about moving on to the next news. The presenter showed the explosion in the casino and said that the hot topic of discussion was the video of the man who caused riots in the Mexico City casino. Everyone looked at the screen, and the host said that among this chaos, The leader of the Korean guild, Aaron Seo-yeon, was also noticed, whose presence caused heated discussion and controversy. They showed the camera footage of Wukong and Soyeon entering the casino, and the presenter said that according to eyewitnesses, Soyeon and the man arrived at the casino together. They showed a shot where Soyeon explained the rules of the game to the sage, and the presenter noticed that the girl was teaching an unknown man the game and said that perhaps they were in a love relationship. The presenter with a serious face said that, moreover, the man deserves the description of sweet boy since witnesses report that he has a handsome appearance. The men started pointing and laughing, as the MC continued to say that some people suspect that Seo-yeon used the services of an agency and enjoyed a secret date. The glass flew past the men at great speed. The TV broke and went out. Behind the men stood Soyeon, burning with rage. She looked at the men with crazy eyes and asked if they were laughing. They immediately began to apologize. Wukong looked at Soyeon's clenched fist with concern. Soyeon burst into tears and screamed throughout the plane. She screamed that it was a failure and a nightmare. Yumiho wanted to look, but Chanma closed her eyes and said that it was better for her not to look. Soyeon screamed that she decided to cause a commotion in the casino during a secret love date. Wukong waved his hands in fear as Soyeon screamed who the hell would want to have a relationship with a girl who was said that about on the news. She fell to her knees in tears and she said that she would grow old and die alone. Wukong approached her and asked her to calm down and said that she was saying that no one wants to have a relationship. He said that he would date her, and Soyeon looked at him with a blush and asked again. She asked if this was true, and the nervous Wukong said of course, because he is her debtor, and said that she can call him at any time as soon as he is needed. He removed a tear from her face and said therefore. He smiled sweetly and told her to stop crying. She looked at the Monkey King in confusion. The plane continued to fly, and Soyeon wondered what was wrong with her. White Palace. Hyunwoo said that first of all, in order to implement the plan, we need to find the one who lost her eye while chasing spatial karma. Hyunwoo imagined the reflection of the girl in the eye and asked that if they find her, will she help them? Dablin said that's true. Hyunwoo looked at it all with displeasure. He looked at the angry man and asked how it was possible to lose a girl. He said she was lost. He looked at the hero seriously and said that he heard that they were retreating to avoid the organization's attack and said that he thought that she had received a fatal injury. He imagined the girl hugging her knees and said that immediately after that her body ended up somewhere in the vastness of another dimension. In these circumstances it is difficult to calculate the coordinates. He imagined how the girl was sitting in the middle of a huge void and said that in that place it was not easy to even think mentally. He said that it was so long ago. Deblin shrugged and said that if he was allowed, he would talk about the battle he experienced that day, and Henwoo immediately politely refused. Hyunwoo asked where to look for the girl and asked if there were already coordinates. Deblin looked at the hero irritably. Everyone looked at him silently. He said that when studying other dimensions, it is not so easy to avoid the attention of those in charge and added that high skill and accuracy are necessary. Henwoo interrupted and said that they would do without a bunch of excuses. He looked seriously at the man and asked him to give a short answer to the question of how to help them in their search. Deblin said that nothing was needed yet, and as he said, studying the dimensions is difficult. He said that for a start from them, his hand began to glitch and he said that it was time for him. He looked at the glitching hand and said that it was time to return. The hero asked, is it really so fast? Deblin said that it is not so easy to sneak into and out of someone else's tower. He added that especially if you want to go unnoticed by management. He said he had to overcome many barriers and said they would continue at the tower owner's meeting. Henwoo asked if the meeting would really be held again. The sorcerer said that it was only possible. He remembered the fight at the last meeting and said that the last meeting was destroyed by him and said that therefore, in order to preserve its honor, the organization would certainly hold it again. The sorcerer began to completely glitch and told him to allow him to give unsolicited advice. He told those present to be extremely careful and attentive this time. It was a sunny day, and Deblin finally said that the hero would now be expected there, and not only him. In the middle of a large field there stood a large tree with a large hollow. General dimension of the spiritual faction. World tree. The hollow became better visible and located in it. Conference hall of the spiritual faction. Several spirits sat at a small table. Ifrit hit the table and was indignant about what kind of dialogue we were talking about. He was covered in fire and asked, didn't they see how many times the hero struck him? It was the king of the fire spirits, Ifrit. Opposite him, the queen of the wind spirits, Sylphide, looked shyly to the side, and the king of the earth spirits, Orid, scratched his beard. Ifrit said that they were all from the same faction, and his comrades did not even intend to avenge him and asked how they could say that. He said that it doesn't matter what the managers babble about and said that they must understand that their words in this situation do not make sense. He turned to Nayad, the queen of the water spirits and the leader of the spirit faction, who was looking thoughtfully into the void. She nervously touched her temple and told her to calm down and think carefully, asked if they understood everything themselves. Everyone remembered fragments of the battle and said that none of them could have coped with the strength demonstrated by the hero. Ifrit looked at the leader and said, "And yet." Nayad said, "Of course, if everyone had rushed into battle together, the outcome could have been different, but it would not have happened without mortal wounds." She looked forward grimly and said that if other factions were involved in this, she asked, would the spirits be held responsible? Ifrit frowned with displeasure and fell silent. The Nayad closed her eyes and said that if they could find the strength to apologize, then it would be better to end things like this. The Sylphide cried out in a trembling voice that she agreed, and asked, but would the hero's reaction be adequate? She looked forward with alarm and remembered the terrifying image of Hyunwoo and said that no matter what she thought, it still seemed to her that he was not capable of a calm dialogue. In the end, she added that she was even scared to imagine what would happen if they did not apologize. Nayad said that in this case there was no choice and said that she could not believe that she was making a deal. The spirits looked at her in surprise when she said that she would have to accept the organization's second offer. Orid asked, "Is this really it?" The Nayad said yes and said that she was going to ask the Sun God. The Nayad's eyes lit up. She said that the Sun God is one of the strongest in the governing body and she will ask him to destroy Hyunwoo. The Sun God held little Hyunwoo in his hands. A couple of days later, 51st Tower, top floor. The Great Palace, it was a sunny day. Hyunwoo folded his arms and said, "Okay," and asked everyone to make their faces simpler. He smiled and said that if someone comes, they will scare the guest with their grimaces. The portal opened, and as the hero spoke, Hermes appeared. The hero was asked if he understood how tired they were of sorting out his problems. Hermes frowned and said that the time had come and ordered them to follow him. Hyunwoo looked at him with a smile and asked with a smile why he was so gloomy. Hermes closed his eyes when the hero asked if he wouldn't go this time either. He replied that yes, thanks to the hero, he had a lot of work and he would have to do it. The guy's legs began to flicker. He said that it shouldn't happen now because the meeting place. He spoke without looking at the hero and ended up saying that the meeting place was chosen especially for the hero. Hermes teleported, saying that he had to go. The hero asked what this meant, but did not have time to get an answer, calling the servant an idiot. He looked to the side with displeasure and said that it looked like some kind of joke. A yellow portal was burning in front of him and Hyunwoo thought that in any case, he would soon see everything for himself. The yellow light carried the hero through time and space. He walked out into the dark hall, holding his hands in his pockets. He looked ahead seriously. He opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise what. The creatures stood in front of him and he said that he did not know that he had so many fans. The spirits of the elements stood in front of him and the hero asked why such an honor. He pointed at the fire spirit and asked if this was the same spiritual faction and asked if they were all the Fry of the Fire weakling. Ifrit began to answer, but Nayad interrupted him. She pointed to herself and said that she was greeting the owner of the 51st Tower and called herself the leader of the spiritual faction. Hyunwoo opened his mouth while Nayad was saying that they were all gathered here to propose to him. He asked again and asked what she was talking about. The Nayad turned to the hero again. She angrily pointed to the floor and demanded that he kneel before them and apologize. Her eyes glowed angrily with blue lights. She demanded to do it right now. Hyunwoo looked at the crowd of spirits. They were all still surrounded by people. The hero asked in bewilderment if he really had to kneel down and even apologize. He looked at the spirits and said how ridiculous this is. The Nayad closed her eyes and said that it was all because he used violence against one of them and almost killed him. Hyunwoo remembered how Ifrit attacked him, but Nayad said that of course they admit and are ready to take responsibility for the provocative attack, noting that Ifrit was the first to start the fight. The hero remembered how he beat the spirit and the leader of the spirits said that, however, the damage he caused him. She said that anyone would agree that he surpasses all boundaries. She covered her mouth with her hand and said that they could not deny the hero's guilt and said that they did not want to waste energy on this. She looked at the hero and said that the conflict could be resolved through his apology, and added if the hero did not want to make even more enemies, namely the spiritual faction. The vein on Hyunwoo's face swelled, and he looked at the spirits in bewilderment. He looked at their menacing faces and said that he had listened to them and asked if he had really heard the threats. He lowered his hand, his veins were bulging, his hand was burning yellow. Yellow lightning began to shoot from his hands and he said that there was no need to take him out. He said that he would have to bring the matter to an end. He was asked to stop. He turned towards the familiar voice and saw the sorcerer. Devlin looked at him with concern. He used telekinesis magic and demanded not to show it. He said that if the other tower owners found out, it would become a problem. Hyunwoo looked displeasedly at the sorcerer, who asked what he was doing here, and he asked if he had already forgotten what he promised. He returned his memories to the White Hall. There Devlin pointed his finger at the board Manhwa and said that now under no circumstances should he get involved in a fight. The sorcerer even stood up and, when asked why, began to say that maybe before this his battles had ended successfully, but what is the guarantee that it will be like this in the future? He introduced the evil manager and said that if the hero killed one of the tower owners, he would only give the organization a reason to intervene. and then they will stop supplying magic to the tower. Devlin covered his face with his hand and said, does he really want to lose his tower before they implement the plan? He didn't finish and asked only to moderate his ardor. Hyunwoo laughed and began to wave his hand when the sorcerer asked if the hero could handle this, and he said that of course he could, he's not an idiot. He pointed to himself with a forced smile and said that everything would be fine and asked the sorcerer to go on and do his own thing. Devlin said that you shouldn't be so sure and asked if the hero is not an idiot. Hyunwoo put his finger to his finger in embarrassment. He walked past the evil spirit leader and said okay. She turned around in bewilderment and asked where he went. She shouted that he should apologize. Hyunwoo looked at them menacingly and called them hopeless idiots. The spirits tensed and looked back at him angrily. He said not to get on his nerves and asked, are they deliberately provoking him? The Naiad began to shake when Hyunwoo asked why. He said that if he completely lost his temper, he would probably kill one of her subordinates and asked if she really wanted to set him up like that. She shouted after him, what nonsense is he talking about? He waved his hand, and without turning around, said that enough was enough, and said that he would expose his back and let them attack first. He added that he would survive this humiliation. The Naiad clenched her fist nervously when the hero said that he was not sure that they would dare to do this. The Naiad turned around and walked in the opposite direction, inviting the team to return. Ifrit caught up with the leader and asked if she really wanted to retreat and asked what about their honor. She replied that if he was not going to apologize, then nothing could be done about it, and said that the battle was pointless. Ifrit suggested using the plan. The Naiad said that they would contact Hermes as soon as they returned and said that she would give him as much karma as he asked for. She couldn't hold back a burst of rage and all the veins on her face bulged and said that all this would be so that he would destroy this bastard. Henwu turned around and saw how the spirits opened a portal. Devlin said through telepathy that everything seemed to work out well. Hyunwoo grabbed a cupcake from the table while the sorcerer told him to be careful because there was no telling what they were up to. The hero asked what kind of factions these are. Devlin stood leaning on a column and said that he would tell the hero this in person and said that the hero should now be interested in something completely different. Hyunwoo sat down at the table with displeasure when the sorcerer said that these were definitely not factions. Someone in a robe was watching the bored hero from the second floor. He asked the huge creature, also hiding under the mantle, if this guy was the owner of the 51st tower. The bearded man under the hood smiled and said that the hero was a very interesting character. White Palace of the Manager. He laughed, looking at the conversation of the spirits, and said that he knew that everything would lead to this. He sat motionless and watched, thinking that after the spiritual faction left the conference room, a second meeting was held and ended without incident. He presented mountains of gold and said that after this, the consequences of this meeting. Among the mountains of gold. In front of the mountains of gold there was a throne, and someone was sitting on it. The steward said that a harbinger of future misfortunes sat on the throne. Hermes stood in front of him. The sun god clarified that he must take care of Henwu and clarified that this was a request from the spiritual faction. The frowning Hermes confirmed everything, turning to Ra as the sun god. He looked at the servant arrogantly. He said he didn't think he was worth asking for help. Hermes stood calmly while Ra asked whether the spirits were really so weak that even a whole crowd did not dare to fight him. Ra looked at the servant and asked how he would get to the 51st tower. He asked, would they really bring him here? But Hermes climbed the steps and said that his task was only to convey. He gave Ra the stone of movement from the spiritual faction. He looked through the stone and said that it must be imbued with the magic of the world tree, which the servant confirmed. Ra presented a tree and a bunch of portals near it. He said that the power of the world tree is capable of breaking through any defense, and they say that it is capable of uniting portals. He asked if this was really how he was created. Ra looked at Hermes and asked where such weaklings got such an item. Hermes calmly replied that he thought that Ra would receive the answer to his question as soon as he fulfilled his request. Ra held a stone in his hands and saw it at the hero's castle. Hermes said that it was worth moving on to the plan, but Ra said that there was no need to shake the air and that now that he had this stone. He looked at the shining ball in his hand with a smile and said that now he will quickly figure it out. Seokwon's house, it's a sunny day. Hyunwoo folded his arms and asked what the factions were that he heard about at the meeting. He thought that all he had heard from the sorcerer was that he couldn't lay a finger on anyone until they completed the task. Hyunwoo lounged on the sofa and said that the work was too tiring and said that no one would do it for him. Women's legs appeared, and pink smoke enveloped the apartment while the hero said that he wanted to rest. He looked up tiredly and asked what is this sweet aroma. Nanshan asked if he liked it. She leaned over the hero with a flower in her hands and said that this was a gift that she had prepared especially for him. He sat down and greeted the goddess and said that he could not understand what that smell was. She said it was the so-called illusory scent. She showed the flower and said that it calms the mind and body and also relieves fatigue from the body. She called this flower a precious treasure. Hyunwoo clenched his fist and said that his body was really filled with strength and asked if it was all thanks to this thing. Nanshin put the flower on the table, and the hero asked why she left and said that it seemed that she had not been well in recent days. The shadow of the goddess hung over the surprised hero, and she said that it was time for his students to repay the debt. Nanshin placed her knee between the hero's legs. She abruptly placed her hand on the embarrassed hero's shoulder and said that she was talking to herself. She said in a languid voice that today she wanted to try the hero. She hovered over Hyunwoo and licked her lips sweetly. Hyunwoo asked the goddess who had climbed on him what the hell she was doing, which the latter asked back in surprise. She looked away and said that for the day on which he was lucky to lie down with 2 girls. She remembered the 2 embarrassed students and said that the hero was indebted to her. She said she thought the girls took it as help. She leaned even closer and asked with a smile, is there anything free in their world? And she said that's all she wants now. This is a hero. Hyunwoo opened his mouth in shock and said that he didn't understand what he was talking about. He frowned with displeasure and told Nanshin to let him go or loosen his grip and asked why he needed this at all. With a shaking hand, he took her hand off of him and asked if she had not yet realized that he was stronger than her. He looked in horror as his shaking hands fell onto the sofa and asked what happened to them. Nanshin said with a smile that they are now useless. She said that the illusory incense brought to her was the object on which she had been concentrating her mana for the past few days. She said that as long as the hero smells this smell, no matter how hard he tries. She remembered how she concentrated mana in a flower and said that it would not be able to use the power. Hyunwoo asked what the hell. Nanshin laughed and said that as soon as the scent disappears, then everything will come back. The hero angrily asked if she really thinks that this doesn't bother him now. She gently ran her finger along the hero's neck and said that there was no need to worry. She smiled and said that today her plans were just to taste it a little. She approached his lips with a smile while he shouted to wait, while Nanshin said that if he exceeded her expectations, then she could not vouch for herself. A red window appeared. Nanshin kissed the window that appeared between the couple's lips. Hyunwoo asked in surprise what it was. The information window reported an emergency. It said it was a call from the top floor and the remaining time was 5 seconds. The seconds began to count down. Nanshin furiously asked what kind of mockery this was. She said that she no longer had the illusory scent. Hyunwoo laughed and said that was great timing. The light transported the hero to the castle tower. He fell on the throne and said that it was cool and he literally survived because of it. And he asked what the urgency was. Ra called out to him. Hyunwoo opened his eyes wide. Ra said that he was finally here. In front of him in the destroyed hall, Ra strangled Av and said that the hero was too long. Ra turned with a smile and said that if the hero had stayed even for a second, he would have finished her off. Av winced and tried to loosen the grip of the sun god. The hero took off. He found himself at the other end of the hall, holding Av in his arms. He looked at his friends and noted that they were both passed out. And he said that fortunately everything is not so bad. Ra smiled and called the hero a bug. He offered to check the hero with a smile, but he shouted at him to shut up and was already nearby, striking him in the face. Ra looked in surprise at the approaching blow, while the hero said that there were too many arrogant idiots lately. The impact destroyed the castle wall. Ra and the hero flew out. The hero said that he didn't even want to know who he was. He struck again and said that he would send me straight to hell. A huge wave of dust rose. The hero landed. He looked forward menacingly and said that his feelings after the blow were not very good, and asked, "Are these fish scales?" Ra was covered in red hexes as he calmly examined his hand. Ra looked at the hero seriously and said surprise. He said that he had heard about the cruelty of the hero. He looked at the angry Hyunwoo and said that now he understands why the spiritual faction entrusted this task to him and even paid a round sum. Hyunwoo fiercely asked what kind of task from the faction they were talking about. He asked what this was all. Ra interrupted him. The sun was shining brightly from behind him. He said to stop asking stupid questions and wasting time. He was covered in powerful light and flames, from which Hyunwoo began to cover himself and said that time is money. Hyunwoo looked at Ra angrily and asked what kind of power. He was surprised at such strong energy. He remembered the gloomy designer and compared Ra's magic to his level. He opened his eyes wide. He suggested that Ra had something to do with the managers. In the castle, he asked the sorcerer that it turns out that not only 3 factions have privileges. He answered telepathically that it was true, and that in exchange for carrying out orders from managers, such people were allowed not to pay karma. In other words, managers want to keep them under control, even to their own detriment. Ra stood as the representative of the supreme power. Devlin sat thoughtfully and spoke, so that the hero would be careful if he encounters one of them and say that there are differences in skills, but the strength is approximately at the same level. The sorcerer said that each of them is capable of defeating an entire faction alone. Ra looked at the hero angrily. Hyunwoo, illuminated by the bright light, smiled and said that if he is as strong as the mind demon, and supposedly even stronger. The hero's legs began to become covered with yellow current. He thought that in this case the best way He rushed towards Ra and thought that the best way was to destroy him before Ra tried to destroy the hero. Ra smiled and asked if the hero really thought he could defeat him with one blow. He said that the hero has no idea what his true strength is and said that all the power is far from in his hands. A fiery skeleton with a sword appeared behind the surprised man, and Ra said that his warriors are his strength. Hyunwoo jumped away from the powerful blow. He asked in fear what kind of crap this was. He opened his eyes wide and said that he was already somewhere. Ra said that this is not just a skeleton. A new warrior began to emerge from the ground. Ra said that the bones of the dead warriors revived by magical power. He smiled contentedly as skeletons appeared in front of him and said that every skeleton could defeat the strongest warriors of the era. Hyunwoo was surrounded by a huge number of red skeletons. Ra said he called them the Army of Ra. Hyunwoo looked around tensely and said that he couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the skeletons whose eyes were burning and said that this pile of bones and the energy that comes from them. He asked if they were conquerors. Ra smiled, embraced by the light, and said that now it was time to deal with his task. Hyunwoo smiled nervously. He thought that he had barely escaped from the Yako, and then this happened. He thought dissatisfied that problem after problem followed. He stood in front of a pile of skeletons. At that time, night, crossroads, near Hyunwoo's house, Jongho district. Silphon people. She stood on the roof and gasped. She flew into the air and said that there was garbage everywhere. She frowned and asked herself, how did she manage to do this, and asked why this task was entrusted to her. She remembered the world tree at sunset. Sylph had specified that it was she who should go to the 51st tower. She sat at the table with the faction leader and asked if she should really go there alone. The Naiad replied that there was nothing complicated about it, and said that she only wanted the Sylph to get some karma while Ra dealt with Hyunwoo. She smiled and looked down. The Sylph hesitantly asked if the world tree really needed even more, and the Naiad replied that that was exactly the case. The Naiad presented the huge roots of the world tree and said that it feeds on karma, and then produces it in huge quantities in the form of fruits. Naturally, the higher the quality of the original karma, the higher the quality of the received one. In other words, the Naiad took the apple and Sulfide said that an insufficient amount of karma affects the quantity and quality of the fruit. Naiad said that so far they had managed on their own and said that their request had used up a lot of supplies. She took a bite of the fruit and said that, of course, in the worst case, they would have to reduce the amount divided between the owners of the towers and said that nothing could be done about it, however. She looked at the reflective spirit of the wind and said that no one would like it if the share will decrease, noting that, in addition, fruits themselves are a delicacy. Sulfida imagined gloomy faces at the roots of the world tree and said that until the 51st tower comes under the control of the managers, it is necessary to steal as much karma from there as possible. The Naiad said that they are using it for the world tree. She smiled and raised her finger, saying that for the wind spirit, who controls wind magic so well, sneaking in and stealing karma would not be a problem. She said she relied on her. Sulfide frowned. She thought that there seemed to be no particular choice. She looked at the city at night and thought that this was an unfair exchange, calling it a waste of mana. She imagined the silhouettes of familiar heroes and said that when she approached here, she felt traces of quite strong karma and could not understand whether she imagined it or not. She took the stone and said that it didn't matter, wanting to get it over with quickly. The stone in her hands began to glow while Sulfida called them just more trash and suddenly heard someone calling her a worm. Sulfida felt someone else's presence behind her. Someone behind her asked how dare she disturb her. Someone was quickly approaching the spirit. She turned around in fear when she saw someone else's hand. Nanshan took her breath away. The man saw a bright arc in the air and thought that it was a fallen star. A beam of light arced towards the mountains. A huge column of dust and roar rose. Sulfide tore the ground with her body. She looked ahead in fear and asked what the hell. She was thrown upward by a powerful light. Nanshan said that she better be on her guard. Nanshan landed in front of her and asked if she dared to snoop around in her territory. The goddess of chaos raised her hand to strike while Sulfide begged him to wait and said that she didn't even know her. The foot rushed towards the face of the spirit, who shouted that there was some kind of misunderstanding. A huge pillar of light hit the spirit. Above the hero's palace, the sky turned red. He raised his hand for another blow. Without stopping, he moved from skeleton to skeleton and fought with them. The hero grabbed them by the skulls, and in a jump he tore out pieces. He angrily called them damn skeletons. A huge army was approaching him, and he said that there was no end to them. He looked up. Ra asked, didn't he tell him? He sat in a throne on a dais and said that they were created to protect him and called them the strongest army. Hyunwoo looked at the skeletons surrounding him as Ra said that even if they fell, it would only be for a while. Ra pointed to himself with a smile and said that as long as he was alive, they were alive. The sky turned blood red. Ra told the hero to humble himself and accept his fate, calling him a small creature, and said that he would not make them disappear, just like the sun. Hyunwoo smiled when Ra told the hero to consider himself already a corpse. He crushed the skull of a defeated skeleton with his foot in a black and white slipper and said that each of the skeletons is alive as long as he feeds them with magic. He jumped, saying that there was no need to waste energy here, scattering skeletons to the sides. Ra looked in surprise at the approaching hero. He flew towards him with a smile along with the remains of the skeletons. Ra smiled and asked how dare the hero threaten the sun god. Something huge burst out of the ground. Ra asked if the hero was going to stop. Ra shouted Urias and a huge serpent burst out of the ground, opening its mouth to devour the hero. The hero groaned and began to hold his jaws, which were almost closed. The tongue was reaching out towards Henwu. A huge yellow cobra tried to eat him. Hyunwoo tried to understand what kind of snake it was. Ra watched what was happening with a smile and said that it was Urias, serpent blessed by the sun. Henwu began to light up red, and Ra said that if the skeletons are his protection. A red flame was born in the serpent's mouth, and the sun god said that Urias with his strength, which carries out his every order. The serpent released a red deadly ray and Ra said that it is his strongest weapon. Hyunwoo became covered in red flames. The flames began to burn out the entire space around. Ra stood up from his throne and said that he had not even imagined that he would have to use Urias, noting that the request was much more troublesome than expected. The hero's hand was under the rubble. Ra said that in any case. Henwu sat among the destroyed stones, and Ra said that Henwu was a worthy opponent. Ra waved his hand and closed his eyes, saying that he would get the hero's body into his army, considering him a useful soldier, and remembered something else. An army of skeletons rushed towards the hero, and Ra said that first the bones must be cleansed of flesh. Fiery hands reached out to Henwu, who silently looked at the ground. He opened his mouth, spitting out obscenities. He hit the ground and a yellow flash and debris broke the skeletons into pieces, and the hero said that God would not wait. Ra looked in surprise at the huge pillar of flame. He clenched his teeth in displeasure, and Hyunwoo said that, to be honest, Devlin said not to kill anyone, so he held back. Hyunwoo remembered all his last battles and said that recently he had only met weak guys and therefore his expectations were low, but he said that now he should not hold back his strength. His leg became covered in yellow flames and he said that he would give it his all. He smiled and began to accumulate yellow energy in the sphere near his hand and said that he would show his skills. A powerful stream of light rushed into Ra, destroying everything in its path. The skeletons were destroyed and Ra noted with horror that his army had been blown to hell. He screamed in fear how this was possible. Hyunwoo asked if the sun god was ready to find out what kind of mouth it was. Henwu grabbed the frightened Ra by the shoulder and raised his fist to strike. Transparent hexes appeared. Ra shouted, but the hero's blow froze. The hero thought, had he really blocked the blow? The fist continued to approach Ra's face. The hexes could not hold such a large force. The blow reached its target and knocked out sparks. The hexes cracked. Ra's eyes opened wide. Henwu said that the sun god showed his true strength. Henwu's fist burned with light and he said that all that was left was to finish off the sun god. Ra flew down as the blow reached his chin. There was a huge roar and a column of light and dust. Ra fell head over heels down the mountain. He crashed into a rock and all the air was knocked out of his chest. He looked at his feet in horror and said that he could not believe his eyes. He looked in fear when the hero asked where he was suddenly staring. Ra looked up and saw the hero approaching in a jump. He smiled and said that he would not kill him. He said it would just make you feel pain, like you were about to die. Ra looked at the hero in fear. Urias burst out of the mountain and Ra ordered the hero to be stopped and killed. A huge glowing mouth rushed towards the falling Henwa. Hyunwoo looked thoughtfully at the snake and told him to get out of the way. With one blow he tore off the snake's head and told him not to get in the way. Yellow lightning was approaching Ra. He looked and was surprised that the hero defeated his snake with one blow. The lightning was getting closer and closer to the frightened face, and he was asking what the hell this was. He looked up and continued, "What the hell is with this monster?" A column of yellow light crashed into the ground and began to scatter stones and debris. Manager's palace. Hermes stood opposite the manager and said that after this the sun god immediately began to carry out the assignment. The manager said she thought he would get things back to normal quickly. Hermes frowned when the manager asked how much time he thought was left until the end. He replied that honestly, the sun god could handle it in one day and said that in their case, it could take about a week. He said that he enjoyed playing with the victim and said that he would subdue him and then slowly enjoy the process. Ra looked at how his skeletons tormented the monsters he had defeated, and Hermes said that his character was so vicious. The manager grinned and said that in the case of a week they got off easy and said that they could wait. He smiled narrowly and said that he wondered if the sun god could really deal with Hyunwoo. There was a clear sunny sky above the palace of the 51st tower. Clouds calmly floated over the hero while he said that this was all a task for the spiritual faction and that they personally entrusted Ra with this task. Ra was on his knees and raised his hands up. The hero asked if everything was true and he said in a trembling voice that everything was true. He looked at Henwa, who was sitting on his skeletons, and addressed him. Hyunwoo asked with a smile why he didn't tell him about this right away, because then they wouldn't have had to fight. He hugged Ra with a maniacal smile and said that he would not break every bone in him. He turned Ra onto his feet and grabbed his legs, saying that his little friend would not have to suffer so much. Ra knelt down again and raised his knees and asked for forgiveness while the hero thought that he was ordered. He leaned over Ra and asked why he felt like he was lying. Henwu looked at him seriously and said that Ra is the head of the tower, which is directly subordinate to the organization, and asked if the managers really have nothing to do with this. He squatted down in front of the worried Ra and asked, "Is this possible?" Ra said that if they were involved, he would have lost a lot of money and would have paid another percentage. He laughed and scratched the back of his head, saying that that's why he deliberately didn't tell anyone anything, because he wanted to take all the loot for himself. He closed his eyes. He thought it wasn't worth saying. He imagined his tower and thought that he had already failed the task, and thought that if they found out that there was an information leak. He imagined the manager's huge hand and thought that there was no way they would leave his tower alone. He looked away and hoped that Hyunwoo would take pity on him. Hyunwoo looked annoyed at the sun god and said that okay, whether it's true or not, he still can't do anything, and suggested forgetting about it. He stood up and said that they should move on and said that they need to deal with the situation, and Ra asked what does next mean. Henwu began to stretch his hands, and Ra asked where the hero was going. He asked again in bewilderment. He smiled and said that he went to the suicide bombers who started a game with him. He said we need to teach them manners. The world tree stood at sunset. There was a plate of fruit on the table. Ifrit said that while the sun god was dealing with Henwu, they would steal their loot from the 51st tower. The Naiad smiled, and Ifrit said that the more he thought about it, the more amazing the plan seemed to him, and said that they could rely on their leader. The spirit modestly said that it was nothing special. She looked at the spirit of the earth, who asked whether she could only wait. The Naiad opened her eyes and said that was true, saying that the wind spirit would take a little longer than expected, and said that she thought they would get a lot of karma. A yellow portal opened in front of the table and an unknown silhouette appeared in it. The Naiad smiled and said that she was easy to remember. She asked the wind spirit to hurry up, but black and white slippers appeared from the portal. The Naiad said great job, but Ra's body flew towards her. The spirits exclaimed in surprise. Ra fell onto the table, breaking it, and dust and apples flew into the air. The Naiad looked in shock, not understanding at first. She asked if it was. Ra was lying unconscious, and she exclaimed when she recognized him. The Naiad asked how the sun god ended up here, and meanwhile the hero took another step. He crushed the apple. He stood with his hands on his belt behind the frightened girl and said knock knock. He smiled evilly and said that it was him. The spirits turned around in shock. They got angry. Orid and Ifrit jumped on the hero to attack. Each of the spirits took a hit. They flew to the side, and the hero shouted for them to die already. Two bodies flew past the shocked girl. She looked down in horror and asked if the sun god had been defeated. She looked at the scraps of fruit and said she couldn't believe it. Hyunwoo said that he warned. He approached the spirit and told them not to jump over their heads. He placed his hand on the spirit's shoulder. Smoke poured out of his eyes, and he asked why they didn't listen to him. The Naiad screamed. She bit her lips and could not say anything, but the hero said that if she had something to say, then let her speak and not pull the cat by the balls. He said that otherwise the organization and all of them would be killed. Hyunwoo looked at the spirit angrily. The Naiad grabbed the hero's hand and thought that she needed to think calmly, because she was the only one who was still able to fight. She looked to the side and decided that she was using the power of the world tree, and thought that she might have to call on the other tower owners. She looked at the bodies of her comrades and asked herself, is it worth it? She looked at the defeated Ra and thought that the hero could defeat even him. She looked at the evil hero and thought that it was difficult for her to believe in the existence of such a power. She bit her lip. She said sorry. Hyunwoo looked at the girl in surprise. She bowed her head and said that she dared to treat the hero so unfairly and thereby cause chaos in his tower. She said that she officially apologized. Hyunwoo embarrassedly let go of his hand when Naiad asked to take pity on them, and said that he did not think that she would step over her pride, and said that she humbly bowed her head and noted that it was brave. The Naiad clenched her teeth when the hero asked if she was really afraid of death. Hyunwoo folded his arms and said that sincerely. He said that he accepts her apology because he is not vindictive. The Naiad stood with her eyes closed and thanked him and asked if she could go. He told her to stand. He looked at her with a crazy look and asked if she really thinks that if she apologized, that's all. The Naiad looked at the hero and asked what he meant. A fist was already flying at her. Hyunwoo said that in addition to apologizing, he needs to pay for his sin. He slammed the girl face first into the ground. The Naiad broke the floor with her head. Hyunwoo clenched his fist angrily and invited them to play a little. Dawn was coming over the mountains. Nanchin looked at the spirit arrogantly and said that she thought that with her status she could withstand more. Sulfide took support with a shaking hand. Nanchin said it was a pity, of course, that everything turned out this way. She looked at the girl lying around and said that she did not have to hold back. Sulfide looked in shock at the goddess of chaos, who asked if the spirit had any strength left. The spirit's eyes were wide open. She thought that she was the queen of the wind, but she was shocked by how overwhelming power Nanshan had. She looked at the goddess covered in yellow energy and asked how this was possible and asked herself, is this really the difference between them and those higher up the hierarchy? She clenched her fist angrily and thought that she couldn't cope with Nanshan alone and decided that if she united the forces of the faction. She picked up the stone and thought that she needed to break the movement stone and take the portal out of control, and noted that she would have to drag Nanshan into the general dimension. However, by showing such disrespect to someone who is higher in status than her, she will lose the trust of others as a representative. She thought with horror that she would return empty-handed. She was thinking about what she should do, and Nanshan calmly looked at her and said that someone was panicking. She grabbed the spirit's hand and asked if what she was holding in her hand was her trump card. She approached the spirit with a smile and said that if she destroys this thing, her last hope will be gone. Sulfida asked him to wait in horror. She shouted that there was no need. Nanshan smiled insidiously and said that this was interesting. She let go of her hand and sat down, saying that she could try it once. Sulfida looked at the goddess in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Nanshan asked the spirit to show its strength. She put her hand to her face and said with a smile that it was a waste of time and said that her spirit could not be overcome. Sulfida saw her reflection in the red eyes of Nanshan, who said that she could do as her heart desired. Sulfida winced angrily when Nanshan said that she wanted to watch the weakling struggle for life. She squeezed the stone that began to shine and wondered if the other tower owners would ignore her and not help in the battle. The girls were illuminated by waves of blue light. Nanshan looked and Sulfida asked if her arrogance would be the same when faced with other faction members. Sulfide said the checker. The girls were teleported to an open field. Nanshan folded her arms across her chest and asked if the spirit had decided to teleport here. Sulfide smiled evilly. She turned around with a smile and shouted that she had brought something nutritious and called Nanshan an amazing specimen for the world tree. She called everyone for help, but saw yellow lightning. The hollow of the world tree was distorted by a huge yellow sphere. Sulfida looked at this sight in surprise. The tree was approaching her. It fell very close to the girls. Nanshan looked calmly, but Sulfida opened her mouth in horror. She asked in horror if the tree had really fallen. She looked at a huge tree trunk that lay horizontally. She asked what the hell. Hyunwoo looked calmly and asked why Nanshan is here. Nanshan looked forward and was surprised by the familiar voice. In front of the girls, a silhouette was visible among the wall of dust. The evil Hyunwoo appeared from it. Nanshan exclaimed in surprise when she saw him. Sulfida thought in shock, what is he doing here? He looked at the smiling Nanshan, who spread her arms and asked if she was stalking him. And isn't he up to something strange? Nanshan said that they are now in another dimension and therefore nothing special. She pushed the spirit forward with a smile and said that she caught her like a pickpocket in the shopping arcade and said that it happened by accident. Sulfida appeared next to the hero and Nanshan said that she appeared as soon as he disappeared and suggested that this was somehow connected with his incident. He looked at the spirit and asked if she was one of those guys and asked if she snuck into their tower. He smiled slyly. With a crazy face, he loomed over the frightened spirit and said, so they didn't stop at trying to kill him and even planned a robbery. The huge shadow of the hero absorbed the frightened spirit, who said that she did not want this, just. Hyunwoo silently looked at her as she said that the situation was inevitable. He gave her a powerful cast and told her that this was enough and she had had enough. Sulfida flew to the side while Hyunwoo said that he had filled his faces enough and therefore would take pity. The spirit plowed the earth with its body. Worn out, she looked ahead, and Hyunwoo asked her not to forget to dig it up later, but didn't say what. She opened her eyes wide, and the hero said that he had planted them for a short time. He added that the world tree, of course, would not sprout from them, but if you take good care of them. All the beaten spirits and Ra were buried up to their necks in the ground. Sulfida screamed in horror. She started asking if her comrades were okay, but they didn't answer. She turned to the hero, and he said that he had to go. He held a stone in his hands and said that he hoped to see you soon. Nanshan asked where this movement stone came from. Hyunwoo said that he borrowed it from somewhere. Sulfida looked at the light illuminating her. The hero said that it was disposable, but it didn't matter. Sulfida asked the leader what was there. The Naiad looked ahead angrily. A stream of blood flowed from her mouth and she said that she would definitely finish him off. Sulfide looked at her leader in bewilderment. She said that she should have said this when they were completely gone, because now it's a little. A couple of days later, top floor, Deblin said that the hero almost killed all the members of the faction and damaged the world tree. The heroes were sitting at the table. Deblin hit the table and said that he had asked and said that they did not understand each other. He shouted what he was saying, praying that the hero wouldn't do anything. He looked at the hero with a crazy look and asked, was it really so difficult to understand? Hyunwoo looked to the side guiltily and said that it was not easy for him to restrain himself. He smiled and said that he had not killed anyone and there was no need to be angry. The sorcerer's fist trembled. The veins on his face stood out. Hyunwoo asked, isn't that enough? And the sorcerer thought that the hero's tongue would someday bring him to death. He slammed the table again and shouted that of course this wasn't bloody enough. He said that even if a hero killed someone, he still would not regret it. The hero remembered the destruction of the tree, and Devlin said that on that day there was an invasion of their territory, and as the owners of the towers, they had to protect it, and the hero destroyed the dignity of the faction. He glared at the hero and said that as a result, Nae had organized a meeting with the other heads. Hyunwoo silently looked at the sorcerer, who sarcastically asked what they think is on the agenda. Hyunwoo asked what he was talking about. Dark Domed Hall, a temporary conference room created by the spiritual faction. The Naiad sat gloomily at the table and said that she had invited them here for an obvious reason, namely the owner of the 51st tower. She looked with crazy eyes and asked the other heads for cooperation and help in killing him. She turned to the heads of the factions. Lucifer smiled and said that he expected this, but thought that this issue would be raised a little later. He said that it sounded like the spiritual faction was really ready to go that far. He was the head of the angel faction. He looked at the man in the cassock and asked what he thought and called him elder brother. He was the head of a faction of demons codenamed J. He said he didn't even know what was more important. His eyes were black with red pupils. He said that he asked Lucifer to call him with great caution. Lucifer spread his arms with a smile as J spoke. Did he really think he wanted to ruin his reputation by getting involved with a traitor? Lucifer replied that J was still prejudiced against him because of his past. He looked at the Spirit Queen with a smile and said that honestly, it sounded tempting to kill the independent owner of the tower, and said that if she wanted, he could help. He smiled madly and said that if he caught it, he would be finished in an instant. The Naiad closed her eyes when Lucifer asked if she had anything to offer them. She replied that of course. She calmly looked forward and said that if they accepted their offer, then their faction undertakes to evenly distribute all karma collected over the next 100 years. The Naiad looked at those present with crazy eyes. Manager's palace. The manager said that not only was the sun god defeated, but a meeting of the heads of the factions was also held. He looked at the servant. He smiled angrily and said that to be honest he was surprised, and said that everything was moving in the right direction. He looked at the servant and asked if Ra had told him anything. Hermes replied that no, he only reported the failure without details, and said that he wanted to live some more and did not want to leave his tower, much less contact the owner of the 51st tower. The manager angrily said this is how it is. He grabbed his head and asked if there were any proposals about the outcome of the meeting of the faction heads. He said that they would receive an offer for the mixture and asked, but would they agree? Hermes said that one of them would definitely be in favor if the spiritual organization used the power of the world tree. The manager asked, didn't Hyunwoo destroy it? Hermes closed his eyes and calmly said that the root remained and could be revived. He presented the tree upside down and said that of course it would take some time, but after that, given the quantity and quality of karma created, each of them would receive their own benefit. The manager tapped his finger on the table and said that he thought the situation was not bad, and said that they could allow them to remove the stumbling block. He looked gloomily into the void and said that first they would watch. Devlin hit the table and asked what should they do now. He introduced the surrounded Manhwa and said that at this rate they would form a coalition of at least 2 factions and would have to constantly keep this under control. He introduced the evil manager and said that now the managers will pay attention to every corner of the lower dimension. Hyunwoo looked with an annoyed face as the sorcerer struggled and said that the research that he managed to carry out with great difficulty would now be even more difficult to implement. He stood up from the table and twisted his arm and asked when the hell he was supposed to sleep. Hyunwoo said that he was sorry. He yawned and said that now it turns out they need to keep an eye on the organization while the sorcerer is looking for that thing for the eye, right? Devlin calmed down and asked how. Hyunwoo looked to the side and smiled. He looked at the shining exit and said that it would just attract attention one more time. Lucifer said that he understood that they would not be paid karma in a lump sum, but to offer in return 100 years of sharing karma. He smiled. The Naiad nervously closed her eyes while Lucifer asked if the pride of the water spirit had really been hurt that much. She asked for an answer. Lucifer twitched and immediately said that a large amount of karma in return for help, and therefore, of course, he would join them. The Naiad exhaled with relief and looked at the second head. She asked what he would do. Jay said he was sorry, but their faction would not be participating. The Naiad opened her eyes wide and asked what this meant. She stood up and asked if the reward wasn't big enough. Jay said that he could say so and said that he was impressed by the owner of the 51st tower. The Naiad asked again in surprise why. Jay calmly replied that Naiad need not worry and he would not enter into confrontation with her, and said that he was busy training the students of his faction. He said that whether to take revenge or not is up to the spirit to decide. She glared at the head and thought that she knew that he hated conflict and was surprised that he refused her offer. She looked at the heads. Jay was sitting calmly, and Lucifer was looking at him slyly and imposingly. Naiad thought well that at least a faction of angels would join, and asked herself, will this be enough to kill Hyunwoo? She smiled and turned mentally to Hyunwoo, asked him to wait just a little, and soon he and his entire tower would cease to exist. Hyunwoo appeared behind the spirit and said that they were having fun here and asked if he could join. The Naiad screamed in horror. She turned around and asked how Hyunwoo got here. She pointed a trembling finger at him and said that you can only get into the conference room using a movement stone, which only members of their faction have, and again asked how he did it. Hyunwoo pointed to the yellow portal behind and said that the neighbor gave him a lift. He said he asked him politely for a favor because he couldn't wait to see her. Siegfried lay beaten on the floor. The Naiad angrily wondered if Siegfried had betrayed her. Hyunwoo asked, "Does it matter now?" With a smile, he began to flex his fists and said that what they were talking about here was more important and asked me to tell him about it. Lucifer approached the hero with a smile and said that he sees that the hero is always one step ahead. He asked the hero if he was really the same Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo responded by asking who is in front of him. Lucifer introduced himself and smiled, saying that he was one of the 4 great archangels. He smiled madly and said that he had just agreed to kill him and added that he would deal with him on behalf of the head of the angel faction. Hyunwoo looked at the angel and asked if this was true. Lucifer replied that it seemed their meeting was much more interesting than it seemed and said that the hero had many questions. He pointed his finger at the demon and asked his friend to answer them. Hyunwoo looked ahead in confusion. The angel said that the head of the demon faction rejected the offer and said that he apparently liked it. Hyunwoo calmly said that this was the first time he had seen him. He bowed and said thank you anyway and said that now it was his turn to prove. Lucifer asked what he was going to do. The hero's fist flew towards the angel's face. The hero said that he could make a friend in his face. He pointed to the demon. Lucifer began to fly away from the blow, and the smiling hero clarified that after he deals with them, the angel's body began to turn into purple smoke. He said that this could not happen. He said he never thought he would be dealt with like this. He fell to the ground and said it was very unfortunate. Hyunwoo looked at what was happening in confusion and asked what the hell. He asked what he did here. He asked to remove the haze. It makes it hard to breathe and you can't see a damn thing. Lucifer smiled. He asked how he knew it was just an illusion. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder. He stood behind and smiled. Hyunwoo looked at him and smiled, saying that it was obvious and said that he would hardly allow himself to be killed with one blow, and he liked to make him suffer. Lucifer smiled and said his plan was similar. Hyunwoo turned around and struck again. The angel said that their thoughts were similar. The hero said that he was tired of the angel and asked him to shut up. Half of the angel's head turned into pink smoke. He laughed and called the hero a rude man. He looked angrily at the hero and said that he still has nothing more to catch here. It's time to know the honor. The angel's body fell apart and the angel finally said that next time they would fight properly. Hyunwoo turned to the spirit and said that she was next in line. He looked at the empty space in surprise. He took a few steps forward and said that overall it made no difference and said that it was enough to arouse the interest of the managers. He approached the demon and called him an unknown supporter and said that they were left alone. He looked down on the demon and said that all he knew about him was that he was the head of the demon faction and asked why he was on his side. Jay folded his hands and said demons. He said that they actually don't like being called that. The name was arbitrary by completely different factions. He looked at the bored Hyunwoo and said that in reality their origins were far from that. Hyunwoo asked what he meant, but Jay interrupted him and asked him to let him introduce himself first. Hyunwoo looked at his interlocutor in confusion, who said that he was a gift from above who descended from heaven. Someone calls him a savior, someone a messiah. He said that he is given different names. A bearded man with long hair and ram's horns looked at the hero. He said the hero could call him Jesus Christ. Jesus was known throughout the world in all religions, mythologies, and stories as the most famous prophet, and even among those who do not believe, you cannot meet someone who does not know his name. He is the most famous holy being. Hyunwoo asked in surprise what he said, not believing that he was Jesus. Jesus looked at the hero with a smile and said that judging by the reaction, there are also similar creatures in his tower. He said that there is nothing strange about this, perhaps there are similar legends and myths about them, but they are completely different. Hyunwoo rubbed the back of his head and said that he was not particularly surprised and said that he saw a couple of holy creatures. Hyunwoo raised his finger and said that he has a monkey king and a blue dragon hanging out in his living room who are idol fans. Jesus said that they seem to be having fun there. Hyunwoo looked down and said that it was still unexpected, saying that the holy beings living in his tower were very different from him. Jesus grinned and said that it is so, there are reasons for this. Horns grew from the back of his head. He said that in any case he was on the side of the hero and added that, as he had heard beforehand, he liked the hero. He looked at the hero and said that the other factions, on the contrary, were even disgusted. Hyunwoo asked, is it really to that extent? Why? Jesus reached into the hem of his robe and said that he didn't think this was the right time to discuss it and said that if Naiad got out of here first. Rocks started falling from the roof and Jesus ended up saying that it wouldn't be safe to be here. Hyunwoo ran into the yellow portal. Jesus called out to him and threw a purple stone into his hands, asking him to take it. He said that it was a movement stone connected to his tower. He asked to go there when he could. Then he will answer the hero's questions. Hyunwoo looked at the demon in confusion, and he said that he would tell him why the factions wanted to get his karma. Jesus looked gloomily at the hero and added that he would still tell about what they were doing inside their towers. Hyunwoo jumped out of the portal. He landed in the middle of the devastation and said that it was close, just a little more and it would have been the end for him. Someone grabbed his head and called him by name, calling him a bastard. Hyunwoo turned and remembered that Siegfried was next to him. He said that he completely forgot about him. The beaten vampire called the hero an asshole. Hyunwoo scratched his cheek sarcastically as he asked what he did there. The vampire's hall was destroyed. He held the hero by the chest and addressed him by name. He asked menacingly whether the hero had really gone crazy. Siegfried said that the hero told the water spirit that his entry into the conference room was his betrayal. He asked if the hero has a conscience. The drool flew onto the hero's face, and the vampire shouted that he was dead if only the spirit of water gave orders. Hyunwoo frowned with displeasure while the vampire demanded that he answer at least something, asking how he would take responsibility for this situation. The hero shouted that the vampire was noisy and hit him with his fist. He angrily shook his fist at the vampire and told him to watch his dirty tongue. He calmed down and said, so soon the spirit faction will come for him and he must take responsibility. A crying Siegfried watched as the hero asked why make a fuss over such nonsense. Siegfried sat on his knees in front of the hero among the rubble and asked if he really had at least one sensible proposal. The hero said of course. He looked forward angrily and said that he had a very good option for a vampire. Manager's palace. The manager said like this, the spiritual faction and the angel faction united. He sat at the table, and the servant obediently stood opposite. The manager asked if Hyunwoo had suddenly appeared in the conference room. Hermes said that's what they told him. The manager said it was strange. He put his hand to his chin and said that the appearance in the conference room was from the 50th tower and said that even if he threatened him. Hermes winced in confusion when the manager asked where the information about the meeting came from, adding that the hero is independent and that from his organization and cannot have access to information, right? Hermes said that he himself also did not understand anything and therefore began an investigation. He added that, however, he still has nothing to tell. The manager silently removed his finger from his chin. He turned to the servant and asked to postpone all other matters and demanded that this matter be investigated. He placed a colored stone on the table, and Hermes called it the Stone of Karma. He asked if this was the stone of the owner of the 51st tower. The manager said that everything was correct and said that the karma had been taken out of him. Hermes calmly asked why he suddenly decided so. The manager said it bothers him. He said that the hero could not obtain this karma alone. Hermes remembered how he checked his karma and was shocked, and the manager said that the hero often acts as if everything is in order. The manager imagined the hero's appearance in the conference room and said that in most cases he should not know about it. He said he wasn't sure of the reason, but he assumed someone was helping him. Hermes frowned with displeasure and said that this someone was a manager like them and said that this could not be. The manager folded his hands and said that he himself had doubts, but he said that there is a possibility that behind Hyunwoo is the one that Hermes thinks about. He looked at the Karma Stone and said that everything needs to be checked now and said that this investigation is now on him. He said that if his guesses were correct, then the 51st tower would be closed. The veins on the manager's face bulged with anger. Top floor, Hero's Palace. Av and Noah looked confusedly in different directions. Siegfried sat opposite and held papers in his hands. He excitedly asked the hero what was happening. He turned to him with fear and asked why he gave it to him. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly. He asked if the vampire really thought he trusted him. Siegfried began to study the agreement with horror, and the hero said that if he asks for forgiveness from the spiritual faction, he will be able to return to himself and asked if everything is so. The vampire didn't know what to answer. Hyunwoo said that he decided to play it safe and therefore turned to specialists. Av and Noah looked around shyly. Therefore, the hero said that this is their agreement of friendship. The treaty was a reworked contract of slavery and promised to make parties and be eternal friends. The piece of paper was signed with a magical seal and 2 hands had to sign it. Hyunwoo said that if he agrees, he must put his magical signature. As soon as he signs it, the contract will come into force. Smiling, Hyunwoo hugged the vampire and asked if he didn't like it. He said that now they don't have to worry about being attacked. Siegfried said that if everything written here is true. Hyunwoo laughed and said that of course it was true and said that he takes responsibility. The vampire looked questioningly at the hero, who said that it would be better for the vampire to tell about the weaknesses of the spiritual faction and ask to be his support, saying that sometimes for his safety you just need to fulfill just a couple of requests. The vampire asked again and the hero said that sometimes he only needs to turn off the light when he falls asleep, bring food, sweep the yard in front of the tower, and many other things that he does not want to do. Siegfried began to wave away these requests in horror. Hyunwoo gave a thumbs up with a smile and asked, "Is it really easy?" The vampire furiously said that this is not friendship, but some kind of slavery. He asked who he took him for and tightened the contract and added that he was not going to tolerate this, but the hero interrupted him and asked what he would do in that case. He approached the vampire and offered to fight. The hero's shadow loomed over the frightened vampire. He made a deal. He took the magic pen with a smile and asked with a beaming smile where to sign. Henwu calmly watched as Noah showed the crying vampire where to sign. He looked at the purple movement stone and said that now we can go to the meeting. Top floor of the Tower of Jesus. The hero found himself in a castle above which there was a bloody sky. He looked at the candle. Hyunwoo said with concern that even though he called himself Jesus, it was still awkward to see such a thing. Jesus prayed with other creatures to the Mosaic. Peter said that the guest had arrived, and Jesus said that he knew. Peter bowed when Jesus said that he thought the conversation would be long and asked if he could go out for a while. Peter looked at the perplexed Kenda and thought that it seemed to him as if he knew him. He laughed and thought that he was definitely seeing him for the first time and assumed that it was an illusion. Henwu stopped looking at Peter and turned to the words of the demon, who said that he had been waiting too long. He sat down at the table and thanked the hero for accepting his offer and offering to sit down. Hyunwoo thanked him and sat down, saying that they had a lot to talk about. He calmly suggested getting straight to the point, since they are busy creatures. Jesus looked at the hero who asked what they were stirring up and asked in response, "Is there any difference?" Hyunwoo folded his hand across his chest and looked down. Jesus said that no matter how they used karma, it had nothing to do with him. The hero scratched his head and said that it wasn't like he had good reasons and said that they were all not without sin. He thought about the spirits and said that it was unlikely that his karma would go to a good cause and suggested that they make the most of those below them. He remembered the designer and said that the previous owner of his tower was like that and said that because of him he went through many difficulties. He said that's why he gets triggered by things like this. He angrily hit the table and said that one mention and he immediately wanted to kill them. Jesus smiled when Hyunwoo said that he would deal with them even if he did not receive an answer from him and asked if there was enough data for a reason. The demon said that he thought so and that was quite enough. He looked at the hero with black eyes and ordered him to listen. He said that the karma they extract, general dimension, faction of angels, huge beautiful palaces hung on pieces of stones, this place was called heaven. Angels were sitting at the table. Gabriel said that Lucifer eventually teamed up with the spiritual faction to kill the owner of the 51st tower. Gabriel drank tea and Jibril watched silently. Lucifer put out his hands guiltily. Gabriel said that he needed to send troops immediately. Lucifer smiled and said that there was no need to fuss. Gabriel looked at his leader blankly and said that if they want to get the fruits of the world tree. Lucifer interrupted him and said that it was true and said that the guy named Henwu is stronger than he thought. He remembered how easily the hero destroyed his illusion and said that due to the fact that he used it, he could not say for sure, but it was not worth acting rashly against him. He suggested waiting for the steps of the spiritual faction and imagined how they would attack the hero and suggested attacking him when he was exhausted. He put his hands under his chin and smiled and said that in the end everything would end with the hero's retreat. He asked if everything was perfect and Jibril said yes and asked, "But will the spiritual faction attack first?" He clarified that so far they have failed. Lucifer smiled and said not to worry, saying that they were the ones who needed their help, and clarified that the faction probably understood that they had to act. He said that he was also a Naiad. She slammed the table and Lucifer said she was crazy about this guy. The Naiad, with a crazy look, said that they should attack first. The spirits were sitting at a table in an open field, and Naiad said that Lucifer had already taken the entire blow and would definitely not take the initiative, so they should start. She introduced the vampire and said that it would also be worth starting with the faction traitor. She said that Siegfried would be punished. Orid looked at the leader and said that it was difficult for him to believe this and asked why he would betray them. But he noted that they cannot simply turn a blind eye to this. The Naiad calmly looked ahead, and Orid said that now they need to focus on Henwu, which the water spirit confirmed. She imagined her army emerging from the portal and said that as they knew, in order to deal with the hero, they would need the strength of everyone from the faction, which would require a large portal. The spirits were sitting under the newly growing tree, and Naiad said that in its current position it was not helping them yet and said that one portal for 3-4 people was the limit, but in any case they would sort it out later. The Naiad said that now it is necessary to obtain nutrients for the world tree, which will restore the functioning of the portal. Ifrit looked in surprise at the leader, who said that the quality should be at least the level of the owner of a large tower. Ifrit imagined the vampire being devoured by roots and asked if the spirit wanted to use him in this way. The Naiad looked gloomily at her comrade and said that he had hit the bullseye. She asked what the spirits think about this. Everyone was silent and she said excellent and ordered the preparation of the capture team to begin. She looked into the void with a mad look and called the name of the hero and said that she would destroy him. Heaven, the main castle on the largest island. Lucifer carefully took a cup of tea and said that, of course, they also need to prepare, about which they must tell the owners of the towers that the sacrifices coming to each tower will be used to strengthen their paradise. He calmly sipped his tea. Gabriel looked at the leader and asked if he really wanted to bring Manhwa here. Lucifer replied that yes, no matter how strong the hero was. He imagined a huge magic circle above their castle and said that this place was full of power-ups only for angels, and therefore the hero would not be able to do anything. He looked at the angel with a smile and said that of course there is a being with greater power than the owner of the tower, capable of causing a dimensional shift with his power. He asked if his skills would be enough. He named him Uriel. Uriel pulled the cup of tea to his mouth and said that was true. He put his hand to his chest, thinking that everything was getting more and more confusing. Devlin, whose real name is Uriel, said that Lucifer need not worry and trust him with this. He closed his eyes with a smile and asked what he should do now. He turned to Henwu, castle of the demon faction. Hyunwoo looked at his interlocutor in shock and said, "Is it really the nutrient and the sacrifice they are talking about?" Jesus closed his eyes and said that everything is true, saying that karma and a magical creature with the help of which mythical power is achieved. He imagined people looking at the flying karma stone and said that this was why karma was an unattainable thing for ordinary beings. He slowly opened his eyes and said that now the towers and the current history they created and the energy from it is used as karma. Hyunwoo looked at the demon in surprise as he said that the more history is strengthened, the more karma is created. Noting that this is quite natural, Hyunwoo repeated the phrase "they are strengthening history." He suddenly asked, "Really?" and Jesus interrupted him. He pictured fields of fallen fighters and said that countless people had been killed, calling the event a deadly war. He remembered people running away from the flood and said that the lives of innocent lambs were a disaster that came out of nowhere, and other unjust incidents recorded in history. He imagined frightened people drowning in a sea of blood and said the pain, disappointment, and despair brewing inside. All this became karma. Henwu opened his eyes wide and looked into emptiness. Jesus asked if the hero understood him. He asked if the hero understood how sacrifices and nutrients were used and how karma was obtained. Jesus said that he meant the endless killing of creatures from the lower floors of his towers. He imagined huge mountains of skulls, on top of which stood evil silhouettes. Castle of the demon faction. Hyunwoo spoke in words that karma is obtained by destroying residents. He asked if this was possible. Jesus folded his hands and said that whether it be war or disaster, everything is quite simple as long as the owner of the tower approves of it. After all, he is like the Lord. Hyunwoo grabbed his face and groaned. He said that he had guessed before, but these bastards. He looked through his fingers with a crazy look and said that they had clearly crossed the line. His fist was shaking. He said that it was a pity that he could not kill them right now. Jesus said that although these words were impudent, he agreed. Hyunwoo's eyes widened in surprise when Jesus said that was why he liked him. Jesus calmly said that on the day of his first visit to the owner's meeting, he was not present. After all, faction leaders do not have to attend such events. However, he learned about the situation from his students. He imagined the scene of the servant being humiliated by the fire spirit and said that the reason why the hero entered the battle was to deserve the innocent servant. He said that the hero defeated the fiery spirit in front of everyone and was even ready to kill him. Jesus smiled and said that as soon as he heard this, he was immediately convinced that, unlike the other owners of the towers and other factions, the hero has a righteous soul and greater strength than anyone else. Hyunwoo looked at the demon seriously and said that he felt somehow uneasy, adding that, judging by experience, there is always something hidden behind such praise. They sat opposite and Henwu asked what Jesus wanted from him, but he said that it was nothing of the sort and asked not to worry. He looked at the hero with a black eye and said that there were only expectations from his strength and unpredictable character. He imagined a hero fighting against everyone and said that the system that other tower owners had built into this dimension could only be changed by a hero. Hyunwoo lowered his head and said that these were grandiose plans and asked if he really wanted him to eliminate the others alone. Jesus laughed and said that if it sounded like that, he asked for forgiveness. He said that unfortunately they themselves did not have enough opportunities. He looked down and said that in order to deal with what was happening, without using lives, it will take a very long time. Hyunwoo folded his arms across his chest and was surprised when he asked the demon again, who said that there was an easy way, but with possible side consequences. Jesus smiled. 51st tower, top floor. Ab asked, "Is this true?" She covered her mouth in horror and said that everyone needs karma, but to go to such terrible things. Noah angrily said that he could not believe it. Siegfried rubbed his cheek guiltily while Ab asked where such shameless creatures came from in their world. Noah said that he didn't even want to waste magic on them and said that they didn't even deserve the air they breathe. Noah and Ab looked at the vampire suspiciously and at the same time said, "What do you mean he too?" Siegfried shouted that they were hatching on him. He shouted and said that he didn't do such things and said that this was too much. Noah and Av looked at the vampire with disgust, who said that only if there were accidents or natural disasters. They looked at Hyunwoo, who asked them to stop. Siegfried clenched his fist happily. Henwu said that in order to defeat the spiritual organization, he needed this vampire, and he told those present not to forget how important he is. Siegfried smiled nervously. Hyunwoo looked at the vampire angrily and said that this was the only reason he didn't get rid of him. Henwu became covered in fire and asked if the vampire understood him, and Siegfried bowed obediently. Hyunwoo exhaled loudly. Av asked how Jesus collected karma without killing. Hyunwoo looked at her and said that the karma coming from above is hardly enough. The hero said that the demon has his own method. He looked down and said, if you can call him that. He remembered how he asked the demon in surprise whether he had really sacrificed his own soul. Jesus said it was true. He said that when he realized that all accidents were converted into karma for the tower, he realized that there was a lot of emphasis on negative things and a generous price was paid for the disappointment and despair of the lower floors. He sadly looked into the void. He remembered how he jumped down from a huge building, that the sacrifice of a being close to God. He said that comments were unnecessary and said that the sacrifice he paid was much less than what his followers would pay. Hyunwoo looked at the demon in shock, who said that he had gotten off lightly. He said that everything was resolved, even though his soul suffered. He pointed to the ram's horns and said that he was now in this state. Hyunwoo asked if it would be easier to give up control of the tower. After all, you have to pay such a high price. Jesus immediately said that the answer is simple. He looked at the hero and said that someone else could not avoid the same thing, and he understands this perfectly. Jesus smiled and offered to finish, asking if the hero had anything left. Hyunwoo said that it's not important now and said that he gathered everyone here for a reason. He seriously asked those present if they had any ideas on how to deprive the spiritual faction of the ability to collect karma. Av asked in surprise why this question. Hyunwoo rubbed his chin and said that no matter how much he thought, this was the best way, and said that it was more logical to fight them. He introduced the water spirit and the angel, suggesting that they were unlikely to fully support each other, and said that their association was formed for mutual benefit. He imagined the karma stone collapsing and said that if he did so, the spiritual faction would stop extracting karma. Then their union will fall apart. Noach said thoughtfully that this was an idea. Hyunwoo leaned back in his chair and said not to destroy their towers one by one, and said that more thoughtful actions were needed. Av looked forward in surprise. Henwu said that he is bad at such things and therefore turns to his friends for advice. Av said that it all depends on how the managers behave, because the towers belong to them. The vampire intervened and said that he had never thought about it. Av said that it was difficult for her to say anything. Henwu said that this plan was a little too much. Noah interrupted him and said that he didn't think so. He looked at the hero and said that everything could be solved in an easier way. The vampire looked in surprise at the creator, who lowered his head and said that first he needed to go up to their towers and inspect the lower floors, and how good it is that they have one at hand. Siegfried pointed to himself in confusion and asked if this was really about him. Av smiled and said, have they really found a use for the garbage? And the smiling Noah said that if he is an obedient boy, he will even become useful garbage. Henwu smiled sarcastically and said that in this case it is quite curious where the karma on the lower floors comes from and how they get it. He asked the vampire if they could ask him for a favor and called him trash. Siegfried screamed hysterically and said that he understood everything and said that he would do everything. He just asked him to stop calling him trash. He slammed his hands on the table and asked if they could all go down together. He asked what if the spiritual faction sends assassins. Hyunwoo looked the other way thoughtfully as Siegfried asked if the heroes planned to leave the top floor empty. Hyunwoo pointed his finger at the vampire and said that they would most likely send a couple like him, because the world tree was damaged and they hardly had the energy for this. Hyunwoo laughed and said that in that case they had nothing to worry about. It would be as easy as shelling pears. He entrusted the task to someone who was hanging on his neck. City, clothing store. Soyeon admired her lovingly, as did the store employees. Wukong tried on the jacket and smiled, asking if it really suited him. He said he was a little embarrassed. Soyeon and her employee were already choosing a new jacket to try on. He looked at the rejoicing Soyeon with a smile and thought that this, of course, was cool. He looked at the piles of bags of clothes and decided that he didn't need so many. Wukong rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that it seemed like he was playing the role of a guy because his body hurt so much. A blue notification window appeared in front of him as he thought it was time to take a break. In the message, Henwu said that it was time for the sage to pay for the roof and bread and asked him to take the dragon and yaksha with him. The next day, the tree continued to grow. The Naiad asked to remember that the vampire must be caught alive. She crossed her arms and said she trusted them. Standing before her were representatives of the Fury, Storm, and Forest factions. A huge golem and two girls, their names were Vulcan, Strophel, and Dryad. The Naiad showed hope for the best performance and all three promised the best result. Vulcan smiled, the portal burning behind him. He said that if it were the king of all factions, some Siegfried would not be a problem for them. Nayad smiled, and Vulcan said that she should not worry and asked her to focus on destroying Henwu. Nayad said that she relied on her subordinates. Representatives of the factions began to enter the portal and Nayad wished them good luck. Wukong smiled and greeted the arrivals. Vulcan and the others looked carefully at the speaker. In front of them stood Wukong, the blue dragon, and behind them sat Yaksha on the throne. Wukong asked, "Did those arriving by any chance happen to be the owners of the spiritual faction towers?" Vulcan asked who else they were and asked where Siegfried was. Wukong said that they didn't need to know this and suggested that they better answer the question. Wukong smiled expectantly and asked which of them is the strongest worm. Wukong is shown standing confidently in front of the people. The creature asks what he said. The guy just laughs, claiming that their tower owner said so, saying that a bunch of fools will arrive soon. He raises the corners of his eyebrows, remembering what else he was told, that he could play with them to his heart's content until he decided to kill. The monster gets angry when he claims that's why he asked without any second thought. His legs are on fire when the phrase is heard that Wukong is not the owner of the tower, which means that at best he is a creature of the lower floors. He looks angrily into the guy's face, asking if he is asking for death. He stares intently. He claims that Wukong is a bug from the lower floors and is talking some nonsense to the owner of the tower. The man is holding something in his hand when the monster reveals that he doesn't know where the guy got such bravado from. He talks about Wukong teasing his opponent. A man squeezes something in his hand. Suddenly the creature gets ahead when it notices something flying above it. He looks questioningly, wondering what it is when it is told to increase. The man is already flying in the air towards his enemy. He stabs the monster. The weapon immediately pierces. The long-haired man looks at what is happening, dumbfounded. The girl sitting on the throne smirks as she is told that even if something goes wrong, the worm is not allowed to interfere. Wukong grins contentedly, saying that he will be able to have fun. What is happening at the same time is shown. The bottom floor of the 50th tower is depicted. A cloud of dust is visible. Thin people are shown. A woman, sitting, holds a child in her arms. Hyunwoo arrives at the place, asking if this is what the bottom floor looks like. The phrase sounds like it's terrible here. Suffering people are shown. The young man sighs heavily. He frowns, believing that he really should have killed the man, to which he reports that his tower is truly peaceful. There are practically no mass deaths here. However, the young man only stares at him when it is reported that most often people die of hunger. The man falls face first into the ground, trembling. Tears form in his eyes as Hyunwoo informs him that once they deal with their problem, he will need to fix the situation. The creator is dealing with magical symbols when the young man turns to him and asks if he is finished, and claims that the tower designer is easier than he thought. It took much less time. He turns his head, announcing that he now has a plan that will work 100%. He turns back when the young man asks him to tell him more about it, and states that he will explain when he returns. He has something to show. When he says they can go back, Hyunwoo turns around. He is looking closely at something. He thinks about the other towers. Looking at the area and the people here, he realizes that it is much worse there than here. An emaciated boy is shown with his head down and his hands wrapped around his knees. The young man remembers a boy who looks healthier but sits the same way. He rests his head on his knees and Hyunwoo thinks about it. It turns out that this reminds him of the past. He suddenly becomes irritated, frowning. He clenches his hand into a fist, which the creator notices. The man asks what happened and if he has any unfinished business. The young man seems too serious and concentrated. He angrily walks away, telling the man to forget about it because it's nothing important. You can see the destroyed area and scattered stones. Wukong fights with a man. The blue-haired man clenches his jaw and clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks about how he can't believe he's coping with it. Unusual weapons rush forward when the thought of such power is heard. The man asks whether an ordinary simpleton can have such power. Wukong grins and points his weapon forward. He decisively stabs the man. The blue-haired one has to jump. The question arises as to why the dryad froze there, because he cannot cope alone and she must help him. The girl calmly tells him not to worry. Magical energy accumulates between her palms and she declares that she has completed her preparations. She suddenly puts her hands forward, spreading roots towards the guy. Wukong never stops smiling, noticing that they did their best for him and these are just tree roots. Statues are depicted, and a phrase is heard that this is not the first time for them, and therefore they will figure it out with ease. Wukong clutches a weapon in his hands, talking about what will happen this time. It turns out he's going to win the fight with one punch. A huge bolt of lightning is visible as the discharge occurs. The dryad worriedly holds the man by the shoulders when the phrase is heard that the guy is annoyed by this. The man's hand is shrouded in electricity, and he reports that Wukong still has to learn and learn. The guy frowns at him when he calls him a monkey. Wukong annoyedly states that he asked the man not to interfere, to which he replies that he could no longer watch him out of breath, so he advises him to stop being childish. He lifts his finger, noticing something else. A girl is shown sitting on a throne, and a phrase is heard that the man has become bored. Her eyes sparkle, and it is reported that she asks to quickly deal with them. Wukong smiles resolutely when the man reveals that the girl might kill them and him, and he decides that they need to hurry. The Dryad looks at them in shock as the order for the humans to attack them is heard, and she notices that he blocked her attack. She clenches her jaw, turning to look at the man, who declares that they can't hold out much longer and need to retreat. The creature is shown holding something and is told that it is a travel stone. The Dryad becomes angry when the man believes that they then need to get him and then escape. A man appears behind them as he talks about their strength. The question arises as to what is happening here. The men calmly notice that the young man has returned when the phrase is heard that they were gone for a while. A man with a blue face is seen. Hugging the young people, Hyunwoo smiles widely and notices that they have guests. The man's eyes become completely white. The young man smiles frighteningly and shoots lightning. When his name is called, he immediately strikes everyone. The Dryad opens her mouth from the attack that overtook her. The man, it turns out, was hit in the face. They fall to the ground when the young man is satisfied because he needed them. He talks about the stone of displacement. He grins, asking if they have the stone with them. The blue sky is depicted. There is a woman standing on the rock who addresses the Basham owners and faction leaders as well as their subordinates. The phrase is that this will finally all end. There is talk of capturing Hyunwoo. People raise their heads when it is reported that they will start a war. Crossing his arms over his chest, the creature behind the woman says that they have a faction of angels on their side and there is no way he can defeat them. To this, the blue-haired girl only closes her eyes, sighs, and claims that they have already suffered enormous damage. Something connected is seen when the phrase is heard that with the arrival of the capture everything will be over. The woman looks up in surprise. A monster appears above her, eyes sparkling. She looks at him with fear. Movement is shown as a man asks what kind of horror this is and if it is a capture squad. The fire creature asks in surprise what happened. The woman notes that she has seen something similar. The man smiles, asking for forgiveness, and says that he wanted to carefully lower them to them, but something went wrong. The woman, standing with her back, shudders. She turns around in surprise when a young man lands behind her. Hyunwoo grins, eyes sparkling. He reaches out with his hand, squeezing his fingers. He grabs the woman by the throat and swings at her, telling her to shut up. The phrase is that if she doesn't want to embarrass herself in front of her subordinates, she should shut her mouth and listen. Those around them look at them dumbfounded. The people are confused, and Hyunwoo reveals that he did not come to fight, but to make a deal. The woman frowns, holding the boy's hand. Hyunwoo has a sinister look in his eyes and the woman asks what he wants from them. Suddenly he lets her go, claiming that he doesn't want anything special. He remembers emaciated people. Veins stand out on his forehead. He smiles forcefully, suggesting they just make peace. It talks about what happened a couple of hours ago. The 51st floor and a large castle are shown. The men look at the creature, wondering if it has died. Hyunwoo looks at the thing in his hand, believing that it might stop the spiritual faction from collecting karma. The phrase is that the demon of the mind used the gem to transfer karma to the invaders. Several balls are depicted in someone's hands. The young man clutches the ball in his hand when the question is asked about what will happen if he places it in their towers. The creator sits at the table, noting that Hyunwoo is thinking correctly, but before that they need to know the exact coordinates of the towers to move into them. He looks down, arguing that the information they were given should include the answer to how to do it, to which the man replies that if they had a sample of the world tree, it would be possible. The phrase is that the world tree has scattered its roots throughout the dimension of the spiritual faction in order to freely absorb nutrients. Balls are depicted, shrouded in roots. It is reported what will happen if they manage to collect a sample of it and analyze it using magic. Everyone is sitting at a round table when Hyunwoo believes that then they will be able to find out the coordinates of all the factions at once, which the creator confirms. He holds the ball in his hand and says that when they have an artifact that can examine samples using magic, they can consider the preparation complete. It turns out that if they analyze the movement stone, they can find the coordinates of the common dimension. The monster is shown regaining consciousness, and the phrase is heard that it will not be difficult for them to get there. Hyunwoo looks up in interest when it is announced that everything will depend on his patience, and he asks what that means. The creator smiles sweetly at him, offering him an option. There is an offer for him to make peace with the spiritual faction. People stand with their heads raised towards the top of the rock. The woman folds her arms over her chest and looks questioningly. The question arises as to why they would suddenly do this, and Hyunwoo, sighing, claims that he is quite tired of all this, and in recent days he has not been able to sleep at all because of them. People are depicted and it is reported that he wants to beat everyone up again. The woman looks at him with concern when he suggests that they stop doing nonsense because they themselves understand something. The woman frowns when he states that they will lose many times more than they gain. She looks away irritably. She thinks that he is right and this makes her angry. A strong blow from the young man is shown, and the idea is heard that all his previous attacks were just a fit of anger. It is reported that their war is of no use. People are depicted up to their heads in the ground. It is said that because they attracted the sun god himself, too much karma was spent. A man is seen with an orb in his hand, and the thought of payment for the services of the angel faction is heard. He stands behind the woman, grinning. It is reported that regardless of the outcome, they will be at a disadvantage. The woman admits that she still can't be sure. A huge young man appears before her, and it turns out that she doubts that they will ever be able to defeat him. She looks away, thinking about what would happen if she openly surrendered to him. People look worried when she talks about her reputation as a leader. Suddenly, she decides something for herself. She says that she accepts the young man's proposal. She raises her hand as the creature behind her asks what it all means and states that she has a condition. When answered with a follow-up question, she states that, in fact, there are many things she would like to ask Hyunwoo about. He stands with his arms crossed as she talks about how she wants them to follow through on what happened at the last meeting of the tower owners. She takes a step forward, confirming the young man's unspoken guess. She points a finger at him, intimidatingly telling him to kneel and bow his head to her now. Hyunwoo just grins evilly at this, declaring that it's corny. The blue sky is depicted, and the question is asked about why she needs this and whether she can't wait to see this spectacle, to which the woman replies that he can think as he wants, but there will be no deal if he does not bow down. The young man frowns when she notes that he didn't think that after everything he could get a truce so easily. He sighs in agreement. He begins to kneel down, reporting that it's not such a big deal. The woman smiles wildly, thinking about what she did. Everyone looks at what is happening in shock, and she decides that this way they will end the war and she will maintain her dignity. When Hyunwoo lowers her head, she concludes that she has won. The ball shows 96%. The percentages begin to rise, and there are already 97. The woman looks down at the young man with satisfaction. Hyunwoo has one knee down and she notices that it should touch the ground too. The woman looks questioningly when the collection is announced. She is surprised and confused. Hyunwoo's head is shown and a question is asked about what it means. He just smiles wildly at this. He talks about pretending. It turns out that he pretended to agree to a truce. Looking at the creator, he asks if he should do this until this thing is full, to which he reports that in order for them to find out the coordinates of the spiritual faction towers, they will need a lot of samples. The man looks away, crossing his arms, believing that they could secretly sneak there, to which the person sitting opposite states that the boundaries of the common dimension are not so easy for them to overcome. They will understand this as soon as they find themselves there. Hyunwoo looks at the ball he's holding in his hands, and there's a line about how they need to take into account that once they're spotted there will be a fight with the entire spirit faction, and he notes that it's a little annoying. The creator smiles, telling the young man to pretend that he comes in peace and buy time until the collection is completed. The ball shows 0% and tells him that he needs to pretend exactly until a notification comes from the artifact. It talks about what he should do after. It turns out that then he can do as he knows. Hyunwoo, grinning, reaches out his hand towards the woman. He immediately grabs her by the throat. She looks at him in bewilderment. He suddenly slams her into the ground. She clenches her jaw when the question comes up asking what it all means. The men look at what is happening with concern, and the phrase is heard that there is nothing special here. The young man has a scary face and says that this is just an opportunity to release his anger. While he is holding the woman, the man calls to him. The question is about what he allows himself. The woman is still restrained and Hyunwoo tells the man to shut up. The people look at him worriedly when he informs them that from now on they must keep their mouths shut and stand still. He smiles wildly, insisting that they should do so until he says the word with a ringing sound. He sits on the woman, noting that now they understand everything. He takes a piece of stone in his hand, asking if they could have behaved like this from the very beginning, since he said that he did not come here to fight. The woman looks at him, grinning, when he claims that he generously began negotiations without even laying a finger on them. Suddenly he raises his head, looking at them questioningly, until the woman lying there does not understand what he is talking about. He raises his eyebrows, hoping that they are not deceiving themselves, because he did not come in peace because he was afraid for them. The men frown when he assures them that these are not empty words and asks if they understand it. In case they didn't understand, he offers to explain it to them. He talks about the reason why they are still alive. The men stand with their hands clenched into fists as the young man reports that he is holding back. He grins, noticing that he has little patience left. The fire creature looks at him with his jaw clenched as he states that he has nothing to catch here today, so he will go. Waving happily to those present, Hyunwoo begins to disappear. He says the code word. A bright spark is visible. A huge castle is shown. Hyunwoo hits the ball on the table he brought for his friends. The ball lies next to the stone, and it talks about the magic of the world tree and its pattern. The creator holds the ball in his hands when the young man asks if this is enough, and says that this will be enough for the first time. He states that he must now put it into an analysis device he has developed and separate the magic it contains by properties before he can run a tracking program on a particle-by-particle basis. He looks inspired, and the young man awkwardly informs him that he should stop saying this because he still won't understand anything. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hyunwoo wonders when they will be able to complete their preparations, to which Av replies that the calculation of the coordinates will be completed soon. The magic stone for absorption needs some improvement. She looks up, figuring it will take about a week, but it turns out it's longer than the young man thought. The phrase is that they need to significantly increase the maximum absorption volume, and in order to avoid detection, they need to add a stealth function. The Earth is depicted burning with black flame. It is reported that there are many aspects that they need to take care of. He lowers his gaze when it is said that, given the current situation, they will try to make it in the shortest possible time. He stands up, saying that he needed some free time anyway. He stands near the chair when Av asks if he has any urgent matters, and it turns out that his students have been trying to persuade him for a long time. His friends look surprised when he announces that the girls want to go shopping. He scratches his cheek awkwardly when asked why they do this. He admits that he doesn't think there is any particular reason for this. There is a phrase about furniture. A furniture store is depicted. Sofas and TVs are shown. The girls admiringly report that this store has recently opened and it seems there is a lot of high-quality furniture there. Smiling, the girls remark that coming here was a great idea and they couldn't miss this opportunity. The young man smiles awkwardly when his name is called. He raises his head, deciding that only he finds it strange, but the phrase about such a huge store sounds. The store is depicted when it is reported that there is not a single customer here and even the employees are not visible. The phrase is that they won't be able to pay the rent at this rate. Narin just grins at this, declaring that it doesn't matter now. She runs her hand over the bed, asking what Hyunwoo thinks about this since his bed seems too cramped. She lies on the bed, reporting that this one is just the right size. She blushes, imagining the intimate scene, and claims that on such a bed there is room to turn around, and in different ways. The young man asks in bewilderment what she is talking about, but the girl calls him. She runs her hand over the sink, asking how he likes it. Blushing, she notices that her size is simply amazing. She also imagines a romantic moment with the young man and claims that with such a sink it would be a sin for them not to do something while washing the dishes. Hyunwoo awkwardly wonders what they are thinking about and realizes that they didn't come here for furniture. He raises his hand, noticing that neither of them care as the girls look in admiration at the sofa the size of a huge bed and the large dining table. There is a question about what the young man is doing. Suddenly he notices something. The girls smile lovingly, telling him to follow them. They shake their hands, telling him to go faster. The young man sighs to this, agreeing, and he himself wonders if he can afford it now. They grab his arm, and the idea that he can sometimes relax is heard. They immediately take him by the other hand. The girls start leading him on when he decides there's nothing wrong with it. We are talking about a management agency. A white building is shown. A staircase is visible, and it is reported that this place is located deep underground. The vault, the men, and many orbs in the sky are shown. One of them begins to speak. Whitehair closes his eyes when asked what the results of the investigation are and reports that the owner of the 51st tower has paid all karma as expected. His own investigation was carried out. Standing opposite the man, his back turned, he claims that he did not find anything strange. He confirms the man's unspoken guess. The dark-haired man frowns when it is reported that the origins of this karma are not in the tower, but from somewhere else. Hermes raises his head, claiming that this in turn means they could trace the origin of the karma passed on to them. The man turns his back when it is reported that too much time has passed since its creation, so most likely they will no longer find a trace. Hermes looks at him worriedly. He asks if he's okay when the manager just hangs his head, frowning. He answers in the negative. Hermes suddenly twitches. The man has a wild look in his eyes and says that part of him wants to tear down the 51st tower. Hermes frowns, closing his eye when the fact that he might be connected to this is added, and that's enough. The man clenches his hand into a fist, claiming that another part of him does not allow him to act on emotions. There is a phrase about what will happen if they use force against him only on the basis of suspicion. A certain paper is depicted when it turns out that in this case the factions will lose confidence in them and will want to break the contracts, trembling with fear. It is reported that they may join forces. A white building is shown. It is said that they can also fight back. The man frowns, saying that this situation is complicating everything. He does not change his position and claims that there is not much time left before they collect the required amount of karma. Hermes is on one knee as he communicates that at such a critical time they cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. Lowering his head, Hermes asks if he is talking about the farm days. The man just looks ahead seriously. He confirms his thought. He remembers the man covered in blood and states that when his plan was foiled, he was influenced by emotions and did something at that very moment. The silhouette of a man is seen standing on a mountain of corpses as it is reported that those precious sources of karma have been virtually destroyed. He wipes his face with his hand and states that when he remembers the wasted effort back then, he can't be okay. There is a phrase that says that first they should be patient. The man makes a move saying that he will cross the line and they will have proof. Hermes looks at him worriedly. The manager's expression is wild and he announces that they will talk then. A week passes. A large castle is depicted. Hyunwoo sits with his arms crossed over his chest as the line says he's finally finished. There are objects on the table, and there is talk about the 11 karma absorption gems in the spatial compass. The young man holds a compass in his hands, asking how to use it, to which the creator replies that all he needs to do is choose coordinates and use magical power. Creating a method to destroy the security was a difficult task. He recalls how he dealt with magical elements, and reports that the 50th tower served as an excellent place for experiments. The manager's tower is more complex in structure compared to theirs. Hyunwoo looks at the compass thoughtfully when they tell him that he shouldn't worry because he won't get stuck there, and he notices that it's some kind of cheat item. He raises his head, asking why there are 11 stones, since there are 15 towers in the spiritual faction, and Av notes that Siegfried said this: the tower of the king of the spiritual faction is not connected to the system. Hyunwoo smiles when the question is asked about whether these are things for leaders, and he believes that all the best is for themselves and they are like greedy people. The young man rises from his seat when the girl states that it will be difficult for them to save the world tree even if they later connect the 4 towers to it. A glow appears under his feet as he announces that he is heading there now so as not to waste time. He looks questioningly at his hands. His friends look at him with concern when he notices that it is teleportation. There is a question about what is happening. A certain room is depicted. It contains a young man who is confused. He looks around, wondering where he is and what this luxurious room is, and claims that he thought the eye had called him again. The question arises as to who could have done this. The person responsible for this immediately responds. He suddenly appears. Hyunwoo looks around when he hears that he was the one who called him. He raises his eyebrows, believing that he is the leader of the angel faction. An entire area is depicted, and the assumption is made that they are in paradise, to which a positive answer is immediately given. The man waves his hand when he hears the question, is it possible for them to use spatial movement, and answers in the negative. He smiles, closing his eyes, and reports that thanks to his spell, this is quite possible. The young man begins to clap his hands, asking why he was called and whether it was so that he would praise him, to which he informs the men that this is not so, although there is a certain connection, and he has some urgent business. The phrase sounds like Lucifer is up to something with this spell. Hyunwoo is surprised when he claims that Lucifer wants to catch him. The chandelier in the room is shown when the young man's bewilderment is voiced. He sits with his hand under his head and hopes that that person is up to something interesting. Angels are shown sitting at the same table, and it is suggested that the man decided to harm them. Angel crosses his arms as Hyunwoo states that he is no different from them then and agrees with that. He frowns, telling the young man to be careful, because in this place, the enhancing magic is harmful to everyone except the angels. Hyunwoo looks at his hand, clenching it into a fist when it is reported that in his current state, he is not even able to defeat the faction. He thinks it's a little cruel. He rises from his chair, saying that he understands and will be careful, and thanks the man. Standing up, he claims to be a little busy but remembers something. He stands near the chair, noting that he is an experienced craftsman, so he probably knows how to handle artifacts. He grins when asked why he's suddenly interested. The room is shown and it is reported that he then has a request for the man. A dark place is depicted. The creature sits on the throne while the others stand. They look at him awkwardly. The large creature only covers its eyes, insulting someone. The question arises as to why he sighs so heavily. He doesn't open his eyes when asked if something happened and answers with a question about whether they know about the latest events. It is reported that he went there in the hope of an easy job, but who knew what would come to him from that fool. He remembers how Hyunwoo attacked the woman and claims that when he came to his senses, the young man was already beating Nayad. A lonely tree stump is shown, and the phrase is heard that in the end even the troops they gathered were defeated, they failed to catch Siegfried, and the problem with the portal was not solved. The subordinates look at Vulcan with concern when he asks if they think anything has happened. Smiling, Hyunwoo states that he admits that he made him nervous, to which the creature agrees, calling it a shame. It sits silently for some time with its eyes closed. Suddenly it opens its eyes in shock. Hyunwoo, squatting, turns her head at him. Vulcan worriedly asks how he got here. Striking him calmly, the young man tells him to shut up. The little creatures take up their swords when asked if they start screaming at the sight of him, and the young man declares that he is blocking his ears. They realize with concern who it is. Hyunwoo heads straight towards them. He looks at them menacingly, asking why they are staring at him. Vulcan's subordinates are immediately scared. They are struck by lightning as the young man tells them to move out of the way. They fly off to the side. Someone falls to the ground, and Hyunwoo calmly walks on. He looks up, believing that this tower might have the same structure as Siegfried's, and talks about the lower floor. He looks at the stairs, deciding that it must be there. The destroyed area is shown. The phrase sounds like it's just as bad here. An exhausted man is seen. People are shown suffering, and it turns out that it is much hotter here. Someone is trying to drink water. This man is leaning towards the ground and drinking from a puddle. The young man just looks at this in surprise. He suddenly frowns. He claims he just wanted to leave. He hits the ground with his hand holding some object. He also stomps his foot. Hyunwoo turns around, clenching his jaw, and he finds this annoying as hell. A dark place is depicted. Vulcan sits on the throne with his head thrown back. Suddenly he opens his eyes, viciously hitting him in the face. The young man wishes him good morning. The creature holds its head, questioning. It is startled when it sees Hyunwoo with a scary look. It slams its hands on the throne, asking what's going on and what he's up to. Suddenly it is surprised when it is grabbed by the shoulder. He is immediately punched. Vulcan is confused when the young man claims that he doesn't like what he's doing and asks if he can fix it. They're already standing under the blue sky, and Hyunwoo reports that he's been a little busy lately. Looking at the creature, he states that it is therefore better for him to keep an eye on its tower himself, but when he has time, he will definitely take a look. He talks about what will happen if nothing changes here. The young man grabs Vulcan by the head. He looks at him extremely angrily, telling him that he will feel very bad. Vulcan is amazed, and the question arises whether it is necessary to explain to him what exactly this means. The young man lets go of his face, saying that he is busy, so he will go. He leaves, saying that if he does something wrong, he will be sent to the next world that same day, so he must be a good boy, and Vulcan asks what he should do. Hyunwoo turns around when he asks him to tell him what he needs to do, otherwise he doesn't seem to care if he can handle it or not. The young man has a calm expression on his face. He begins his speech. Only one drop is visible. Suddenly she falls into the water. The emaciated man looks questioningly. He looks up, noticing that something has fallen. Suddenly he looks up at the sky in surprise. Tears appear in his eyes. Drops of rain can be seen falling from the blue sky. People immediately happily report rain. The young man steps forward. He clutches the compass in his hand, wondering when he'll be done with everything. He goes into the portal, declaring that everything pisses him off. The next day comes. Paradise is depicted. Angels sit thoughtfully at the table. One of them notices that Hyunwoo was the first to go to the spiritual faction's territory and attack them. Gabriel lowers his head, saying that while he was dealing with the World Tree, he was informed about this. A chandelier is shown, and a line is heard that, considering the amount of magic used, it does not look like there was a battle there. The angels look at each other when he reports that he did not go inside, so he does not know the details, and the other angel thinks that this is very strange. The phrase is that he only encountered him once, but he does not seem to be someone who knows how to calmly conduct a dialogue. Hyunwoo's punch is depicted. Angel smiles, asking if this makes the situation even more interesting. The young man sits when he believes they will have to dig deeper. He, addressing them, informs them that they should not be so secretive. Suddenly the angel frowns, hearing his phrase. The red-haired angel turns his head worriedly. The other angel clenches his jaw, surprised. Everyone jumps out of their seats when Hyunwoo announces that he is here. The angel clenches his jaw, questioning. The young man just sits, smiling, and greets them. His facial expression becomes intimidating and he says that he has come to talk. He stands confidently with his hands in his pockets. The answer is a question. Angel holds onto the chair, believing that he was mistaken about him. Raising the corners of his eyebrows, he claims that he did not think that the young man was one of those people and did not even dream about something. He smirks as he notices that Hyunwoo himself came to the scene of his death. The young man smiles back, asking if this is where he died. He calmly claims that he has not heard of it being famous for murder, and the angel remarks that he said this when they first met. He recalls that moment, revealing that they made a deal with a spiritual faction that wants him dead. He smiles wildly, declaring that the price given for this is generous. The young man laughs when asked if he thinks he will escape death this time, and answers in the affirmative. The angel looks at him in bewilderment when he declares that otherwise he and his friends will not live long enough to pay for what they have done. Raising his hand, the young man says that he cannot explain in detail, but his accomplices must already be aware when the question is asked about what this means. The phrase says that they saw what he had prepared for them. People look up in shock, wondering what it is. A woman looks at the top of a cliff. The man worriedly notices that since yesterday there is no karma in the towers, these are the consequences, and she asks how this is possible. The question arises as to what the problem is when the bearded man says in surprise that he has contacted the other tower owners. There is speculation that this is the work of Hyunwoo. The young man is depicted with sparkling eyes and lightning in his hand. The woman is amazed and asks if this is happening again. The rock is shown when people ask why his name appears again, and in response they hear a phrase about the news that has arrived. The man remembers how Hyunwoo suddenly attacked the owners of the towers that are directly connected to the World Tree. The young man calmly leaves when it becomes known that they have been informed that he has gone down to the bottom floor. The man awkwardly says that he doesn't know what Hyunwoo did, but after that the karma collection began to fail. He reportedly ordered an investigation, but for some reason everyone was too scared. The woman looks ahead in shock. She reaches her hand to her head when it turns out that it is over before it began. Suddenly she clenches her jaw and veins appear on her face. Her expression is terrifying and she calls out to Hyunwoo. She clenches her hands into fists, raises her head, and screams. She declares that she will kill him. Paradise appears again. Hyunwoo just picks his ear with his finger, wondering why his ears itch so much. He smiles, saying that this happened, so he thinks their collaboration is over. The angel sighs when the question is asked about what is the point of them entering into battle without benefit, because they are not friends to help for thanks, and says that since this is the case, the contract will really have to be broken. He raises the corners of his eyebrows, asking where the evidence is. He says that his words came true. The room is shown, and the question is asked about what are the reasons to unconditionally believe him and let him go now. Hyunwoo smiles intimidatingly, saying that this way they too will remain unharmed. The angels look at him in disbelief. The man sits across from him with his arms crossed as he asks if this is enough. Angel just frowns at this. The young man turns away, waving his hand, and tells them to check for themselves whether he told the truth or lied. The angel looks after him with displeasure when he announces that he is leaving. He rises from his chair, telling Gabriel to check if it's true or false. Gabriel looks at him awkwardly as he wonders how the young man got here without knowing their coordinates, and also overcame the defense. The man suddenly turns his head. He looks at one of the chairs, noticing that Uriel is absent today, and it turns out that he has personal reasons for this. The angels look at the chair, when one of them states that Uriel has been very busy lately. He doesn't even have time to sleep properly. The phrase sounds like it's strange. The angel, looking strangely, says that he does not remember that he filled him with work. He wonders what he is doing. A man with white hair is shown. Someone approaches him from behind. He turns around, noticing that the person he needs has arrived. The hand of the newcomer is visible, from which it is possible to understand that he is not human. The name Peter sounds. A creature is depicted who reports that they have not seen each other for a long time. A huge eye is visible, and it turns out that the last time they crossed paths was when he was making a report to the master. Deblaline approaches him, declaring that enough greetings, and asks why he wanted to see him, to which Peter says that he is not sure. The man is surprised when he reports that he has found a trace of the master's karmas. Raising his arms to his sides, Deblaline notes that there is not a single place left that they have not searched, to which the creature claims that he also thought so. The phrase is that, reflecting on this again and again, he realized that only one thing remained. It is said about the place where the owner of the tower chosen by the Lord is located. Deblaline looks at him, dumbfounded. Peter, looking back seriously, expresses his assumption about his karma. A large tower is visible, and it turns out that he believes that his karma is in the 51st tower. Hyunwoo is shown, looking intimidatingly to the side, and is told that this is his tower. The man says in surprise that the master's karma may be in the Henwoo Tower. There is a question about what this means when Peter lowers his head, announcing that he recently visited his teacher's tower. He recalls meeting the boy, claiming that he was still hiding his identity, so he had to pretend he didn't notice. Deblaline lowers his gaze in shock when the phrase is heard that at that time the creature felt an energy, although weak, but similar to the teacher's karma. The eye looks directly at Hyunwoo as the energy is reported to have come from him. The man, confused, asks if she could have clung to him when he was seeing his master. He raises his hands, claiming that Peter is very sensitive to such things, but perhaps he is just being too careful, which the creature agrees with. A large castle is depicted while the phrase is heard that since this territory is not in the hands of the managers, they have not yet explored it. Deblaline looks down thoughtfully when he is told to take a chance and check once because it won't make things worse. Raising his head, he calmly agrees to this, for which he is thanked. Peter looks at him, talking about his meeting with Henwoo. He asks me to give him something. It turns out that he wants the young man to be more careful, because the spiritual faction is now in cahoots with Hermes. The named people and Deblaline are shown in bewilderment. The question is whether this is serious. Peter reports that he accidentally found out about this, but does not know the details. It sounds like they are up to something. A destroyed building is shown. A man in tattered clothes is seen. He sits on a stone, holding a weapon in his hands. He starts talking to someone without turning around. It turns out that there was a man standing behind him, and he asks what brought him to this god-forsaken place. Hermes appears with his head down. He calmly states that he is an errand boy, so everything should be obvious. He opens his eyes, saying that he came on business. It is about the owner of Tower Number 1. It is reported that this is a tower that is directly under the control of the agency. The man looks away when the sword master is mentioned. The phrase sounds like it was a long time ago. The one sitting states that it seems something is very urgent since he came straight to him without addressing the others, and Hermes states that this task is not only for him. It turns out that the request was sent to many tower owners. The man clutches a weapon in his hands. He turns his head, asking if it is possible that the task is entrusted to everyone, to which he receives the answer that this is certainly an unprecedented case. It is reported that this is a matter of particular importance. A woman is depicted standing with her back turned. She has a wild expression on her face, and it becomes known that someone wants to bring all their anger down on one person. Hermes closes his eyes, saying that not everyone could cope with this. A man is shown bound in chains when it is reported that the king of greed has been immobilized for a long time. It turns out that the sun god becomes hysterical at the mere mention of his name. A guy is depicted clutching his head. The man questioningly repeats the name of God, to which Hermes believes that the rumors have not reached him because the sun god has already suffered one defeat. The target of this mission is reported to be the 51st tower. The man is surprised when it is clarified that the target is Hyunwoo. Continuing to sit on the stone, he claims that today he heard so many amazing things, and Hermes reports that the rest will have to complete this task. He holds the orb in his hands, stating that if he uses the movement stone left by the spiritual faction, he will be able to reach the 50th tower. He hands the man the ball, telling him to find the passage to the 51st tower there, then half the work will be done, to which the question arises as to why he should go through the 50th tower. He notes that he can go straight to 51. Hermes calmly reports that this will be difficult, because after the attack of the sun god, the tower's defenses have been strengthened. There is a phrase that, thanks to the power of the world tree, they could immediately move there, but there is one thing. It turns out that due to some circumstances this is not possible. A certain rock appears. The man looks at the guest, who claims that the management agency's involvement is not subject to disclosure and he cannot even use his power. The man only remains silent when Hermes reports that in the current situation, he believes that it is still better for them to use the passage in the 50th tower. The man leans on his weapon, deciding that then he should start preparing and then move forward. He leaves, declaring that he is looking forward to meeting the one who defeated the sun god. Hermes just silently looks after him. The sword master flinches as he tells him to try not to die. He asks him to do this at least for the sake of the remaining atonement. The man just walks away into the distance. He lowers his head and says that he will take this into account. He turns around, asking if he can get to him through the passage in the 50th tower, and talks about the possibility that the security of the 51st tower is high. Hermes smiles when he believes that this path might be blocked, and he states that such a thing is impossible, so he needn't worry. He grins slyly. A man casting spells is shown as he states that he is not the creator. The question is about when this tower will return to normal. Magic symbols are shown, and the man claims that he works and works, but there is no end in sight. He frowns and shouts that something else is more important, namely why he is making such efforts for the lower floors, and he asks who is the owner here. He remembers the aggressive Hyunwoo and that this is his order. His face immediately brightens, claiming that he is very scared of him, so he will have to work hard. He yawns, noticing that he had been working all night anyway and was incredibly tired. He decides to take a little rest. Suddenly a man approaches him. He apologizes for interrupting, but asks if he can ask a question. This frightens the man because it was unexpected. He turns around, frowning. He jumps back, putting his sword forward, and asks who he is. The question is, how did he get here? Suddenly blood gushing out from the man's legs, to which he looks in surprise. He falls to his knees, screaming in pain. The man with the bloody sword walks forward, declaring that he doesn't care where he is or who the man is. The man looks at him in surprise when he tells him to answer the question. The sword master has an intimidating look on his face and asks where the passage is. A luxurious chandelier is shown. People look down questioningly when it is announced that their tower's security has been increased another level. Magic symbols are seen, and the question is asked whether it is thanks to this magic, to which a positive answer comes. The man remembers Manhwa with Hermes and reports that after the recent series of invasions, he thought that they needed to resort to improving their defenses. The moment is shown when Ab is strangled, and it turns out that this is why he was messing with it for a while. The creator looks away, claiming that he would like to block the passage, but everything turned out to be not so simple. The phrase is about the principle, structure, and force that support it. A passage is shown, and it is reported that no matter how much the creator analyzes them, his skills are not sufficient to cope with them. Hyunwoo stands with his hands in his pockets as he announces that this is something that goes beyond technology, as if there is something inside there. The young man looked away, considering this surprising, because he did not think that there was something so special about him. However, he finishes this phrase only when the sword master appears in front of them. Everyone looks at him in surprise. He lowers his head when everyone asks who he is and greets them. He moves forward, asking for forgiveness for the intrusion, but it turns out that he only needs an answer to one question. Hyunwoo frowns, looking at him questioningly when he asks if it's him. He answers positively. To this, the sword master only remains silent. Smiling, he realizes that it is him. Hyunwoo looks at him in surprise. The man suddenly swings his sword. He firmly invites him to start. The 50th tower is depicted. Everything around is destroyed, and a man lies. There is blood coming from his mouth. Another person approaches him. He claims he said he would take a nap and go with the old man. He yawns, calling him impatient. Milesian looks at the body, declaring that a man always wants to appear spectacularly. The one lying down grunts, and he notices that he is alive and the sword master never kills in vain. He looks up, deciding it doesn't matter. He concludes that the man will definitely follow through. A passage is shown. The man stands in front of him, wondering if he should go after the sword master. Magic is visible, and he reports that he would like to be useful there. Milesian suddenly raises his head, surprised. He looks questioningly, noticing the barrier. He touches it with his finger, claiming that it is quite durable. It is unlikely that it was made by a simple person. He remembers one person, believing that this is the creation of a supporter of Henwu, about whom Hermes spoke, and the question arises as to whether this is really his work. Milesian touches the barrier, believing that there is nothing that he cannot break. Suddenly he looks at something in surprise. He claims that he didn't really want it. He calmly lies down on the ground, claiming that now that he has an excuse, he can rest. He smiles, confident that the sword master will not be defeated. The phrase is that he is the best. Suddenly the man stamps his foot. The sword master's strike is shown again, and it turns out that he is the best among them. The young man defends himself from the blow with his hands. The question is whether he is okay. However, he only calls Noah. He tells his worried friends to stand back. His hands are cut up, and he believes that they have a dangerous guest here. The sword master holds the sword in his hands while his eyes sparkle. The trace of his blow is shown, and he reports that he expected this because he defeated the sun god, but it exceeded all his expectations. The young man stands in a pose where he claims that he has not met an opponent for a long time who easily blocked his attack, and asks what kind of speeches he is pushing and how he got here in the first place. He frowns, remembering that the passage is guarded. The sword master tells him not to worry because that little guy must survive. He recalls his punch, noticing that he didn't respond when he asked politely and he accidentally overdid it, seriously injuring him. The young man frowns at him when he states that it's not fatal, so he doesn't have to worry, and claims that he hasn't thought about it. They stand opposite each other when Hyunwoo realizes that Siegfried is defeated and thinks about attacking this old man. He remembers the goddess and believes that this power is not lower than her level, if not higher. Hyunwoo's face darkens as he draws some conclusions for himself. He suddenly calls the old man. The sword master holds a weapon in his hand when asked if he works for the management agency. He only remains silent in response. He repeats one word questioningly. The young man smiles when he claims that this is not the most appropriate expression, but it is stupid for him to deny it, and he realizes that he is right. He decides that in this case there is no need for him to hold back. He immediately takes off. Lightning flashes around him and he announces that he is using all his power. He rushes straight towards the man. The sword master frowns at him. Suddenly, the tip of a sword appears right in front of the young man's face. It turns out that the man stabbed him. A tower can be seen, the wall of which has been breached. The sword master looks at him questioningly when Hyunwoo asks why everyone is doing nothing but destroying his domain. After dodging the sword, he raises his fist and declares that he will kill him. His hand is already rushing towards the man. However, he immediately fights back with his sword. Their collision is visible. The young man frowns, clenching his hand into a fist. The sword master draws his weapon back. There is a difficult battle going on between them. They look determinedly into each other's eyes. The man swings his sword. The youth's fist slams into him. Frowning, he thinks this is amazing. His sword is close to Hyunwoo's body and he notices that he hit him, but he withstood the attack. The young man's hand is enveloped in magic, and it turns out that he has regeneration. A huge shockwave is visible. The man rushes forward, preparing to attack. Hyunwoo sits down, resting his hand on the ground. The sword master pushes away with his foot. The young man does the same. They move in one direction. Looking at him with displeasure, the man decides that he clearly shouldn't take rash steps. He clutches his sword in his hand. Suddenly he swings it. Hyunwoo notices this and looks surprised. The blow is directed towards him. He pushes off with his foot again, noticing that the old man still has some strength left. Lightning flashes next to him as he decides to keep up with him too. Brahma, the blue dragon, appears. A yellow dragon is visible when its appearance is reported. A powerful blow is depicted. The man slides his feet on the ground. He looks at the young man carefully. Hyunwoo flies straight at him and he realizes that he is very strong. Suddenly the young man's hand is cut off. The sword master is already behind. He frowns, thinking that all he can do is do his best. However, immediately Hyunwoo rushes towards him again. The man looks at him in shock when he asks what's wrong with his expression. The young man notices that his hand was almost cut off. He has an intimidating look and asks if he thought that victory was now his. A trace of a powerful blow can be seen. The silhouette of a man is shown in a cloud of dust, and the phrase is heard that the man is tenacious. Frowning, Hyunwoo calls him an old man. The sword master is on his knees as he notices that he blocked this attack. The man frowns in response. He understands that the young man has animal power. He remembers how his arm was torn off and thinks that no matter how much his strength surpasses him, it is psychologically difficult to overcome the loss of a limb. He stands near the crater, admitting that he never thought that he would immediately counterattack. He remembers Hyunwoo's blow and thinks about how it does it every time and with overwhelming destructive power. It turns out that his speed is so high that he can't keep up. He remembers the rushing young man. He is shown dodging a punch from a man who finds this impressive. He stands on his knee, leaning on his sword, and understands that this is far beyond logic. A glow can be seen in the cut area of the young man's hand. The idea of regeneration sounds. Hyunwoo suddenly grows an arm. The man looks at him carefully. The young man suddenly disappears from his place. He stands over the man and swings his fist at him. His hand fills with lightning as the sword master realizes that he is much stronger than him. He looks at him, his mouth slightly open in surprise, and believes that today is the day. It turns out that he believes that his soul can become free. He remembers his conversation with Hermes. Opening his eyes, he tells him to try not to die. Hands can be seen clasping the body. The flesh is shown, and the phrase is heard that he needs to do this at least for the sake of what is left. The man is on his knees as the phrase about redemption is heard. He says he thought for a moment. He smiles, thinking it's presumptuous. The young man looks at him questioningly. He is thrown back by a bright glow, and the man reports that he has taken sin on his soul. Hyunwoo slides along the ground, asking. The sword master remembers that he still hasn't answered his question. The young man looks up as he talks about who he is. The man's appearance has changed, and he reveals that he was once a warrior protecting Asgard, but in the end he was a traitor, bowing to power and abandoning his friends. Many weapons are visible, and he claims that this is why he bears the weight of Asgard's legacy. He is a sinner who completes his work for the sake of redemption. Floating weapons surround him. His eyes sparkle when he says his name. Paradise appears. Someone hits the table with their fist. He watches the fight, thinking it is irresponsible. Angel is indignant that the management agency approached here so quickly. He frowns, thinking about my lesion. The man is shown lying down as the angel notices that he is getting plenty of sleep so far. He sighs nervously, thinking that this is not enough. The thought sounds that, fortunately, so far the fight is on equal terms since Tyr has revealed his power as a sword master. He pokes his finger at his forehead when he realizes that no matter how strong Hyunwoo is, he cannot defeat Tyr. It is reported that so far the agency has not erected towers in each dimension to eliminate gods who get in the way. The shooting gallery is shown on a mountain of corpses. It turns out that he was the one who kills them. The man stands, frowning. The angel, rising from his chair, realizes that he cannot stay away. The screen is displayed and he decides he needs to do something. The shooting gallery floats in the air surrounded by weapons. Hyunwoo frowns, wondering what kind of trick this is, and he admits that the man has suddenly looked younger. Tyr is shown, and the question is asked about where he got so many weapons. He remembers the guild leader Ares and the fact that he discovered subspace, and asks if these are also artifacts. The young man is as serious as possible and thinks that it feels different, because then there was no such pressure. A floating sword is shown, and the thought of energy in them is heard. It speaks of the omnipotent. Hyunwoo stands with his head raised. He thinks that the man is a sword master. He remembers his conversation with Chanma. Hyunwoo thinks about who the Sky Dragon was talking about earlier. He is reported to be able to harness any weapon and use it at the man's discretion. A silhouette of a person is depicted when talking about the invincible. The young man looks up at the sky in surprise, thinking about the man's many abilities. He believes that a sword master can do anything. Tyr looks down emotionlessly. He floats in the air and says that, judging by the expression on his face, the young man has already figured out the situation. This is not surprising because the energy emanating from his weapon is quite strong. The hammer is visible and he tells Hyunwoo not to worry because he can't use it at the same time. The phrase is that he simply needs the power contained in them and he will lend it. The hammer is charged with lightning. It's about the battles they faced. Many people are shown and it turns out that they are protecting each other and learning. Lightning begins to surround the sword. Finding himself behind the young man, the man reports that now everything is in one place. Hyunwoo turns around, dumbfounded. A bright glow is visible. The young man flies to the side. He clutches his neck, frowning. He notices his speed. Being surrounded by lightning, Tyr reports that his reaction is amazing and he finds it difficult to cope with the young man. A man is depicted with a hammer, and it is reported that a single strike of his lightning is much stronger and faster. A sword can be seen from which lightning struck. The man rushes towards Hyunwoo, swinging his arms, and asks if he can handle it. The young man immediately dodges his blow. He extends his leg forward. Standing on his hands, he kicks Tyr in the jaw and declares that he scared him. He looks at him questioningly. It is shown what happened to Tyr, and the question is asked about what kind of liquid monster this is and whether it is an alter ego. The young man squats down worriedly. Suddenly something binds him. Loki, god of lies, introduces himself. Hyunwoo looks at him in surprise when the man informs him that no matter how prankster he is, no one is better than him at catching enemies. A rushing weapon is seen, and the phrase is heard that by tying up his enemies, he receives victory for the attack. It is reported that this comes with his Gungnir. A man points a weapon at a shackled young man. Hyunwoo tries to get out of captivity when he claims that although he is not good at it, he is able to use strength and power. He clutches the weapon in his hands. He points the spear directly at Manhwa. The phrase sounds like he won't be able to cope with this. A spark is visible in the sky. The young man covers himself with his hands from a powerful blow. The spear pierces his hands. He looks at it in surprise, wondering what is going on. He slides along the ground, realizing that he cannot stop Tyr. The man smiles, calling what is happening beauty. This person notices that it looks like Hyunwoo is about to die. The girl smiles while the boy defends himself. He looks to the side questioningly. He notices this girl. There is a question about who she is. The spear is shown being driven into Hyunwoo's hands. He clenches his jaw, taking the blow. He looks at the glow, frowning. He is immediately thrown aside. The impact mark is visible. Stones scatter to the sides. The man steps forward. Tyr looks down as he begins to speak. The spear ends up in the young man's body, and he believes that this is the end that caught him. Hyunwoo just clenches his jaw, noting that he hasn't felt this much pain in a long time, and he wonders how the old man got so much strength. He remembers the picture of their fight and remembers that the man has so many disgusting feats and objects behind him. The phrase sounds that it seems that this time he was very unlucky with the enemy. The girl, smiling, confirms this thought. Some roots are shown, and it is reported that although he works with a management agency, she once considered him for a role. It turns out that she considered him as a candidate for the role of her hunting dog. The young man looks at her in surprise. The phrase sounds that she is surprised and received the report from Devlin. A large gas is shown, and it is reported that she believed that the young man would easily deal with it. Hyunwoo looks questioningly when she notices that he's generally holding up well, and he notices that he hasn't heard that all too familiar voice in a while. He looks at the smiling girl, asking if she has eyes. She rests her chin on her hand and says that they have finally met and she is in front of him for the first time in this guise. Hyunwoo smiles awkwardly when she asks if he's been doing well and wonders if she's testing his patience. He spits blood, unable to finish his sentence, to which the eye notices that he really looks terrible. Looking around, the girl tells him that he shouldn't be too upset and remembers his words. The young man looks at her in surprise when she claims that he can take advantage of something thanks to the fight with Tyr, and he clarifies what exactly. The girl turns to him. She claims that she is talking about what she conveyed to him a long time ago. Hyunwoo's eye sparkles when she reveals that she gave him hers. He frowns in surprise. He places his hand over his eye. The girl raises her finger, indicating that she will now explain something. She suggests changing the scenery first. Suddenly, they find themselves in some kind of space. Looking at his hands, the young man notices that his body is recovering and believes that they have moved to the inner world. He looks up at the girl in surprise when she asks if he has ever had doubts. His eye emits some kind of energy, and it suggests that he can use other people's karma. He asks in bewilderment why she has such a question, to which she tells him to think about the battles he has fought. She remembers Hyunwoo being among the lightning, fighting the sky demon and using lightning spirit magic. Another battle is shown, and she reports that with the omnipotent god, the volume of his mana has increased. The third fight is depicted as the girl talks about fighting countless enemies. Hyunwoo and Wukong are shown fighting. The phrase is that he used skills thanks to karma and disposed of them as if he was born with it. Sparks can be seen around the young man. Hyunwoo looks at the girl in surprise when she asks if he really thought there was nothing unusual here. It is shown against the background of books, and he reports that he saw similar things in books or webtoons, which helped him understand how to use the layer. The girl starts laughing, calling it the joke of the century. She claims that everyone else took hundreds of years to gain experience. Pointing her finger at Hyunwoo, she deduces that he only figured out how to use the skills by reading about them in webtoons. She smiles and silently looks at him. Suddenly she winks, praising all the writers in the world, while Hyunwoo looks at her questioningly. She closes her eyes thoughtfully, noting that in any case, he can easily cope with karma precisely because of the strength that she invested in him. The young man touches his eye in bewilderment, realizing that it was there that she put energy. The answer sounds affirmative. It talks about the history of karma that unfolded for him. Wukong and Jianam are portrayed and the ways to use it are reported. More people appear when it becomes known that all this was made possible with the help of the eye. Hyunwoo's surprised eye shines. The girl's eye also sparkles when she asks what his strength is. An area with scattered stones is visible. A man stands in front of Hyunwoo, who has been stabbed by a spear. Tyr lowers his gaze, thinking that there seems to be something in the young man, so he should still expect surprises. He holds a weapon in his hand, communicating that he has only one wish, namely, that he becomes someone to whom he can trust his strength. He closes his eyes, deciding that he has high hopes for the young man. He approaches it, coming to the conclusion that it is true. Just as he is thinking about how this is a waste of time, Hyunwoo suddenly disappears. He looks at this in surprise. He remembers the young man's regeneration and thinks that he assumed that he did not die because his regeneration is at a high level, but his movements are sharp, which he cannot keep up with. The moment appears again when the young man rushed to Tyr, and he believes that all this makes him some kind of monster. He admits that he can understand something. A rushing weapon is seen, and it is reported that not everything fits into his head. Tyr looks around in shock, wondering how the young man was able to touch Gungnir. He looks up to see Manhwa attacking him, noticing that he does not have the power of Odin. The young man smiles contentedly. He clenches his hands into fists, realizing that thanks to the power of his eye, he is capable of karma. He is surprised and asks if he can take possession of karma just by looking at it, no matter whose it is. The girl calmly notes that initially he could not use all his power. A large eye is seen when it is said that the stronger the object's abilities, the heavier the burden on the eye's owner's body. A man is shown clutching his head and a screaming girl. The eye shines when the girl reveals that this is why she set 2 conditions when she gave the eye to the young man. Hyunwoo frowns when she talks about absorbing only the karma his body can handle. The eye is shown. The young man concentrates energy in his palms, closing his eyes. There is a phrase about the training of the body, without which the eye could not open 100%. The girl reports what happened when Hyunwoo overcame everything with amazing speed. The young man is shown defending himself from a blow, and it is reported that he then acquired a divine body in the battle against Brahma, fighting alongside the goddess. Hyunwoo stands there grinning. He puts his hands forward when talking about the final showdown with the mind demon. He is shown punching the creature in the face. His eye sparkles when it is reported that he has become the possessor of a spirit close to perfection. The girl extends her hand, claiming that all he had to do was test himself in battle with the strongest to gain experience. She smiles, remembering his battle with Tyr. It turns out he did it then. It becomes known that it was worth it, because this guy independently studied the power of Asgard. Tyr is depicted with sparkling eyes and is called a monster among monsters. The young man looks in surprise when the girl claims that thanks to this battle, he was finally able to awaken the true power of the eye. The girl smiles, saying that it has happened, and talks about something unprecedented in history, the strongest among the strongest. Hyunwoo puts his gun forward when talking about who can cheat the system. His eye sparkles. He thinks about how he feels. We are talking about feelings and memories contained in a spear. A silhouette is shown attacking people. A man stands at the cliff, raising a spear above his head, and the thought of the many wars through which one went through sounds. It talks about those victories that gave rise to myths. The young man swings his spear. Tyr looks up in shock, defending himself with his sword. Hyunwoo stabs him, thinking about the power of the spear's feats. A trace of the impact can be seen, causing stones to fly apart. The man stops the spear with his sword. Standing in front of him, Hyunwoo tells him to get ready. Smirking, he says that from now on he can use his items. The girl says that she is now finished with explanations. She snaps her fingers, claiming that it's time for her to get Hyunwoo back. She laughs, saying that if he manages to lose this fight with such abilities, he is really incapable, to which the young man irritably tells her to return him. The girl, smiling, advises him to use the sword of the legend of Asgard against the master. Hyunwoo clenches his hand into a fist when she claims that he can do it easily now, and he states that he's better off with his bare hands. When he asks if it was worth it, the girl looks down, wondering how to explain it to him. The phrase is that perhaps this is the only chance. Tyr holds back the young man's blow when it turns out that this is his chance to atone. The man looks ahead in surprise. Hyunwoo smiles widely as he realizes that his power has completely changed. The young man happily calls out to the old man. He swings his leg, asking if he has given room to strike. He immediately kicks him. Tyr flies to the side. You can see his impact on the ground, from which stones scatter. Blood is gushing from the man's mouth. His weapon pierces the ground. Tyr slides on the ground. He looks at the young man dumbfounded. He thinks about him. He tries to get up, noticing that Hyunwoo doesn't give him a second to rest. The goddess of winter Skadi is spoken of, and a blue glow is seen. Hyunwoo points his weapon forward when cold ice is applied. Ice forms right in front of him. He swings his spear, clenching his jaw. He destroys all the ice, breaking forward. Tyr frowns, raising his head, and notices that the young man has a completely different level of karma, and then wonders how he mixes it up. A lightning strike is visible. It breaks the ice as the thought of Thor's power is heard and Henwu's eyes sparkle. He swings his spear. Tyr withdraws his weapon when talking about the guardian of the gods in the world tree, Heimdall. The young man receives many blows after using a spatial chain break. Some blue energy is visible. Tyr looks up in surprise, looking around. He clenches his jaw as he notices Loki's alter ego. The question is how the young man does this. A glow is shown and Hyunwoo states that he thinks he is interested in knowing about his skills. It is reported that Thor did not know how to use the power of feats. The man frowns, raising his head when asked what the joke is. The young man points a sparkling spear at the man. His eyes sparkle and he states that he is simply much stronger. Tyr looks at him, his mouth open in surprise. A powerful lightning strike is visible. The young man is left standing in a cloud of dust. He frowns, sighing. The destroyed land is shown, and the phrase is heard that he is tired of the man. He stands in front of the sword master, noticing that he avoided his attack again. Tyr frowns when Hyunwoo claims that he's not quite okay this time. He looks down, conveying that he didn't think he would have a hard time avoiding the attack, especially with the karma of the fastest in Asgard, Thialfi. He looks away, thinking that he hasn't encountered something like this for a long time and has been defending himself for so long. He is thinking about a certain day. It turns out that he lost everything then. A bloody wound can be seen on the man's shoulder. It's about that very day. He sits wounded opposite the man. The phrase says that he is a master of the sword. The man holds his hand, telling him that he has a wonderful talent. He runs a finger over his cheek, noticing that he even left a scratch on it and he hasn't been here before. Looking down, he announces that he has a proposal. He's staring too closely. Suddenly, he invites Tyr to become his sword. The swordmaster looks at the man questioningly as he states that he will then leave the innocent citizens of Asgard alive. He tilts his head to convey that he is serious, but he has two conditions. He extends his hand, claiming that from now on Tyr will carry out all his orders and do so successfully. He tells him to swear allegiance. He clutches someone's hair in his hand, talking about what will happen if the swordmaster dares to oppose him. The blonde closes his eyes in pain as he declares that he will execute him at the hands of Tyr. People around are shown, and the man claims that he will execute them too. Tyr looks up in horror as the man states that it must be an easy decision for someone on the brink of death to make. The question is whether this is a great offer. The swordmaster steps forward. However, he is now sitting on his knees as Hyunwoo asks if he wants to continue and reveals that in this state he doesn't think he can beat him. He smiles, noting that, unfortunately, he has no right to retreat, his body no longer exists. He talks about continuing the fight as the young man nervously scratches the back of his head. The blue sky is shown and he states that he doesn't like to say things like that, but he will speak out anyway. He conveys that a man should not blame himself so much. Hyunwoo states that he doesn't think his friends hold a grudge against him. Tyr only looks at this in surprise. He stands with his sword lowered as the young man states that he may find it hard to believe, but thanks to his power, he noticed something. Weapons are shown, and it is reported that the exploits that are here are filled with memories and emotions. It turns out that approximately the same feeling comes from them. It's about regret. Tyr is shown stabbing a man with a sword. There are tears on his face. It is reflected in a person's eyes. The phrase sounds like he had to bear this burden alone. It is reported that this is why they want the man to stop carrying the burden of guilt and calm down. Tyr looks at the young man in shock. He just smiles, saying that he can't believe it. He looks down, communicating that he has been with their heritage for thousands of years and has never felt anything like this. He can't believe Hyunwoo could do this just by touching the weapon. The young man looks at him calmly when he asks if he is joking. He apologizes, saying that he doesn't appreciate that kind of humor. Frowning, Tyr claims that the burden that has befallen him is clearly not something he should laugh at. The sword reflects a young man who states that it was not in vain that the eye spoke about his stubborn character. When the man's eyes sparkle, he knows that he will not give up until the very end. Hyunwoo frowns, deciding that there is no other choice. He said everything he had to. The men's determined looks are shown, and the young man claims that now there is nothing left for him. It turns out that he can only go as far as the thaw. We are talking about what happened many thousands of years ago. Volcanoes are visible, and everything is happening somewhere in Asgard. Tyr closes his eyes, talking about how tired he is. He sits opposite the man, reporting that he was a formidable opponent. The blonde smiles when he notices that he, too, was seriously injured, and reports that there is nothing to worry about because Tyr made it through, so he should also survive. He puts his hand on his chest, asserting that the moment of injury or death is beyond his grasp. People are shown talking as he states that this is his role in protecting Asgard. Tyr sits, leaning on his sword, and claims that he suddenly spoke about this, so he believes that he has become more empathetic due to almost dying. Smiling, Odin tells him to cover him if he suddenly dies. The man looks at him in surprise when he reveals that here in Asgard he trusts him more than himself. A sparkling weapon is visible. Tyr's eyes sparkle when the phrase about a precious friend is heard. He pulls the weapon back while the young man does the opposite. Hyunwoo takes off when the sword is pointed at him. The man stabs him. Their fight and blows are shown. A shockwave is visible. Something comes from the ground between the men. Tyr pushes off with his foot. The young man does the same. The man frowns, looking at him intently. Hyunwoo's eye sparkles. Many weapons are depicted. They all end up behind the young man's back. He stabs the man who tries to restrain him. Tyr's sword begins to break. Suddenly Hyunwoo jumps up and down. The man falls and looks away. He jumps to another place. He breathes heavily, looking down. However, the young man suddenly stamps his foot. It turns out that he is confidently rushing forward. He approaches the man, who has pulled the weapon back. Many swords appear floating in the air. Hyunwoo is surprised by this as they all head towards him. They strike many times, and Tyr's eyes sparkle. His sword turns out to be near the young man. His face darkens as he thinks about today. It turns out he was tired. He looks away when Hyunwoo swings his leg at him. The foot goes right across his face. Tyr immediately flies off to the side. His eyes close and drops of blood are visible on his face. The young man asks not to misunderstand him. A certain person appears who claims that maybe this was said loudly, but he does not expect anything grandiose from the man. Odin covers his eyes, telling Tyr to do his best, but if he decides to back down, let him go, because he shouldn't do something stupid without a reason. The blonde smiles, saying that otherwise he will make you worry about him. There is a phrase that says that he doesn't seem to understand at all. A huge cloud of dust is visible. Blood flows down a man's hand. Tyr breathes heavily when told that he has always done enough. He looks emotionless, barely keeping his eyes open. He wonders if the man was sincere. A gleaming weapon is shown, and the thought is heard that in this case, Tyr can now say that he did everything in his power. It turns out that he still has doubts. Hyunwoo swings his spear decisively. Suddenly he raises his head, calling for the old man. He thinks he shouldn't say it. The weapons of Heimdall, Skadi, and Loki are depicted. Then the swords of Thor and Heyat are visible. A line of other names is already beginning to be named. A shining spear is shown as Henwu reveals that Tyr has given him a lot, so he will give him something special. He talks about everyone he fought. Putting his spear forward, the young man declares that the man is the best. His blow is aimed directly at him. Tyr bravely withstands this attack. His hand is shrouded in magic. There are inanimate people behind the man, and he realizes that he still has unfinished business. Suddenly his sword breaks. He is surprised when some flesh behind him holds one piece of the sword. He turns around in shock. Only a small part of the sword remains in his hand. Someone calls him a stupid friend. Smiling, Odin notes that he had a hard time. He says that now is the time to rest. Behind the surprised man, smiling people can be seen. The blue sky is shown, and the phrase is heard that Tyr will rest with them. All that remains on the ground is a line from the blow and a broken weapon. Hyunwoo frowns, realizing that this is it. He starts to fall down while talking about himself. When he fell to the ground, it turned out that he had no strength left. It talks about what is happening in the 50th tower at this time. A shining passage appears. The impact mark is visible. Milesian says he can't believe it. He looks somewhere, noticing unusual energy. He scratches the back of his head with displeasure, believing that the old man was really dealt with. Stones are shown lying on the ground, and he declares that this cannot be, because in this case he has no excuses. He holds out his hand and his expression turns terrifying. He talks about killing a man. The young man lies on the ground with his eyes closed. A man in sandals inspected the ruins after the battle. He exclaimed that this could not happen. Milesian put his hand forward and said that now he had no reason not to kill him. His palm reached out to the portal. It sparkled at the contact. He pulled his hand back and frowned in confusion. He looked at the lightning bolt on his palm in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He bent his arm at the elbow, looked at the portal and assumed that it was preventing him from passing through. He continued to look at the portal in confusion, wondering what all this could mean, because the guy said that only he could stop him. He opened his mouth slightly in surprise and shuddered slightly when he realized something. He looked up in confusion, unable to believe his eyes. Hermes watched Milesian on the screen with a frown. He closed his eyes, shook his head and said it was amazing. On one of the screens there was Henwu lying on the ground. Hermes said that he could not even imagine that the guy could cope with such an opponent. He imagined the guy rushing to attack and thought that a strange power emanated from him, as if he was able to copy karma. He raised his hand to the screen and said that it seemed like this guy should be left alive. There were many weapons on the floor behind him. Hermes thought that Hyunwoo would be useful to him to carry out his plan. He opened his eyes when he heard someone's voice. He lay at the feet of a ghostly girl. She asked him if he thought the last battle was dangerous. He spread his arms wide and asked how long he had been lying unconscious. Glaz answered that not very long, about a day, if we talk about real time. She thought about the white stone castle and said that for a first feat he had done well. She presented various weapons and said that thanks to the use of objects as intermediaries, he only spent a day unconscious. Otherwise, due to too much stress on the mind, he could have spent a whole week in this state. He stood up, leaning on his elbows, and groaned in pain. She reassured him that if his mind woke up, then his body would soon return to normal. He pointed to the eye, from which tongues of flame were shooting out, and asked when she managed to implant the eye. He sat down next to her, turned his head and reminded her that she had said that she had been looking after him for a long time, but they had never met. Glaz thought about the tower and said that she tried to do everything so that he would not find out. She imagined Hyunwoo lying on the ground, reminding him of the time he was trapped in the tower. She remembered how he snored with his mouth open, and said that it was very difficult for him then. A hand appeared above him. The eye said that it came secretly then. She smiled widely. Hyunwoo said in confusion that it was a long time ago. I said that the choice fell on him for many reasons. She introduced Noah to the guy sitting opposite him and said that the main reason was the same as the creator had when he imprisoned him there. She looked at him with a smile and said that he was the strongest of all those she had seen until that moment. He winced, imagining her drinking his strength through a straw, and asked if she would take all his energy if he became even stronger. She bowed her head and said that she used too much power back then and was imprisoned for a while. She grinned and said that she had made the right choice after all. He sat with a dissatisfied expression on his face. I said that she was confirmed in her choice after seeing him now. The smiling girl was reflected in his eyes. He could not believe how easily she gave him the ability to copy other people's karma. He wanted to say something else, but she stood up and pressed her palms together, saying that his wives were probably waiting for him outside, so it was time for him to return. He cried out in displeasure when she snapped her fingers, deciding to generously help. She smiled and said that upon his return, besides them, someone else would be waiting for him. He looked at her angrily, demanding answers, but Glaz said that he should find a common language with the person waiting for him because he could be useful to him. The space rippled. Hyunwoo disappeared. She said goodbye to him. He suddenly opened his eyes and made several strange sounds. He called out to the girls bending over him. They smiled slyly and pressed their hands to their faces. Hyunwoo asked in confusion what they were doing. He looked at the white lamp. Someone said that they were just testing a new method of treatment on him and regretted that he woke up so quickly. The girls smiled shyly and assured him that they were glad that he had recovered so quickly. He tilted his head, looked at them confusedly and asked what kind of treatment they were talking about. His jacket was unbuttoned. He looked at them displeasedly and asked what happened to his clothes. He looked away in confusion when someone said that it was all because of the method of treatment. Nanshin was sitting on a chair next to him. She explained that the secret method of treatment was passed down between monsters from generation to generation. She smiled insidiously, put her finger to her lips and said that if you press certain points with magic, you can speed up the healing of the body. He sat up on the bed. Nanshin said that the effectiveness depends on the power of magic. Hyunwoo displeasedly asked how they could call this treatment. She laughed and said that she herself used this technique for the first time, but since he woke up, then apparently the method worked. Her eyes glowed red and she said that it was a wonderful experience thanks to him anyway. Myron closed her eyes, smiled shyly and pressed her hand to her reddened cheek. The main character looked displeased at the goddess of chaos when she said that he was amazing. He squinted and wondered what she was talking about since they were rated 16+. A giant with the letter N for a head appeared behind the house. The low two-story building was decorated with columns. He looked at the multicolored balls and asked in disbelief if he really failed to get Manhwa. The manager turned around, looking intently at Hermes, and asked if they had been killed. He bowed his head and said it was all true. He looked at him over his shoulder, said that this guy was amazing, because he even sent Milesian there to strengthen him. He asked if that guy had defeated them alone. The black-suited man stood up straight and said that Tyr fought without Milesian. He thought about the old man and said that he acted immediately after receiving the order. He introduced the fair-haired guy and said that Milesian, as usual, hesitated and began to carry out the task later. The creator, standing half-turned to Hermes, asked if everything was really over by the arrival of Milesian. He replied that it was so. He closed his eyes and said that he could let Milesian carry out the order, but it seems that the end would not justify the means. He frowned, looked at him closely and said that he had done the right thing. He turned away, waved his hand and said that as soon as he finished analyzing Henwu's powers, he would send someone to eliminate the guy. He allowed Hermes to do it himself. He looked up and said that he would soon be very busy preparing karmas. He narrowed his eyes and promised to do everything in the best possible way. The manager asked to take care of everything so that he would not need to interfere. A man standing behind the creator thanked him for this opportunity. He looked at the wall where there were several paintings and an air conditioner and said that after he lost consciousness due to the battle with the sword spirit, Noah brought him here. He crossed his arms, looked at the sword and asked in disbelief if the creator had really brought it with him. On the wooden surface lay part of a sword. Hyunwoo recognized it as the sword that the spirit used in battle. Nanshin was sitting next to him on the sofa. He asked her what he should do with the sword, because it could not be used because it was broken. The goddess replied that at first she thought about the same thing, but Noah had her own reasons. She pointed her palm at the sword and told Hyunwoo to take it because it would be much easier than trying to explain. He tightened his hand on the hilt of his sword. He looked questioningly at the light enveloping the sword. Looking at the sky that replaced the ceiling of the room, he thought that he felt something familiar. Looking at the arch of the dilapidated castle, he thought that he was in an inner world. The man with the gray mustache said that he never thought that Hyunwoo would recover so quickly. He flinched when the man called him a real monster. He turned around slowly, recognizing the voice of the man speaking. An elderly man was sitting on a stone. The main character recognized the spirit of the sword. He asked how the guy was feeling. He looked at him intently with blue eyes and said that he hoped he got better because he had to ask him for a favor. The guy standing opposite the old man did not believe what he heard. He laughed when Hyunwoo asked why he didn't die and said that he should have died then. He thought about the warriors standing behind him and said that he himself would like this. He looked perplexed at Tyr, who said that he accepted his fate and was ready for eternal peace. He remembered how he looked up in surprise and told the guy that he suddenly met a floating eye. He imagined the eye looking at him and telling him that she had restored his soul. He looked at the old man carefully, opened his mouth and asked if the eye really saved him. He corrected him, saying that she saved half of him because his body was completely destroyed. He thought about the fragments of the sword and told him that she placed his soul in the weapon, which allowed him to preserve his consciousness. In a dark space, leaning on a sword, a man sat opposite the floating eye. He told Hyunwoo that she said that she could create a new body for him, but first she suggested waiting and observing the situation. There was his reflection in the black pupil. Tyr said that if the management team found out that he survived, they might consider him a traitor. He imagined a man clenching his fist and said that in this case they would destroy his tower. He waved his hand and said that this is why his soul was preserved and now they are talking like this. Hyunwoo looked at him with suspicion, thinking that the old man's character had changed a lot. He closed his eyes when the interlocutor asked why he agreed to this if he wanted to die. The old man said that he really wanted it. He frowned, opened his blue eyes and said that when he had a chance to survive, he remembered one thing that he really wanted to do. He presented many corpses and said that he must exist in order to send them to rest. The old man put his hand on his hip and said that he wanted to take revenge on the management team. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked what place he was talking about. The swordsman said that he would explain everything, but first he would like to ask him one question. The guy standing opposite the old man looked at him gloomily. Tyr asked if he knew anything about the farm. A surprised exclamation was heard over the ruins of the castle. The old man looked at him intently and said that the main purpose of the farm, like the tower, was to collect krama. He presented a structure similar to the Colosseum and said that unlike the tower, the farm looked like a bottomless pit. He thought of structures made of white stone and said that Asgard and Olympus were there, 2 dimensions locked there. He looked at the ruins and asked what he meant by locked. The swordsman explained that, like the inhabitants of the other towers, these dimensions were forcibly transferred to the farm. The old man sitting opposite Hyunwoo asked if he knew why this happened. The guy replied that he had an idea. He introduced the manager with a ball of magical energy in his palm and explained that he did this because he wanted to control and steal the magic that was supposed to go to the Hyunwoo dimension. He bowed his head, looked intently at the guy and said that they didn't know about it at the time and thought of what happened as an unknown disaster. He thought about the crowd of gods gathered in the square and told the guy that they were very grateful to the manager for finding a new home for them. He remembered how one of the gods shook his hand and said that they had no idea that this would turn out to be some form of testing to establish the current system. He narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled slightly. He introduced the frightened inhabitants of his dimension and said that after some time the fateful day came. The manager appeared in the sky above the farm, surrounded by black luminous balls. He waved his hand. Falling to the ground, the balls exploded. The spirit said that that day the manager brutally killed the inhabitants of the farm. He looked at his interlocutor in confusion, unable to believe his words. The guy standing opposite the old man asked why the manager would do this. Tyr replied that he didn't know. Everything happened so suddenly that they had no choice but to confront him. He remembered how the manager stood surrounded by the bodies of the dead, holding one of the gods by the hair, and said that they had lost. He remembered his conversation with Glaz and said that yesterday he finally understood why the manager did this. The man with his face stained with blood could not believe her words. A woman sitting on a chair watched him through the screen. He asked if the inhabitants of the farm were killed because she staged a surprise attack on the management team. She said that that's exactly what happened. The woman hidden in the shadows said that she learned from the spies that the manager was soon to begin testing a new method of collecting karma. She imagined people screaming in pain and said that this method is based on the structure of the current tower, in which karma replaces all the injustices of the past. The woman hidden in the shadows said that the manager was going to sacrifice all the people living on the farm in order to use them as material for karma. She thought about the explosion and said that she attacked the management team building to prevent it and barely managed to destroy it. White streaks were visible in the darkness. The eye said that there was one thing that she could not foresee. She remembered how she sat opposite the manager and said that she did not take into account the fact that he was stronger than her. She remembered how she sat hugging her knees and explained that she had spent all her strength and was imprisoned in another dimension. She introduced the manager, his eyes burning with anger, and said that he was sure that her supporters were hiding on the farm. She thought about him taking off his bloody gloves. Behind the white-suited manager lay a number of dead bodies, and Glaz said he destroyed them, wanting to get rid of all possible threats. The old man lowered his shoulders and said that he hopes that now Hyunwoo understands what he wants to take revenge for. He frowned, clenched his teeth angrily, and asked whether it was really in order to catch several people that the manager killed everyone. He bowed his head and said that he didn't know the exact reason, but he thought he was angry because he lost karma. He imagined many balls above the manager's head and said that he was fixated on collecting karma. He looked intently at the old man, opened his mouth, and said that he did not understand why, with such power, the manager collects karma with the hands of others, because it is much easier to do everything himself. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said that he had always wondered this question too. The main character looked at Tyr with displeasure when he said that he stopped asking this question after he started working for them. He squinted suspiciously and said that something was wrong here. He crossed his arms and said that he has a feeling that this may lead him either to the manager's main weakness or to his main goal. The old man stood up. Hyunwoo asked if there was a way to find out about this now. He frowned at his interlocutor and said that there was one person they could ask. He frowned and opened his mouth when the spirit said that seeking a meeting with him could be dangerous. He lowered his eyes when the main character asked who this person was. He introduced a man bound in chains and said that he was called Tamwon. The chained man was on his knees. The spirit said that he was the direct owner of the last tower of the governing body. His face was hidden in the shadows. The old man said that he was the only son of the manager in all dimensions. His eyes widened in surprise at this news. Deblanc knelt in front of Glaz. The eye lit up and asked how he found her karma in the 51 tower. He bowed his head and said it was true. He opened his eyes. He thought of the light from the arch in the room and said that her karma was in the passage connecting the 50th and 51st towers. The woman hidden in the shadows said that she now understands why, after searching all the dimensions, they could not find it. He bowed his head and apologized for not being able to detect karma in a place like this. The man on the screen asked if he should collect his karma and begin preparations for restoration. The eye asked him to do this as soon as possible. She crossed her legs and thought it was strange that the karma she had lost on the farm appeared in a place like this. She squinted and thought that this was hardly a trap. The manager would not have left her karma unprotected, which means he has a different goal. White clouds floated across the blue sky over the mountains. Milesian was lying on a stone. Without turning his head, he asked why he was here. Behind him stood Hermes, burning with rage. Milesian asked if he wanted to tell him something. He looked at him sideways. He narrowed his eyes and looked at him with displeasure. Milesian asked if he had come to kill him. He looked at the man lying with his back to him and asked why he was so calm. He remembered how Milesian pulled his hand away from the portal and said that he knew that he had blocked the passage on the day the sword spirit died. He turned his head and looked at Hermes seriously. He smiled and said that everything is very simple. He turned around in spirit and Hermes, materializing behind him, said that he was lazy. He looked at him and said that he should not be misunderstood and that he would not remain silent if Hermes made him the only one to blame. He introduced the two men and said that, given that the manager had still not done anything, it could be assumed that he had given him a good reason. He patted him on the shoulder and told him that it was okay because he didn't really care about other people's affairs. He smiled broadly and said that as long as he and his tower were not involved in this, he did not care what he was up to. The interlocutor made it clear with a gesture that he had heard him. They looked at the mountains. Hermes asked if he was sincere in his words. Milesian laughed and asked what he would do to him if he was deceiving him. With an insidious grin, he looked at Hermes, who had closed his eyes, and asked him if he really intended to kill him. His eyes flashed menacingly. He said that Hermes could try to kill him, but it would not be easy. He continued to keep his eyes closed and did not answer. He brushed his hand off his shoulder and said that in that case everything was all right. He turned around and asked Milesian to stay away from this matter until it was all over. He disappeared. White clouds floated in the blue sky above the castle towers. Two people were discussing something while standing at the blackboard. Noah waved his hand and suggested using this formula. Av replied that this was not a bad idea, but wouldn't it make it more unstable? They bent over the sheet, discussing the required formula, and Henwoo entered the room with a gloomy look. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what they were doing. They were delighted to see him. He threw the sword over his shoulder. Noah and Av came closer. The creator said that he got there much faster than he expected. He asked the main character how he was feeling. He replied that he was much better and asked what they were working so hard on, suggesting they are trying to beef up their defenses again. He looked at him wearily, opened his mouth slightly and said that he had already strengthened their security to the limit. 3 people stood in the middle of the spacious hall. Noah said he realized something when the sword spirit attacked them. He looked at the girl and said that ordinary protection would not be enough. He looked at the board with different symbols and explained that he was developing a new security system that would work even after a breakthrough. He threw the sword over his shoulder and allowed them to continue. Noah explained that the project was still only at the development stage and he would tell him everything in detail when he finalized the nuances. He showed a folded piece of paper and said that the coordinates of another dimension were written here. He thought about the compass, asked him to enter these coordinates and prepare the artifact of magical concealment. Av pressed her hands to her palms and looked at him in confusion. Henwu explained that he needed to meet with someone without anyone knowing about it. Noah agreed to help him, but asked who he intended to meet with. He rubbed his cheek with his finger and said that he was going to meet the man whom the manager was hiding. Their faces fell in surprise when Hyunwoo said that he wanted to meet the manager's son. He continued to stand opposite the creator and Av. A surprised exclamation echoed throughout the spacious hall. An hour ago there was sunset over the ruins of the castle in the inner world. He shouted at the old man after he offered to meet with the manager's son. He asked him not to tell him that he was an ordinary single father trying to raise his son. The spirit replied that he himself was not aware of all the details. He imagined himself standing behind a man in a dark cloak and said that a long time ago he once managed to meet him. The man with glasses turned around. The spirit told Hyunwoo that he called the manager his father. The old man standing behind him was saying something. The spirit told the main character that he wanted to ask Taemwon about the manager, but he didn't say anything special. He put his finger to his lips and said that it was not time yet. He frowned with displeasure, opened his mouth and asked what this even meant. He asked the spirit standing opposite what was the point of going to this person at all. The interlocutor said that there were no other options and promised to try to get him to talk. The old man frowned and said that if Taemwon refused and had to fight, then Henwu would make the decisions. He raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked what they were talking about when the swordsman said that in his current position such a thing was unlikely to happen. He closed his eyes, sighed heavily and agreed when the spirit said that he would give him the coordinates and told him to ask his friends for help. Hyunwoo said that he would probably understand everything in person. It was dark among the rocks. There was a chain around his neck. Hyunwoo stood opposite the man chained to the stones. He frowned at Taemwon's shackled wrist and told the spirit that he finally understood why he thought they were unlikely to fight. The chained man sat on his knees. Hyunwoo realized that they had completely immobilized him. He looked at the sword and asked if Taemwon would be able to talk to them at all. The spirit replied that although his body was connected, his mind was somewhere in the inner world. He pressed the sword against the man's body, following the orders of the spirit who intended to speak to him first. He continued to stand, pressing the sword to the man's body. Nothing happened for a while. Hyunwoo began to doubt that the spirit's plan had worked. The sword lit up. The main character decided that since there was some kind of reaction, then everything was going according to plan, but he was not sure that everything would end well. The sword hissed and glowed more intensely. He winced with displeasure, not understanding what was happening. He clenched his fist and thought that he knew it. His fist drew a line in the sky. He decided to hit Taemwon first since it had come to this. The man opposite him transformed and greeted him with a wide smile. He looked sadly at his clenched fist. The punch to the stomach caused blood to spray from the man's mouth. There was an explosion and Hyunwoo flew away. He froze in surprise in the middle of some room. He turned around, looking suspiciously at the stacks of books behind the wooden table. An old man quickly approached him and asked Henwa what he was doing. He smiled and asked if they had fought. Tyr said of course not. A man sat near a cracked wall. The spirit reported that everything went better than he expected. He scratched his head in confusion when Tyr said that Taemwon had offered to invite him here because he wanted to talk. He looked at the man's shoulder against the wall. Taemwon continued to sit unconscious. Hyunwoo realized that he had just hit the King of Greed. He winced with displeasure. Tyr pressed his hand to his face and sighed heavily. They stood opposite each other on the side of Taemwon. Hyunwoo asked if he guessed right. At the same time, above the top floor of the Jesus Tower, the sky was red. He took the handle of the cup and said that he had never closed the door to this place before. Looking at his reflection in the cup, he said that this was a sign to anyone who needed a place to pray that they were always welcome here. His eyes glowing red ominously, Jesus said that he was not happy right now because he left the door open for his young lamb, but instead the one who betrayed him came to him. Lucifer, sitting opposite, put his chin on his hands and said that he was too cruel. He crossed his arms and reminded him that they used to be practically brothers and now he wouldn't even offer him a cup of tea. Jesus told him to tell him why he had come and to leave because he suddenly felt the urge to lock those doors. He chuckled and called him heartless. He looked questioningly at Lucifer, who said that once he heard what he had to say, he would beg him to stay. His eyes widened in surprise when the interlocutor said that he had come to inform him of the second coming. He grinned slyly and said that he was talking about exactly who Jesus was thinking about. He remembered how they knelt before the robed man and said that he was talking about the one who was once the highest god of the strongest dimension. He smiled, rested his chin on his hands again, and said that he was talking about the rebirth of their father. Jesus looked at Lucifer in disbelief, asking him if he was talking about resurrecting his father, and if so, how. Lucifer waved his hand arrogantly, saying that this was more of a recycling than a resurrection. Lucifer looked at his interlocutor again, saying that he needed to resurrect what his father left before leaving, to resurrect his power. Jesus' pupil narrowed, and he himself exclaimed when he heard Lucifer's words. An angry Jesus slammed his hands on the table, knocking the cup of drink onto the table. Lucifer looked with a smile at the angry Jesus, who asked him how he dared to say and do such things. Lucifer stood up from his seat, saying that he had only come to annoy Jesus. Turning around, Lucifer waved his hand, advising Jesus to properly close the doors from tomorrow. A moment later, Lucifer bared his teeth and narrowed his eyes and told Jesus that the next time he came, it would be a disaster that would destroy all his demons. Jesus was horrified, sweat running down his face as he felt Lucifer's hateful gaze on him. Jesus flinched when he frowned when Lucifer asked him to tell Henwu something. Touching the door with his palm, Lucifer stopped. Having opened the door slightly, Lucifer glanced at his interlocutor, telling him that Henwu would soon have to come to him to receive an unexpected gift. Events are transferred to an office filled with books. Henwu awkwardly stroked his face with his finger and smiled, saying that their acquaintance turned out to be strange. Tamwin poured tea from the kettle while listening to the protagonist. Tamwin smiled, saying that everything was fine and this can happen sometimes. Ignoring the angry old man, Tamwin, smiling broadly, said that they were still in the inner world, and there was no way to get hurt. Hyunwoo felt awkward. He squinted, realizing that this was the first time. He began to remember one by one all the owners of the towers he had met. Siegfried attacked him without hesitation. Just like Ifrit didn't think twice before kicking the maid. Even the Naiad behaved arrogantly. They were all terrible. But looking at the smiling Tamwin sitting in front of him, Hyunwoo couldn't understand why he was so normal. Raising a mug of tea, Tamwin said that Tyr had already told him about the reason for the protagonist's arrival. Hyunwoo smiled nervously when Tamwin asked him if he wanted to know the identity of the manager. After hearing his question, he confirmed it by telling Tamwin that he heard others say that he called him father. Drinking tea from Tamwin's mug, he sadly said that they were father and son. Putting the cup on the plate, Tamwin sadly said that once upon a time, his relationship with him really was like this. Looking at his reflection in the tea, Tamwin expressed his uncertainty that the manager thought of him that way. He put the cup and plate on the table, deciding to tell everything. At the time of the destruction of the then governing agency due to the explosion, the karma changed under the influence was just a product of processing. The old man and Hyunwoo opened their eyes wide in shock upon hearing Tamwin's words. Nervous, Hyunwoo asked Tamwin to tell him everything. He looked at the protagonist, agreeing and saying that they both should have already seen it. Those who, as the goddess of chaos, achieved divine power through their own efforts could create new creatures themselves. The same Ra could create skeletons at his discretion. The old man suddenly spread his arms to the sides, not believing Tamwin's words, because he was a divine being whose strength was not inferior to others. Tamwin put the cup and plate on the table, confirming the veracity of his words. His mood worsened when he began to say that the manager in this world was above everyone, because he was one of the sources of the formation of this dimension. The Sword Master and Hyunwoo were horrified when they heard the words of Tamwin, who told them that the manager was the one who was a huge root that was located in the very depths of this world. Tamwin imagined the manager and then said that he was magic itself. The surprised old man asked Tamwin whether the manager was really one with magic. Hyunwoo frowned and looked at the floor, thoughtful. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist shocked the Sword Master by believing Tamwin's words. The old man turned to the protagonist, trying to convince him that this was not a simple problem. But Hyunwoo, not paying attention to him, asked Tamwin, who was sitting opposite, why the manager was collecting karma in this case. Looking at the scattered books, Hyunwoo asked Tamwin for a loan to the one who became magic itself. He needed to create towers to collect karma, because being so strong, he could simply collect everything himself. Tamwin opened his eyes wide in shock, looking at the protagonist. The guy smiled and looked away, saying that he didn't think that they would believe him so soon. Looking at the protagonist, who crossed his arms over his chest, he asked if all this surprised him. Next, Tamwin imagined a manager controlling magic with a wild grin on his face. He asked Henwu, wasn't it amazing that a person controls magical power in all dimensions and even distributes it at his own discretion? Tyr looked in shock at Henwu, who said that it was not surprising that he was magic itself, because magic or anything else in itself was not so important. Tamwin opened his eyes wide, looking at the protagonist. Lightning flashed across the protagonist's palm as he said that it didn't change the fact that he would destroy him. Tamwon watched with his mouth open in amazement as Hyunwoo lowered his hand and offered to continue the conversation. Tamwon couldn't even move, listening to Hyunwoo say that all he needs to do now is get useful information that will help get rid of the manager. But a moment later, Tamwon's lips stretched into a smile. Now he understood why that man spoke like that about Hyunwoo. Imagining the figure of that man as Manhwa, Tamwon suggested that it seemed like that time had come. Hyunwoo made Tamwon nervous by asking him why he was laughing. Tamwon answered him by saying that he just remembered something. Stretching out his finger, the King of Greed decided to return to the topic of conversation, telling Hyunwoo that there was only one answer to their question. Tyr and Hyunwoo were shocked when they heard Tamwon tell them that the manager didn't collect karma on his own because he had a reason why he couldn't collect it. Tamwon put his hands on the table while listening to Tyr, who asked him if the manager needed karma, which he himself did not touch. Tamwon tilted his head forward a little, confirming the manager's need for such karma. Next, he imagined a dark space in which all the people moved on platforms with their name. Tamwon said that the manager only wanted a name that would belong only to him and would not intersect with anyone else. Hyunwoo exclaimed in disbelief before asking if it was all because of the name. Tamwon adjusted his glasses as he listened to an angry Hyunwoo telling the manager to just go to the civic center and submit the applications. Imagining the chains on the hand of the manager, Tamwon said that creating one's name was only a symbolic act. The essence was to free oneself from the restrictions of the concept of magic, which would allow one to become an independent being. And the main components of such a being were harmonious karma and magic. Adjusting his glasses again, Tamwon said that because the manager was magic himself, he could not collect pure karma himself. The spheres with karma will turn black and fall at his feet, becoming useless for him since it will already be tainted by magic if he collects karma himself. Tyr asked Tamwon whether the tower was needed precisely in order to collect pure karma. His interlocutor confirmed this. The King of Greed bowed his head, saying that he did not know what the manager wanted to achieve by receiving such a name, although he had some memories that the manager had when he created it in the huge aquarium. But in his memories, he could only remember the manager's creepy smile, his desire bordering on obsession. Looking at the teacup, Tamwon, who told everything, said that that was all he could tell them at the moment. Hyunwoo frowned a little after listening to the King of Greed. Rising from his seat, the protagonist said that he would ask his last question. Tamwon looked a little puzzled at the protagonist who had stood up. Standing in front of Tamwon, Hyunwoo angrily asked him what he was up to. The King of Greed opened his mouth in bewilderment when he saw this. The protagonist said that he told them everything so easily that it looked suspicious. The protagonist frowned, demanding that the King of Greed tell him what he was hiding. Tamwon tilted his head slightly. Returning to reality, Tamwon saw Hyunwoo standing in front of his shackled body. Next, he introduced the managers back, telling Hyunwoo that they had a common desire because the one who was once his father had to die. A creepy smile appeared on the Greed King's face as he looked at Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo, standing next to Tamwon, stopped being angry, looking at him with a puzzled expression. The King of Greed bowed his head and closed his eyes, reminding him that he was a being created by the manager from the collected altered karma he received through the farm. Tamwon opened his eyes, saying that the manager decided not to get rid of it, but to conduct an experiment and at the same time recycle it. Hyunwoo, who was standing next to him, was puzzled, asking what experiment he was talking about. Tamwon answered him by telling him about how his father was looking for a way to return the karma that he had collected to its original state. Recalling how a lot of equipment was attached to him, Tamwon said that a lot of things happened in that process. He did not want to talk about it. After all, for him, the way his father watched his son imprisoned in chains was not the most pleasant memory. But then the manager quickly abandoned the experiment because he was like a beast. No matter what he did, karma did not purify. Besides, his father could not control his savagery and strength, which is why he incinerated the place he was in a rage, but Tamwon was able to survive thanks to his strength. As a result, his father refused the changed karma and put him in chains. He sealed his body, which could be useful as a weapon of destruction in this tower, but the seal itself was designed to last for several thousand years. Hyunwoo crossed his arms and snapped, calling the manager terrible. Next, the protagonist looked at Tamwon, saying that only now he understood him, after which he asked him if he helped them, because the manager used him and abandoned him. Tamwon tilted his head slightly, saying that he was not interested in revenge. The King of Greed stood up and turned around and walked towards the stacks of books, saying that he only hoped that the world would become a little better without a manager. Looking after the departing Tamwon, Hyunwoo asked him about the meaning of his words. The King of Greed answered him by reminding him that karma was the totality of the life experiences of its owner. Pointing his finger at his head, Tamwon said that memories and feelings remained in him, in a person created from karma and in his head. Taking one of the books in his hands, the King of Greed said that he was recording everyone in books because this was his only entertainment here. Holding a book in his hand and looking at the protagonist, Tamwon called books his only meaning in life. Tamwon handed one of his books to the protagonist, saying that it was one of his first books that he asked to read. Hyunwoo opened the pages of the book, interested in what was written in it. A moment later, his eyes opened wide and he frowned. In the book, pleas for help, screams and suffering of people were written in blood. Hyunwoo didn't read anymore and looked at Tamwon and asked him what kind of nonsense it was. Tamwon answered him by saying that these were most of his memories that he kept. In this book he reflected the energy of some kind of massacre, which, with the help of the power of the system created by the manager, became karma. He even remembered how people ran away from the flood. The screams of exhausted people, elves and other creatures all the time he felt the pain of those who screamed. Tamwon cried from powerlessness because he himself felt with his whole body how absurd and terrible all this was. The protagonist's eyes opened wide when he heard Tamwon's words. With his hands folded in front of him, the King of Greed said that this was the reason. He just hoped that the management agency would fall, because only then would the world become such that no one would scream in it. Sad and a little saddened, Tamwon called this his motive and asked the protagonist if this suited him. The shocked Hyunwoo couldn't say anything as he looked at the King of Greed. Soon one of the cups with the drink was empty. Tamwon was sitting at the table and writing another book. A moment later his lips parted and he said that he had said everything he was told. Was that enough? Hermes, who was standing behind Tamwon, closed his eyes and praised the King of Greed. Watching the king continue to write, Hermes asked him if he enjoyed talking with them. Tamwon replied saying that it was very interesting. Although he was worried then, Hyunwoo appeared in front of him and immediately raised his fist. In the moment he escaped, blood splashed out of his mouth due to the power of the blow. Remembering how lightning sparkled on Hyunwoo's hand, Tamwon said that he then felt a spirit of such power that he had never encountered in anyone before. Closing the book, the King of Greed spoke of the relief he felt, because it seemed to him that if this man was the basis of the plan, then there was still a chance. Smiling widely, the King of Greed said that in that case he could finish his preparations. Tamwon looked at Hermes when he said that judging by his words, everything was fine. After hearing him, Tamwon said that he needed a little time. Hermes, standing with his eyes closed, expressed his understanding, after which he said that there was no need to rush. Hermes' eyes widened when he said that both of them had business. Events are postponed to the next day. We find ourselves near the supermarket where the summer festival was taking place. While sorting through his clothes, the protagonist mentally told himself that thanks to Tamwon, he received important information, but he still could not find out what the manager's weakness was. Standing near the clothing rack, Hyunwoo suspected Tamwon of hiding some information, although his facial expression did not seem at all like he was lying. The protagonist involuntarily remembered the eerie expression on Tamwon's face. Walking past the rows of clothes, the protagonist thought about the karma of the eye, without finding which, he would not be able to do anything, so he now decided to rest for the first time in a long time. The protagonist turned around when he heard the screams of his students calling him. One of them held a closed white swimsuit in her hand, and the second student was holding an open bikini. Holding swimsuits in their hands, two students with smiles on their faces asked Hyunwoo what he liked best. The protagonist smiled nervously, not understanding how he ended up in a situation where he had to choose women's swimsuits. His students recently found out that Soyeon went on a summer vacation and had a lot of fun frolicking in the pool with her friend, and they wanted to too. Suddenly, two students began to swear and argue among themselves about what kind of underwear their master liked. Stunned, Hyunwoo watched the grinning girls, saying that it was fun to watch them. Suddenly, both girls ran into the locker rooms asking their teacher to judge them. Hyunwoo smiled, saying that he didn't understand whether his students were friends or hated each other. The protagonist looked puzzled at the emerging system window. On the system windows it was written that the highest class was calling it. Looking at the locker room curtain, the protagonist asked why this suddenly happened. A blushing Myron smiled, telling the teacher that they were ready. Narin, whose face also turned red, smiled, asking Hyunwoo if he liked it. Two girls started posing in swimsuits, asking Hyunwoo what he liked best. But looking ahead, the two girls did not see their mentor. They started looking around and looking for Manhwa throughout the store. At the same time, a bright light flashed inside the mansion. An angry Hyunwoo started screaming immediately after appearing, asking what happened this time. But he suddenly fell silent when he saw Jesus in front of him. Jesus' lips parted involuntarily while he stood, motionless, looking at the protagonist. While Noah and Av looked at him with concern, Jesus looked at Manhwa and greeted him. Standing opposite the protagonist, Jesus asked him for forgiveness for calling him too suddenly. Hyunwoo involuntarily remembered his previous meeting with Jesus, saying that they agreed in the last meeting that they would ensure each other's safety and let them know if something happened. And the fact that he came here meant that something had happened to his tower. Jesus bowed his head, saying that not only with his tower, but also a huge problem had arisen that would affect the fate of their faction. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in shock upon hearing the words of his interlocutor. Jesus suddenly grabbed Hyunwoo's hand, asking him. Hyunwoo looked in shock at the approaching Jesus, listening to him begging him for help. At the same time in paradise, on a heavenly island, Devlin walked down the corridor, mentally rejoicing at the successful plan. Looking at the sphere in his hand, Devlin smiled, mentally telling himself that an artifact of this size should be enough to contain the king's karma. Opening the doors, the angel thought that now all that was left was to go to the Henwu Tower, collect karma and transfer it. Entering the room, Devlin opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the guests in his room. He frowned as he realized who was in front of him. Lucifer, behind whom stood angels in armor, sitting at the table, asked Uriel why he was so happy. Smiling creepily, Lucifer asked if he would tell him. Events returned to the shocked protagonist looking at Noah and Av. Hyunwoo looked at the table and chairs to the side, inviting Jesus to sit down and talk first. Events moved forward a few minutes. Henwu and the others were sitting at the table. The protagonist, who listened to Jesus, asked him if he understood everything correctly now. An excited Henwu, gesturing with his hands, asked Jesus whether Lucifer had actually used the relics to resurrect his father. Jesus, sitting opposite the protagonist, frowning, confirmed this again. With his arms outstretched, the protagonist asked Jesus if his father was omniscient and omnipotent. Jesus answered him by saying that due to multidimensionality, he was not one being, but the concept was something like this. The shocked Hyunwoo continued to ask Jesus how Lucifer could resurrect someone like that and how could the Almighty die. While Noah was feeling awkward because of Henwu asking various uncomfortable questions from Jesus himself said that his father could not possibly be here now. Jesus began to remember how his father was exalted. Although it was before the tower was erected, he remembered it clearly. Sitting on the throne, he ordered them to take care of the lambs, after which he left, leaving his holy body, that is, his relics. They continued to bow their heads and serve their father even after the tower was erected. They continued his work, but then he could not even imagine that one of his children would be a traitor. Lucifer frowned and became angry all the time, being defiled by base desires. He wounded his comrades and stole the relics, betraying them. Jesus still remembered that crazy smile of Lucifer. Henwu crossed his arms over his chest and realized from the story that Lucifer turned out to be the traitor. Jesus began to talk about the agreement that Lucifer and the other traitors had made between them and the management agency. Lucifer led the traitors behind him with a smile on his face. The fallen were able to restore their appearance with the help of magic and karma, after which they lured useful people from other dimensions and improved the current faction of angels. Hyunwoo clenched his fist and said in anger that if he were in his place, he would simply hit him, but Jesus, hearing him, bowed his head and said that it was impossible to act rashly, because the damage from this could be colossal. Jesus became dejected, saying that at that time he was not sure that Lucifer really had powers. After all, the Father's body was too strong, terrifying energy could be released from his heart, and in order to become the master of the holy body, one had to have a soul with such powerful karma as not to be inferior to the Father. Sitting motionless at the table, Jesus said that he did not think that Lucifer, who gave up perfection due to base desires, could achieve such power. But it turned out that in that tower, where evil karma becomes karma again, nothing was impossible. The suffering, blood and flesh of people turned into the strongest karma. Frowning, Henwu asked his interlocutor if Lucifer was going to infuse his soul with powers and try to become what he intended by doing this. Clasping his palms, Jesus said that if they considered Lucifer's nature, the answer was obvious. He wanted to use the relics as weapons, and using enormous power and strength to capture all the towers in all dimensions. Looking at the ceiling and other parts of the mansion, Jesus said that in this case the management agency would not stand by, but Lucifer most likely took this into account and took action. Slamming the table, the demon begged Henwu. Bowing his head, the once great being prayed to Henwa to stop Lucifer. Sitting with his head bowed, Jesus said that each time they became weaker because parts of their souls were cut off and they lacked the strength to resist the angel. The protagonist became a little agitated, asking his interlocutor to calm down, saying that he was still going to meet with his acquaintances who were there. Suddenly, a magical teleport formation appeared under Hyunwoo's feet. The protagonist exclaimed when he saw this. Looking at his hand, the protagonist smiled, feeling that his friend was so scared that he called for him. Henwu lowered his hand and looked at Jesus and said that he could safely return to the tower. Jesus looked at the protagonist in disbelief as he told him to relax, because he was going to visit Lucifer anyway. Hyunwoo pointed a finger at himself and smiled broadly, saying that he would deal with his own affairs and at the same time solve his problem. Jesus looked in surprise at Henwa, asking him if this option would suit him. A moment later he nodded and agreed. A moment later, Hyunwoo's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a magic circle. At this time, the light in Uriel's office began to glow brightly. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, appeared right in the office. Raising his head, the protagonist told Devlin that it was good that he called him, because he had just seen Jesus. But a moment later, Hyunwoo was interrupted by the sight of Lucifer grinning. Hyunwoo's eyes widened in shock. Sitting on Devlin in the room in which the fight had just taken place, Lucifer asked Henwu if he liked his gift. pressing the angel's head even tighter and smiling, Lucifer again asked Henwu if he liked it all. Standing opposite Lucifer, Henwu angrily asked him what happened here. Lucifer, sitting on Deblin, said that he should have asked him this. Remembering how Henwu had previously shouted while looking for Deblin, Lucifer asked him if that was the name of the guy he was looking for during the meeting of the Tower Masters. Making Uriel torment and suffer, Lucifer said that it seemed like they had at least talked to Uriel more than once since then. Frowning, the angry Lucifer asked the protagonist what things could have happened between them. Hyunwoo frowned without saying a word. Stroking the back of his head, the protagonist decided not to make excuses. A moment later, he clenched his fist. Raising his clenched fist, the protagonist was determined to beat the angel, saying that all he could do was stop him. Lucifer grinned, pretending to say that he was very scared. Looking at the ceiling, Lucifer told Henwu that it would be better for him if he did not start fights here. The protagonist looked at the huge magical formation on the ceiling while Lucifer told him that there was a holy place here. An invisible pressure fell on the protagonist's body, causing him to exclaim. Raising his hand and looking at his palm, the protagonist felt his strength begin to weaken. Looking at his palm, Henwu said that he heard that in this place, a spell was working that strengthened the angels and weakened the others. The angel straightened up and then bowed a little and told Henwu that he was right, and in order to catch him, they even strengthened him. Looking at the magical formation on the ceiling, the head of the angels told the protagonist that no matter how hard he tried here, he could not defeat them. Approaching the protagonist, the head of the angels generously gave him a chance. Looking at his subordinate angels behind him, Lucifer said that even in such a holy place, an opponent like him could cause significant damage to them. Uriel, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, looked at Lucifer, who offered him the truce. The angel extended his hand to the protagonist, saying to simply shake his hand. Smirking, Lucifer reminded Henwu of his plans. The protagonist, without expressing any emotions, listened as Lucifer told him that when he becomes the owner of the holy body, he will no longer agree on anything, because there will be no need for this. Smiling widely, Lucifer narrowed his eyes, inviting Henwu to quickly answer him with a handshake, and then he would not touch his tower. Hyunwoo raised one eyebrow at the outstretched hand. A moment later, the protagonist began to raise his hand. Hyunwoo shocked Lucifer by shaking his hand with a wide smile on his face and calling his proposal a great idea. Uriel, who was lying on the floor, became enraged and, hitting the floor with his fist, shouted to Henwu, asking what he was doing. Lucifer began to laugh loudly, saying that he knew that they would agree. Hyunwoo squeezed the angel's palm with great force when he invited him to sign the contract. Lucifer looked at Henwu in shock and didn't say anything else. A moment later, the angel clenched his teeth and frowned in anger, but he could not do anything and fell to his knees, feeling enormous pain, which is why he even screamed. The protagonist looked at Lucifer, whose hand was shaking, telling him that he scared him with his scream. Grinning and gloating, the protagonist reminded Lucifer how he asked him to shake his hand. Lucifer bowed his head, unable to look at the protagonist. He was furious, gritting his teeth and denying the very possibility of such an outcome. Looking at the formation on the ceiling, the angel mentally told himself that no matter how monster Hyunwoo was, in a holy place, he could not use even 1/10 of his strength. The embittered angel looked at the protagonist, not believing that he had become so strong. At this time, Henwu continued to grin, mocking Lucifer. Henwu, who narrowed his eyes, asked Lucifer what he was staring at or whether a simple handshake was not enough for him. The angels standing aside shuddered and grabbed their spears, calling out to Lucifer. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the head of the angels by the collar. Then he jumped sharply into the air, saying that you need to be more open with friends. Instantly, Henwu found himself above the crowd of angels, holding Lucifer in his hand. Smiling broadly, Henwu told Lucifer, who was terribly scared, that he should share with friends. The angels, dressed in knightly armor, stood in a stupor looking at the protagonist. Suddenly, the protagonist threw the head of the angel into the crowd of knights, calling his throw a friendly rocket. Uriel, lying to the side, watched in shock as Lucifer landed painfully and broke part of the floor, causing the hawks to fly in different directions. Uriel was perplexed by what was happening and could not notice Henwu's hand, which almost touched his shoulder. Uriel was scared when the protagonist touched his shoulder and began to scold him for his inattention. With a smile on his face, the protagonist showed the teleportation artifact he was holding in his hand and said that it was time for them to leave. The compass-like artifact glowed brightly. Lucifer clenched his teeth and looked angrily at the place where Henwu had just been, but they had already disappeared, leaving behind only a magical formation. Breaking free from the grip of his subordinates, the angel began to curse when he saw the protagonists escape. Standing in the center of the room, Lucifer demanded that the call be prepared. Gabriel, who was standing behind Lucifer, opposed him, saying that the summoning circle was charging and would take time, so they would have to wait at least a week. The head of the angels glared at Gabriel, telling him to shut up, because he didn't care how they did it, but they had to get him back now. While the head of the angels was shouting and scolding his subordinates, a bright light appeared behind him. Hyunwoo grabbed Lucifer sharply by the shoulder, asking if he missed him so much that he couldn't hold back his emotions. Smiling terribly, the protagonist invited the frightened Lucifer to go with him. Lucifer screamed as the protagonist began to pull him towards him. The knights watched as their leader and Hyunwoo disappeared into thin air in a moment. The numb Gabriel could not utter a word, staring at one point. Events are transferred to Noche Castle. Noah looked at the man in front of him in surprise, not understanding what Hyunwoo was doing. While the worried Av helped Uriel get up and come to her senses, Noah asked himself in bewilderment about what was happening. He was shocked that Hyunwoo suddenly appeared and left Uriel here, but a moment later disappeared again. While Noah looked at the arrival, a light shone brightly behind him. Noah looked back when the protagonist called out to him sharply. The protagonist, holding Lucifer by the collar with one hand, grinned and told Noah to open the illusory space. Noah raised his hands and formed 2 magic circles on them, demanding further explanation from Hyunwoo. When a portal to another dimension formed in front of him, the protagonist thanked Noah. Hyunwoo jumped straight into the portal and landed on one knee while still holding Lucifer. A moment later, Hyunwoo's eyes sparkled brightly as he decided to do something to Lucifer. The protagonist threw the angel, creating a small explosion due to their collision. Groaning in pain, Lucifer clenched his fist with a trembling hand. As the angel began to stand up, he formed a magical sphere on his hand while addressing Hyunwoo in anger. An angry Lucifer swung his energy blade and angrily asked Hyunwoo how he dared insult him like that. The frowning angel suddenly stopped screaming. Hyunwoo smiled, telling Lucifer to keep screaming. Lucifer, behind whom 2 more pairs of wings appeared, looked at the 2 protagonists in shock. A moment later, many copies of him began to form in the air next to the protagonist. He, grinning, asked the angel if he saw something wrong. Lucifer looked at the entire crowd in fear, not understanding how this was possible. Smiling broadly along with the copies, the protagonist said that he had just acquired a new power, but he had no one to try it on. Hyunwoo's eye lit up brightly, after which he expressed his joy because his problem was solved by Lucifer, who was an ideal whipping bag. Looking at the surroundings, the protagonist reassured Lucifer by saying that it was impossible to die in this place. A terrible grin appeared on Hyunwoo's face. His eyes lit up brightly, after which he scared Lucifer by saying that he would not die even if he really wanted to. The angel's pupils disappeared, and he was horrified when he realized what was happening. The protagonist's clones clenched their fists and began to envelop their bodies in aura. The protagonist himself hit his palm with his fist and said with a grin on his face that he could die here as much as he wanted, but this concerned only him because he would be the one dying. A moment later, a crowd of clones of the protagonist, shrouding themselves in various auras, rushed straight at the angel. Lucifer screamed in fear, asking him to stop, but Hyunwoo grinned and rejected his request. A second later, a powerful explosion occurred in the place where the angel was. It was on this day that Lucifer's skull was pierced, he suffered cardiac arrest, he even received perforating injuries to his organs, he experienced hundreds of ways to die an infinite number of times, dying a total of 10-12 times. At the same time in heaven, in paradise, Gabriel and Jibriel sat opposite each other. Jibriel asked his comrade what they would do now. Looking at Gabriel, who clasped his fingers, he said that if this continues, their plans will have to be postponed indefinitely. A moment later, he imagined the holy body and Lucifer, saying that even if someone accepted the relics instead of Lucifer, the karma collected to be transferred to the holy body was intended specifically for Lucifer. Gabriel suddenly stood up and hit the table, saying that they were completely powerless and had no way. Imagining the castle of Noah and Uriel, Gabriel said that the castle had 2 strong defenses and they could not cope with it without the help of Uriel. An angry Gabriel screamed, telling Jibriel that even if they broke through, they would not be able to deal with him. Reminding Jibriel of how Hyunwoo easily ditched Lucifer, Gabriel said that even the holy place did not weaken his power at all. Sitting down again and covering his face with his hand, Gabriel said that of course they could try to summon Lucifer, but it would take a little time. Concerned, Jibriel asked his comrade what they were going to do then. Gabriel frowned, saying that all they could do was pray and hope that Lucifer would hold out. Events are transferred back to Noche Castle. Noah and Av looked at Lucifer a little in disbelief, asking Hyunwoo if it was really the leader of the angel faction. Hyunwoo, who stood with his arms crossed, looked at Noah, not paying attention to the trembling Lucifer sitting on his knees. The angel's face was exhausted. Over and over again he begged for mercy and asked someone to help him. Lucifer sat on his knees, looking very downcast. Av, seeing him like this, asked Hyunwoo what he did to him, to which he, with a malicious smile on his face, said that it was better for her not to know. Av then asked how Deblanc was doing, to which Hyunwoo responded by pointing to his sleeping comrade and that he had put him to bed by making him a bed. Taking a closer look at him, he said that, fortunately, he was not so seriously injured, so he would wake up soon. Av immediately said that this was wonderful. Turning around, Hyunwoo asked if she took what he asked for with her. He turned to Nanshin, who responded positively with a smile on her face. In her hands was an object that would restrain a sinner. Having asked him if he needed one, she said that he would definitely do the job. Squeezing the rosary, she smiled madly and said that these were the rosary of 108 people. With a slightly confused smile, Henwu extended his hand to the rosary, saying that they say that Noah's treaty did not even work on him, although Noah is one of the strongest masters of the tower. Taking them in his hands, he asked if they would really help, to which Nanshan confidently said that this thing was not comparable to that industrial thing. After her words, she pointed her finger at the frightened Lucifer and told Henwu to put the rosary on him first, so they would know. Then Henwu began to bring the rosary to Lucifer's neck, to which he fearfully said that this was too much and he refused. Squeezing the rosary in his hand, Henwu irritably asked if he really didn't want to, and then asked if they could then. With a satisfied smile on his face, he pointed to the portal from which they had recently emerged and continued to tell us to return there. Hearing this, Lucifer sank even more, sweat running down his face and fear in his eyes. He said in horror that he would put it on, after which he held out his hands to the rosary, which he held in his hand with a crazy smile to Hyunwoo. A few seconds later the artifact was on him. Hyunwoo mockingly said that it suits him. Lucifer was very ashamed. He did not dare raise his head. Hyunwoo, turning to Nanshan, asked her how it differed from the contract, after which he asked if he would really obey any of his orders. Nanshan smiled and said that you could say that. Looking at the tortured Lucifer, she said that there is another difference. It is that he can even accomplish things that are beyond his powers. How is this? Henwu asked in surprise. Suddenly he pointed his finger at him. He asked if it would be possible if he told him to become a woman. Then Lucifer was jokingly scared when he heard the question. At that very second, Hyunwoo shouted at him to become a woman. He really will? Henwu asked, when suddenly the rosary on Lucifer's neck began to glow. They glowed brighter as they began to rise due to the power within them. Lucifer looked at this in surprise, when suddenly everything began to spin around him, and he himself screamed in fear. Hyunwoo, who had his back to him, turned around and was no less surprised. Hyunwoo's face changed to a more serious one, and Nanshan's face changed to a disappointed one. Really? Henwu asked himself, looking at how Lucifer screamed, consumed by the light. Deblank was sleeping on the bed at the time, when suddenly his eyes opened. Standing up, he put his hand to his face, asking himself, did he really fall asleep? Looking around, he asked what happened, then said that the last thing he remembered was Hyunwoo saving him. Create, Henwu and Av were standing in the hall at that time, talking about something. Deblank approached Henwu from behind, not understanding what his comrades were discussing. At this time, Hyunwoo said in surprise that it really worked. Ava said in shock that she couldn't believe it. Deblank approached Hen and asked what was going on. Noticing him, the main character paid attention to him. Then he asked if everything was okay with him. Staggering a little, Deblank said that everything was fine, thanks to him everything worked out. Looking at the girl in front of them, he asked what happened to Lucifer. Hyunwoo scratched the back of his head in confusion. The girl in front of him looked exactly like Lucifer. She was tear-stained and with red cheeks from embarrassment and shame. Deblank looked at her in surprise, as if guessing something. In his head he said that this girl reminds him of someone, and besides, this is magic. It was as if he was alone with her, but could not understand who it was. When suddenly it dawned on him, is it really? He shouted. Lucifer, he shouted frantically, asking. Lucifer was confused, he did not know what to say, and tears appeared in his eyes again. What he stared at, the traitor, he shouted angrily. Shocked, Deblank pointed his finger at her and asked what happened. Taking him by the shoulder, Hyunwoo decided to tell him everything. With his hands outstretched, he began to quickly explain everything that had happened during this time. A moment later, he finished his story. All this time, Deblank, white with shock, listened attentively. Horror appeared in his eyes, and drops of sweat ran down his face. He screamed in his head that it was like he was in a manhwa. Some time later, Henwu Castle, clear day. A yellow portal opened in the main hall. In his hand, Deblin held the sphere, which caused the portal. He squeezed her harder and harder to make it work. Henwu looked at the sphere and asked if everything worked out, to which Deblin, also looking at the sphere, said yes, adding that the collection of karma was completed. He handed the sphere into Henwu's hands and said that all he had to do was give it to Peter and activate it. Surprised, Hyunwoo said that he still couldn't believe that there was karma from that eye that they couldn't find. The sphere in his hand shimmered and shone. Now in our hands, he added. Remembering the image of Peter and Deblank next to him, Henwu said, turning to his comrade, that he said that Peter was from the Jesus faction, after which he asked if he was the same subordinate of the eye as Deblank himself. After this, Henwu remembered how in previous meetings with Peter, he had familiar feelings. In church, he also looked at him, not understanding where such feelings came from. Is this really the case? He asked himself. Then Hyunwoo angrily told Deblank that he was not telling him anything at all. Coughing, the worried Deblank said that he was not hiding anything, but simply did not have time. It was very light in the hall. The sun reached even hard to reach areas. Suddenly, The irritated voice of Henwu was heard, telling Deblink to stop making excuses, and then asked if he could go and activate now. Deblink immediately answered yes, adding that he had already contacted the right person, after which he said that the preparations had already been completed. However, he said, tensed up a little. Deblink looked at Lucifer, depressed by everything that was happening, and asked if they would really leave him like that. What's wrong? Henwu asked, looking at the dying Lucifer. To this, Deblink said nothing. Hyunwoo turned to Nanchin with a smile on his face and said that for now, he would leave it to her, after which he asked if he could trust her, to which she resolutely replied with a smile on her face that there was no problem. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and told Nanchin that if he was gone for a long time, convey the message to the students. Remembering my students, who sat sadly and looked at something above them. They will be curious, so take care of them, Hyunwoo Nanchin said, and then added that they should go on vacation and take their time. The students looked at the swimsuits that hung in front of them. What does this mean? Nanchin asked displeasedly, to which Henwu, walking into the portal, waved his hand and said that they would understand everything themselves if she conveyed his words to them. Turning around with seriousness, he said that then, with a malicious smile on his face, he waved his hand and added that he was going, after which he immediately disappeared. An old crumbling hut. Peter stood at the entrance. Not far in front of him, Henwu and Deblin appeared from the magic circle. Seeing the guests, Peter said that he was waiting for them. There was no emotion on his face. After waiting a little, he asked if they had collected karma. Deblink, holding the sphere in his hand, looked at it and said that it was all there. Raising his leg, Peter told them to walk faster. He opened the door to the hut and said that everything was ready. Entering the hut, he added that it was time to begin. Henwu and Deblink followed him. An unknown person watched all this through the screen. It was Hermes, the one who watched everything. Without any emotion, he said to Hyunwoo, "Welcome," then finally said. There was madness in his eyes, they were filled with anger and hatred. He said that they had come to the end of this terrible story. The hut cracked and swayed. In the center of the magic circle there was a sphere that contained great karma. "Everything is ready," said Peter. He, Henwu and Deblink stood a couple of meters from the magic circle. Peter said they could start rebuilding at any time. Then Henwu, standing behind, said in surprise what restoration of karma is, to which Peter immediately replied that the essence of karma is not affected. Wukong appeared in his imagination, absorbing karma from the sphere. Then Peter continued that karma simply increases 1,000 times in order to independently find its owner. Looking at the sphere in the middle of the magic circle, he said that in the end, breaking through the dimensions and sending it to it, after which he added that they would follow it. With his hands on his hips, Hyunwoo quietly said that this was all very confusing, and then asked if they really couldn't use karma itself in the first place. To this question, Peter answered that, of course, they can, but if they do it incorrectly, then there is a risk of falling into the trap of spatial distortions. Then he added that now the method with a magic circle is the safest for them, except when the owner uses karma. All this time, Hyunwoo listened to him attentively, without interrupting. Coming out from behind Peter, Deblink and Henwu approached the magic circle. Looking at him, Hyunwoo said that then it was time to start, adding that he needed to finish this matter as soon as possible. At this time, Peter stopped Deblink. Taking him by the shoulder, he said that they needed to discuss something. Deblink turned in surprise. "What do we need?" Deblin wanted to ask, when suddenly Henwu stepped on the magic circle. At that same second the circle lit up. The sphere glowed brightly, emitting energy. The dazed Henwu, with a drop of sweat on his face, stood on the circle, motionless. It, like the circle, began to exude energy. Looking at his hands excitedly, Hyunwoo didn't understand anything. Turning to his comrades, with confusion in his eyes, he asked them what was happening. Had it already activated, he asked them. Looking at them, he asked them why they did not follow him. Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, he saw Peter thrust his sword into Deblink's stomach. Hyunwoo was stunned. Deblink, the main character, screamed in horror. Peter pierced the stomach of Deblink standing in front of him. He looked at his killer in horror, asking with the last of his strength whether Peter had really betrayed him. To this the tree replied that it was sorry for both him and the owner. After a short silence, he said without any emotion that no matter how much he thought, this was the best outcome for him. "What does this mean?" Deblink asked. Henwu immediately rushed at Peter, shouting that he would kill him. Suddenly, Hyunwoo's hands began to dissolve. "Goodbye, Henwu," Peter said goodbye to him. Looking at the main character, he said that for the rest of his life he will remember your sacrifice. Hyunwoo was furious. His eyes were filled with hatred, and veins stood out on his face. Shouting insults, he disappeared. At the same moment, Hyunwoo found himself in some kind of space, falling down. Everything around was white, no walls, no windows, just white space around. Having sat down, Hyunwoo quickly looked around, and asked himself where he ended up. When I suddenly understood and asked why everything here was so white. Getting to his feet, Hyunwoo was still understanding what was happening when suddenly steps were heard behind him. The manager approached Hyunwoo from behind. Having recognized the main character, He calmly asked him how he ended up at the management agency. Having noticed him, Hyunwoo was seriously scared. He immediately jumped 10 meters away from him. Stopping, he gritted his teeth in rage, screaming in his head that he hadn't noticed him, asking immediately afterwards how he had even gotten close to him. The manager's aura was huge and terrifying. Straightening up, Hyunwoo immediately noticed his strength. With his teeth clenched and a bead of sweat on his face, he said excitedly in his head that what he said was more important, and then asked the manager what kind of place this was. Behind the manager there was a large white building, and then Hyunwoo asked if this was the manager's building. Looking at the manager, who had no emotions on his face and hatred in his eyes, he said if he was the manager, to which he asked Hyunwoo what was wrong with his face. Without moving from his place, with his hands behind his back, the manager told Hyunwoo that he didn't seem to know where he was, so he asked him if he really came here on his own. Hyunwoo, on one knee, aggressively asked him what nonsense he was talking about, when suddenly he shouted, asking if this was not a trap set with the help of Peter. The surprised manager asked if he was really talking about the owner of the Demon Faction Tower, and then asked if Peter sent Manhwa here. "I can't believe how the owner of the tower can do this," the manager said. Hyunwoo, looking at him in surprise, with his hands clenched into fists, asked himself if he really didn't know, then why Peter? There was still no emotion on the manager's face, but this time he didn't know what to say. Suddenly he tensed, his eyebrows frowned, and he said dissatisfiedly, "Something doesn't add up here," adding that he doesn't seem to know something. When suddenly he threw out his hand, which was enveloped in a strong and ominous aura. Afterwards, the manager said that he hated situations like this, but this time it wasn't that bad. After all, he won't have to be so sophisticated anymore, he said, after thinking a little. Hyunwoo was scared because he realized that something was going to happen. At that same second, the manager waved his hand, and all the power was released from his hand and directed towards Manhwa, perfectly hitting the target. Then the manager said that he was the one he always wanted to get rid of. With contempt and hatred in his eyes, he looked at Manhwa and then said, "He came to me himself." Hyunwoo covered his face with his hands, protecting himself from the manager's strong attack, asking himself in his head how he was doing in one move. At that same second, the manager appeared behind Hyunwoo, who was still defending himself from a strong magical attack. Holding one hand behind his back, he raised his other hand above him, indifferently saying that Hyunwoo doesn't even have to try. The main character, hearing his voice behind him, turned around in horror. The manager repeated the same technique, waving his hand towards Hyunwoo. "It will all be over soon," he said. Hyunwoo missed this blow, which is why he clenched his teeth, holding back the severe pain. The blow hit Manhwa, who did not have time to defend himself. Blood sprayed and Hyunwoo screamed furiously in pain. A deft and powerful blow cut his stomach, causing him to lose his balance. There was a strong explosion created by the incredible strength of the manager. Flying above all the dust, he looked at the result, after which he said that everything was as he thought. Hyunwoo coughed up blood, trying to come to his senses. He was on one knee, blood dripping from the wound onto the floor. Could he really stand it? The manager asked himself. At that very second, he immediately rushed towards him. He put all his strength into his leg to strike Hyunwoo's head with it. He was a few centimeters from his head to deal him the final blow, and another explosion occurred from the blow of the manager. Among the smoke and dust, two silhouettes were visible, the manager and Hyunwoo, who was able to withstand the blow. "I was surprised," the manager said, looking at him, after which he added that he, of course, knew that Hyunwoo was a strong guy. Hyunwoo put out his hand, which caught the manager's strong blow. "But I didn't think it was that much," he finished, looking at the serious Manhwa. Without moving, Hyunwoo aggressively said that his first strike had gone through, then told him to finish. The manager, hearing this and without removing his foot, laughed, asking if he really had the strength to speak. A malicious smile appeared on his face. After thinking a little, he said that it seemed that he had underestimated Hyunwoo. Suddenly, looking at him, he noticed that Hyunwoo's eye suddenly lit up, and his aura intensified significantly. The manager's face suddenly changed. He became seriously tense, frightened. He peered into Hyunwoo's burning eye and said that this guy, "Is it really you?" he asked him, still without removing his legs. And at this time, Hyunwoo's free hand was enveloped in enormous power, and within a second, he, with rage in his eyes and veins on his face, directed a fist charged with power at his opponent. The manager's face lit up with Hyunwoo's gigantic strength. Frightened, he did not dare to move. A third explosion occurred, many times larger than the ones that came before. The walls of the dungeon were shaking. Hermes, noticing this, said that it seemed to have begun. Behind him, on his knees, chained, stood Tamwon. "Get ready," looking over your shoulder at him, Hermes said. To the first stage of the plan, he finished, looking ahead. The force of the impact that caused the explosion was colossal. Hyunwoo looked at the manager with a puzzled look. Looking at his opponent's hand, he saw how his power spread through it. Hyunwoo wondered in his head if he was blocking the blow. Veins stood out on the manager's face with rage. There was hatred in his gaze towards Hyunwoo. Without removing his foot from the angry Hyunwoo's hand, he told him that he had crossed the line. After these words, he sharply hit Hyunwoo. Not having time to repel the attack, he flew off screaming. Hyunwoo had a wicked smile on his face as blood splashed around him. In his head, he asked, seriously, in one blow. Looking at his severed hand, he continued, my hand. At that same second, a manager appeared in front of the confused Hyunwoo with an outstretched finger pointing at the main character. A beam flew out of the manager's finger and was directed towards Hyunwoo, who quickly managed to dodge the attack. A second later, an explosion caused by the beam appeared in front of Hyunwoo. In horror, Hyunwoo looked at the consequences of the explosion when suddenly the manager called out to him and asked what he was doing. Raising his hand upward, shrouded in ominous power, the manager mockingly asked Hyunwoo if he really had time to look around. Immediately, the controller of the hand divided Manhwa into two halves. A shockwave appeared in front of him, rushing forward. Squinting one eye, he looked ahead. Divided into two parts, Manhwa melted before the manager's eyes. Double, he said. With his hands folded behind his back, he looked up and said thoughtfully, then the real one. Somewhere among them, he continued, looking at the many copies of Hyunwoo. The copies began to shoot beams in one direction. There was hatred in their eyes. The beams were directed towards the manager, who continued to stand and look at them. The beams of the Hyunwoo clones were 10 centimeters from the manager's head. Seeing all this, he raised his hand, which contained strength, after which he said, if so. Raising his hand upward, he released a huge amount of energy from it. With a beam from his hand, he incinerated all the copies one by one. Each copy died with hatred in its eyes. With his hand outstretched, the manager said with contempt that Hyunwoo couldn't do anything else now. The manager brought the ball of energy to Hyunwoo's face. Fear was visible in his eyes. Continuing to hold the ball in front of him, the manager looked at Manhwa angrily. A clot of energy appeared in his other hand. Here is the original, he said ominously. Immediately after these words, he released a beam from his hand. There was smoke and dust everywhere. Standing in the dust, the manager thought. He looked into the furrow left by the beam and not seeing the remains of Hyunwoo, he said, dodged, adding after that, apparently Hyunwoo is using Tijalfi's karma. Behind him, he saw Manhwa holding his hand, after which he said that he had learned a lot from the God of Swords. But it's no use, said the manager, looking over his shoulder with eyes burning with hatred. Baring his teeth, Hyunwoo waited for the next action. Gritting his teeth with rage, he said in his head that although he uses all his energy and even the power of his eye, he still cannot calculate all the attacks of the manager. Looking at the opponent with his terrifying and strong aura, Hyunwoo said in his head, this means that it is not karma or skills, it is an endless stream of overwhelming magical power. In addition, wounds heal more slowly, he added. Looking at the hand, he saw that the wound was healing and said that the hand had recovered. After which he added that if this continues, his strength will reach its limit. The manager slowly walked closer to Hyunwoo and said that there was no point in him trying to understand something because he had already roughly estimated Hyunwoo's strength. I'll be honest, he continued, raising his hand. The manager looked down at Hyunwoo and said that he couldn't do anything to him now. Fixing his gaze on Manhwa, he said that it costs nothing to kill him. But I will make an exception for you and give you one last chance, he continued. When suddenly he said, become my sword, Hyunwoo. Hearing this, the main character was stunned. As the dust cleared, Hyunwoo, still holding his wounded hand, asked the manager what he had just said. To which the manager replied that Hyunwoo heard, after which he added, to be honest, he was more than once impressed by his strength. Then he extended his hand to him and with complete seriousness on his face said that in this battle he was convinced. Without lowering his hand, he looked at Hyunwoo, who had a malicious smile on his face, and said that such a talent would definitely be useful in his future plans. Laughing, Hyunwoo said that he had already heard this somewhere. After thinking for a while, he looked at the tall white management building and asked what the manager's conditions would be, to which he said that he was not mistaken about it, adding that he had nothing to worry about and there was nothing complicated. Suddenly the manager clenched his hand into a fist, which at that very second was enveloped in a dark aura, after which he said that all Hyunwoo needed to do was tell everything he knew. His rage knew no bounds, veins appeared on his face, and with force clenching his fist, he spoke about the very owner of the eye power that Hyunwoo now has. There was endless hatred and anger in his eyes, after which he said that in this case he would spare Manhwa and not touch the 51st tower. Hyunwoo was silent. The manager asked him, well, adding that he just needed to tell, asking if this was not a good offer. Smiling madly, Hyunwoo said that the offer was great. Remembering the angels standing on people's bones, Hyunwoo asked if the manager was telling him to just watch them kill innocent people for the sake of karma. Remembering how he sat opposite Jesus, he added, and people like Jesus are treated like trash and corrupted. And do nothing, he asked, remembering the kind smile of Jesus. Is it true? He asked, then pointed his thumb down and added that this is some kind of crap. He looked at the manager, who did not dare say anything. His face was covered in veins from endless rage. "So," Hyunwoo said. He made a sharp jerk. "Shut up and get out of here," Hyunwoo shouted when he found himself in front of the manager. Hyunwoo's eye lit up again, a strong aura enveloped him, and he prepared to strike. His fist was already a couple of centimeters from the manager's face, whose face showed no emotion. "It's a pity," he said. Hyunwoo made a strike, hitting the target exactly. There was a deafening explosion of energy. Hyunwoo's face changed. He became very tense because of what he saw. The manager immediately asked what was wrong with his face. The manager stopped Hyunwoo's powerful blow with one finger and then said that he had already spoken. Immediately after these words, he sent Manhwa flying 10 meters away. "You're completely gone," said the manager. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth from the pain he was experiencing. His eyes were filled with despair and hatred for his opponent. In complete disgust, the manager pointed his finger at Manhwa and said that there was nothing he could do to him. Directing another blow at Hyunwoo, he said that this was the end. The attack hit Hyunwoo, hitting the right side of his body. The main character did not understand what was happening. Drops of blood were flying everywhere. At this time in the hut, DeBlank's voice was heard from it, cursing Peter. Taking the sword out of him, Peter told him to calm down. Even though it was dope, what this knife was saturated with was a very dangerous poison. He then explained that if Devlin did not use magic to recover, he would be severely injured. DeBlank shouted in anger at Peter to shut up. Holding his wound, he shouted aggressively, asking why the tree had betrayed them. Peter looked at him and said that he was very stubborn for deciding to ask about this now. DeBlank's wound continued to bleed. Gritting his teeth, he held back the pain and listened as Peter said that there was no good reason, because a choice is always the result of weighing the sides. Turning away from DeBlank, Peter continued to say that he had seen such power that even Hyunwoo could not cope with in the end. "Will anyone be able to cope with him?" Peter asked. Hyunwoo lay in a pool of his own blood. "He is evil itself," Peter concluded. The manager stood in front of Hyunwoo, holding his hands behind his back. Hyunwoo was missing the right side of his body and blood was continuously flowing from it. Devlin sat on the floor and looked at the towering Peter. He accused him of colluding with the manager, to which Peter asked him not to misunderstand, since he still wants to punish him. He looked sad because he was just trying to solve a problem and learned of a plan with a higher chance of success. Peter looked at Devlin and said that he learned from the one who now knows the most about the management agency. He looked serious as he was talking about Hermes. Devlin angrily asked about Herm, the envoy of the managing agency. The guy pressed himself against the plank wall and asked why him, to which Peter replied that he had heard about his circumstances, but now it was not important. Peter remembered his conversation with Hermes, and therefore explained that the fact was that he said that the manager had already found out everything about them, the contents of the plan, deadlines, performers, and, of course, fatal flaws. Peter then did not understand about the shortcomings and asked to explain what this meant. Then Hermes explained that the biggest problem was to find a way to strengthen karma. He presented the shrinking eye and said that karma is now in such a large dimension that it is impossible to calculate the coordinates. Therefore, in order to achieve the desired result, amplification of hundreds of times is required. Peter asked that wouldn't the manager feel such greatly increased energy. Hermes replied, resting his head on the back of his hand, that, unlike sharing the inner world, physically moving the body would take at least 30 minutes or more. He looked carefully at his interlocutor and said that he assures him that everyone will die before they get to her. Hermes thought about the corpses of Devlin and Hyunwoo and said that this would happen at the hands of the manager, who would chase them. He also imagined the collapsing towers and said that those associated with them would die one by one. Hermes thought about how the manager kills Jesus and warned that the largest faction of the devil will especially suffer and will be destroyed first. He imagined the manager standing on a mountain of skulls and holding Jesus by the throat in a canopy and said that since most of the necessary karma had been collected, the devil faction would be mana for him. Peter frowned, digesting the information. Hermes sat opposite and said that even if his master returned, how could he be sure that he could defeat the manager? After all, Glass had already lost to him deafeningly once and was on her knees before him. Peter clenched his hands, not believing the words of Hermes, who asked him not to worry since there was a way anyway. When Peter looked at him with interest, the messenger said that there was a way to get rid of the manager without meeting him in person, to which Peter clenched his fists. Hermes closed his eyes and explained that they only need to do what he now says. Peter, with his head down, told Devlin that the plan was to lure Henba to the manager. Peter pulled out his sword, saying that after that Hermes would complete everything according to his plan, as he said, to which Devlin became angry since Peter believed him and sent his comrade to death. Although the guy did not understand him, Peter believed that this was all he could do since they had to save everyone, and Hermes said that they could do this by sacrificing only one person. He remembered what Control Monster was and that it could kill Hyunwoo, so he asked how he could give up. Hyunwoo, lying in the blood, cleared his throat and clenched his fist. He swore and tried to rise on his elbows. He frowned as he had lost too much blood that he had to replace. Hyunwoo looked at his reflection and thought that recently he had not been able to use it properly. He looked at the manager and thought that it was all because of him. The manager looked furious as he talked about how all his magic, internal and external, was under his control. He raised his foot and said that this means Hyunwoo won't be able to do anything that might require karma. The manager kicked the guy in the head with an angry cry. His face darkened as he asked what it would be like to feel like powerless trash again. The manager's eyes turned so red that capillaries appeared, and he mockingly suggested that Hyunwoo, if he wanted to talk about it, should do it now. He still had his foot on the guy's body when he said that then he might save his life. The veins on the manager's face were swollen from tension. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth and gave the man the middle finger. The manager began to gather black energy around his hand, making Hyunwoo's decision. He raised his hand and thanked the guy since he was going to leave nothing behind. He was focused as Henwoo and the 51st tower would be destroyed from today. Henwoo Castle glowed purple due to the manager's magic. The man realized that something was wrong. He turned around trying to understand what was happening. Someone was trying to interact with energy flows, which was surprising. Hermes tried to get into the vault. The manager thought that someone else had broken into the vault. He disappeared cursing and left Hyunwoo lying on the floor. The guy continued to bleed and he was ashamed. He remembered that he promised the students that he would return quickly, and at the same time he left them to go shopping alone, and he was so upset before coming. He was severely injured, so he could not feel his body. Hyunwoo lost consciousness and fell into his own blood. The brown beads in the rosary were beating against each other. Lucifer saw that the beads were scattering. Nanshin turned around when she started screaming about the cracks in her beads. The Chaos Goddess became agitated as she realized that something was wrong with Henwoo. Flashes of lightning lit up the hall. The manager watched what was happening in disbelief. There was a barrier in front of the vault. The manager grinned, not understanding who decided to do this. A familiar voice was heard saying that the manager had arrived faster than he expected, which greatly discouraged the man. He recognized Hermes, who was on the other side of the barrier. Hermes grinned contentedly, saying that he thought that Henwoo would hold out for another 5 minutes, yet he was not so lucky, especially with such an opponent. The manager frowned and said that she did not understand these stupid jokes. He touched and said that Hermes must know that the barrier will not stop him. However, as soon as the manager touched the wall, lightning pierced him. My hand was hit painfully by the discharge. Lightning engulfed the entire body of the uncomprehending man. There was a powerful explosion. The manager was carried several meters back so that he began to cough. The manager was angry because the barrier was not made of magic, but of karma, and these lightning bolts are similar to the lightning bolts of Zeus. The god of lightning seemed to be standing behind Hermes, who put his hands in his pockets and arrogantly announced that it was not only his father who was here. The barrier lit up with a rainbow of colors, and the guy explained that his mom and dad, their brothers and sisters, and his brothers and sisters were there. He looked at the barrier and said that the power of all the Olympian gods was here. The manager lowered his hands to his knees and thought that these were the ones he had executed for resisting when the farms were destroyed. He tensed, realizing what was happening. He realized that Hermes had asked for their inheritance in exchange for becoming his subordinate. Hermes stood surrounded by weapons when the manager realized that he had received karma from all this. He decided that Hermes' goal was revenge. Hermes chuckled. He looked angry and crazy, calling the manager bad names. The manager stood in front of the barrier and cursed at Hermes. He grinned evilly and was surprised at how patient he was. The manager got angry, realizing that he had managed to keep his damn mouth shut all this time, and called him a bad person. Hermes pulled his hands out of his pockets and thanked him for the compliment. He still looked crazy because this was all he had learned over the years. The manager raised his hands and asked what he would do next. Was he really going to threaten him, taking his karma with him? He frowned and said no matter how much magic he used, it would not be able to bring him back, and he would have no choice but to destroy the barrier himself. Lightning bolts of warning shot up to the ceiling when it was said that first of all, this barrier is a collection of feats and the explosive power of this barrier. When the manager destroys it, will at least destroy this room, so the manager will have to, in order to preserve the accumulated karma given to the demands of Hermes. The guy listened carefully from behind the barrier. The manager touched his palm to the floor and said that if he was counting on something like this, then such a plan was outright rubbish. He took an attacking pose and called Hermes a cockroach. He said that the explosive power of such blows would be suppressed by his magic at the moment of impact, and he attacked. The manager attempted to blow up the barrier. His eyes glowed with an ominous red light. Hermes listened to the manager of this and the whole plan he had been preparing all these years. The manager began to tear apart the barrier with his hands. He tried to get Hermes and said that then he would be finished. A golden haze enveloped the hall. Suddenly the manager became wary. The ground rose under my feet. The manager prepared himself for the next attack as Hermes emerged from the portal. The manager was surprised by this action. A body hung above Hermes, although the guy himself looked menacing. The manager recognized Tamwon, but it was not clear what he was doing now. Hermes asked if his boss was surprised, because he was only using to the full the abilities that he had endowed him with. The manager looked at Tamwon, who, as a result of centuries of transformation and his abilities had been slightly enhanced. Hermes calmly explained that he had gone from accumulation to absorption of karma, from absorption to fusion, and ultimately to explosion. Tamwon began to glow with a golden light. The manager thought that Hermes decided to explode this endless karma here and decided to die here. The manager tensed. Hermes grinned contentedly and said that his life here was just beginning. The light from Tamwon began to tear his clothes as Hermes said that after he kills the boss, he will finally be able to stand proudly before the spirits of the family. He spread his arms out to the sides. The manager gnashed his teeth in anger. He had to cover his face with his hand because the light was too bright. The rays pierced Hermes' body. However, his eyes expressed calmness because he felt so quiet and good that now he could sleep peacefully. There was an explosion that sent a column of stones and dust into the air. Fiery whirlwinds reached Henwu. The fiery volley threw the guy's body many meters back. Streams of fire broke out the windows of the castle and rushed into the street. Devlin became wary. He raised his head and said to Peter that this energy that is felt through dimensions, is this really the very plan he was talking about? Peter turned his head towards the energy flows and heard Devlin ask him if everything ended as he said, but he had nothing to say. He listened, hoping that was true. Peter apologized to Devlin, who did not understand anything. Peter trembled, trying to say something. He looked confused because he made a mistake. Devlin looked scared when Peter said that everything was over, their lifeline, the fate of the entire dimension. That is, it was all over. The once beautiful building has turned into ruins. The manager coughed up blood. Hermes frowned because he did not understand how his boss could survive. He, the manager, emanated viscous streams of dark energy. He looked at his hand and said that it was indeed dangerous, because this power could not be dealt with only by the magic of this place. He clenched his hand into a fist. The manager's face darkened with anger because he attracted the magic of another dimension and blocked it. That's all, so most likely about 3 towers were destroyed because of this. But why would Hermes know that? The guy, taken aback by this turn of events, only asked how he could do this at such a moment. The manager wanted to ask something, but then changed his mind and decided that he had left him alive only for the sake of one question. He leaned towards Hermes and asked, why didn't he conspire with Hyunwoo for this? The manager looked at the motionless subordinate and said that he understood why he had brought him in, since he needed someone to distract his attention while he worked in the warehouse. Therefore, the choice of Hyunwoo was obvious, since he has the highest level of combat power and strength of the same. The manager remembered the battle as Hyunwoo was the only one who could hold out the time by fighting him. He looked at Hermes and asked if he was so aware of him, then why didn't he make him his ally? Hermes was angry when he heard that he knew that helping Hyunwoo himself would most likely kill him, so was it really his tricks, or did he have another plan? Hermes got angry and asked if the boss was asking him because he didn't know. He screamed madly that it was he who should have killed the manager, since this was his mission. He remembered the day his boss destroyed Olympus and he was the only one to survive. He came to the manager and only for the sake of revenge continued his miserable existence. Hermes shouted again that it was he who should have killed him. He still couldn't move, but he continued to scream and swear loudly. Hermes then coughed in pain. The manager stood up and said, "That I understood." He turned away and said that he thought Hermes would be useful to him, and who would have thought that he was so stupid? The manager snapped his fingers, thinking he was bored. He ordered Hermes to disappear, and at the same moment black magic surged over the guy's body. Hermes looked at the approaching death. He thought helplessly that he had turned out to be so stupid. He smiled happily because he was glad that he was able to trick the manager. He fulfilled his role and trusted the rest to Hyunwoo, who now found himself in the karma dimension. Hyunwoo didn't understand where he was. He looked around and asked himself what had happened. In the book room, the day before Hyunwoo and the manager meet, the books stood in huge stacks as Hermes and Tamwon discussed the outcome of the conversation and the goals of the present plan. Tamwon sat with his hands folded and listened to how this would make the manager think that they had taken advantage of and discarded Manhwa. Hermes rested his head on his palm and said that in reality they would just be buying time for him. He showed the magic tablets with the plan and explained that the technique he passed on to Peter had a double structure. He showed diagrams of magical weaving and said that he would send Manhwa to the manager after absorbing karma. The portal will send Manhwa to the desired point. Thanks to this, he will meet with the manager and fight with him. The corpse in the pool of blood will be part of the plan, as Hyunwoo will die at the hands of the manager. The blood will fill the weaving energy, and then Hyunwoo's heart will stop and the soul will separate from the body. The second technique of the purple sphere will be brought into action. Magic seals will begin to take effect. The technique will enhance the karma he previously absorbed and merge with Hyunwoo's soul. She will take him to the right place. The equipment will fly in search of her. Hermes bowed his head and explained that at this point they needed to make sure that the manager couldn't detect the karma, so they would have to lure him out. He decided that he would do this with the help of his warehouse, which would overflow with a powerful stern. Hermes understood the consequences of his plan, so he did not want to say what would happen next, because Tamwin knew even better than him what would happen next. The man bowed and thanked. Hermes sat opposite Tamwin and said that their main goal was to make the manager think that they had failed completely. He closed his eyes, the only way to catch him by surprise when he returned to Hyunwoo. He introduced those involved in the plan and said that therefore neither Hyunwoo, nor Ona, nor even Peter, who went over to them, should know about the main goal of this plan. Besides the two of them, both Tamwin and Hermes looked at each other as they would disappear after this plan. Tamwin said with indifference that he had nothing to lose, but is Hermes ready for this? Hermes clasped his hands and heard that he would sacrifice his life for revenge, which he would not even see, to which he did not answer. He then grinned and said that he actually thought he would be sad about it, but it wasn't as bad as it seemed. Hermes remembered all the permissions. Before his death, he looked at the sky. Hermes lay in his own blood and thought that he himself did not understand how mortally tired he was from everything. The manager looked at the dead subordinate and hissed in disappointment. He turned around at the end and said that so much trouble was caused by the guy he left alive to do housework and called him a laughing stock. He created a prototype of the spell on his palm and thought that it didn't matter to him, since because of his defeat, Hyunwoo died and now there was nothing left for him. He looked at the stones that had fallen off the wall and thought that he had enough knowledge about the accumulation of karma. The manager looked at the damage to the building and decided that he just needed to rebuild the management agency. He looked at the ruins and thought that this time he would do everything properly alone. He was disappointed, but before that he needed to get rid of those who were bothering him. The old wooden church was leaning. Peter looked out the window and complained that everything was in vain, since even this huge explosion did nothing to him. He looked at the nervous Devlin and said that perhaps this meant that they had no hope to begin with. It seemed that Peter could no longer hold on. Devlin was still sitting on the floor and tried to calm Peter down, since the loss of Hyunwoo was painful, but he could think it over again. Devlin looked tense, so he suggested that he run. Peter sighed, as he considered it useless, because even if they managed to escape, they still would not be able to escape from those on top, and they had no choice but to take the fight. Devlin interrupted him in horror and asked again about those on top. Nanchin appeared behind Peter when Devlin said that he was talking about the one behind him. Peter turned around in surprise. He nervously asked Nanchin how she got here. The girl looked at the prepared sword and replied that he himself seemed to know. The wounded Devlin watched them. Nanchin got angry and blamed Peter for what happened. She swung her leg and attacked him. The shockwave threw Peter away from the girl. The wall shattered into splinters. Blood flowed from Peter's mouth. He cleared his throat, realizing the situation. He wiped away the blood and said, looking at Nanchin, that he had heard that in the 51st tower there was an inhabitant who was stronger than even its owner. He decided that it was Nanchin, since the girl emanated a murderous aura. He managed to say something about the rumors when Nanchin grabbed him by the throat. She attacked him again and angrily said that she would ask all the questions. Peter coughed again when the girl began calling him names. Nanchin asked threateningly what he did to her father. Fluffy clouds floated over the castle. The golden chandelier glowed with many candles when the question was asked about what had happened. Discouraged, Noah decided that something had happened to Hyunwoo and reminded the frightened Av that she had asked to open a tracking portal. Nanchin appeared from the door, and Noah asked her why she brought Devlin here and where Hyunwoo was. The girl threw the guy to the floor and said that she would start from the end. She angrily replied that Peter lured Henba into a trap, and, according to him, Henba was killed by the manager. Noch and Ev couldn't believe it and asked what she was talking about. Devlin raised himself on his elbows with difficulty when Nanchin said that she had dealt with Per. She remembered the fight and said that with her own hands she killed this rat, which made her father, without his knowledge, a sacrificial lamb. In her memories, Peter was already without a head. She looked around those present in the hall and told him that he dared to lie to her. Av did not understand how the defender could lie, to which Nanchin replied that Hyunwoo was definitely alive, but was not in the best condition. She concentrated and promised to definitely find him, wherever he was and no matter what the cost. Hyunwoo looked around the sprawling starry sky in which he was floating, and thought that he had definitely died from the blow of the manager. Then did he really end up in hell, since this was definitely not heaven? He looked around and thought that this place definitely seemed familiar to him. A girl's voice rustled from behind, which Hyunwoo wasn't worried about. She appeared in a purple sphere and explained that he was not dead yet, which greatly alarmed the guy. He didn't understand what kind of familiar feeling it was when the girl said that it would be more accurate, of course, to say that he died. The eye flew up to him and touched his face when the realization came to Hyunwoo that it was the eye. The girl smiled, talking about what a stupid expression he had on his face. She leaned even more towards him and asked why he wanted to see her so badly. She smiled slyly and said that he could not help but want it because she had helped him so much. Glaz thought that he was definitely happy with her when Hyunwoo hit her on the head. She grabbed her head and with tears in her eyes began calling him names and asking why he was fighting, to which Hyunwoo embarrassedly replied that he just wanted to make sure that she was real. He shook his hand, explaining that since his hand hurt, it was reality, so he was glad to meet, to which Glaz called him crazy, although she knew it. Hyunwoo became serious and asked to briefly tell what was going on, since he didn't think that she would continue to just observe everything. The eye was silent and gloomy. She exhaled and warned the guy to listen carefully, since she also doesn't know everything. I looked around the space and said that the first thing to be aware of is that 2 weeks have passed since the manager hit him. Hyunwoo stood and had difficulty comprehending what was said. He asked the girl in surprise what she was talking about, to which she continued that during this time, the manager had already visited his tower. She told how he flew in a cloud of lightning and came there in order to destroy. The eye said that the manager was looking at a huge abyss. She also said that, unfortunately, nothing was left of the tower. Glaz looked dejected, and Hyunwoo couldn't get over the news. Hyunwoo looked around the space and asked that since he destroyed the tower, what does this all mean? He remembered his comrades, the guys from the outside world whom he sent there, and even Myron and Naren, and thought that they were all really dead. Hyunwoo grabbed Ai by the shoulders and squeezed hard. He angrily asked what this nonsense was. I tried to calm him down, but Hyunwoo couldn't shut up from grief, since after something like that it's impossible to remain calm. He asked his eyes to open the way to the tower, since he would not believe it until he saw everything himself, to which the girl did not answer. Hyunwoo became hysterical when Glaz hit him in the face. From her blow the guy flew to the side. He grabbed the space with his fingers and was able to stop. Hyunwoo stood up and started cursing. He angrily asked what she was doing, but was again hit with his knee. Glaz hit him and said that nothing would work out for them. She was angry and hit Hyunwoo again since she would have to straighten his brains out first. Hyunwoo fell again. Glaz summoned her attack magic. Lightning began to gather around the guy's fists. He began to become electrified and said that she asked for it. The eye was all indifferent. A flash of lightning illuminated everything around. Hyunwoo realized that something was wrong. Ai somehow stopped his blow with one hand. He saw the cells covering her body and asked in surprise about the shield of the sun god, to which the eye replied that it was meaningless. She pushed his hand away and asked what he would do when he returned. Her hand was covered with lightning and the girl raised her hand to strike, asking if he would die again. Hyunwoo was surprised and tried to figure out if it was her blue dragon karma. He saw different streams emanating from the eyes and realized that she had several dozen different karmas. Hyunwoo was just beginning to realize what was happening when the girl punched him in the face again. The fight continued not in the guy's favor. Multicolored lightning merged for a single strike. The starry space was clouded with dust. Hyunwoo coughed up blood. He lay there cursing while the eye just looked at him. Nothing got on her white shoes, and she said it was interesting, although she had her doubts. She smiled, because she could not even think that he would be able to destroy the imposed shield, select external karma and strike. The eye again called upon the force and said that it seemed that in their battle the advantage was still on his side, but now it did not matter. She held her palm and explained that the absolute power was unparalleled. Hyunwoo leaned on his hands and said that he acted cautiously due to the fact that she was constantly drawing karma from somewhere, but now everything became clear to him. He sat at her feet and said that her strength comes from mixing different karmas. It seems that she is karma. I looked at Manhwa arrogantly, and he added that she was also a control magic. Glaz smiled contentedly, saying that at least there was some benefit from the blows, and she wouldn't have to explain everything from scratch. Hyunwoo wiped the blood from his lip and said that he still doubts his conclusions, but this is something. He again became covered with lightning and said that he really didn't care who she was, because it was more important now to kill the bad manager. Hyunwoo's eyes filled with rage, as he would not let anyone dare to touch his tower. He frowned and asked for the last time to open the way immediately. Glaz looked at him carefully. Hyunwoo began to call on force and threatened that otherwise he would force him to open it. The eye on the screen showed that all that was left of the entire tower was the castle. Hyunwoo looked at the screen in surprise. He looked up at his tower. Hyunwoo turned to Glaz and accused her of lying, because she said that the manager destroyed her, to which Glaz replied that the guy was not listening attentively, since she said that he came there to destroy the tower, but did not say anything about what he accomplished. Glaz joyfully admired the stunning tower, since even before the arrival of the manager, the entire tower and its surrounding ecosystem had been transported to another dimension. Hyunwoo listened in surprise that this was the first time I had encountered such a security system, and she was interested in who worked on it. Hyunwoo remembered the power patterns of that new technology that Noah and Ab were talking about. Glaz put her hands on her hips and said that the tower is now in such a complex and confusing dimension that even the manager himself would have to rack his brains to find it, so he need not worry. Hyunwoo breathed out a sigh of relief and said that this was where he should have started. Glaz became serious, apologized and said that now was not the time to relax, because he must understand that the main problem was still not solved. She represented the manager in an angry manner and said that at the moment there was no one who could defeat him. I sadly listened to the thoughts that even she couldn't do it with such power, to which she replied that the God of Swords had already told him that she had lost once. In addition, by conquering different dimensions, the manager gains new experience and becomes stronger while she was constantly here, and because of this, her sense of battle was dulled and she became weaker. Hyunwoo listened in surprise that in such a state the eye just wouldn't win, especially since she doesn't talk about him, since he's not even a match for her, to which Hyunwoo asked what she was going to do. She listened with sadness to the suggestion that the guy's ban would be hidden for the rest of his life, to which she answered negatively, since there is only one way to defeat the manager. She looked at Hyunwoo seriously and pointed her finger at him. Glaz said that now he would take possession of her completely. Hyunwoo covered his chest with his hands, remembering Myron, Narin, and Nanshin, and said that he had enough, to which Glaz replied not to worry, since that was not what she meant. Power began to swirl in her hands and the girl asked Hyunwoo to sit down, since from the moment he lost consciousness, a lot of things appeared that require explanation. She waved her hand and a round table appeared next to them, filled with various desserts and cups of tea. At the same time, the street was flooded with white light. The new management agency was bathed in sunshine. Words of gratitude were heard in the new hall. The manager sat at the table, leaning on his folded hands, and said that he thanked the guests for coming despite such a sudden call. Gabriel and Nayad sat with their hands clasped, as only the factions of angels and spirits came. Behind their chairs of faction leaders stood subordinates, all looking at the manager. Gabriel spoke tensely about how they were surprised that the always secretive management agency had suddenly sent a call. The manager grinned when he heard that it might have something to do with the fall of a certain tower 2 weeks ago, to which he replied that the leaders were mistaken. He narrowed his eyes and explained that the 51st tower had not been destroyed. Gabriel and the Nayad could barely contain their tension. The Nayad knocked on the table and asked what he was talking about, since the tower had disappeared from the dimension, to which the manager replied that, of course, what had happened could be considered something like destruction. He imagined the tower in another dimension and said that they don't care about hell right now. He thought about the battles that were currently taking place there. Many monsters attacked the tower's defenders. Av and Noach watched how Hyunwoo fights, and the girl complained about it, that there are no fewer monsters. She nervously said that this happens everywhere, to which a focused Noah replied that he knew that moving between dimensions had side effects, but he never thought that it would be so bad. Devlin looked at the speaker and said that this was quite expected, because such changes happened too quickly for the system, so it couldn't cope. He looked at the screen and asked them not to blame themselves as it was not their fault. Devlin said with sadness in his eyes that it was most likely his mistake, because if he had not been so stupid, he would not have been betrayed. He was still looking at the screen when he said that none of this would have happened now, to which I've asked him not to say that, since he had done everything he could. Devlin imagined flashes of power around the tower and thought that they had been cut off from the supply of magic, and if they had not had the one they kept in reserve, this place would have been destroyed long ago. He looked at Sakwo and Shin fighting the monsters and said that, besides, they still had strength left, since on the 9th floor there was a team of guards, the Blue Dragon and Wukong, as well as Siegfried, who took refuge with them. All these guards were protecting them now. Av said with hope in her eyes that they would definitely be able to hold out until Nanshin and the 2 students returned through the door. The girl looked hopefully at the gap that remained from the door. All this time the doors were open, and the trio stood in their shadow. 2 weeks ago, before the transfer, Nanshin, Lucifer, Myron, and Narin stood in front of this very door. Nanshin was absolutely sure that Hyunwoo was still alive. Lucifer listened that if Hyunwoo died, the beads connected to his soul would immediately collapse. However, the beads only cracked. In other words, even if Hyunwoo was severely injured, his soul was still alive. Nanshin knew what power Hyunwoo possessed and therefore decided to use a sealing spell, perform a ceremony, and return what was lost. Focused Myron and Narin asked if this would require the power of another soul, which very much wants to find a native being, and if so, then they decided to unite. Nanshin explained to the puzzled trio that the ritual is impossible without absolute concentration, so they will be immobilized for quite a long time. Av folded her hands over her chest in concern as Nanshin continued that because of this, they had to leave things to them. She put her hand on the door and promised that she would definitely find Hyunwoo, and the search party left. Devlin said it had been 2 weeks since they left. He was concerned about whether anyone would be able to survive such a massive explosion, to which Noah replied that for now they could only trust and wait. They looked at the doors and hoped that the girls would find him. In the hall of the agency manager it was said that they wanted only one thing. The manager looked gloomy when he said that he needed to find and destroy the 51st tower in order to get rid of problems in the future, and he was thinking about entrusting this mission to the leaders of the factions. But would they cope? Both the Nayad and Gabriel were not happy with this proposal. The manager looked like a maniac when he explained that at the moment, due to the new agency, He simply did not have time for such trifles, so he asked them about it. The Naiad slammed her hands on the table and angrily asked how he could ask for such a thing. The manager looked at the girl indifferently. The Naiad continued to curse as they gave up a huge amount of karma to destroy the 51st tower. The manager listened to the fact that in the end it was still standing, and now it was up to the leaders to sort it out. The man asked gloomily how dare she be so impudent. He looked at his hands. With one movement of his hand, he cut off Ifrit's head so that Naiad froze in horror. The spirit screamed in panic. The Naiad looked at the pool of blood left by the spirit. The faction leaders looked at what was happening with confusion. The manager's hands were covered in blood when she told the story, that he is thinking about shifting the lower dimensions immediately after he puts this place in order. He hovered over the Naiad, frozen in horror, and said that he would start, perhaps, with the faction of the devil, who dared not to appear today, and this would also apply to all the creatures that irritate him. He men exuded a murderous aura when he emphasized that this concerns absolutely everyone. He looked at the girl angrily and strongly recommended that she prove her usefulness, otherwise they would not live long. Gabriel clenched his fists. Glaz and Hyunwoo were sitting at the table. The cups were filled with fragrant tea, and Hyunwoo reasoned that after he died, some kind of spell was activated that took the soul from his body and brought it here. He clasped his hands and asked who cast it. Glaz took a bite of dessert and replied that even she doesn't know this, since she does not have the ability to look into that dimension at will. She put another piece in her mouth and said that there are certain subtleties, but now it's not important, so we can let go of the details, to which Hyunwoo folded his arms over his chest and thought about it. He frowned and suggested that she go back to what she had said, so he asked her to explain that this meant that he would need to take her away in order to defeat the manager. Glaz waved her fork and replied that there was nothing complicated about it, since everything was as simple as shelling pears. She grinned and asked if he remembered what she said after the fight, that the advantage was on his side, but there was no point in it, because the absolute power was unmatched. However, what if I paraphrase? She launched a stream of magic and said that if he had power equal to the magic of the manager, he could compare with him in power. Streams of magic swirled like a whirlwind when the eye said that he could, if this power came from a source from another world. The eye sat opposite the vortices and offered her karma as an example. Emanations of alien power began to accumulate in space and quiet laughter was heard. A silhouette was visible through the haze, anticipating the opening of the door. His hands trembled with impatience as he wanted to see his prey as soon as possible. The silhouette man wanted to know how much she had grown. An image of a dark purple portal appeared. The girl said it was the guy's karma. The protagonist asked if he could really take her. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl asked why he was so surprised, because he had already done something similar. An image of the protagonist appeared who was in a stream of dark energy. She replied that the only difference was that last time he only extracted fear. An image of the protagonist appeared, standing on the dark ground. The hands of the dead from the earth tried to bind him. She added that this time he would have to take everything. Sitting at the table with folded hands, the girl said that in total she has 1,275,867 types of karma. He added that she would give them all to him. The guy was shocked when he presented this number. He asked how much exactly. Throwing up her hands, the girl said with a smile that this was a lot of her. She stated that she removed the small and repetitive ones so that this was all that was left. The girl said it was easy. The stunned protagonist hit the table and declared that he himself only had 1 or 2 karmas. He added that he almost died taking possession of the first one. What a million. An image of the dark starry sky above them appeared. The girl said that it was like this before and asked if it was not different now. She stated that at the moment he has her eye, thanks to which he can receive any karma just by looking at her. Steam began to emerge from the main character's right eye. With a smile, pointing to the violet energy behind her, the girl said that right behind her there was 1,000,000 karmas, compressed for convenience into the size of moments. An image of the protagonist appeared, flying in the film. The girl added that even this amount would not take him much time to master. After all, these are all real moments. The film continued to spread throughout the space. An image appeared of the protagonist, who was slowly splitting into particles. She noted that, in truth, she is not entirely sure whether his inner self will withstand such a load, although it depends on him. The main character, holding his hands on the table, silently thought. Raising her finger up, the girl also stated that her karma is a force that is an essence in itself, and therefore does not require magical power. Putting her hands together, she said that she thought it was similar to the way the manager did everything only with magic. The surprised protagonist, realizing what she was talking about, exclaimed, deciding to clarify. An image of a silhouette of a man appeared, in front of whom the protagonist was lying on his knees. Hyunwoo asked that this guy's magical power was too strong. Leaning lightly on the table, the girl said with a smile that he was right. She asked what they would do. Taking himself by the head, the protagonist said that even in words this was a chore, but he had no choice. His eyes lit up, he raised his hand slightly and declared that he needed to continue. An image of an endless dark space with a varying number of space objects appeared. The main character added that they need to continue even if they fail. They approached a large accumulation of karmas. The protagonist gave the command to start. Turning towards the guy entering the portal, the girl stated that when he entered there, he would meet someone. Looking seriously in his direction, he stated that his karma was special. Even she had a hard time making it a moment. The energy was spinning and there was emptiness in its center. The girl said that she even thought about giving up this idea, but there is such power there. Looking ahead, the girl told him to try to figure it out because he knew him. Holding his hands in his pockets, the main character asked her if he really knew her. Squinting his eyes slightly, Hyunwoo stated that he seemed to understand who she was talking about. Starting to walk towards the portal, he said that although it infuriates him, he needs to go. Making a farewell gesture with his hand, he said that he would go. Clouds flew quickly in the dark sky. With his eyes closed, the protagonist emerged from the portal. He opened them and began to look around. He was in a dark and empty room of the castle. He noted that this was an extremely familiar place. Enveloped in an aura, Hyunwoo looked up and said that he was who he was thinking about, and noted that the eye was talking about him. Dark fog obscured visibility. Behind the protagonist was the silhouette of a man in a cloak. The main character assumed that this was the designer. Examining the dark-haired man with glowing eyes, he confirmed that this was a demon of the mind. Smiling, the demon stated that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how the protagonist was doing. Looking at the demon, the main character asked if he had really been resurrected. He replied that no, he only appeared here for a short time thanks to the power of karma and memories. Looking at the main character, the demon of the mind covered in an aura said that as soon as he left, he would immediately disappear. He noted that it was a pity that his revival would be so short. Continuing to smile, he added that thanks to this, he again had the opportunity to meet his precious destiny. Seriously and coldly looking forward, the protagonist asked with what other fate and stated that he was still the same. Clenching his fist and covering it in yellow lightning, the protagonist told him to shut up and get ready. Enveloping himself in an aura of lightning, Hyunwoo announced that he was beginning. Folding his hands, the demon asked what exactly he was starting. The main character said that he must understand that he came for his karma, so there are only two options. The protagonist's eye lit up. He added that he would either beat him to death and force him to confess just like the blue dragon, or he will beat you until his eye absorbs his power. The mind demon laughed and smiled slightly madly. The protagonist rushed from his place. I appear in another place. He instantly disappeared from there, destroying the floor with his speed. Swinging, surrounded by energy, Hyunwoo jumped at the man. The demon shouted that this suited him. The girl, sitting on a wooden chair, watched the broadcast of their fight on the screen. She said that the main character again decides everything by force and that's what he's all about. Crossing her legs and supporting her head with her hand, the girl said that it would not be easy because the demon of the mind, before becoming the owner of the 51st tower, personally appeared to all special creatures standing on the verge of acquiring karma. An image appeared of several hunters ascending the stairs with a demon standing in front of them. He put them to the test. Heat, shrouded in dark energy, created a sphere of its concentration behind him. The girl went over the edge of the mountain, and the guy fell into the abyss. After this, the mind demon watched their achievements crumble. An image of an evilly smiling demon appeared. The girl said that he is the embodiment of evil itself. Looking at her dark hand, the girl thought that besides this, his history is proportional to the history of his karma. In other words, she was unable to reduce the demon's karma because he lived in this world for too long. An image of a bloody, kneeling demon appeared. But fortunately, due to the nature of the former master's strength, he had a weakness. Covered in a yellow aura, Hyunwoo swung at him with madness on his face. The girl mentally stated that the protagonist was able to find this weakness and that was the only reason he was able to defeat the demon. Looking at the screen, she asked, however, if he felt it. Now everything is different. Smoke from a powerful explosion spread throughout the location. Instantly disappearing and appearing, the two opponents collided with blows. With a brightness on his face, the protagonist continued to swing and attack the mind demon. Streams of their powerful auras collided between them. Gritting his teeth from tension, protagonist thought that the demon of the mind was clearly stronger than it was before. An image of various hunters familiar to the protagonist appeared, as well as the protagonist, who was lying under the feet of the demon. The main character mentally stated that last time he used other people's karmas, but now he has nothing except his own power. The demon put a block with his hand. Swinging furiously, the protagonist put a huge amount of energy into the blow. Smiling madly, the demon also began to move. A bright light from a powerful explosion of auras spread throughout the room. The main character looked down in surprise. He thought about why he was so strong now. With both palms outstretched, the chaos demon blocked the blow with his fist. He narrowed his eyes and put his palm forward. Starting to create purple ropes from his fingers, the demon stated that he saw that someone was thinking. Instantly enveloping his hand, he added that he was doing this for a reason. He instantly lifted the main character into the air and began his throw. He put all his strength into his swing. The stone floor shattered into small pieces when the protagonist was slammed into it by a strong blow. The main character spat out a lot of blood, transforming his appendages back into an arm. The mind demon said that he had overcome his fear, so why is that so? Raising his hand and smiling maliciously, he asked what bothered him about the fact that he could be stronger than him. Gritting his teeth, the main character stood up, holding back the pain, and asked what he was saying. The demon told him not to misunderstand him, but he remained the same as when they last met. Looking down at the protagonist, he stated that a change had occurred in him. Hyunwoo asked what he meant. Baring his teeth, the demon of the mind said that thanks to the protagonist, everything now smells fragrant, a truly wonderful aroma. He placed his fist on the main character's head. The demon noted that it was exactly the same scent as when they first met. Approaching his face, he declares with a crazy smile that it is deep and gentle, the scent of fear. The mind demon was holding the protagonist by the hair. The main character asked again after hearing about fear. Gritting his teeth in anger, he covered himself with lightning and shouted what he was talking about. The demon jumped away from the powerful surge of aura. Continuing to fly to the other end of the room, the demon stated with a smile that he had changed and still used foul language and could not restrain himself. The main character instantly found himself behind the enemy. Turning around, he added that he was still moving quickly. Smiling maliciously at the guy, he asked if everything was really that good. He noted that the main character screamed so furiously, but his face is twisted with fear. With genuine anger on his face, Hyunwoo raised his hand and shouted for him to take a drag. He dealt a powerful blow to the enemy's shield created by their flesh. Flying away, the demon said that he understood him, and it seemed that he had encountered a very annoying opponent. He added that the main character was unable to use his power properly. The main character's eyes widened with anger. The mind demon added that he was defeated. An image appeared of the protagonist who did not have time to react, part of whose body was destroyed by the attack. The demon added that this is not surprising, because he has incredible power. The renounced protagonist's eyes widened. The man added that he was afraid of this power, and then suddenly I felt real horror. An image of Hyunwoo's past opponent appeared, standing over him with glowing eyes. Smiling, the demon of chaos said that it's not just that, he smells the aroma of something more complex. Lowering his hand, he began to create a growth again. He noted that this cannot be left aside. He said that initially he just wanted to enjoy their meeting, but now he intends to take it away. The demon in the white cloak began to shoot out huge tendrils from his flesh. Smiling evilly, the demon declared that he would take away what he was so afraid of. Several tentacles created flew towards Hyunwoo. He dodged their attacks with great difficulty. Looking at the demon of the mind, the protagonist stated that he was alive or dead, as he was, so he remained. With glowing eyes, the demon instantly moved behind the main character. Striking a blow to the back of the guy who turned around, he declared that everything was as he said. Having carried out an attack and looking in his direction, the demon of chaos declared that Hyunwoo simply had to find out the essence of that scent. Jumping further, he released his appendage towards the guy. He made a couple of quick attacks. Having tied up the protagonist, he slammed him into the stone floor. Gritting his teeth, the main character thought that he should get rid of it. An image of energy-covered appendages appeared. One of them headed towards Hyunwoo's head. The mind demon stated that he probably thought he would never know the feeling of fear again. Inflicting another blow, from which the main character flew into the air, the demon said that this was quite understandable. The protagonist sighed in pain as he fell to the floor. The demon said that fear is very fickle and only the weak feel it. The main character stood up, holding his body with his hand. The demon, approaching him, said that he, who had achieved perfection in everything, was unfamiliar with this feeling. Raising his aura-covered hand, he added that this is probably what the main character thought. Several quick attacks were aimed at the guy's back. Carrying out another attack with his tentacles to the point, the demon said that Hyunwoo looked at us from the side because he, standing in front of him, was weakening. But he, on the contrary, becomes stronger. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, put out a block. The demon of the mind asked what our hero was so afraid of. Several wounds appeared on his face, from which blood sprayed. The demon said that the manager is an absolute being. Although he survived, he would still die when he returned. The demon asked if this was what he was afraid of. Throwing up his hands and grinning, he said what a shame for someone who had surpassed him. Peeing in your pants at the sight of normal force. Forming a dense blue growth, he said that it was wonderful, and in that case he would do him a favor. The mind demon raised a 5-meter long blade made of his own flesh. Squinting his eyes and smiling, the demon told him to die here. The protagonist's eyes widened. He, looking up, put his hands in a block. The demon stated that only in this case would he never have to experience fear again. Swinging, he began to quickly lower his blade towards the standing guy. The main character lowered his hands and clenched them into fists. Opening his eyes, he declared in a serious voice that he had listened enough and his ears were already withered from his chatter. The protagonist disappeared from the sword attack. The mind demon looked ahead. Starting to raise his weapon, he asked what he had done because he tried so hard to give him peace, but he resisted so much. Hyunwoo held back the powerful demon blade with one hand in his pocket. Streams of wind moved through the dark room. The main character stated that only a demon could have thought that death would relieve him of torment. When he squeezed his hand, cracks appeared along the blade. He told them to apologize because he didn't intend to breathe no matter what got in his way. Destroying part of the blade with his hand covered in an aura of lightning, Hyunwoo declared that he would always grow stronger and come back. Sticking his fist forward, he added that it was because too many people needed his protection. Restoring his hand, the demon looked at the guy. Analyzing him, surrounded by light energy, the demon of the mind thought that his strength of spirit was returning. Looking at his hand, he mentally said that, however, his strength did not decrease. He also mentally noted that this meant that he had not overcome his weakness like last time. Clenching his fist, the demon said that this is how it is impossible to protect those he should. This is precisely where his fear and his strength lie. The main character, standing with his hands in his pockets, looked at the man with his eyes emitting light. Smiling madly, the demon asked if he had already absorbed his karma. With burning eyes, Hyunwoo declared that yes, and he didn't need him here anymore. The floor broke under his foot. The protagonist rushed from his place. Throwing his arm forward, he shouted at him to get out. Looking at the approaching attack, the mind demon said that it was very interesting. The rhinestone suddenly became a source of power. Looking at the lightning-shrouded fist, he said that this scent was also not bad. The main character flew near the demon. The right hand was instantly destroyed. The main character turned around in surprise. The demon grinned. The protagonist asked that he didn't even try to dodge. A golden chandelier hung in the middle of the huge room of the palace. The guy yawned sleepily. Lying on the colorful floor, Wukong declared that he was going to die, talking about damn monsters. Sitting down, the white-haired girl asked if the situation was the same in other places. The guy replied that it didn't seem to be getting better. They stopped them for a while, but now they will rest and go back. A pale man in a red cloak fell onto the carpet. Looking at the lying Wukong, he declared with a claim that he had fought without sleep for several nights in a row and deserved rest. And he says that they will come back now. The guy, picking his ear, asked what he figured out and if he had any other suggestions. He noted that they are the only ones who can protect them. Pointing his finger to the side, the man said that then they should at least return Yaksha. An image of iron closed doors appeared. The man asked if she wasn't super strong, but she sat behind this door and did nothing. She is freeloading, and they suffer. The doors began to open, not allowing the man to finish. A company of 3 people turned in that direction in surprise. Nanshin, Myron, and 2 other warriors came out. The white-haired girl said that it was great that they were all here because she just had a little business for them. Smiling, she stated that it would help bring Hyunwoo back. The guy braked with his foot. Finding himself behind the man's back, he turned towards him. The designer looked at the guy and smiled. Hyunwoo didn't understand why he didn't even try to dodge. Standing half-turned to him, the man, falling apart, said that he was not going to delay this matter. Communicating with the guy was fun for him, but still tiring. He got used to it more slowly than he expected, so he adjusted to him. The main character frowned, not understanding what his words meant and why he did it. The man smiled, saying that the guy could consider that in this way he repaid him. His hand almost completely dissolved. He remembered how weak he was. His eyes did not burn like they do now. Therefore, he decided that this would be a payment to the hero for freeing him from severe hunger, which had haunted him for a very long time. Hyunwoo looked at the man standing in front of him in fascination. His body gradually disappeared. He said that the main character could consider this as gratitude. The designer did not take his eyes off him and smiled, saying that the hero should not dare to make mistakes because what he did not mean at all that he took the guy's side. Hyunwoo looked at him without taking his eyes off. The man said that he did not take anyone's side. He was simply a creature enjoying the fear of the whole world. He recalled the main character raising his fist in front of his face, saying that his fear today was weak, so he was curious about which path he would choose in the end. All that remained from the man was a sly look. The designer disappeared right in front of the hero, saying that he would continue to watch him. Hyunwoo scratched the back of his head, looking up, and said that this man again said some incomprehensible nonsense. Before he could finish speaking, the floor began to tremble under his feet. Suddenly, the underside began to collapse, throwing up dust and debris into the air. The main character looked down in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The fragments of the stone floor rose up. He found himself levitating among the white space surrounding him. His eyebrows furrowed and he opened his mouth in surprise. Frames from the film flashed before him. Kilometer-long ribbons surrounded the hero on all sides. He looked around carefully, thinking that these were probably the very moments of karma that the eye was talking about. The guy touched one of the points with his finger, not understanding what he needed to do with it. He moved his finger closer, thinking he needed to touch them. Lightning spread from a piece of film across his finger. The flash became brighter, the hero's eyes widened. Hyunwoo furrowed his eyebrows and screamed. Small lightning bolts reached his eyes, causing them to widen further. Bright lightning shot through his eye, causing him to lean back and scream loudly. He spread his arms to the sides, not understanding what was happening. The films around him rushed upward. The light of the moon was blocked by floating clouds. The bloody blade of a sword sparkled. A man with long hair stood in the distance. He was surrounded by the bodies of killed people. There were 2 scars on his face that ran through his eyes, and he noted with displeasure that there were too many of them. In front of him stood a tall and large stranger, behind whom were more than a dozen ninja warriors. The man with the beard shouted loudly, looking forward so that they would not stand like a pillar and attack him. The 3 warriors drew their swords, preparing to attack, listening to the words of the leader that in front of them was a killer who single-handedly managed to destroy 1,000 warriors and turn the martial arts world into a sea of blood. He ordered them to kill the rabid demon. The warriors moved to attack the man standing in front. He lowered his head, saying what a pity it was that they were not able to understand the fate that even a blind man could see. The man gripped the base of his sword. He said that it was not he who would die today. Bright traces of sword swings were visible in the air. Cutting down the ninjas approaching him closer, he approached their leader. The man flew into the air, saying that today only they would all die. The bearded man raised his head up, widening his eyes in horror. With sharp movements, the warrior managed to defeat each of them, cutting them into pieces. His eyes shone brightly, and with his movements he left traces in the air like lightning. Hyunwoo pressed his palm to his eye, from which lightning was coming out, and bared his teeth furiously, not understanding what was wrong with him. When the remaining energy left his eye, the guy lowered his gaze, looking at the film. He looked at the man imprinted on her, thinking that these were his memories. The main character looked at his palm. He realized that this was not just a fragment of memory, but the best battle in the old man's life, and everything connected with it was compressed into a moment. It was like a drop fell on the calm surface of water. There were drops of sweat on the hero's palm. For a moment it seemed to him that he himself had become him, because it was so realistic. Remembering how the man clutched his sword, the guy realized that thanks to this he felt everything and understood how to use karma. Hyunwoo clenched his hand into a fist, imagining the image of a skilled swordsman behind his back. The hero looked at the film, thinking that probably all these moments have such a function. Energy still came out of the guy's eye in the form of blue fire. He looked forward and smiled, saying that if he looked through all this, he would definitely be able to gain a huge amount of skills. The guy pulled his hand back, saying that, in fact, his head almost exploded from just one moment of karma, so in the end he would probably go crazy. The hero smiled, saying that he didn't care. He reached out with his hand to one of the fragments, shouting that he simply had to study them. At the same time, at the house of the Tree of Peace, the top of the tree rustled under the wind. A naiad stood at the foot of the tree. A girl with green long hair called out to her, extending her hand forward, saying that they had managed to find the bodies of the other spirit kings. Without turning around, she said that they had done a good job. The girl looked at her worriedly, asking if she couldn't exactly tell what the management agency had instructed her to do. After all, the 3 spirit kings returned as corpses. Before their eyes were 3 graves, with karma objects left on them. The leaves of the tree rustled again. The girl asked how it was possible to revive the tree of the world. They stood at its foot, extending like a giant trunk into the sky. The naiad grimaced. In a room with white walls and high windows, a man's voice addressed the lady by name. The manager was sitting on a chair, his legs crossed. He threw his head back, saying that he had a special gift for her. The girl bowed to him, kneeling. The man lowered his head, thoughtfully raising his palm to his face, telling her that he would bring back to life the tree of the world that Hyunwoo had destroyed. The naiad frowned and opened her eyes wide. She raised her head sharply, asking if it was true. The man raised his hand, saying that from what he had heard, the angel faction had successfully found the 51st tower, but they were having difficulty breaking through the security system. But for the tree of the world, such protection is a mere trifle, so this can make the task easier. The girl's eyebrows knitted together and she looked at the man worriedly, thinking about the tree. The leader smiled at her, saying that she should do everything possible because she knows perfectly well what will happen if she fails. The girl's body tensed. She frowned and widened her eyes, pursing her lips. The naiad turned to the girl standing behind her, saying that this was not important. Now they only needed to think about the future. She gave the order to be on alert and await orders. The girl frowned, looking at the mistress. A bright portal appeared in the sky. The naiad said that as soon as a message from the faction of angels arrives, they will go to kill their sworn enemies. A grin appeared on the face of the girl who appeared. She repeated the last words the mistress said, asking if she was really talking about them. 3 girls appeared from a portal in the sky, their faces hidden by the light. The naiad froze in shock, her eyebrows furrowed. She turned around worriedly, not believing that this was really the 51st tower. The bright light of the portal became brighter. The Chaos Goddess, Myron and Narin appeared in the sky, and Wukong and a man with long ashen hair appeared behind them. Nanshan smiled maliciously, apologizing for the intrusion, calling the girl a water worm. She arched her eyebrows and widened her eyes, saying that they needed to do something with this tree. Everyone froze in place, people on the ground and in the sky. The Naiad looked up in fear, not understanding how they got here. A tree towered above her. She stammered with worry and said that she did not understand what they wanted to do with their tree. Nanshan crossed her arms and knitted her eyebrows, saying that she had unplanned family circumstances, so she needed some magical power. She imagined the image of Uriel, who surrounded the tower with her hands, saying that she would really like to solve the problem on her own, but their tower is now almost not functioning, and time is running out. Therefore, she had to look for a place with a lot of magic. The tree was reflected in her eyes. She said that she was able to find the coordinates of the tree very quickly. The Naiad opened her eyes wide at the words she heard. She looked at the girls floating in the sky, screaming loudly, not believing that they were going to drain the magic of the tree. Nanshan looked at her with a serious look. A creepy smile appeared on her face. The Naiad froze in place, horror appearing on her face. The lady, approaching her people, told the spirit faction to prepare for battle. Everyone gathered. The order was to kill the enemy. A green sphere appeared in Dryad's hand, and Strophel pursed his lips in displeasure. A furious grin appeared on Vulcan's face. They were ready to give their lives to protect the tree. The goddess of chaos looked at the people lined up below. She smiled slyly, saying that she was counting on help from the neighbors, but she was mistaken. But nothing could be done, and now they would have to act cruelly. Narin raised her head and frowned. Myron pursed her lips. Nanshan addressed them as if they were younger children. Narin had a book in her hands, and Myron had a gift from the teacher on her hand. The lilac-haired girl frowned in displeasure, dissatisfied with this treatment. The girl with a ponytail, knitting her eyebrows, said that she recognized her status as a wife only so that she could help find a teacher, but there was only one real wife. Narin used the space capture skill and her book glowed brightly, and Myron used the 10 steps of destruction ability and her shoes glowed. The girls shouted in one voice, calling themselves the Master's wives, and used the joint attack Kodadama ritual, destroying the amazing chaos deity. People on the ground froze in a stupor. A powerful force wave pinned them to the ground, causing it to crack beneath them. The Naiad frowned and bared her teeth, not understanding what kind of pressure it was impossible to move. It was incredible for her to admit that someone other than Hyunwoo could have such power. The foot stepped on the ground. It was Wukong and Uriel. Lightning came from the guy's hands. Wukong pulled out his weapon, smiling and telling everyone to grit their teeth as the guy pierced his stick with bright lightning. She quickly grew in size. The Naiad opened her eyes wide at what she saw. The weapon became of impressive size and at the same time possessed the permissive power of lightning. Wukong waved his stick, loudly shouting Rai. All the people froze in place, looking at its destructive damage and the lightning trails it left. They started falling to the ground to avoid it. The warriors were hit by the shock wave and they began to fall. Vulcan did not understand what it was, and the Dryad, continuing to run forward, shouted that she needed to leave, but her body did not listen. The Naiad pursed her lips and furrowed her eyebrows, raising her palm in front of her, calling them crazy. Wukong smiled slyly. Uriel's brows were furrowed and her eyes focused. Due to the swing of the weapon, the entire field was illuminated by a bright flash of lightning, lifting the warriors into the air. Wukong looked up, asking in surprise if this was what she was waiting for, and that's why she was able to dodge. There was a Naiad in the sky, shielding herself from the attack with a water barrier. The guy noticed that this was expected because the leader is always on a different level. The girl looked down at him with displeasure. The hero's eyebrows frowned, smiling and telling her not to forget that their leader was much stronger. My God's eyes widened, drops of sweat rolled down his face. The girl quickly moved forward, but Nanshan dug her hand into her neck, her eyes shining. They quickly fell down, Naiad screaming for her to listen to her. But within a second they landed with a roar at the foot of the tree. The dust they kicked up into the air was already rising to the top of the tree. The goddess of chaos walked away from the Naiad lying on the ground, remembering Noah's words that if you approach and attack this thing, it itself will absorb all the energy. In her hands was a blue ball. She looked at him smiling, saying that it was great when everything was so simple. The girl leaned her hands on the ground, looking at Nanshan and shouting that it took them great efforts to resurrect him. The Naiad screamed loudly, asking the girl to stop, but she stood at the trunk of the tree, raising her hand to it with a ball from which energy emanated. He rotated in her hands. She happily noticed that they had sorted out the magical power for the ritual, and only one thing remained. Nanshan, smiling, raised her hand with the ball up. The girl behind her pulled her hand towards her, shouting for her to stop. The eye watched the main character through the screen. She lowered her gaze, saying that the guy was coping faster than she expected. He sat in the lotus position, holding a film in his hands. Film surrounded Manhwa. His eye was wide open, lightning oozing from it. The girl noticed that even karmas that are very difficult to absorb individually, he will be able to overcome at once. The guy sat intently, absorbing all the information from the films. Glaz uncomfortably noted that perhaps he was enjoying the pain. His eye began to shine brighter, there were more lightning bolts. She looked thoughtfully at the screen, thinking that thanks to this he would need much less time, but when his soul absorbed all the karma, he would become a completely new creature. The girl represented the image of the main character, from whose eyes energy emanated. After all, a body capable of withstanding such power is not yet ready. An unknown silhouette appeared behind him. Her eyebrows frowned. She didn't think that he would come to her only as a soul, because at the moment Hyunwoo was holding onto a temporary body. She looked at the screen as the guy sat motionless. The girl understood that as soon as he left her space, this shell would disappear, so it was meaningless. Glaz crossed her legs and said displeasedly that if she had known about this, she would not have tried so hard to create it. She arched her eyebrows, saying that it was infuriating. The girl was thinking about where to find a suitable body. Above the white city there was a dark night sky strewn with stars. The girl thought that a body that would match the strength of the owner of the tower, or even more in strength, such that no one would worry if the owner suddenly changed, just such a vessel was needed. White wings opened. The hero's lips were pursed, drops of sweat were dripping from his face. The girl hid in fear in a corner. Putting her hand out in front of her, she arched her eyebrows, not understanding why they were looking at her like that. Nanshin knelt down, smiling, calling her an angel. Myron and Naren stood behind her, cauterizing the girls with wings with their gaze. The chaos goddess grabbed her chin, saying that this was a bit unexpected. She leaned over the amazed girl and, knitting her eyebrows and smiling, said that she needed her body. Lucifer looked at the girl in surprise. She abruptly pushed the chaos goddess's hand away, frowning and shouting that this was impossible. Nanshin arched her eyebrows and bared her teeth in displeasure. Looking at the angel, the girl lowered her head and quietly said that maybe this was still possible. Lucifer moved her fingers and lowered her gaze, saying that if they explain to her what their body is for, she will think about it. Nanshin frowned and folded her hands in front of her chest. She closed her eyes, saying that was a really good question. Her eyebrows knitted together. She said that the vessel was necessary for the owner of the container. Behind the goddess of chaos stood two girls and Lucifer. She recalled this, saying that he also participated in the ritual, so he could guess that her husband only had a soul left and was wandering in the world of a distant dimension. But, fortunately, she has one useful sacred item, so finding the soul will not be difficult. It was a round amulet, in the center of which there was a golden cross, and additional blue sharp stones came out of it. On the sides of the circle they were the same, but white. There was only one question left, where the soul could be placed, because an ordinary body would not be suitable for Hyunwoo's soul. Lucifer looked at her in shock, his mouth parted. He understood that Nanshin was going to stuff the hero's soul into this body. At first he smiled slyly, but then he put his hand forward, frozen in a stupor with realization. Three girls bent over the sitting angel. The chaos goddess said that his body was not quite suitable, because he had suddenly become a woman and now he was missing one important detail. Lucifer looked at them in fear, pressing his hands to the floor at the girls' words that, in any case, everything could be fixed, so they would have to work with what they had. Nanshin sharply tilted his head, pressing with her palm, saying that these explanations were enough. A terrifying smile appeared on the goddess's face, her eyes glowed brightly, and a magical seal appeared in her free hand. Lucifer screamed loudly. Being pressed to the floor, he asked to wait. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. He said that if they need a body for Hyunwoo, then it doesn't matter at all whose it will be. The angel asked to give him time to get such a body. Nanshin looked at him in surprise, lowering her head. Lucifer bowed before the three girls, promising that this vessel would be 100 times better than his body. The blue sky was shrouded in floating clouds. Fortresses were located on individual stone islands hanging in the air. It was paradise. Jibriel froze in surprise, and Gabriel knitted his eyebrows, not understanding what kind of magical energy this was. The men stood surrounded by knights, turning to the newcomer to find out if it was really Mr. Lucifer. He raised an eyebrow displeasedly and put his hand to his side, confirming that this was so. They had not seen each other for a long time. Gabriel came closer, saying that they sensed someone's intrusion and came here. He didn't understand whether the gentleman had really escaped from the 51st tower alone and why he looked like that. Lucifer lowered his head and closed his eyes, displeasedly saying that it was better not to ask about it. The angel walked between the two archangels, asking if everything was okay with him and where he was now. Gabriel asked in surprise what he was talking about. The man looked at him worriedly, asking who he was talking about, to which Lucifer cried out in displeasure that he could only look for one divine body here. It sat on a stone throne, its face hidden in shadow. The man's body had long blonde hair. A bright light entered the hall where it was located. The silence was broken by Lucifer entering. He knitted his eyebrows, asking if the body was ready. Gabriel, standing behind him, stated that they had removed the restrictions on his orders, so all preparations for the transmigration of the soul with karma were completed. The archangel turned to Jibriel, who was standing next to him, saying that this was wonderful because their long-standing dream of conquering all dimensions would soon come true. The man joyfully replied that recently they had to endure so many humiliations that this moment seemed even more solemn. Behind Lucifer, they began a dialogue. Jibriel, gesticulating enthusiastically, said that with the divine body they could find the 51st tower and destroy it, to which the archangel standing opposite him answered that this was true because this monster was already dead and they will be able to take it out on his loved ones. The man asked if Lucifer agreed with them, continuing to stand with his back to them. He answered, of course. He raised his leg to take a step, asking them to wait for him here until he called, because he also needed to prepare. The archangels smiled and raised their eyebrows, unanimously asking the master not to rush. A magical seal appeared under Lucifer's feet. He approached the body sitting on the throne, saying that no matter what happened in the future, it would be better for him to take possession of this vessel himself. The angel opened his eyes wide, pursing his lips. His eyes reflected the vessel sitting in front of him. Lucifer thought that the potential of the divine body was limitless, therefore, if he received its power, he might even destroy this necklace. His hand touched the jewelry on his neck. He imagined the image of the defeated Nanshan, whose neck he clutched in his hand. He wasn't sure that everything would work out, but if it did, he could take revenge on them all. The angel imagined himself surrounded by the bodies of defeated girls who were bleeding. Lucifer looked away and smiled, thinking that this was exactly what he would have thought. But everything was different. An hour ago in the 51st tower, in a room with a high ceiling and a giant golden chandelier, a woman's voice spoke to him, telling him that he was planning to host them. The angel turned around in surprise, arching his eyebrows, not understanding why she decided so. Lucifer put his hand forward, saying that he didn't understand how she could say that. Nanshan, standing opposite him, smiled, saying that she was just asking. The girl took his necklace, which was hanging around his neck, in her hand, saying that she wanted to clarify something else. She clenched the jewelry in her fist as she loomed over Lucifer, the chaos goddess smiling horrifyingly, telling him to take the risk. The angel opened his eyes wide in surprise. He did not understand what she was talking about. The girl looked down at the necklace, saying that when she restored the seal, she also put her power there in addition to Henwu's power. Nanshan fingered the beads with her fingers, saying that this thing now also perceived her orders. Her eyebrows raised a little. She sadly said that her coercion was not as strong as if her husband ordered, but the angel still could not refuse some orders. The moment doubt arises within him, his heart will immediately explode. Lucifer furrowed his brows and opened his eyes wide, beads of sweat dripping from his face. The girl let go of the jewelry, saying that everything would be fine if he didn't plan anything like that. Nanshan smiled slyly, noting that if he suddenly begins to doubt, then he needs to remember that now death always hangs over him. Above the angel it was as if there was a hand of a smiling chaos goddess who could control him. He pursed his lips, a bead of sweat dripping from his cheek. The guy called out to the archangels. They looked at him joyfully, asking if the master had finished, then they too could start. Lucifer made a serious face. One of his hands lay on the shoulder of the body, and in the other there was an object. Gabriel and Jibriel looked at him in surprise. They realized that in the master's hand was the compass that Henwu used. His image immediately appeared in their memory. The archangels worriedly asked why he had this thing. Lucifer smiled, saying that they needed to save him more quickly, because if they had done this, they would not have had to do this now. Now he had no choice. He arched his eyebrows and smiled, and, clutching a compass in his hands, said that he also wanted to live. The men rushed towards him, shouting loudly, trying to stop him. But in the place where the angel stood, only a bright trace remained. You could see a white building with high windows. In the bright room sat the manager, who was talking to Nayad through the screen, his hands clasped in front of him. He raised his eyebrows, asking about the fact that the tree of the world, which he resurrected, dried up before they could even use it, and the 51st tower came to them, but they missed them. The lady lowered her gaze, pressing her hand to her chest. She said that's how it is. There were no leaves at the top of the tree, only the trunk remained. The man frowned with displeasure and stuck out his hand, saying that this was why she was asking him to resurrect the tree again. The manager said menacingly that he had no idea that she could be so impudent. The Nayad raised her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, saying that they needed the Tree of Life to take revenge. Moreover, he also wants to get even, and if he helps them again, they will be able to do this. The man chuckled thoughtfully. A smile appeared on his face. He raised his fist to his chest, saying that he understood everything. The Nayad cried out joyfully, asking if this meant he would help. The man seen on the screen sat with his hands clasped, saying that he understood everything. He immediately appeared behind her, surrounded by dark energy. His eyebrows furrowed and he said dissatisfiedly that they were of no use. He reached out his hand to the mistress. She frowned in fear and opened her mouth. A stream of blood sprayed out. The branches of the Tree of Life were immersed in clouds of dust. The Nayad coughed and blood sprayed from her mouth. The manager stood in front of her in the Tree of Life, his fists clenched. Frightened by such an act, the girl asked why they were treated this way, even if they were guilty. Looking up at the arrogant man, she asked to give them another chance. Grinning maliciously, the manager asked how she dared to raise her voice at him in such a situation. The man asked if she would be ready to kill him if she had the strength. Raising her eyebrows in fear, Nayad replied that that was not what she meant at all. The manager squatted down in front of her and told her not to be afraid, because such thoughts, on the contrary, were commendable. For his courage, he decided to tell her a secret. The girl asked what secret he was talking about. Drops of sweat flowed down her tense face. With an indifferent expression on his face, the man said that he had not originally intended to let them live. The Nayad widened her eyes in shock. The manager grinned, saying that this way the matter would come out much cleaner. The girl opened her mouth in horror. The man explained that when he was looking for a new dimension to control, he planned to use them as cleaners to clear his path. Rising to his feet, he declared that he would have to finish everything here and now, because no one suspected that something like this would happen. Furiously furrowing her brows, the Nayad screamed, asking what all the talk was about. The moment she wanted to insult her master, her tense face was cut in half. The manager dealt a crushing blow with his power. The girl's body was divided into two parts, blood sprayed in all directions. Red drops sprinkled the tree of life. Looking at the blood-stained signet, the manager remembered the existence of 15 towers of factions of spirits and angels, to which one could add another faction of devils. Throwing the glove behind his back, the man concluded that he would need time to solve pressing problems. Lightning flashed past a film of people. The main character meditated in the center of films intertwined with each other. There was a blue haze coming from his right eye. Soon after the absorption began, he realized that there were indeed countless karmas here. Hyunwoo sat in the lotus position in front of an endless number of images of people. Looking at the film, he saw that among all the karmas there was a red ant. The picture showed an insect growing in a hole in one of the dimensions. The commander ant towered over his companions, leading the ant colony. Such ants have innate strength and leadership qualities, so the rest of the ants closely followed their commander, who defended the colony from the enemy and soon became king. But the king of the colony always faces trials, so one day, when he was leading an ant procession, he met an enemy on the way. It had huge green limbs. The hungry mantis hovered over the ants, wanting to enjoy them. All the other ants shook with fear and froze in anticipation, realizing that it did not matter whether they ran away or stayed, because in any case they would die. And then the king ant spread his wings, and the next moment, without hesitation, he flew towards the mantis. Mantis raised his head, fixing his gaze on the flying king, who took off not for victory, but for protection, because the outcome of this battle was already clear to everyone. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. The king managed to protect his comrades and knock down a huge mantis by ant standards to the ground. His eyes lit up with red fire. Without knowing it, the commander had achieved the karma of the king of the ant colony. Looking at the film frame with the image of an ant, the guy thought that this story shocked him, because he believed that receiving karma was only a legend about incredible strongmen, but the life of the most ordinary ant was recognized as an achievement. Not only the ant surprised him, somewhere a blacksmith earned karma by breaking through a mountain with a chisel and hammer in order to create a tunnel. Somewhere, the owner of an orphanage took care of a huge number of children until his death, for example, by reading books to them, and thereby earned karma. Closing his eyes, the young man read every frame of the film, experiencing all these lives and dividing into endlesses, then returning again and again. He opened his eyes. This realization came to him after countless thousands of splits. Floating surrounded by film, the experienced player realized that karma is not subject to any tests and does not depend on the size of the creature. The protagonist's right eye continued to emit blue smoke. All of these creatures set flags on their own peaks, and their power lies in their names. The open portal emitted light energy. The rising wind blew the hair of the owner of the eye. Crossing her arms, she congratulated her friend and praised him for his excellent job. The guy appeared in front of her. The girl asked how it went. He looked at his hand. The eye asked if he had a feeling of getting closer to infinity. Clenching his fist, Hyunwoo smiled and stated that he really enjoyed it. Scratching her cheek, the girl said that it was wonderful. Spreading her arms to the sides, she said that she didn't want to upset him, but she had bad news. The guy asked what happened. Scratching the back of his head, he said displeasedly that he had not returned so abruptly to have his mood spoiled, and asked what happened there. At this time, the palace was in ruins. The earth was destroyed. The angel faction towers fell one after another. The palace premises were covered in blood. Archangel Jibriel clutched his slit throat. He fell to the floor, on which lay the corpses of other angels, and the manager stood in the middle of the room, holding Gabriel by the throat. Grabbing him by the lower jaw, the man asked what he was talking about. Looking at him with pitying eyes, the angel asked if he really didn't know that the 51st tower had stolen their divine body. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the manager asked why they needed to do this and what they were up to. Frowning, he interrupted his thoughts, declaring that it was not that important. Forcefully squeezing Gabriel's lower jaw, the man concluded that even if his opponents tried to fix something, they still wouldn't be able to change anything. The angel, trying to resist, asked the manager not to rush into his decision. In the next second, the controller threw the angel away with a sharp movement, breaking his neck. Gabriel's body fell to the floor. The man said that he had finished his business here. Frowning, he stated that he had one more thing to do. The setting sun hung over the Devil faction building. Jesus prayed with his subjects. The manager had a score to settle with a faction of devils. Introducing Jesus praying, the man said that he had something to chat with them about. The starry night sky hung over the huge castle. A magic circle glowed on the floor of the room, absorbing pure magical power drawn from the tree of the world. Nearby, armor improved by Noah and Av sparkled in the air. Mansion held in her hand a crystal ball, which contained a divine body which would have to replace the main character's own. Standing in front of the magic circle, the goddess concluded that all preparations were completed. She asked the nearby students if they really wanted to go. Murion and Naren answered in the affirmative with confident expressions on their faces. Murion frowned, saying that her life belonged entirely to her teacher after he saved her from the training tower. Naren grinned, adding that she would follow her mentor even to hell. The girls unanimously declared that each of them was his real wife. Nanchan smiled, closed her eyes, and offered to discuss this issue later. She looked down. The armor glowed and spun in the air. Activating it, the goddess decisively declared that it was time to go. The stars were shining in the night sky. The main character, sitting at the table opposite the owner of the eye, suddenly jumped out of his seat. Frowning with displeasure, he asked how he couldn't have a body. Pounding his fists on the table, he called it nonsense. The girl asked him to calm down, because it was not such a big problem. Pointing her hand behind her, Glaz said that she began preparing the new body immediately after she let him in here. In the air behind her there was a strange flesh-colored mass, faintly resembling a person. The girl asked to wait a little, saying that after the process was completed, the body would become perfect. Removing his hands behind his head, Hyunwoo realized that until his body was ready, he had no opportunity to do anything useful. He was not impressed by the prospect of being in the void for an indefinite amount of time. In response to the statement that it was too boring here, Glaz embarrassedly brought her index fingers together. Clapping her hands, she invited the guy to master one more karma if he had absolutely nothing to do. Raising his eyebrows questioningly, the protagonist asked what she meant. Without removing his hands from behind his head, he asked if there was another karma. The owner of the eye smiled, saying that she had removed some karmas that seemed unnecessary to her since there was little time. Her hand glowed. The girl added that this karma could well be useful to him. In her hands was a pink crystal ball containing King Namban's karma. The reflection of a pumped-up man was visible in the ball. The young man asked who King Namban was. There were many delicious dishes on the table. The beautiful girls looked admiringly at the man in front of them. The stunned protagonist's body was covered in lipstick marks. Finding himself the center of attention of many concubines, he displeasedly asked what was happening here. An experienced player looked questioningly at the screen that popped up, in which there was a smiling eye. The girl explained that King Namban gave a lot of happiness to women and was the first among people to receive karma. Every day, 20 women came to him, whom he managed to satisfy. Hearing these words, Hyunwoo, with a puzzled expression on his face, asked what it meant to satisfy. Smiling slyly, the owner of the eye replied that he needed to experience it for himself. One of the concubines reached out to him, trying to kiss him. The eye, watching what was happening through the screen, was very happy with such a spectacle. Sitting at the table in front of the screen, the girl decided to continue creating the body. Hearing strange sounds, she widened her eyes. A portal opened behind her. Seeing the guests, Glaz stood up from the table. The guy tried to move the concubine's face away, asking her to stop. Many girls surrounded him on all sides. The young man shouted for them to stop. He shouted that this body belonged to others and that it would be worse for them. A bright flash appeared under the ceiling of the room. His girlfriends appeared in front of the stunned experienced player. Seeing them, he knitted his eyebrows in confusion, asking how they got here. The girls' eyes were full of anger. Nanchan menacingly asked if they had interfered with his entertainment. The main character clenched his teeth in fear. Realizing the degree of anger in which the girlfriends standing in front of him were, the guy realized that he was in trouble. A surprised exclamation was heard in the middle of the starry sky. Thoughtfully putting her hand to her chin, the owner of the eye could not even think that this was true. A divine body was sitting on the throne in front of her. The girl could not believe that it was really here. Looking at the guests with delight, she asked how they managed to bring him here. Glaz told the young man that his wives were truly amazing. The main character, who found himself pinned to the floor by Nanchan's foot, replied that he thought so too. Raising his head, he asked if he could try on a new body and leave. Glaz, smiling, replied that right now she could put his soul into his body. The divine body sat on the throne without moving. The eye said that it has the property of changing relative to the soul that will be in it, so it will be very easy to get used to the new body. Looking up, Hyunwoo said that this was wonderful. I agreed with him. She squatted down next to him. Smiling, the girl asks if he will behave well after such a gift. Smiling, the guy promised to think about it after he solved some problems. A bright yellow flash appeared in the void. There was smoke on the 9th level of the 51st tower. Cheonghaedong was completely destroyed, winged monsters were flying everywhere. Shihan tried to catch his breath, blood flowing from his mouth. Protecting the girl with his hands, the other warrior called out to his friend. The exhausted swordsman sat on one knee, leaning on his sword. Seeing the face of a huge dragon in front of him, he thought that his end was near. Looking down, Shihyun thought that there would be no help, and all the hunters who had come with him were already dead. Chanma and Gumiho were fighting monsters elsewhere. Soyin and Seokwon were also fighting too far away to help their comrade. Shihyun narrowed his eyes while holding the sword. He opened his bloody mouth, saying that it was all over. The dragon opened its mouth, gathering energy inside it to attack. The swordsman thought that he wanted to protect everyone, and mentally asked Hyunwoo for forgiveness. The main character watched the dragon from the back. There was an explosion ahead and a huge cloud of smoke rose into the sky. Scratching his neck, the guy grinned. Smiling, he suggested we go celebrate his new birthday. Many monsters and dragons flew above the main character. He pressed his foot hard into the ground, deciding to start the fun. The next moment, the young man lifted himself off the ground. The dragon and gargoyle noticed this, but did not have time to react. Using multiple swift strikes, the experienced player managed to decapitate every monster. The surviving monsters could only watch as the enemy dealt with each monster in turn. Decapitating one monster after another, the guy approached a huge dragon, ready to strike. Powerful energy gathered in the dragon's mouth. The main character raised his fist over his muzzle at the moment when he was ready to spew out flames. Due to the amount of force applied, Hyunwoo's fist left behind a trail of energy at the moment of impact. The monster's head separated from its body, and the guy flew forward over the stunned Shihyun. The swordsman's mouth opened in surprise when he was praised for his excellent work and allowed to rest. A smile appeared on the experienced player's face. Standing in front of Shihyun against the backdrop of the defeated dragon, he said that he now takes everything upon himself. Looking at him, the swordsman frantically tried to say what to say. Bursting into tears, he asked why his friend had only come now. Hugging him tightly around the waist, Shihyun said that he thought his friend was already dead. The guy was a little embarrassed by the sudden display of affection. Laughing, the young man asked how someone who calls himself a representative of the hunters of Korea could cry. Shihyun angrily declared that he was not crying at all. When he said it was just sweat, the experienced player smiled, placing his hands on his belt. Coming to his senses, the swordsman raised his eyebrows and said that now was not the time to discuss this because there was chaos everywhere due to the wave of monsters. Still sitting on his knees, Shihyun asked his friend to help, to which the main character replied that everything was fine and that there was no reason to worry. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that the problem was almost solved. He asked who was dealing with this problem. Hyunwoo smiled contentedly. For him, the answer to this question was obvious. Soyin and Seokwon raised their eyebrows happily. The person who dealt with all the monsters was the experienced player himself, or rather, many copies of him. As soon as the guy returned, he immediately helped Chanma and Gumiho get even with the monsters, sending his clones throughout the tower. Some of the clones also helped Wukong and the blue dragon in the battle, so by now all the monsters should have been killed. Raising his head in relief, Shihyun was glad that it was all over. Hearing that it was not yet time to relax because the main problem had not yet been resolved, the swordsman raised his eyebrows questioningly. The experienced player looked at Wukong and the blue dragon, saying that they needed to return as quickly as possible and provide the necessary flow of magical power for defense in order to restore the tower. Looking at Gumiho and Chanma, he stated that there was only one way to do this. Resolutely placing his hands on his belt and looking at Shihyun, the young man concluded that he needed to go and destroy the manager. Frowning menacingly, he added that he could not fight him and control the clones on Earth at the same time, because with such an enemy one could not be distracted by anything else. This is why his friends must stay behind to protect the Earth. Shihyun lowered his head and remained silent when asked if they could handle it. Approaching the pile of clones, Chanma stated that his student was still as arrogant as he looked down on his teacher. Smiling, the heavenly demon said that the conversations should be over because it was time for the main character to leave. Wukong grinned, declaring that they would be sufficient to defend the tower. A happy Seokwon stood next to Soyin, who said that they were desperate before, but now everything is fine. Shihyun smiled widely, looking at his friend with undisguised admiration. He said that they were doing well thanks to Hyunwoo returning. The experienced player was struck by these words. Cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. The guy noticed how much his friends had matured. Smiling and closing his eyes, he declared that he could now be calm. His face instantly became more serious due to his decision to end his enemy once and for all. The sky above the demon faction was blood red. Lightning thundered over the building. Jesus sat at the table alone. Squinting, he said that the manager had arrived after all. The man stood next to him, glaring at the demon. Without taking his eyes off him, the manager said that the decision to remove all the guards in the tower looked like an attempt to deliberately lure him. The man, standing in front of the table, asked if this was definitely not a trap. With his hands on the table, Jesus replied that he had no hidden agenda and that, as a teacher, he was not going to hide behind his students. Pushing back his chair, the manager said that he had only one question. Finding himself face to face with Jesus Christ, he asked what it was like to have such a name. The interlocutor did not understand what he was talking about. Sunlight illuminated the room through the high windows. The manager explained that he had the opportunity to cross thousands of dimensions and meet many different creatures. Among them were warriors who were called the best, and barons who owned the greatest lands. Others were called gods, and there were many who could be called absolute beings. Jesus' eyes were red. The man frowned and concluded that among all the creatures there was none as famous as his interlocutor. He put his hand forward, wanting to ask a question. The manager grinned, asking what it was like to be someone whom absolutely everyone knows. Jesus sat silently on the other side of the table when he was asked if he knew the answer to this question. He asked for forgiveness, saying that he could not answer. The manager pursed his lower lip in displeasure. When asked why, Jesus, clasping his hands, replied that the name is just the name of each creature and that what is much more important is what kind of life this creature will live. Knitting his eyebrows menacingly, Christ asked a counter question about why this information is needed by someone who does nothing but interrupt other people's destinies. In his serpentine eyes was the reflection of the manager. Jesus said that it didn't really matter what he answered. Looking his enemy in the eyes, he added that he would never understand this anyway. There was silence in the hall, illuminated by the rays of the sun. Putting his fist on the table, the manager declared that he had made a mistake. Furrowing his brows furiously, he added that he knew Jesus would be useless. Raising his hand, the man said that their conversation had come to an end. Extending his hand, surrounded by energy, he declared that his opponent was finished. Humbly closing his eyes, Christ mentally asked his Father for forgiveness for the fact that he could not walk next to him. At the moment when a huge hand hung over his head, he prayed for those who were still alive to help each other. The glass in the window cracked. The main character, having broken through the wall, pushed away the manager sitting on the chair with his hand. The man, not expecting such a development of events, widened his eyes in fear. Hyunwoo said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jesus watched in surprise what was happening. Smiling, the guy asked him how he was doing here. Resisting the hand pressing on him, the man was surprised that his enemy was able to survive. The young man raised his fist to strike. Thanks to the powerful attack, the manager's body flew several meters away. Frowning, the guy said that you need to remain silent when elders are talking. The manager put his hands to his chest in shock and was told to remain silent. An experienced player said that it would soon be his turn, and an explosion was heard due to the powerful attack. Putting his hand on his knee, he asked if the blow was too strong because the enemy had flown quite far. Surprised, Jesus asked how he ended up here. Turning around, the smiling guy asked if Christ was seeing a resurrected man for the first time. Putting his hand to his mouth and laughing, the main character added that his interlocutor must be an expert in this field because he even has experience. Taken aback, Jesus said that this is a little different. Standing firmly on his feet, Hyunwoo stated that everything was fine now and that he came here to chat and ask about some things before going to exorcise the evil spirit. Smiling, he noted the fact that now he wouldn't even have to look for this spirit. With a wave of his hand, the experienced player asked his friend to hide so that he could speak later. Jesus jumped up from his chair, asking if he was really going to go against the manager alone. Putting his hand forward to stop him, Christ said that it was impossible to deal with the manager one-on-one. He wanted to call the guy reckless, but he stopped, his mouth open in surprise. A bright flash appeared in front of him. Feeling boundless energy, Jesus looked at his friend in amazement. An image of a divine body appeared before the young man. Looking at his back, Jesus realized that this energy was similar to that of his father. Noticing how the man's mouth opened in surprise, the guy asked what he was thinking about and said that everything was extremely obvious. Turning to him, the main character said that someone should deal with the villain and he would do it much better than the others. Smiling, he asked if any other reasons were needed. Stricken to the core, Jesus could not find the words to answer. Lowering his head, the man said that now everything became clear to him. In response to his promise to pray for him, Hyunwoo happily walked forward, asking if Jesus' prayers had a killing effect. Pushing off from the ground, the guy decided to start the fight. The next moment he rushed forward. The sky remained blood red. The manager could barely stand on his feet, leaning on the destroyed wall. Hearing the voice of his enemy, he raised his head. Swinging his leg, the guy jumped and ordered the enemy to get to his feet. A cloud of dust rose from the crushing blow. The wall was almost destroyed. Pressing his foot on the enemy's hand, The young man noticed that what was happening now was very similar to their first meeting. Grinning, he added that this time they had switched places. Knitting his eyebrows together maliciously, the experienced player said that it was impossible to predict what an ordinary person was capable of. Squinting, the manager tried to understand how his dead opponent was able to return and, in addition, learned to use karma even under his magical control. He furrowed his brows furiously. Being pressed against the destroyed wall, the man realized what had happened. Someone was watching what was happening through the screen. The manager turned to Nothing, asking if karma was involved in this. The owner of the eye didn't even raise an eyebrow when she heard this question. Gritting his teeth angrily, the man said that she was no different from a spirit at the moment, but she still continued to get on his nerves. The girl pursed her lips pitifully. Gathering dark energy around his hand, the villain reminded him that last time she lost to him and that during this time he had become much stronger. Looking at the protagonist towering over him, the manager asked if karma was really going to stop him by transferring her powers to a mere mortal. His eyes sparkled. He threatened that he would soon come and destroy her. Gathering all his strength in his hand, the man pushed his opponent away from him. Hyunwoo resolutely knitted his eyebrows and was asked if he thought that the situation now was the same as the last time they met. Rising above the ground, the manager said that this time everything was different. Gathering dark energy around his hands, the man declared that now he would not leave even a speck of dust from his opponent's soul. Ordering him to disappear, the villain sent a crushing wave of energy forward. The guy shrugged his shoulders tensely. Looking around, he realized that there was no way to evade. Putting his hand forward, the young man used the 1178 sword karma. It seemed that his hand had turned into a long, wide sword. He swung his new weapon with all his might. The experienced player's right eye began to emit a blue haze. The supreme slash of the divine sword cut the dark energy in half. Noticing the bright flash from the perfect attack, the manager opened his mouth in fear. A huge sword was ready to fall on him in the next second. The sword destroyed the ground in front of it, sending clouds of dust into the air. The used karma immediately dissipated. The guy smiled maliciously, realizing that everything happened as he thought. Noticing the huge cleft in the ground left by the sword, he thought that such attacks would cause too much damage for someone else's court. The manager's hand was cut off. The main character asked him what he thought about this. Waves of dark energy swirled around the severed hand. Having used them to restore his lost arm, the man asked how his enemy had the courage to attack him. At the same moment, Hyunwoo attacked him again. Suddenly, the manager noticed a bright source of light. Gathering glowing energy in his hand, the guy decided that it was better for them to move from here. There was a flash. The main character, together with his enemy, teleported into a dark room. Looking around, the villain did not understand what was happening. Looking up at the ceiling, he asked where they were. Looking at the confused enemy, the guy replied that they were in the landmark of his tower. He smiled sarcastically, stating that this place was called the Training Tower. The dungeon towered many tens of meters above them. Grinning, the young man said that this is where he began and where the manager will finish. The man pursed his lips tightly. A few hours ago, dim stars illuminated the 51st tower. A luxurious chandelier was burning under the ceiling. An experienced player was asked what it all meant. Noah put his hand forward in fear, declaring that his only recently resurrected friend was going to go to battle with the manager and also transport the enemy straight to the training tower. Surrounded by his wives, the guy stretched his hands, confirming this and saying that if a battle starts, there will be nothing left in the area. Having stretched his wrist, he added that a place where there was no one would be suitable for the battle so that he would not have to worry about the safety of his belongings. The training tower, with its spire piercing the skies, would be an ideal place for battle. Cumulus clouds floated over the tower. The main character recalled that a space distortion spell had been cast on the walls of the dungeon. This spell was stronger than even the ones the Mind Demon cast in the last battle, using a magic circle to create a trap. The spell was so strong that it even distorted the distance between the stars. Noah put his hand to his forehead, confirming this information. Hyunwoo said that in this case there is no need to worry that someone might interfere during the battle. Ah knitted her eyebrows in concern, saying that then they would not be able to help either. The girl asked if everything would be fine if the battle was one-on-one, the image of the manager in her head hanging over her friend. Scratching his head, the guy replied that he had never counted on help in a battle with anyone, and asked his allies to simply take care of defending the tower. Dark clouds hung over the dungeon. He said that he had a secret weapon. There was a good reason to lure the villain into the tower. The opponents stood opposite each other in a dark dungeon room. Gritting his teeth, the manager sarcastically asked if this was the place where he would end up. The man said that this was complete nonsense. The guy's expression was determined. Having destroyed the ground under his foot, the villain declared that he would never die so easily. Frowning furiously, he shouted that he would tear the enemy to shreds, grind him into powder, and scatter him to the wind in the training tower. The manager was about to swear to something, but suddenly his face changed. The young man clenched his fist confidently. The villain turned his attention to this. The guy's hand was shaking. The man smiled broadly and laughed. The dark energy around his body dissipated. The experienced player opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding why the enemy suddenly withdrew his energy. Putting his hand to his head, the man said that it was very ugly and that he was very nervous, although this was not typical for him. Smiling, the manager concluded that there was nothing to worry about. The main character tensely knitted his eyebrows and asked why everything changed at that moment. Putting his hands on his belt, he asked if something would really change if the enemy simply pretended to calm down. The villain explained that he was actually in great confusion. Remembering their fight in the demon faction, the man added that it was difficult even for him to foresee such a development of events because the pathetic mortal not only stood in his way, but also managed to resurrect and cut off his hand. He smiled and said that this training tower is different. Looking at the dark walls of the tower, he thought that he was isolated in the middle of an immense universe, and there was a feeling of enormous space around him. Summoning a cloud of energy in his hand, the manager added that he also noticed a slight delay when using external magical power. Hearing the suggestion that a space distortion technique was used here, Hyunwoo swallowed nervously. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man said that, judging by his opponent's reaction, Karma was right. Swinging his fist with concentrated force, he declared that even with the power of Karma, the guy was still no match for him. The manager grinned fiercely in anticipation of the battle. The main character managed to block his crushing blow. He clenched his teeth tensely. The enemy stated that innate karma is a power that is formed in proportion to the number of beings who have achieved it. Raising his fist again, he added that his magic existed beyond everything and everyone, representing an endless world of all dimensions. It is because of this difference between karma and magic that a chasm arises. The young man jumped back several meters. The enemy's shadow loomed over him. The experienced player widened his eyes in fear. Saying that this is absolute power, the manager directed a huge hand made of dark energy at the enemy. Lowering his eyebrows, he added that this was why Karma had no choice but to lose, even though she was the source of equal peace. The man asked if he was transported here because the guy didn't know about it. The main character ducked down tensely. A huge magic circle appeared above the training tower. The villain asked if the enemy was planning to use the gap to confuse his magic with the ultra-high spatial distortions surrounding the tower. A malicious smile appeared on his face. The manager said that the boy, who only knew how to run away, had come up with such an insignificant plan. The main character looked down when asked if there was any meaning to all this. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that his opponent was so afraid of him that he couldn't even do anything against him. Noticing how the guy's hands were shaking, he drew attention to this, saying that this was confirmation that he was right. Hyunwoo, facing the streams of dark energy, remained silent when the enemy called all mortals pathetic, stating that even after acquiring power similar to the source, the experienced player continued to feel fear. Snapping his fingers, the manager asked not to worry about anything, because now he would put an end to this torment. The guy found himself in pitch darkness. Looking around excitedly, the young man heard the voice of the enemy, who said that he had used magic and blocked all his senses of perception. Smiling maliciously, the man said that from now on the young man could only hear his voice without feeling anything. Holding the tiny guy in his hand, the distraught villain declared that this would continue until he freed the enemy by incinerating his soul. Saying that there was no point in trying to endure this, the manager sent forward his hands made of dark energy. He said it would be better for everyone. Many hands were approaching the experienced player. The main character lowered his gaze. Closing his eyes, he plunged into thought. One blind man, who was called a rabid demon, lived half his life in the dark. The man stood with a katana in his hands. The man lowered his head. He lived, not knowing at what moment he could be stabbed, so he always kept a sword with him in fear. The blind man swung his weapon. As instinct told him, the blade of the katana was sprinkled with blood. Behind the man were many corpses of his enemies. In the end, he was able to survive, and after that, fear was no longer a sign of weakness. The main character clenched his fist confidently, knowing that the blind man could see what others could not see. He had the opportunity to feel something that was previously unattainable. The guy opened his eyes. He sat in pitch darkness, but thanks to the new sensation, Hyunwoo was able to see the approaching energy hands. One of them was ready to slam the enemy sitting on the ground. But suddenly, with a sharp jerk, the guy moved from his place. With one powerful blow, he managed to push the giant hand away from him. The opponents found themselves opposite each other, one-on-one. The manager clenched his teeth in surprise, not understanding how this happened. The young man said that he was really scared. He clenched his fist, declaring that he was afraid of losing and dying, afraid of not being able to protect his loved ones. That is why the experienced player decided to become as strong as this fear. With these words, the guy swung to strike. The fist landed right in the face of the perplexed villain. A crater formed in the place where his body would have landed after the impact. Looking at the amazed enemy, pressed to the destroyed ground, the main character suggested comparing which is stronger and more perfect. Raising his fist for the next blow, he presented him with a choice of what is stronger, the enemy's magic or his own fear. A long time ago, a bright sun shone in the sky. A black haze appeared in the air. A certain creature was only a part of this world. A man made of black smoke walked along the deserted land. Looking down on the green valley, the creature was able to understand the world around it. It looked up. This insight was unexpected, but the creature was not at all surprised because it simply waited as if there was something inside it. Above him was a sky shrouded in white clouds. Ordinary people walked along the streets of a small town. The creature was well aware that everything filling this world, except for strange tiny people, was created by him. The waterfall flowing along the steep cliffs turned into a wide blue river. The black creature stretched out its hands to the planet, being the source of peace. From the realization of this simple truth, he had a feeling of superiority. The creature grinned smugly. Countless years have passed since then, but the black man never doubted his own conclusions. However, everything was destined to change. The ground cracked under our feet. Bouncing off the ground, the manager experienced an unfamiliar feeling. He slowed down, driving along the ground, but his body did not obey, and each step became heavier and heavier. Clenching his teeth furiously, the man looked up, guessing the origin of this feeling. High above him was the main character. Seeing his enemy raise his fist to strike, the villain realized that what he was experiencing was a sense of danger. Gritting his teeth even more, the manager said that this could not happen. His face expressed an overwhelming anger. He shouted that not even the most pathetic mortal would dare try to surpass the source. With these words, the man sent dozens of giant hands towards the enemy. The hands opened their fingers, wanting to grab their opponent. Raising his fist, Hyunwoo thought that even now his enemy was attacking in the same way. Smiling, he noticed the same thing as last time, that the villain's attacks were not particularly original. Looking at him from the air, the main character decided that using magic was similar to a child playing with a toy. The man, frowning, tried to control the energy, but he did not have the technology to cope with it. Imagining warriors in training, the guy thought that technology was something invented by imperfect people struggling in an attempt to make up for the lack of natural strength. He presented the image of a manager. For one whose existence in itself is endless, such a thing is completely useless. Remembering his childhood, the young man said that he was completely different from him because he had been at the bottom since birth. The little boy sat on the ground. His whole life was a struggle for him. Images of all his previous battles flashed through his mind. All this time the experienced player fought, accumulated what he acquired, in order to finally be here and deliver the decisive blow. His entire body was engulfed in light energy. There was no reason for him to lose, so he used speed-related karma. With a lightning-fast jerk, the main character rushed forward. Absolute divine speed helped him dodge the attack of the giant hands. Suddenly something made him look around. A huge hand was approaching him from the side. It would be difficult to avoid something like this. Using the karma associated with the wind, Hyunwoo created a cloud of white energy in his hands. She grew in his hands, turning into a ball with rings. Throwing this ball towards his hands, the guy used the divine wind of ghostly massacre. Thread-thin waves of energy pierced the energy hands. At the same moment they shattered into small pieces. The manager, standing on the ground, watched as the remnants of his energy fell from the sky. Opening his mouth in shock, he could not believe what was happening. Putting his hand forward, the man asked his opponent how he did it. Flying towards the enemy, the guy used the karma associated with his fist. A huge fist of new heavens appeared in the air. A fist consisting of light energy met resistance in the form of dark hands that appeared. A bright flash appeared in the air. A deafening roar was heard on one of the floors of the training tower. Nanshin, Muryeon, Narin and Shihyun, standing on the ground, looked up when they heard a noise. Covering his eyes with his hand, Shihyun asked if this was the work of his friend. The students looked excitedly at the tower. The goddess clenched her fists resolutely, saying that this attack was able to overcome even highly curved space. Standing among the dead monsters, they wanted to know what happened to their friend. On the floor of the training tower, nothing was visible due to the rising clouds of dust. The opponents rushed to attack each other. The next moment their fists met. They squeezed each other's hands. The main character reminded the enemy's words that someone like him could be defeated with just one finger. Increasing the pressure, Hyunwoo shouted, "Why would the enemy suddenly need to attack with both hands?" and asked if he was running out of strength. Gritting his teeth, the manager ordered him to shut up. The incredible power of dark energy pushed the main character back. The guy stopped a few meters away, watching as the body of his enemy was surrounded by dark energy. Small black hands reached for his face. He lowered his head, noticing that many hands growing from the ground began to grab his legs. The young man saw that the manager had directed his energy to the floor and was attacking from underground. Realizing that the enemy had been caught, the villain created a giant energy hand, which immediately hung over the guy. The man opened his mouth wide, wishing his opponent death. The hand was about to crush the experienced player, tied hand and foot. There was a deafening bang. Finding himself in a cloud of dust, the manager coughed. When the dust cleared, he looked ahead, trying to catch his breath. Looking at the place where the enemy had been a moment ago and seeing that there was nothing there, the man asked if it was all over. Smiling, the villain laughed, noticing that there was no trace left of the person who dared to go against the source. The main character's head flashed in the air. Before the manager could react, Hyunwoo had already raised his flaming fist using absolute divine speed. Hearing the question about what made him smile, the man's face changed dramatically. The malevolently grinning guy, raising his fist, asked if his enemy liked this. The powerful blow caused the villain to double over. Blood gushed from his mouth. The blow hit him in the stomach. Before he knew it, the shocked man spat out blood. Despite the unbearable pain, he clenched his teeth. The floor collapsed under his feet. Gathering dark energy into a fist, the manager called his opponent a non-entity. Hitting him in the face, the villain shouted that no one dare attack him. Frowning, the guy asked if the enemy had finally decided to fight like a man. At the same moment, he punched the villain in the side. Grabbing the impact site, the manager bent over and spat a clot of blood onto the floor. Looking contentedly at his fist, the young man said that it would be even better. With these words, he grabbed the man by the throat. A moment later, the experienced player forcefully pressed his opponent into the ground. Due to the rush and powerful attack, a deafening roar was heard. Trying to resist, the villain grabbed the hand holding his throat. He managed to free his neck from the trap. Summoning a huge wave of dark energy, he screamed and rushed forward. Trying to grab the guy with a giant energy hand, the manager wished him a speedy death. The main character swung his burning fist again. At the moment when the villain was about to attack him, an incredible stream of energy burst out from his fist, immediately dispelling the black hand. The man's right arm was severed. Hyunwoo grabbed the perplexed enemy by the face. He concentrated all his strength in his other hand. The manager did not understand how an ordinary mortal could be so strong. The guy with burning eyes swung his free hand to strike. A series of powerful attacks fell on the villain. His body could barely withstand the huge number of blows. Some of them caused the man's head to flop back and forth. Striking one blow after another, the young man smiled maliciously. The huge fist of the new heavens was about to deliver the decisive blow. Light energy struck the manager with force. A rumble echoed throughout all floors of the tower. Faced with a huge fist, the man clenched his teeth in pain. The powerful attack crushed his body into the ground, raising clouds of dust around him. The experienced player landed on the ground. Putting his hands on his belt, he sarcastically asked what it was in front of him. Noticing the dissipating dark energy, the guy asked if the enemy's magical shell was slowly disintegrating. The villain's body began to become covered with a dark haze. The main character realized that the real appearance of the enemy had been revealed to him. Hearing curses in his direction, Hyunwoo only scratched the back of his head and asked why the manager clung to people if he could live calmly and peacefully without disturbing anyone. Squinting his eyes in displeasure, he asked why the villain had become so obsessed with people. The man, half turned into dark energy, clenched his teeth. The guy explained that the eye told why the manager would never be able to get his own name. After all, if he receives it and becomes independent, then all the worlds of existing dimensions will collapse. These were the words of the owner of the eye, sitting at the table. The girl told the experienced player sitting opposite that this was quite simple mathematics and that it could be compared to how a tree's roots had disappeared. I asked him to imagine what would happen if the main frame of an entire building disappeared. The guy opened his mouth in fear. Closing his eyes, he exhaled and said that the manager knew everything, but still created all this mess because of a simple name. When he asked why the villain did this, Glaz shook her head, answering that she herself did not know the answer to this question and was unlikely to ever find out. Looking down, the girl added that she was curious about the times when the manager was true to his role in this world. Looking at the experienced player, she suggested that he ask the man about it when he gets the opportunity. Standing in front of the defeated manager, the main character ordered him to answer the question. Hyunwoo, overcome with anger, walked towards him, again asking why the enemy had created this mess because of some name. The man lowered his head bitterly. Opening his eyes slightly, he thought about his name. The sun was shining over the green valley. He thought that for others everything looked exactly like that. The leaves of the trees swayed in the wind. For the first time he became interested in his own name after he became self-aware. Flying over the trees, the dark creature saw two people and witnessed their conversation. The guy displeasedly asked Coney why he had been gone for so long. Waving his hand at David, the other guy replied that he had had a little too much alcohol last night. David said that they had to reach their destination before sunset. Coney clenched his fist and happily agreed. The creature crossed his arms over his chest, not understanding what these strange names of creatures were, and after some time it dawned on him that these were the names that people call each other. Then it didn't seem very important. The creature rounded its eyes in surprise and repeated the names of the two guys. It watched the guys walk along the road, laughing merrily. Hovering in the air above them, the creature thought it sounded very good. the sun set behind the horizon, illuminating the city. After that day, between delivering magic to different dimensions, the creature spent more and more time visiting small villages, observing people and enjoying the sound of their names. The dark creature squinted, often the names seemed strange to him. A young couple with a child was walking home with shopping. Love could be contained in a word consisting of just a few letters. The wolf stood in front of the trading post. Sometimes these words express greed and hatred. There was a bust of someone on the monument. The name could express respect or fear. There were wanted posters on the wall. It seemed surprising to the creature that the name made the existence of its owner significant. A dark man stood in the middle of a city street. Over time, one strange thing appeared. The creature looked at its chest. Touching her, it experienced a strange feeling that occurs every time someone says someone's name. Standing in the middle of a busy square, the dark man did not understand why he was capable of feelings. The little boy summoned a magic circle and asked his mother if she liked the fact that he was able to create water. The girl leaned over to the boy and said that this was very cool because her son had talent. The child smiled, saying that magic is very cool because with its help you can create water, fire, and anything at all. The creature watched with a worried look as the boy called magic a god that exists in this world. Hearing the words of the boy's mother that magic is not God, but the air they breathe, the creature widened its eyes. The girl said that magic is just magic. The dark man lowered his head. Looking after them, he thought that this was just a fleeting meeting and a simple remark without any anger. Feeling the dark energy inside him, the creature finally understood what this feeling in his chest was. Putting his hand to it, the man, engulfed in dark waves, realized that it was anger at the devaluation of his personality, because everyone had names except him. The creature's confused eyes burned. He had a need to find something that he never had. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.